After the man was reborn, the system actually asked him to sell arms. Terrorists from all over the world are scrambling for it simply because the arms can be delivered to them in as little as one day, no matter where they are. He has the world's top mercenaries and all kinds of weapons. At this moment, Chu Ran accidentally clicked on a website. The website was very simple in style, with 6 large characters written at the top of the homepage. Arms Trade Forum. Haha, there are still people who believe this these days. Chu Ran shook his head sarcastically and was about to close the page when he saw a dialog box pop up on the screen. A junior member of the base stated, "Urgently need 500 AKs, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades. Can anyone with connections help me out? I can offer 450,000 US, as long as they arrive within 2 days. Group message, sorry for the inconvenience." $500,000? Chu Ran stared at the news, his heart completely stirred. Unfortunately, he was not an arms dealer, not to mention that he didn't know whether the news was true or not. He smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to close the dialog box, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations host, the SuperArms system has been activated. The next second, a virtual panel suddenly appeared before Chu Ran's eyes. Host, Chu Ran, Arms Prestige 0, Technology Contribution 0. Looking at this incredibly realistic virtual panel, Chu Ran was filled with excitement and joy. It turned out that as a reborn being, he had finally waited for the system. But then he was stunned. An arms system? Were they really going to let him sell arms? After the excitement wore off, Chu Ran fell into a brief state of bewilderment. Putting aside the question of whether he had arms or not, trafficking in arms was a serious crime in a place like China. Was this system kidding him? Upon initial system activation, the host will receive a new player gift pack, 1,000 basic firearms, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, and 5,000 grenades. All munitions are stored in the system store. The host can redeem these munitions at the store. Payment is required. The system will deduct the host's bank account balance to complete the redemption. Hearing this, Chu Ran perked up. He followed the system prompts to enter the store interface, and indeed found the words, Arms Store. Currently, there are only 2 areas available, Basic Firearms and Bullet Grenade. In the Basic Firearms area, you'll find a wide variety of pistols, automatic rifles, and assault rifles, while in the Bullet Grenade area, you'll find a dazzling array of weapons. Chu Ran glanced at the prices in the system store and found that the prices on these weapons were surprisingly low. For example, the AK that the person in the forum wanted usually costs $200 or $300 in the international market, and the domestic manufacturing cost is as high as $500 to $600, but in the system store it only costs $30. Bullets were even more outrageous. $5 a round on the market, but only 5 cents in the system. Grenades, while selling for $500 outside, were only $50 in the system. The system's complimentary beginner gift pack alone was worth over $3 million in the international market. I've made a fortune! I've made a fortune! Chu Ran sat up from the bed, his face filled with excitement. After a moment, he began to learn some basic functions of the system. The system informed. The SuperArms system store contains all the arms in the world, and even future weapons that have not yet been developed in the world. The host needs to explore on his own. The key to exploration is to continuously sell arms and increase your arms prestige value. As your prestige value increases, you can unlock new types of arms. Next, Chu Ran began to understand the methods of transporting arms. The host can choose between mercenary escort or system express transport. Mercenary escort. After the store opens the talent area, the host can purchase mercenaries at a high price to serve you. All mercenaries are the world's top experts and are 100 loyal. System express shipping, charged by weight, $1,000 per ton. Guaranteed delivery, no mistakes. Enter your coordinates, anywhere, anytime, and we'll deliver within a day. Seeing these 2 methods, Chu Ran had only 2 words to say, awesome. Mercenary escort, the world's strongest mercenaries at his disposal. Just the thought of it made his blood boil. Unfortunately, the talent area wasn't open yet. He had to quickly increase his prestige to unlock more features. At this stage, the only option was express delivery. Although the price was slightly higher, Chu Ran felt relieved when he thought about how easy it would be to make money in the future. Of course, the next issue was privacy. According to Chinese law, arms trafficking is a capital offense. Even if the price is attractive, the risks are staggeringly high. Currently, Chu Ran can only trade through forums, but since he can easily access these forums, the national intelligence system will surely be able to track him down. Ding! The host has been detected browsing the ARMS forum. The system will create a secret flagship store for the host. This store is independent of the forum. The host has the highest authority and can freely post and trade. All privacy is strictly confidential. Even the moderators cannot detect it, and the world's top hackers cannot do anything about it. Chu Ran logged into the account provided by the system without hesitation and uploaded photos of the guns and ammunition in the ARMS store to the account homepage. He knew that facade construction was the first step to building a social platform. Just like when a girl goes on a blind date, the first thing she does is check her moments. As long as her profile is well presented, that first impression will be enhanced. Chu Ran now has the highest authority on the forum, can freely set post times, and can also max out his account level. Soon, he jumped from a newbie account to the highest level account in the forum, and his homepage was full of various gun displays and reviews. Most importantly, Chu Ran pinned a post on his homepage. We can supply rifles, bullets, and grenades. We support global trade and can deliver to any region within 1 day. Everything was ready, and Chu Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that a truly advanced hunter would never take the initiative to attack, but instead disguise themselves as prey and wait for the prey to take the bait. As long as someone wants to buy arms, he will definitely be the first to find them because of the priority of his post. After all, a big boss like him would never actively solicit business. And almost at the same time when Chu Ran completed all the preparations in Pakistan, more than 1,000 kilometers away from China, there was a remote small town. In the basement of the city, several bearded men wearing turbans are sitting in a meeting to discuss how to purchase guns. They are preparing to launch a terrorist attack, but guns and ammunition have become the biggest problem. At this moment, a bearded man in the corner suddenly stood up. Chief, I've found a very high-ranking blogger whose goods can be delivered within a day. Can we trade with him? God bless, the operation does not have to be cancelled. Contact this person immediately. As long as the goods can be delivered tomorrow, I can give you $500,000. Hearing the leader's words, the bearded man nodded without hesitation, and then sent a private message to a blogger named Ranha Arms Flagship Store. Ranha Arms Flagship Store is the new name Chu Ran just registered for himself on the ARMS forum, which is a combination of his name and Fang Shia's name. Big shot, Boss Ranha, we are in urgent need of 500 AKs, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades. As long as you can deliver them within 1 day, we can pay a reward higher than the market price $500,000. The bearded man quickly sent this message. At this moment, Chu Ran, who was in Tianhai City, China, saw this private message and immediately suppressed his excitement. He first used the forum backend's permissions to check the other party's IP address, and only after discovering that it was indeed from the Bajizi-Tan area did he feel completely relieved. No problem. 500 AKs, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades will arrive tomorrow. But my trading rules are payment first, delivery later. Since he had to disguise his identity, Chu Ran decided to go all out. Having worked in sales in his previous life, he naturally understood how to manipulate clients. He knew that the more assertive he appeared and the more unreasonable his offers, the easier it would be to convince them. As expected, thousands of kilometers away in Bajizi, the bearded leader was stunned when he saw Chu Ran's reply. Pay first, ship later? This kind of operation was unheard of in the arms trade. But he also carefully browsed the posts and pictures posted by Chu Ran in the forum. From all the signs, it was obvious that this person was not a liar. Although Chu Ran might not understand, these people were very clear about the rules and weight of this forum. In this forum, although everyone is talking about arms trading, anyone caught engaging in fraudulent activity will be immediately banned or kicked out by the forum moderators. To put it nicely, it's an arms forum. To put it bluntly, it's an underground arms black market. At present, the account level of Ranha Arms Flagship Store is already very high, and a large number of posts have never been deleted. It can be seen that its credibility is extremely high, and it is almost impossible to be a scammer. Agree with him, the leader ordered. The bearded members around him looked at him in shock. The leader added, We don't have any more time to wait. The plan must be implemented immediately. This guy can't be a scam, otherwise he would have been kicked off the forum long ago. A moment later, Chu Ran received a reply in his dormitory. He immediately made an OK gesture in the input box and provided the other party with the account number for receiving the payment. This is a dedicated Bitcoin account. In these arms trading forums, a unified rule has long been established. All transactions must be conducted using Bitcoin due to its decentralized, highly anonymous, and low-fee characteristics. Chu Ran had previously opened a Bitcoin account and received a guarantee from the system. As soon as the funds arrived, they would be immediately converted into Huaxia currency and deposited into his bank account. The record of the funds would be so formal that even the bank would not be able to detect any problems. A few minutes later, Chu Ran received a text message. Dear customer, hello? 3,059,235 Huaxia RMB has been successfully credited to your Huaxia Construction Bank account. The funds were deposited at 12:20 p.m. on September 18th. The moment Chu Ran saw this message, he could no longer contain his joy. In his previous life, he had survived college by working part-time. In order to buy a birthday present for Fang Shia, he only ate steamed buns and pickles for a meal, but in the end, he was still despised by that woman. After graduation, he and Fang Shia worked together in sales, earning only a few thousand yuan a month, but even so, they still felt that their lives were fulfilling. If they had had this huge amount of money when they got married, how wonderful their lives would be. Looking at the notification on his phone about the deposit of over 3 million, Chu Ran was extremely excited. Thinking of Fang Shia, who once looked down on him, he couldn't help but feel emotional. If she knew that he now had such a huge amount of assets, what would she think? She remembered that at a class reunion in her previous life, she was dressed brightly and beautifully, and was said to be dating a wealthy businessman who was worth over 100 million yuan and was more than 20 years her senior. Now, Chu Ran thought, at the rate she was making money now, it would probably only take a month or two for her to become a billionaire. Without giving it much thought, Chu Ran replied to the base member on the forum, confirming that he had received the payment. He then asked for their coordinates, and promised to arrange for delivery the next morning. The other party quickly replied with private coordinates. The forum system was set up so that the coordinates could only be viewed once and then automatically deleted, also for transaction security reasons. Of course, no one with any sense would send the actual coordinates of their lair. They would usually provide a relatively safe, distant location. Chu Ran then packed up 500 AKs, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades, handing them over to the system for express delivery. The total weight of the cargo was 3.075 tons, and the system, quite user-friendly, eliminated the decimals, resulting in a shipping fee of only $3,000. After the transaction was completed, Chu Ran netted a profit of 3,576,720,000 yuan and 3 cents, minus the shipping fee. Awesome! It's so awesome! He shouted excitedly from his bed. At that moment, several roommates who had just returned from the doorway looked at him in astonishment. Third brother, how about we go to the hospital? The eldest, Wang Rui, looked at Chu Ran worriedly. Chu Ran jumped up from the bed, looked at everyone and said with a smile, Why go to the hospital? Let's go to the restaurant next to the school. Have a big meal. Tonight, all the expenses will be paid by Master Chu. Third brother, you are not upset because of the failure of your confession, are you? There is no need to humiliate yourself like this. The second brother Hao Jiangwo could not help but remind him. Chu Ran patted their shoulders and said with a smile, Don't worry, brothers, I'm really fine. It's just a woman, I don't care about her anymore. Now I just want to say one thing, Hongyun Restaurant, all expenses will be paid by me. If you want to go, sign up now, it won't count if you sign up later. It's okay for you to act like the third brother in front of the fourth brother, but why do you act like the third brother in front of me and the second brother? Go away! Only a fool would not go to such a good opportunity at Hongyun Restaurant. The third brother is so powerful and domineering. As long as we can go to Hongyun Restaurant for a meal, I will let you be the second brother. Look at what you have accomplished. Third brother, from now on I will call you Third Daddy. As long as there is a good meal to eat, you can call me anything. The University of Finance and Economics is located in the university town of Tianhai City, surrounded by many colleges and universities. Therefore, most of the restaurants and hotels in the surrounding area are affordable and suitable for student consumption. However, Hongyun Restaurant is an exception. The entire hotel integrates dining, accommodation, bathing, and entertainment, boasting comprehensive facilities, luxurious decor, and first-class service, rivaling 5-star standards. A simple meal here can cost over 1,000 yuan. For ordinary students, 1,000 yuan is half a month's or even a month's living expenses, so naturally few people would choose to spend money here. But at this moment, Chu Ran invited all 3 roommates to go to Hongyun Restaurant. As they entered the lobby, they were stunned by the magnificent decor. After Chu Ran booked a private room, he began to look over the menu to order. Looking around, they were dazzled by the prices on the menu, each one more outrageous than the last. They had never dined in such a high-end venue before, and they felt a little uneasy. How about this? Let's serve all your signature dishes and a bottle of wine, red wine. Do you have Lafite? Chu Ran said. The waiter smiled bitterly and said, Sir, Lafite needs to be ordered in advance. Then get a bottle of your most expensive red wine, Chu Ran said without hesitation. After the waiter left, Chu Ran's 3 roommates immediately became excited. Damn it, third brother, what's wrong with you? Hongyun Restaurant's signature dish, and you want the most expensive wine? Do you still want to go back alive after this meal? Let me make it clear, third brother, I only have 200 yuan on me. If you really can't pay the bill, I can't help you. Otherwise, third brother, let's go to the door and have a bowl of fried noodles. I don't think this place is anything special. Faced with their panicked reactions, Chu Ran simply smiled helplessly. Don't worry, I told you, Master Chu will pay for everything today. After dinner, let's go upstairs and take a bath. If you want to play games, play them. If not, play pool and watch a movie. We won't be going back to the dorm tonight. We'll talk about tomorrow's classes tomorrow. Chu Ran's words once again stunned his 3 roommates. At this moment, he no longer looked like an ordinary student, but rather a dashing tycoon. Soon, several waiters began to serve the dishes. Each dish was accompanied by a detailed introduction, and there was even a dedicated person to pour the wine. For Chu Ran and his roommates, this scene was something they had only seen in movies, but now it was happening right before their eyes. At first, they were a little reserved, but as the atmosphere gradually relaxed, they began to drink and eat heartily. Chu Ran was a reliable and dependable man, and held a high regard among his brothers. Since he had the guts to invite everyone to this upscale place for dinner, he must have had the confidence. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Ran stood up and left, saying he was going to the restroom. But before he'd even gotten far, he noticed his 3 roommates had followed him out. Where are you going, third brother? Are you short on money and planning to ask the boss for a break? The roommates joked. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. I'm really just going to the bathroom. After drinking so much, don't you want to go? Nonsense, we have to go together wherever we go. If we buy on credit, I can't let you carry it alone, the roommate answered righteously. They all went to the restroom together. As soon as they came out of the restroom, they saw a familiar girl talking to the hotel manager in the corridor. Isn't that Gua Lily from our class? Why is she here? Looking at the clothes she's wearing, she's probably working here part-time as a waitress. Not everyone can be a waitress at Hongyun Restaurant. Gua Lily just has a better figure, otherwise it wouldn't be her turn. Several roommates were discussing in a low voice, while Chu Ran just glanced at them lightly and led the way back to the private room. At this time, Gua Lily was negotiating with her manager. Manager, when will my salary be paid this month? Why rush? It's paid at the end of the month. Xiao Gua, even though you're a student, you can't make exceptions to the rules. Gua Lily nodded in disappointment. She had originally planned to get her salary early and send it home, but she hadn't expected to wait. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly saw several familiar figures. They're actually eating here? How is that possible? Chu Ran and the others walked straight into the private room without even greeting Gua Lily. Gua Lily immediately grabbed a waiter and whispered, Sister, are they the only ones in here? No one's paying for them? The waiter nodded. Yes, they are the only ones. Gua Lily frowned, her confusion growing. She knew Chu Ran and his roommates were always frugal. For students came to Hongyun for dinner, and no one treated them? Even if they chipped in, that was ridiculous, wasn't it? She pressed on. How much did their table spend? The waiter picked up the order machine, looked at it, and then held up 2 fingers. 2,000? Gualili asked in surprise. No, 20,000, and that's just for the meal. They've already reserved the entertainment room upstairs, so a rough estimate is that the total cost is at least 50,000. Gualili was completely stunned. Chu Ran, completely oblivious to Gualili's questioning, was chatting and drinking with his roommates in the private room, enjoying red wine and delicious food. At 9 o'clock in the evening, several people moved from the restaurant's private room to the entertainment area upstairs. After a bath and massage, they played billiards and games, enjoying themselves to the fullest. That night, Chu Ran and his brothers completely let loose, as if he had long forgotten the rejection by Fang Shia during the day. But Chu Ran could forget, but some people couldn't. Gualili and Fang Shia lived in the same dormitory. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably tell everyone what they saw and heard tonight. But Gualili hesitated for a long time on the way back to the dormitory, and ultimately decided to keep the matter to herself. She had already made up her mind to go to the hotel after class the next day to check the bill. If it was a joint venture or borrowed money, she would just pretend it never happened. But if Chu Ran was the one paying for it, she wouldn't miss this opportunity. The guys in dormitory 321 were all pretty good looking, especially Chu Ran, who was both handsome and wealthy. Fang Shia actually refused? Gualili wasn't as pretty as Fang Shia, but she was quite confident in her figure. If Chu Ran really was the only one paying, Gualili decided not to stand by and watch. She looked over at Fang Shia in the dormitory, who was beaming with joy as she recounted to her roommates her heroic story of rejecting Chu Ran. Actually, Chu Ran is quite handsome and good to me. Unfortunately, I just want to focus on my studies right now and don't want a romantic relationship. The other girls nodded in agreement, but Gualili sneered and rolled over on the bed. She thought to herself, if it turns out that Chu Ran paid the bill tomorrow, then it will depend on whether Fang Shia will regret it. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Chu Ran finished checking out and woke up his roommates, who were still asleep, to head back to school. As they made their way back, Chu Ran pulled out his phone to check the delivery status. It showed he had 30 minutes left. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at a remote base, several young members, speaking foreign languages, suited up and boarded modified pickup trucks. The group drove towards the delivery coordinates Chu Ran had marked in the system the day before, their expressions a mixture of excitement and skepticism. The driver, a bearded man with a masked face, spoke in their dialect, frowned, and whispered to the young leader in the passenger seat. Leader, we've never tried to pay first and then receive the goods. What if the other party runs away with the money? The leader sitting in the passenger seat closed his eyes, shook his head calmly, and said in a steady voice, If he dares to deceive us, I will let the forum owner locate his IP address and track him down to the ends of the earth. Their convoy quickly arrived at the designated coordinates. The surroundings were empty, the sky clear and blue, without a single cloud, let alone an aircraft. A subordinate approached and said, Chief, the delivery is less than half an hour away, but we haven't seen any flying objects nearby. He handed over a tablet. The screen displayed the image they'd scanned with military radar. Even with minimal error, they still hadn't found the target. The bearded leader's face darkened, his beard trembling with anger. Give me the phone! I need to contact the moderator of the Arms Forum. The younger brother hurriedly pulled a satellite phone from the car and handed it to the leader. Just as he was about to dial, a series of humming noises suddenly erupted from the sky. What's going on? Someone exclaimed, and everyone involuntarily looked up at the sky. Suddenly, several huge silver-white boxes appeared from the cloudless sky, whizzing down from the sky at an astonishing speed. Get out of the way! Someone shouted, and everyone hurriedly pulled their leader aside. Boom! Boom! With a few loud bangs, the large boxes slammed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, because they were tied with airbags, they bounced several times before landing steadily. The airbags were there to cushion the impact, ensuring that the weapons inside would not be damaged by the fall, and at the same time preventing the boxes from smashing directly into the ground. 5 silver-white metal boxes were scattered randomly, attracting everyone's attention. The bearded leader swallowed his saliva and waved his hands for his men to come forward and inspect. When one of the boxes was opened, neatly arranged guns and ammunition came into view, the shiny luster making people gasp. After a careful inventory, the younger brother excitedly reported, "Boss, 500 AK rifles, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades. Brand new, unopened, in perfect condition." Hearing this, the bearded leader was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter, his eyes full of surprise and admiration. "Oh my God! I've never seen such a novel way of delivering goods." He gave a thumbs up and said, "The shipment was accurate, and the delivery was fast. This time, the Ranha flagship store has shown us what efficiency is. I declare that from now on, this store will be our most trustworthy partner." At the same time, Chu Ran heard a system notification in his head. The first arms deal was successful, and his arms prestige value rose from 0 to level 1. System notification: arms prestige has reached 1 star, and the artillery area is now unlocked. He quickly opened the system store and, sure enough, a new artillery area appeared, displaying a wide variety of artillery. Suppression guns, anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, aviation guns, everything was there, even subdivided into different types such as howitzers, mortars, and howitzers. Even more surprising was the fact that the artillery was clearly categorized by mode of transport, ranging from self-propelled artillery to strap-on and portable artillery. Chu Ran quickly compared prices and found that his store's prices were 10 times cheaper than on the international black market. For example, the most basic RPG rocket launcher was only $50, while it would cost $500 elsewhere. He smiled. If the order volume was high enough, he could earn his first 100 million in just half a month, not just a month. Chu Ran was in a good mood and immediately decided to expand the influence of the brand flagship store. So, he had an idea and sent a good review reminder to the buyer's account at the other base. Not long after, the other party actually replied to the comment and attached a few photos. In the photos, a pair of strong hands held an AK and fired repeatedly. The guns were brand new, and bullets and grenades were also available. There was also a simple but sincere comment left under the picture. "Super fast delivery, arrived in 1 day, great value for money, perfect experience. The boss is reliable, I will come back later." Seeing this review, Chu Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who would have thought that the 5-star review upon receipt slogan from previous e-commerce platforms would now be used on ARMS forums? At that moment, Chu Ran was in class. Because he was too excited, the ballpoint pen in his hand accidentally flew out. The pen drew an arc and hit the back of a girl diagonally across from him. "Ah, wife?" He was stunned for a moment and muttered casually. Yes, the girl wearing loose sportswear, with short hair and side bangs, sitting quietly in the corner of the classroom, was his wife 10 years later, Fang Shia. During her 4 years in the class, she had always been low-key, almost invisible, never participating in group activities, and never showing off. Chu Ran knew that this was related to her family situation. She was not unsociable, but just used to being alone. She always kept to herself, never revealing her true appearance in front of others. No one had even truly seen her face. Until her graduation day in her previous life, when she made a stunning appearance in a gown at the school party. At that moment, everyone was stunned by her beauty. That night, Fang Shia was like a moonlit fairy, instantly eclipsing all the girls on campus. Chu Ran, too, fell completely for her. Now, a girl like her was sitting in front of him, and his pen had, by some strange coincidence, landed on her. The moment she turned her head slightly, Chu Ran looked at her quiet eyes and was inexplicably dazed. Chu Ran had accidentally dropped his pen just now. He scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. He apologized softly. Sorry, I didn't pay attention just now." Unexpectedly, Fang Shia didn't say much, but bent down to pick up the pen and gently placed it on Chu Ran's desk. She replied softly, "Thank you, old classmate." While speaking, she almost called out, "Husband." Obviously it was a habit. Fortunately she changed her words in time. Then, as if nothing had happened, she turned back to her textbook and continued to listen quietly. Seeing this, Chu Ran coughed twice and looked at her jokingly. "To express my apology, how about buying you a cup of milk tea after school?" As soon as he said this, his desk mate next to him immediately looked up at him, curious and gossiping. Even Fang Shia, Chu Ran's fourth roommate in the front row, turned around and gave him a strange look. Chu Ran smiled and waved his hand to indicate that there was no misunderstanding. He continued to stare at Fang Shia and asked her seriously, "Fang Shia, can you do me a favor?" Fang Shia glanced in the direction of the podium. The teacher seemed to notice their movements, so she lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "No thanks." Chu Ran shook his head helplessly, but a smile played on his lips. This girl was still the same as before, always habitually defensive around strangers. But the more she resisted, the more certain he became. This is his future wife. Chu Ran knew her too well. Others would give up after being rejected, but for a girl like her, as long as you persist, she will soften sooner or later. Wasn't that how he had pursued her back then? It's okay to get rejected the first time, just take it slow. Just as Chu Ran was thinking about this, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a group of roommates in the dormitory chat room, discussing something heatedly. They said Chu Ran had shifted his focus, and teased him about whether he was pursuing someone new. Chu Ran glanced at the message, smiled, and ignored it, instead opening another more important chat app. On that familiar forum, several users had already sent him private messages. Clearly the message he had posted earlier had worked. One buyer, a faithful religious believer, caught his attention. Using his credentials, he discovered they were from a country called Power Bud. If they were truly from there, they might indeed be in need of weapons and have the means to purchase them. The other party sent a message. "Boss, I saw the post on your homepage. We are in urgent need of a batch of arms. Can you help?" Chu Ran replied immediately. "No problem, please send me the list of equipment you need." Soon, the other party sent a long list: 5,000 AK rifles, 500 pistols, 50,000 rounds of various bullets, 5,000 grenades, 500 RPGs, and thousands of artillery shells. Chu Ran quickly calculated that this batch of goods could probably arm an entire regiment-level unit. However, he didn't care about these things. After all, he was just a middleman, and his goal was to make money. If this deal went through, he could easily net over 20 million Chinese yuan, bringing him a significant step closer to his ambitious goal of 100 million. He replied, "We have ample supply and can ship any time, but we always pay first then ship." After waiting for a few minutes, the other party seemed to hesitate, but eventually agreed to the transaction rules. The other party replied, "I understand the boss's rules. We are in a hurry here. We have arranged payment. Please ship as soon as possible." A few minutes later, Chu Ran saw the extra 30 million renminbi in his account, and he felt incredibly happy. He immediately confirmed the payment and asked for the exact coordinates, so he could arrange for delivery. The system stipulated that the items had to be shipped within 24 hours, but in reality, as long as Chu Ran noted urgent, they could be delivered in as little as 5 hours. As soon as the class ended, Chu Ran filled in his address in the system, selected the equipment he needed, and packed it with one click. Who wouldn't love a business like making 20 million yuan on a single order? Although many people approached him about it, most of them backed off when they heard they had to pay up front. Only this faithful religious believer actually placed an order. Chu Ran wasn't discouraged. Payment first, delivery later was his bottom line. Even if the order was small, he couldn't compromise for the sake of risk. After all, he was alone now. If he was scammed, he would lose everything. It wouldn't be too late to consider accepting deposits and shipping once his own mercenary team was established. The school bell rang, and Chu Ran watched Fang Shia hurriedly pack her bag and leave as if escaping. He smiled. This girl was still the same as before, and her panic was quite cute. Several of his roommates couldn't help but tease him. It's over, third brother is in love again." "No way, are you really interested in Fang Shia? She never speaks and looks autistic. She never communicates, and she probably has low self-esteem. Be careful with girls like that. We didn't even get a good look at her, but she's probably pretty shabby." Chu Ran didn't bother to pay attention to them. If Fang Shia was considered ugly, then there would be no beauties in the world. Just as Chu Ran stared at Fang Shia's back in a trance, a pair of eyes were secretly observing him in the corner of the classroom. That was Guo Lily, Chu Ran's classmate and part-time employee at the Hongyun restaurant. She had been brooding over yesterday's events, and today, unable to resist, she asked the hotel staff to help her check the accounts. The final result shocked her. Chu Ran had already paid the bill that morning, spending 50,000 yuan in one swipe. And he paid with a bank card, without hesitation. She knew that when Chu Ran was pursuing Yang Shuya, he couldn't even afford to buy a necklace worth 1,000 yuan. How could he suddenly be able to easily spend 50,000 yuan? Could it be that he was actually a hidden rich second generation? If that was true, then Yang Shuya was truly blind to have missed such a person. However, Gua Lily didn't dare to act rashly. She decided to observe and see. After all, there were many boys pursuing her at the University of Finance and Economics, and she didn't want to just pick anyone. But if Chu Ran is really a rich man, then she would be a little tempted. Maybe this time, she'd bet on the right person. After Chu Ran finished his trade with the young cultist from Zelia, he felt noticeably more relaxed. A few of his roommates suggested going to an internet cafe to play games, and everyone was quite excited. However, Chu Ran smiled and waved his hand, saying he had other things to attend to and couldn't go. The boss, Wang Rui, was a little worried. He came over and asked him, "Chu Ran, did you spend a lot of money last night? Did you spend several months' salary on it? Is that why you're so anxious to do a part-time job?" Chu Ran waved his hand nonchalantly. "Just have fun. The purpose of spending money is to have fun. Go ahead and have fun. I have other things to do." His roommates watched him leave, no one saying anything, just shaking their heads. "I heard that some people who've been heartbroken use money to vent their emotions. I guess that's what the third brother is doing right now. No matter what, we can't let him shoulder these bills alone. While he's away, we'll sign in for him, and after school we'll all work part-time to supplement his expenses. The eldest brother has a good idea. We had a great time last night. I'm not sure how much the third brother spent." Chu Ran was unaware of their discussion. He had already left the school and headed straight for the bank. Mobile payments weren't popular in those days, and cash was still required in many places. Chu Ran thought of withdrawing some cash as a backup. Shortly after entering the bank, a girl wearing a hat hurried in, her steps hurried. Chu Ran walked to the counter and calmly handed over her bank card. "Hello, I'm here to withdraw money." The staff member skillfully operated the card and asked him to enter the password, then looked down to check the account balance. However, the next second, the other party froze in place, as if shocked by the amount on the card. "Hello? What's wrong?" Chu Ran waited for a while, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he had to ask. The staff member quickly came back to his senses and stammered, "How much do you want to withdraw?" 5,000, please." Chu Ran smiled calmly. The salesperson nodded, but his movements were noticeably slower, clearly still recovering from the shock. Soon, the formalities were completed, and Chu Ran pocketed the money and prepared to leave. At this moment, the female salesperson suddenly spoke with a somewhat excited tone. "Sir, your account funds have met the requirements. We can upgrade your bank card and enjoy VIP services." She continued, "For example, you won't have to queue up at our bank anymore, and there are a lot of welfare products and gifts you can redeem regularly. This card can also be considered a status symbol." After hearing this introduction, Chu Ran was actually happy. Anyway, I would come more often in the future, and it was really convenient to skip the queue. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the young lady, Chu Ran filled out a few forms and successfully upgraded his bank card. As soon as he walked out of the bank lobby, the female salesperson covered her mouth with her hands in excitement. "He's so handsome, right, and so rich, he must be a student," another female colleague nearby joked. "What are you attracted to him? He's handsome and rich. Who wouldn't like him? Don't you think he's super attractive? I'm getting married soon, so forget it, I'll give you this opportunity." At this time, the girl in the hat in the corner of the hall sat quietly, a smile flashing in her eyes. She whispered to herself, Yang Shuya, you really missed a good man. But now I have to thank you." Meanwhile, Chu Ran had already returned to school, but his roommates hadn't come back yet. He had nothing else to do, so he went to the cafeteria to grab something to eat while he waited for the order for the power buds to be processed. In fact, what he cares most about is whether his arms prestige will be improved after the transaction is completed. On the way, he opened the system panel to check. The current status was as follows: Host, Chu Ran, Prestige in the arms industry, 0, Technology contribution 0. Chu Ran knew that arms prestige was accumulated by selling arms, and the more it sold, the wider the scope of the fields it could unlock. However, he was confused about what technology contribution value meant, so he asked the system. The system responded, technology contribution value represents the host's contribution to society's technology. Every time you successfully trade arms and increase your prestige, you will have a chance to enter a random lottery and have a chance to obtain technology for social application. Chu Ran was shocked to learn that the system contained such advanced features. He asked, how close am I to increasing my munitions prestige? The system replied, as long as I complete this order, my prestige will increase and I'll be able to enter the lottery. Chu Ran immediately became excited. Great, then as long as the order is completed smoothly today, I can participate in the lottery. I look forward to the emergence of an amazing technology. As he was thinking, he had already walked into the school cafeteria. The cafeteria at the University of Finance and Economics was bustling, especially at dinner time, when it was always packed. He loaded his card with some money, and then walked around looking for something to eat. He remembered Fang Shia once saying that her favorite place at school had fried rice, and because she couldn't bear to spend money, she always ordered it. Sure enough, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Fang Shia. A smile played on his face as he walked over to her. Classmate, 20 yuan total. Card please, the waiter said. Fang Shia was about to take out her card when another one suddenly appeared before her. Use mine. Chu Ran swiped it for her. Don't. Fang Shia began to speak, but the sound of the card being swiped rang out. It was too late. Chu Ran smiled and said to the chef, give me another serving of the same thing. I'll use my card first. The chef nodded, started to work, and quickly prepared the meal. The two of them took their plates and found an empty table to sit down. After a while, Fang Shia lowered her head and whispered, I'll return the money to you. Chu Ran chuckled softly. That depends on how fast you act, or if I get there first. Fang Shia had never met a boy like Chu Ran before. Even the timid Fang Shia couldn't help but ask, why are you so nice to me? Chu Ran thought for a moment and said, because you're quite cute. Even he felt embarrassed when he said this. He wanted to call her silly, but he was afraid she would feel uncomfortable. Even with such a simple compliment, Fang Shia still looked a little nervous. The hand holding the chopsticks tightened slightly, and her face was blocked by her side bangs, making it difficult to see her expression. But Chu Ran knew full well that behind those bangs was a beautiful face he'd be able to see every day 10 years from now. As he ate the egg-fried rice in his lunchbox, he couldn't help but ask, you only eat this because you think you're too thin? Although the rice was cooked well, it was all bland vegetables, and eating them for a long time wouldn't be good for your health. Fang Shia murmured, I don't really like meat. Chu Ran frowned. Don't you like it, or are you reluctant to eat it? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes noticed her old jacket with frayed cuffs, which had turned white from washing. Others might not have noticed her, but Chu Ran knew that she had worn this dress for many days without changing it, yet it still had a faint fragrance. This meant that she did wash it frequently, but it was the only dress she had, so it would naturally become worn out after frequent washing. Chu Ran knew her family situation well. She had a younger sister and a younger brother, and her father had long since passed away, leaving only her mother and grandmother toiling away in the village. She relied on scholarships and part-time jobs to support herself, sending almost all her earnings home. Life was not easy. He didn't say anything more and stood up directly. You sit down first, I'll go get you a new meal. After saying that, without waiting for her to respond, he turned around and went to the food window, added some more meat and a chicken drumstick. Come on, eat. Fang Shia quickly shook her head. This is enough for me. If you don't want to eat it, I'll pour it out. After hearing what he said, she finally reached out to take the lunch box reluctantly and held it carefully. Chu Ran smiled and said, That's right. Don't waste it. The money has been spent anyway. You are so thin, you should eat some meat to make up for it. When Fang Shia heard him mention her figure, she looked down and found that the collar of her t-shirt was too loose after washing, and she was actually revealing some of her underwear. She hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, her face in a state of panic, which made Chu Ran regret bringing it up. After all, he was her husband in 10 years' time, and he knew her body like no one else could. Although this girl looked thin, she actually had a nice figure. She just wore loose and old clothes, so no one usually noticed. The scene became awkward for a moment. Chu Ran coughed and changed the subject. Eat, it's getting cold. Fang Shia said nothing more, but lowered her head and ate silently, her body trembling slightly. After a few minutes, Chu Ran noticed that she seemed to be sobbing and immediately panicked. I didn't mean it, he quickly explained, afraid of making her cry. He quickly borrowed a tissue from a classmate next to him and handed it to Fang Shia, but Fang Shia just lowered her head and cried, not even reaching out to take it. Chu Ran was really dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, he had experience. After all, he had coaxed her countless times over the past 10 years and finally calmed her down. But just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Fang Shia asked the cafeteria owner for a plastic bag and carefully packed the uneaten food in it. Chu Ran looked at her back and sighed softly. Such a simple girl, it seems that I can only get it for free. Meanwhile, in the desert bordering Zelia country, trucks had already parked in designated areas. Camouflaged soldiers stood around them. These were Chu Ran's arms customers, awaiting their scheduled delivery. At first, they were a little apprehensive, as this was the first time they had adopted the pay first, ship later model. But when the densely packed silver-white boxes appeared in the sky, the scene suddenly became lively. After the box landed, they opened it and saw the guns and ammunition inside were neatly arranged and looked brand new. The soldiers cheered because in this place where war was constant, only weapons could bring a real sense of security. Not to mention that these devices are not only brand new, but also shipped lightning fast, arriving within 4 hours of ordering, an incredibly efficient process. Compared to the used, broken guns I paid exorbitant prices for before, today's equipment is truly the hope of the future. The leader of the team was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Our plan can finally be realized. Hurry up and give a good review. This Ranha flagship store will be our preferred partner from now on. Meanwhile, Chu Ran had just parted ways with Fang Shia when he received a system notification. Congratulations to the host, a transaction completed. Arms Prestige +1. There's still a long way to go before you level up, so please keep working hard. Congratulations to the host, you've won a chance to win a prize. He excitedly returned to the dormitory and bought a bottle of Coke. After closing the door, he immediately checked the virtual panel. As expected, the arm's prestige value had increased from 0 to 1. Finally, I could enter the lottery. Chu Ran grinned from ear to ear and even washed his hands, preparing to solemnly open the first lottery. System, start the lottery! As soon as the words fell, a simple virtual interface popped up before my eyes, displaying only a few words, lottery in progress. Chu Ran was speechless. Can't you make it more advanced? Although the system interface was simple, the results surprised him immensely. Lottery completed, winning a quantum peripheral battery. This battery has an extremely high energy density, charges in 5 minutes, has an extremely long lifespan, and can withstand extreme environments. He was thrilled after reading the system introduction. Winning a prize on his first try was incredible luck. Current batteries are still at the lithium stage, far from mature and widespread. But if this quantum battery were brought to market, it would definitely spark a technological revolution. Just as Chu Ran was imagining a glorious future, the system popped up another reminder. Quantum peripheral batteries are high-tech products. It is recommended that the hosts register a company before launching them. The system can provide talent support. It is recommended to spend a certain amount of money to activate the talent function. Chu Ran's first 2 batches of arms sales completely disrupted the situation in 2 East China countries, Baji-Tan and Suliya. This also attracted the attention of intelligence agencies in various countries far away in the west to a mysterious online store, Ranha flagship store. They mobilized considerable resources to investigate the store's origins, but found nothing. They only knew it was listed on a certain illegal arms forum. Furthermore, the flagship store's prices were shockingly low, and it even offered a membership system. It didn't seem like something an illegal arms dealer would run. At the same time, the store's popularity on the arms forum began to skyrocket. The reason was that a terrorist attack had occurred on Bajizitan, and a war reporter quickly uploaded photos. Many arms experts immediately set their sights on the guns in the hands of the terrorists. After all, in the arms industry, analyzing weapons is what they are most interested in. A forum user named War Artist was the first to speak out, saying that while the AKs used by these terrorists are common, these are all brand new. Furthermore, the guns have no serial numbers, indicating they were custom-made for the Grey Forces, leaving no traces of their manufacture. Another person named Iron Guardian also pointed out that the video footage from the scene showed that the explosion involved a modified M67 grenade with a significantly increased amount of gunpowder. Another person named Predator added that he remembered a buyer on the forum posting a similar unnumbered gun from the Ranha flagship store. A series of discussions propelled this once obscure shop to the top of the trending search list. Almost everyone online in the forum began searching for the shop's page. When they clicked in and saw the screen full of high-definition pictures of guns and a dazzling array of types, they were immediately blown away. Many forum merchants were dealing in arms, but their display pages were very simple, with blurry pictures of guns and refurbished goods. In contrast, every image in the Ranha flagship store is a high-quality, authentic shot. Chu Ran uses a system to generate the images, ensuring they are clean, free of watermarks, and with sharp angles down to every screw. For example, an AK, from the buttstock, receiver, magazine, and sights, has close-ups of every part, even including the production date, operating manual, and actual combat demonstration images. For arms fans, these images are as detailed and stunning as appreciating body art. And not just AKs, but also pistols, bazookas, RPGs, howitzers, and other heavy firepower weapons are all displayed in detail. Everyone exclaimed that this store was a true treasure trove on the arms forum. Why did I only just discover this store? It's incredible. The guns are ridiculously cheap, and there's a membership discount program. Who can resist that? And the shipping speed is even better. They actually promise 24-hour worldwide delivery. Someone also noticed a comment section with someone who appears to be a member of the Bajizi 10 organization, confirming that the guns were indeed purchased from there. I'm thinking of placing an order to try one out. It's cheap and fast, but paying first and then shipping is a bit unreliable. But some people refuted. Other organizations bought several tons of goods and were not cheated, so why should we be afraid of buying a few? A person who claimed to be a gun enthusiast directly said that he placed an order to buy an SVS sniper rifle. The price was cheap, the condition was new, and the delivery was secret. He loved this store. In less than a few hours, the comments section skyrocketed from a few to hundreds, and the number was still increasing. At this time, Chu Ran was sitting at a barbecue stall in front of the school, eating skewers and browsing his phone. He had long noticed a surge in orders for the flagship store, but seeing that most were small, he didn't take it too seriously. He contacted the system about the delivery of these scattered orders. The system indicated that as long as the orders were not large, it would not charge a delivery fee. It could easily handle small arms shipments. Chu Ran was in a good mood after hearing this, and he also posted a new announcement in the store: free shipping for small orders. As soon as this news came out, the comment section was flooded with praise, saying that this store has the layout of a large merchant. Brand new weapons, free shipping, a wide variety of products, and excellent quality. They're practically ready to serve you a cup of tea. Although payment is required before delivery, who would doubt it now that a terrorist organization has endorsed their products? Elsewhere, Chu Ran's friends were celebrating their fun at the hotel the night before, and were continuing their get-together with a barbecue tonight. Come on, everyone, let's give a toast to the third brother. It was so great last night at the Hongyun Hotel. Wang Rui led the toast. Chu Ran stood up with a smile and clinked glasses with his roommates, drinking heartily. At this moment, 7 or 8 girls from the class came over from the other side of the barbecue stall. They said they heard this place had good barbecue, so they decided to eat there. In the crowd, Chu Ran also recognized several familiar faces: Yang Shuya, Gua Lily, and Fang Shia, whom he met in the restaurant at noon. Fang Shia usually didn't like attending these kinds of gatherings, but this one was a little special. It was a get-together between 2 dormitories. She, Gua Lily, and Yang Shuya were in the same class, but they lived in different dorms. Yang Shuya had been a little upset when she hadn't shown up the last few times. Fang Shia finally agreed to attend this gathering after her roommates had a hard time convincing her. Her promise was clear: only this one time, and she had to be back at school before 9 o'clock. As soon as we walked into the barbecue restaurant where the party was taking place, the girls from the dorm over there started gossiping. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You're already in college, but you're still as aloof as a grade school kid. Have you ever seen her real face? Maybe she's always covering it up because she's too ugly. Yes, I heard that someone saw her and Chu Ran having dinner in a restaurant today, and they seemed quite intimate. No way? Chu Ran was rejected by Sister Shia, so he turned around and pursued her? As several people talked, they moved closer to Yang Shia, smiling flatteringly. Yang Shia glanced at Fang Shia, who always walked with her head down, and said nothing, but gave a cold reminder. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Ran and I are just classmates. There's nothing else. Don't mention him in front of me anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls immediately shut up, not even daring to breathe. Yang Shia was indeed quite influential at the University of Finance and Economics. She had a ton of admirers, so it was easy for her to trick anyone. Naturally, she had a group of little followers in the dormitory who treated her with great respect. But there's always an exception, and Gualili was the one who wasn't quite so controlled. She'd never been impressed by Yang Shia's ways, and now she felt even more disdainful. Hearing the words, "Just classmates," she sneered inwardly. I'm afraid after knowing Chu Ran's family background, she wants to have some kind of relationship with him more than anyone else, right? Gualili's attention wasn't on Fang Shia. She didn't consider her a competitor at all. In her view, Chu Ran was merely a temporary distraction. If she really had to resort to some trickery, she still had a chance. She stole a glance at her figure, her mind growing even more certain. So what if Yang Shia is pretty? I understand men. Fang Shia? She's wearing a tracksuit, who knows what she looks like? Gualili sneered, not taking the girl walking with her head lowered seriously. At this time, Fang Shia was just walking quietly, not paying any attention to what others were saying. She just wanted to get back to school early after dinner to review, take a shower, and rest. But the scene in the restaurant kept flashing back to her mind. How could that guy be so shameless? It's unprecedented. Even though she thought so, she couldn't help but recall it. She'd been working part-time to support herself through her studies these past few years, barely even being able to afford a meal of meat. But today, he treated her to 2 meals. Not only had he ordered a ton of meat dishes, but she'd even shamelessly packed up before leaving. Will he think I'm being cheap? She was a little annoyed. But why should I care what he thinks? She denied herself again. Besides, he was pursuing someone else yesterday, and today he's having dinner with me. What's that? Fang Shia grew angrier the more she thought about it, feeling Chu Ran must be joking with her. I'll have to ask clearly next time we meet. I might not have the courage, but I can't let him treat me like a fool. At the barbecue restaurant, the girls on Yang Shia's side began ordering. 50 bone-in pork ribs, 20 skewers of lamb, bread, and enoki mushrooms. 1 portion of each, and a few bottles of beer, too. Fang Shia sat on the other side, still not looking up from her water glass. At this time, Chu Ran and his roommates also happened to arrive at the restaurant for dinner. Oh my god, isn't that Yang Shia? Hao Jiangwo, the second in command, pointed to the girls' table in the distance. Chu Ran and the others looked back and were also stunned. Why do I keep running into her everywhere? She's like a ghost. She's not a ghost, she's just a distant enemy. She didn't give third brother face yesterday, and I have to avenge her. Zhang Hao stood up. Don't be impulsive, sit down. The boss Wang Rei quickly stopped him. Chu Ran was very calm. Don't make a fuss, I'll go over there. He picked up a bottle of beer and walked over. Several roommates' eyes widened instantly. What is he going to do? He's not going to really do anything, is he? Don't just stand there, go over and take a look. Elsewhere, Yang Shia also spotted Chu Ran. Why do I keep running into this guy? Wait, he seems to be walking over here, and he's holding a bottle of wine? Several girls were a little panicked. Only Gualili was laughing as if she was watching the fun. She was really hoping that Chu Ran and Yang Shia would completely break up so that she could make room for them. At another table, Fang Shia also raised her head slightly at the name, Chu Ran. She saw Chu Ran walking towards her, a bottle of wine in hand. No way, is he coming to see me again? Her heart skipped a beat, and she clutched her water glass tightly, a trace of unease crossing her face. What was this guy up to again? Chu Ran quickly walked over to the table of girls, and everyone was stunned. Yang Shia looked at him and nervously moved her chair back, as if she had a premonition of something. Chu Ran, you. Stop, I'm not here to see you! Chu Ran interrupted Yang Shuya with a decisive tone. Yang Shuya was stunned for a moment, and Gua Lily, who was sitting next to her, widened her eyes in surprise, wondering, could it be that Chu Ran came to see her? She flicked her hair and prepared to stand up, but Chu Ran put the beer bottle directly in front of Fang Shia. Fang Shia, I'm glad to meet you here. Something happened in the cafeteria at noon, so I came to apologize, Chu Ran said with a smile. Then, Chu Ran took a sip of beer and turned to Zhang Hao and said, Go get your sister-in-law a drink. Zhang Hao was completely bewildered. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? He froze, his eyes wide. The other roommates were equally surprised, and even Yang Shuya was completely dumbfounded. She had always believed that Chu Ran liked her. Even after rejecting him yesterday, she had been quite smug, thinking that Chu Ran's pursuit would not progress any further. But now, he was actually calling another girl sister-in-law in front of so many people. This made Yang Shuya feel mixed emotions. This is a lie, this must be a lie. Chu Ran must be deliberately pissing me off, Yang Shuya thought to herself. Gua Lily felt the same way, thinking that Chu Ran couldn't really like Fang Shia and that he must be deliberately messing with Yang Shuya. Don't talk nonsense! Fang Shia stood up and retorted forcefully, but there was a noticeable sluggishness in her voice. Seeing Fang Shia's anger, Chu Ran felt a tinge of pride. It was a comforting feeling. Ahem, sorry, it was just a joke. I just wanted to apologize, he explained with a smile. Afterward, Chu Ran took the drink Zhang Hao handed over and poured one for Fang Shia. Hurry up and leave! Although Fang Shia's tone was firm, it sounded like a young couple arguing and afraid of being overheard. Yang Shuya and Gua Lily turned pale with anger, feeling humiliated by Chu Ran. I'll leave after you finish your drink, Chu Ran said, smiling and handing Fang Shia a drink. He looked relaxed, completely unconcerned about the others' gazes. The three roommates standing nearby were all shocked by this scene. They had never seen Chu Ran so shameless. However, Chu Ran didn't seem to mind at all. After all, in his mentality, he was no longer as innocent as a young man. Fang Shia felt deeply wronged. She had just wanted to live a peaceful life, but she hadn't expected to find herself in such an awkward situation. She wasn't used to such situations, and now, after Chu Ran's disturbance, she felt a mixture of emotions. All right? Fang Shia whispered. She finally took the drink and took a sip. Fang Shia, nice to meet you, Chu Ran said with a smile, a touch of intimacy in his words that couldn't be ignored. After saying this, he turned around, put his arms around the shoulders of several roommates, and left the girls' table. On the girls' side, everyone was stunned. They originally thought Chu Ran was looking for Yang Shuya, but Chu Ran didn't even look at Yang Shuya from beginning to end. Instead, he smiled and greeted the unknown Fang Shia. Fang Shia, what's going on with Chu Ran? What's your relationship with him? A girl couldn't help but ask curiously. Fang Shia shook her head. I don't know. She couldn't understand why Chu Ran suddenly treated her so well. Yang Shuya was still struggling with her feelings, convinced that Chu Ran was deliberately trying to piss her off. Gua Lily also felt that Chu Ran's attitude towards Fang Shia did seem to embarrass Yang Shuya. Chu Ran must still have me in his heart. He's doing this just to piss me off with Fang Shia, Yang Shuya thought to herself, secretly resolving to redouble her efforts. The girls each had their own thoughts, but while all this was going on, Chu Ran and his roommate had already returned to their seats. Third brother, what's wrong with you? You're suddenly so enthusiastic about Fang Shia. Do you really like her? Zhang Hao asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yeah, are you really planning to pursue Fang Shia? Wang Rui also joined the discussion. I get it, third brother. You're trying to piss off Yang Shuya, right? This tactic is playing hard to get, isn't it? Hao Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. Chu Ran laughed and started chewing the mutton skewers. Let me announce this. Fang Shia is the girl I'm determined to pursue. Brothers, please help me out in the future. The roommates at the table were completely stunned. They hadn't expected Chu Ran to be so blunt. Really? Zhang Hao looked at Chu Ran in surprise. Since the third brother said so, of course we have to support him. Wang Rui also said generously. I can help Fang Shia avoid duty, after all, I'm the health committee member. Hao Jiangwo joked. Chu Ran laughed and raised his glass to drink with his roommates. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the girls' table on the other side was unusually silent. Chu Ran's words completely shattered the peace, and no one knew how to react. Fang Shia lowered her head, not knowing how to answer, but Yang Shia kept wondering if Chu Ran was still doing this to make her angry. At this time, a waiter came over and said, "Your table has already paid the bill. The boy who just helped pay it also asked me to pass on a message. He said that Chu Ran will cover Fang Shia's meals from now on." As soon as these words were spoken, all the girls looked at Fang Shia, especially Yang Shia and Gua Lily, their eyes filled with shock and anger that threatened to burst forth. Fang Shia stood there in a daze, having completely failed to anticipate Chu Ran's actual actions. "It's over! That guy is really serious." It's hard for outsiders to tell how serious Chu Ran is, but he's definitely focused on making money, and the results are gradually showing. Back in the dorm, several of his roommates are already having a blast, some sleeping, others chatting on the phone in bed. Chu Ran, on the other hand, sits on the balcony, a small stool in hand, looking out at his flagship store. After not checking for a few hours, Chu Ran opened the shop's private messages and found 99 unread messages. He didn't rush to check the private messages, but instead browsed the posts on the forum homepage. Soon, he saw a group of military experts analyzing recent news about a terrorist attack and discussing the issue of munitions. Chu Ran finished reading these posts, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew that the arms sold in East China were the truest buyer's show. These arms, unlike clothing and food, had to be tested in actual combat. Now, if actual combat were to occur, naturally, attention would be drawn to his flagship store. The forum's homepage was almost entirely devoted to discussions about the terrorist attack, with many people taking the opportunity to mention their flagship stores and analyze the firearms they carried. Chu Ran hadn't previously known much about firearms, but through the discussions among these military enthusiasts, he realized that the firearms he sold were truly exceptional. Most of these guns were brand new, many unserialized, making them perfect for black market circulation. Furthermore, his store had an unmatched advantage: shipping speed. Other stores typically required appointments and had slow delivery times. But Chu Ran's flagship store delivered within 24 hours of ordering, eliminating the wait time. This advantage is a boon for those in urgent need of weapons. It's also a huge draw for collectors. So, Chu Ran began processing these private messages and orders. Many were firearms enthusiasts who wanted to buy their favorite guns for their collection. But large orders were few and far between, and some even inquired about cash on delivery. Chu Ran flatly rejected these requests. Within minutes, Chu Ran had completed over 100 transactions, shipping the guns to various locations. The orders included requests for sniper rifles, machine guns, pistols, and revolvers, and some wealthy buyers even wanted an anti-tank gun. After these orders were processed one by one, Chu Ran's account received another $500,000. Seeing the attitudes of these military experts towards purchasing weapons, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. They had a very different view of money. He even felt that the prices of many guns were a bit low. But he thought, those who achieve great things don't pay attention to trivial matters. Once the flagship store's reputation is established, future business will surely continue to grow. That night, over 3 million Chinese yuan was successfully deposited into his account. By this point, Chu Ran's account had accumulated 30 million yuan. This way, the money for buying the venue was basically enough. A night passed, and Chu Ran got up early to prepare for school. Just as he left the dormitory, his cell phone rang. He received a call from Shen Ziming. Unlike Qi Qingxuan and Wu Shiliang, Shen Ziming lived closer to Chu Ran. After receiving the notification from the system last night, he drove to Tianhai City overnight to find Chu Ran. Chu Ran knew what Shen Ziming's arrival meant, so he quickly called Wang Rui and asked him to help answer the call. After leaving the school, Chu Ran saw a Mercedes-Benz with a license plate from Suong. Standing next to it was a middle-aged man, well-dressed. He wasn't surprised to see Chu Ran come out, but instead nodded respectfully and opened the door for Chu Ran to get in. From this detail, Chu Ran knew that the other man had already recognized him. After getting in the car, Shen Ziming asked with a smile, "Mr. Chu, where are we going to talk? There's a coffee shop up front. It's quite quiet. Let's go there," said Chu Ran. Shen Ziming nodded, started the car, and drove towards the coffee shop. After driving for a while, near the University of Finance and Economics, a girl hurried over. She was Gua Lily, a part-time employee at the Hongyan Hotel, who had just finished her night shift. Gua Lily's eyes lit up as she watched Chu Ran get into Shin Ziming's Mercedes. She immediately understood that this car was definitely something special. She watched the respectful owner's actions, and she was certain that Chu Ran must be something special. "Chu Ran, you're mine! You must be mine!" Gua Lily whispered to herself. Chu Ran, unaware of this, headed to the cafe with Shin Ziming. They ordered a few things and began discussing the concept for their new company. Shin Ziming's expertise was in new energy, and he had a natural aptitude for it. After Chu Ran's brief introduction to quantum peripheral batteries, he was immediately captivated. This new type of battery uses quantum technology, which can efficiently release and recharge energy, breaking through the limitations of traditional batteries and significantly improving charging speed and safety. Shin Ziming originally thought that this technology was impossible, but Chu Ran actually did it before him, which made him more determined to make his choice. Shin Ziming excitedly expressed his full support for Chu Ran. After all, he had helped the CEO build the company from scratch, and now he was ready to fight alongside Chu Ran. Chu Ran was relieved. After all, it was his first time to start a company, and it was best to have an experienced partner to help him. Shin Ziming is ready to join the venture, and Qi Qingshuan and Wu Shiliang are expected to return tomorrow. Next, Chu Ran and Shin Ziming will begin negotiating the leasing of the company and factory. From this moment on, Chu Ran's new energy company is about to take off and become an important force in changing the times, and Chu Ran's name is destined to be remembered by the world. Chu Ran and Shin Ziming had been busy looking for locations this morning. They eventually decided on an old fertilizer factory at the northernmost tip of Tianhai. The factory had been empty since it closed down, and the site was 1,500 mu. Although it was large enough for an ordinary factory, Chu Ran and Shin Ziming knew that the factory they were going to build would have great expansion needs in the future. So, Chu Ran looked around and found a lot of undeveloped land nearby. After negotiating with the factory owner, he decided to lease an additional 1,000 acres, for a total of 2,500 acres. Although Chu Ran wanted to buy the land, he was currently short of funds, so he had to choose to lease it, with an annual rent of 10 million yuan. After paying the deposit, Chu Ran immediately felt the rapid loss of funds. He originally felt a little rich, but in an instant, most of the cost of renting the venue was consumed. If we add in the cost of equipment and staff, the current funds are completely insufficient. It seems that the arms deal must be stepped up, otherwise the next plan will not be able to proceed smoothly. After the factory issue was temporarily resolved, Chu Ran handed the recruitment task to Shin Ziming, asking him to recruit people from various major groups. The specific operation would be discussed after Qi Qingshuan and Wu Shiliang arrived. Shin Ziming was stunned when he learned that Chu Ran had recruited two powerful figures from two major American energy companies. After all, Shin Ziming was well aware of their capabilities in the new energy sector. The American companies already had a significant market advantage, and Chu Ran had the ability to bring them in. When Chu Ran returned to school, he saw that it was almost time for the class to end, so he decided not to go to class. Instead, he returned to the dormitory and began to screen suitable arms dealers on the forum. Shortly after he came online, he received a new message alert. This account is exactly the little cultist who had traded with Chu Ran before. "Hello, we are in urgent need of a batch of arms. The price is negotiable, but we hope to ship it as soon as possible." Chu Ran opened the order and saw that there were already tens of thousands of basic firearms, 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition, and various grenades and artillery. The amount of this order could reach at least $30 million US. "We have enough goods, the deposit has been paid. Send me the coordinates, and we'll ship within 5 hours." A few minutes later, Chu Ran's account instantly added 200 million Chinese yuan. After deducting system and shipping fees, he still had nearly 200 million. Suddenly, a single order had netted him over 100 million, and Chu Ran's confidence soared. At this point, he still didn't realize that these two arms deals would trigger huge changes internationally. Putting that aside, the arms from Zelia hadn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, in Class 6 of the Department of Finance and Management, as the bell rang, everyone left the classroom. "Fang Shia, you don't have to clean today." Zhang Hao, the sanitation committee member for Chu Ran's class, announced the news, and several girls in Fang Shia's dormitory looked up curiously. If you want to thank anyone, thank us, the third one. From now on, just give us a hand when you do the general cleaning of your dormitory. You don't have to worry about it at other times. Zhang Hao, Wang Rui, and Hao Jiangwo said with a smile. Fang Shia was stunned for a moment, feeling a little flattered, but still a little uncomfortable. She whispered, "No, I'll do it myself." Then, she picked up the broom and began to clean. Seeing this, the other girls had no choice but to join in. Chu Ran's 3 roommates shook their heads helplessly. It seemed that Chu Ran would have to put in a lot of effort to take down Fang Shia. Humph, so hypocritical. Yang Shuya stood at the classroom door, watching Fang Shia lower her head to clean. She snorted coldly, turned around and left with the other girls. After cleaning the classroom, Fang Shia left on her own and went to the cafeteria for dinner. She probably wouldn't run into that annoying guy today, would she? Over the years, she'd gotten used to being alone. Recalling Chu Ran's actions towards her yesterday, Fang Shia felt a subtle surge of anticipation, but she quickly suppressed it. She told herself that focusing on her studies and successfully graduating was the most important thing. "Boss, 1 fried rice." Fang Shia took out his meal card and ordered. At this moment, Chu Ran also came over. "Boss, another fried rice, with a chicken drumstick for each, and pay with your card." A moment later, Chu Ran and Fang Shia sat across from each other. After a moment's silence, Fang Shia whispered, "Can you please not do this again in the future?" Her tone was a little soft, as if she wasn't really angry. Chu Ran smiled. "We're friends. It's okay for friends to treat each other to a meal, right? If you're not comfortable with it, just treat me next time." Fang Shia was a little stunned. Friends? It seemed like she had never had any real friends. Would friends really treat each other to a meal like this? She understood a little, but she was still unsure. Chu Ran and Fang Shiha's dinner ended strangely. Afterward, Chu Ran followed Fang Shia to the girls' dormitory. This was a place he'd frequented, waiting for Yang Shuya and bringing her breakfast. Fang Shia took a few steps and suddenly stopped when she was almost at the dormitory. "Tomorrow at lunch in the restaurant, I'll help you clean up, and then we'll be even," Fang Shia said, then turned around and ran upstairs quickly. Chu Ran couldn't help but smile as he watched her hurry back. He had expected Fang Shia to say something, but he hadn't expected her to remember it. Fang Shia was such a simple girl, and it seemed she really thought of him as someone who could make a last-minute decision. But since she had already taken the initiative to treat him to a meal, wasn't that a good sign? This might be the first time Fang Shia took the initiative to treat a boy to a meal, at least in her world, that's how it should be. Just as Chu Ran was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice calling him. He turned around and saw Gua Lily, wearing cool clothes, looking a little different. A thought flashed through Chu Ran's mind. Wasn't she Yang Shuya's roommate? She was considered the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics. Although not as beautiful as Yang Shuya, she was tall and had a good temperament. Chu Ran and her didn't seem to have much of a relationship. Could it be because of what happened at the Hongyun restaurant last time? "Hee, classmate Gua Lily, what's going on?" Chu Ran asked with a smile. Gua Lily was carrying a bag of clothes as she came downstairs, ready to go to her part-time job. Seeing Fang Shia, she stopped and then glanced at Chu Ran. "Nothing, can I talk to you? I remember when you were pursuing Yang Shuya, you asked me to help deliver things," she said casually. Chu Ran knew in his heart that this woman was clearly trying to get close to him. "Indeed, thank you for your help, Mr. Gua." He smiled faintly. Gua Lily clearly had a purpose. "Are you free now? Let's have a cup of coffee together. It's my treat." Chu Ran chuckled. "Student Gua, you are so polite. I should treat you. But the coffee shop is too far away. Why don't you drink it at the milk tea shop at the school gate?" "Okay, I like milk tea too." "I didn't expect you like it too." Gua Lily seemed very happy. The two walked together to the milk tea shop at the school gate. There were quite a few young couples lined up in front, so they had to queue at the back. "Have you really let go of Yang Shuya now?" Gua Lily suddenly asked, her eyes fixed slightly on Chu Ran, obviously observing him. Chu Ran chuckled. "She has already rejected me, what's the point of letting her go? You've tried so hard for so long, I thought you would continue to pursue her. If you decide to continue, I can help." Gua Lily's voice was a little tentative. Chu Ran teased. "Student Gua is so nice to me. Is there something else going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes looked directly at Gua Lily, who took 2 steps back awkwardly and accidentally stepped on the person behind her. "Sorry," she said hurriedly. "It's okay." The man smiled and shook his head. Gua Lily smiled anxiously and continued. "Chu Ran, what are you talking about? We are classmates and we help each other. I think you are a nice person." She smiled. "Haha, thank you, Mr. Gua." Chu Ran nodded and ordered a cup of milk tea. When the 2 of them arrived at the counter, Gua Lily took out her wallet. "I'll pay." "Thank you," Chu Ran said politely. After getting the milk tea, he said casually, "I won't chase young Shia anymore. It's too tiring." After that, he shook the milk tea in his hand and walked out of the school gate with his hands in his pockets. Gua Lily, holding her milk tea, smiled meaningfully. "It's good that you don't pursue her. As long as you feel free, then I have a chance." Chu Ran walked in thought. Gua Lily obviously approached him because of his financial resources. Unfortunately, he only had Fang Shia in his heart and had no interest in other girls. After all, if a girl can stick with you when you are in the most difficult time, then she is the one you should cherish. Fang Shia is already the most important person to him. Back in the dormitory, Chu Ran saw 2 missed calls on his phone. He called back and found out it was Qi Qingxuan and Wu Shiliang who had already returned. Chu Ran arranged to meet up tomorrow and introduce Shen Ziming to them. He would let them handle the new energy plant project while he focused on his arms store. After all, the arms store was the most profitable. Thinking of this, Chu Ran opened the virtual panel and checked. His military prestige value was still 1, with no sign of rising at all. Just as Chu Ran checked the panel, in the Power Bud territory, a 1,000-man free army was gathering in the open area. "Captain, time is almost up," a soldier reported to the commander in front. The commander nodded and said, "Notify everyone and prepare to pick up the goods." Almost immediately after the words fell, a cloud of silver-white boxes began to slowly descend from the sky. "The weapons have arrived!" the Free Army soldiers shouted excitedly. "Great! With these guns, we can fight those white-skinned lackeys," a soldier said excitedly. "That's right, we didn't have guns before, but now we have powerful weapons. We will definitely win. Hurry, load the ammunition into the car and distribute it after we arrive at the base. Everyone has a gun, don't worry," the commander shouted. Chapter 17 Run His arms resounded throughout the streets of New York. The battle on Zelia's side was becoming more and more intense, and at the same time, in New York, the capital of the United States, there was also a storm brewing in secret. In the corner of the city street, a burst of rapid gunfire was heard. "Stop! Everyone, put your head down and squat down immediately." That's right, the person who fired the shot was the American policeman who emptied his magazine without saying a word. In the alley, several black youths in hip-hop clothes looked back at the 2 policemen, panting. "Fuck you white ghosts, if you squat down, we will have a live horse? Run!" After saying this, several black youths disappeared from the alley. A moment later, several people gathered under a bridge. "Where is my brother? Where did my brother go? Has any one of you seen my brother?" A black youth excitedly asked the young men who ran out together. But no one present answered him. At this moment, a few companions came running over from a distance. "Phils, hurry back and save your brother. He's been knocked down by the police, and we don't have time to save him." Phils was stunned when he heard this. Half an hour later, Fields lay at the entrance of the alley and watched with his own eyes as his brother was carried into the red and green ambulance with his head covered with a white cloth. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fields was lying in the shabby rental house smoking a cigarette, with the light on his mobile phone showing the latest news. "The latest report is that our city's police officers encountered several black youths stealing on the streets while patrolling tonight. During the resistance, they shot and killed a young man from Fairleigh." With a click, Phils turned off his phone and pinched out the cigarette butt in his mouth with his fingers. There was a hissing sound and a burning smell came, and 2 lines of tears fell from Phil's eyes. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. I will definitely avenge you, I definitely will." Soon, Fields was searching online for places to buy guns. But after asking around, I couldn't find any suitable channels. Although gun ownership is common in the United States, for a black person, owning a gun legally is as difficult as climbing to the sky. So, Phils could only use the safest method to ask for help online. But after searching around, he still couldn't find a suitable channel to buy a gun. But at this moment, Phils received a link from a friend. "There's a shop on the arms trading forum that should have what you want. Brother, if you want to buy it, let's go together. I've been wanting to kill those white-skinned ghosts for a long time." Without hesitation, Phils clicked on the link immediately. When he saw the wide variety of guns and ammunition in the Ranha flagship store, Fields was very excited, especially because the guns inside were very cheap. The money he saved from selling luxury goods for free was enough to buy 2 good guns. More importantly, this store can deliver the goods to your door in a short time. Phils suddenly felt that God had closed the door for him, but opened a window for him. This was simply the most reasonable place to buy a gun in his dream. In this way, within a few minutes, Fields directly contacted more than a dozen black young people who had the same ideals and ambitions as himself. After a few people discussed it, they pooled their money and bought more than 10 AKs, tens of thousands of bullets, and dozens of grenades from the Ranha flagship store. To be honest, if it were an ordinary black person, they would definitely not be able to afford this equipment, but what do people like Phils do? They have been doing $0 shopping since they were young, so naturally they have saved a lot of money over the years. "Boss, we need the goods as soon as possible." After placing the order, Phils took out his phone and sent a message to the owner of the Ranha flagship store. Soon, a reply came from the other side. "No problem, it will arrive within an hour, remember to give a good review." Seeing this news, all the black youths widened their eyes. "Are you kidding? An hour? Not to mention that this place is remote, he can't even drive here in an hour." However, an hour later, a dozen black youths looked at the silver-white box at the door, which was full of brand new, unopened AKs, as well as neatly arranged bullets and grenades. "Oh my God, is there something wrong with my eyes? Amazing, so amazing, this must be a dream. 1 hour, really 1 hour, that's amazing." Phils was the first to pick up an AK and looked at everyone with a stern expression. "Tonight, we're going to make those white-skinned ghosts in police uniforms taste the grievances we've suffered over the years." Set off. 2 o'clock in the morning. There were no pedestrians on the streets of New York. But the police patrol cars continued. At this moment, 2 black youths in plain clothes slowly walked out of the alley. "Stop, what are you doing?" The policeman in the car shouted loudly with a loudspeaker because he seemed to see that the 2 men were holding an AK in their hands. However, the 2 black youths didn't waste any time talking and just opened fire. Data. The policeman who had just exposed half of his body was immediately swept into a hornet's nest. The police officer inside was just about to drive away when there was a loud bang and a grenade exploded under the car. In an instant, 2 police officers and a patrol car became a sea of fire. At the same time, a fierce gun battle broke out on the streets on the other side of New York. Headquarters, we've been ambushed. The enemy has heavy firepower. Requesting support. However, just as he finished speaking, the bullets from the AK rained down on the man's chest. Before he died, he saw with his own eyes 2 black youths jumping down from the alley, with AKs on their shoulders, and disappeared into the night with arrogant steps. There was also a loud bang on the other side of the street, and a patrol car exploded directly. That night, citizens across New York reported hearing loud gunfire outside their homes. The arms of Ranha flagship store have completely made their mark in the wealthy city of New York. In the conference room of the New York White House, the president slammed the latest report onto the table. Where did these people buy their guns from? Could it be that Ranha flagship store again? An information department manager lowered his head and said, "Reporting to the president, judging from the guns in the hands of the bandits killed at the scene, they were indeed purchased from the Ranha flagship store. There were 15 of them in total, and their actions this time were full of revenge, so the protests from the citizens outside are also very strong. I don't care about that. You must lead everyone and investigate this Ranha flagship store. Which country is it from? Who is behind this flagship store? Why can they buy arms into my city, and you idiots don't know anything about it?" Chapter 18 Global Search, The Mysterious Ranha Flagship Store. Just when New York was in chaos, the sun slowly rose over China. What happened in the United States soon spread to the country. Although news dissemination today is not as fast as it will be 10 years later, it should not be underestimated. Countless military enthusiasts and experts have begun to express their opinions online, discussing and analyzing the recent situation in East China and what is happening in the United States. At this time, in the meeting room of the highest leader of the Chinese nation. With a snap, the leader pointed at the Ranha flagship store's investigation results and shook his head, saying, "It's been so long, and we still haven't found anything. It's too slow. Leader, our people have tried every possible means, but the Ranha flagship store is truly like a ghost. There's no information about it at all. I think other countries have had the same results, and the US is even more anxious than we are. The combined arsenal of weapons in this flagship store is enough to support the entire population of a small country. Furthermore, all of the weapons here are brand new and incredibly comprehensive. The most terrifying thing is their shipping speed. No matter where you are, they ship within seconds, arriving within 24 hours at the latest. This is definitely not what an ordinary private enterprise should have. We suspect that this is some country secretly brewing a conspiracy, which is why they launched it. In any case, no one in our country would do this, because our country has very strict gun control, and provinces and cities do not allow such a terrible company to exist." After listening to these people's reports, the leader still shook his head. "No, keep investigating. No matter which country he exists in, I want to know the specific information." "Good leader, we will definitely go all out." At this moment, not only China, but all countries in the world are mobilizing all their strength to continuously search for information about the Ranha flagship store. But no matter what method they used, they still knew nothing. Huaxia, Tianhai City, in the men's dormitory of the University of Finance and Economics. Chu Ran, who was lying on the bed, was the first to hear the discussion among his roommates in the dormitory. "Did you watch the news? There were a lot of shootings in the US last night. I heard that more than a dozen police officers were killed. Damn, is it that violent? Who did this? It seems like a few black people, who bought guns from nowhere, disrupted the entire New York overnight. Now the headlines are analyzing which country is deliberately disrupting the US government. Hey boss, you seem to be taking the international situation very seriously, right? So, what's going on with the conflict at the power buds these days? You're being one-sided, aren't you, second brother? It's not just the clashes between the Zelaya government forces and the Free Army, there's also the embassy attack in Bajizatan and the Hamas movement in Balestan. Haha, in my opinion, this is definitely a very deliberate and long-planned conspiracy. Someone must be deliberately using this method of selling arms to stir up trouble in East China and cause chaos in the United States. That way, our country can develop and reap the benefits." Chu Ran, lying on the bed, listened to the discussion of his roommates and smiled helplessly. He really didn't expect that simply selling arms would cause such a big trouble. "I swear to God, I, Chu Ran, just want to make some money and have no intention of causing these countries to fight. Of course, as long as you sell arms, people will definitely die. He is thinking like this as a capitalist, so he will not act like a saint. Wouldn't these things happen if you didn't have your own flagship store? On the contrary, these things will still happen, but their appearance will only accelerate the evolution of history." After class in the morning, Chu Ran couldn't wait to stand up because he remembered that Fang Shia was going to treat him to dinner today. At this time, Fang Shia was also carrying her small school bag and standing at the door of the classroom looking at Chu Ran. "Chu Ran, I want to eat in the dormitory. Please pack some for me." At this moment, Yang Shia slowly came to Chu Ran and said something in a calm tone. Hearing this, the students around looked at Chu Ran curiously. Because everyone knows that Chu Ran has been pursuing Yang Shia, but after being rejected by Yang Shia a few days ago, Chu Ran has not been attentive to Yang Shia anymore. But unexpectedly, Yang Shia is now talking to Chu Ran on her own. The atmosphere in the classroom was very strange, and Chu Ran looked at Yang Shia in surprise. This woman must be mentally ill and has taken too many medicines, otherwise she wouldn't suddenly come up and talk to me like this. "Just go eat by yourself if you want to. I'll pack it for you. Who am I to you?" Chu Ran didn't hesitate and asked Yang Shia directly. At this moment, Yang Shia was stunned for a moment. She spoke to Chu Ran today out of curiosity and wanted to test Chu Ran. When Yang Shia heard from the people in the dormitory yesterday that Chu Ran sent Fang Shia to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, she felt that it was impossible. Even if that really happened, it must have been done intentionally by Chu Ran to attract his attention. But the girls in the dormitory were a little skeptical, so she made a bet with a few girls that with just one sentence, she could make Chu Ran obediently do things for them. After all, for a bootlicker, you should give him a little sweetness, then he will be very obedient. But I didn't expect Chu Ran to speak to me like this. Chu Ran, you! Yang Shia pointed at Chu Ran angrily, but Chu Ran didn't want to waste words with her at this moment. He pushed her away directly. Get out of the way first, I have something else to do. After saying this, Chu Ran walked out of the classroom. All that was left were a group of people at the back with dumbfounded expressions. Yang Shia was so angry that she yelled on the spot. Chu Ran! At the classroom door, Gua Lily watched this scene, and the smile on her lips became even more intense. Gua Lily, have you seen Fang Shia? Chu Ran glanced around the door, but didn't see Fang Shia's familiar figure. Gua Lily shook her head and said, He should have left early, Chu Ran. You were so manly just now. Chu Ran ignored her and ran out of the corridor. A moment later, at the fried rice window in the school cafeteria, Fang Shia was wearing loose sportswear and reached out to swipe her card. But at this moment, a hand grabbed her wrist. Classmate Fang Shia, I promised to treat you to a meal. It's not appropriate to treat only you, right? Fang Shia raised his head and saw Chu Ran looking at him with a smile. A few minutes later, Chu Ran and Fang Shia sat at the dining table, eating egg fried rice without adding anything in it, but they tasted very delicious. Why did you leave without saying goodbye just now? Didn't I ask you to wait for me at the door? Chapter 19. Routines have always won people's hearts. Fang Shia lowered her head, not knowing how to respond to Chu Ran's question for a moment. She just felt very awkward just now, especially when she saw Yang Shia ordering Chu Ran like that. She felt uncomfortable in her heart instantly. You were angry just now, weren't you? No! Fang Shia shook his head in refusal and continued to eat with his head down. Chu Ran was slightly stunned. How could he not understand his own woman? This girl Fang Shia will never say anything out loud, she always keeps it in her heart. The current situation is the best answer. How about we go out for a cup of coffee after dinner? Chu Ran still remembers that 10 years later, when they got married, they went to a coffee shop while shopping one day and the waiter asked how much sugar she wanted. Fang Shia said 1. Chu Ran thought Fang Shia liked bitter coffee, but she didn't expect that this girl had never drunk coffee before. She thought coffee was a milk tea-like drink that came with sugar. When she drank it, a very awkward expression appeared on her delicate little face, and Chu Ran laughed like crazy at that time. But looking back now, it is a different kind of sadness, because this means that Fang Shia has never tried this kind of drink since she was a child. Maybe for her, a cup of milk tea that costs a few dollars is already a luxury. I have something else to do. Fang Shia's daily schedule is very tight, which Chu Ran knows well. Due to her family situation, she works in the school library and has to go to a convenience store outside after work. It'll only take half an hour. After I'm done, I'll find someone to cover your shift at the convenience store for a day. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia was stunned with curiosity. She didn't seem to have told this guy that she worked in a convenience store, right? Chu Ran also noticed this problem at this time and said with a smile, Don't get me wrong, many people in the class know that you went to the convenience store. Fang Shia was silent for a moment, then looked at Chu Ran and said, Why are you doing this? Hey Fang Shia, we're all friends now. Is it okay for friends to have a cup of coffee? Fang Shia would never believe that someone could be so nice to her for no reason. Besides, she hadn't had many friends over the years, so why would he want to be her friend? It's just a cup of coffee. You're so busy at school every day that you don't go out much. Come on, go out for a walk. After saying this, Chu Ran stood up and helped put Fang Shia's finished lunchbox and his own into the recycling bin. A moment later, the two of them left the campus. During this time, Chu Ran called his second roommate, Hao Jiangwo. Hey, second brother, I remember you seemed to have a crush on that little girl at the convenience store in front of the school last time. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Fang Shia and I will go shopping later. You can cover for her and show off your manly charm at the convenience store. Haha, third brother, you're such a good brother. I really like that girl from their convenience store. It was love at first sight. With you and your sister-in-law helping me, I can definitely make it. Oh, by the way, did you really ask Fang Shia out? Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia next to him with his phone, then smiled and said, Of course, regardless of who your brother is, hurry up and don't be late. Okay, I'll be there right away. Wait a minute, did you just call me brother? No, your phone isn't working. I must have heard it wrong. I'm hanging up. Putting away his phone, Chu Ran smiled and walked side by side with Fang Shia, deliberately moving closer to the little girl. However, the sensitive Fang Shia immediately dodged like lightning and hurriedly kept a distance from Chu Ran. In this very strange way, the two of them arrived at a coffee shop not far from the school. This coffee shop was also where Chu Ran and Shinzimin came last time. After the two sat down, Chu Ran briefly introduced Fang Shia and then ordered 2 cups of coffee. During the meal, he did not ask Fang Shia what she wanted to drink, because he knew that Fang Shia had never been here and would not know how to order. Instead, he ordered a cup for her with the flavor that she liked in her previous life and later liked. In fact, for Fang Shia, coffee is not very suitable for her. Especially after seeing the price list on the menu, she has a deep resistance to this strange thing. But when the coffee came, I took a quick taste and found it tasted pretty good. Seeing Fang Shia savoring the food gently, Chu Ran's brows relaxed. Sure enough, Fang Shia's taste remained unchanged after all these years. A cup of coffee didn't take long, during which Chu Ran and Fang Shia talked a lot, but unfortunately it was Chu Ran who took the initiative to ask her questions, which made it feel like they were in an interview. When the coffee was almost over, Chu Ran received a call from Qiqingxuan. The two agreed to meet at the school gate later because he wanted to send Fang Shia there. Hey handsome guy, we have an event today. Couples who take photos and review them can get a 50% discount. Your current spending is 128 yuan, but if you participate in our event, you only need to pay 64 yuan. Next to the checkout counter, Chu Ran heard the waiter's warm reminder. He turned around to look at Fang Shia and found that she hurriedly lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, but Chu Ran had no intention of missing such a good opportunity. Classmate Fang Shia, the money I brought today doesn't seem to be enough. How about we join the event? When Fang Shia heard this, he lowered his head even deeper. The waiters nearby saw this scene and all laughed secretly. Oh, well, it looks like I'm going to be forced to wash dishes here to pay back the money. Chu Ran sighed helplessly. But Fang Shia said, I'll chip in with you, it should be enough to pay the bill. Oh. Chu Ran responded, then took out a 50 yuan bill from his pocket. That's all I have. How much do you have? Seeing Chu Ran's 50 yuan note, Fang Shia simply grabbed her wallet and said angrily, You. Chu Ran smiled and said, I think taking photos is still more cost-effective, really. A moment later, the two stood next to the coffee shop billboard. The waiter held up the Polaroid camera and said with a smile, Come closer, girl, raise your head higher, okay, higher. In the camera, Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia with a smile, while Fang Shia next to him raised her head slightly, and the stunning face under the side bangs was finally half revealed. Crack! At the last moment, Fang Shia felt a hand grabbing her little hand. As soon as she broke free, the waiter had already finished filming. Okay, here are your photos. They're really beautiful. Can we put them in the window display? Fang Shia. No. Chu Ran. Sure. Looking at the attitudes of the two, the waiter didn't know what to do for a moment. Sure, it's not something to be ashamed of, just let it go. After Chu Ran said this, he took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the waiter. Fang Shia next to her stared at Chu Ran instantly, and this time she raised her head more than when she took the photo just now. Chapter 20. The two words Ranhe will surely become famous throughout the world. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the coffee shop, Chu Ran and Fang Shia walked on the street together. Fang Shia, you're so beautiful, why do you always keep your head down and cover your face with your hair? Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran, who took the photo in front, and walked behind him with her lips pouted. Fraud! What did you say? Chu Ran turned around and looked at her. Fang Shia lowered his head and said, I call you a liar! What did I lie to you about? You said you didn't have enough money, so what did you come up with in the end? You can't blame me. I didn't have enough before the photo was taken, but after taking it I suddenly remembered that there was another one. Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran, so angry that she didn't know what to say. I just wanted a photo of the two of us. I'm really sorry if I offended you. After saying this, Chu Ran apologized sincerely. Over the years, he knew clearly when Fang Shia would backslide. For example, now if I act pitiful, this girl will probably start to soften her heart. Don't do this again. Fang Shia whispered something and then walked forward. But Chu Ran behind him showed a happy smile at this time. Yes, in this world, no one knows Fang Shia better than him. You are destined to be mine, Fang Shia. When the two returned to the school gate, Shinziming's Mercedes-Benz was parked there. Fang Shia, I won't be back this afternoon. You'll eat alone. Remember to eat meat, okay? Before parting, Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia and said something. Fang Shia glanced at Chu Ran, said nothing, and walked away. Maybe other people don't know and think that Fang Shia is indifferent because she doesn't speak, but Chu Ran knows clearly that if Fang Shia looks up at you, it means that in her mind, you are definitely someone she recognizes and is close to, otherwise she would not look at you. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Shinziming, Qi Qingxuan, and Wu Shiliang watched Chu Ran and Fang Shia say goodbye. Old Shen, that person just now is Mr. Chu's girlfriend, right? That should be the case. I've only met Mr. Chu once, and I think he's very young and mature. That girl just now looked very down-to-earth and simple. Our President Chu's life has just begun. Let's go, Mr. Chu is here, let's get off the car. Hello, Mr. Chu. All three of them got out of the car and shook hands with Chu Ran. We're all back. Let's get in the car and find a place to talk. Chu Ran didn't want to be seen near the school, so he hurriedly got into the car with the three of them. A moment later, in the same coffee shop, Chu Ran, Qi Qingxuan and the other two were sitting together at the window. Mr. Shen talked to us this morning. Mr. Chu, your quantum energy battery is truly amazing. We never thought there would be such a new energy source. Lao Qi and I came from the United States, thinking the technology there was already advanced enough. But we didn't expect that Mr. Chu would have such a research direction in China. I can guarantee that as long as we start work and put it into production as soon as possible, it will definitely be a hit. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. I thought so too, so I have to keep you guys busy recently. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu, we will definitely complete the task and will never let you down. Although Wu Shiliang is a middle-aged man in his 30s, he speaks passionately. Chu Ran said, Lao Qi, first tell me about your recent specific plans and how you plan to arrange them. Qi Qingxuan nodded and said, The technology of quantum energy peripheral batteries is absolutely groundbreaking, so we should register the patent first. Then, Old Wu and Old Shen will start to build the factory. I plan to start formal construction within 2 weeks and complete all construction within a month. We will begin production during the construction of the factory. We will use a staged construction method, producing and constructing at the same time, so that we can seize the market first. Old Wu should know that the US has also noticed this development. Tesla's Masco is a formidable competitor. His ambition and opportunities are truly enviable. We should seize the market first and expose our company's technology to the public. This will intimidate the other side. Finally, after the factory is successfully built, we can reveal our true ambitions. I believe that by then, the world will have its eyes on us. Chu Ran nodded in agreement. Lao Qi's idea is very good. Take advantage of this time to continue to improve it, and then make me a relevant plan. For now, we will start to do as you just said. We must do it quickly. I want to see results as soon as possible. But Lao Shen, you must remember that we cannot cut corners in production. All our products must be the best. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will strictly control it and will never discredit your research and hard work. Shinziming's statement was also very serious, and it was obvious that the three people present were all involved. In this way, Chu Ran was very confident in handing the company over to them. Before leaving, Chu Ran took out another 100 million yuan and gave it to Qi Qingxuan. This is the company's preliminary preparation. If it's not enough, keep asking me. Even though Qiqingxuan had been the CEO of a large American company for a long time, he never expected that someone as young as Chu Ran would come up with so much money all at once. The main reason is that Chu Ran is too low-key in his daily life. He doesn't drive and his clothes are very simple. You can't tell at all that he is a billionaire. Next, several people went to the company's new factory to take a look. Xin Ziming had already recruited several people, so everyone was busy. When they saw Chu Ran coming, they all stood up and greeted him. Chu Ran smiled and nodded, looking at the vast land in front of him with a deep look. In a few months, this will be a brand new place full of future. Chu Ran's shady business is now being carried out in secret, and his business that can be seen in the light is the appearance of this piece of land in front of him. As long as I can build up the new energy company, my life will open a new chapter. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chu, what is the name of the new company? We plan to register the company tomorrow. Hearing Wu Shiliang's question, Chu Ran was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Ran He. Although the ARMS flagship store uses this name, I am from New Energy, and the name is just similar. Who says that this name can only be used by the ARMS department? Of course, no one would have thought that the two words, Ranha, would become completely famous both at home and abroad in the next few years. In the evening, Chu Ran and a few others went to Hongyun restaurant for dinner. After all, Qiqingxuan and the others had just returned from abroad, and as the boss, Chu Ran must do his best to play the role of host. Chapter 21. You help me be my wingman. Boss Chu, just eat whatever you want. Seeing Chu Ran just entered the private room and ordered a lot of food in one breath, Qiqingxuan and others all felt embarrassed. Chu Ran said, Although the company has just started, it won't be a good impression if a CEO like me is stingy on my first dinner. Ha ha! Qiqingxuan and others all laughed heartily. At this time, in the lobby of Hongyun restaurant, Gua Lily walked in carrying a small bag. Xiao Gua, the classmate you asked me to inquire about last time is here again. He brought several bosses with him. They all look very wealthy. The manager just recommended a membership card to him. It seems that he plans to bring people here often. Hearing this, Gua Lily's eyes immediately lit up. Chu Ran came to Hongyun restaurant again? Sister, I'll lead the team when the dishes are served. After all, we are old classmates. You helped me this time, so I'll take your shift next time. Okay, it's easy since you're classmates. Remember the process I taught you and don't let the manager get hold of anything. Don't worry, it won't happen. Soon, the dishes ordered by Chu Ran began to arrive. After the door opened, Gua Lily walked in wearing a cheongsam and light makeup. Good evening everyone, let's serve the food. Chu Ran turned around slightly when he heard Gua Lily's voice. Their eyes met briefly, but no one pointed it out. Next, Gua Lily began to introduce all the cuisines in an elegant tone. Qiqingxuan, Wu Shiliang and Xin Ziming were all very calm. After all, they had all experienced big scenes and would not be alarmed by such a small matter at all. On the other side, Chu Ran was leaning back in his chair and listening leisurely, looking up at Gua Lily from time to time. All dishes have been served. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll be there to serve you. After saying this, Gua Lily pushed open the door of the box, and before leaving, her eyes lingered on Chu Ran for a moment. Come on, let's toast to Mr. Chu. This is for the first group of Ranha people to get together, for our factory to be built and put into production as soon as possible, and for the name Ranha to be known internationally. Cheers! Cheers! Outside the door, Gua Lily couldn't help but frown when she heard the sound of toasts coming from inside. She is now very curious about what Chu Ran is doing and why there are so many rich people. She felt that the people sitting inside had a very strong aura, and each of them had the demeanor of a wealthy person. Even Chu Ran looked at her just now as if he was looking at a child. Gua Lily, who used to be full of confidence, felt very insecure at this moment. When Chu Ran looked at her just now, she felt a little nervous. Just then, the door opened. Chu Ran smiled at the inside and then closed the door. Sir, may I ask? Gua Lily said it almost subconsciously, but she stopped halfway when she saw it was Chu Ran. Haha, Mr. Gua is really serious about his work. Gua Lily smiled and said, It's all for my classmates. Others won't have the chance to be entertained by me. Go get me a bottle of good wine, thanks to my old classmate. After Chu Ran finished speaking, he took out a banknote and placed it next to Gualili. Is this considered a tip? Of course, this money can't buy you good wine. Chu Ran, the people inside. Ms. Gua, I think you're a smart girl, so just keep it to yourself. Don't tell me, and don't ask me. Gualili looked at Chu Ran, was silent for a moment, nodded, and left. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock. Shin Ziming was ready to drive Chu Ran home, but Chu Ran refused. Anyway, the place was not far from the school, so he planned to walk back by himself. In this way, the few people parted ways, and Chu Ran paid the bill and left Hongyun restaurant. But not long after I left, I saw a girl running out of the restaurant. Chu Ran, wait for me, let's go back together. Gualili was carrying her small bag and wearing high heels, so her whole body trembled when she ran. Chu Ran paused politely for a moment and then said, Gualili's evening class should end in the early morning, right? I'm not feeling well today, so I want to go back early. Chu Ran nodded and said, Well, pay more attention to rest. Chu Ran, you were very talkative when we were discussing business just now. Why are you so cold in front of girls? I told you to take some rest. Is that still considered indifferent? When Gualili heard Chu Ran's question, she felt helpless for a moment. But after a moment of silence, Gualili began to ask questions again consciously. Chu Ran, are you really breaking up with Yang Shuya and not planning to pursue her anymore? If you were rejected by a boy in front of so many people, would you still continue? Not necessarily. It depends on the person. If that boy is someone I particularly like, I would still do it. After saying this, Gualili raised her head and paid special attention to Chu Ran's movements. However, Chu Ran acted extremely calm at this time. Haha, then it seems I don't particularly like her. Gualili felt relieved when she heard this, but she was still curious and asked, So, what's your situation with Fang Shia? Student Gualili, you are such a gossip. I'm just a little curious. Okay, I admit I'm a gossiper. Then I'll satisfy your curiosity. I do like Fang Shia, and I've already decided that she's the woman of my future. When Chu Ran said this, he was staring into Gualili's eyes, so he was very serious. Gualili also stood there in a daze for a moment, dumbfounded as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She never expected that the one who defeated her was the inconspicuous Fang Shia. She originally thought that Chu Ran didn't like Yang Shuya, and she had some hope, but the hope had just risen when it was suppressed. This uncomfortable feeling made her a little overwhelmed. Classmate Gualili, why don't you leave? Chu Ran looked back at her and asked curiously. Gualili nodded hurriedly, suppressing a laugh. No, I just suddenly thought of something. Classmate Gualili, are we friends now? Hearing Chu Ran ask her this, Gualili nodded hurriedly. Of course. You helped me chase Yang Shuya before, but now I've changed my target. Are you willing to be my wingman? Huh? What wingman? Just to help chase Fang Shia. Gualili was dumbfounded again. How could this guy be so shameless? She wanted to pursue Fang Shia and asked for her help, but Gualili soon changed her mind. A successful man doesn't just have one woman. Although Chu Ran likes Fang Shia, if I get close to Chu Ran now, I will still have many opportunities in the future. It's better than turning against him now, right? Gualili is a very smart woman, so she quickly understood the pros and cons. Okay, since you begged me, I'll agree, but I have one condition. Chapter 22. An order comes from a wealthy man worth 300 million. What conditions? Chu Ran looked at Gualili curiously. If this woman was trained well, she would indeed be a capable assistant, because he also knew that this woman was indeed smart. I work at Hongyun. Although I like my job there, it's sometimes too tiring, especially on the late shift. Okay, I'll go and talk to you next time. I'm not sure if it will work out. Chu Ran, do you think I will believe what you say? A person who spends tens of thousands of dollars on a casual meal is a VIP in our restaurant. Your words are more effective than our managers. Haha, classmate Gualili did a very thorough investigation. Gualili lowered her head instantly, a little embarrassed, and said, I am indeed a bit gossipy, but I don't mean anything by it, so don't think too much about it. Alright, from now on, just concentrate on being my wingman. Report Fang Shia's daily schedule and anyone else who wants to contact her to me. You have my contact information, right? Gua Lily nodded, and didn't dare to say more at this time. After all, too much talk would lead to mistakes. After returning to school, the two separated. One returned to the men's dormitory, and the other returned to the women's dormitory. Auntie, I want to change my dorm tomorrow. I want to move to room 405 across from us. There are people from my class here. Could you help me? As soon as Gua Lily returned to the dormitory, she asked the dormitory manager for instructions. After saying this, she took out a beauty card from her bag and handed it over. 405 is Fang Shia and her roommate's dormitory. If you want to get to know Fang Shia, you must start by making friends with her. Anyway, you don't want to stay with Yang Shia and the others, so you might as well start changing dormitories. At the same time, Chu Ran also returned to his dormitory. The roommates were still playing games happily as usual. Hey, third brother is back. I heard you went on a date with Fang Shia today. How was it? Third brother, we were waiting for your news, but we didn't even have a midnight snack. We just wanted to eat melons. Chu Ran smiled and said, It's natural that I, Master Chu, will take action. Hey, why hasn't the second brother come back yet? The eldest brother, Wang Rui, pointed at the balcony and said, Over there. Ever since returning from the convenience store, he's been so happy he couldn't stop talking. He's been chatting with someone on WeChat for quite a while. As soon as he finished speaking, the balcony door opened and the second son Hao Jiangwo walked out happily. Third brother, I won't say anything more. Today you helped me get a job at a convenience store. That young lady praised me for my hard work. From now on, I will help Fang Shia with her part-time job at the convenience store, but I will give her the full salary. Chu Ran smiled and said, Good brother, why don't you help me with my previous part-time job? Let me tell you, there are quite a few young ladies in the shops I go to. Roll, 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 the waters are 3,000 deep, and I only take one scoop. Old Erpio is great. Chu Ran smiled and took his toiletries and went out to take a shower, while the other people in the dormitory laughed wildly. At 10 o'clock in the evening, several roommates in the dormitory were still lying on their beds discussing which movie was good. Chu Ran covered himself with the quilt and checked his own flagship arms store. With the 200 million yuan order yesterday, his arms prestige value increased by another point. So Chu Ran can draw the lottery now, but he is not in a hurry to do so. Instead, we start processing those merchants who are ready to place orders. After the attack in the United States last night, many people in the forum are now discussing the powerful delivery methods of Ranha flagship store. More than a dozen black youths went berserk in one night, and all of them were equipped with terrifyingly good weapons. This was obviously the work of the Ranha flagship store. What they didn't know was that Chu Ran was now in the arms store, and there were many IPs from the United States asking about the price of his guns. Chu Ran has made a form with all the ordering procedures and sent it directly. As long as you want to place an order, you can transfer the money immediately and send the coordinates, and you can receive the weapons immediately. Chu Ran actually doesn't care much about these retail investors, but fortunately the quantity is gradually increasing now. What he cares about most is naturally the national-level orders. Just after I sent a group message to individual customers about the ordering process, I immediately saw negotiations with several large merchants. One of the IPs immediately caught Chu Ran's attention. It was sent by a customer from a big country. Hello boss, I need a relatively large order here. I wonder if you can take it. Send it over and let's take a look. If I can't finish it here, I believe no other business can. After Chu Ran replied, a list of orders was soon sent over. 10,000 AK-7s, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, 50,000 grenades, 50,000 RPG shells, 10,000 160mm mortars, 500 anti-tank guns, 10 howitzers of each type, and 500 rounds of ammunition for each of the above types of artillery. Seeing these orders, Chu Ran instantly became interested. He felt a little flattered that they were discussing business with him. But he knew clearly that the weapons in his flagship store were all terribly cheap. Even if Dabian produced them with his own machines, the cost price would probably be about the same. But how expensive is it to start a machine production? It also consumes manpower, financial resources and time. Why not spend money to order it from outside? That's why I went to Chu Ran to discuss the order tonight. No problem, the goods will be delivered within 10 hours. Please follow the rules of the Ranha flagship store and pay first before delivery. After Chu Ran typed his reply, he nodded happily. According to the budget, if this batch of arms was successful, he would be able to earn more than 300 million Chinese yuan in the end. By this calculation, the money to start the Ranha new energy factory is definitely enough, and more than enough. Dear boss, our order amount is too large. Can't we pay the deposit first and then ship it? Just when Chu Ran was happy, Deepening also sent his own doubts. Chu Ran smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, this has always been the rule in our store. Please rest assured that we will never break our promise. At the same time, inside the big soil, a general in the military folded his arms, his very burly figure swaying from side to side in the office. Pay first, then ship. This store's rules are really weird. The subordinate stood beside the computer and looked at the leader curiously. General, what should we do? He said that if we don't pay first, then the order can't be completed. Chapter 23. The Bear Country began to panic. This Shang dynasty was too terrifying. Pay him the money. We really need this shipment right now. Once it arrives, we'll inspect it thoroughly. If it passes the test, we'll order our weapons from here. Hearing the general's words, his subordinates nodded hurriedly and started to operate. Tianhai City, in the boys' dormitory. Chu Ran was still confused when looking at the chat dialog box. But then he saw a text message on his mobile phone, and the 400 million yuan was transferred in. Depend on! Chu Ran shouted excitedly. The brothers who were watching a movie in the dormitory all looked up at him stupidly. Third brother, what's wrong with you? If you want to see it, come over and see it together. What's the point of hiding in the bed by yourself? Chu Ran waved his hands and said, It's okay, it's okay. Continue watching yourselves. I was just dreaming. Several people chuckled and continued to gather together to study the poses in the film. Chu Ran excitedly opened the message and looked at his balance. Adding the more than 100 million yuan he had left, he now had 580 million Chinese yuan in his card. Of course, after shipping the goods to the Bear Country, the cost price will be deducted, and the transportation price will be free for the first time. But even so, the funds in his hands are still very considerable. After a while, Chu Ran calmed down and replied to the Bear Country. After receiving the coordinates, he started shipping directly and said that the first shipment would be free, but if they wanted to cooperate in the future, they would have to pay for the shipping fee. The Bear Country is very happy. The transportation cost of so many arms is very expensive, but now it is waived. This merchant is really good. Next, Chu Ran processed more than a dozen personal orders and made a small profit of several $1 million. In short, before his roommates had finished researching a film, Chu Ran had already completed an order worth 350 million. After processing these orders, Chu Ran began to prepare for the lottery. The fortune this evening is truly unstoppable. I hope I can draw something good in the technology field next time. Thinking of this, Chu Ran started the lottery with excitement. Let the lottery begin. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the quantum energy core battery. This battery not only has ultra-high energy density, but also has the characteristics of instant charging, ultra-long life, environmental friendliness, and high safety. Ultra-high energy density. The quantum energy core uses quantum fields to store and release energy, with an energy density far exceeding that of traditional lithium iron phosphate batteries. This means that for the same volume or weight, the quantum energy core can provide several times or even dozens of times more power. Instant charging. Utilizing the quantum tunneling effect, the quantum energy core can be fully charged in an extremely short time, significantly reducing charging wait time and improving usage efficiency. Ultra-long life. Because the quantum energy core's energy storage mechanism is completely different from that of traditional batteries, it is virtually unaffected by the number of charge and discharge cycles, resulting in a virtually unlimited cycle life. Environmentally friendly, the quantum energy core produces no harmful substances during production and use, making it harmless to the environment. At the same time, its efficient energy conversion reduces energy waste and contributes to sustainable development. High safety. The quantum energy core's structural design makes it extremely stable and will not explode or burn even under extreme conditions. In addition, its built-in intelligent management system monitors battery status in real time to ensure safe use. Application scenarios. Due to its exceptional performance, the quantum energy core is widely used in future electric vehicles, aerospace, portable electronic devices, and large-scale energy storage systems. It not only promotes technological advancement, but also profoundly changes human lifestyles and social structures. Seeing this detailed introduction, Chu Ran's excitement surged again. The first time he extracted a quantum peripheral battery, but this time he extracted a quantum core battery. Although both technologies are called quantum batteries, they are worlds apart. Because one is just getting started, while the other has reached the level of perfection. If this technology is used to produce new energy batteries, the whole world will be crazy about it. After thinking for a moment, Chu Ran calmed down a little, because he knew that although he now had this technology, he couldn't pour it all out at once. Quantum peripheral batteries are already epoch-making. We should first launch this technology in a short period of time, and then deliver the real core technology when the time is ripe and our own company and industry are strong enough. That night, Chu Ran was so happy that he fell asleep in the late night. At the same time, within the territory of the Bear Country, dozens of large military trucks were parked in a desert. Immediately afterwards, the Russian army in military uniforms jumped out of the car and began to move around. The general who gave the order last night, and was in charge, jumped out of the car wearing military boots. "General, we have sent outposts everywhere and activated our radar, but we still haven't seen any transport equipment entering our territory." After hearing the report from his subordinates, the general took off his sunglasses, looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and then said something in the Russian language. "Wait a little longer." Time passed by minute, and just when everyone was getting impatient, suddenly something strange appeared in the sky. "General, please look, many white boxes appeared in the sky." The general of the Bear Country looked up and his pupils shrank instantly. "No news from our radar?" The subordinate beside him nodded. "That's right, General. These transport equipment are so amazing that we didn't even notice them. This must be the most advanced transport equipment, and it's hidden enough to evade our radar detection. Immediately disperse and receive the cargo." 2 hours later, the entire desert was filled with countless silver-white boxes, each of which was wrapped in anti-collision capsules. "Reporting to the general, all weapons and equipment are complete, all ammunition is brand new and unopened, even the artillery is the latest. It's incredible. The other party must be a major arms dealer, otherwise it would be impossible to produce so much ammunition." Hearing this, the Mao Xionghui general nodded seriously and said, "Bring all the goods back to the troops and call a special plane for me immediately. I will report this to the Emperor. Perhaps we will have a strong partner in the future, or perhaps this is a big threat." Hearing this, his subordinates nodded seriously. Being able to produce such a huge military equipment, the other party's origins must be no less than their country. This matter is indeed incredible. Just as the Bear Country was receiving the goods, Tianhai City, far away in China, Chu Ran woke up from the bed and looked at the message Guo Lily sent him. "I've already infiltrated the inner circle and am Fang Shia's roommate. From now on, I'll be her closest friend. I'll tell you anything you want to know." Chapter 24: A stunning beauty that makes all girls feel ashamed. Chu Ran was also a little surprised by Guo Lily's behavior. He didn't expect that this woman would work so hard to get close to him. However, it is not bad to have someone by Fang Shia's side. In the future, I will be able to grasp Fang Shia's movements in more detail. Since Guo Lily has done this much, Chu Ran must express her gratitude. After brushing his teeth, Chu Ran stood on the balcony and called the manager of Hongyun. "Boss Chu, good morning. It's not that our hotel wasn't good enough last night, so Boss Chu called me personally. Don't worry, just tell me and I'll solve it right away." Why is Hongyun's manager so polite to Chu Ran? Of course it's because of his financial ability. In just 1 week, Chu Ran went to Hongyun twice. He spent more than 30,000 yuan the first time and nearly 50,000 yuan the second time. In this era, anyone who can spend so much must be a big customer of Hongyun. Moreover, Chu Ran applied for a VIP card at Hongyun last night, which was issued by his boss personally. This kind of VIP card represents a customer who cannot be offended, so the manager of Hongyun was very respectful to Chu Ran. Manager Zhang, it's nothing. You should know Gualili. She's my classmate and wanted me to help her. After all, she's a student and working the night shift is really hard. Boss Chu, I understand. I'll go to the hotel later and transfer Xiaogui's shift. She can come here after school every day and go back to school before 10 p.m. Her monthly salary will remain the same. What do you think of this? Excuse me, Manager Zhang. I'll top up your VIP card with 200,000 yuan in a minute. I'll come to your place more often when I have clients. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran smiled slightly. It is indeed good to have money. It can really solve many problems. After having a simple breakfast with a few roommates, Chu Ran went to class with them. In fact, Chu Ran really has nothing to do now. Although he has assets worth hundreds of millions, he is actually busy at the ARMS flagship store. The new energy company is controlled by Qiqing and 3 others, and Chu Ran is very relieved about this. The reason why I came to the classroom now was actually that I wanted to pay more attention to Fang Shia. I was used to the sweetness between the two in their previous life. Suddenly, I could see the person I like in a classroom during college. This feeling was really wonderful. As soon as Chu Ran entered the classroom for this professional class, he chose a seat at the back. Just as a few roommates were about to sit over, they were immediately driven away by Chu Ran. Sit behind me, this place is reserved. After hearing Chu Ran's words, they knew that Chu Ran had forgotten his friends for the sake of beauty. Sure enough, not long after, people in the classroom began to come in one after another, and soon Fang Shia also walked in. In the past, she was alone, but today there was a girl next to her, that was Gualili. Shia, let's sit over there. After saying this, Gualili took Fang Shia directly to Chu Ran. Fang Shia glanced at Chu Ran and wanted to sit outside, but Gualili pulled her inside. You sit inside, I'll sit outside. Seeing Gualili's little movements, Chu Ran suddenly felt very fortunate that he had found such a wingman. Of course, even if Gualili wasn't there, she would definitely find a way to get Fang Shia over, but this way is definitely more time-saving and labor-saving. Classmate Fang Shia, we agreed to be friends, but now you don't even dare to sit next to me? Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia curiously, while the latter hurriedly shook his head. I want to learn. Chu Ran smiled and said, Go ahead and study. I won't bother you. After saying this, Chu Ran lay down on the table, his eyes fixed on Fang Shia beside him. Seeing this scene, Gualili next to her couldn't help but curl her lips. She was a little jealous in her heart, but at this time it was just a little jealous, because she felt that even if she was jealous, she couldn't be jealous. After moving into Fang Shia's dormitory last night, Gualili used her versatile way of making friends to get closer to Fang Shia. Fang Shia is not actually against others, she just doesn't like to communicate with others. If others are nice to her, she will definitely remember it. In this way, Gualili successfully started talking to Fang Shia and began to slowly get in touch with her. The two even went to the bathroom together in the morning. It was during this bath, in the bathroom, that Gualili learned Fang Shia's true appearance. It was beautiful, really beautiful. Even Gualili was stunned for a moment, and felt inferior to her. She used to think Fang Shia looked ugly with her head down, and her hair covering her face, but now she really saw this Loki girl. Her true appearance was definitely better than those stars on the screen. What's more important was that her figure, which she had always been proud of, was now surpassed by Fang Shia. Because they were in the bathroom, she saw Fang Shia's true figure. Although Fang Shia was a little shorter than her, her figure was too exaggerated. She was thin where she should be thin, and had the right features. Not only that, she had a lot of features. At this moment, the school beauty Yang Shia was just a maid in front of Fang Shia. No wonder Chu Ran suddenly changed his target. That guy must have seen Fang Shia's true face by chance, otherwise he would never care so much about Fang Shia. Alas, it's a good thing that I agreed to help Chu Ran at the critical moment. If I had stood against him and become Fang Shia's love rival, how much courage would that have taken? So when Gualili saw the look in Chu Ran's eyes as he looked at Fang Shia, she felt somewhat relieved. Behind Chu Ran, the eldest brother Wang Rui, the second brother Hao Jiangwo, and the fourth brother Zhang Hao also held their chins and looked ahead. This guy, Lao San, is amazing. On the one hand, he likes Fang Shia, and on the other hand, He can even get Gua Lily to help him pick up other girls. The most important thing is, I think there's something wrong with the way Gua Lily looks at the third brother. What a sin! The third brother is simply not a human being. Who can stop him from doing this? Can a person have two relationships at the same time? I don't agree. Hearing what the fourth brother said, the eldest and second brothers looked at him with a sneer. At the same time, not far away in the classroom, another pair of eyes were staring at Chu Ran and Fang Shia. That bitch Gua Lily actually hooked up with Chu Ran and even helped him pursue Fang Shia. I was wondering why she suddenly wanted to change dorms. Turns out it was to get closer to Fang Shia. Yang Shia said this with gritted teeth. The girl from the same dormitory next to her also spoke up. Sister Shia, Chu Ran has been pursuing Fang Shia for a while now. People see them in the restaurant every day. I don't know why Chu Ran would fall for a woman like that. Shut up, are you saying that I'm not even as good as Fang Shia? Yang Shia shouted angrily. Chapter 25, Ranha Flagship Store, is it from China? For Yang Shia, she can reject others, but others cannot dislike her. Perhaps it was the arrogance she had developed since she was a child that caused her to start having some twisted thoughts in her mind. In short, Yang Shia felt uncomfortable when she saw the look Chu Ran gave Fang Shia, and she left the classroom before the class was over. After the professional course ended, Chu Ran had no classes left, so he invited Fang Shia to go shopping outside. But this silly girl still wanted to work part-time at the library. There was no other way, so one of them had to work part-time while the other pretended to read in the library. Although he said he was reading, Chu Ran was actually taking care of his business in the forum with his mobile phone. The situation in the United States is very chaotic right now, with shootings happening frequently. This is because the guns from the Ranha flagship store are delivered to everyone without regard for anyone. This made all the black young people have their own ideas. Many of them bought a lot of guns in succession, and even purchased various grenades, RPGs, and other more lethal firepower equipment. This led to American police patrolling in groups at night. In addition, the United States even issued a special order that all U.S. citizens are not allowed to purchase firearms at arms trading forums, and all gun owners need a gun license. Finally, the arms trading forum was also designated as a dangerous website and could not be visited. However, the devil is always better than the way. As long as the Ranha flagship store exists, many hackers will still use various means to climb over the wall to the Ranha flagship store to help purchase arms. After all, the guns bought from Ranha are cheaper than many black market ones in reality. In short, if you pick up your phone now, you will definitely see a large-scale shooting in a certain city in the United States, and the other party may have used large-scale firepower such as automatic rifles, grenades, and mortars. All of this is because Chu Ran's Ranha flagship store is too powerful. The situation is turbulent abroad, and here in China, netizens' comments are also very intense. Everyone is guessing who this businessman who can trade arms everywhere is. In addition, many people in China have also tried to log into the arms trading forum and want to buy guns from the Ranha flagship store, but as soon as their accounts started to speak, they were prompted that they were banned and could not be used on that forum at all. For Chu Ran, it doesn't matter if people from other countries buy these arms, but he will definitely not open up the purchasing rights to China. Not to mention ordinary people, even if the official side showed up, Chu Ran would not make a deal. Soon, Chu Ran saw the reviews from the Bear Country below his flagship store. The shipment was fast and the weapons were brand new. It was a very satisfactory transaction. What's even more exaggerated is that the Russian country did not even hide its IP address. In short, as soon as this comment appeared, it caused heated discussion in the entire trading forum. It's amazing! The Iron Bear country is also buying it in the Ranha flagship store. Doesn't this further prove that the arms from the Ranha flagship store are trustworthy? To be honest, I've already placed orders for nearly 1 million worth of firearms at the Ranha flagship store during this period. Every single one of them is a classic. Many firearms I've never seen before are no longer available on the market, but I can still buy them at Ranha. More importantly, the store's delivery speed is incredibly fast. If you place an order on the same day, it's usually delivered in the afternoon, or at the latest the next morning. I can say that the Ranha flagship store is the best arms trading store I've ever seen. This move by the Bear Country should be a clear signal to all major powers that this Ranha flagship store is definitely not our work, Otherwise we would not place orders in our own store. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Ranha flagship store staged this themselves. Based on the arms supply and shipment volume of the Ranha flagship store, I can't think of any other country that can do that. I suspect this is a shop secretly organized by the leaders of several countries. You know, the arms trade is incredibly profitable. The profits from the past 2 days alone are probably in the hundreds of millions. Who could resist such temptation? What if, this flagship store belongs to one person? That's absolutely impossible, because it's impossible for one person to complete such a huge transaction, and the delivery network spans all over the world. If it really was one person, then that person could rule the world. The Chinese officials were also curious at this time. Because the entire Chinese Technical Information Department has used many technologies and means in just a few days to try to find some clues about the Ranha flagship store, but there has been no news. Unable to find any information about Ranha, the person in charge on the Chinese side was also feeling insecure. At present, several major countries in the world, including the United States and Russia, have expressed their attitudes and produced relevant evidence to show that they have nothing to do with Ranha store. However, China has been slow to express its position, especially on the two words, Ranha. Translated into many languages, these two words are closer to the meaning of Chinese. In addition, another reason is that Fang Shia had also tried to contact the Ranha flagship store, saying that they also wanted to buy some arms from the flagship store, but as soon as they opened their mouths, their account was banned. But the authorities refused to give up. Could it be that their inquiry method was not to their liking? After trying several accounts in a row, they were all blocked. In the end, the authorities had no choice but to try using an external account to bypass the firewall. However, when it was mentioned that the transaction coordinates for transporting arms were within China, the Ranha flagship store directly stated that it would never trade with people from China and declined their offer. Through this, the Chinese officials became even more uneasy. Why didn't Ranha trade with the Chinese? It is obvious that they are afraid of the Chinese nation. But the other party is not even afraid of the United States. Now it has caused chaos in the United States. Will it still be afraid of China? Obviously, this is not fear at all, but the other party did it intentionally. So what is the meaning of his doing this? The Chinese officials immediately came up with a bold idea, which is that the Ranha flagship store is likely to be in China. Although this idea is bold, there is no evidence, and it is just their speculation. But no matter what, as long as the true identity of the Ranha flagship store is not revealed, no country will be at peace. Therefore, China also issued a death order and used various methods to investigate the true identity of the Ranha flagship store. Chu Ran didn't care about these at all because he had the help of the system. No matter who it is, they will not find out about me. He was now thinking about how to invite Fang Shia out for dinner. After all, according to Gualili's report, this little girl has to study and work part-time every day, which makes her very tired. Chu Ran also wants to give her some good nourishment. Chapter 26 Fang Shia, I want you to be my girlfriend. Fang Shia, come with me to the city center later. Chu Ran held the book, leaned against the bookshelf, and watched Fang Shia sorting the books around her. At this time, Fang Shia was squatting on the ground, checking the classification of each book very carefully. No, I'm going to work part-time at a convenience store. You don't have to go to the convenience store job. My roommate Hao Jiangwo can help you. Hearing this, Fang Shia was slightly stunned, then whispered, I don't need anyone's help. Since he's gone, I'll find another job. Chu Ran smiled bitterly and said, He is doing voluntary labor, and I will give you his salary every month. Fang Shia put the books in her hands in order, then raised her head slightly and looked at Chu Ran. What are you going to do? Chu Ran looked at the little girl and knew that she was a little serious now. It's okay for friends to help each other, right? Fang Shia said calmly. Although I don't have any friends, I know that the help between friends will never be so profound. You are. Yeah, that's right, I want to pursue you and make you my girlfriend. After saying this, Chu Ran felt refreshed and very happy. Compared to the first time he confessed to Fang Shia in his previous life, Chu Ran was more serious and calm now. This calmness came from his bones. He just wanted to give a warm harbor to this little girl from a miserable family. At this time, Fang Shia finally raised her head and looked at Chu Ran. After his rebirth, Chu Ran saw his wife's face clearly for the first time. Those eyes, hidden by her short hair, twinkled like stars. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if they could see through people's hearts, drawing them involuntarily into her. Her straight nose and soft jawline combined to create a delicate and captivating face. Her skin was fair and delicate, like early spring petals, exuding a freshness and tenderness. Her lips were naturally rosy, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth seemed to carry a subtle hint of tenderness and smile. Whenever she smiled, her eyes curved into two crescents, revealing an indescribable sweetness and kindness. Her beauty is unassuming, yet hard to ignore. She's like tea, the kind that requires careful savoring to discover its allure. It might seem bland at first, but a closer look reveals its richness and depth. She's so understated and reserved, yet she effortlessly exudes an irresistible charm. I just want to study hard and not think about these things. Fang Shia was silent for a moment, and finally said this. Hearing this, Chu Ran was very happy because he knew Fang Shia best. As long as this girl says she doesn't like it, she will never say another word to you. But now she didn't say that she didn't like it, but was looking for other reasons to fool herself. It was obvious that Fang Shia didn't dislike it, but had other concerns. As for her concerns, Chu Ran naturally knew them, so at this moment Chu Ran was not angry, but smiled and said, Then I will wait for you to graduate. Fang Shia didn't know what to say, so she lowered her head and continued to organize the books. Chu Ran turned and left, returning to the table to continue processing orders from the flagship store. But not long after, Fang Shia slowly walked over. What you just said is true? Chu Ran smiled and nodded. It's true. Fang Shia hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak when Chu Ran smiled and said, Just kidding, silly girl. I respect your opinion. Let's talk about it after graduation. Okay, go back to work. After school, I'll take you downtown to play. You've been too tired lately and need to relax. Fang Shia, life isn't just about studying and making money. You're still just a student, so just play your role well. I'll help you with the rest. Fang Shia nodded and left obediently. Looking at the silly look of this girl, Chu Ran knew that she was not really stupid, but she did not know how to deal with it because it was her first time encountering such a thing. From childhood to adulthood, the only thing in her mind was to study hard and work hard, and she never thought about these things. But my appearance did make Fang Shia's mind waver. It was not because Chu Ran's skills in picking up girls were so clever, but because he really knew this other half who had shared a bed with me for many years. So everything Chu Ran did, even every word he said, made Fang Shia unable to resist. That's why he appeared and caught Fang Shia off guard. After Fang Shia finished his part-time job at the library in the afternoon, Chu Ran took the silly girl with him and took the bus to the city. The University of Finance and Economics is located in a university town, so it is some distance away from the city center. The two of them sat on the bus like this. For the first time, Fang Shia felt free from the pressure of studying and working, and she felt very comfortable. Tianhai City was also very prosperous and lively at this time. Chu Ran took Fang Shia out of the car and took a walk around the city center. The first step was to buy clothes for Fang Shia. My clothes are still wearable. Fang Shia stood at the entrance of the mall, and was unwilling to go in. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. He had persuaded her many times, but this girl just didn't want to go in. Fang Shia was not like other girls. If you told her that you would spend your own money, she would not go in. She just wanted to save her own money. If you don't behave, I'll go back to school and shout on the campus with a loudspeaker, letting everyone know that you are my girlfriend. You! Fang Shia's face instantly turned red with anger. Chu Ran smiled and said, How about it? Do you agree to go in now? A moment later, Chu Ran took Fang Shia to the women's store on the third floor. The clothing stores inside were all brand-name clothes worth thousands of dollars. After just a quick look around, Fang Shia shook her head and said, I still think my clothes are pretty good. I have several more in the dorm. Fang Shia, do you really want me to broadcast this in school? Chu Ran started to threaten the poor little girl again, but only Chu Ran knew this method. It worked in front of Fang Shia. If it was in front of other girls, people would probably expose it directly. Do you have the guts to do it? Fang Shia didn't explain and had to follow Chu Ran. She saw Chu Ran say to the waiter at the brand store, "Please help her pick out some nice clothes. Choose the most expensive ones you have." When the waiter heard this, he immediately nodded happily. Soon, with the help of the waiter, Fang Shia began to try on various clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, let alone a beautiful girl like Fang Shia. With the decoration of these brand-name clothes, Fang Shia has transformed herself into a beautiful woman with temperament, and even the waiters next to her were stunned. Chapter 27, Surprise in the Girls' Dormitory. This is the new school beauty. Let's buy all the ones we just tried. How much do you think they cost? Sir, 5 suits in total. The discounted price is 10,500 yuan. In this day and age, buying clothes that cost more than 10,000 yuan is absolutely a luxury. Fang Shia next to him looked up and was about to say something, but Chu Ran smiled and said, "Do you know what the consequences of not listening are?" Fang Shia lowered her head instantly. She knew the consequences of disobeying, but she really couldn't bear to spend it. When she heard the price, she felt her heart trembling. She had never worn such expensive clothes. More than 10,000 yuan, this was probably the family's expenses for more than a year, right? "Just wear this dress, don't take it off." Chu Ran asked Fang Shia to leave the mall directly wearing the clothes she was wearing. At this moment, Fang Shia still wanted to say something. She really felt that this 10,000 yuan was too expensive. "Fang Shia, to be my girlfriend, you must be obedient. Besides, you're already in college. Even if you're busy with study and work every day, you should still think about yourself, right? Don't think about anything else. As long as you're happy, I can satisfy you with whatever you want." Fang Shia looked up at Chu Ran. "I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. "Is this important? For me, it's only a matter of time." Chu Ran said the latter sentence in a low voice, and Fang Shia looked at him from the side with a slight frown. "Sometimes I feel that this boy is too domineering, but sometimes I feel that some of the things he says are also correct. The most important thing is that he seems to know what he is afraid of, and can always control himself." Fang Shia suddenly felt like she was caught in a whirlpool. She didn't know what to do next and could only slowly drift along with the whirlpool. Time passed quickly and it was night in the blink of an eye. The two had something to eat in a small restaurant. They were tired from shopping, so they took a taxi back to school. At the moment before getting on the car, Chu Ran and Fang Shia didn't notice that a passerby casually took a photo and captured Fang Shia's face in it. It was because of this photo that Fang Shia, who had been unknown until now, became an instant hit in the entire financial world. Of course, this is all later. Chu Ran and Fang Shia didn't know about it at the time. After getting in the car, Chu Ran handed Fang Shia a box. "What is this?" Fang Shia asked curiously. "This phone is for you. I'll save your number and add you on WeChat. If you need help and can't find me, call me. Got it?" Fang Shia frowned and said, Don't say no. You're already a college student, and you don't even have a cell phone. It would be more convenient to call home in the future so you don't have to run around outside to borrow a phone." Faced with Chu Ran's domineering attitude, Fang Shia really couldn't muster up any resistance. The key point was that what he said made a lot of sense. After all, mobile phones were really indispensable these days. There were many times when something happened at home and she was in a hurry and couldn't find her phone. I will pay you back." After hearing Fang Shia's words, Chu Ran didn't know whether he felt sad or helpless. Yes, he is not Fang Shia's anything yet. Even if he is her boyfriend, according to this girl's habits, she will not accept favors from others for no reason. But Chu Ran was not in a hurry now. Instead, he felt that seeing Fang Shia in this situation was what he wanted to see most. After the two returned to school, Chu Ran took Fang Shia's things and sent her downstairs. "Go back and rest early, don't think too much." Fang Shia glanced at Chu Ran secretly, then just nodded strangely, then went upstairs with her things. Not far away, upstairs, in Guo Lily's former dormitory, which is now Yang Shia's dormitory, several girls were discussing. "Isn't that Chu Ran? Who did he send back? I didn't see it clearly. I don't think I've seen that girl before. Where are your eyes? Isn't that Fang Shia? What? Are you kidding? That's Fang Shia? That really seems to be Fang Shia. Her hairstyle and height are similar, but why does this Fang Shia look so good today? At this moment, the dormitory door was opened and Yang Shia walked in from outside. What are you looking at? Yang Shia asked curiously. A girl hurriedly said, Sister Shia, come and see something strange. Yang Shia took off her coat curiously, then walked to the balcony in her slippers. What's strange? Look downstairs. Someone pointed at Chu Ran and said. Yang Shia sneered. It's him? What do you mean? Want to harass me again? Haven't you been pretending to change your target these past few days and pursue that Fang Shia? Ha ha! The girl next to her whispered. Sister Shia, you must have misunderstood. Chu Ran came back to see off another girl tonight. Hearing this, Yang Shia was stunned for a moment, then she lowered her head curiously and looked at the dormitory door, just in time to see Fang Shia walking into the dormitory door carrying something. Who is that girl? Yang Shia didn't recognize her for a moment. The girl next to her said, Sister Shia, that looks like Fang Shia. Fang Shia? She is Fang Shia? Yang Shia was also dumbfounded, because in that glance just now, she did vaguely see Fang Shiha's figure. In just that instant, she felt that Fang Shiha's clothes, coupled with her temperament, were truly impeccable. Impossible! That's not Fang Shia. That's definitely not Fang Shia. We've been in the same class with her for so many years, how could we not have noticed? I don't believe it. Yang Shia began to deny it vigorously. After saying this, she even turned around and went back to her bed, not wanting to listen anymore. In the past 2 years at the University of Finance and Economics, Yang Shia has always been a recognized joke on campus. Every day, many boys would deliberately approach her, and she would also receive many boys' attentions. Yang Shia really enjoyed this feeling. But now, she felt uneasy just by looking at Fang Shiha's back. She never thought that her status would be affected, especially that this person would be the girl she looked down upon the most in the same class. After a while, a cry of surprise came from the girls' dormitory opposite. Wow, Fang Shia, is this Fang Shia? You're so beautiful. I never thought you were so pretty, Fang Shia. What should I do? A girl, think she's beautiful. This is the campus belle of our University of Finance and Economics. Several girls in the dormitory began to be surprised. Fang Shia lowered her head and walked to her bed, putting the clothes in carefully. Gua Lily was also watching with some envy. She could naturally see that these clothes were very expensive. To be honest, she envied Fang Shia very much, but what was the use of envy? She did not have Fang Shia's beauty, and was destined to be inferior to her. Chapter 28. An order from Mo Shiga, another long-term customer. In the girls' dormitory here, all the girls were envious of Fang Shia because of her stunning beauty. On the other side, after Chu Ran returned to the dormitory, he had a conversation with Chi Qingshuan. The construction of Ranha New Energy Company has started today. Chu Ran has allocated him another sum of money to speed up the project. Xin Ziming is also urgently recruiting people and purchasing machines to prepare for the first batch of production. After these issues were resolved, Chu Ran began to process his orders online. I forgot to buy a computer when I went out today. It would be most convenient to log into the forum on the computer, but Chu Ran was not in a hurry. He could also do his work on the mobile phone without any delay. The most important thing was that it was convenient. Although there are many merchants in the forum who purchase arms, only a few of them actually place orders. At the beginning, the members of the small base of Bajizi Tan were counted as one, but it now seems to Chu Ran that the quantity of arms they wanted is not very large. After all, it is just a terrorist organization, and their needs are calculated based on the mission. They don't use many firearms, and the most important weapons are grenades and explosives. The people from Zelia bought the most. It was obvious that the war there was tense, and the arms could only be purchased from Chu Ran. Each purchase was a large quantity of arms. Even when Chu Ran was watching the news online these 2 days, he could see with his own eyes that in the conflict between the government forces and the Free Army, there were people fighting with their own weapons. Then another big customer is the Bear Country that we have just contacted in the past 2 days. The Bear Country is very smart. After they placed the first order, in order to maintain their relationship with Chu Ran, they continued to buy some artillery shells and other things from Chu Ran's flagship store, and told Chu Ran that they would place a larger order at any time. In addition, there are many individual customers from the United States. These people want pistols, bullets, and occasionally some automatic rifles and grenades. There are not many high-powered firearms, just these basic firearms. Just when Chu Ran finished dealing with the 2 Barrett sniper rifles, a new customer appeared. "Hello, I need a shipment, and it needs to arrive as quickly as possible." Chu Ran replied. "No problem, please provide your order." 1,000 AK assault rifles, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 SVD sniper rifles, 5 Barrett sniper rifles, 100 mortars, 500 rounds of ammunition, and 50 kilograms of TNT explosives. Seeing this number, Chu Ran instantly knew that this was definitely a big customer. He habitually looked at the other party's IP address and found that it was from Shia. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. The most rampant ones over there were naturally drug dealers. Obviously, the person who placed an order with him was most likely a member of that group. "We have plenty of goods. Please pay first, and we will deliver them to you within 4 hours." Soon, Chu Ran received more than 40 million Chinese yuan in his account. Excluding the project payment paid to Ranha Energy Company today, Chu Ran now has another 100 million yuan in savings. At this moment, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh that sometimes making money is really easy. In the dormitory, several roommates were still discussing what games were fun, but I had already earned tens of millions without realizing it. Life really knows how to play tricks on people. Beep beep. The cell phone rang again. Chu Ran looked at the phone call and found that it was his mother. His parents live in a small county town near Guanghai. Although it is not far from Tianhai, Chu Ran does not go back on weekends. He only goes back during the winter and summer vacations. "My parents run a restaurant in a small county town and are very busy every day. In my previous life, after graduation, I found a sales job and eventually married Fang Shia, spending all my parents' savings. However, I was not happy with my work and became more and more decadent, which made my parents very upset." Thinking back to the misery of his previous life, Chu Ran was deeply moved. Now that he had a chance to start over, he would definitely not let them repeat the same mistakes. "Hey, Mom! Stinky boy, how long has it been since you called home? Do you still remember that you have a mother like me?" "Mom, I've been busy with school lately. After finishing school, I went to work, so I didn't have time to call you. How are you and Dad doing recently? Are you alright? Don't be too busy." "Haha, Lao Chu, your son has become caring. He has finally grown up after all these years." Then my father's voice rang out. "Chu Ran, don't do the work-study program. Mom and Dad will work hard to give you more pocket money. Just study hard and don't think about anything else." "It's okay, Dad. I recently found a new job that makes a lot of money. It won't be long before I bring you and Mom to Tianhai to enjoy a good life." "Why are you looking for a job when you're already in school? I'm telling you, don't think about anything else, just study hard. Of course, if you have the energy, you can also take care of your life's most important matter and get that daughter of the Yang family as soon as possible. As soon as you graduate, we'll get married." Hearing what his mother said, Chu Ran smiled and said, "Mom, Yang Shia and I are just ordinary people, and we won't be together in the future. Don't worry about having a daughter-in-law, you will get one soon." "What's wrong with this kid? Hasn't he always liked Shia? I like her too. Tell me honestly, is Shia in love with someone else? Son, you have to be thick-skinned to pursue a girl." "Oh, can you please stop now? My son is studying, and you are teaching him these things here. Study hard, son. Don't listen to your mother. If you don't want to chase me, then don't chase me. I don't like the daughter of the old Jiang family either. She has always loved dressing up since she was a child. I don't know what she will be like in the future. Okay, son, study hard. Dad will transfer you some money tomorrow. Don't save it and eat well." "Hey, wait a minute, I haven't told my son yet." At this point, the call was ended by his father. Chu Ran held the phone and smiled helplessly. He was used to this kind of thing from his parents. "Second brother, bring your piece up and share it with me, so I can take a look." Chu Ran said this to a few good roommates who were studying the film, and then the whole group gathered together, with evil laughter coming from time to time. At the same time, in Moxage, more than 12,800 kilometers away from China, high-end cars were parked outside the suburbs. There were already hundreds of young men standing next to the car. They were the most powerful gunmen in the area. And they were the Shiga drug dealers who contacted Chu Ran a few hours ago. At this time, they had already received the goods. Everyone took out weapons from the silver-white box and looked at the boss excitedly. "Boss, these rifles are so cool! We didn't expect such a great merchant to deliver them in just 3 hours." The boss nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this manufacturer is amazing. They were able to transport the goods without being discovered by our army. This proves that their capabilities should not be underestimated. We will cooperate with them in the future." Chapter 29, Internet Hit, Fang Shia surpasses Milk Tea Sister. Chu Ran only heard the news when he woke up the next day. Boss Wang Rui was reading the report. Last night at 3 p.m. China time, a fierce gunfight broke out between drug traffickers in Mashi and government officials. The traffickers broke into the police station and rescued their boss. The media noticed that the guns used by the traffickers came from the Zaranhi flagship store. After hearing this report, several people in the dormitory started gossiping. "Wow, Shiga and his gang are really tough. They actually dared to fight the government with guns and even went to the police station to rob people. That's amazing. The drug dealers in Moxage have always been awesome. But the one I admire the most right now is the Ranha flagship store. How come they're so awesome? They even sell arms there." "What's up, boss? Do you know this Ranha flagship store?" "Don't talk, let me think about it. I think I can find some clues." "Haha, boss, don't overthink it. Even the FBI might not be able to find any clues right now. What can you do?" "I see." At this point, the boss Wang Rui stood up excitedly. Several people in the dormitory looked at him curiously. Even Chu Ran was looking at this guy curiously. "Ranha flagship store, this is definitely a magical name. Let's look at the literal meaning first. Ran means nature, and he means peace. The owner of this store must be from a very peace-loving country, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen such a name." Hearing Wang Rui's words, everyone in the dormitory chuckled and started doing their own things. Only Chu Ran jumped out of bed with a smile. "Boss, I think what you said makes sense. Let's continue investigating in this direction. We will definitely find out the true identity of the owner of this store. Then the National Security Department will definitely recruit you." "Really? Third brother? You think my idea is okay, right? I've been telling you, third brother, you're definitely the best example of a discerning eye for talent. If I succeed, I'll definitely take you to the club." Just as the eldest brother Wang Rui was chatting with Chu Ran, the fourth brother Zhang Hao suddenly sat in front of the computer and shouted loudly. "Damn it, third brother, you are such a jerk!" Chu Ran turned around and looked at him with curiosity on his face. Several roommates next to him were also leaning over the computer with curiosity. "What's going on, Lao Si? What did you find?" "What? A girl from our school is trending? A beautiful financial woman is trending on the internet. After Milk Tea Sister, she's the most beautiful and pure female college student. Is this true? Come on, take a look at who this girl is. After you see her, you'll know whether or not you should scold the third brother." After the fourth brother Zhang Hao finished speaking, he turned the computer around and faced everyone. Chu Ran also took a look with a smile and soon saw Fang Shia's photo on it. Just yesterday, when he and Fang Shia went out shopping, someone secretly took a photo of them getting into the car. In addition, there is a photo of Fang Shia and I in the coffee shop that day. "Third brother, no wonder you're determined to pursue Fang Shia. You must have known for a long time that Fang Shia is a great beauty, right? Third brother, you're so shameless. You didn't tell the brothers about this great news. Are you afraid we'll snatch Fang Shia away?" "Beautiful, really beautiful. I never thought that besides Yang Shia, there is such a beautiful girl in our school. No, Fang Shia's beauty is definitely not comparable to Yang Shia's. This is the kind of beauty that makes people fall in love with her at first sight. Right now, the entire school forum is going crazy. Many people have exposed Fang Shia's situation. Everyone is calling her the most beautiful woman in the history of the University of Finance and Economics, the most beautiful campus girl. Well-deserved, absolutely well-deserved. Third brother, tell me quickly, did you capture Fang Shia?" Hearing these people's discussion, Chu Ran smiled and said, "This matter must be kept secret, kept secret." What followed was some curious questions from my roommates. Meanwhile, in the school forum, the matter concerning Fang Shia had become increasingly serious. Because this incident first appeared on the internet, there are those street photographers who deliberately take pictures of beautiful girls on the street, so Fang Shia was wearing branded clothes yesterday, and just a side profile made countless netizens completely excited. In addition, the students from the University of Finance and Economics were also very excited. After all, it was from their school. Soon, someone dug out photos of the coffee shop not far from the school. That was the photo Chu Ran and Fang Shia took in the coffee shop last time. Because this photo is probably the only one in which Fang Shia slightly raises her head, revealing her good looks. So when they saw this, many people shouted directly and became extremely excited. But soon some people began to sigh, because they found that there was another boy next to Fang Shia, and that guy seemed to be holding Fang Shia's hand. Wait, this girl seems to have a boyfriend? Fuck, I'm so heartbroken. The boy next to me seems quite handsome, but no matter how handsome he is, he can't be with my goddess. I used to think that in this world, only Fairy Sister could move me, but I never expected that there are women who are more beautiful than Fairy Sister. If someone with this kind of looks were to enter the entertainment industry, she would instantly outshine all those female celebrities. Every single part of her is truly to my taste. This year's University of Finance and Economics students are so unimpressive. Don't they usually notice such beautiful female classmates? The internet is becoming increasingly lively because of Fang Shia's affairs. In the school forum, many students also began to get excited. Damn, who knows which department this girl is from? She really makes our University of Finance proud. Fang Shia, who majored in finance at the University of Finance and Economics, usually keeps a low profile. I don't know how he got exposed today. I think I recognize her. She's been working part-time at the library and the convenience store. It's very hard. I never thought that such a pretty girl would work part-time and be so frugal. She's so sweet. And this boy looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. What do you mean he looks familiar? Isn't he the one who confessed his love to Yang Shuya on the playground a while ago? Damn, this guy is so awesome. After being rejected by Yang Shuya, he actually managed to catch up with our school's new beauty. Honestly speaking, Yang Shuya is not even worthy of carrying Fang Shia's shoes. They are from different worlds. With a click, Yang Shuya, who was reading a forum in the dormitory, threw her phone to the ground. Several girls in the dormitory looked at her in fear. Everyone knew what had happened, but no one dared to try to persuade her. Fang Shia, Chu Ran, I will make you pay the price. Chapter 30. After 1 month of development, the small goal of 1.5 billion yuan was achieved. 8 o'clock in the morning, inside the girls' dormitory. Lily leaned close to Fang Shia with her cell phone in hand. Shia, look, you're on the news. Fang Shia glanced at the news on her phone, then silently folded the new clothes that had been sent back yesterday. Hey Shia, are you unhappy? No, why did you fold your clothes and put them away? You're not going to wear the same outfit you had before, are you? Fang Shia whispered. As long as the clothes are wearable, that's fine. Hearing this, Lily stood by, stunned. After a long moment, she said helplessly, perhaps Yang Shuya will never understand where she lost. At this time, Lily also admired Fang Shia from the bottom of her heart, and she also admired Chu Ran for his good vision. Yesterday I was working at Hongyun restaurant, and the manager told me that from now on I only need to work 4 hours at night, and then I can go home, and I don't have to work all night like before. From this moment on, Lily admired Chu Ran's work even more. He was just a student, but he could make the manager of Hongyun restaurant obey him. This kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Even if I can only be a supporting role beside him, I am willing to do it. Lily said to herself that this was the smartest thing she could do. Shia, Chu Ran is downstairs. At this time, a girl from the same dormitory said something. Lily hurried to the balcony and saw Chu Ran. Fang Shia also stood silently beside Lily and took a look. Then, a smile like a blooming petal appeared on her face under her side bangs. A few minutes later, Fang Shia came to Chu Ran wearing her usual clothes. Seeing her dressed like this, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. Let's go to class. Fang Shia was slightly stunned and asked curiously. I thought you were going to ask me about clothes. Because I know your habits and I respect them. When I bought you clothes yesterday, I was trying to get you to respect my habits. So you don't mind, right? Fang Shia nodded at first, but then shook his head and answered honestly. I minded at first, but then I didn't mind anymore, and now I'm a little happy. Chu Ran smiled unexpectedly. He knew that Fang Shia had some feelings for him now. The two of them started walking towards the classroom. Along the way, many people stopped to look at Fang Shia. In everyone's eyes, Fang Shia has become a star now, especially some boys. If Chu Ran was not around, these guys might come up and ask for Fang Shia's contact information. In the professional classroom, Chu Ran was lying next to her and sleeping, while Fang Shia was listening to the teacher's explanation very carefully. This scene made many male classmates feel helpless. No one understood why Fang Shia liked such a boy. Only Guilili, who was sitting next to him, might understand that if Chu Ran's value were exposed, many girls would probably dream of becoming his significant other. In the next month, Chu Ran sold arms every day, and his relationship with Fang Shia also heated up rapidly. At least now Fang Shia would occasionally smile in front of Chu Ran, which made Chu Ran very happy, because he knew that Fang Shia usually would not smile, let alone smile at people she didn't like. This situation now showed that this girl was beginning to accept him more and more. At the same time, a third area has been opened up in Chu Ran's arms system, which is the mechanical vehicle area. The mechanical vehicle area contains ordinary military vehicles and various artillery and armored vehicles. In short, all the awesome mechanical vehicles on land can now be purchased in the Ranha flagship store. As soon as these types of vehicles came into being, the Russian Empire directly purchased hundreds of them, and even more tanks, directly purchasing thousands of them. After a month of transactions, the Bear country has apparently regarded the Ranha flagship store as their military procurement area. Whatever you need, you can buy it from Ranha, unless of course it is something that is not available in the flagship store. In addition to the Bear country, Zelia also purchased nearly 100 million worth of arms and equipment from the Ranha flagship store. Next came the Akatsuki organization whose base was hidden in Bajizi-tan, and the drug dealers from Moxage. These people have become old customers for the Ranha flagship store. And during this period of time, Chu Ran also added 2 other new customers, one from Lucidon's side and one from Heifei's side. These 2 organizations also have a huge demand for arms, with each transaction volume reaching nearly 100 million. So in just 1 month, Chu Ran's account had reached 1.5 billion yuan. In today's era, this amount of money is definitely enough to make a wealthy man, but Chu Ran knows that it is still not enough to develop his own real assets, so he keeps investing money in Ranha New Energy. Finally, in this month, Ranha New Energy lived up to expectations and produced the first batch of quantum peripheral new energy batteries. Moreover, Ranha's new factory site has been basically completed. According to Qiqingxuan, the production line will be put into use in half a month. Chu Ran finally bought the land. Wu Shiliang came forward to negotiate, and the final price was set at 300 million. This price is actually on the low side. Wu Shiliang is very good at talking and he made the landlord stunned. In the end, 300 million is still a profit for him. In fact, according to Chu Ran's idea, the value of this land might increase tenfold within a year. Therefore, it is definitely not a loss to buy it now. After all, if a large company like Ranha wants to develop, it must take this step. Boss Chu, then we've made a deal. We'll hold a press conference in Tianhai City next Saturday. I've invited people from all walks of life to attend. It should be very lively. Will you be attending the product launch in person? I won't go this time. You can discuss with old Wu and Shinziming to see who is suitable to come forward. Quantum batteries are just the beginning, and our plans will be even longer term. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran stood up and waved. Fang Shia, who had just finished his meal, walked over with a lunch box. I'll get the chopsticks. Sit down, I'll get it. You already helped me get the food, and you're still serving me like this. Chu Ran complained and stood up to get his things. Just at this moment, Yang Shia came over with a few people from the student union. Student Fang Shia, I saw your application for membership. It's so insincere. I'm sorry, but you still can't join the student union. Hearing this, Fang Shia's face showed no expression, but nodded calmly. Thank you, I understand. Yang Shuya was so angry that she swallowed her saliva. She didn't expect this woman to be so patient. She was even planning to use some tricks to make Fang Shia furious, but Fang Shia hardly even looked up at her. Shia, what's wrong? Chu Ran walked over slowly with 2 pairs of chopsticks. Chapter 31. I want you to kneel down and apologize? Seeing Chu Ran coming over, Yang Shuya also sneered. Hee, someone wants to get a scholarship, but college students are different from high school students. You can't get credits or scholarships just by studying well, unless you join the student union. But I happen to be in the organization department of the current student union. Having said that, Yang Shuya looked at the badge on his chest with great pride, as if this identity was an incomparable honor for him. I thought it was something else, but there's only one spot for the student union. Chu Ran, stop bragging here. Who do you think you are? There's only one spot, and you'll never get it in your lifetime. Really? What if I get it? Chu Ran said this indifferently. At this moment, he felt one of his hands being wrapped in warmth. He turned around and saw that it was Fang Shia who was holding him tightly and shaking her head at him. Chu Ran touched Fang Shia's hair, then looked at Yang Shuya and asked, What would you do if I got this spot? You can't possibly get it. If you do, I can do whatever you want. I want you to apologize to my girlfriend, and you should say on the school radio that you were blind and didn't recognize a great man. You will avoid Fang Shia next time you see her. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Yang Shuya was instantly so angry that she gritted her teeth. Okay, I promise you, but if you don't do it, I'm going to make you kneel down on the playground and admit your mistake, just like you did when you confessed to me that day. It's a deal. Chu Ran ignored Fang Shia's objection and agreed directly. Many students watching around saw this scene, and some even recorded it with their mobile phones. Everyone watched carefully. Now our agreement is in effect. Everyone has filmed it. If anyone goes back on their word in the end, they will be the most shameless person in this school. Chu Ran was afraid that the woman would not agree, so he deliberately added a sentence at this time. Chu Ran, I will make you regret your decision, you ignorant fellow. Yang Shuya said this very fiercely, and then left with several of her little sisters. Why did you keep pulling my hand? After Yang Shuya left, Chu Ran lowered his head and looked at Fang Shia beside him. Fang Shia also hurriedly let go of Chu Ran's hand at this time. You shouldn't have agreed to his request. Don't worry, I will do whatever you want to do, no matter how difficult it is. What's more, this is just a small matter for me. Fang Shia naturally didn't know Chu Ran's abilities. She never wanted to cause trouble, and she had considered joining the student union for a long time before making the decision. After all, her family really needed the money, but she didn't expect it to bring so much trouble in the end. Where is Gualili? Give her a call. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia shook her head and said, Your number is the only one in my phone. Chu Ran took the phone he bought for her and opened the address book. Sure enough, there was only his own number and a home number. Then he opened WeChat and took a look. There was only him and her chatting, and they were not even added to the class group. He was instantly at a loss for words. What Fang Shia did always impressed him with some tiny details. In the end, Chu Ran had to make a video call on WeChat to get Gualili to the restaurant. Chu Ran, you are really courageous enough to dare to make such a bet with Yang Shuya. Gualili heard about this on the way to the restaurant, and said this helplessly. What do you mean? Is it so difficult to join the student union? Chu Ran didn't understand these things. Although these departments seemed very powerful in the university, Chu Ran never took them seriously. Fang Shia was eating next to him, occasionally looking up at Chu Ran. Gualili said, It wasn't difficult before, but it's difficult now because you've offended Yang Shuya. She's the head of the organization department of the student union, and now the vice president of the student union, and she's also the man pursuing her. So if you want to get in, it's harder than climbing to the sky. Chu Ran thought for a moment and said, Besides the normal application, is there any other way? Gualili held her chin in her hand. The student union is a normal application. There's no special method. If you want to use a backdoor, that's definitely not possible now. I can't think of any other way. I remember that National Day is coming up soon, and the school is going to hold a large-scale event. Every year at this time, the student union's biggest headache is probably sponsoring foreign aid. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Gua Lily looked up suddenly. Are you planning to use this method to join the student union? Haha, are there any signs? Gua Lily said excitedly. This is more than just a promising idea. I feel it can definitely succeed. If you can get a big sponsor and invest a little money, the student union will treat you like a big shot. Hey Fang Shia, you too, girl. Chu Ran is capable of getting sponsorship, and that money is more than enough for your scholarship. Why go to all this trouble? Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled and picked up a chicken leg for Fang Shia. If you can make the person you love happy, no matter how complicated or difficult it is, as long as you can do it in the end, it's better than anything else. Gua Lily snorted and said, Chu Ran, you are so nice to Fang Shia. Are you envious? Chu Ran glanced at her and smiled faintly. Gua Lily felt a little embarrassed in front of Fang Shia, so she just turned her head and looked away. If you want to call me Dad, I can do the same to you. Gua Lily gritted her teeth in anger, but when Fang Shia wasn't paying attention, she gave him an evil smile. If Chu Ran likes this, that's not impossible. Chu Ran smiled and ignored her. Although Fang Shia didn't quite understand these things, he didn't want to pollute Fang Shia's ears. After leaving the restaurant, Fang Shia was still a little worried. Chu Ran, are you really sure? Now we can only try it. Chu Ran spread his hands. Fang Shia lowered his head and sighed. After a moment, he said, If you fail in the end, I'll go to the playground for you. This happened because of me, so I won't let you down. Hearing this, Gua Lily was also stunned. Chu Ran stroked her hair and smiled. Don't worry, that day won't come. Just wait for Yang Shia to apologize to you on the school radio. A moment later, Chu Ran returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as I came back, several roommates rushed over to me. Damn it, third brother, you're such a young, inexperienced person. You know the student union treats Yang Shia like a treasure, how dare you mess with her? The scariest thing is, you even made a bet with that woman. Oh my god, I don't know how you can win. It's impossible to join the student union now without her approval. Third brother, why don't we take a few days off and go home? Deserting isn't shameful. What's shameful is kneeling down on the playground in front of so many people to apologize to her. How the hell are you going to survive in school from now on? Chu Ran looked at his roommate's expressions of concern and simply smiled faintly. Well, how about we make a bet? Chapter 32. A bet. The whole financial department is boiling. No, are you crazy? You're still betting with us at this hour? Several roommates looked at Chu Ran stupidly. However, Chu Ran lay on the bed and smiled. It's just the student union. You will see who apologizes then. The third brother is so confident. Could it be that he has really thought of another way? The fourth brother Zhang Hao asked curiously. The boss next to him, Wang Rei, said, He's nothing. The student union has let Yang Shia control the organization department. Do you think Yang Shia will shoot herself in the foot? Hey, third brother, you just mentioned a bet. How do you want to bet? The second brother Hao Jiangwo's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of the bet that Chu Ran had just mentioned. Chu Ran lay on the bed and said, Let's bet on whether I can get Fang Shia into the student union. If I succeed, you have to wash my stinky socks and underwear from now on. Let me think about how long is appropriate, so let's say 3 months. Hao Jiangwo nodded immediately. No problem, then if I lose, it's the same benefit, that is, you help me wash it, right? Of course, I can't lose, Chu Ran said, lying on the bed with his tablet, and skillfully entered the arms trading for him. Hao Jiangwo sneered. You kid really think you can succeed? Fine, I accept this bet. 3 months of smelly socks and underwear. I see you just want to wash them, so I'll fulfill your wish. When the eldest brother Wang Rui and the fourth brother Zhang Hao heard about the bet, they became excited instantly. You know, the outcome is now obvious, and they will definitely not miss this opportunity. Third brother, we both want to participate in the bet you just mentioned. Chu Ran looked at the three of them and said with a smile. Okay, all 3 of you come together. Then I won't have to wash smelly socks and underwear for a whole year. You say the third brother is so generous, he doesn't really have any good ideas, right? The eldest brother Wang Rui was still a little suspicious and asked curiously at this time. Zhang Hao sat on a chair and said, If he has a way, I'll cut his head off. Everyone in the University of Finance and Economics knows that Fang Shia is the organizational cadre of the student union. There are a lot of lackeys in the entire student union. Even the vice president listens to her. Let me ask you, how can the third brother win in such a difficult situation? How can he win? Haha, well said. Come on, give the third child a cup of cappuccino. Otherwise, the three of us will have 9 months of smelly socks and underwear, which will make the third child collapse. The boss Wang Rui directly made a cup of instant coffee and handed it over. Chu Ran was looking at the arms forum at this time, and took it with a smile. At this moment, he was as steady as a rock, and he was confident. A moment later, Chu Ran squatted in the toilet and called Wu Shiliang. Old Wu, do me a favor. Okay, Mr. Chu, please go ahead. Send someone to our school tomorrow and sponsor 30,000 yuan for advertising in the name of your company. But there's one condition. My girlfriend Fang Shia must join the student union and take the position of head of the organization department. If she agrees, we can even pay more. We can provide sponsorship for any future events they hold. Understood, Mr. Chu. I'll make the arrangements immediately. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran leisurely sent a message to Fang and I. Sleep peacefully, and you'll get the results tomorrow. Fang Shia also sent a message over there. I believe you. Haha, this silly girl. Chu Ran put away his phone and left the bathroom. At this time in the dormitory, several roommates were all leaning in front of the fourth roommate Chang Hao's computer and shouting. Third brother, you're finally back. Look, people in the forum have started voting now. Everyone is wondering if you can win this time. Chu Ran looked at the computer and laughed. What a pity! I can't bet with them. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have to wash my stinky socks and underwear for a few years in college. Third brother, you have no idea how much the boys in our school hate you right now. They all want to see you lose. If they embarrass you in front of the whole school, Fang Shia will leave you, and that will make them the happiest. Chu Ran hugged his shoulders and said, Really? That might disappoint them. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, many girls are extremely crazy. This matter was being discussed in every dormitory. Ever since Fang Shia became a hot topic, her popularity in the school has been extremely high. As everyone knows, Chu Ran is Fang Shia's current boyfriend. Although Fang Shia has never said it, everyone has already assumed so because they eat and attend classes together. This time, the bet between Chu Ran and Fang Shia was also because of Fang Shia. Naturally, everyone will have heated discussions on this matter. At this time, there were more than 10 girls crowded in Fang Shia's dormitory. Why did Chu Ran make a bet with Sister Shia? He really doesn't know his place. Let's all go to the playground and watch that guy kneel down and apologize to Sister Shia. Haha, I really didn't expect that someone would do this. Doesn't he know what the student union is like right now? There's nothing I can do. I have to be brave in front of my girlfriend. Otherwise, how can Fang Shia stand firm when she has so many suitors? What a pity! He agreed to Sister Shia's bet this time. If he loses the bet, he'll lose face. Who knows, Fang Shia might even abandon him. Listening to these people's words, Fang Shia smiled happily while standing in the middle. Then she picked up her phone and said, Everyone, be quiet for a moment. I'm going to make a call outside. Vice Chairman Su must be awake by now. I'll tell him about this. The girls all nodded strangely. After a while, Fang Shia stood on the balcony and said with a smile, Vice Chairman Su, have you heard about what happened between Chu Ran and me today? Don't worry, Shia. Even though Brother Luo is back now, we have the final say on such minor matters in the student union. That Fang Shia, don't even think about joining our student union. Thank you, Vice Chairman Su. I'll treat you to dinner next week. Haha, really, Shia? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't worry, I will definitely make this happen beautifully for you. I'll also tell Brother Luo about it later. Even if she is a relative of the principal, she still has to give Brother Luo face. Thank you, Vice Chairman Su. After hanging up the phone, Fang Shia looked towards the dormitory opposite with pride. Fang Shia, forget about joining the student union in your lifetime. And Chu Ran, do you really think you're that capable? Haha, you and I will never be on the same page. On the other side, inside Fang Shia's dormitory, the silly girl was holding her cell phone and sending WeChat messages to Chu Ran, with a smile occasionally appearing at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps for her, such a simple chat is a happiness that is easily satisfied. Gua Lily glanced at the noisy dormitory across the street and Fang Shia lying quietly on her bed, and suddenly laughed. Fang Shia, your embarrassing moment will soon arrive. It's such a shame you don't know Chu Ran's true identity. Chapter 33. Mercenaries are launched to build an invincible empire. In the morning, Chu Ran opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock, and there was still some time left. However, in order to have breakfast with Fang Shia, he gritted his teeth and got up. I opened the computer next to me and saw that there were several new transactions in the ARMS forum. Chu Ran took a look and found that it was an order from Elong IP, which directly ordered 200 million worth of arms for him. It is fully equipped with various light and heavy weapons, as well as tank equipment and artillery shells. Elong is a wealthy country because they have oil, so Chu Ran is not surprised that they ordered so many arms at once. The other party said that this was the first time they cooperated, and if the weapons in the Ranha flagship store were really as good as the legend said, then they would be the closest partners in the future. Chu Ran smiled and replied okay. A few minutes later, the money arrived and all 200 million Chinese yuan was recovered. Chu Ran also sent the goods out. Just as I was about to get out of bed, I heard a prompt in my mind. Congratulations to the host. The ARMS prestige value has been increased to 4 points. The talent area has been opened and expanded. In addition to scientific and technological talents, the system will open up all-round warrior talents for the host. Host Chu Ran. Prestige in the ARMS industry, 4. Technology contribution value, 1. Oh wow! An all-around warrior type? This is a great area. Chu Ran has been looking forward to the opening of this area. Not long ago, the scientific and technological talents were opened. Chu Ran thought that he could use money to find mercenaries, but he didn't expect that the system said that all-round warrior talents also needed to be opened before they could help him work abroad. Ordinary mercenaries can only act as their own bodyguards and operate domestically, while all-round warriors can operate in various places around the world. System, let me see which all-round warrior talents there are. Chu Ran lay on the bed and couldn't wait to look at the system all. Soon he saw all kinds of fighters inside. These people come from various countries, and each of them is a battle-hardened person trained in secret forces. In the end, Chu Ran directly ordered 5 all-round warriors and used them to form a powerful mercenary group. This was Chu Ran's biggest dream. By then, my own Ranha flagship store will be able to truly make a name for itself overseas. Jack Mawson. Identity: former Eagle Country Royal Marine, currently the Chief Tactical Officer of a top international security company. Experience: he distinguished himself in conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq, earning numerous medals. After retiring, he joined the mercenary ranks, participating in numerous high-risk hostage rescue and asset protection missions. He excels in tactical planning and close-quarters combat. Employment amount: annual salary of $50 million. Lena Wolf. Identity: former member of the German Special Forces, currently a senior consultant to a private military company. Experience: as a female Special Forces member, she demonstrated exceptional skills and leadership in multiple international joint operations. After retiring, she became a leader in the world of mercenaries, specializing in covert operations and intelligence gathering. Employment amount: annual salary of $40 million. Max Viking. Identity: Rui Dien is a former Air Force pilot and currently the chief flight officer of an international mercenary company. Experience: he flew numerous covert missions for NATO during the Cold War. After retiring, he used his flying skills to provide air support and tactical evacuations for mercenary companies. Employment amount: annual salary of $50 million. Zhao Tian. Identity: former Chinese Special Forces sniper, currently the chief instructor of an international security company. Experience: known for his precise sniping skills in numerous counterterrorism operations both domestically and internationally. After retiring, he joined the mercenary industry, responsible for training new recruits and providing advanced tactical guidance. Employment amount: annual salary of $40 million. Lana Savage. Identity: former KGB agent of the Bear Country, currently a strategic planner for a private military company. Experience. During her time in the KGB, she was responsible for international intelligence gathering and counterintelligence. After joining the mercenary industry, she used her intelligence networks and planning skills to provide comprehensive security solutions to clients. After being successfully hired, Chu Ran soon received a call. "Hello, Commander Chu, I'm Jack Moseson. You can call me Jack. You hired me, right?" Chu Ran came to the balcony and called. "Hello, Jack. I've hired 5 members like you. When the time comes, you'll find a place to meet up and start forming a team. Your mission is to help me gather intelligence from various countries overseas. During this time, the most important task is to use your own methods to expand the team. No matter who they are, as long as they are beneficial to you, you can recruit them immediately." "Understood, Commander Chu. I will organize everyone." "Okay, contact me anytime." After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran nodded with satisfaction. Runha flagship store not only wants to be the world's #1 arms dealer, but also wants to become a terrifying empire. This is Chu Ran's real dream. "Third brother, you finally came out. I was in the bathroom for so long, I almost couldn't hold it anymore. You have kidney deficiency. You need to practice harder in the future." Chu Ran patted the second brother's shoulder, then walked out with a smile. Soon, Chu Ran packed up and left the boys' dormitory, then went straight to the girls' dormitory to wait for Fang Shia to come down. At this time, all the girls coming and going looked at Chu Ran curiously, and some girls even greeted Chu Ran with a smile. After a while, Gua Lily and Fang Shia came downstairs. "Chu Ran, you are a famous person now." Gua Lily smiled happily when she saw Chu Ran. Chu Ran smiled and said nothing, but held Fang Shia's hand. "There are so many people here." Fang Shia wanted to break free. Chu Ran held on tightly. "Now the whole school knows about our relationship. If I don't hold hands, it seems a bit disappointing, right?" Fang Shia lowered her head and didn't want to say anything. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that what this guy said was true. "Chu Ran, is there any hope for your sponsorship? I heard that Yang Shia informed the student union president last night that Shia must not join the student union. Even if the principal said so, it would be useless." Hearing what Gua Lily said, Chu Ran smiled and said, "Then let's go and see." At the same time, in the student union office area of the University of Finance and Economics, a group of student union cadres are busy organizing various materials as the annual National Day is coming soon. So everyone is busy preparing for the event and trying to solicit sponsorship. Yang Shia also walked in happily at this time and greeted everyone. "Sister Shia is very happy today. Haha, after hearing about your story yesterday, I almost died of laughter. What kind of brain does that guy named Chu Ran have? How dare he gamble with our Sister Shia? Everyone in the student union knows that Sister Shia is the head of the organization department." Everyone chattered and praised Yang Shia. It was time for the student union meeting. Chairman Luo Tiantian and Vice Chairman Su Hai also walked in. Luo Tiantian, the president of the student union, is a junior. He is looking at all the members with his arms folded. "National Day is in 2 weeks. We've almost started rehearsals for the event, but we're still a long way from securing sponsorship. Tell me, what are your ideas?" Chapter 34 60,000 yuan, let you change the minister. Several key cadres of the student union looked at each other in bewilderment. After all, it is indeed a bit difficult to attract sponsorship. If you give money, there will definitely be many people who want it, but if you ask others for money, it will be really difficult. At this moment, Yang Shia stood up and said, "Brother Luo, I have a good relationship with the owner of the supermarket at the school gate. She said she can give us 300 yuan as a sponsor." Hearing this, Student Union President Luo Tiantian nodded happily. "Well done, Shia. Look at that female comrade, she quietly pulled out 300 yuan. Old Su, what about you?" Vice Chairman Su said, "Hey, Brother Luo, I'm planning to ask my aunt in Shanghai. Her family runs an advertising store, so they should be able to help with some banners." "That's right. The rest of you, find a solution as soon as possible. We can't afford many sponsorships for school activities. This party is very important. The reputation of our student union is on it. If we fail, we will be the ones to be embarrassed." After the meeting, Deputy Director Su and Yang Shia began to show their courtesy again. Shia, have you had breakfast? Here are the buns and soy milk I brought. Have some. Thank you, Brother Su, let's eat together. Deputy Master Su's blood boiled instantly. Damn, this woman is really capable. Chairman Luo Tianjin came over and said, I'm eating. Shia, I heard you made a bet with Chu Ran. Haha, that's quite interesting. I'll organize some people to go to the playground to cheer you on. Haha, thank you, Brother Luo. I think we'll see the results in a few days. Everyone, come over then. I'll buy you some water. Yang Shuya was talking happily, and many student union cadres around her were also talking happily. Just at this moment, two middle-aged men in suits came outside the door. Excuse me, is this the student union office area of the University of Finance and Economics? Two members of the student union hurriedly opened the door. Yes, uncles, who are you looking for? Haha, we finally found it after walking for a long time. It wasn't easy. A middle-aged man in the lead said, then took out his business card. Hello, classmate. I am Zhang Xiaotian, the finance manager of Ranha New Energy Company. After hearing Zhang Xiaotian's introduction, everyone in the student union came over curiously. Chairman Luo Tiantian, Vice Chairman Su Hai, Yang Shuya and others also came over. Ranha New Energy? Hello, I'm Luo Tiantian, the president of the student union. You can tell me what you want to talk to me about. As the chairman, Luo Tiantian also took over the conversation and said something. Zhang Xiaotian smiled and said, I'm here on orders. I heard that your University of Finance is planning to hold a National Day celebration and gala and needs some sponsorship. So, as the company's finance department, I've been ordered to come and sponsor some of the expenses for you. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other excitedly. They really didn't expect that someone would come to their door to give money. This was really rare. Quick, please invite Mr. Zhang and the others to my office. Shuya, have someone bring Mr. Zhang some water. By the way, Mr. Zhang, would you like some tea? We don't seem to have any good tea here. Although Luo Tiantian was the chairman, he was more of a student, and was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Zhang Xiaotian and his assistant sat in the student union office. Luo Tiantian also suppressed his excitement. Although he had never heard of the name of this company, no matter what kind of company it was, as long as it could invest money in him, it would be a good thing. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang, but I'm still a little curious. Could you please tell me why your company came to us to sponsor us? Zhang Xiaotian said. We are here because of the boss's orders. Luo Tiantian said happily. Could it be that your big boss's child is in our school? Haha, classmate, you're worrying too much. The big boss probably doesn't have any children yet, but he asked us to come and sponsor your event, but he does have one condition. Are there any conditions? No wonder, for such a large company to sponsor your event, there must be some conditions. Please tell me, Mr. Zhang. No matter what the conditions are, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Zhang Xiaotian said. Our boss's condition is that Fang Shia join your student union and become the head of the organization department. After these words were spoken, Luo Tiantian was stunned. Mr. Zhang, this? Haha, don't worry, Xiao Luo. Our boss said that as long as you agree to this condition, the sponsorship fee can be up to 60,000 yuan. In addition, she can sponsor any activities your student union organizes in the future. Luo Tiantian swallowed hard. 60,000 yuan in sponsorship was enough to host 3 events, and they had to be excellent. Most importantly, all future sponsors were covered. What the hell? Boss Zhang, can you please tell me what the relationship is between Fang Shia and your boss? Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. Sorry, I have no comment to make. Xiao Luo, this is a golden opportunity. Think about it carefully. If you have any ideas, give me a call. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave, but before he took 2 steps, Luo Tiantian spoke directly. I've thought it through, Mr. Zhang, this matter is no problem. A minister, in exchange for the sponsorship of more than a year in office, even a fool can see that it is profitable. Haha, Xiao Luo is indeed smart to be able to become the chairman. After saying this, Zhang Xiaotian directly took out a bank card and said, There is a 30,000 yuan deposit in it. Xiao Luo, please call me as soon as you get things done. I will transfer the remaining money directly to you. Please call me directly for future sponsorship activities. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiaotian smiled and patted Luo Tiantian on the shoulder, then led him out of the office. Mr. Zhang, let me take you there. Luo Tiantian also hurriedly followed out. I happened to meet young Shia, who came over with 3 cups of good tea. Chairman, you're not drinking anymore? Luo Tiantian glared at her, then followed Zhang Xiaotian to the door. Xiao Luo, please finish it as soon as possible. I'll wait for your call. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, it will be done tonight. Please wait for my call. Luo Tiantian waved his hands vigorously and watched the two leave. Soon the rest of the student union gathered around. Su Hai said, How's it going, Luo Ge? Did you really give me the money? Luo Tiantian waved the bank card in his hand. I gave him 30,000 first, and the remaining 30,000, he. As he spoke, Luo Tiantian turned his head and looked at Yang Shuya behind him. At this time, the student union was already in an uproar. Haha, that's so cool, right? 60,000 right away? 60,000? My god, that's enough to hire a third-tier celebrity. Brother Luo is awesome. He can get so much money just by doing it. Everyone was chattering, and Luo Tiantian came to Yang Shuya. Brother Luo, is that true? Do we really have so much money to hold the event this time? Yang Shuya asked foolishly. Chapter 35 I only regret my last life. I will never regret it in this life. Old Su, come to my office. Luo Tiantian did not answer Yang Shuya's words, but spoke directly to Vice Chairman Su Hai behind him. The two of them walked into the office and started talking. At this time, Yang Shuya also had a bad feeling. A few minutes later, Su Hai walked out with his head hung. Brother Su, what did Brother Luo say to you? Yang Shuya hurriedly came over and asked. Su Hai slowly raised his head and looked at her. Shuya, I'm sorry, you've been fired from the student union. Upon hearing this, the originally bustling student union hall suddenly became quiet. Yang Shuya was even more stunned. Brother Su, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong, why are you firing me? Stop joking, Brother Su. Really, Shuya, that Mr. Zhang just gave the sponsorship money, and his first request was to fire you and hire Fang Shia as the head of the organization department. When Su Hai said this, Yang Shuya felt like she was hearing thunder, and her whole body was shaking and she almost couldn't stand. What did you say? Shuya, I'm sorry. Su Hai also lowered his head, and at this time Yang Shuya's face turned pale with fright, and she rushed directly to Luo Tiantian's office. Luo Tiantian, come out here, what's going on? Yang Shuya was so angry that she started screaming, and the student union cadres around her went up to hold her back. At this moment, Yang Shuya was completely defeated, because she could never imagine who she was against. In the office, Luo Tiantian took out his cell phone and found Chu Ran's number. Hello, is this Chu Ran? I'm Luo Tiantian, the president of the student union. Chu Ran was having dinner with Fang Shia in the restaurant. When he heard that the call was from Luo Tiantian, he smiled and said, Haha, Chairman Luo, what are your instructions? BB Chu Ran, I was planning to contact Fang Shia, but I don't have her phone number. I only found your phone number by looking up the student union statistics. I just want you to help convey a message. Fang Shia's grades and regular assessments are excellent. If she's willing to join the student union, we can make her the head of the organization department. She's right next to me, just talk to her. After Chu Ran finished speaking, he handed the phone to Fang Shia with a smile. Fang Shia was eating when he saw the phone being handed to him. He looked up at him curiously. The student union president wants to speak to you. Oh. Fang Shia took the phone and said politely, Hello, Chairman. Gua Lily, who was standing next to her, almost burst out laughing, but still asked curiously. Chu Ran, why would the student union president call Shia? Is your side starting to make a move? Haha, money makes things easier these days. Gua Lily agreed with this because she knew Chu Ran's abilities. Fang Shia, who was holding the phone at the time, said calmly, I can join the student union, but I don't want to be a director. Just an ordinary member will do. Gua Lily looked at Fang Shia stupidly. No, Shia, are you stupid? You don't want to be a department head, but an ordinary member? On the phone, Luo Tiantian was also in a dilemma. The other party asked Fang Shia to be the minister. If he couldn't complete it, he wouldn't get the money. Well, Fang Shia, I think you have a great temperament and are excellent in your studies. Our student union is in need of someone like you. I'm sorry, Chairman, I don't have the energy to be a minister. Okay then. I'll think about it. It's fine for you to be an ordinary member, but I think you should think it over carefully. Because in the entire University of Finance and Economics, you are the most suitable person to be the head of the organization department. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran smiled and said, Have you agreed? Fang Shia nodded, then looked at Chu Ran curiously. You helped me. Chu Ran picked up Kwa Lily's tissue and handed it to Fang Shia. I told you, I will help you with whatever you want to do. Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran. At this moment, a trace of tears flashed on the silly girl's face, but she quickly lowered her head. Ahem, well, I'm leaving first. Kwa Lily stood up smartly, took her lunchbox and left. Chu Ran slowly reached out and touched Fang Shia's hair. Fang Shia, I will always be here. No matter what you need, I will help you. At this moment, Fang Shia also grabbed Chu Ran's hand for the first time. I'm sorry, Why are you sorry, you silly girl? Because I said we can only date after graduation, but you treat me like this, I really don't know what to do. Chu Ran smiled and said, Okay, stop crying. There are a lot of people in the restaurant. You cried the first time I had dinner with you, and you're still crying now. You're such a crybaby. I'm not a crybaby. I've only cried a few times since I was a child, but you're such a strange person. You always manage to stir up my emotions and know what I need. Chu Ran smiled and didn't explain. He was just kidding. I'm going to be your husband in 10 years. I've been with you for so long. If I don't even know these things, then I really don't want to live. After the two left the restaurant, they continued to go to the classroom for class. But in this class, Chu Ran did not see Yang Shuya appear. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Ran had no classes and was just about to go back to the dormitory to check out the flagship store. At this time, Yang Shuya called. Chu Ran looked at the incoming call and finally pressed the answer button. Student Yang Shuya, are you going to regret this? On the phone, Yang Shuya took a deep breath and said, Chu Ran, let's meet. Haha, I'm sorry, it's not appropriate to meet at this time. I'm afraid I'll be soft-hearted. You should do what you should do as soon as possible. Oh, and I'll ask someone to post an apology tomorrow at noon. Everyone will be there for lunch, and they'll be able to hear your voice. Chu Ran, do you really want to do this? You will regret it if you do this. Chu Ran did regret it, but that was in my previous life. I won't regret it in this life. Chu Ran, you bastard! It's no use scolding me. I can't let you go even if you scold me. After all, you were so arrogant that day, right? You almost scared my girlfriend. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going out to eat with my girlfriend. After saying this, Chu Ran hung up. On the other side, Yang Shuya was so angry that she stomped her feet in the dormitory. Chu Ran returned to the dormitory and lay leisurely on the bed. After a while, several roommates came back. Third brother, you are really lucky. I don't know what happened in the student union. They actually fired Yang Shuya. The boss Wang Rui had just received the news and quickly ran back to tell Chu Ran. Chu Ran laughed and said, Haha, really? Then does our bet still count? Of course it counts. Even if Yang Shuya is fired, it doesn't mean Fang Shia can join the student union, right? Wang Rui said this almost as soon as he finished speaking. With a bang, the dormitory door was opened. The second brother Hao Jiangwo and the fourth brother Zhang Hao rushed in angrily, and then stood beside Chu Ran's bed without saying a word. What are you two doing? The door was kicked in. Wang Rui still didn't know the truth of the matter. Chu Ran smiled and said, You two already know? Zhang Hao instantly said with a mask of pain on his face. Third brother, I don't want to bet anymore. I was wrong, I was really wrong. The second brother also grabbed Chu Ran's arm. Third brother, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have bet with you. No, what are you two doing? We haven't lost yet, have we? Is it really necessary to be like this? The eldest brother, Wang Rui, hurried over to ask questions, his clear little eyes revealing a silly and ignorant look. Chapter 36. A 5-person team creates an invincible army. A few minutes later, Wang Rui also learned the truth of the matter. In an instant, the whole person collapsed in the chair. Only Chu Ran was happily leaning on the bed playing on the computer. Boss, there are a few pairs of smelly socks in my closet. You should practice your nose first, otherwise you won't be able to accept the smell for a while. After hearing Chu Ran's words, the three of them wanted to die instantly. Inside the computer on the bed, Chu Ran ignored his third brother's roommate who wanted to die, and continued to trade with his clients. After Ilong completed the order, he directly gave a screenshot of the positive review. Now in the entire arms trading forum, Chu Ran's Ranha flagship store has become incredibly well known. Almost everyone who comes in can see his store on the homepage, which is reasonable because he has rights beyond those of a moderator. I'm afraid even the moderator of the arms trading forum doesn't know why a second moderator appeared in his own forum. Soon, Ilong's second wave of orders followed, which was also a large arms order worth 200 million yuan. Chu Ran was really excited after seeing this. This oil-rich country was really generous, and so domineering in its actions. He also had a clearer idea of Ilang's purpose, which was to accumulate strength directly in East China, win over other small countries, and oppose the United States. Apart from anything else, Assyria of the Ute race alone is a loyal lackey of the United States. Therefore, Ilang's first target must be Assyria. After processing the order, all three roommates in the dormitory ran away, saying that they wanted to find out how Yang Shia left the student union. Chu Ran didn't have these thoughts, but used his cell phone to call the mercenaries he had hired. "Hey, Commander Chu!" Jack quickly answered the phone, and Chu Ran smiled and said, "Jack, call me Mr. Chu from now on. I don't like the title of Commander. Okay, Mr. Chu, I have now gathered with the other 4 teammates. We are ready to rest and enter the country of Bajizi-Tan first. Okay, Jack, you're all professionals, so make your own decisions. But I have only one goal, which is to expand your team as quickly as possible. Tell me what weapons and equipment you need, and send me the coordinates. I'll ship them to you. By the way, I can provide you with 200 million Chinese yuan for funding. You can use it first, but remember, I want to see results within 1 month." "Understood, Mr. Chu. I will do as you say immediately. Within a month, I will expand my staff to 300 people, ensuring that every one of them is an elite soldier. Okay, your equipment is always available from me. It's okay if you want anything, understand?" After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran quickly received Jack's coordinates, and some orders for arms and equipment. Chu Ran took a look and found that they were all basic equipment. After all, the mercenaries were alone and had nothing. He quickly placed an order at the flagship store, and had the system shipped quickly. After doing all this, Chu Ran also received a call from Chi Qingshuan. "Mr. Chu, the first batch of new energy batteries has passed testing and has a battery life of 50 hours, and that's after charging for 5 minutes. We've also conducted experiments on the lifespan of this type of battery, and the average lifespan is within 50 years. If this product were to be released to the market, it would definitely cause a sensation in China and even the entire world." Chu Ran smiled with satisfaction. "The data is okay, but we need to continue the experiment. We still have a week left. By the time the press conference is over, many big companies will definitely contact us, and production will increase dramatically. If there are any problems, I will hold you responsible. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Chi Qingshuan said this with confidence. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran lay on the bed relaxedly. Next week will be the launch conference for quantum batteries. Perhaps from that moment on, my own real industry will appear in this world. Actually, it's quite dreamy to think about it. I had nothing in my previous life, but after being reborn, I became so lucky. Even more fortunately, Fang Shia is gradually developing feelings for me. "Fang Shia, after you finish your class, let's go out for dinner." Thinking of this, Chu Ran picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Fang Shia. And just when Chu Ran was making an appointment with Fang Shia. At this time, we are at the border of Bajizi-Tan. An unknown mercenary in camouflage uniform slowly walked out of the forest. "Yes, the coordinates I sent to the boss are right there. He told me that what we want will be here within the hour." A tall eagle man in the lead said this, then quickly ran over with his members. Soon 2 silver-white boxes began to fall from the sky. "Oh my god, boss, this method of transportation is really unique. It's actually like this." The German woman Lena said something in surprise in English, and then took the lead to open the box. Lana, another mercenary from the Bear Country, asked curiously. "Silver-white box, shipped with coordinates. Boss, this shipping method is very unique. It seems a bit like the owner of the Ranha flagship store that's been making international news lately." Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Chinese Zhao Tian said calmly, "No matter who the boss is, our mission is to work for him." After saying that, he took out his Barrett from the box first. "Brand new M8A21, Boss Chu is definitely my idol." Then everyone else took out their equipment from the box. Each person was equipped with an 233 Hong Kong dollars automatic assault rifle, a Desert Eagle pistol, a Nepalese machete, 2 pumpkin grenades, precision positioning equipment, a professional walkie-talkie, and a bulletproof vest. Each person had a terrifying amount of bullets on him. In addition, the second large box also contains equipment for assembling an off-road vehicle, which means that they can directly use these things to assemble an off-road vehicle. In the end, only Radian's member Viking didn't have the drone he liked. The boss said that the drone equipment hasn't been purchased yet, but these things are not very important. Let's solve the current problem first, which is to find a base as soon as possible and kill the nearby mercenaries. Once we become their base and settle down, we will be able to steal their things. After hearing what Jack said, everyone nodded and began to divide the work. Just like that, 4 people, a sniper, and an off-road vehicle drove out of the forest. It is from this moment on that this mercenary team, which still has no name, will begin their legend throughout the chaotic East China. Chapter 37 Broadcast Apology. Fang Shia collapsed. Tianhai City, in the boys' dormitory of the University of Finance and Economics. After washing up, Chu Ran went downstairs directly to find Fang Shia for breakfast. Just at this moment, Zhang Hao hurriedly ran in with a washbasin. "Brothers, the student union president is coming to our building. Everyone, hurry up and get ready and clean up. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to do my job as the sanitation committee member." At this time, several people in the dormitory were still asleep. Only Chu Ran was getting dressed and preparing to go out. "Third brother, please help me." Zhang Hao looked at Chu Ran hurriedly. Chu Ran smiled and said, "Health committee member, do your best. I'm going to go out and have dinner with my girlfriend first." Just when Zhang Hao was about to burst into tears, a voice was heard outside the dormitory. "Brother Luo, this dormitory is for Chu Ran and the others." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of dormitory 321. "Is Chu Ran here?" Hearing the knock on the door, everyone in the dormitory was instantly petrified. What's going on? No one ever knocks before entering the dormitory. It seems to be Chairman Luo Tian. Zhang Hao was so scared that he grabbed the bed railing. "Why are you the first one to come to our dormitory?" Chu Ran laughed and said, "Are you stupid? They said they were looking for me." After saying this, Chu Ran opened the door directly. A boy walked over with a smile. "Hello, Chu Ran, my name is Luo Tian, and I am the president of our school's student union." Several people in the dormitory stood by the window and watched this scene curiously. Zhang Hao looked at him curiously. It was the first time he saw the student union president speak to someone so gently. Hello, Chairman Luo, is there anything I can help you with?" Luo Tian smiled as he stood at the doorway. "Nothing much. It's just that 2 CEOs from Ranha New Energy came to me yesterday. I wonder if Chu Ran knows them?" "Not sure," Chu Ran said with a pout. Luo Tian observed Chu Ran carefully, then nodded and smiled. "It's okay. I'm here to tell you that if Fang Shia agrees to be our organization department head, we welcome her anytime. Of course, even if she's just an ordinary student union member, she's welcome too. I hope Chu Ran can help pass on my message to Fang Shia, and also tell her not to take Yang Shia's incident from the past 2 days to heart. I've already fired that woman. Our student union doesn't welcome people like that, and she's not worthy of being our head." Inside the dormitory, except for Chu Ran, the other 3 roommates were all looking at this scene in idiot fashion. Even the student union cadres at the door and the students watching were confused. Thank you, Chairman Luo, for coming here in person. I'll pass on the message. Chu Ran also smiled politely. Luo Tiantian hurriedly smiled and said, Of course. I'll be leaving first. You can bring Fang Shia over any time. As long as she fills out the form, she'll be accepted into the club. Credits and everything will be fine. I'll definitely give her extra credits. A moment later, the group left the boys' dormitory. In room 321, several roommates surrounded Chu Ran frantically. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Luo Tiantian, the student union president, came to talk to you personally, and for such a thing. It's strange, really strange. Third brother, you're not some rich second generation from some consortium, are you? Otherwise, how could you be so awesome? You even have Luo Tiantian treat you with such respect? You don't know, that guy is usually very impressive in the student union, even the teachers talk to him with a smile. Looking at the madness of several roommates, Chu Ran smiled faintly and said, Since you have guessed it, keep a low profile. Afterwards, Chu Ran ran out of the dormitory amid a chorus of complaints. In the school cafeteria, Chu Ran and Fang Shia sat together eating. After dinner, I'll accompany you to register at the student union. Fang Shia nodded and said, Oh. Chu Ran looked at her and suddenly put down her chopsticks. Is there something on your mind? Fang Shia exclaimed, raising her delicate face to look at him. I. Tell me, what's the matter? Don't you still believe me? No, it's just that last night, I heard that Yang Shuya was crying very sadly, and I. You're a little bit reluctant, aren't you? Fang Shia nodded and said nothing more. Chu Ran looked at her and smiled. Silly girl, your kindness will not win other people's sympathy. This incident must teach her a lesson, so that people will know that you are not easy to bully, understand? If you are a little more ruthless this time, you will be able to settle down in the future. This is killing the chicken to scare the monkey. I just want to improve my academic credits and get a scholarship. Why is it so difficult? Fang Shia took a deep breath, and just as she was about to get emotional, Chu Ran grabbed her hand. I know what you're thinking. The scholarship will come, and the difficulties at home will be overcome. You deserve better, don't you understand? Don't cry to me anymore, or people will think I'm bullying you every day. Fang Shia finally couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Chu Ran felt that nothing was more important than the happiness of the person he loved. After the professional classes in the morning, everyone went to the restaurant to eat. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the school radio. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Shuya, the former head of the Student Union's organization department. Today, I want to apologize to someone. She's Fang Shia. I'm sorry, Fang Shia, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been rude to you that day, and I shouldn't have said that to you. It's my fault, I'm sorry. With a bang, there was a crackling sound coming from the radio. This was followed by a long, shrill beep. At this moment, all the students of the University of Finance and Economics knew that Yang Shuya was fired because of Fang Shia. The former school beauty apologized to the new school beauty. This big campus news really made everyone talk about it after dinner. At the entrance of the school cafeteria, Chu Ran, his three roommates, Gua Lily, and Fang Shia all heard Yang Shuya's apology. At this moment, Fang Shia finally looked up at the man next to her. Although she didn't know how Chu Ran intervened in these matters, she really began to believe that Chu Ran was someone who truly loved her and could do many things for her. In the evening, Chu Ran held a banquet at Honghyun restaurant and brought Fang Shia and his three roommates to dine together. Gua Lily was also smart enough to bring two other people from the dormitory with her. Everyone at the table raised their glasses and toasted to Chu Ran and Fang Shia's victory. As for the three roommates in the dormitory, they originally thought it was depressing to wash Chu Ran's socks and underwear, but now they were invited by Chu Ran to have dinner here, and with so many girls accompanying them, the three of them were extremely happy. After the party, Chu Ran took Fang Shia to the hotel for a massage, and then everyone played games together. Fang Shia, who has always been quiet, experienced this kind of happiness for the first time and was very happy in her heart. Chapter 38 Coincidence, a reunion of high school classmates. A new day begins, and this day is the launch conference of Ranha New Energy Battery. Chu Ran slept until noon because he came back too late last night. Several roommates were drunk. Chu Ran probably inherited the physical strength from his previous life, so he could actually drink quite well now. After getting out of bed and washing up, Chu Ran picked up his phone and saw the message Fang Shia sent him. Chu Ran, I'll eat breakfast by myself first. Chu Ran, you haven't woken up yet? Chu Ran, it's noon. I have a project for my major class today, and the teacher will probably review it, so I'll have lunch by myself first. Looking at the message sent to him by the silly girl Fang Shia, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. It turned out that he was her dining partner every day. Thinking of this, Chu Ran sent a message directly to Fang Shia. Fang Shia, besides eating, don't you have anything else to tell me? There has been no reply since I sent the message. It seems that this silly girl must be immersed in her studies. Chu Ran took a computer and checked the situation in the Arms flagship store. He did not process any orders last night, and now there are several large orders piled up, all from Elong and the Bear Country. Chu Ran quickly began to reply, saying that the store had urgently restocked the stock yesterday and could ship out the goods at any time today. After a while, Chu Ran made another profit of 300 million. It has to be said that these two countries are not polite at all when it comes to military equipment. No matter what it is, they will buy it. Although mechanical vehicles have been added to Chu Ran's shop now, the real big ones have not yet appeared, so Chu Ran believes that the amount of each order still needs to be increased. After processing the order, Chu Ran received a call from Chi Ching-Xuan. Boss Chu, the press conference will start at 6 p.m. today. Boss Wu will be on stage. Would you like to come and watch? I'll reserve a front row seat for you. Chu Ran smiled and said, I'm sitting in the front row. With our new technology batteries, it's hard to explain if I appear on camera, so forget it. I'll just pretend I happened to meet him while strolling by. 6 o'clock, right? Then I'll be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran sent a text message to Fang Shia, saying that he had something to do today and would be back in the evening. Now he and Fang Shia's attitude was like that of a newlywed couple, very warm. Fang Shia doesn't talk much usually, but he still talks about some things with Chu Ran on WeChat. Maybe this is the case for introverted people like him. After leaving the school gate, Chu Ran waved to stop a taxi. But just as I sat down, I heard a girl running towards me shouting, Classmate, can you give me a ride? I'm going downtown. Chu Ran slowly lowered the car window, and the face outside appeared in front of her. That's right, it was Yang Shuya who apologized to Fang Shia on the radio yesterday. It was also Yang Shuya who he confessed on the playground in front of the whole school a few days ago. Yang Shuya was also stunned after seeing Chu Ran. Haha, you still want a ride? If not, I'll let the driver drive away. Chu Ran crossed his legs and smiled very calmly. Yang Shuya looked into the distance, then looked at the time, and then got directly into the passenger seat. However, as soon as she opened the door, the driver said helplessly, Hey, classmate, I'm sorry I have my wife's cake here. I won't accept orders once we get to the city. You'd better sit in the back. A moment later, the car started and Yang Shuya and Chu Ran sat in the back seat together. At this moment, Yang Shuya didn't know what to say. She hated Chu Ran from the bottom of her heart. She had gone from being a school beauty to being the laughingstock of the whole school. It was all because of Chu Ran, so Yang Shuya felt that she would never forgive Chu Ran in her life. I took a day off yesterday and stayed in the dormitory angry all day. Today I made an appointment with some high school classmates to go shopping in the city, so the scene happened. Since she didn't speak, Chu Ran naturally wouldn't speak first, so the two of them just looked left and right like strangers. Half an hour later, the car arrived in the city. Master, please park in front of the hotel. After Yang Shuya said this, the driver slowly parked the car aside. Then Yang Shuya picked up her small bag and prepared to leave, but Chu Ran grabbed her directly. Chu Ran, what are you doing? It's impossible between us. Yang Shuya said this subconsciously. She thought Chu Ran was trying to keep her. Chu Ran was speechless for a moment. He pointed at the driver's QR code and said, What are you talking about? I meant that you haven't paid yet. You want me to pay? Chu Ran, you took a taxi with me and let a girl pay? Yang Shuya was choked. She didn't expect that she would have to pay for taking a taxi with Chu Ran. Chu Ran spread his hands and said, "Haha, us? What's our relationship? Why don't you pay me?" Okay, give me money. Isn't it okay if I give you money?" After saying this, Fang Shia took out 10 yuan from her bag and threw it down. "Chu Ran, let me tell you, you will never get my forgiveness in this life." With a bang, the car door was closed. Chu Ran picked up the money and smiled. The driver in front laughed and said, "Brother, you are also like this. Since you know each other, don't ask for money. If you make her angry, it will be difficult for you to pursue her in the future." "Master, don't worry. I will never chase this woman again in my lifetime." Chu Ran leaned back very casually, completely ignoring Fang Shia's angry look outside. At the same time, Fang Shia got off the bus. Looking at the taxi driving away, Fang Shia stomped her feet in anger. "Chu Ran, you bastard!" Not far away, several high school classmates also came over. "Shia, what's wrong with you? Did anyone bully you?" "I think I heard Chu Ran's name just now, Shia. I heard that he went to the same university as you. How is Chu Ran doing lately?" Fang Shia shook her head angrily. "I don't know, Chu Ran is not here." "Come on, Shia, let's go inside and have some tea. We'll have dinner here tonight. I heard you've been in a bad mood lately, so we've prepared a feast that you'll love." A boy in a suit introduced himself to Fang Shia in a very gentlemanly manner. A girl next to her laughed and said, "Shia, I really envy you. Bai Yang has liked you since high school and hasn't given up yet." "Stop talking nonsense!" Fang Shia looked up at the boy. The boy named Bai Yang smiled and said, "Come in first, I've asked someone to make some tea, and we can chat while we go." Just like that, the group walked inside. Fang Shia asked curiously, "Bai Yang, I heard that your family asked you to take over the industry and prepare to make new energy vehicles, right?" Before Bai Yang could answer, a girl next to him helped to explain. "Shia, you don't know this yet, but Bai Yang has already joined their family business before he even graduated from university. Their new energy vehicles are very popular on the market now. I was originally planning to attend a new product launch today, but I came here specifically to see you." Chapter 39 Ranha Battery Press Conference shocked everyone. Fang Shia turned around and looked at Bai Yang. "Really, Bai Yang? Will this affect your business?" "It's okay. How could that be? It's just a new product launch. We don't know if it will be useful yet. Okay, let's go inside and have some tea. It will be broadcast live on the hotel TV, so it doesn't matter if I watch it here with a bunch of old classmates." Hearing Bai Yang's words, everyone nodded in admiration. Fang Shia also lifted her long hair, smiled elegantly, and then entered the hotel with everyone else. At the same time, Chu Ran has arrived at the launch conference of Quantum New Energy. Qi Qingshuan and Wu Shiliang deliberately created a big hype for this press conference and invited many friends and competitors in the industry. In addition, there were many industry experts and analysts. Finally, there were the media reporters who came. These media reporters were also very important, so Qi Qingshuan spent money to invite representatives from major platforms. There is no way. In this day and age, if you have money, you are the king. And Chu Ran, the big boss of Ranha, has the most of money. He can get the funds back by simply selling a batch of arms. After Chu Ran arrived at the scene, he found that Ranha's cultural elements had appeared in all places of varying sizes throughout the conference hall. The logo with the two words, Ranha, was also specially designed by Qi Qingshuan. Chu Ran took a look at it and nodded in approval after being satisfied. Looking at this logo now, Chu Ran suddenly wondered how that silly girl Fang Shia would feel if she knew that a character in her name had become a trademark in the company. "Boss Chu!" Qi Qingshuan slowly came to Chu Ran and called out in a low voice. Chu Ran looked up and looked around. "Is everything almost done?" "Yes, the press conference is about to begin. Sitting in the front row are some of the more famous manufacturers in the industry. There's the general manager of the car manufacturer YYD, the mobile phone industry's Lei Dami, Xiaowei's Ren Chahai, Ligay's Dong Yuzhu, and several other electronics manufacturers' bosses. They're all interested in this new product. Okay, we must ask old Wu to point out all our advantages. Also, our supply should be sufficient, right? Please rest assured, Mr. Chu. Mr. Shin has been sleeping on the production line recently and has been supervising the processing. He can definitely ensure that our product supply can keep up. However, if our product explodes this time, I'm afraid it will still be a bit difficult. Chu Ran smiled and said, That's fine. Just ask Old Shin to do his best. As long as we can get this piece of cake out, everyone will see the benefits and know that we are popular. Then our value will be reflected. After chatting briefly with Xiqingxuan, Chu Ran was worried about being photographed by the media, so she asked him to go back first. She stood in the exhibition hall and looked at the staff around her like an ordinary tourist. It was soon 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The press conference starts on time. The media reporters on site are all ready. As the countdown ended, the press conference officially began. In an instant, spotlights flashed throughout the hall, and camera lenses were all aimed at the center of the stage. Wu Shiliang walked out slowly in a well-fitting suit. Welcome everyone to the launch of our Ranho Quantum Peripheral New Energy Battery. I am Wu Shiliang, the CMO and operating officer of Ranho. Thank you. There was warm applause at the scene. Wu Shiliang smiled and said, Maybe many people know that I used to be the new energy operations officer in the United States, but why did I return to China this year? Haha, I think the answer will be revealed soon. After saying this, Wu Shiliang snapped his fingers, and then 2 staff members came on stage and pulled open the screen behind him. A square space suddenly appeared on the stage, with a battery about 50 centimeters long placed inside. Next to the battery was a new energy vehicle. This car belongs to YYD Company. The battery it uses should be the most powerful one currently available. Manager Zhang should recognize it, right? The general manager of YY smiled and nodded in the audience. Wu Shiliang continued, But we have already removed the battery because we are going to conduct an experiment. Next, we will connect our Ranha new energy battery to power this high-power car. At this point, everyone present started talking. This little battery can actually power this car? Are you kidding me? It's a bit unrealistic. This amount of battery can probably only power a child's rocking car. How can it power such a large car? Manager Zhang, what do you think of Ranhe? Haha, don't comment on it yet. Let's wait until we finish watching their experiment. On this side, I see people talking in the audience, while on the other side they are on the stage. Wu Shiliang came to the battery and directly opened the charging port on the top of the quantum battery. Our battery doesn't require wires to charge, so it's called wireless. The cover I just unscrewed is its charging port. Hearing this, everyone present became excited again. Or wireless charging. This technology is a bit scary, because many mobile phone manufacturers at the scene are well aware that wireless charging has been a difficult problem they have been trying to overcome in recent years. How could this small company have figured it out now? But what Wu Shiliang did next on stage left them even more dumbfounded. After the wireless charging port was opened, Wu Shiliang actually put the battery into a small transparent box. Now let me introduce to you, this charging box is a quantum entanglement generator developed by our company. You just need to put the battery into this box and it will charge. It only takes 5 minutes to fully charge the battery. Of course, this charging compartment can be customized in any way. It can be made into a parking shed, a gas station, or a lounge. During charging, even if the battery is installed inside the car and the switch is turned on, it can still be charged. Almost as soon as Wu Shiliang said this, the scene fell silent, and everyone looked at this scene stupidly, because from now on, Ranha's battery had exceeded their imagination. The media even started to record this magical scene with cameras and video equipment. Wu Shiliang probably had anticipated this happening, so he didn't stop. Instead, he turned around and started clicking the charging timer for 5 minutes. I saw the 5-minute countdown start on the big screen behind me. As time passed, everyone present stood up nervously. 5 minutes later, Wu Shiliang took the battery out of the compartment and said with a smile, Next, we will connect this battery to the car. Please ask our staff to come up and help. 2 staff members came up hurriedly and connected the battery to YYD's new energy electric vehicle. Okay, the staff has connected the battery to this car. Next, please look at the dashboard of this car. As Wu Shiliang pressed the start button of the car, the dashboard lit up and the battery level displayed was full, and the mileage was the same as the original car. In an instant, applause broke out from everyone at the scene. YYD's general manager, Lei Dami, Ren Cha Hai, and Dong Yuzhu all stood up excitedly. Chapter 40. the safety performance is off the charts. Lei Dami and Rin Chahai can no longer sit still. However, the on-site press conference was just the beginning. Wu Shiliang smiled and said, "Thank you everyone. Next, in order to let everyone see the effect of our Ranha battery more intuitively, we have asked the staff to bring up some commonly used equipment in daily life to cooperate with our experiment." As soon as he finished speaking, Ranha workers appeared on the scene again. They moved 3 high-power refrigerators, 5 high-power air conditioners, 3 high-power 45-inch TVs, and 5 high-power high-decibel speakers. "Okay, our staff have brought all the equipment up. There are also some appliances from other companies in here, which Mr. Dong should be familiar with." Dong Yuzhu in the audience smiled and nodded. At this moment, she just wanted to quickly see the effect of Ranha's battery. Wu Shiliang continued, "Okay then. Next, let's connect this fully charged Ranha new energy battery to these devices and see if it can hold up when all of them are turned on at the same time." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. They thought Wu Shiliang wanted to conduct experiments one by one, but they didn't expect that he now wanted to connect all these devices to one battery. Someone immediately started saying, "This is impossible! I absolutely cannot believe that such a small battery can be so powerful. With so many appliances turned on at the same time, the electricity consumption is probably enough to reach thousands of degrees. I can't believe that there is a battery that can power them all at the same time. Putting aside the question of whether it can be powered simultaneously, wouldn't it pose a safety issue if so many appliances were turned on?" As the crowd below the stage was discussing, Wu Shiliang on the stage had already asked the staff to connect the battery. All electrical appliances started working at the command. First refrigerator opened. Second refrigerator open. The third refrigerator is open. A few minutes later, all the electrical appliances that had just been moved up were successfully turned on. But the battery in the middle was there safely, and there was no safety issue at all. Everyone present was stunned, and everyone stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. Many reporters stood there with their equipment in hand. Only their cameras were still working. These exciting moments were broadcast on TV and spread to various industries. Not far from the exhibition hall, Chu Ran was also watching this scene quietly, with a smile on his lips. Lao Wu's explanation was indeed quite good and had his own style. As for his own quantum battery, he was already aware of its own advantages, so he was not very surprised. Seeing that the industry leaders in front of him were also stunned, Chu Ran understood that in the coming period, these people would probably fight for his products. Just as Chu Ran was thinking about this, the on-site exhibition has not yet ended, because these electrical appliances are turned on at the same time and are still working non-stop. Wu Shiliang continued to call up the timer, letting the time on it keep ticking. It went from 1 minute to 5 minutes, and at this moment, the applause from the audience began to ring out. From 5 minutes to 10 minutes, the applause at the scene has become louder and louder. Everyone stood up and began to applaud and be happy for the battery of Ranha new energy. As time passed, the applause and cheers from everyone present continued. Wu Shiliang smiled and spread his hands, then said, "Thank you everyone. The achievements of the Ranha quantum new energy battery go beyond this. In this experiment, we witnessed its impressive power output. Furthermore, it also demonstrated the battery's incredibly safe performance. No matter how many devices you have, as long as they're connected to our Ranha new energy battery, there won't be any safety issues." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present nodded vigorously. Such confident words were not boasted by Wu Shiliang, but were actually proven by on-site experiments. In the following time, Wu Shiliang used the stage of the exhibition to introduce the technology and core of this quantum battery to everyone present. With a bang, Wu Shiliang had someone smash the battery open, and only then did everyone realize that it was empty. The people at the scene were confused again. There was nothing in here, so why was so much electricity released? Wu Shiliang smiled and said, "That's right. This is the technology of our Ranha new energy battery. It utilizes the compression process of quantum density. There is no material inside the entire battery. There is only our special shell and special compression function. When the power in the battery is exhausted, you can continue to charge it in the charging compartment. To put it bluntly, this battery may not be called a battery. Strictly speaking, it should be called an energy pool." When talking about the compression of quantum density and the instantaneous charging of quantum entanglement, Wu Shiliang also began to marvel at the magic. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene stared at Wu Shiliang in a daze. This magical technology actually came into being. Usually, we have only seen this technology in science fiction movies, but now, this technology is right before our eyes. Tonight's exhibition is destined to become world famous, and the 2 words Ranha will surely revolutionize all industries. Xiao Wei's boss Ren Changhai, who was sitting in the front row, said something very profound. Lei Dami nodded in agreement. Mr. Rin is right. I never thought such a powerful company would emerge in our country. I'm now curious about who the founder of this company is. Before coming here, I only knew that Qiqing Xiwen, who had returned from the United States, was the company's CEO, but the company's true chairman still hasn't appeared. Ren Changhai also shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. At this time, Legate Chairman Dong Yuzhu spoke in a low voice. Haha, no matter who he is definitely a dragon's pride. The fact that he can create such technology has already attracted global attention. Lei Dami asked curiously. Boss Dong, what do you think? Ran He's technology will be world famous after tonight. We are close to them, so we must act first. Whatever Mr. Lei thinks, I think the same. Ren Changhai said in the middle. No matter what company it is, as long as they use Ranha's products, their products will definitely become popular around the world. We must have a good discussion with Ranha. Everyone should have a share of this product. Wu Shiliang was still talking on the stage. Chu Ran looked at the time, and it was already late. He did not continue watching, but turned around and left the exhibition hall and went straight back to the dormitory. Now that the bait has been released, it depends on who can take the bait as soon as possible. Chu Ran had already called Shi Qingshuan on the way back. After we have enough battery goods, we will start to discuss cooperation. We need to negotiate with every company, but we won't consider it for now. We will consider which company to cooperate with after the final summary and research. Because from that night on, Ranha's backbone has become stronger and stronger, and it is destined to become a national enterprise. Chapter 41 What kind of woman does Ranha's boss like? Just when Chu Ran was thinking about his new product launch conference. In a high-end hotel in Tianhai City. Yang Shuya was also drinking and chatting with a group of high school classmates, while also watching the TV in the hotel private room. Originally, this gathering was a spur-of-the-moment event, so there wasn't really any theme. Since Bai Yang's job was to watch the press conference, everyone gathered together to watch it with him. The press conference might be a bit boring at the beginning, as the students were all discussing their own things. Even tonight's protagonist, Bai Yang, was trying to please his crush, Yang Shuya. However, as the Ranha New Energy Launch Conference progressed on TV, Wu Shiliang placed the battery in the charging compartment for charging. Everyone present became a little curious. Fuck, is there still this kind of technology? Wireless charging? That's pretty cool. How does this charging happen? Bai Yang, is your new energy development so rapid now? Bai Yang smiled helplessly when he heard this, then shook his head without explaining. Because he couldn't explain it. This new product tonight seemed a little beyond his expectations. Yang Shuya next to him was also attracted and looked at the scene in shock. But then, their cognition was refreshed again. It was fully charged in 5 minutes, and everyone exclaimed in amazement. 5 minutes. If this technology is used on a mobile phone, wouldn't it mean that I can charge my phone in the time it takes to wash my face? This is incredible. This new product is quite cool, Bai Yang. Yang Shuya also said something curiously. Bai Yang smiled and said, Shuya, if you like, I can take you to see it in person. Forget it, it's not mine even if I look at it, and it's probably over if I go now. Immediately afterwards, the press conference on TV continued. When Wu Shiliang took out the YYD car and connected the battery to it, the car was instantly fully charged. Bai Yang couldn't sit still anymore. Because his family's industry is new energy vehicles, he naturally knows how important a car's battery is, and he also knows how big the battery needs to be to power the car just now. But in the picture, such a small battery can actually power a car, which makes Bai Yang excited. Wow, Ranha New Energy is really amazing. They can actually make batteries so awesome. If such a small battery is used in a car, the space saved can definitely be used to do more things. The students' discussions became more and more excited, and Yang Shuya was also fascinated by it. Bai Yang's phone also vibrated at this time. Hey Dad, I'm watching this press conference. I didn't go to the scene. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know things would be like this tonight. Don't worry, I'll watch the whole thing. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang sat next to Yang Shuya awkwardly. Were you scolded by your father? Yang Shuya asked curiously. Bai Yang nodded and said, Who knew Ranha New Energy could produce such a powerful battery? It seems that starting tonight, the entire automotive industry is about to change. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Yang Shuya pretended to be pitiful. Bai Yang hurriedly said, Without Shuya, it's not your fault. The press conference on TV was still going on. When Wu Shiliang asked people to move all the electrical appliances onto the stage, all the appliances started running at the same time. Yang Shuya and her high school classmates covered their mouths in surprise. With so many electrical appliances running at the same time, how come the battery is still intact? It's amazing! This Ranha battery is absolutely the most amazing thing. I just want to know the price now, so I can get one for my home anyway. Next, Wu Shiliang explained the advantages of Ranha New Energy battery and pointed out that the safety performance of this battery will be the most reliable. When quantum compression technology was introduced, the high school students in the private room all started applauding Ranha. At the dinner table, Yang Shuya and Bai Yang were also clapping their hands happily. I never thought that China actually has such powerful industries and technologies. This technology is among the best in the world and is changing the world. Our generation is so blessed to be able to witness such a magical scene. At the end of the press conference, Wu Shiliang said that the technology of this new energy battery has begun to be used skillfully in the factory, and will be supplied to major manufacturers in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the students present began to discuss. I dare to predict that Ranha will definitely be the most powerful industry in China in the next few years. A boy who studied finance made a far-sighted comment. At this time, another girl who looked quite pretty lifted her hair and said something jokingly. I really don't know who the boss of Ranha is. Is it too late for me to meet him now? Another girl said, Just move aside. Among all our classmates, only Shuya has this ability. Hearing this, everyone else laughed. Yang Shuya said shyly, Jinjin, don't talk nonsense. The boss of Ranha must be very capable. How could he like us who haven't graduated yet? I just want to find a partner in peace and stability. If possible, we can get married after graduation. When Bai Yang heard this, he felt as if his heart was being bitten by 100,000 ants. Shuya, actually I. Before he could finish his words, the phone on the table rang again. Everyone in the originally serious box started laughing. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Bai Yang hurriedly picked up the phone, turned his head and whispered, Dad, I know, I'll be there soon, don't rush me. Okay, I know, I will try my best. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang looked at Yang Shuya awkwardly. Sorry Shuya, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. Let's contact each other later. Class, I'm leaving now. Everyone continue playing. I've already settled the bill. Let's have fun. After saying that, Bai Yang hurriedly ran out of the box. The female classmate next to her, Jinjin, came up to Yang Shuya. Shuya, look at him. He's such a good person. After all these years, he still cares about you. Now he has his own career. If you two were together, you would be the boss's wife in the future. How prestigious. Yang Shuya smiled and said, Thank you. I know that myself, but I'll wait until graduation. It's too late to graduate now. You're not still thinking about that Chu Ran, are you? He's just a loser. His parents run a restaurant. How can he compare to Bai Yang? When Yang Shuya heard Chu Ran's name, she couldn't help but get angry. Chu Ran, he is a clown, we can never be together. That's right, as long as you figure it out. The high school classmates' reunion was still going on. Chu Ran arrived at school at 9 o'clock in the evening. During this time, the launch conference of Ranha New Energy had ended. Before he returned to the dormitory, he had already received a message from Chi Qingxuan. Boss Chu, my phone is about to explode. So far, there are 50 companies that want to cooperate with us. Chapter 42. The school is also in an uproar. Who is Boss Ranha? Chu Ran looked at Chichingshuan's message and replied calmly with one word. Drag. When I returned to the dormitory, many people in the boys' dormitory were discussing the launch of Ranha New Energy tonight. It seems that the reputation of the two words, Ranha, has begun to ferment from now on. The moment Chu Ran returned to the dormitory, he heard his 3 roommates screaming frantically. Haha, living in China is so cool. We can actually see such great technology appearing. You know what? The press conference just ended, and the entire internet is buzzing with discussion about Ran He. The Chinese people are all cheering for this press conference tonight. So handsome indeed. It's a pity that the third brother is not here. Let's drink to him. When he comes back, we'll drink with him. After saying that, the 3 of them picked up their beers and started toasting. The moment Chu Ran opened the door, he was also stunned by the stares of these people. What the hell are you doing? We're still 2 years away from graduation, so it's no time to celebrate early, right? The eldest brother, Wang Rui, laughed and said, Look, the third brother is so immersed in love that he doesn't even know such an important thing. Fourth brother, tell third brother what big thing happened in our country tonight. As the second brother Hao Jiangwo's voice fell, the fourth brother Zhang Hao came over with a beer. Third brother, something big really happened in our country tonight. Get lost, you useless thing. Drink a bottle of wine and get drunk. Let me talk about the third brother. Hao Jiangwo pushed Zhang Hao away and started performing for Chu Ran on his own. Third brother, you didn't watch the press conference of Ranha New Energy tonight. It was a complete failure. This press conference will definitely affect the future of the international situation. Ranha New Energy is a company that is definitely going to shine in China and internationally. Seeing that Hao Jiangwo hadn't gotten to the point for a long time, the eldest brother Wang Rui impatiently pushed him away and said, Let me tell you, third brother. Ranha New Energy, a very new company, launched a quantum compressed energy tonight. It can provide power for various electrical appliances and vehicles. Its charging speed and charging technology are all revolutionary, and even its safety performance is terrifyingly good. Third brother, do you know what this means? Does this mean that China will become the world's most powerful country? Chu Ran blinked and asked curiously. Wang Rui was also choked, but then nodded hurriedly. It's not impossible. In short, this new energy technology is absolutely revolutionary. It will affect the status of our country. Looking at his 3 roommates drinking heavily, Chu Ran was happy from the bottom of his heart. After living together for so long, he also knows that these 3 people are actually good people at heart, especially the eldest brother Wang Rui, who is born to be a civil servant because he has many traditional ideas in his mind and is very proud of his identity and his country. Now the emergence of Ranha New Energy technology has indeed made this group of passionate young people realize their own dreams. That night, one by one, they began to burn their passion and cheer for the newly emerging company, Ranha. Many boys in the dormitory started drinking to celebrate, and some got drunk and leaned on the windows and shouted, Ranha is awesome. Finally, even the girls in the other dormitory started talking about it. In Fang Shia's dormitory, several girls were also discussing what happened tonight. Only Fang Shia was sitting in front of the desk, working seriously on his professional project. Shia, don't you think the name Ranha is familiar? Gua Lily came over with her cell phone and asked curiously. Fang Shia glanced at the news above, then revealed a flawless smile. Sister Lily, I'm studying. Gua Lily pouted helplessly and had to sit aside awkwardly. By the way, why didn't Chu Ran invite you to dinner tonight? Fang Shia bit the pen and said, He said he had something to do and went out to work. Something's wrong? He's wrong? How could he be wrong? Today is Saturday. Gua Lily stood up excitedly and looked at Fang Shia curiously. Fang Shia looked at her helplessly, and Gua Lily sat down obediently. That's weird. Look, the Ranha New Energy press conference is being held tonight, and Chu Ran disappeared. Is there any connection between the two? Fang Shia had already put on headphones and turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. But Gua Lily still frowned and kept thinking. After discovering Chu Ran's secret, Gua Lily felt that anything could happen to Chu Ran. The person who had the same feeling as Gua Lily was the student union president Luo Tiantian. At this time, Luo Tiantian was also sitting on a chair in the dormitory with his mobile phone, watching the news very seriously. On his desk, there was a very ordinary business card. It says Ranhe New Energy Company, Limited, Financial Manager Zhang Xiaotian. Chu Ran Fang Shia. Ran he. Luo Tiantian murmured for a moment, then picked up the business card with some trembling. This is not really that guy, is it? Outside the dormitory, the cheers continued. From this moment on, the name Ranhe would become a household name all over the world. That night, the internet was paralyzed by enthusiastic netizens. Even Weibo was filled with all kinds of news about Ranhe and technical analysis of quantum batteries. Many professionals began to express their ideas online. Overnight, Ranhe went from an unknown new company to the pride of domestic products in everyone's eyes. On-site reporter interview at the Ranhe New Energy Press Conference. Mr. Lei, what do you think of the Ranhe New Energy Press Conference? The camera turned to Lei Dami, who excitedly said, Awesome! I can only say awesome! A company like Ranhe has achieved incredible results, and given all of our domestic brands a new direction for development. I want to continue the camera and tell the CEO behind Ranhe that we will always choose to work with you for our rice products. The price isn't important. What's important is that we can contribute to domestic brands. Soon, footage of reporters interviewing Xiao Wei's CEO Rin Changhai also appeared. Mr. Rin, what effect do you think Ranhe's press conference will have on our domestic brands? What kind of cooperation strategy will you adopt for Xiaowei products in the future? Ren Changhai smiled and said, We are far ahead, absolutely far ahead. When new energy technologies were still unfamiliar to both domestic and foreign audiences, Ranhe used their unique technology to create quantum compression batteries. I believe that Ranhe's new energy will have a terrifying impact both at home and abroad. Foreign brands will no longer underestimate us. As for our Xiao Wei's cooperation strategy, I only have one word for it now, and that is unconditional obedience. If Ranhe agrees, I, Xiao Wei, can contribute 1 billion yuan for cooperation. Chapter 43, Planning the Double 11 event, Arms will sell well. Soon, the two interview videos of Lei Dami and Rin Changhai were also circulated wildly on the internet. At this moment, netizens were discussing it crazily. It became an overnight sensation. I never thought such an amazing technology would appear in China. Honestly, I haven't cried in years, but I really couldn't control myself tonight. Mr. Wu from Ranhe said it so well. We've overcome difficulties for so many years just to have this craze. The era that belongs to China is indeed coming. My husband was so excited that he cried. China's technology is developing so rapidly. Ranhe Company has really given everyone new hope. With the emergence of this technology, the future will be greatly changed. Our generation is truly witnessing history. Ahem, well, did you notice that there was a military trade forum that was very popular online a few days ago, and there was also the word Ranhe? It seems to be the Ranhe flagship store. It is this flagship store that sells arms to many countries. What are you talking about upstairs? Do you think you can survive selling arms in China? That's a serious crime. It's not the same thing as that. That's right. If you sell arms to China, you won't even know how you died, not to mention it's so crazy. Ranhe is just a newly emerging new energy company. It has not participated in any illegal activities. Please stop spreading rumors. Thank you. The discussions among netizens on the internet are very interesting. Meanwhile in Tianhai City, Chu Ran, who had been busy all day, appeased several roommates and began to sit on the bed, looking at his arms trading forum. At this time, he found that his attribute panel had changed again. Host Chu Ran. Arms trade value, 4 points. Technology attribute value, 1 point. It seems that these technologies can only add points to themselves after they are known to the world. Without paying any more attention to these things, Chu Ran focused his attention on his own trading forum. There were not many orders this time, and most of them required guns and ammunition. After Chu Ran processed a few orders, he began to think about how to increase the store's sales a little more. The clients that Chu Ran frequently trades with now are the two countries of Russia and Iraq, so Chu Ran thinks that it would be better if he could expand a little more and add more clients. At this moment, Chu Ran saw an advertising message posted by a shopping platform. Double 11 gift package pre-order is open. Yes, Double 11. Now the National Day is approaching, and after that comes the special festival of Double 11. Maybe people abroad don't know, but as a Chinese, he knows clearly what the Double 11 holiday means. If 2 months later, the ARMS flagship store also holds an event like this, slightly lowering the prices of these arms, and also using the activity of getting a certain amount of discount when you spend a certain amount, and this kind of trick happens more often, those people abroad will definitely not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Chu Ran nodded happily and made the decision. He would work harder to get through these 2 months, and then start working hard on Double 11 to open the next ARMS area. According to Chu Ran's prediction, the next ARMS area should be the aerospace area, including drones, fighter jets, bombers, etc. If these things appear, every order will be invaluable. Apart from anything else, during this period of time, Chu Ran received news from the Maoxiong country and Ilong every day. Their biggest dream is to buy an airplane at the Ranha flagship store. After all, the cost of building something like an airplane is not cheap. If it is sold at the same discount and price as the Ranha flagship store, it will definitely not be outrageously expensive when it goes online. In short, no matter what, the truth is, buying is definitely faster than making. For these two countries, the most abundant thing they have is money. After all, oil and arms are even less valuable in their hands. After simply setting some rules for the Double 11 event, Chu Ran was just about to go to sleep. Another message came on the phone, from the mercenary Jack. Mr. Chu, we've entered a small city near Baji Tan. We've recruited 20 mercenaries here. Next, we'll be looking for a place to stay and rest. Our team estimates that within half a month, we'll be able to expand our team to over 1,000 people. By then, we'll be able to control some small forces along the way and become local warlords. Chu Ran nodded in satisfaction, then gave the other party an okay gesture. He naturally believed in the mercenaries' skills, but Chu Ran didn't know how far they could go in the end. Because when Chu Ran made this move, he was a little nervous. After all, this was not the Republic of China. It was really difficult to establish a warlord. Even though it was abroad, it did require a lot of money, and he didn't know if he would get any results in the end. If this mercenary group can gain a foothold outside, then his military forces can continue to develop in secret, and then Chu Ran can really realize his dream of an invincible empire. But what he has to do next is definitely to work hard to make money and continuously expand his dream of an empire. That night, the madness in the dormitory outside continued until the early hours of the morning. When Chu Ran woke up, there were several missed calls on his phone. There is one from Qiqingxuan, one from the student union president Luo Tiantian, and another from Fang Shia. He smiled and called Fang Shia first. "You've never called me before, do you miss me?" Fang Shia was studying in the dormitory at this time. Then she answered Chu Ran's phone and whispered, I didn't. I just wanted to ask if you were going to dinner today." "Of course I'm going. Come downstairs, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran called Qiqingxuan again. "Boss Chu, I can handle other manufacturers, but there's one person I really can't delay. They're the people from the Chinese Ministry of National Defense. They called me this morning and said they wanted to meet you." Chu Ran knew that after his Ranha new energy was released, it would definitely not escape the officials' attention, so he was not too surprised at this time. "Tell him to meet in your office this afternoon, and I'll come over then." After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran called Luo Tiantian again. "Chairman Luo, what's going on? Call me early in the morning." On the phone, Luo Tiantian hurriedly said, "Classmate Chu Ran? Nothing special, there's a National Day event in a few days. I've reserved a good spot for you. Would you like to bring Fang Shia with you?" "Thank you, Chairman Luo, for your concern. We'll see when the time comes." Chu Ran already knew that Luo Tiantian must have sensed something, but he was not worried that he would tell anyone. He thought that anyone who could become the president of the student union must have some brains. If he had been hiding it, the other party would definitely not tell anyone so rashly. Chapter 44 I am a businessman, and I only talk about profits. After making 3 phone calls, Chu Ran went straight downstairs to find Fang Shia for breakfast. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, a familiar place, Chu Ran saw Fang Shia walking down wearing branded clothing. "Why did you change clothes today?" Chu Ran asked curiously. Fang Shia whispered, That piece of clothing needs to be washed. Chu Ran smiled and looked Fang Shia up and down, then nodded with satisfaction. Stop looking and leave! Fang Shia felt awkward wearing such nice clothes. She didn't know how many people were staring at her since she came downstairs. She was still used to the outfit she usually wore. A moment later, the two sat in the restaurant and ate face to face. Seeing Fang Shia yawning, Chu Ran felt a little distressed and said, Read less tonight and go to bed early. You've been studying all day. I went to bed early, but last night many people were talking about Ran He and stayed up all night. Fang Shia sounded a little blaming, but Chu Ran smiled happily. It seems like you don't like this Ranha company? Fang Shia shook her head. No, I don't even know them. Oh, and Gua Lily said you opened Ranha. Ranha is our abbreviation. Puff. Chu Ran almost vomited the soup he had just drunk. Fang Shia sat calmly opposite and handed Chu Ran a tissue. No, this, do you believe what she said? Chu Ran asked Fang Shia curiously. The latter shook his head and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. But it's a really nice name. Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled happily, and his previous worries disappeared. After breakfast, Fang Shia went to study again, while Chu Ran went to the company to meet people from the State Department. He now also wants to know what the State Departments think of his company. The sudden emergence of Ranha New Energy Company has indeed made the country proud, but no matter what, Chu Ran is still a businessman and he has to fight for his own interests. After leaving the school gate, Chu Ran came to a BMW 4 Series. A young man in the cab hurried out to open the door. Hello, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chi asked me to come and pick you up. Chu Ran nodded. Chi Qingxuan was indeed very rigorous in his work. He had already thought of it before she had made such arrangements. Thank you. Chu Ran got in the car, and the driver quickly started the car and watched it drive away from the school steadily. At the same time, a taxi slowly stopped at the school gate, and Yang Shuya got out of the car with a small bag. It happened that the BMW passed by her. At this moment, Yang Shuya vaguely saw a familiar face in the back seat of the car. Is that Chu Ran? With doubt in her heart, Yang Shuya immediately sneered. Haha, I must be dazzled. How could that guy possibly be riding in such a nice car? The BMW soon arrived at the factory of Ranha New Energy Company. Chu Ran has seen many sports cars and luxury vehicles along the way. When did all these cars arrive? Hearing Chu Ran's question, the driver hurriedly said, Mr. Chu, they all came here early this morning. Mr. Chi said that they were all guests, so he asked us to clear the parking lot. Later, the parking lot was full, so we all herded here. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. This was the case of becoming famous overnight and being known all over the world. In the past, all the cars of Ranha Company were owned by the company, but now, after last night's press conference, all these industry leaders came to visit. After arriving at the office area, there were indeed quite a few people in the corridor. The driver whispered, Boss Chu asked me to take you through the company's fire escape. No one will see you there, so you can go directly to his office. Soon, the two went upstairs and came to Chi Qingxuan's office. Boss Chu! Chi Qingxuan hurried over to shake hands with Chu Ran. When will their people come? Chu Ran asked straight to the point. Chi Qingxuan invited him to sit on the sofa and said, Right away, we'll meet in this office. What do you think? Chu Ran asked Chi Qingxuan while drinking tea. The latter smiled and said, Our business has just started. If they ask for any conditions, we can agree to half of them, and the rest will be decided by ourselves. I hate it most when people take advantage of me, no matter who it is. So even though we are a new company, we have to show our own style. After hearing Chu Ran's words, Chi Qingxuan knew that his young boss was indeed very decisive. Soon, the secretary outside knocked on the door and came in. Boss Chu, Boss Chi, people are coming. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 middle-aged men walked in. They were all wearing well-fitting suits and glasses, and they were smiling very energetically. Chi Qingxuan hurried forward to greet them, and a younger man next to him began to introduce them. Hello, President Chi, this is our Deputy Minister of National Defense, Sun Liangxing. This is Professor Gu Yuhe, a professor at the New Energy Research Association of the Ministry of National Defense. Chi Qingxuan nodded hurriedly, and did not rush to shake hands. Instead, Chu Ran began to stretch out his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Minister Sun, Chu Ran, chairman of Ranha New Energy." When they heard that Chu Ran was the CEO of Ranha New Energy, the three of them looked at him seriously. No one expected that the chairman of Ranha New Energy would be so young. Sitting in the office, Minister Sun and Professor Gu couldn't help but sigh. China has successors. Mr. Chu hasn't even graduated yet, but he's already achieved such outstanding results. This is truly our hope. Chu Ran smiled and said, "Minister Sun, thank you for your compliment. I just happened to think of this idea, and he started experimenting. Mr. Chu, Ranha's quantum compression battery is absolutely the greatest invention in the world. Last night, several old friends and I were so excited that we couldn't sleep. I was especially happy to know that I could visit your company today. But now I want to know, what was Mr. Chu's original intention in developing this new energy source?" Chu Ran smiled and said, "Professor Gu, you're researching this area, so you must know that in the future, new energy will definitely occupy a larger space and bring greater benefits. New energy also has many advantages. My original idea was to create a battery that everyone can afford and is more convenient. Now that quantum peripheral batteries have appeared, perhaps this is the real beginning." When Du Yuhe heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. "You said this is the real beginning. Does that mean that in the future you can create products that are even better than quantum peripheral batteries?" As soon as these words were spoken, even Minister Sun next to him looked at Chu Ran in surprise. However, Chu Ran leaned on the sofa and smiled. "Let's not talk about this today, let's just talk about the purpose of the two of you coming to me." Chapter 45, Military-Civilian Cooperation Enterprise, Chu Ran's Dominance. Hearing Chu Ran's words, both of them smiled helplessly. Minister Sun spoke first. "Director Chu, our purpose for coming here is very simple. We want Ranha to cooperate with the military. Then we can reach an agreement with Ranha and make Ranha a military-industrial enterprise." "No problem, but I have conditions." Chu Ran agreed quickly, but he also put forward the conditions quickly. Minister Sun was slightly stunned. He probably didn't expect Chu Ran to be so straightforward, and he was indeed a little surprised that he would put forward conditions to the State Department. "Please tell us, Mr. Chu. We will do our best to meet your requirements." Chu Ran smiled and nodded. "First, Ranha New Energy's technology must be controlled by our company. Second, the military can only supply 1/3 of our products each month. We will sell the rest to other manufacturers. Third, after Ranha New Energy becomes a military-industrial cooperative enterprise, we will declare this to the outside world, but internally, we will still operate freely. The only thing is that we will only keep 1/3 of the products for the military." After hearing Chu Ran's 3 conditions, everyone present was stunned. Chi Qingxuan also touched his hair awkwardly. He knew that although Chu Ran was young, he was a very thoughtful person. But he didn't expect that he would dare to put forward such conditions. "So you just provide 1/3 of the goods, and then the State Department will register a military-civilian cooperation military-industrial enterprise for you? What does it mean to be a military-industrial enterprise? It means you can enjoy various state benefits and preferential treatment, and you can also increase your reputation. If nothing else, if you hang the sign of cooperation with the military-industrial enterprise, all other units will rush to cooperate with you and know your credibility. Of course, Ranha might not really need this right now, but it's better than nothing, right? Many private enterprises can't even get this opportunity even if they try their best. But what about now? Chu Ran not only has such an opportunity, but also wants to expand the profit of this opportunity." At this time, Chi Qingxuan didn't dare to interrupt at all. He could only sit aside and watch Minister Sun and Professor Gu. "Okay, Mr. Chu, we agree to all your conditions. As long as you can leave 1/3 of the goods to our military, all these conditions are fine." After hesitating for a moment, Minister Sun immediately agreed generously. Chu Ran smiled and said, "Happy cooperation." Chi Qingxuan smiled helplessly, thinking that his boss really dared to ask for it. I didn't expect that the other party's bottom line could actually be agreed to. It was such a surprise. "Mr. Chu, I want to go to the workshop now to check out our Ranha batteries." Professor Gu is a very focused scientist, so he couldn't suppress his excitement at this moment. "No problem, President Xi will take you there. It's not convenient for me to show up right now. I have to go back and finish my studies. Minister Sun smiled and said, This is the first time I've met someone as young as Mr. Chu. Could you please tell me if Mr. Chu's family has supported his business since he started it? No, I'm from an ordinary family. After I created quantum compression technology, I called Shinziming. He was very happy when he heard about it and came to negotiate with me directly. Then I met Mr. Qi, Mr. Wu and others. It was with their help that I was able to start this company. I see. Anyway, Mr. Chu is young and promising, and is definitely a pillar of the country. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. We are already partners from now on. Chu Ran nodded. Minister Sun, thank you for your understanding. I started my business at such a young age, but I don't want to fail. I just want to make my own money. No matter when, I remember that I am a businessman. But please rest assured, I will never spread my technology overseas. Only our people can own it. Minister Sun shook hands with Chu Ran seriously. Happy cooperation! Next, Qi Qingxuan took Minister Sun and Professor Gu to visit the workshop. Chu Ran was preparing to return to school. Although the company was his, he didn't want to stay here for too long. Led by the driver, Chu Ran once again walked through the fire escape to the side of the vehicle. At this time, a green plate new energy vehicle also stopped nearby, and then a young man in a suit walked out of it. Chu Ran? After seeing Chu Ran, the young man was also very surprised. When Chu Ran saw him, he just smiled calmly. Bai Yang, haha, old classmate. That's right, this person is Yang Shia's pursuer Bai Yang, whose family is also engaged in the new energy vehicle industry. After watching the Ranha press conference this time, Bai Yang rushed over to discuss cooperation with Ranha. It's a pity that I didn't wait for him last night, so I had to run over here again this morning to wait. Why are you here, Chu Ran? Bai Yang asked curiously. Chu Ran said, A friend brought me here to see the world. Okay, you haven't graduated yet, so you really need to see more of the world. Ranha will definitely be a leader among our domestic brands in the future, and our company is ready to cooperate with Ranha. Seeing Bai Yang's expression, Chu Ran smiled calmly and said, Really? What's the name of Brother Bai Yang's company? It's not mine. It's my father's creation. It's called Dream New Energy Vehicle. Our technology is very advanced. You can come visit our company when you have time. Anyway, this time, I will definitely get the cooperation order from Haranhi for my father. When that happens, our dream vehicle will become the most advanced new energy vehicle in the world. Haha, that's amazing, Bai Yang. Well, I have to go back to school, so I'll leave first. Brother Bai Yang, go get busy. Chu Ran smiled and walked towards the BMW with the driver. Bai Yang stopped him again. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. I met Shuya last night, Chu Ran. I know you like her too, but Shuya won't like you. She has already promised me that she will marry me after graduation. Chu Ran sighed helplessly, looked at Bai Yang and said, Well, it's really sad. Then I can only wish you all the best. Chu Ran, study hard and don't delay your studies. You will never be on the same path as us. Bai Yang gave another instruction, then turned around proudly wearing his suit. Chu Ran just laughed and said nothing, then walked straight to the BMW and got in. A moment later, Chu Ran called Qi Qingxuan. Hey, Mr. Chu. There's a dream energy car company, right? It seems there is such a person. There are too many customers coming in these 2 days. It's okay. Remember, we can negotiate with other manufacturers, but this company directly refuses. We don't even need to meet. I understand, Mr. Chu. Downstairs at Ranha Company, Bai Yang's assistant followed him. Boss Bai, was that guy your love rival? Haha, does he deserve it? He's a clown. He's liked Shuya since he was a child, but why would Shuya fall for him? Why doesn't she take a piss and look at herself in the mirror? Chapter 46 The Terror of Mercenaries, Sniper Kills from 2 kilometers away. Bai Yang may never know how he offended Ranhe. Because he saw with his own eyes the manufacturers outside, one by one, happily going in to talk to Ranha's people. But I was the only one wearing white who was not called. What's going on? Don't we have an appointment? This shouldn't be the case. We were clearly registering downstairs just now, so why did all the other manufacturers who came later go in, but we weren't called? Bai Yang and his assistant discussed it curiously, and the latter was also confused. Until noon, the two men still hadn't waited. At this time, Bai Yang's father also made a phone call and started to inquire. In the end, he heard that Ranha had already talked to many manufacturers, but would not negotiate with their dream auto. Upon hearing the news, Dad was so angry that he almost threw the phone and directly asked Bai Yang what he had done to offend others. But how could Bai Yang, who was completely confused at this moment, know this? Dad, I didn't do anything. I feel really wronged. Shut up right there. No matter what, you must meet Ranhe. Go and beg him, even on your knees. As long as he agrees to meet you, your mission will be accomplished. After Chu Ran returned to school, he found Fang Shia directly in the library. Chu Ran handed her the drink he bought in the city. Fang Shia said no, but when Chu Ran put the straw to her lips, she gently bit it and started to drink. The student union sent an invitation for you and me to attend the National Day Gala ceremony next week. Having said that, Fang Shia took out the invitation from under the library counter. Chu Ran looked at it and couldn't help but smile. It turned out that they got the investment. Now, they have to send out invitations to hold a school celebration event. After this school celebration, we will have a holiday. Will you go home then? Fang Shia nodded. Yes, I want to go see my mom, my grandma, and my sister. Are there so many people at home? Chu Ran asked with pretended curiosity. Fang Shia hummed, then felt embarrassed to continue. Because Chu Ran knew that every time Fang Shia went back, he would give the money he saved to his family, saying that he was going out to study, but in fact it was almost the same as going out to work. When Chu Ran went home with Fang Shia for the first time, he was also shocked by their family's poverty. They lived on a hill in Sichuan. The road on the mountain was difficult to travel. There were only 2 houses in the family. Most importantly, there was no man. Fang Shiha's mother took care of the elderly alone, and took Fang Shiha's younger sister to work in the fields every day. This is also why Fang Shia worked so hard and tried so hard to make money during school. I'll take you home during the holidays. Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia and suddenly said this. Fang Shia raised her head curiously. Huh? I said I would go back with you, what? Chu Ran said and touched Fang Shiha's hair, then took out his mobile phone and started managing his own trading forum. Fang Shia sat there, not knowing what he was thinking. Some news about Ranha New Energy has also appeared in the Arms Trade Forum. In this forum, there are many boring people discussing various things every day. Of course, what they are discussing most now is that Ilong has recently purchased a large amount of arms, which has attracted the attention of the United States. Since last month, Ilong's arms purchases at the Ranha flagship store have reached 500 million, and this number is still rising. Just as Chu Ran came online, he saw that Ilong's account had sent another order. After completing the order, Chu Ran looked at Ilang's order record and immediately sent his gold membership to him. Congratulations, you've become a gold member. From now on, you'll receive a 10% discount on purchases, and with this order, you'll receive a free howitzer. The representative over there also expressed his gratitude very happily. A 10% discount may not sound very big, but if there are orders of hundreds of millions each time, then this 10% discount accumulated slowly will also be a huge fortune. After Ilang's order was completed, Chu Ran processed some small orders one after another. There are not many individual orders from the United States. It should be because they recently sent troops to suppress it, so there are no rampant people on the streets. In addition, the United States has begun to strictly prohibit people from shopping at the Ranha flagship store, and the Arms Trading Forum has also been labeled as a dangerous website, which ordinary people cannot enter at all. As a result, the purchasing power of individual customers at the Ranha flagship store is much lower. After cursing the US government for a few words, Chu Ran began to continue processing other orders. After all, no matter how strong the purchasing power of individual investors was, it could not compare to the order he had placed with the Bear Country and Ilong. Next, he processed some small orders, some from Mo Shiga and some from small members of the base from Baji Sitten. The two organizations have been consuming a lot of arms. In the past period of time, they only purchased bullets, but recently they have started to purchase large quantities of firearms and equipment. For Chu Ran, these orders are already small orders. But speaking of the Bajizi Tan country, Chu Ran thought of his mercenaries Jack and others. Just after going online, Chu Ran saw a post on the homepage. The poster said that a group of very rampant mercenaries were recently discovered around Baji Sitten. This team swallowed up several mercenary organizations, and directly killed the boss, leaving you leaderless, and then began to swallow up members of other small organizations. There are some unbearable pictures below the post, which are all mercenary leaders who were beaten to death. Their deaths were extremely cruel. Some people analyzed that many of these people were killed by snipers, and the opponent used a large caliber Barrett. Some professionals even said that the extent of the wound should be about 2 kilometers away. Logically speaking, there are very few people who can shoot accurately at this distance, unless the opponent is a very professional sniper. Chu Ran read the analysis in the post with great interest, and finally the sniper Zhao Tian from China emerged in his mind. Even Chu Ran doesn't know the whereabouts of Jack and the others. Now those people are in a free-range state, but Chu Ran has enough confidence in them. I still have 500 million yuan in funds in my hands now. Ranha's goods have already started to ship, and I will definitely receive the funds in time, so there is no need to invest the money for the time being. Chu Ran now plans to see how far Jack and the others can go. If they are really awesome, he will spend money to hire more people to join in. If this thing is to be done, it must be done to the greatest extent possible. At that time, this will be Chu Ran's real trump card. Chapter 47, Ranha Flagship Store, is it really from China? Just as Chu Ran was thinking about his invincible empire, the United States is also holding an emergency meeting. Lang's recent movements have indeed attracted their attention. The territory in East China cannot be lost. They have many military bases there, and all the oil around is stolen from there. If Long really turns against the United States, it will be difficult for the United States to cope. One of the members of parliament directly proposed that Assyria should start the action and first strike the toad silk of Belesitin to give Long a little shock. Another member of parliament said that the situation in East China is now tense, Zulia is beginning to lose control, and many Freedom Army soldiers have strong firepower. They should first suppress the situation here. Some congressmen even suggested that something was not right with Russia. They recently discovered at a military trade forum that Russia had been continuously purchasing arms at the Ranha flagship store. They must be planning a big move, and the United States should not act rashly in East China. U.S. President Obama was sitting next to the microphone at this time and kicked it angrily. Fuck, it's all the fault of the Ranha flagship store. They've sold arms to so many places, causing these places to become increasingly uncontrollable. They didn't originally have so many weapons, and they were usually just being timid, but now that they have guns, they're all jumping out. After hearing what Lao Ao said, everyone in the House of Representatives nodded helplessly. This problem is indeed very serious. The Ranha flagship store has become a big hidden danger. It can only be seen, but no one knows its true origin. If we take action against East China, the Ranha flagship store must be dealt with. Otherwise, many people in East China who don't have guns will go bankrupt and buy weapons from the Ranha flagship store to defend their homes. During World War II, China was the best example. If the Ranha flagship store had existed back then, China would have driven Japan out in just 1 year, not 10 years. There's more to the Ranha flagship store than just this. In the past, our American arms were sold all over the world, and the profits we made were enough to support most of our military. But since last month, our arms trade has stagnated. No one is willing to buy our arms. Everyone knows that the Ranha flagship store is cheaper and delivers faster online. After hearing the proposals of these congressmen, Lao Ao also deeply realized the harm of Ranha flagship store. After a moment, he made a decision. No matter what method you use, you must find out what's happening with the Ranha flagship store. This abominable online store has already made me feel as uncomfortable as if I had eaten a fly. I absolutely cannot let it continue to run rampant like this. As Lao Ao finished speaking, a member of parliament stood up and said, "Our online technicians are having a hard time finding information about the Ranha flagship store. Apparently, they're using advanced encryption. According to my analysis, there are no more than 5 countries in the world that can achieve this level of capability, possess the technology, and successfully deploy this much weapons." Lao Ao nodded seriously. "Go on." "Our country is the first, so that's already been ruled out. Next is Eagle country, but as a friendly country, they would never allow such a situation to happen. Then there's France. According to our spies, France has recently been on strike and has no time to do these things. Then there's the Bear Country to the east, and China. We can rule out Mao Xiong Country for now because they've placed multiple orders at the Ranha flagship store, and they probably won't brag about their products. Finally, that leaves Huaxia, the country that's the biggest suspect right now because they have a large population that can be spread all over the world. They can deliver arms wherever they need them and wherever they place an order. This analysis convinced everyone present. Lao Ao also nodded and said, I have been suspicious of the Huaxia country for a long time. They talk about peace, but do such things in secret. It is really unconvincing. A congressman coughed and said, Mr. President, do we need to issue an order to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ask them to hint at this? This matter is very serious, and we need to see China's attitude. As far as I know, there should be Chinese people holding a meeting at the League of Nations. Immediately notify our people and have them tell the Chinese representatives about this matter to see what their attitude is. At 6 p.m. China time, a key meeting was held within the National Department. Just now, my colleagues from the International Alliance sent me news that the U.S. has begun to suspect that the Ranha flagship store was our doing. When the leader heard this, he smiled helplessly. A desperate dog will bite you. Don't pay any attention to them. The U.S. is doing this because the situation in East China has become increasingly tense recently. They want to gauge our attitude. The Ranha flagship store has already had a significant impact on them. If the Ranha flagship store can't resolve the issue, the situation in East China will never stop. Ilong might even start to take the lead in causing trouble. The leader sat in a chair, sipping tea and saying, Ran, he is indeed becoming more and more successful. For a moment, I also felt that many of the things he did were for the consideration of our country. Haha, it's hard to understand. The Secretary General whispered. Comrades from the Ministry of National Defense also sent news today. They went to cooperate with the people from Ranha New Energy and met the big boss of the private enterprise. He turned out to be a student. A student can create a technology like quantum compression battery? China is really full of talents. The leader couldn't help but sigh. Yes, we have already investigated this student's background. It's clean. The Ranha flagship store on the internet should not be related to him. It's most likely just a coincidence of the name. Let's not rush to investigate the Ranha flagship store for now. This store won't have any impact on our country. We can refute the US if they want to smear us, but they can't produce any evidence anyway. Okay, leader. Then, should we put the matter of the Ranha flagship store on hold for now? Don't worry, if we don't check, someone will do it for us. When the secretary heard this, he nodded deeply. At the same time, inside the Ministry of Defense office, Minister Sun, who went to Ranha New Energy Company today, was currently holding a meeting with his subordinates in the department. Just then, someone ran in from outside. Minister Sun, I heard that you and Ran He have just reached a cooperation agreement? When Minister Sun saw this person, he shook his head helplessly. We're in a meeting, Lao Lu, can you be more perceptive? It's not that I'm short-sighted, it's just that our electromagnetic cannon can't wait any longer, leader. We've been fretting over the battery issue for a while now, and now with Ranha's quantum compression technology, how can we not be anxious? Chapter 48 Quantum Energy, Electromagnetic Gun Experiment. That's right, China's Ministry of National Defense is now seriously developing the technology of electromagnetic guns. Now let me briefly introduce the electromagnetic gun weapon. The electromagnetic gun is made using electromagnetic launch technology, and is an advanced kinetic killing weapon. Its working principle is to accelerate the metal projectile through the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field in the electromagnetic system so that it can reach the kinetic energy required to hit the target. Unlike traditional artillery that applies gunpowder gas pressure to the projectile, the power source of the electromagnetic gun is electricity. Therefore, the electromagnetic gun requires electricity. The electromagnetic gun currently developed by the country is mainly composed of three parts: energy, accelerator, and switch. Among them, the energy usually uses a device that can store 10 to 100 megajoules of energy. The energy sources currently used in experiments include battery packs, flux compression devices, and monopole generators. Since the launch process of the electromagnetic gun requires a large amount of electrical energy, its energy device must be able to provide enough electrical energy to meet the launch requirements. However, at present, none of these energy sources can provide enough energy for the electromagnetic gun. The Ministry of National Defense has been troubled by this problem for a long time, but it has not been able to experiment with anything suitable to help the electromagnetic gun launch. Professor Lao Lu, who is in charge of the research and development of electromagnetic guns, is the craziest professor in the entire Ministry of National Defense. In order to find this suitable energy source, he has settled in the Ministry of National Defense and works in the laboratory all day long. But even so, he still can't find a suitable one. However, just last night, when Lao Lu was doing an experiment, a student rushed in with a mobile phone. Old Lu was very angry at first, but when he saw the quantum battery displayed by Wu Shiliang on the screen, he instantly became crazy. He almost hugged the student's mobile phone and kissed it madly. He even wanted to find the person in charge of Ranha immediately. But in the end, Minister Sun showed up and said that he would definitely help to settle the Ranha matter. This made Lao Lu calm down a little, but he still wanted to go with them no matter what. Minister Sun knew very well his situation. If he had really gone to Ranha in this state, the deal would have probably fallen through long ago. So Minister Sun and Professor Gu did not invite old Lu when they went this morning. This caused Lao Lu to hate himself very much at this time for not going to Ranha in person and not seeing the quantum compression technology in person. Old Lu, I know what you're thinking, but the cooperation with Ran He has just been finalized. You should calm down first. We haven't conducted any experiments yet, and we don't know if this new technology can be used on electromagnetic guns. Hearing what Minister Sun said, Lao Lu instantly became unhappy. Old son, that's not what you told me before. No matter what, you must bring this quantum compression technology back to me. I want to conduct the experiment myself. Minister Sun smiled helplessly. I'm afraid this won't go as you wish. The result of our discussion today is just a simple supply relationship. Ranha is unwilling to hand over the technology. No, we are a State Department. Can't we even meet this little request? People like Lao Lu usually don't understand the ways of the world and don't know the secrets of business, so he was very confused at this time. But Minister Sun smiled and said, Don't get excited yet. Although we can't get the technology back, we can get the product, which is also good. When the time comes, you can use the product to study it yourself. Wouldn't that be more in line with your ambition? Do you want to take the answers to the exam? Lao Lu nodded. When can I get the goods? Next week. We've already finalized our initial cooperation negotiations. Lao Gu and I went to their workshop to check it out, and we expect to be able to get the goods starting next week. It's too slow. I've waited for so many years. There's no other way. You've waited for so many years, can't you wait even a week? This Ranha is different from other companies. The higher-ups have specifically mentioned that they need to be treated well. We must not kill it in the cradle, so you should just focus on your experiment. Lao Lu left the meeting room in a depressed mood, but he had a hunch that this quantum compression technology would definitely help him solve the problem of the electromagnetic gun. Maybe after all these years of hard work, I can finally see the light. At this moment, Lao Lu suddenly wanted to meet the person who created the curtain compression technology. At this time, Chu Ran was saying goodbye to Fang Shia downstairs, and suddenly he sneezed. Strange, my favorite person is right next to me. Is someone thinking about me? Fang Shia looked back at Chu Ran, then suddenly began to take off her coat, preparing to put it on Chu Ran. Hey, what are you doing, silly girl? It's autumn now, you're cold, I'll be back to the dorm soon. Chu Ran looked at his coat helplessly. Then hurry back. I'll wash it and bring it to you tomorrow morning. Okay. Fang Shia nodded and hurried back to the dormitory building. This scene happened to be seen by many girls upstairs. Wow, isn't Fang Shia too nice to her boyfriend? I'm really going to die of anger. Fang Shia is so beautiful, why is she still a bootlicker? Chu Ran is such a despicable guy. What kind of magic potion did he feed Fang Shia to make such a beautiful girl treat him so well? Girls, you must keep your eyes open when looking for a boyfriend in the future. Chu Ran is too cunning. He doesn't treat his girlfriend well, but instead lets his girlfriend treat him well. Inside the girls' dormitory, Fang Shia returned to the dormitory wearing autumn clothes. Gua Lily hurriedly pulled her over and then closed the door. Shia, you silly girl, why are you so nice to Chu Ran? Fang Shia frowned. He treats me well, so I will treat him well too. Isn't that what I should do? Guilili was helpless. But girls should be loved by boys, not like you. We are all human beings. I don't think I am precious. Fang Shia poured herself some hot water, then sat down at the desk and began to read. The other roommates smiled helplessly. Everyone had become accustomed to Fang Shia's way of doing things. Is it awkward? Maybe a little, but actually, from a boy's perspective, Fang Shia is probably the most lovable. At this moment, Guilili felt like she had been taught a lesson. At this time, Chu Ran didn't know that he had been spread like this. Instead, she put on a pink coat and returned to the boys' dormitory shamelessly. Third brother, you have really good taste. You wear such a feminine coat, the second brother Hao Jiangwo said. The eldest brother, Wang Rui, was helping Chu Ran wash his socks. When he saw him coming back, he quickly lifted them up and said, Third brother, take a look at how clean I washed them. Chu Ran coughed and said, Well, it's okay, keep working hard. Chapter 49, The Americans' Conspiracy, The Fish Has Taken the Bait. At night, Chu Ran looked at the computer and processed orders from the flagship store. Ilong and Maoxiong Country, the two major financial groups, are still Chu Ran's best partners. In addition, Jack, the mercenary under Chu Ran, also sent him a message. Mr. Chu, our mercenaries have now expanded to 300 people, but their weapons and equipment are too outdated. We would like you to airdrop some more equipment. Chu Ran replied directly. Jack, send the coordinates and make a list. You can tell me anything you need. Soon, Jack sent the coordinates and list. Chu Ran took a look and saw very formal individual equipment. He thought that Jack might not be very clear about his own strength, so he was very conservative every time he chose equipment. In this case, Chu Ran cannot be stingy. Your subordinates understand you, and you should also understand your subordinates. After all, they are working hard for you in the front. In this way, Chu Ran directly doubled the amount of equipment according to the more formal individual soldiers' needs, and finally added 10 off-road vehicles and 5 armored vehicles. The system is manufactured very perfectly, and the parts and assemblies of these vehicles are all scattered in various alleys. Once they arrive, you can assemble them yourself. After doing all this, Chu Ran asked the system to pack it up and quickly send it to his mercenaries. As a big boss selling arms, he would never let his subordinates suffer any loss. After processing the orders from the mercenaries, Chu Ran discovered that there were new orders from the flagship store. Hello, we have a large order. I wonder if your flagship store can fulfill it? Chu Ran subconsciously checked the other party's IP address, and when he found out it was from the United States, he couldn't help but frown. It has been a long time since I have seen any orders from the United States. Could it be that this guy has connections so far that he can cover up the official situation? But since he dared to place an order, Chu Ran also dared to sell. Please send the exact order. Just after finishing the conversation here, Chu Ran saw another IP account from the United States, negotiating cooperation with him. In just 1 hour, 5 accounts started chatting with Chu Ran. Half an hour later, Chu Ran looked at the chat interface in the background. 5 consecutive IP addresses were US accounts, and they told me the same thing at the same time. Is this a coincidence? Chu Ran doesn't believe in these coincidences. For such a long time, the United States has planned its flagship store on a dangerous website, and ordinary people will never be able to find its flagship store. What's more important is that the orders from these 5 accounts are all incredibly large. Chu Ran just took a quick look and was stunned by the order above. The order requires 5,000 M9 pistols, 10,000 M4 carbines, and 10,000 Hong Kong dollars M27 automatic rifles, followed by 50,000 rounds of bullets for each of these 3 types of firearms, then 500 M2010 sniper rifles, 100 Barrett M82A1 rifles, and 5,000 rounds of various bullets. And this is just the firearms category, followed by various grenades, RPGs, mortars, M109A6/7 self-propelled howitzers, M777 towed howitzers, anti-tank shells, and so on. Chu Ran has initially estimated the price of all the artillery pieces, plus the bullets for these 5 orders, to be 500 million Chinese yuan. 500 million, this is excluding the transportation fee and cost. Of course, the transportation fee will be waived for the first purchase. But even so, the final 500 million is very stable. At this moment, Chu Ran immediately knew that the 5 accounts were definitely not ordinary people, nor were they any organizations. This had already risen to the level of the military. Otherwise, these people would not be able to digest so many arms. Sitting on the bed, Chu Ran thought briefly, and soon he roughly simulated a situation. The United States did not take its flagship store seriously at the beginning, which led to a lot of guns flowing in there, followed by chaos in many cities. It was only then that the United States began to react and immediately planned its flagship store in a dangerous area, prohibiting citizens from appearing on websites, browsers, and mobile phones. But unexpectedly, while their country banned it, other countries began to go crazy. Especially in East China, it is now in chaos. Zelia, Bajizatan, and Belesitan are all in chaos. Ilong is constantly buying arms from himself to stockpile equipment. The United States has bases in all these places and has deep ambitions. Now that there is chaos there, the United States can no longer sit still and will definitely want to find an opportunity to destroy its own Ranha flagship store. So now, the United States has begun to look for solutions on the internet, and wants to use official power. Too bad they never know that their IP address can be seen. Moreover, the functions that Chu Ran's system has given him now surpass those of a moderator. So it is very clear that the other party is deliberately hiding the IP, but Chu Ran does not do that at all. Haha, official? I'm not really afraid. Thinking of this, Chu Ran smiled coldly. Then he sent a group message to all 5 accounts. Yes, transaction is possible. Please transfer the payment to the account first, and we will ship according to the coordinates. At the same time, inside the information office of the U.S. Department of Defense, hundreds of people gathered here. This is the largest, safest, and most authoritative Department of Defense in the United States. The technical personnel inside are all top-notch. They deal with various countries every year and also provoke many countries in their own way on the internet. At this moment, the big screen in the office displayed the split-screen chat interface of 5 accounts, and the person they were chatting with was Chu Ran's Ranha flagship store. When seeing that Chu Ran agreed to the deal, the information director on the US side immediately nodded happily. Yes, great, the fish is hooked. Reply him immediately. Funds are fine, but we need the goods to arrive tomorrow. Inside the office, several technicians nodded hurriedly and began to skillfully type this message. Soon, Chu Ran also responded with an OK gesture. Transfer the money to him immediately and divide it into 5 accounts. The person in charge said this very confidently. In his opinion, as long as Chu Ran took the money, the Ranha flagship store would be finished. The assistant next to him said, Sir, if we transfer the money, what should we do if this plan fails? Haha, do you think it's possible? Our technicians use 5 accounts, each with an IP address from another country. There's absolutely no way he could have surpassed our investigation. Furthermore, as long as he gets the money, given the habits and reputation of this flagship store, they'll definitely ship the goods quickly. As long as he dares to ship, we can notify the Air Force to intercept the transport aircraft that enter our airspace. With so much cargo being transported, I don't believe they could have just sent it out of thin air. The Air Force must be cooperating. Chapter 50 Fighter jets are dispatched. This time we will definitely capture Ranha. After the head of the Information Department of the U.S. Department of Defense finished speaking, Chu Ran quickly responded on the chat interface. Payment has been received. Delivery will be arranged for you tomorrow morning. Please send the coordinates. Seeing this, the person in charge nodded excitedly. Send him the coordinates immediately. Follow the location determined by the Air Force last time. We must make sure that these transport planes from the Ranha flagship store never return. A moment later, the U.S. Air Force Command also received the order. The general quickly picked up the phone and said, Order all air forces to prepare for battle tonight and assemble in the airspace over the North American prairie on time tomorrow morning. In an instant, all the personnel in the Air Force Command became busy. Countless fighter jets slowly drove out of the warehouse, and the pilots were full of fighting spirit and began to check their equipment so as not to delay the battle tomorrow morning. At this time, Chu Ran didn't know that because of his action, the entire U.S. Air Force had started to get busy. Bang! In the White House conference room of the United States, Old O slammed the information he had just received on the table. This time, I must make this disgusting dead fly bleed profusely. The congressman next to him said. That's right. With so much equipment, they'll need at least 3 transport planes. We'll intercept them and not let them go no matter what. If I succeed, this damn fly will be brought to court-martial. I will use the most cruel method to make him suffer the most unbearable pain in the world. At this time, Lao Ao was already disgusted by the Ranha flagship store, so he did not hide his anger at all on his own territory. The men around him were all surprised and didn't dare to say anything. Everyone knew how terrible the consequences would be if they offended the man in front of them. A mere online store might dare to offend a country just because it is being used by it. The price it pays will be much more terrible than this. Tianhai City, in the boys' dormitory of the University of Finance and Economics. Chu Ran didn't care about all this. Instead, he got up, took Fang Shia's coat to the washing machine and washed it carefully. Then he sat down again and started chatting with other roommates. He liked this kind of life. After all, only after experiencing it once would you know that college life should actually be the most enjoyable time. Third brother, do you know? Recently, there's talk online that Ranha might become a military-industrial enterprise. The eldest brother Wang Rui is very interested in these things, so when he gets the news, he will tell several people in the dormitory as soon as he gets it. Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled and said, Really? Then this Ran he is pretty awesome. Tell me, which company in China is as awesome as Ranha? Anyway, my dream is to work in a company like Ranha, even as a security guard. The second brother, Hao Jiangwo, was unhappy when he heard this. Boss, why are you so depressed? I don't think you are suitable for being a security guard with your brain. Right, second brother, you've figured it out too? You're suitable to be a security guard in the monitoring room. That way you can use your intelligence to analyze who is stealing things in the factory every day. Haha. Chu Ran and Zhang Hao beside them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boss Wang Weiqi hugged Hao Jiangwo and started to fight. Chu Ran smiled and said, Actually, boss, the security in the monitoring room is not bad. With a company as big as Ranha, you might be able to make a lot of money. Fuck you, you guys are making fun of me. Wang Rui gritted his teeth in anger. Chu Ran sat happily on the chair and watched the people making noise. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Fang Shia. Fang Shia, are you asleep? I was almost asleep, and you woke me up. I've been busy washing your clothes until now. I'm so tired. I told you not to wash it. I'm not in a hurry to wear it. Just rest. Oh, you order me? I'm worried about you. Fang Shia, if your future husband is the boss of Ranha, what would you say? Then he must be very tired. I actually don't want to see him that tired. You. Chu Ran looked at his phone, and instantly heat flowed through his upper body, making him feel extremely warm. People who like your money care about whether you earn enough every day, but people who truly love you care about whether you are tired and whether you have rested. Fang Shia, it's really hard not to be moved by a girl like you. If someone you love says this, it's worth it no matter how tired you are. In the girls' dormitory, Fang Shia instantly broke into a bright smile after hearing Chu Ran's words. That night, Chu Ran and Fang Shia both slept soundly. Wake up the next morning. Chu Ran looked at the delivery progress of the system, which showed that the system's goods were on the way and were expected to be delivered within half an hour. The US should be in a panic right now, right? Chu Ran muttered to himself. He had great confidence in his system. The other party obviously wanted to use this delivery opportunity to forcibly control their own delivery channels. With the US military strength, it is indeed very easy to leave some transport planes and fighter jets in the air. But this is a system, it is not a transport plane or a fighter plane at all. Of course, Chu Ran had never seen how the system delivered goods. Even if it was a transport plane or a fighter jet, it would not be controlled by the United States. Because the system will never allow such errors to occur. Its purpose is to accomplish the mission, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. At this moment, within the territory of the United States, all air forces are on high alert. According to Lao Ao's order, 5 F-22 Raptors will be dispatched to form the main siege. 2 Air Force versions of the F-35A Lightning II fighter jets will be used as flank threats, and 10 F-16 Fighting Falcon fighter jets will be used for assistance. With this kind of Air Force configuration, it would be no problem even to engage in an air fight with a major power. But even with such a scale, Lao Ao wanted to use it on the transport plane that was besieging Ranha. Because he also knew that since Ranha had so much firepower, he must have the support of the big country behind him, so he would not take it lightly. At this moment, the voice of US President Obama came from the loudspeaker. "Everybody, we're about to engage in an unknown war, but no matter what, I will stand behind you. Those who can participate in this battle will be the country's bravest warriors. We have only one goal, and that is to stop Ranha's transport plane. If the other party resists, you can strike back at any time. Don't hold back. We want to make those people hiding behind the network get out." Chapter 51. Just a shadow scared the U.S. Air Force. At 7 o'clock in the morning, in the United States, above the North American prairie, the U.S. Air Force fighter jets have already flown over in an orderly manner. 5 F-22 Raptors were flying in the front, assisted by 2 F-35A Lightning IIs on the left and right sides, and followed closely by 10 F-16 Fighting Falcon fighters. These fighter jets had already taken the most rigorous offensive posture in the sky. Judging from this situation, many people who noticed it thought that the United States was going to do something big. Because normally these fighter jets only fly in exercise areas and never reach residential areas. Now they actually crossed the residential area and arrived above the North American prairie one by one, as if waiting for something. "Eaglet, Eaglet, get to the highest altitude. Our orders are not only to stop them, but also to see where they come from. Eaglet, I'm gaining altitude." In the cockpit, the pilot pulled the joystick upwards. The clouds behind me were lined up one by one, but as the numbers on the dashboard kept getting bigger, I still couldn't see anything in the sky. "Command, we have raised our altitude to the highest level, but have not yet detected any enemy activity." The young eagle spoke into the intercom. At this time on the ground, the commander of the Air Force Command couldn't help but frown. "Fuck, it's only 1 minute until 8 o'clock, how could there be no movement?" "Eagle 1, Eagle 2 auxiliary aircraft, immediately increase your altitude. I want to control half of the U.S. airspace under our noses." As soon as the words fell, the 2 F-35A Lightning fighter jets also began to increase their altitude. As the most luxurious configuration of the active U.S. Air Force, these 2 fighter jets are absolutely the best equipped. So if they can't see the situation, it proves that Ranha really didn't show up. A few minutes later, a voice came from Eagle 1. "We have already reached the highest altitude and found no enemy." Then a voice came from Eagle 2. "We have reached the highest altitude and have not found any enemy." Hearing this, the Air Force commander's eyes widened. Old Ao, who had been sitting next to them without saying anything, could no longer hold his temper. "The delivery time is almost here. Why haven't we seen Ranhe's transport plane yet? Are they planning to go back on their word?" The head of the Ministry of National Defense's Information Department hurriedly said, "We are negotiating with the person in charge of the Ranha flagship store." An information technology technician quickly typed the question into the chat interface. "It's almost time for delivery. Why hasn't our shipment shown up yet?" Soon Chu Ran also replied, "Dear, 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock as agreed. We at Ranha will definitely not delay. Please wait patiently." With a snap. Inside the U.S. temporary command post, Lao Ao angrily kicked over the chair next to him. "Bullshit! I don't believe his transport plane could just appear out of nowhere. There are less than 2 minutes left. How could he show up?" The information department staff said, "Mr. President, logically speaking, Ranha shouldn't damage its own brand. After all, East China and the Bear Country are still trading with them. If they go back on their word this time, they will definitely be boycotted by these countries." The Air Force commander whispered, "If Ranha finds out we're setting a trap to lure them over, then there's a high chance they'll regret it." "Impossible. Our plan is so sophisticated, there's no way they could have discovered it." The person in charge of the Ministry of National Defense also began to strongly refute it. Seeing that the internal personnel had already started quarreling before the enemy appeared, Lao Ao also shook his head dejectedly at this time, and he looked down at the time. There are only a few seconds left until the delivery time of 8 o'clock. At this time, in the sky, 2 F-35A Lightning fighter jets, which had already reached the highest altitude, were hovering above. Inside the cockpit, the 4 pilots were also nervously looking at the time. There are only 5 seconds left before delivery. It seems that the coward Ran he will not show up, Young Eagle said lightly while holding the walkie-talkie, and then the pilots of other fighter jets also began to adjust their routes and prepare to return. At this moment, a driver inadvertently looked up and saw a shadow slowly appearing in the sky above. That's right, it was an extremely huge shadow, which was slowly approaching downwards. Their fighter jets were as weak as tiny ants under this shadow. At this time, all the pilots noticed the shadow, and they looked up blankly at the scene in the sky. Fuck, what is this? The young eagle, who was shouting the loudest, looked up and said stupidly. At this moment, all the pilots were dumbfounded. As the huge shadow slowly descended, not only the fighter jets at the highest point, but also the F-16 auxiliary fighter jets below could see it. Quickly notify the command center, an unidentified flying object has been spotted in our airspace. One pilot yelled at the top of his lungs, and soon all the pilots did the same thing, which was to pick up the walkie-talkies to their ears and keep reporting to the control room. Report, a UFO has been spotted in our airspace. Report, a UFO has been spotted in our airspace. Report. The Ministry of National Defense and Air Force commanders who were arguing in the command room were also stunned at this moment. Lao Ao immediately came to the command desk and said, "Immediately retrieve the nearest fighter jet footage." The Air Force commander nodded hurriedly and quickly asked someone to turn the field of view of an F-22 over. Soon, the huge shadow appeared on the screen in the command room. At this time, the shadow had already fallen over the heads of all the fighter jets. "What the hell is this?" Lao Ao shouted angrily, pointing at the screen. The Air Force commander also shook his head stupidly. He had never seen such a terrifying flying object. It's just a shadow, but the deterrent power is so terrifying. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The image on the screen began to shake continuously. The UFO above also began to distort, obviously affected by the fluctuations. Command, the UFO is getting closer and closer to our units. All our electronic equipment is shutting down. Hearing this, the Air Force commanders were also stunned. Just a shadow could interfere with their fighter equipment. What kind of awesome operation was this? Lao Ao beside him also began to tremble with fear. Huaxia, this must be China's operation. Only they can develop this kind of flying vehicle. For so many years I have been wondering why they have always advocated for peace. Because they are doing this in secret. Mr. President, what should we do now? The Air Force commander suddenly lost his backbone and didn't know what to do. Lao Ao pointed at the screen and said, "Shoot! Shoot! I want to see what China means. Do they dare to open fire in our airspace?" Chapter 52. It's confirmed, Ranha is definitely from China. Following Lao Ao's order, all the fighter planes in the air opened fire at once. Boom, boom, boom. Machine guns and artillery of various fighter planes kept firing in the air. In an instant, many people near the North American prairie were stunned. So, all these fighter jets are just exercises, but wouldn't this be a waste of ammunition? They're actually using so many bullets to shoot at the air. This is also why every time Ranha's goods are delivered to the designated location, people on the ground can't see anything at all. Because this large flying object can only be seen at the top of the sky, and ordinary people below cannot see it with the naked eye. At this time in the sky, the U.S. Air Force, which had been attacking for more than 10 minutes, also stopped. Because their attacks had no effect at all, it was like hitting nothing but empty air. The huge flying object is still hovering in the air, and its main purpose is to deliver goods. You do yours and I deliver mine. While the bullets were in the air, all the cargo had already flown down from the sky neatly with parachutes. In the command room, Lao Ao also received a report from the army outside. "Mr. President, all the cargo we ordered online has landed." Hearing this, Lao Ao's face turned red with anger. So after all the effort of firing so many artillery shells and deploying their most elite fighter jets, in the end they couldn't even hit the enemy's shadow? How's the Air Force doing? Lao asked without giving up. The Air Force commander blankly held the intercom and said, "We can't contact our pilots anymore, but the signal is still there. The other side shouldn't be giving them any trouble." This is the top of the North American prairie. Several fighter jets were circling above. Eaglet, please reply. How are you doing? Report, we have no casualties, but communication with the headquarters has been lost. We can only communicate on our regional channel now. At this time, the situation was almost the same for other air forces in the sky. Look, that thing is dissipating. An Air Force member shouted over the channel. Everyone looked up suddenly, and only then discovered that the black shadow in the sky was rising continuously. At this moment, the Air Force stared at the scene in a daze. In their eyes, the horror of this behemoth was self-evident. So many of the most advanced fighter jets, concentrating their firepower, did not cause any casualties to the other side. Instead, a shadow of the enemy destroyed all the equipment in all the fighter jets. This kind of thing has never happened since they became pilots. As the black shadow in the air gradually rose, the basic outline of the shadow appeared below it. It was a bottomless black, darker than the night sky, thicker than ink. This black was no mere color, but an abyss that swallowed all light, inspiring awe. Against this black backdrop, the object's material seemed incredibly mysterious. It resembled no known alloy or material on Earth, but rather an unknown substance, both hard and smooth. The size of this flying object was incredibly huge. At this moment, its base alone seemed to occupy the entire sky. The oppressive and heavy feeling came over them. All the pilots stared blankly at the sky. They could not imagine its full picture, and could only guess based on this small part at the bottom. At this moment, everyone felt insignificant and powerless, but at the same time, they were full of curiosity and awe about this unknown flying object. Look, there seems to be words on it. A pilot shouted hurriedly. Everyone focused their attention and saw several characters on the ground below the flying object. This is Chinese. Oh my God, this is Chinese. Huaxia, is this a flying object made by the Huaxia people? Quick, take a picture of it. We need to keep it as evidence. This is the best proof that the Ranha flagship store is a product of China. Among them, a pilot named Eagle hurriedly took out his mobile phone and quickly took a picture of the scene in front of him. Is there anyone who understands these Chinese words? The young eagle shouted. At this time, a silent pilot spoke up. I have learned it, let me see. So what's written on it is Ranha Arms Flagship Store. The pilot read it in stiff Chinese, and then translated it to his teammates in surprise in the American language. Yes, it's the Ranha Flagship Store. It says Ranha Flagship Store here. At this moment, all the pilots had a deep shadow in their hearts. The development of China, an oriental country, has far exceeded their imagination. Within China, Tianhai City, downstairs of the girls' building at the University of Finance and Economics. Chu Ran waited for Fang Shia to come downstairs with the washed coat. Senior Chu, are you waiting for your Fang Shia again? When the freshman girl passed by, she greeted Chu Ran politely. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. Yes, do you want to go together? Haha, we don't want to be light bulbs. It's okay. Putting so many light bulbs together makes it into mood lighting. It's really fun. Hearing this, several girls laughed happily. Fang Shia also went downstairs with Guo Lily at this time. Shia, look at Chu Ran, he's teasing his junior. Guo Lily said something indignantly from the side. After spending these days together, Guo Lily has come to admire Fang Shia more and more. What kind of person is Fang Shia? She is the kind of person who might seem ordinary to you before you meet her, but once you get to know her, you will find that she is a natural treasure. Although Chu Ran has a high status, Guo Lily still feels bad for Fang Shia when she sees Chu Ran changing his mind so frequently. However, unfortunately, Fang Shia didn't pay any attention to this. Instead, he took the coat from Chu Ran's hand and looked at it. You really washed it, you didn't sleep well last night. Chu Ran was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this girl could still remember what he said. Shia, don't be fooled by this guy. He probably washed it in the washing machine. Guo Lily started to interrupt again at this time. Chu Ran suddenly raised his head, and Gua Lily hurriedly lowered her head and dared not look. What's wrong with this woman? She agreed to be my wingman, but now she's sabotaging me. It's okay, I like it. Fang Shia took the clothes in her hands and ran upstairs with great care. Seeing that Fang Shia was not there, Gua Lily was a little afraid to look at Chu Ran. Student Gua Lily, you seem a little confused about your position now. Gua Lily lowered her head and said, Chu Ran, I also feel that Fang Shia is having a hard time. You have to treat her well. Isn't it my duty to treat her well? You just need to do your best, understand? If you are obedient, I can give you more benefits. Chapter 53. The drone area is opened, and the United States is ready to make trouble. Hearing this, Gua Lily raised her head curiously. What benefits? You are just a small waiter in Hungyun, right? Chu Ran asked with a smile. Gua Lily nodded hurriedly. You mean, can I get promoted to something else? I don't know what industry you're interested in, but if you still want to develop in this field after graduation, I can indeed help you. At this moment, Gua Lily nodded excitedly. I do. I love this line of work. I also want to own my own hotel. Chu Ran smiled but said nothing, because Fang Shia had already gone downstairs. This girl runs really fast. Although she rarely attends physical education classes, she seems to be born to be an athlete. Let's go, let's eat! Fang Shia came to Chu Ran and walked with him as if she was used to it. Gua Lily walked on the other side, stealing glances at Chu Ran from time to time. At this moment in her heart, Chu Ran and another mysterious identity were indeed slowly overlapping. Soon, in the school cafeteria, Chu Ran took Fang Shia and Gua Lily to sit together for dinner. During this time, he took out his mobile phone and checked it out of habit, and found that the order from the United States had shown that the transaction was completed. At the same time, a prompt came from the system in Chu Ran's mind. Congratulations to the host, your arms prestige has increased to 5 points, and a new arms field is about to be opened. Hearing this, Chu Ran hurriedly focused his consciousness into his mind. Sure enough, I saw on my panel that the arms prestige value had become 5 points. In the system mall, there is also a drone area. Chu Ran thought that the newly opened area was the flying area, but he didn't expect that there was only a drone area. It seems that this system is really stingy, and is even planning to play the toothpaste squeezing game on itself. But no matter what, drones are also a good field. In this era, drone technology has actually just begun to be applied in the military. If we make drones well enough, it will still cause a series of reactions. The food is getting cold. Fang Shia stretched out her little hand and pushed Chu Ran's bowl of rice towards him. Chu Ran smiled and said, I know. Wait a minute, I'll finish this. Soon, Chu Ran hung some photos of drones in his flagship store and marked several popular models and prices. Everyone, we at Ranha have a new drone category. If you like drones, you can place your order now. All of these drones can be used in military combat. They have various functions, such as self-destruction, detection, and exploration. Different prices correspond to different functions. The prices are definitely cheaper than those outside. You can check it out yourself, but the quality of our products is definitely not a problem. You can rest assured about that. After posting this, Chu Ran started eating directly without paying attention to anything else. At this time, in the arms trading forum, because of Chu Ran's post, many hungry netizens and experts all started to visit Ranha's store. Because there is a very true sentence in the arms trade forum. Women go to Taobao, men go to Ranha. Although not many people use Taobao abroad, the meaning is similar. Everyone will contribute the money in their hands to the things they like. This kind of pleasure is indeed extraordinary. Just when Chu Ran was having dinner with Fang Shia. In the United States, all the U.S. fighter jets that besieged the Ranha flagship store have landed. Dozens of pilots stood in the control room with their hands behind their backs, reporting what they had seen. In President Obama's hand was the video shot by the pilot Eagle in the sky. At this point, Lao Ao had watched the video 5 times, but every time he watched it, he still couldn't believe that such a huge thing could be a product of China. I'm wondering, what kind of materials did China develop to be so ambitious as to create such a flying object? Hearing what old Ao said, the Defense Department member next to him whispered, Mr. President, we've always underestimated China, thinking it was still the unawakened dragon it once was. But now it seems they've been lying dormant for so many years just to give us a warning right now. At this point, the congressman pulled out his phone and pointed to a news item. This is the hottest news in China these past few days. It says a private company has mastered quantum compression technology and can fully charge a 50 centimeters battery and release it to power a new energy vehicle. I would like to ask Mr. President, have our country's scientific and technological personnel ever dared to think of this kind of technology? Lao Ao took out his mobile phone to read the news, then shook his head with regret. Is the country of China really going to trample on our heads? Their actions this time are clearly targeting our country. Our plan now is to test China's stance internationally to see what they intend to do. At the same time, we must also pool our talent and work hard to apply this Chinese technology. Especially this flying vehicle, we must have our technicians develop it within a short period of time, otherwise we will be dealt a devastating blow. Lao Ao nodded and said, We must immediately follow your plan. We must be fast. China's speed has far surpassed ours. But what about this video? Mr. President, we can't show this video right now. Wait until our personnel have finished researching this flying object. Then we can ask the Chinese side what's going on. Okay, I'll do as you say. 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside the conference room of China's top leader. After the Secretary General received the call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he stood up and walked in front of the leader. The US has suddenly changed its attitude. They seem to be testing us. Our diplomats even sense a hint of awe in their words. I wonder what conspiracy they have. Hearing this, the top leader laughed and said, It's probably related to what happened in the United States this morning. They were trying to intercept Ran He's transport plane, but something went wrong. What could have happened? This Ranha flagship store is too incredible. The US has deployed so many air forces, even the Raptor fighter jets, but they still failed. This is too outrageous. Haha, Ranha, no matter what, as long as this store isn't from the US, it's fine. From what we can see so far, it doesn't have any malicious intentions and is simply doing business. We don't need to worry. As for the US's attitude, let's wait and see. Perhaps after a while, there will be some unexpected news. Chapter 54. Promoting Drones. Can mercenaries take over a city? Just as the two major powers were secretly competing with each other, Chu Ran, the instigator of this incident, was lying on his bed in the dormitory, leisurely processing online orders. The launch of drones is indeed popular with many customers. Apart from anything else, many people have posted and started analyzing them in the forum alone. In this day and age, drones are just emerging, so they are not widely used on the battlefield. Chu Ran took a quick look at a few posts and couldn't help but marvel at the strong professional abilities of these people, because their analysis was indeed similar to the introduction within the system. In just one day, dozens of drones have been sold in the store. Chu Ran is still a little disappointed with the quantity, and he now hopes to get a big order. In this way, when there are big orders and the results are achieved, it will attract more customers. But after waiting for a whole day, no customers contacted him, which made Chu Ran a little impatient. Hello, old customer, we have new drones. These drones can play a very good role in combat. I sincerely hope you can buy some to try. Just like that, Chu Ran sent orders to both Maoxiong Country and Ilong, but there was no response after sending it. It seemed that they were not online. Chu Ran sighed and could only continue to send messages to small groups such as the Power Bud and the Bajizi Tan. For a moment, I felt like I was back in my previous life working in sales. At this moment, the members of the Zelia small organization who bought Chu Ran's arms for the first time responded. Boss, can your drones really be used on the battlefield? Chu Ran quickly replied. Of course, no problem. I can introduce you to several of the most commonly used drones. Reconnaissance drones. These drones are mainly used to obtain battlefield intelligence and monitor enemy movements. They can be equipped with high-definition cameras, infrared detectors and other equipment to conduct reconnaissance and surveillance of enemy positions, vehicles, personnel, etc., providing real-time intelligence support to commanders. Attack drones. These drones are primarily used for strike missions, carrying missiles, bombs, and other weapons to precisely strike enemy targets. Highly maneuverable and stealthy, they can operate in areas difficult to reach by enemy air defenses. Combat drones. These drones have air combat capabilities and can engage in aerial dogfights with enemy fighter jets. They are typically equipped with advanced missiles, cannons, and other weapons, and have high maneuverability and firepower. Communication relay drones. These drones are primarily used to provide communication relay services for ground forces, ensuring the continuity and stability of command communications. They can provide reliable communication support for ground forces in complex terrain and adverse weather conditions. Electronic warfare drones. These drones are primarily used to carry out electronic jamming and suppress enemy communications systems. They can transmit jamming signals, disrupting the normal operation of enemy communications equipment and reducing enemy combat effectiveness. Just like that, Chu Ran sent a lot of messages in one breath, but there was no reply from the Zelia organization. At this time, it is in a basement somewhere within the borders of the Power Bud country. A technician hurriedly reported the situation to his leader. "Chief, this drone looks great. If we add these things to our plan this time, it might be very effective." The bearded man known as the leader came over and took a quick look at the chat history. "Bring us a batch of these drones that can jam enemy signals, as well as a batch of attack-type drones and a few reconnaissance drones. We've been working with the Ranha flagship store for so long, and I trust them very much. I hope they won't let us down this time." Soon, Chu Ran in China received the order information. 10 reconnaissance drones, 20 attack drones, and 20 electronic warfare drones. We're not very familiar with the models of these drones. I hope you can help me select a few. Are there instructions for use here? Chu Ran quickly replied. Yes, there are tutorials and they're very convenient. I'll help you choose a few good and affordable drones right away. After a moment, Chu Ran directly selected several good drones for the other party to pack and ship. Because they had no shortage of money, they simply agreed on a price of $5 million. I have to say that these terrorist organizations really regard money as worthless for their ideals. After delivering the goods, Chu Ran took a quick look at the news and found it uninteresting. Just as he was about to go to bed, he suddenly thought of one thing, which was the mercenaries under his command. If they had drones, it would be more convenient for them to move around, right? So Chu Ran made an international long-distance call directly to Jack. Hey Jack! Mr. Chu, do you have any instructions? I could hear the voices from Bijizitan on the phone, and it was obvious that Jack and the others were still busy. Chu Ran asked. I have a few new drones here. Do you want to use them? Drones? Really? Mr. Chu, our current action plan desperately needs these devices. If you can provide them to us, I can guarantee that within the next month, I will capture a city for you. Chu Ran couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Jack's words. Wow, this is starting to develop towards the city now. City? Are you developing so fast now? Jack smiled and said, Mr. Chu, we're lucky. We've encountered several good organizations here. We just subdued them last month and have already formulated a very complete plan. If you can help us send us some high-quality drones, it will definitely have an unexpected effect. Preferably an attack type. Haha, I have all the models here. You must be a professional. Just send me an order when you're done. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll do it right away. Jack. Mr. Chu, do you have any other instructions? Be careful. I hope you succeed, but I don't want you to lose any members. You guys are all my core members, understand? Understood, Mr. Chu, we will be careful. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran nodded happily. It seemed that the mercenaries were effective. If Jack and his men can really capture a city, he can then send in another group of mercenaries to strengthen his strength. Soon, Chu Ran received the order information from Jack. I have to say, these professionals are different. The drones listed by Jack are all the best in Chu Ran's store. But there was no other way. These things were for his own people to use, so Chu Ran was willing to give them away no matter how expensive they were. Soon, he sent out the batch of drones and clicked on the fastest delivery method. At this time, Chu Ran still didn't know what kind of changes this batch of drones would bring to modern warfare in this world. Chapter 55, President Bajizi was dumbfounded. Did they really take over a city? 10 o'clock in the evening China time. In Bijizitan, thousands of kilometers away from China, there is a small city called Lava on the outskirts. Several military vehicles had already slowly stopped, and several young men in full gear got out of the vehicles. The leader among them was Jack, who had been in contact with Chu Ran. After Jack got out of the car, the Chinese Zhao Tian also came out holding a Barrett rifle. He didn't say much, but simply took the sniper rifle and began to look for a suitable sniping location. Lena, a woman from the German country, and Lana, a woman from the Bear country, both came to the side wearing tights and holding assault rifles in their hands. Only the pilot, Viking, said in a bored tone, "Jack, you said you would give me a surprise today. What is that surprise?" "Don't worry, we'll know soon. Everyone, arrange for your men to prepare all the attack points. Tonight I'm going to give everyone in Lava a surprise. I'm also going to tell them that starting tonight, Lava City will be changing its name." After saying this, Jack looked at his watch and nodded hurriedly, saying, "After you arrange for the people, come with me to this forest. The boss has a surprise for us." When several people heard this, they were all very surprised. They didn't expect that the boss would send them something by express delivery again. A moment later, several people quickly arranged their mercenaries. When they came here just now, they only drove a few of their own cars, but now on the mountainside, there were hundreds of mercenaries wearing camouflage uniforms, holding the most advanced Ranha weapons, ready to go. At this time, at the top of the mountain, Jack had already gathered with several of his team members at the place where Chu Ran shipped the goods. As time drew closer, everyone became increasingly anxious. But at this moment, Jack whispered, "Time's up!" As soon as he finished speaking, white parachutes began to fall from the sky, and on the parachutes were hanging silver-white boxes. "Captain, what's in there? Aren't we planning to wipe out Lava, this important arms depot? We don't really need the boss to send us arms, do we?" Lena next to him asked curiously, only to see Jack smile and say, "After we finish pulling out the weapons here, there is indeed enough for us to use, but there is no such thing in the arsenal after pulling out." After saying this, Jack opened the box and took out a reconnaissance drone from it. "Drone?" The originally bored Viking suddenly became excited. As an aircraft expert, he felt very bored in this team. Lana was an intelligence expert. No matter what she did, she could quickly obtain intelligence using various methods. Lena was a military strategy expert. Before the battle, she could professionally analyze whether the battle should be fought and how to fight it. Jack was the captain and had high command skills. As for Zhao Tian, he was a sharpshooter who never missed a shot. Only himself, although he was in the Air Force, could not make use of his expertise because he did not have what he liked. But I didn't expect that drones would appear now. Although they are far inferior to real airplanes, this type of drone is also Viking's specialty, and at least it allows them to perform well. A few minutes later, all 5 silver-white boxes were opened, revealing hundreds of drones inside. "Viking, you'll use these attack drones. I'll use a few reconnaissance drones, and Lena, you'll use the jamming drones to disrupt the enemy's electronic equipment. Next, we'll split up. We must win this battle tonight, so we don't have to live in secret in the wild anymore." Hearing Jack's words, everyone nodded happily. Half an hour later, more than a dozen reconnaissance drones with flashing red dots flew into the city of Lava. At this time, all the situations in the city were displayed in Jack's eyes. "Haha, it's really super clear. Boss, you're really amazing. Ranha flagship store just launched these things, and you were able to get them." Hearing Jack's words, Lana beside him laughed and said, "Captain, is there a possibility that the Ranha flagship store was opened by the boss?" Jack was slightly stunned, then whispered, "Get to work, don't think about it." This time, the city of Lava is a place that Lana particularly values. Inside it is an important arms base for the Bajizi Tan. If they can take this important place, Jack and others will have a place to stay in the future. Moreover, it will not be so easy for the government forces on the Bajizitan side to eat them up, because Lana has already made preparations for the next step. They will negotiate with the government forces and use this city as their foothold, otherwise, the entire Bajizitan will fall into endless terrorist attacks. After staying in Bajizi for so long, Jack and others have already understood the situation here clearly, even knowing many things that the government forces don't know. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Chu Ran's private army officially began to attack the city of Lava. Moreover, the way of this battle was very special. First, a reconnaissance plane was used to find out the situation inside, and then the Vikings' attack drones flew out. These drones are equipped with machine guns for strafing, and some are self-destructing drones. As soon as the battle began, the enemy's command post was bombed, and various secret sentries were indiscriminately sniped by Zhao Tian from a distance. In an instant, the entire city of lava fell into chaos. Jack personally led his men and sneaked in to open the city gate. Then several armored vehicles drove into the city in a mighty manner. 2 hours later, the president of Bajizitan received a call. "Mr. President, the city of lava has been occupied by a group of local mercenaries." "What? What's going on?" "They said they had to negotiate with you, otherwise our country would be in chaos in the future." With a click, the phone fell and the president sat in the chair stupidly. What era is this? Why are mercenaries so awesome? What happened that night was even reported on international news. From then on, Chu Ran's private army was officially established, and they also had their own base. The final result of the negotiations was that Jack and his team would be stationed in Lava City permanently, and would have the right to use half of the weapons there, but they had to maintain peace in the city, and could not conflict with the government forces. The government forces would not provide them with salaries, and they had to take care of all their daily lives on their own. This model is what Jack and his friends like best. As long as they have the skills, they are not afraid of having no money. Behind this news, it is not just the power of mercenaries and the helplessness of the government forces, but the horror of drone warfare. Because in this small-scale war, drones played a very terrible role. Chapter 56: Drones are sold out, and the mercenary army begins to expand. Not long after the news was released, people started posting in the arms trade forum. "Did everyone watch the news this morning? I have a friend who's a war correspondent at Bajizitan, and the news he brought me is more than just this. The reason the mercenaries captured lava so easily during last night's battle was because they had a large number of drones. The lava army had no time to react and were completely stunned." After seeing this post, many military experts became curious. "I've always thought that future warfare would involve drones and machines, and I never thought it would actually come true. Ranha's military is awesome. They predicted this in advance. So, if it weren't for Ranha's drones, the Bajizitan team wouldn't have lost a single city, haha. I've seen photos from the scene, and it's true that many soldiers were attacked unintentionally. There are also a lot of drone fragments, probably self-destructing drones. This situation is really surprising. Can drones be used in this way? As a military expert, the drones at the Ranha flagship store really opened my eyes. I want to buy a few to try out now." Just like that, netizens all started placing orders, and in just a few minutes, the sales of drones reached hundreds of times. Behind the scenes, the young members of the base were also dumbfounded. They had just bought weapons from Ranha last night, and were planning to launch an attack on US military bases today, but their plans were delayed after seeing the news. Seeing the information about drones on the internet, the members of the Al-Qaeda organization all stared blankly at the boxes of drones they had bought in the corner. The leader sitting in the chair stood up excitedly. "It seems that God will not let our plan fail this time. Everyone, start training these drones immediately. Our plan is to operate these drones tonight. After the operation begins, you will start suicide bombing. As long as the people inside are killed, our mission will be accomplished." The young members of the base immediately stood up and saluted. Just like that, after Chu Ran's private army launched a wave of sales promotion. The young members of the base are about to start their performance. Since then, the drones in the Ranha flagship store have become a hot commodity in the entire store. Chu Ran didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. He slept too late last night, so he was a little reluctant to get out of bed today. There was a message from Fang Shia on his phone, which probably meant that he and Gua Lily were going to have breakfast. Chu Ran gave a brief reply, then habitually opened his computer to look at the flagship store. When he saw the situation inside, he was instantly surprised. Because the orders for drones have increased to thousands, all of them are private orders. In addition, the Bear Country and Ilong have also begun to actively contact Chu Ran, hoping to obtain a large number of drones. My goodness, what happened overnight? Why did everything change? Chu Ran came up with this out of curiosity, and then began to look through the posts in the military forum. Only then did he discover from Bajizitan that the city of lava was captured by a group of mercenaries last night. Seeing this, Chu Ran suddenly realized that Jack and his team's plan was really successful, and they used a large number of drones, which made many people see that drones would play a big role in future battlefields. It seems that the best way to promote something is to use this mercenary army of mine to constantly create earth-shattering events. Chu Ran smiled helplessly when he thought of this, knowing that his idea was a bit crazy, but as an arms dealer, if he wasn't crazy, who would be? I will be the one to build an arms empire in the future, and this private armed force of my own will surely be the strongest armed team in the future. Without hesitation, Chu Ran spent an hour to complete the processing of these orders, and then completed the replies to the Bear Country and Elong. Both major countries are not short of money, especially the Bear Country, which placed an order in one go, 1,000 of each type of drone to test the waters. After processing these orders, Chu Ran was just about to get out of bed when he received a call from Jack. Mr. Chu, fortunately we have succeeded. We have been busy from yesterday to today, so we didn't have time to talk to you. Chu Ran smiled and said, It's okay. I've seen the news. You did a good job. I'll assign a few more team members to go over there. Let's work together well. Jack, I hope you can expand this team again in the future. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will definitely complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran looked at the funds in his account, which amounted to 1 billion in bonuses. He drew out 300 million yuan of funds and directly hired 10 professional mercenaries in the talent area. The 10 people hired this time were all professionals in various fields. Chu Ran felt really bad about spending 300 million yuan, but thinking that they could make similar contributions to Jack and others in the future, Chu Ran gritted his teeth and hired them. After the hiring was completed, Chu Ran directly sent a message to these people, asking them to go directly to Lava on the Bajizi side and someone would contact them. After finishing these things, it was almost noon. Several roommates also came back from class. Seeing Chu Ran just getting out of bed, they all laughed and teased him, saying that Chu Ran was too lazy. Chu Ran said helplessly that he had a girlfriend now, and his health was definitely not as good as those single guys. Hearing this, several people were so angry that they came over to make trouble with Chu Ran. After the commotion, a few people sat down to chat. Third brother, the student union has been very nice to our class lately, especially our dormitory. As long as someone doesn't go to evening study, they won't check. Yeah, especially the student union president Luo Tiantian. He always greets us with a smile whenever he sees us, so much so that we almost thought he owed us money. After hearing these words, Chu Ran smiled and said, Isn't this a good thing? Why? Are you still not happy? I'm happy, but I feel like something's not right. These people are usually so arrogant, and now they've suddenly become so nice. I'm really not used to it. And this guy even sent us invitations to next week's party. He's such a rare guest. I heard that not many people in the whole school can receive invitations. After hearing these words from several roommates, Chu Ran already understood that Luo Tiantian must have known his identity. But these don't matter to Chu Ran. He knows what he knows. These things will be exposed sooner or later. Chapter 57, A small goal of 1.5 billion, the electromagnetic gun failed? In the next few days, Chu Ran was immersed in selling drones and arms every day. After doing all this, she started to go out to eat with Fang Shia, and the two of them occasionally went out for a walk in the school. For this girl, Fang Shia now seemed like her inseparable person. This gradually established sense of security made Fang Shia very happy. The current revenue of the ARMS flagship store is in the billions every day, so before Chu Ran knew it, 1.5 billion yuan had been deposited in his account. On the other hand, Ranhe New Energy also began to make crazy profits. In less than a week, cooperation orders for Ranhe New Energy had already appeared, involving more than 10 companies, all of which were in close cooperation. Of course, the monthly supply volume was very small. After all, it was really a headache for Ranhe to supply goods to so many companies. Qiqingxuan called several times and said that the new factory site is not enough now. He used to think that with such a large factory site, he would definitely be able to do a big business. But now he didn't expect that the big business would come ahead of time, and the factory site is not enough. For this reason, Chu Ran said that he would not take the order income from Ranhe New Energy for the time being, and would first look for 2 more pieces of land in the surrounding area and buy them directly to use as factories. Ranhe's actions undoubtedly caused an uproar in China. Having cooperated with more than 10 large enterprises in succession and purchased 2 huge pieces of land for factories, it is obvious that the ambition of this new company Ranha has been growing. Economic experts said that in the next 10 years, Ranha will become one of the top 500 international companies, and will be among the top 5 large enterprises in China. In short, Ranha New Energy is undoubtedly the most dream job for contemporary young people. Just yesterday, the International Environmental Protection Association, the Electric Energy Association, and the International Future Development Administration all awarded Ranha New awards. This kind of opportunity to show up is absolutely unprecedented. To use a slogan of contemporary young people, Ranha has fulfilled the dreams of contemporary people, and it will surely become a company that everyone pursues. Chu Ran didn't take these news seriously. He knew that he now had the core quantum technology in his hands. Quantum peripheral technology alone has made the world so crazy, so what kind of reaction will it cause once the core technology is launched? He smiled helplessly. Perhaps he had only let the world see the tip of the iceberg of himself now. After all, Ranha Arms had not appeared yet. At 6 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, a high-end special vehicle slowly drove into a secret experimental base somewhere in China. As soon as the car stopped, Professor Liu, who was researching electromagnetic guns, ran out excitedly. "I heard that Ranha's battery was retrieved?" Minister Sun smiled and said, "Lao Lu, we talked with Ranha for a long time before they agreed to send this battery as a gift. The real goods will not arrive until next week, so you must. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely develop the electromagnetic cannon." After saying this, Professor Liu took the battery and ran away. Minister Sun smiled helplessly. "This old Liu." A moment later, Professor Liu smiled and carried the battery into the laboratory. "Study this battery immediately. I want to see how the quantum particles inside move." The staff hurried to help, and Lao Lu took the instrument and began to study it carefully, but the more he studied, the more amazed he was. "Genius! This is definitely a genius! The person who can invent this quantum compression technology is simply the reincarnation of Einstein. How on earth did he come up with this method to compress quantum into such a small space?" Time passed quickly. After studying for a whole afternoon, Lao Lu still didn't find any tricks. Helplessly, Lao Lu could only give up temporarily and handed the battery to the staff, preparing to conduct the electromagnetic gun experiment. "After so many years, I have finally waited for this moment. I hope Ranha's battery will not let me down." As Lao Lu said this, he closed his eyes and filled the battery. At this moment, outside the glass of the laboratory, many national leaders and personnel from the Ministry of National Defense were all nervously waiting for this moment. "Loading completed, start connecting the power. Power connected, start answering the electromagnetic device. All electromagnetic devices have been connected. Professor, the instrument shows that the electromagnetic cannon is now fully powered." Hearing this, Lao Lu's heart almost jumped out of his throat with excitement. "Great, great! This battery can fully charge the energy of the entire electromagnetic cannon. This is definitely our hope." At this time, outside the laboratory, Minister Sun excitedly held the intercom and said, "Lao Lu, what are you still hesitating about? Start the experiment immediately." Professor Liu said angrily while holding the intercom. I know. I've waited for this moment for so many years, how could I not know? All personnel, prepare to launch immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, various people in the laboratory began to get busy. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Emission! As Lao Lu pressed his thumb on the launch button, in an instant the entire laboratory began to tremble. The enormous energy of the electromagnetic guns surged like waves in front of everyone's eyes. Rumble! Everyone only saw a flash of lightning, and then a huge energy wave surged out of the electromagnetic cannon. There was a loud bang. A special titanium alloy steel plate outside the laboratory was directly shattered, and even the desert in the distance began to fly sand and rocks. This is the power of the electromagnetic gun. Just one shot has such great power. Seeing this situation, everyone was completely dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, countless people began to cheer excitedly. We succeeded! We succeeded! After waiting for so many years, the electromagnetic cannon was finally successfully launched at this moment. Although the batteries inside are from private enterprises, there is no doubt that this is also the pride of China. Looking at the shattered remains in the distance, all the staff shed tears of excitement. Minister Sun also waved his hands vigorously. Great, really great! This Ran, he is simply a treasure of our country! But just as everyone was cheering, a figure in the laboratory kept shaking his head. No, the electromagnetic cannon definitely has more energy than this. It should have a higher explosive power. It has only exerted 2/3 of its energy just now, and the remaining 1/3 has not yet been manifested. Check the battery for me immediately! Lao Lu shouted nervously. The staff nodded hurriedly, and only then spoke helplessly. Professor Lu, look, the battery is exhausted. Our electromagnetic cannon hasn't yet fully unleashed its full power. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Lao Lu even sighed. It's not enough, it's still not enough. Even such a good battery can't provide full energy. Why? Outside the glass, Minister Sun also heard these words. But in his mind, he thought of the day when he saw Chu Ran at Ranha Company, and what Chu Ran said. Now that quantum peripheral batteries have appeared, perhaps this is the real beginning. Chapter 58. Even if it is really Ranha, I will protect him. Minister Sun didn't know whether the mysterious young boss of Ranha had any other tricks up his sleeve, and he was just making a simple guess. So this matter was not told to Lao Lu, and he was simply comforted. However, Lao Lu did not say a word, but just murmured in his mouth. There must be a way, there must be a way. Seeing Lao Lu so anxious, Minister Sun sighed helplessly. But no matter what, it is amazing that the electromagnetic gun can achieve this point. He wanted to report this good news to the country's top leaders as soon as possible. Whether a country can be strong and have deterrent power depends on whether it has weapons to deter other countries. Just like the nuclear issue back then, why did a country go to great lengths to develop it? It was to enable their country to stand up in the world and have a say. Although there is no war now, electromagnetic guns, which are high-intensity and highly destructive weapons, are definitely something that all countries dream of. This thing already had its prototype in the 19th century, but over the years, many countries have been troubled by the fact that its energy device cannot be compressed to the maximum. And now, with Ranha's quantum compression, China can be the first to develop its power to its maximum, which is definitely a cause for celebration. Soon, the matter was reported to the top leadership. After hearing the news from the Ministry of National Defense, the leader nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time he also had a great favorable impression of the newly emerging Ranha new energy. Although the experimental results are good, it seems that we still cannot meet the maximum power of our electromagnetic cannon. Lao Sun said that the Ranha factories should have enough capacity in the later stage, so they may say that we should wait for a while. The Secretary General whispered something beside him, and the top leader smiled and nodded. This Ran, he is truly a man who will make a big splash if he doesn't make a name for himself. If he can really make our electromagnetic cannon unleash its full power in the future, I'd want to protect him even if he's really in the arms business. The Secretary General laughed heartily. Leader, you must be joking. This Ran, he is not that Ran he. Moreover, I just received news from the National Intelligence Agency. According to intelligence sent back from the United States, American pilots took photos of Ran He's transport plane. But now, strangely, these photos have not been released. I guess this Ran He has exceeded the United States' expectations. Upon hearing this, the leader began to ponder. Since the photos have been taken, but they haven't been released yet, it means there's something fishy about them. Haha, they're just being mysterious. Don't worry, we'll see after a while. However, they won't tell us the news, but our electromagnetic cannon can. Have the propaganda bureau prepare and slowly spread the news. Leader, you want Ranha to stand up completely in China and let those people abroad see our strength, right? That's right. Although our electromagnetic cannon hasn't reached its maximum power, it can be said to have achieved 80% success. I believe the remaining 20% will be achieved soon. We can leave those countries with ulterior motives guessing whether it will be real or fake. Just like that, because of an electromagnetic gun experiment, the two words, Ranha, will once again appear in front of the public like an explosion. At this time, Chu Ran and Fang Shia had just finished shopping outside the school and were preparing to take a taxi back. The school's National Day event is tomorrow night, and Chu Ran and Fang Shia have both received invitations from the student union. According to Luo Tiantian, they will be sitting in the front row. So Chu Ran took Fang Shia out to buy clothes. Gua Lily also wanted to come out at first, but when she saw Chu Ran's eyes, she immediately obeyed and didn't come. Gua Lily is indeed very happy recently because she has become the manager of Hongyun Restaurant. Although she is only the deputy manager, she is already very happy. All of this was due to Chu Ran's help behind the scenes. Now Chu Ran had let Ranha Finance use some simple tricks to gain control of most of the shares of Hongyun Restaurant, so it was very easy to arrange for Gua Lily. At first, Chi Qingxuan thought that Chu Ran was going to enter the catering industry, but who knew that Chu Ran was just trying to arrange a classmate? This kind of operation really made him a little confused. But for Chu Ran, this kind of operation should be very common. After all, if you have money, you can do whatever you want, and Hongyun's business is indeed good. It should be more convenient to take his classmates out to dinner and discuss business in the future. Chu Ran, how much did these 2 pieces of clothing cost in total? Fang Shia sat in the car and asked Chu Ran curiously. Fang Shia had originally agreed to pay for the meal herself, but Chu Ran took the opportunity to settle the bill while she was trying on clothes. It's not much money, just consider it a gift from me, Chu Ran said with a smile. Anyway, he had already torn off the label, so Fang Shia wouldn't know. But this girl stared at Chu Ran at this time. You have already bought me so many clothes, I don't want to spend your money anymore. Chu Ran pinched Fang Shia's face and said, Don't think too much. Your situation is different from mine now. If you really want to pay it back, then we can wait and repay it together in other ways. Hearing this, Fang Shia blushed and lowered her head. I haven't agreed yet. Huh? What did you say? Chu Ran lowered his head and looked at Fang Shia. The latter kept avoiding Chu Ran's gaze. At this moment, the taxi driver in front saw this scene and smiled knowingly. But at the same time, he was sighing in his heart that this guy was really lucky to be able to seduce such a beautiful girl. After returning to school, Chu Ran and Fang Shia got out of the car together. Coincidentally, a new energy vehicle with a green license plate also slowly stopped at the school gate. Then Yang Shuya came down from upstairs carrying a small bag. Shuya, I'll come over tomorrow afternoon, the man in the car said happily. Chu Ran had already realized that this person was Bai Yang, whom he met at the gate of Ranha that day. At this time, Yang Shuya also happened to see Chu Ran and Fang Shia. Chu Ran didn't want to pay any attention to this woman, so he took Fang Shia and the clothes he had just bought and left. At this time, Yang Shuya was staring at the backs of the 2 people, because she saw the clothing package in Fang Shia's hand, which was a very famous brand on the market. Haha, 2 working students buying such expensive clothes, they really don't care about anything else just for the sake of face. Having said that, Yang Shuya looked at Bai Yang, who had just left, and then whispered, Compared to Bai Yang, Chu Ran, you are really too naive. Fortunately, I didn't soften my heart at that time, otherwise I would have been embarrassed with you at that time. I really can't do it. Chapter 59 Press Release. Are they going to unify the world? These thoughts of Yang Shuya were completely meaningless to Chu Ran and Fang Shia. Because for Chu Ran, Yang Shuya is already a thing of the past, and was also a dream he had when he was a child. Now, Fang Shia is his real future. Okay, go upstairs and get some rest. Chu Ran handed the clothes to Fang Shia and stood by and waved. But today Fang Shia stood there hesitating for a long time. What's wrong? Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia curiously. Fang Shia slowly raised her head at this time. You, come here. Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia curiously, and then immediately began to nod in surprise. Based on his understanding of Fang Shia, the girl's expression at this moment probably meant that there was something she was embarrassed to say. Now, what do lovers do before parting? They kiss goodbye, of course. Now looking at Fang Shia's attitude, Chu Ran really thought of this matter immediately. At this time, Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia, nodded hurriedly, then put his head next to Fang Shia and gently closed his eyes. But after waiting for a long time, Chu Ran didn't feel any movement on his face. But at this moment, I felt a pair of small hands moving at my collar. Chu Ran opened her eyes and was stunned for a moment because the buttons on her collar were unbuttoned and Fang Shia had fastened them for her. Why are you closing your eyes? Fang Shia tied the knot and looked at Chu Ran with some curiosity. Chu Ran coughed and said, No, it's okay. I just got blinded by the sand. Oh. Fang Shia nodded, then waved goodbye to Chu Ran. Looking at the girl's back as she left, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. According to Fang Shia's personality, he would definitely not do what he wanted at this time. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Ran leisurely took off his smelly socks and threw them to Hao Jiangwo, who was playing games. Oh my god, this tastes so good! From now on, Lao Tan Swansai will invite you to be its spokesperson. Chu Ran smiled and sat down on the chair. Where are the others? Why are you the only one here? The third one went out for a stroll with his girlfriend, and the eldest one went to the conference room to attend a speech party. Huh? What kind of speech gathering? Is he interested in it? Third brother, you don't know? Well, you're always flirting with Fang Shia. How could you possibly know this? What's going on? Tell me now. Good boy, our country's electromagnetic gun experiment was successful, did you know? Hearing what the second brother said, Chu Ran couldn't help but become curious. Did it really succeed? Yeah, the news just came out an hour ago, and it was all Ran He's credit. I heard that Ran He's new battery provided the energy for the successful launch of the electromagnetic cannon. When the boss heard about it, he was so excited that he almost turned the dormitory upside down. Luckily, there are several other angry young people like him in the school, and they all gathered in the auditorium for a party. He even wanted to take me with him, but I won't go. Those people will tear me apart if they get excited. Chu Ran didn't really listen to what the second brother Hao Jiangwo said next, because Chu Ran quickly picked up his phone to look for news. He also didn't expect that the electromagnetic gun experiment would be used together with his own quantum compression battery. Soon the words, "The electromagnetic gun experiment was successful," appeared on the mobile phone news. Headline news, at 4:30 this afternoon, our country's electromagnetic gun experiment was successfully launched. The success of the electromagnetic gun experiment was actually due to the strong support of Ranha New Energy. After so many years of research, the electromagnetic gun experiment finally succeeded. It was only because of the emergence of Ranha New Energy that this experiment was successfully completed. Looking at this series of news, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. When he first developed the new energy battery, he had indeed never thought of using this technology in electromagnetic guns. But now, thanks to Ranha New Energy, the electromagnetic gun can be launched smoothly. This coincidence also surprised Chu Ran. At this moment, Chi Qingxuan called. Chu Ran walked into the balcony in slippers and started answering the phone. Boss Chu, have you seen the news? Chu Ran hummed and said, I saw it. What did they say? The news I've received so far is that although the electromagnetic cannon was successfully launched, the energy is still insufficient. It is said that it only exerted 80% of its energy. Moreover, Minister Sun said that even if the two batteries were fused, it would not succeed because the electromagnetic cannon's energy tank is limited. So, you want better quantum compression technology, right? Chu Ran also stated the country's thoughts very directly at this time. Chi Qingxuan hummed and said, From what I heard from Minister Sun, they really hope that Ranha can make another breakthrough and develop better technology. I'm not sure about this because our peripheral batteries are already very advanced. Haha, let's do this for now. If we have good technology, we at Ranha will definitely bring it out. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran smiled and nodded. He did have better quantum compression technology, but it was impossible to use it all at once. Now I am just an ordinary college student. Quantum peripheral technology is already terrifying enough, so the next core technology will have to be delayed for a while. Chu Ran's calmness is indeed like two different worlds compared to what is happening online now. Ever since the national news released the news of the successful electromagnetic gun experiment in the afternoon, people all over the country have been excited. On the internet, countless netizens praised China's strength. Of course, behind this, everyone knows that it is the existence of the Ranha company that gives the electromagnetic gun a greater chance this time. So now the online evaluation of Ranha is that it is a national brand. No matter which manufacturer cooperates with Ranha, they will definitely buy directly from it in the future without any negotiation, because as a national brand, Ranha has unknowingly won the hearts of many people. At the same time, people abroad have also heard the news. The most anxious one is naturally the US Department of Defense. Huaxia, this damned Huaxia, is it finally going to reveal its true colors? It's been hiding for so many years, but ever since that UFO Ranha arms appeared a while ago, Huaxia has begun to lose control and keeps testing our bottom line. Lao Ao sat in the conference room, talking to everyone angrily. All the parliamentarians around lowered their heads helplessly. Mr. President, I suggest that we release the video from a while ago so that everyone can see that China is preparing to unify the world, and they are constantly researching this high-tech weapon. When others heard this, they couldn't help but agree. I agree. We've kept that video for a long time, and our researchers have studied it for a long time, but we still haven't found anything. So, let's take this opportunity to show everyone what China is up to. They're trying to unify the world by creating this kind of weapon. Chapter 60 Video Exposed. It turns out my country is so powerful. This night was destined to be explosive. At around 5 o'clock, the Chinese news released the news of the successful launch of the electromagnetic gun. It caused a frenzy among the people and also made many other countries begin to fear it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the American CNN News channel released a news report. Good evening, everyone. We received a video from the Ministry of National Defense today that we suspect is from China's latest flying object. We've also confirmed that the Ranha Arms flagship store, which has been active online, is actually from China. Next, we'll play a video shot by a US pilot on a fighter jet during the mission. Please enjoy. As soon as he finished speaking, a video shot with a mobile phone appeared on the news interface. Oh my God, look what that is! In the video, a pilot is shouting on the walkie-talkie, and the person filming is trembling as he holds his phone and points it at the sky. I saw a huge shadow above the fighter jet, and inside this huge shadow, the pilot zoomed in the camera. Only then did everyone see clearly that only the tip of the iceberg of the flying object appeared inside. It was an extremely mysterious baseboard, completely black, which made people feel awed just by looking at it. There was also a line of text on this baseboard. That's actually the Chinese language? Many people who watched the news saw this scene. That line of font was exactly Chinese characters, and its meaning was exactly the words, Ranha Arms flagship store. Seeing this scene, countless audiences were excited. Oh my God, what on earth was that thing in the video just now? Why does it look so creepy? Is that something newly developed by China? How did China develop so quickly? Ranha Arms is from China. How is that possible? What's impossible? The flying object in the video has Chinese characters written on it. Oh my God, this is amazing! It looks like a spaceship. I've never seen anything like it. In the United States, as soon as the news was released, many viewers became excited. Within half an hour, the news spread directly to countries around the world. The moment they saw the news, all countries were shocked. Especially those countries that have been doing business with Ranha. They also wondered at the beginning which big country this Ran he belonged to. But in the end, it turned out to be from China? The most important thing is that the big guy who delivered the goods to them was actually such a huge flying object. Not only is he big, but more importantly, he is also terrifyingly fast. It is very likely that after they place an order, this big guy will arrive at a speed of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers per hour. Among the members of the Bajizi detective organization, the bearded leader said happily, "So, it's China that has been cooperating with us. I have to say, China is really powerful. Everyone, remember, respect the Chinese people when you meet them in the future. They provide us with so many weapons. They are our good friends." The Free Army who were accumulating energy buds also nodded in satisfaction at this time. China truly has the demeanor of a great power. They've been cooperating with us for so long without being exposed. They're probably worried about being discovered by the United States. With China as an ally in the future, our actions should be much easier. Soon after, other countries also began to sigh. No one had expected that Ranha Arms was from China. Especially Iran and the Bear Country. It turns out that China has always been silently supporting us behind the scenes. Such an ally is the best. In this way, unknowingly, everyone regarded China as the best ally. After all, If they were not allies, who would sell them so many arms? China. First, the top leaders of China began to be shocked. The top leader's Secretary General hurried to the office with the news. Leader, the US has launched a major attack. After saying that, he placed the news in his hand in front of the leader. When the top leader saw this news, he was stunned. He immediately asked someone to take out the tablet and play the video. Is this the transport plane for the Ranha flagship store? The top leader also looked at the scene in great shock. The Secretary General nodded and said, Yes, this is what the American pilot took that day. Although the picture is not very clear, you can clearly see the words, Ranha Arms flagship store, in it, and it is all written in Chinese. Haha, this is what happened. The top leader couldn't help but smile at this time. The US deliberately released this information. After they knew our electromagnetic cannon was successful, they wanted other countries to create conflicts with us. How come Ran he can write Chinese? If our country could really create something this amazing, how could we not know about it? It's really strange. The top leader was also a little puzzled at this time. Could it be that Ran he is really in our China? After a moment, the top leader asked in confusion, while the Secretary General next to him was cautious and did not dare to speak. Notify all leaders immediately and start an emergency meeting. Just like that, because of a piece of news, the upper echelons became completely busy. While they were in the meeting, the news began to spread throughout the country like wings. Almost instantly, countless people in China who were looking at their phones received this news. Oh my God, what is this? Is our country really that powerful? Oh my God, this is so cool! Is this video real? This news is from CNN, the most authoritative news channel in the US. Do you think it's true or false? I never thought our country would be so low-key. Ha ha ha, so cool! Two big news in one day. First, the electromagnetic cannon launch, and then the Ranha flagship store is actually state-owned? I was stunned. What on earth was that? A fighter jet couldn't be that big, could it? Could it be an aircraft carrier in the sky? I heard a piece of news before, which seemed to say that there was a Nan-Tianmen project in China. Could it be that the Nan-Tianmen project has already been successful? Awesome, the Nan-Tianmen project, this is absolutely true. An aircraft carrier in the air, just ask those Americans if they are afraid? Hey, wait, the electromagnetic cannon is from Ranha New Energy, and this Nantianmen project is from the Ranha Arms flagship store. This can't be the same company, right? Damn it, stop talking nonsense upstairs. If this is true, it would be absolutely amazing. A company that can launch two such large projects is simply amazing. In an instant, all the people in China began to boil over. Over the years, China has always kept a low profile. Even if there are minor frictions in some places, they are still resolved peacefully. But who would have thought that behind this low-key appearance, China actually has such powerful strength? Chapter 61. Cheers in school, Ranha really has nothing to do with you? Tianhai City, inside the University of Finance and Economics. Evening self-study had not yet ended, but all the students in the school had already rushed out of the campus excitedly. Everyone was cheering and singing happily on campus, and some were even asked to wave the national flag. At this moment, the students released their purest enthusiasm, because for them, their country has become stronger. Classmates, today we have witnessed two major events in our motherland. This will be a blessing for our generation and a sign of our country's strength. Tonight, let us cheer to our heart's content. I don't know who shouted, but suddenly countless students on campus held flashlights or mobile phones and started singing, "My Motherland," in chorus. No matter what time it is, this group of passionate young people are the simplest and purest. They desire to be strong and also desire a more generous motherland. Looking at the cheers of countless students on campus, Chu Ran was sitting by the dormitory window drinking with Hao Jiangwo. Chu Ran also saw the video of the news from the United States. To be honest, before this, he, the boss of Ranha, had no idea that the equipment used to transport arms was so powerful. Now that the pilots from the United States have filmed the video, he has seen the tip of the iceberg. But what gave Chu Ran a headache was that this system was really shameless. It actually carved the words, Ranha Arms flagship store, at the bottom of the transport equipment. Now that the country has taken the blame for him, Chu Ran feels very helpless. I don't know what the leadership is thinking. Will they take the blame? If they do, will they consider other things when selling their own arms in the future? But thinking of this, Chu Ran immediately shook his head. No matter what, his original intention of selling arms must not be changed. Third brother, I never thought that our generation would actually witness history. The second brother, Hao Jiangwo, was also very excited at this time. He and Chu Ran drank 2 bottles of beer in one breath. Witnessing history? Haha, forget it. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. In the eyes of many people, this kind of thing was indeed a witness to history. But in fact, in my opinion, the real history may not have begun yet. Because that is his own kingdom, and then history might really happen. Not long after, the eldest brother Wang Rui and the fourth brother also returned to the dormitory. The 2 men were shirtless and excitedly chatting with Chu Ran and others in the dormitory. I won't say anything more. Ran, he is my idol from now on. Even if you ask me to be a security guard or sweep the floor, I will be willing to do it. At this time, the boss Wang Rui has completely regarded Ran he as a benchmark, and is shaking the bottle of wine in his hand excitedly. Soon, the boys from other dormitories also started shouting in the corridor. Ran he, idol! Ran he, idol! At this moment, Chu Ran, who was standing at the door, smiled bitterly. How could he have unknowingly regarded his own Ran he as a patriotic target? At this time, I was in the girls' dormitory. Fang Shia was already lying in bed. Gua Lily walked in and asked curiously, Shia, why are you going to bed so early? What's wrong? Fang Shia asked curiously. Didn't you hear your name being called outside? Fang Shia was dumbfounded when she saw Gua Lily open the window. Ran he! Ran he! Hearing bursts of shouting coming from the boys' dormitory opposite, Fang Shia continued to lie back in bed. You're fooling me again. Gua Lily smiled and said, Shia, let me tell you a secret. Actually, this Ranha represents you and Chu Ran. Sister Lily, stop joking and go to bed early. Fang Shia didn't want to listen anymore. She knew that Chu Ran was a bit mysterious, and how could a student have so much money? But no matter what, she would not connect Chu Ran with Ranha. Gua Lily was also standing there at this time. In fact, if it were in the past, she would still believe that Chu Ran had a connection with Ranha Company, but now, she also began to feel confused. Because Ran he is too terrifying now, she dare not imagine what kind of madness it would be if Chu Ran was really the boss of Ran he. Seeing Fang Shia so calm at this time, Gua Lily also lay on the bed with a heavy heart. At this moment, she was a little conflicted. She didn't want Ran he to be Chu Ran's, but she also wanted Ran he to be Chu Ran's. The already lively night made Gua Lily unable to sleep well. The next morning, Chu Ran got up and looked at his roommates lying all over the bed, shaking his head helplessly. Tonight is the day of the school's National Day celebration. After the National Day celebration, the school will be on holiday. The tradition of the University of Finance and Economics is to have a 10-day holiday for National Day. Chu Ran had already planned to visit Fang Shia's house first, and then return to his own home. So I took this opportunity to simply pack my luggage. After finishing the work, there was still some time before breakfast, so Chu Ran sat on the bed and looked at the computer. In the ARMS forum, there was a heated debate about 2 major news stories from China yesterday. Just by opening the homepage, Chu Ran found countless posts, all discussing the strength of the Chinese nation. Secondly, there is another biggest hot spot, that is the Ranha flagship store, which is actually from China. The Ranha flagship store has been the hottest topic in the ARMS forum recently, but now that its background has been revealed, everyone has started discussing it. After Chu Ran took a quick look, he found that most people's opinions were still very objective. No matter which country the Ranha flagship store is based in, as long as they can buy what they need there, this is their favorite forum. Since Ranha went online, many people have started to buy and place orders in it. Everyone has already fallen in love with this powerful forum. So even if this kind of news appears now, people will not change their mentality and opinions. After seeing these ideas, Chu Ran smiled and nodded, then opened his flagship store. The news inside has already reached 99+. Chu Ran took a quick look and found that many people there were not there to buy arms, but were curiously asking whether the Ranha flagship store had any connection with China. Chu Ran simply passed on the message and had no intention of replying. In addition, members of the Al-Qaeda group sent congratulations and thanked Chu Ran and Huaxia. Chu Ran smiled and ignored it, continuing to read. Soon I saw news about the two major customers, Ilong and Maoxiong country. The two countries were smart enough not to ask these questions, but instead wanted to purchase a batch of arms from Chu Ran. Of course, Chu Ran likes this kind of customer, so he quickly placed orders with both parties and shipped the goods. After doing all this, Chu Ran received another call from Jack from Bijizitan. Mr. Chu, we have established a firm foothold in the city of Lava. We will work with the government to initiate a series of remediation operations. We expect to expand to the surrounding town of Afghan in a month. Chapter 62 Quantum Compressed Carbon Fiber Technology, and 2 Raptor Fighters. Jack then explained his general idea to Chu Ran. Now their mercenary corps has reached 5,000 people, including the 10 professional mercenary soldiers that Chu Ran added to them last time. Among these 5,000 people, half of them are loyal to them, and the remaining half are only doing it for money. But now the mercenary group has occupied Lava. In this city, they will start their own kingdom industry, and it will be easy to make money. After invading Lava, Jack and others first showed weakness to the Bijizitan government, saying that they were also a local organization, but they had been oppressed by the government forces in Lava City for a long time, so they stood up to resist. If the government forces treat them according to normal rules, they will not do anything out of line and will only operate within the city of Ra. The government forces do know that this group of mercenaries should not be underestimated. Now that it has grown into an organization of more than 5,000 people, it will certainly not be an easy task to eliminate them. After all, the current capabilities of the government forces are also in tatters. So why not try to slowly build up a good relationship with this powerful group of mercenaries, and then let them carry out some secret operations, which would also be a good thing. In this way, Jack led these mercenaries to completely establish a foothold in the city of Lava. After stabilizing the situation, the next goal is to expand outward. We definitely cannot expand on the Bijizitan side for now, at least we have to show them that we love peace. But if we gather people and quietly expand outward, there will be absolutely no problem. So Jack discussed with the military expert Lana and decided to start the expansion from the country next to Bijizitan, Afghan. Because the country of Afghan plays a very important role in terms of geographical location, if the mercenaries of this country can be ruled, then Jack and his men will be able to stand firm in the base camp of Bijizitan. After hearing this decision, Chu Ran nodded in agreement. If Afghan was captured, his mercenaries would indeed be able to rise to a higher level. This time, Chu Ran generously took out 200 million worth of arms and gave them directly to Jack, saying that he could keep them for himself or use them for trading. In short, the trading rights belonged to him. Chu Ran is not short of money now. Ranha New Energy has started to generate revenue. Others have to take out loans to start a company, but Chu Ran used all his own money to start Ranha. He even bought the land himself, and does not need to pay rent. Just tell me, will this kind of revenue come back quickly? In addition to the fact that it has become a military-industrial enterprise, Ranha New Energy has already received orders from many large companies across the country. A payback of 1 month is conservative. According to Qiqingxuan, it will make a substantial profit in the first month, and from the second month onwards it will directly become one of China's most advanced companies. In addition, at the ARMS flagship store, because of the 2 big news yesterday, the name Ran He has already become known to countless people, so the popularity of the ARMS store has directly increased by several times. Last night alone, Chu Ran earned nearly 200 million. So Chu Ran would be short of money? Of course not. Even if 200 million was allocated to the mercenary group, 1.8 billion was already quietly lying in the account. Just when Chu Ran was about to turn off the computer, Ilong received another new order for nearly 100 million bullets. It was obvious that Ilong's recent military actions were becoming more and more rampant, and they had begun to formally confront the United States. After Chu Ran delivered the goods, he only heard a series of system prompts in his mind. Congratulations to the host, your arms prestige has reached 6 points. The system prompts that you have not participated in the lottery twice. Please complete the lottery as soon as possible, Otherwise, if you reach 3 times, the system will reset your entries. Chu Ran was really shocked when he heard this. What a guy! I don't want to draw a lottery myself, but want to save up for a big one, and you actually told me that it will be cleared. Draw a prize! Chu Ran didn't dare to neglect it. He had finally gotten the chance to draw a lottery. If he didn't draw, wouldn't he be at a big loss? The lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host, you won the quantum compressed carbon fiber technology. Hearing the prompt, Chu Ran couldn't help but be shocked. Oh wow, it's quantum compression again. It seems that he is in conflict with the term quantum compression. He knew about carbon fiber technology, which is an indispensable aerospace material. It has high performance and performs well under various extreme conditions. But now the term quantum compression has been added to the system's technology. Obviously, the quantum compressed carbon fiber drawn by the system should be even more awesome. Quantum compression carbon fiber technology is based on the principles of quantum mechanics. Through specific processing methods, it precisely controls the microscopic scale of carbon fibers to achieve quantum compression between carbon atoms. This compression not only strengthens the bonding between carbon atoms, but also optimizes the overall performance of the material. Advantages over traditional carbon fiber technology. Higher strength and toughness. Quantum compressed carbon fiber has higher strength and toughness, enabling it to maintain stable performance in extreme environments. Lighter mass. Through quantum compression, the density of carbon fiber is optimized, achieving lighter mass, which is of great significance for applications that require high performance and lightweight materials. Better thermal and chemical stability. Quantum compressed carbon fiber has higher thermal and chemical stability, and can maintain stable performance in harsh environments such as high temperature, strong acid, and strong alkali. After reading the explanation given by the system, Chu Ran stood there in a daze. He couldn't imagine what kind of changes such an awesome technology would bring to a country if it was really used. Because this technology not only surpasses traditional carbon fiber, but also leaves it far behind. If it is produced by then, it will definitely be something that shocks the world again. I was just worrying about how to spend the 1.5 billion yuan, but now I have found a job to do. It seems that it is time to start a second industry again. After a moment, Chu Ran suppressed his inner excitement and started the second lottery. Lottery in progress. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any useful entries this time. Please don't be discouraged. The system will provide you with 2 F-22 Raptor fighter jets. Chu Ran was originally disappointed when he heard the 3 words, regret, at the beginning, but when he heard the 2 Raptors at the end, he stood up from the bed. This system is way too generous, isn't it? Just giving me 2 Raptor fighter jets as a bonus? I just spoke to Jack, and he said we were short of planes. If we had planes next time, the battle would be much easier. I didn't expect that 2 planes would come right now. Chapter 63. This is a man you can never afford to offend. Soon, 2 F-22 Raptor fighter jets appeared in Chu Ran's warehouse. I took a closer look at the condition above and found that it was completely brand new and unopened. This system is really awesome. But he definitely doesn't need these 2 fighter jets, so now he can only let the system send them to Jack and the others over there. Chu Ran remembered that among the mercenary corps, Vying and the 2 mercenaries sent the second time were all top pilots. Soon, Chu Ran called Jack and said, "Send me the coordinates of a safe spot. I'll send you 2 Raptor fighter jets in 2 hours." Hearing this, Jack was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Chu, are you kidding? The Raptor fighter jet is the F-22, the main fighter jet of the United States." Chu Ran hummed, and Jack was speechless. A moment later, Jack sent the coordinates with excitement. Chu Ran quickly replied to him with a text message, saying that the goods would arrive in 2 hours. At this moment, Jack could no longer contain his excitement, and directly called team member Vying and 2 other pilots over. "What's wrong, Captain?" The 3 of them looked at Jack curiously. The guy touched his nose modestly and said, "Mr. Chu gave us 2 big guys, fighter jets." "What? Fighter jet?" Vying was the first to be surprised, and the 2 mercenaries next to him also looked at Jack stupidly. "Besides, if I tell you the names of these 2 fighters, you might be shocked again." "Captain, don't keep me in suspense. What kind of fighter jet is it? And I can guarantee that if it's a fighter jet, our team's overall combat power will increase by half again. Jack smiled and said, "It's the F-22 Raptor." Upon hearing this, Viking and the other two pilots were stunned. You know, although the Raptor fighter jet is not as good as the F-35 Lightning, its capabilities should not be underestimated. But now they are just an ordinary military force. If they have two big guys like this, then no matter who they fight in the future, they can crush them directly. Just like that, 2 hours later, amidst everyone's excitement, 2 F-22 Raptors appeared at the agreed coordinates. Viking and the other two drivers rushed over excitedly. This also indicates that Chu Ran's private armed forces will open a new chapter for them. Tianhai City, inside the University of Finance and Economics. Because of the madness last night, there were very few people in the school cafeteria today. Chu Ran, Fang Shia and Gua Lily came to the restaurant together. Originally, Gua Lily didn't have the habit of eating breakfast, but since she got close to Fang Shia, she gradually developed this habit. Especially this morning, Gua Lily got up early to have breakfast with Fang Shia because she really wanted to see how Chu Ran performed. Gua Lily tossed and turned last night, and couldn't fall asleep, wondering whether Chu Ran and Ran he had any connection. Although she had no actual evidence, the relationship between Chu Ran and Fang Shia, coupled with the mysterious nature of Chu Ran's behavior, really gave her a very strong girl's intuition. Gua Lily didn't fall asleep, but Fang Shia slept soundly. This girl was the kind of person who was very serious when focusing on her own things, and nothing could move her. Look, sitting opposite Chu Ran, Gua Lily has dark circles under her eyes, while Fang Shia is eating with full energy. "Are you tired from studying yesterday? Come, I'll give you this bun of mine." After Chu Ran finished speaking, he pushed his own dumplings in front of Fang Shia. Fang Shia was slightly stunned, then waved her hand a little embarrassedly. No need. Eat. Only when you're full can you have the energy to study and read part-time," Chu Ran said in a stern tone. Fang Shia then obediently pulled the bun next to her, then lowered her head and began to eat seriously. When Gua Lily saw this scene, she smiled helplessly. She really couldn't imagine what kind of status Fang Shia would have in the future if Chu Ran became Manhwa's leader. But now look at Fang Shia, this girl seems to not care about all this, and just keeps her head down eating. "Chu Ran, did you see yesterday's news?" Gua Lily asked curiously. Chu Ran nodded. "I saw it, how could I not see such a big thing? So what kind of company do you think this Ranha is? Do you understand it?" Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled and drank a sip of soup. "Classmate Gua Lily, do you think I'm the CEO of Ranha? That's why I know Ranha." Gua Lily subconsciously lifted her hair, then smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. I really envy you for being able to have dinner with Boss Ranha." Chu Ran smiled and teased, but didn't respond. Fang Shia bit into a bun and said, "Sister Lily, I've already told you that Ranha can't possibly be related to Charan, and you still don't believe it." Gua Lily smiled and shook her head, still saying nothing. Just then, a few more people walked into the school cafeteria. Leading the group was Yang Shuya and her new boyfriend Bai Yang, followed by several of Yang Shuya's roommates. "Sister Shuya, you are definitely the most beautiful girl tonight. Those idiots in the student union will regret it so much for not inviting you to sit in the front." Hearing her roommate's words, Yang Shuya raised her head happily. She was wearing a black evening dress today, and she looked graceful and beautiful indeed. Bai Yang, who was standing next to him, was wearing a high-end suit. He smiled and said, "These things in school are just minor incidents. When you enter society, you will realize that the student union is nothing. Only those with money and connections can truly possess strength." Bai Yang's words immediately made Yang Shuya's roommates happy. "Sister Shuya, when the time comes, you must ask your brother-in-law to help us find a better job. Yes, it's not easy to find a job with our major. It would be great if my brother-in-law could help us." Yang Shuya smiled and looked at Bai Yang, who nodded proudly. "Don't worry, you are Shuya's friends, and you are also my friends. Dream Car is one of the top 500 companies in China. I will arrange everything for you to join us." As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Shuya's 3 female roommates screamed. At this time, Chu Ran and Gua Lily also saw this scene not far away. Fang Shia didn't know whether she saw it or not, but she lowered her head and ate very seriously. Lily glanced at Chu Ran, then smiled helplessly. As for young Shia, she had always been looking at her with a pitiful attitude. If this poor woman knew that the man she abandoned was a man she could never afford to offend, she would find it funny to think about that scene now. Sister Shia, look at those people over there. At this time, not far away, young Shia's roommate also saw Chu Ran and others here. Chapter 64. You apologize to our brother Chu. Following her roommate's direction, young Shia also saw Chu Ran, Fang Shia, and Lily. Haha, enemies often meet on narrow roads. Bai Yang asked curiously. What's wrong, Shia? Is there something wrong between you and Chu Ran? It's okay, it's all over. Young Shia said this lightly, then chose a seat and sat down with a few people. What's going on? Tell me, I'll teach this kid a lesson. At this moment, Bai Yang was like a classic villain in urban novels, and he was extremely angry. In his opinion, his goddess must not be bullied. Young Shia shook her head and didn't want to say anything, but her roommates next to her knew that this was an opportunity to show off. Brother Bai Yang, let me tell you, Sister Shia and Chu Ran did have some conflicts some time ago. A few minutes later, after listening to the entire description, Bai Yang stood up in great anger. Chu Ran, this guy is so shameless. He actually let Shia do this. In front of the whole school, he made things difficult for his old classmate. Is he still a human being? Bai Yang spoke these words very loudly, so Chu Ran and Lily, who were sitting not far away, heard them all. What is this idiot doing? Chu Ran said angrily at this time. This guy is really brave enough to scold me in the school cafeteria. Lily looked at Chu Ran and said, Chu Ran, don't be angry. This guy is in our school, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Haha, you came to our school to bully others, and I'm not angry? After saying this, Chu Ran also stood up. Fang Shia stood obediently beside Chu Ran. Yang Shuya, who was standing opposite, saw Chu Ran standing up and couldn't help but stand next to Bai Yang. Chu Ran, Shuya is your classmate after all. You can't ruin her just because you can't get her. Ask her to apologize to you in front of the whole school. Isn't that bullying? At this moment, Bai Yang was still talking to Chu Ran like a fool. Chu Ran smiled helplessly and said, Shut up, idiot. I did like this woman before, but I have a girlfriend now. She's a jerk and bullied my girlfriend, but she doesn't allow me to fight back, right? After saying this, Chu Ran directly grabbed Fang Shia's hand. At this time, the little girl stood by very obediently and didn't say much. Because she knew that Chu Ran was indeed angry. Usually, Chu Ran behaved very gently in front of her, but now that he was insulted, he really couldn't sit still. Even Fang Shia herself felt very angry at this moment. Unconsciously, she had regarded Chu Ran Rang as her best friend. Although this kind of friend seemed to be a little beyond her current status, she would not allow anyone to say that about Chu Ran Rang. Chu Ran, you. Hee okay, for Shia's sake, I'm going to duel with you today. After saying this, Bai Yang started to take off his coat. Chu Ran looked at the idiot in front of him helplessly. He really didn't know why his father wanted to destroy his dream because of such a son. At this moment, a group of students in uniform rushed in from outside the restaurant door. I heard that there's an outsider causing trouble in our school. I want to see who it is. Luo Tiantian, the student union president who was in the lead, shouted very loudly. The few people in the restaurant all stood up curiously. In just a moment, Bai Yang, Yang Shuya and others were surrounded by more than a dozen people from the student union. Chu Ran, are you okay? Luo Tiantian came directly to Chu Ran and said something very attentively. These words shocked Yang Shuya, who was sitting opposite him. In her eyes, Luo Tiantian was a very arrogant person and was looked down upon by many people in school. But now, this guy actually spoke to Chu Ran in this tone. It's okay, why is Chairman Luo here? Chu Ran looked at the people around him and inwardly admired Luo Tiantian for being a good person. We had just finished cleaning up the event, and it was about to start tonight, so we thought we'd come over for a meal, but we didn't expect to hear this. After saying this, Luo Tiantian turned to look at Yang Shuya and Bai Yang. Yang Shuya, even though you're not a member of the student union, I'm telling you, the University of Finance and Economics doesn't welcome people like you showing off in our school. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right away, or we'll take action ourselves. As the eldest son of Dream Energy Automobile, Bai Yang is usually polite when talking to some bosses, but now he comes to a school and is surrounded by this group of students. How could he bear such humiliation? You're the student union president, right? I'm telling you, the university isn't yours to run. Yang Shia tugged at Bai Yang, but the guy didn't feel he was wrong at all. Instead, he pointed at Luo Tiantian and said, "If you really think you're amazing, go out into society and try it." Haha, it's none of your business what happens when I enter society. Now in my territory, even if you're a dragon, you have to coil up, and even if you're a tiger, you have to lie down. As soon as Luo Tiantian finished speaking, a dozen or so student union cadres took another step forward and blocked Bai Yang's way. What are you doing? Do you believe I'll call the police? We live in a society ruled by law now. Bai Yang said something while holding the phone, but the next second, the phone was taken away. You called the police? What did you call the police for? Fuck, you come to our school to bully people. Do you have any shame? Apologize to our brother Chu. That's right, apologize. You have to apologize if you curse someone. The students from the student union blocked Bai Yang one by one, which instantly made him a little anxious. At this time, Yang Shia said loudly, "Brother Luo, this is my boyfriend. He is the CEO of Dream Car. Please give me some face and don't embarrass him, okay?" Yang Shia knew that her face was worthless, so she deliberately brought out the identity of Dream Car CEO. However, Luo Tiantian looked at Chu Ran next to him, and then burst into laughter. Dream Car? What is that? I've never heard of it. Yang Shia and Bai Yang were so angry that their faces turned pale in the crowd. Is this still a student? This is simply... Before Bai Yang could finish his words, Yang Shia hurriedly covered his mouth. Yang Shia had already noticed that something was not right today, so she didn't dare let Bai Yang speak nonsense. Okay, Yang Shia, I won't make things difficult for him. Now I just have one request, your so-called boyfriend, apologize to Chu Ran. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be today. After Luo Tiantian finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Chu Ran. How about this solution? Chu Ran smiled faintly, then nodded in agreement. Bai Yang wanted to refute at this time, but he heard Yang Shia say in his ear, This Luo Tiantian has a strong background in the school. You can't do anything to him. Just bow your head first. Hearing this, Bai Yang was still very angry. Asking him to apologize to Chu Ran in front of so many people, and in front of the person he liked, this kind of insult was simply stabbing him in the heart. Chapter 65 I'll make you pay the price. It seems this student is still unwilling to apologize. Luo Tiantian sneered, then took out his phone and said, Then I'll call the security department, and have them call the police. They'll say that someone from outside our school has sneaked in, bullied our students, and threatened to beat us up. Hearing what Luo Tiantian said, Yang Shia and Bai Yang were so angry that they gritted their teeth. After a moment, Bai Yang looked at Chu Ran and nodded vigorously. Okay, I apologize, but Chu Ran, remember, I'm going to make you pay back 100-fold for what happened today. Having said that, Bai Yang almost gritted his teeth and said sorry. Chu Ran shook his head and smiled. What did Master Bai say? I didn't hear it clearly. Gua Lily next to her covered her mouth and smiled, and even Fang Shia felt very relieved watching this scene. Brother Chu said he didn't hear clearly, continue. Luo Tiantian was holding his cell phone and patted Bai Yang's little face. Yang Shia was so angry that she wanted to go over to stop it, but was grabbed by Gua Lily. Shia, this is a matter between men, why are you getting involved? Bai Yang gritted his teeth, his lips almost bleeding. Chu Ran, I'm sorry. The sound was so loud that even many onlookers in the school cafeteria heard it. Many students took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of the scene. Okay, get out of here. Chu Ran didn't want to waste any more time as he still had to accompany Fang Shia to the library. Seeing Chu Ran give in, Luo Tiantian simply waved his hand and asked people to make way. Just like that, Yang Shia, her two roommates, and Bai Yang walked out of the school cafeteria dejectedly. The food that had just been prepared was also placed on it, but no one had touched it. Before leaving, Yang Shia and Bai Yang both turned around and looked at Chu Ran angrily. Luo Tiantian looked at the backs of several people and shouted, Young master, you dream of something? Don't let me know you're at the University of Finance and Economics anymore. Otherwise, I'll bring people to surround you every time I see you. The group of student union members around all burst into laughter. Chu Ran glanced at Luo Tiantian and said with a smile, "Thank you, Chairman Luo." In fact, even if Luo Tiantian didn't come this time, he, the boss of Ranha, might really do it himself. But at the critical moment, Luo Tiantian came with people from the student union. At this time, Luo Tiantian looked at Chu Ran and smiled. "You're welcome, Chu Ran. We're all classmates, and Shia is now a member of our organization department. We can't let these people from other schools bully us." "Thank you." Fang Shia rarely said thank you, but she said this to Luo Tiantian at this moment. Obviously, it was said for Chu Ran. "You're welcome, you must come to the event tonight. I've reserved a seat for you." Hearing Luo Tiantian's words, Chu Ran nodded and said, "No problem." After a few more pleasantries, Chu Ran took Fang Shia away. Gua Lily did not follow him to be a third wheel, but stayed to watch Luo Tiantian. "Chairman Luo, there is something I want to talk to you about." Luo Tiantian nodded, and the two of them sat back in their previous seats. "Why are you so nice to Chu Ran and Fang Shia?" Gua Lily asked straight to the point. Luo Tiantian smiled and said, "Okay. Haha, if it was you who was involved today, I would treat you just as well." Gua Lily snorted, then looked around and asked in a low voice, "You know Chu Ran's identity, right?" Luo Tiantian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "I don't know what you are talking about." "Haha, Chairman Luo, you are very smart, but sometimes what you don't say happens to prove that my guess is correct." After saying this, Gua Lily stood up and said, "Goodbye." Luo Tiantian smiled and shook his head, then continued to eat the breakfast in front of him. At this time, at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics, Baiyang came to his car angrily. "Chu Ran, this ignorant little scumbag, I will make him regret it, I will." Yang Shia also chased out at this time. "Baiyang, are you okay?" Baiyang looked at Yang Shia, then took a deep breath and changed his expression. "Shia, I'm fine. These are just trivial matters. I won't argue with these kids. Although I'm about the same age as them, in my eyes they're all just a bunch of kids who haven't grown up yet. They only use these little schemes to make themselves happy." Yang Shia nodded and said, "Baiyang, you are indeed much more stable and mature than them. My judgment is correct." "Just your words are enough, Shia. I probably won't be able to go to the ceremony tonight, but would you like to go out for Western food with me? I stopped liking these school activities a few years ago. Let's do some adult things." Hearing this, Yang Shia hesitated and said, "Baiyang, let's wait a little longer. I don't really want to go out tonight." Baiyang's anger instantly rose in his heart, but when he saw Yang Shia's aggrieved look, he suppressed it. "Okay, I'll be leaving first. Call me if you have anything else." After saying this, Baiyang got into the car and started driving. Outside the car, Yang Shia was still waving and smiling. Baiyang also nodded with a smile, but when the car started, Baiyang immediately cursed out loud. "Fuck, they are a bunch of shameless guys." After saying this, Baiyang reached out and took out his cell phone and called a partner. "Mr. Zhao, haha, it's me, Baiyang. Hey, I need help with something. Don't worry, I've already shown my dad the order from your factory. He'll be able to sort it out quickly. Nothing much. It's just that a foolish college student pissed me off, and I wanted to teach him a lesson. The finance department. As for my girlfriend, this guy has been pestering her for years, and now that he can't get her, he started to slander me. To what extent? It's up to you." "What? You coming in person? Then I'm even more looking forward to it. If you do this well, I'll take all your factory's future orders." "Okay, I'll wait for you here." After hanging up the phone, Baiyang slammed on the brakes and stopped on the side of the road a few hundred meters away from the University of Finance and Economics. "Chu Ran, I'm going to make you pay the price this time." At this time, Chu Ran didn't know what Baiyang was doing. Instead, he was in the library, chatting and laughing with Fang Shia. "Why are you coming back with me? Our family is not doing well." Just now Chu Ran said that he wanted to go home with Fang Shia to visit. Fang Shia felt hesitant and a little scared for a moment. I'm not going there for a tour, I'm just going to get to know the place. Chu Ran finished speaking and whispered, It would be embarrassing if I can't find it when I send the betrothal gift in the future. Oh, it's still early, Fang Shia said in a panic. But when Chu Ran heard this, he laughed happily. Chapter 66 Chu Ran, don't leave after school, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Chu Ran already had a pretty good idea of Fang Shia's attitude. This girl is the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and she is very afraid of strangers. And just now, Fang Shia was able to say that subconsciously, which shows that in her heart, Chu Ran's position is irreplaceable. Go sit over there first, I'm busy. Fang Shia gently pushed Chu Ran, who smiled and nodded, then walked to the window not far away. After looking at the arms forum on his mobile phone, Chu Ran discovered that his Ranha and company were actually listed among the US military companies. Chu Ran smiled helplessly at this, because he didn't care about these things at all. I may not make money from the US market, but if you Americans want to regret it at that time, you will have to look at my face. Thinking of this, Chu Ran suddenly recalled the quantum compressed carbon fiber technology he had drawn from the system yesterday. I still have enough funds in my hands, and I might as well keep them, so I might as well set up the second real industry as soon as possible. A moment later, Chu Ran took out his cell phone and called Shi Qingxuan. Lao Qi, are you still busy over there? Mr. Chu, things have been good recently. Orders have stabilized, but I don't dare to go out now because there are so many people looking for me. Everyone wants to cooperate with Ranha. Chu Ran smiled and said, Okay, sneak out and come to our school. I want to talk to you about something. Shi Qingxuan is the current head of Ranha, so when Chu Ran wanted to start another new physical industry, the first person he thought of was Shi Qingxuan. After all, the other party is experienced, and with his advice and help, Chu Ran's second industry will soon appear. At the same time, at the gate of University of Finance and Economics, Bai Yang waited for a long time and finally waited for the person he was waiting for. A fat man slowly walked down from a Hummer off-road vehicle. He was wearing a white t-shirt, a big gold chain around his neck, a short haircut, and black sunglasses on his face. Boss Zhao, I finally got you. When Bai Yang saw someone coming, he hurriedly got out of the car to greet and shake hands. The fat man smiled and nodded, then took off his sunglasses, revealing a scar the size of his little finger next to his temple. Brother Bai, when I received your call, I immediately dropped everything and came here. Damn, a little brat dared to go against you, Brother Bai. He must be blind. After saying this, the fat man waved his hand. 7 or 8 young men in suits got out of the car behind. When Bai Yang saw this scene, he immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhao, this is such a scene. Of course, Brother Bai, tell me where that guy is. I'll bring some people in to pull him out, and then I'll do whatever you want me to do. Mr. Zhao was wearing a big gold chain and his words were extremely arrogant. Bai Yang hurriedly grabbed him and said, No, Mr. Zhao, although we want to deal with him, it would be a bit rude to do it inside the school. You wait here for a while, I will think of a way to call him out, and then we will deal with him at the school gate. Okay, we'll do whatever Brother Bai says. After Mr. Zhao finished speaking, he waved his hand and the young men in suits behind him all retreated to the back of the road. When Bai Yang saw this scene, he was so happy. Mr. Zhao, wait a moment. I'll make a phone call and that guy will be out soon. After saying that, Bai Yang went to the side and found Chu Ran's phone number in the address book. This phone number was the one he left when he graduated from high school. He didn't know if the guy had changed his number, but Bai Yang still decided to give it a try. Soon, Chu Ran in the library received a call from an unknown number. Because of company matters, Chu Ran thought someone was reporting to him. Hello, who is this? Haha, Chu Ran, I'm Bai Yang. Hey, Bai, why are you calling me again? Do you want to make an appointment with me? That's right, just tell me if you dare to come out. Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Just tell me the location. It's right in front of your school. If you're brave enough, come out. Also, call out those guys who were so aggressive with me just now. I'll make them beg for mercy one by one. Haha, okay, then you wait. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran cursed, idiot, and then shook his head and continued to look at his flagship store. There are still orders worth hundreds of millions waiting for me to process. As for that idiot at the school gate, haha, just let him wait. He really thinks he can be so proud just because he has a lot of money. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later. At the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. Yang took out his cell phone and called Chu Ran again. But this time, the call was hung up as soon as it was connected. Yang was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. Damn it, this coward doesn't dare to come out! When Mr. Zhao heard this, he slowly walked over with a cigarette in his mouth. Brother Bai, don't bother with that. I'll take 2 people in to pull him out. Yang shook his head and said, No, Mr. Zhao, it's a bit complicated once we get in. That guy has connections at school, so let's not make it too much trouble. Wait a minute, I'll definitely find a way to get him out. After saying this, Yang called Fang Shia again. Hey, is there any way you can get Chu Ran to meet me at the school gate now? Fang Shia said somewhat embarrassedly on the phone. It's a bit difficult. He doesn't want to talk to me now. Think of a way. Just get him to the school gate. Shia, I have to get over this anger today. Otherwise, how can I, the CEO of my dreams, survive in the business world? Yang roared angrily on the phone, while Fang Shia stared at the phone blankly. She didn't expect that Yang, who always looked very gentle, would behave like this at this time. Yang, calm down, I'll think of a solution. We must let him out. After hanging up the phone, Fang Shia hesitated and still called Chu Ran. Chu Ran, you were the one who treated me like that first. If that's the case, let Yang give you a good beating. Don't blame me. Soon Chu Ran, who was sitting in the library, also received a call from Fang Shia. But after seeing the incoming call, Chu Ran immediately hung up the phone. There was no doubt that this woman was here to provoke him. Chu Ran really doesn't want to pay any attention to those 2 clowns now. At this time, we were at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. Just as Yang and Fatty Zhao were waiting, a Mercedes-Benz car slowly stopped. This car looks familiar. Mr. Zhao looked at the Mercedes-Benz car curiously, and then a man slowly walked out of the car. Fuck, is it Mr. Chi from Ranha? When he saw the person coming, the fat Mr. Zhao was so scared that he fell out of the car. Chapter 67. What? He is the boss of Ranha? Hearing what Mr. Zhao said, Yang was stunned for a moment. Mr. Zhao, what did you say? Mr. Zhao hurriedly straightened his clothes and said, That's Mr. Chi from Ranha. I saw him in the corridor when I went to the company last time. Why is he here? Yeah, why is he here at the University of Finance and Economics? Why don't we go over and say hello? That makes sense. Pretend you met by chance, then go over and chat for a while. This is the best opportunity to show your face. Last time I didn't meet Ranhe, my dad scolded me for several days after I got home. This time I must give him a surprise. After saying this, Mr. Zhao and Yang both walked towards Chiqingxuan in the Mercedes-Benz. At this time, Chiqingxuan was calling Chu Ran. Mr. Chu, I'm already at the school gate. Yeah, okay, I'll be waiting for you here. After saying that, Chiqingxuan hung up the phone. Just at this moment, 2 people, one fat and one thin, came over. Hey, you're Mr. Chi from Ranha, right? The fat man spoke first, and the thin man next to him also smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Chi, I am the CEO of Dream Car Company, my name is Yang, and this is Mr. Zhao from Feda Electronics Company. We thought you looked like us from afar, so we ran over to say hello. Chiqingxuan nodded slightly, then shook hands briefly with the 2 of them. Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone here. Yang hurriedly said, I don't know who you're waiting for, Mr. Chi. I have a classmate here at the University of Finance and Economics. I can ask her to call them for you. Mr. Chi, Mr. Bai has extensive connections in the financial sector. You can approach him if you have any questions. The fat Mr. Zhao also hurriedly echoed. Chiqingxuan shook his head. No need, he will be out soon. Please feel free to do as you please. Yang and Fatty Zhao looked at each other and smiled awkwardly, but they didn't walk far away. They just watched Chiqingxuan from the side. Well, Mr. Chi, our dream company has high domestic output and sales. I wonder if your company would consider. Sorry, I have something to do today, so I won't talk about work. Without waiting for Bai Yang to finish speaking, Qi Qingshuan interrupted and refused. Fatty Zhao and Bai Yang both smiled again and stood respectfully in front of Qi Qingshuan. Just kidding, this is the best opportunity to show up. If I can make Ranha remember me, as long as I sign an order, my sales in China will soar. So Bai Yang would definitely not miss this good opportunity. He even thought about going back today to tell his father that he had seen Mr. Qi at Ranha with his own eyes. His father would definitely praise him then. Some people may say that Bai Yang is exaggerating now, but in fact it is not, because Ranha is definitely the most popular manufacturer in China. These days, Ranha first became a military enterprise, and then signed orders from more than 10 companies, large and small. Any one of them would be a leader in the country. According to a survey of the public, Ranha will definitely be the top company in the future. As long as you can cooperate with Ranha, even if you can't eat the meat, you can still achieve success by just drinking some soup. This is also what Qi Qingshuan said when he called Chu Ran just now. He said that he didn't dare to go out at all because there were too many people looking for him, and everyone wanted to cooperate with Ranha. But unfortunately, the entire Ranha cooperation order was finalized by Chu Ran and the company. Without the nod of the transfer fee, it is absolutely impossible to cooperate with you. As for the brand of Dream Company, Qi Qingshuan naturally knew it and remembered it clearly. Some time ago, after Chu Ran finished talking with someone from the Ministry of National Defense, he received a call from Chu Ran. He clearly remembered that Chu Ran told him on the phone that he could cooperate with anyone except Dream Car. So now that Qi Qingshuan heard Bai Yang's introduction, not giving him a cold face was already his most elegant and rough way of dealing with the situation. At this time, Bai Yang and Mr. Zhao were still very proud and said that if they had the chance later, they would definitely show up in front of Qi Qingshuan. Soon Yang Shia also ran out of the school. Bai Yang! Bai Yang saw Yang Shia and said calmly, "Why did you come out?" "I'm worried about you. Are you really going to do anything to Chu Ran?" Bai Yang sneered. "That brat just insulted me like that. Don't worry, I'll make him beg for mercy." After saying that, Bai Yang glanced at Mr. Zhao and his group of brothers in suits behind him. Yang Shia also saw this scene in an instant, and couldn't help but be surprised. "So many people? Bai Yang, be careful, don't make things worse." Bai Yang, "I told you, I'm going to teach him a lesson." "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Bai will be fine with me here. Just stand by and watch carefully." Fatty Zhao also stood up and said something at this time. Only Qi Qingshuan, who was not far away, was watching them. He seemed to have vaguely heard the word Chu Ran just now. No wonder President Chu wanted me not to cooperate with Dream Company. It turned out that this guy really had some grudges with President Chu. At this time, Bai Yang and Yang Shia were also introducing each other in a low voice. "Shia, do you know who that is?" Yang Shia glanced at Qi Qingshuan, shook her head and asked. "I don't know, he looks very rich." "Haha, you know Ran He who's been very popular recently, right?" Yang Shia nodded. "Of course I know. Those students in our school haven't slept for several days, and the internet is extremely lively. They are the pride of China." "He is the CEO of Ranha," Bai Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Shia's eyes widened instantly. "Really? He's Mr. Ran Hachi? No wonder he looked so familiar to me. He's been on the news before." "Haha, calm down, calm down. Mr. Zhao and I have already greeted him. Our company may also cooperate with Ranha in the future." Bai Yang's words made Yang Shia even happier. That's great, Bai Yang. Ran He is simply the idol of hope. If your company can cooperate with Ran He, it will definitely become even more powerful in the future." "Of course. My dad also hopes that I can get this order. Don't worry, I will do my best to establish a good cooperative relationship with Ran He. Oh, by the way, Shuya, you are from the school. Mr. Qi is waiting for someone at your school. He should be a family member. Please help him quickly and bring him in to find him." Yang Shia nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I'll go over and try. I'm so excited. I actually want to talk to the boss of Ranha and help him." Having said that, Yang Shia gently came in front of Qi Qingshuan. "Mr. Qi, I heard you're waiting for someone here. How about I take you in? I'm a student at the University of Finance and Economics, and the security guard and I have a good relationship." At this time, Yang Shia lowered her voice and tried to appear gentle. However, Chi Qingshuan said calmly, "No need, the person I'm waiting for has already come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the school gate. Chapter 68 Chu Ran, Fang Shia Ranha? That's right, the person who walked out of the school gate was Chu Ran. At this time, Chu Ran also saw Yang Shia, Bai Yang and others, but he just glanced at them coldly and didn't pay any attention to them. "Chu! Let's go and talk to Hong Yun." Chi Qingshuan was about to say hello when Chu Ran interrupted him and slowly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz car next to him. "Okay." Chi Qingshuan nodded respectfully, then helped Chu Ran open the back door, and then ran to the driver's seat to drive. His movements throughout the whole process were very graceful and skillful, and his attitude towards Chu Ran was extremely respectful. Watching the Mercedes-Benz car slowly drive away. At the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics, Yang Shia, Bai Yang, and the fat Mr. Zhao were all stunned. Chu Ran, what does it mean?" Bai Yang looked back at Yang Shia, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Yang Shia stared blankly at the Mercedes-Benz going away. At this moment, she stood there in a daze as if she had been struck by lightning. She didn't know what the relationship between Chu Ran and Ran He's boss was, but when she saw Ran He's boss being so respectful and humble to Chu Ran, she suddenly remembered how she had been dismissed by Luo Tiantian from the student union some time ago, and why Luo Tiantian was so respectful to Chu Ran today. Everything began to connect together. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Yang Shia shook her head vigorously. She didn't believe what she had just seen, nor did she believe that Chu Ran and Ran He had any relationship. Bai Yang beside him also swallowed hard. "Shuya, what are you talking about? No, do you know what the relationship between Chu Ran and this Mr. Chi is?" I don't know. Yang Shuya shook her head incoherently. At this moment, she wished that what she had just seen was just a dream. "Shuya, think about it carefully. Think about it again. What's going on with this kid Chu Ran? Why is he so familiar with Mr. Chi from Ran He? There must be a reason. If he really has such a good relationship with Mr. Chi from Ran He, can you please help me speak up? Chu Ran must still like you. You just need to say a few words for me. It doesn't matter because our company really wants to cooperate with Ran He." At this moment, there was no revenge in Bai Yang's mind. All he wanted was to cooperate with Ran He. As long as he could cooperate with Ran He, it would be worth it even if he had to kneel down to Chu Ran. Even Fatty Zhao, who had always been curious, spoke up at this time. "Sister-in-law, well, just think about it carefully. This Chu Ran seems to have a very special relationship with Mr. Chi from Ranha. If you have a good relationship with this Chu Ran, you must help us to talk to him. Besides, I came here today to help Brother Bai. I don't have any bad intentions." Fatty Zhao couldn't wait to start shirking his responsibilities. Bai Yang glared at him and signaled him to speak less. Yang Shia stood there and kept shaking her head. "I don't know, I really don't know anything." As she was talking, Yang Shia turned around and walked into the school as if she was stupid. "Shuya, please help me talk to Chu Ran properly. We are all old classmates, don't let such a small thing hurt our relationship." Bai Yang kept shouting from behind, but Yang Shuya ignored him. On the way from the school gate back to the dormitory, various possibilities kept emerging in Yang Shuya's mind. Chu Ran's family is related to the boss of Ran He, so is that why President Chi is so nice to Chu Ran? Yes, it must be like this, it can only be like this, otherwise it cannot be explained. Thinking of this, she hurriedly called home. "Hey Mom, are you home?" "Shia, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Mom, Chu Ran's family is our neighbor. You know them very well, right?" "It's okay. I don't know him very well, but I know the general situation." "What's wrong, Shia? Are you really planning to be with Chu Ran? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but although your child is a good person, his family situation is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. I suggest you Mom, don't talk about this anymore. I just want to ask you, has there been any change in the Chu family recently?" "Changes? What changes could there be?" "Nothing. Their family has always been the same." "Then, Mom, have you heard that the Chu family has any wealthy relatives?" "Haha, How could they have any rich relatives? Even if my family was wealthy, I could open a small restaurant and have friends and relatives come over to eat and drink for free. How could they have any rich relatives? After hearing this, young Shia didn't want to talk anymore and just hung up. If Chu Ran doesn't have any rich relatives, then why does he have such a good relationship with the CEO of Ranha? This doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense. Yang Shuya didn't know how she got back to the dormitory. She sat on her bed stupidly, recalling everything. She recalled that she and Chu Ran had known each other since childhood, and this guy had been chasing after her all the time from childhood to college. But until last month, after that confession, Chu Ran seemed like a different person. Could it be that from that time on, Chu Ran had known the CEO of Ranha? Wait, Ranhe? Why does this name sound so familiar? Just at this moment, the sound of Gua Lily making a phone call came from the dormitory next door. Shiha, are you still in the library? Oh, come back quickly and get ready. The ceremony tonight starts in 2 hours. Where is Chu Ran? Oh, you two are such fools. It's already this late and you're not in a hurry. Hurry and call him and tell him to go back to the dormitory and get dressed and get ready. After hearing Shiha and then Chu Ran, Yang Shuya stood up instantly. Ranhe? Could it really be? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could he have that kind of ability? Outside the library, Fang Shia and the administrator asked for leave in advance, and then hurried back to the dormitory. Gua Lily pulled her along and started to dress up. Shia, you say you are so beautiful, why don't you dress up and take care of yourself? You don't know what Chu Ran will become in the future. If you don't win his heart now, you will regret it later. Fang Shia looked at Gua Lily and curled her lips, then said nothing. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open, and then a person rushed in. Yang Shuya? Don't you have the courtesy to knock on someone else's door when you enter? Gua Lily looked at Yang Shuya with great dissatisfaction. But at this time, Yang Shuya ignored her and slowly came to Fang Shia. Fang Shia, what is the relationship between Chu Ran and Ranhe? At this time, Yang Shuya was panting and looking at Fang Shia very crazily. Chapter 69. Two school beauties downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Fang Shia also looked up at Yang Shuya at this time. Gua Lily hurried over and grabbed Yang Shuya. Yang Shuya, what do you mean? You're here to cause trouble, right? Get out of the way. I'm asking her a question. Fang Shia, tell me, what is the relationship between Chu Ran and Ranhe? Gua Lily wanted to stop her, but Fang Shia said, Chu Ran is Chu Ran, and Ranhe is Ranhe. They have nothing to do with each other. You're lying to me. Yang Shuya stared at Fang Shia and wanted to say more. But he was pushed away by Gua Lily next to him. Yang Shuya, you better understand, this is our dormitory, and you broke into someone else's dormitory and asked these random questions without knowing the truth. Do you really think Shiha is easy to bully? Yang Shuya wanted to refute, but Gua Lily called two girls and pushed her out. Then she closed the dormitory door and looked at Yang Shuya coldly. Haha, Yang Shuya, you want to know about Chu Ran, right? After Gua Lily closed the door, her expression changed immediately. Yang Shuya looked at her. You know? I know, and I knew it earlier than anyone else, but I won't tell you, so don't worry. Yang Shuya was just about to reach out to grab Gua Lily when two girls next to her stopped her. Yang Shuya, I just want to tell you now that some things and some people give you opportunities, but you don't seize them. Don't regret it then, because you no longer have a chance. After saying that, Gua Lily waved her hand casually and went back to the dormitory with her two roommates. Shiha, are you okay? Fang Shia sat in the chair and shook her head. Sister Lily, what did she mean by what she asked me just now? It's nothing special. Just dress yourself up nicely. Tonight you must look your best in school. After Gua Lily finished speaking, she picked up the makeup brush and shook her head helplessly. Fang Shia, your face is really infuriating. You don't even need makeup. Hearing this, Fang Shia smiled helplessly, but in her heart she was puzzled and surprised by Yang Shuya's sudden intrusion. Inside Hongyun restaurant, Chu Ran and Chi Qingxuan were arranged in the most luxurious private room. Chi Qingxuan smiled and said, Mr. Chu does have a good eye. The investment in this hotel is still very valuable. Old Chi, stop praising me in all sorts of ways. What's the value of this place? It's full of students, and only a few can afford to come here. As for me, I just treat it as a waste of money with nowhere to spend it. Chichingxuan poured Chu Ran a cup of tea and said, Mr. Chu, those people at the school gate just now. Let's not talk about them, they're a bunch of clowns. Hearing this, Chichingxuan nodded wisely. Chu Ran continued while drinking tea. The company's business is now fully back on track. Next, I want you to do me another favor. Mr. Chu, please speak. Chu Ran nodded and told him about his quantum compressed carbon fiber technology. Chichingxuan was hired by the system, so he was absolutely loyal. Chu Ran first told him about this idea and asked him to help him come up with some ideas. Upon hearing this idea, Chichingxuan was also shocked. He didn't expect that in addition to quantum compression new energy batteries, Chu Ran also had the idea of carbon fiber. And now Chu Ran's idea is to prepare to set up a company, register a patent, and start production. This is definitely not a whim, but a mature idea and steps. At this moment, Chichingxuan's respect and admiration for Chu Ran was even more overwhelming. Of course, despite being shocked, Chichingxuan still had to give Chu Ran some advice. After all, Chichingxuan is very professional when it comes to starting a company. The two talked for more than an hour, and finally Chu Ran ended the conversation after receiving a text message from Fang Shia. Now he has a preliminary idea. When he goes back in the evening, he will first hire a few technical talents in this area, and then ask Chichingxuan to help make a preliminary plan. The establishment of the company will be put on the agenda. It is initially estimated that the factory and land will all be negotiated before 11/11, and construction will begin at that time. At that time, construction and production will be carried out simultaneously. Chichingxuan has experience in this step when he was in charge of Ranha New Energy, so Chu Ran will let him take full responsibility. It was already past 5 in the afternoon when Chichingxuan sent Chu Ran back to school. There is less than half an hour left before the school's National Day ceremony begins. Chu Ran was busy going upstairs to change his clothes. Several of the show-offs in the dormitory had rented suits outside. When he opened the door, he thought he had met Fatty Zhao's thugs. Third brother, go change your clothes quickly, everyone is waiting for you. Third brother, you are so generous. Luo Tiantian just came to our dormitory to ask where you were going and insisted that we invite you to the ceremony. After hearing what his roommates said, Chu Ran smiled and explained that he had just gone out for something. The fourth child, Zhang Hao, was holding his cell phone and kept asking about what happened in the restaurant this morning. At this point, the eldest brother Wang Rui and the second brother Hao Jiangwo also asked excitedly. Because this matter has gone viral on the school forum, everyone says that Chu Ran has a powerful background and is protected by Luo Tiantian. Chu Ran laughed and said, Look at me, I'm broke, what kind of background can I have? You've been hiding something for a long time, but no matter what, if you encounter something like this next time, you must call us immediately. Hearing what the eldest brother Wang Rui said, Chu Ran said helplessly, Well, the relationship between the brothers is indeed good, but one thing is one thing, the matter of smelly socks and underwear cannot be resolved. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them rushed over angrily to settle the score with Chu Ran. But to be honest, these good brothers in the dormitory were really nice to him. After Chu Ran and several roommates went downstairs, Fang Shia and Gua Lily were already waiting downstairs at the school. Today, Fang Shia was wearing the dress that Chu Ran bought for her, and she looked as beautiful as a noble princess. Even Chu Ran couldn't help but stare. Her short hair flowed like a lotus leaf in the summer morning dew, fresh and natural. Her face was exquisite, her eyes deep and shimmering with a captivating light. Dressed in a gown, she looked elegant and graceful, like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and radiant. Her every move exuded a noble aura that captivated everyone. Chu Ran felt as if he had returned to that time 10 years later, at the graduation ceremony, and saw Fang Shia, who was still so beautiful. Hey, Shia, look at Chu Ran, he's so stunned. Gua Lily whispered something beside her. Fang Shia lowered her head shyly. She had indeed never worn such clothes before. It's beautiful, Chu Ran said with a smile. All right, hurry up and go, third brother. If you delay any longer, we won't be able to get out. Chapter 70 Fang Shia's Greatest Wish. The second in command, Hao Jiangwo said something and looked back. Countless boys from the boys' dormitory had all run out to see Fang Shia tonight. After her last online exposure, Fang Shia has become a star at the University of Finance and Economics, but she usually dresses very low-key, so many people can't recognize her. But today, after Fang Shia was dressed like this, coupled with the expensive evening dress she was wearing, all her beauty was instantly highlighted. At this moment, the boys couldn't help but stop and take a few more glances. "Let's go!" Chu Ran smiled and nodded, then grabbed Fang Shiha's hand. This time Fang Shia did not refuse, but followed obediently. Gualili hurriedly followed. There are always a group of men coming in and out of the boys' dormitory downstairs, so there is no way a girl would wait here. But this is good. Not only does Chu Ran have two girls waiting for him, but one of them is the new most beautiful campus belle in this school and is also very popular on the internet. The other one is Gualili, who is ranked third in the school after Yang Shuya and has a very good figure. When everyone saw Chu Ran coming downstairs, with two girls accompanying him on both sides, in an instant, the entire downstairs of the boys' dormitory began to explode. The three boys in the same dormitory looked at Chu Ran and Fang Shia helplessly, and Gualili couldn't help but envy and complain. After walking a few steps, Chu Ran asked curiously, "You two actually came here specially to wait for me today?" Fang Shia looked up at Chu Ran. "I didn't want to come, but Sister Lily insisted that I come." Shia, you said this, but it was indeed my idea. I couldn't bear to see you waiting for her every day, so I wanted to let you experience the feeling of being waited for." Chu Ran really experienced the feeling of being waited for, when all the boys in the dormitory let out screams of unwillingness. He brought Fang Shia and his follower Gualili to the school auditorium in a very casual manner. There were already a lot of people inside. All of them were members of the student union, busying around. Under the dim light, Fang Shia looked even more beautiful today. "Chu Ran!" Luo Tiantian had already seen the important guest at this time and hurried over to entertain him. "Your seats are over here, follow me." Everyone followed Luo Tiantian to the front seat. "This row is for school leaders, so it's a bit inappropriate. How about sitting in the second row, Chu Ran?" Chu Ran smiled and said, "It's okay, just sit down, we're just here to join in the fun." Luo Tiantian still wanted to entertain Chu Ran and others, but Chu Ran told him that it was not necessary and asked him to go and do his work first. Watching Luo Tiantian smile and nod as he left, Fang Shia next to him looked at Chu Ran. "What's wrong? Is my face dirty?" Chu Ran asked curiously. Fang Shia shook her head and asked, "Why did he treat us like this?" "You mean Luo Tiantian? Haha, I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm just charismatic." Fang Shia said "oh," and nodded, then obediently stopped asking. Gualili coughed and said, "Chu Ran, Shia is embarrassed to say it because Yang Shuya just went to the dormitory to look for her." "What is she going to do?" Chu Ran looked at Gualili and then turned to look at Fang Shia. "Shia, are you okay?" Fang Shia shook her head. "It's okay, she didn't do anything to me." Gualili smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. That woman Yang Shuya must have seen something, so she's asking Shia like crazy, what's your relationship with Ranha?" Hearing this, Chu Ran sat on the chair and said coldly, "Psycho!" Chu Ran was indeed angry about Yang Shuya going to find Fang Shia, but he did not show anything in front of Fang Shia. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the National Day celebration activities of the University of Finance and Economics began. One event after another in the program began to unfold. Chu Ran, who was sitting in the front row, was also watching from this perspective for the first time. "I remember that year, I and a few roommates squeezed in the corridor with a group of students to come here to watch the party. But when I came again, I found myself sitting in the front row, just next to the school leaders in front of me. This feeling was really a dream." Fang Shia and Gualili were sitting nearby watching the event with great pleasure. It was obvious that this ceremony was planned with money, and it would be very good. Even the school leaders kept nodding in front and gave high praise to Luo Tiantian from the student union. The party ended at 10 p.m., lasting a full 4 hours. At the end, they even invited a second-tier star to perform, which instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax. All the students were excited, and everyone commented that tonight's event was probably a masterpiece that was unprecedented and would never be repeated in the University of Finance and Economics. It can be seen that Luo Tiantian was also very happy. In the end, he specially called Chu Ran, Fang Shia and others to take a photo together. Nominally, it was a group photo with the student union. After all, Fang Shia was also a member of the student union, but Chu Ran was also standing among them. This was a special arrangement by Luo Tiantian. The event ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. During this time, Guo Lily cleverly said that she wanted to go out for snacks with her classmates, giving Chu Ran and Fang Shia the opportunity to be alone together. "It's so late, do you want to go back first?" Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia curiously. Fang Shia said, "Let's go for a walk in the playground first." Chu Ran was a little curious about why Fang Shia said that, because he knew that Fang Shia's habit was to go to bed before 11 o'clock in the evening. "Shia, young Shia's matter is indeed my fault." Chu Ran knew that Fang Shia must be doing this for this matter, so he told it in advance. Fang Shia walked beside her and shook her head. "It's okay, I don't blame her." Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia. "Shia, there are some things I wanted to tell you when I had the chance, but I want to say it now." But Fang Shia shook her head at this moment. "Chu Ran, let's talk about it after I graduate. I don't really want to think about those things right now." "No, it's not that, it's my personal matter." Chu Ran actually didn't want to hide it anymore. Although Fang Shia was a silly girl and easy to deceive, he really didn't want to lie to her anymore because it was meaningless and unnecessary. "No matter what it is, I don't want to know now. Since you don't say it, you must have your own reasons. When the time is right, I guess I want to hear it." Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran and said something very seriously. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. If it were another girl, you might have to coax her at this time. However, Fang Shia was not like that. She was speaking from her heart. "I thought that when young Shia came to see you today, you would be angry with me and think that I was hiding something." "No, why would I be angry with her? I don't want to have enemies. In fact, if possible, I want to live in peace with everyone." Chu Ran touched Fang Shia's hair and said, "Silly girl, you're lucky to have met me in this life." Fang Shia smiled. She didn't know what Chu Ran meant by this. The two of them walked on the playground. At this moment, Chu Ran cherished Fang Shia, whom he had just obtained. Because he also knew that Fang Shia's life trajectory was slowly overlapping with his. Chapter 71 Say Goodbye to the Past. Young Shia says goodbye directly. In the evening, Chu Ran returned to the dormitory. His three roommates played games and chatted. Dormitory 321 showed up in the school tonight, sitting in a row behind the school leaders. After finishing their work, many students curiously asked these three people what was going on. It's a pity that these three people have no idea why Luo Tiantian is so nice to them. Finally, the three of them came back to discuss it, and they all thought it was because of Chu Ran. As soon as Chu Ran came back, the three of them surrounded him and asked him curiously what was going on. At the beginning, Luo Tiantian's taking care of dormitory 321 had aroused their suspicion. Now Luo Tiantian was so nice to them that he specially reserved a front row seat for them. This was totally not what an ordinary student should have. Moreover, combined with what happened this morning in the restaurant when Luo Tiantian showed up to help Chu Ran solve his problem, it made several people even more suspicious. "You asked me, how should I know? Luo Tiantian volunteered to help with everything. I didn't ask him to do anything." Chu Ran pretended to be innocent and said this. The eldest brother, Wang Rei, looked at Chu Ran curiously. "Third brother, tell me, you are not some rich second-generation kid, are you? I heard that the student union organized such a great party this time because it received sponsorship from a big businessman. Are you that big businessman?" "That's right, what the boss said makes sense. Luo Tiantian is usually very arrogant. How could he be nice to someone? Unless this person is more powerful than him, and his family is richer than him." The second brother Hao Jiangwo also said at this time. The fourth brother, Zhang Hao, also touched his chin curiously and nodded. "I told you so. Last month, you suddenly took us to Hongyun to spend money. You spent so much money, but you even quit all your part-time jobs and only ate steamed buns and pickles. This is too strange. Come on, confess." Chu Ran smiled helplessly and turned over to sit on his bed in a very cool manner. You two are being led around by the boss. If I were a rich kid, would I even have to squeeze into this dorm with you? Rich kids drive luxury cars and buy mansions, so why should they suffer like me? Last month, I treated you guys to a shopping spree. My confession failed, and I was heartbroken. So, in a fit of rage, I sold all the necklaces I used to confess my feelings, spent all my savings, and prepared to start anew. I even made bets with you guys in various ways just to get you to wash my socks. If I were a rich kid, would I do this? It's so unfair to me. After saying this, Chu Ran pretended to be pitiful and lay on the bed. The other three people looked at each other, and suddenly felt that what Chu Ran said seemed to make sense. Hey, that's not right. What was the reason for this kid to bet with us last time? Wasn't it because he made a bet with Fang Shia, but why did he win in the end? He has been hiding this matter. The boss Wang Rui reacted quickly at this time. Hao Jiangwo and Zhang Hao both nodded. Yes, you haven't told me yet, why did you beat us last time? Chu Ran said helplessly. It's a coincidence. I have a relative who opened a supermarket in Tianhai. He wanted to run an advertisement, so I asked him to invest some money in the student union. That's why Luo Tiantian is so nice to me. Do you understand? At this point, all three of them were speechless. After a while, the eldest brother, Wang Rui, asked curiously, Did you two see the advertisement for the student union supermarket at the party tonight? I didn't notice. There are so many beauties tonight, I was just busy looking at them. The second brother Hao Jiangwo replied honestly. Don't look at me. I wasn't paying attention. Who normally watches commercials? Zhang Hao spoke innocently at this time. It was obvious that the reason Chu Ran gave made it impossible for them to find any evidence for the time being. Third brother, did we really blame you wrongly? The eldest brother Wang Rui asked curiously. Chu Ran snorted and said, Anyway, I have a clear conscience, and you guys are just mean-spirited people. Oh my God! The second brother Hao Jiangwo was immediately unhappy. All right, we really don't have any evidence and haven't done a thorough investigation. Boss Wang Rui sat down helplessly, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. On the bed, Chu Ran was happily messaging Fang Shia. He was not worried about the suspicions of his roommates because he knew that although they were very curious, they could not say anything without direct evidence. At this moment, Fang Shia also sent a WeChat message to Chu Ran. Are you there? Chu Ran, what happened today? When Chu Ran saw the message, he smiled coldly, and then directly put Fang Shia's number on the blacklist. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Fang Shia was lying on the bed, sending messages to Chu Ran with a nervous and curious heart. Chu Ran, I know I may have gone too far in the past, but we have always been best friends. And I didn't mean to reject you. I just wanted to tell you that you should work harder. And what about what happened with Fang Shia last time? It was because I was jealous of you, you know? You were so good to me before, why did you suddenly treat Fang Shia like that? You really make me sad, but Chu Ran, believe me, in my heart, you are still the best. I think we can go back to the way we were before. After typing hundreds of words in a row, Fang Shia excitedly sent them to Chu Ran. But the next second, she was stunned. Because there is a red exclamation mark above. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Blacklisted? Fang Shia murmured foolishly. Chu Ran! Then, Fang Shia's angry shout was heard throughout the room. Even in the dormitory, several girls were frightened. At this time in the boys' dormitory, Chu Ran took out his phone and told Fang Shia that he would go home together tomorrow. Fang Shia was still a little hesitant, but what Chu Ran had decided could not be changed. After chatting with Fang Shia for a while, Chu Ran went to the flagship store and began to process today's orders. Orders have indeed increased a lot recently, especially for drones, since my own mercenary group did something in lava a few days ago. The advertising effect was fully realized, so Chu Ran had no worries about selling his next drones. Look, Elong and the Bear Country have placed orders for drones for 3 consecutive days. A moment later, Chu Ran received another 200 million Chinese yuan. Chu Ran made a simple plan. If he wanted to build a new carbon fiber factory, he would have to buy land, set up the factory, and recruit talents, all of which would cost a lot of money. He now has nearly 2 billion yuan in his account, and he wants to invest half of this money in the new factory. For the remaining half, Chu Ran opened the talent area and directly selected 5 new technical talents. According to the system, these experts already have high attainments in carbon fiber technology. If Chu Ran recruits them, it will be a very simple matter to open a new factory. Chapter 72. The United States is taking the blame again. This is not our fighter jet. After processing the order for the flagship store, Chu Ran took a quick look at his current attributes. The arm's prestige value is 6 points, but it has not been upgraded for a long time. He has traded a lot of arms recently, and he doesn't know how many arms he will need to sell next. He can't see the experience bar, which makes Chu Ran helpless. Then the technological contribution value has reached 2 points. Although the quantum peripheral battery only had 1 contribution point at the beginning, after this period of development, the quantum peripheral battery has become a very famous product in China, so the system directly raised its contribution value to 2 points. Chu Ran believes that if the quantum core battery is released next, it will add another wave of contribution value. Of course, there is also the quantum compressed carbon fiber technology in his hands, which is also a very important thing. At that time, these can all provide technological contribution value. Carbon fiber technology is indeed a big deal. Chu Ran first let the people hired on the system gather together. I will meet these people again after I come back from Sichuan. After finishing the work, Chu Ran notified Qi Qingshuan again. If the people on the carbon fiber technology side needed it, Qi Qingshuan could help solve it. After all, the prestige of Quantum New Energy Company is very high now, and it can help save a lot of trouble. A total of 10 talents were hired this time, and by then the carbon fiber technology will be used to build a factory quickly. After dealing with these things, Chu Ran took a quick look at the current situation in the forum. To be honest, this arms trading forum is not only a place where you can sell arms, but the news posted by many people is also super accurate. After all, there are so many great people here. Chu Ran saw a post saying that the border between Baji-Tan and Afghan has been very unstable recently, with frequent mercenary riots. It is speculated that war will break out between the two sides within this year. Seeing this, Chu Ran smiled slightly. He knew that it was his group of mercenaries who were causing trouble. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Jack, asking about their recent situation and whether they needed any assistance in terms of arms and funds. But until he fell asleep, there was no reply from Jack. It must be that these mercenaries were busy and didn't have time to check their phones. Just like that, Chu Ran felt drowsy after a busy day. But at this time, it was at the junction of Bajizitan and Afghan. But at this moment, another scene was playing out. Zhao, have you seen the enemy sniper's position clearly? Jack was suppressed by powerful firepower at the foot of the hillside. Beside him were several of his dead subordinates. Of course, these people were not hired by Chu Ran from the system, but local people. Data. Powerful firepower continued to attack the hillside. A mercenary group of hundreds of people was pinned down at the foot of the hill and unable to fight back. This time, Jack, Lana and others decided to take down a border city on the Afghan side first. But who knew that in the city, there was a powerful firepower, also controlled by a group of mercenaries. In this case, the two groups will fight when they meet. Unfortunately, Jack and his team were in a bad geographical environment, and were almost surrounded as soon as they entered. At this time, on the top of a mountain not far away, Zhao Tian was holding a Barrett sniper rifle and responded very calmly. There's a heavy machine gun in the southwest. I can help you take them out, but there's a sniper on the other side of me aiming at me. It's not easy for me to get out. Hearing this, Jack immediately yelled into the headset. Viking, why the hell haven't you come over yet? Just as he finished speaking, 2 Raptor fighter jets slowly appeared in the distant sky. Are you ready to greet your king? Viking murmured something, and the powerful firepower of the Raptor fighter instantly approached the mercenaries on Afghan's side. Fighter, is this a fighter? A mercenary raised his head in surprise and shouted. The enemy is obviously mercenaries just like them, so why do they even have fighter jets? With a cry of surprise, more than a dozen mercenaries withdrew directly from the front battlefield and ran towards the air raid shelter at the back. But at this moment, a sharp roar came from the horizon. Then, in the darkness, a shell with red smoke approached directly. Ah! Following the scream of a mercenary. The missile hit the crowd directly. In an instant, within a radius of several hundred meters, it was like a wave of light passing by, and wherever it passed, whether it was vehicles, guns, or humans, they were all turned into ruins. Cool! Viking on the plane yelled. At this moment, Jack shouted from the hillside. Viking, don't just stand there! Sweep the city immediately and use heavy firepower to push everyone inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Viking said, Got it. Immediately afterwards, Viking and another fighter jet began to attack from the front and back. 2 thick black steel pipes were dropped directly from the fighter jet. Data. Powerful firepower sounded directly in the air. The mercenaries hiding on the top of the city wall had no time to dodge before they were swept by the brutal gunfire. The front row of people were shot in half. This bloody scene stunned many people. Because of the horror of fighter jets, many of them have never seen them. 5 minutes later, the mercenaries in the city dropped their weapons and ran out. Jack and his men immediately rushed over with guns. Although the city of Afghan is not big, it has a full range of resources. Jack and his men originally decided to attack this city because they saw that its guards were in disarray and the system inside was imperfect, which was very suitable for them now. At this point, Chu Ran once again expanded his territory in East China. At the same time, another incident was reported. That is, in this battle, Jack and his team used fighter jets. Chu Ran saw this incident on the internet after he woke up the next day. The news reported that a terrorist attack occurred in a small town on the border of Bajizatan and Afghan. The other side was equipped with heavy firepower and fighter jets. Judging from the information captured by these 2 fighter jets, they seemed to be Raptors produced in the United States. At this moment, the Afghan government could no longer control itself and directly called the United States to ask what it meant. It's a pity that the United States was still confused at this time and had no idea what was happening. We are very angry about this slander, because our country's troops have not even reached Afghan. If the other side insists on throwing mud at our country, then we have no choice but to make it real. After all, Afghanistan is a small country, and it doesn't dare to fight the United States at this time. Chapter 73 Memories of Past Lives, Familiar Places. Chu Ran had just finished reading the news when Jack sent him a text message. Mr. Chu, we have successfully settled in Bada City next to Afan. This small city is rich in resources. We plan to use this to cooperate with Lava and continue to expand outward. Chu Ran quickly replied. Well done, be safe, and let me know if you need anything. After doing all this, Chu Ran got out of bed, stretched himself, and went to wash up. A beautiful day begins with your own private army taking a city. Today is the National Day holiday at school. Chu Ran has already agreed with Fang Shia to go to their home in Sichuan first, and then return to his own home. Of course, after talking to Fang Shia, I must also tell my family. When Chu Ran's mother heard that her son would not be back for the holiday, she immediately became unhappy and insisted on asking him where he was going. There was no other way. Chu Ran had to tell the truth and said that he was going to his girlfriend's house to meet his future mother-in-law. Chu Ran's mother naturally didn't believe it, but not long after hanging up the phone, she directly transferred 500 yuan to him. No matter where you go, make sure you have enough money with you. Even if you really have to go, don't embarrass your parents. Looking at WeChat on his phone, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. He knew that this was the most sufficient thing his parents could give him. Although he is now wealthy, his parents don't know about it. After returning this time, Chu Ran plans to discuss with the 2 elders and let them come to live in Tianhai. When the time comes, ask Wu Shiliang to help find a nice house. After working hard for half a lifetime, these 2 old people deserve to enjoy their lives. After packing up, the guys in the dormitory were still not awake. Chu Ran called Fang Shia. At this time, Fang Shia was sitting in the dormitory, still wearing the most ordinary clothes she usually wore at school. Chu Ran bought her so many clothes, but Fang Shia still felt that this set was the most suitable for her. At this time, she had already packed her things, but for some reason, she seemed to be waiting for something. Fang Shia was actually very reluctant to let Chu Ran go back with her, but after packing her luggage, she sat on the chair and didn't want to leave. Is he kidding? Fang Shia thought so in her heart, but quickly rejected herself. Even if she was not joking, she couldn't bring a boy back with her. What will my mother say about herself then? Just when Fang Shia was hesitating, the phone rang. Hey, get ready to go downstairs, your things are packed. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia hesitated and said, You. Fang Shia, if we don't leave now, we'll miss the train. I had to ask someone to buy the ticket with great difficulty. Oh. At this time, Fang Shia did not show any intention of refusing. After hanging up the phone, he picked up his luggage directly. On the bed next to her, Lily poked her head out from under the quilt. Shia, are you not going back with Chu Ran? Fang Shia exclaimed, then nodded with a red face. I didn't want him to go, he wanted to. Lily smiled and said, It's already this late, why are you still thinking about these things? It's not convenient for you to carry so many things by yourself. It's so nice to have Chu Ran accompany you. Fang Shia nodded and could only carry a big bag and go out. Lily crawled out of the bed, revealing her perfect and seductive figure, then lifted the curtains and looked downstairs. Soon, she saw the familiar figure downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Oh, sometimes I really envy her. Fang Shia didn't know what Lily was thinking. She was only thinking about how to explain to her mother and grandmother when she returned. After going downstairs, Chu Ran, carrying a school bag, looked at Fang Shia's big bag and smiled helplessly. I'll take it. Fang Shia whispered. Take me to the station. Fang Shia, a ticket costs over 100 yuan. It's hard to return it now. Are you really willing to give it up? After hearing this, Fang Shia suddenly didn't know what to say. Chu Ran didn't say anything and just picked up the bag and walked out. Fang Shia followed him helplessly. I'll take the bag. Hearing Fang Shia's voice, Chu Ran smiled and handed her the school bag. I only carry a computer in my backpack, which is incredibly light. The two of them took a taxi to the train station. The high-speed rail was not very smooth at that time, and it took a full day to travel from Tianhai to Sichuan. Chu Ran had already asked the finance department of Ranha New Energy to help buy 2 soft sleeper tickets. After all, it was really hard to get a ticket during the holidays. As soon as he got on the bus, Chu Ran felt the busyness of the Spring Festival travel rush that year. Chu Ran held Fang Shia's big bag in one hand and held Fang Shia's hand with the other, and squeezed in and found their seat. Fang Shia usually doesn't want to buy a sleeper ticket, but this is the first time she enjoys sleeping on a train with Chu Ran. Although the space is not very good, it is already very luxurious for Fang Shia. In this way, the train started at 8 in the morning and arrived in Sichuan City at 8 in the evening. In his previous life, Chu Ran clearly remembered that Fang Shia told him that every time she returned home, it would be night after she got off the bus, but at that time she did not take a taxi, but walked up the mountain by herself. Fang Shia's village is located deep in the mountains of Sichuan. It would take 3 or 4 hours to get there on foot. When Chu Ran heard about this, he felt really distressed. A girl was walking in the mountains in the middle of the night just to save money. So this time, Chu Ran specially accompanied Fang Shia back and personally sent her home. Of course, I don't know what will happen in the future. Chu Ran just wants to do his best every time. After getting off the bus, Chu Ran hailed a taxi directly. Although the driver asked for a high price, after Fang Shia's bargaining, the price was reduced by almost half. If it were Chu Ran himself, he would definitely not bargain like this. But Fang Shia was there, so Chu Ran just sat there without saying a word. Instead, he felt very satisfied with the way Fang Shia argued in order to save money for him. Before getting in the car, Chu Ran bought a lot of things in the nearby store. Fang Shia refused several times when she saw this, but in the end she couldn't resist Chu Ran and put all the things in the car. The mountains of Sichuan are terrifyingly high, and it is even quieter here at night. After many twists and turns, the car finally arrived at Fang Shia's village. When the two of them appeared in Fang Shia's yard carrying bags of things, Chu Ran felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The small courtyard in front of him was exactly the same as he remembered. Back then, he brought his parents here and married Fang Shia. Although many years have passed, Chu Ran still feels a lot of emotion when he sees this familiar place again. Grandma, Mom! Fang Shia shouted from outside. The lights inside soon came on. Then there was the cry of a little girl. Sister, it's my sister who's back. Chapter 74: A Leisurely Life. A wave of benefits for international family members. Looking at the 3 generations of people coming out of the house, Chu Ran also smiled. He could actually remember the names of Fang Shia's family members very clearly, but it was difficult for him to say them out loud at this time. Is Dia back? Grandma Fang Shia walked out with the help of her mother, leaning on a cane. Chu Ran and Fang Shia hurried over. Grandma, it's me, I'm back. Fang Shia grabbed her mother and grandmother's hands, and a little girl ran out of the house and came to her sister happily. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. You didn't call me this time when you came back, so we all thought you were busy over there. We didn't expect you to surprise us. Grandma smiled happily. In this family, Chu Ran knew that both grandma and mother were very good to Fang Shia. Shia, who is this? Fang Shia's mother had already seen Chu Ran and asked curiously. Auntie, Grandma, I'm Shia's classmate. I heard your place is fun, so I came here to experience it. Our place is all sea, so we haven't seen mountains like this very often. Fang Shia, who was standing next to him, lowered her head and was too embarrassed to explain. Fang Shia's mother seemed to have noticed something, but didn't say much at this time. I see. Then let's go inside together. Our conditions here are not good. You must have had a hard time on the road. Fang Shia's mother was a very smart woman. She invited Chu Ran into the house, but when she saw a pile of things behind her, including food, drinks, and even toys, she was stunned for a moment. Shia, you kid, you asked someone to come and brought so many things with you. Fang Shia stammered. I didn't let him take it. Auntie, I wanted to bring you here myself. This is my first time here, so of course I have to bring some gifts. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to stay at your house. This child. Fang Shia's mother smiled bitterly. The grandmother next to him also said, it's okay, just take it with you. Come on, let's go into the house together. We've been tired all day. So, everyone took the things back together, and then sat inside the house. The furniture in the house is old, but it is surprisingly clean. You sit here. Fang Shia brought Chu Ran a very new little chair. Chu Ran smiled and nodded, then sat down generously and asked his grandmother various questions, pretending that he knew nothing. Sister Fang Shia looked at the toys happily, and the little girl's clothes were very tattered. Arya! Fang Shia pulled her sister and made her laugh happily. The mother next to him had already brought a glass of water to Chu Ran. Feeling this heartwarming scene, Chu Ran felt very happy. Here he is not an arms dealer, nor is he the boss behind Ranha. He is just Fang Shia's classmate, enjoying life in the mountains. After chatting with Grandma, Chu Ran started playing with Arya again, unpacking all the toys for her and returning the gifts he brought to Grandma and Mother. In fact, Fang Shia also brought gifts in the woven bag, but when she saw what Chu Ran bought, she felt a little embarrassed to take them out. But Fang Shia was very happy at this time. She had just briefly told Chu Ran about the situation at home, but he had written everything down and even bought gifts. It was obvious that Chu Ran had already remembered all these things firmly in his mind. Of course, what Fang Shia didn't know was that Chu Ran had been remembering these things for more than 10 years. At night, Chu Ran slept in the outer room, while Fang Shia's family squeezed in. Chu Ran slept very comfortably that night, and enjoyed the feeling of being at Fang Shia's house. The next morning, when Chu Ran woke up, Fang Shia's sister Arya was watching him. This little girl is very delicate and cute, but it's a pity that her family has no money and she wears tattered clothes. Chu Ran smiled and touched her cheek. Why are you looking at me like that? Brother, will you marry my sister in the future? Chu Ran asked curiously. Haha, how do you know all this? I've seen other sisters in the village get married. Will you take my sister away like that? At this point, the little girl started crying. Brother, please don't take my sister away, okay? My sister is at home, and I don't want you to marry her. Arya only has one sister. If you take her away, I will have no sister and no one to play with me. Hearing this, Chu Ran was helplessly stunned. Ahem, well, Arya, I'll agree to your request for now, but I'll take you in later. That way, you and your sister can always be together, right? Arya rubbed her eyes and said, Is it true? What about Mom and Grandma? Go, don't separate, stay together forever. Chu Ran smiled and brought some snacks to Arya, and the little girl started to get better. The grandmother inside also came out with a cane and smiled happily when she saw this scene. "Young man, where are you from?" So Grandma began to curiously inquire about Chu Ran's family. It was a long time before Chu Ran remembered that he hadn't seen Fang Shia. This girl never sleeps in. "Grandma, where are Shia and her mother?" Grandma smiled and said, "She went to the mountain to chop wood early in the morning. This girl loves her mother, and is busy working when she comes back." After hearing this, Chu Ran hurriedly put on his clothes and went out. Under Arya's guidance, Chu Ran quickly arrived at the mountain pass. At this time, Fang Shia and her mother were seen, each carrying firewood. Chu Ran hurried forward and helped Fang Shia's mother carry the baby. At first Fang Shia naturally didn't need the wooden furniture, but he couldn't resist Chu Ran's enthusiasm and had to obey. Chu Ran actually felt very distressed about Fang Shia, but he could only help one person at this time, so he decided to help his future mother-in-law first. After gritting his teeth and carrying it back, he hurriedly ran halfway to help Fang Shia. When I finally got home, I was exhausted. Chu Ran had heard that Fang Shia had been doing these farm works since she was a child, so she was very good at it. At noon, the family gathered together to eat a simple meal. Fang Shia's mother felt a little embarrassed, but that was the state of their family's conditions. Fortunately, the vegetables were very fresh, and Fang Shia's mother was a good cook, so Chu Ran enjoyed the food very much. In this way, Chu Ran stayed happily in the village on the mountain for the next few days. In the morning, I went to the mountains with Fang Shia and her mother to chop firewood. After coming back, I played with Arya, and then in the afternoon I went to the village with Fang Shia. It can be said that during these 5 days, Chu Ran has been separated from city life, but his spirit is very satisfied. Of course, in addition to this, Chu Ran will also pay attention to the business of the Arms flagship store. Business has been average recently. After all, the arms reserves of several major countries seem to be reaching saturation. Usually there are only some small orders. Chu Ran knows that he has to prepare well for Double 11 next. At that time, the whole event will be held to give a wave of benefits to his family members around the world. Chapter 75. 2 new factories are about to take off. 5 days later, Chu Ran will leave Sichuan. Fang Shia's family also came out to see them off. After spending a few days together, Chu Ran has established deep relationships with several people. Especially Fang Shia's sister Arya, who was holding Chu Ran's hand and was reluctant to let go. After the family was sent to the village entrance, Chu Ran prepared to take the village tractor to the city. Fang Shia hurried to Chu Ran, took the specialties prepared for him by his family, and put them into Chu Ran's hands reluctantly. "Be careful on the road." Chu Ran smiled and looked at Fang Shia. "Fang Shia, the way you look now reminds me of a picture." "What?" Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran curiously. Her beautiful face looked particularly beautiful under the morning sun. "It's like a young wife sending her husband out to work." After Chu Ran said this, he patted Tractor's shoulder and told him to set off. Fang Shia was standing behind and only reacted at this time. But unfortunately, Chu Ran had already left amid the roar of the tractor. After Chu Ran left, Fang Shia, her grandmother, mother, and sister returned home. "Mom, Chu Ran." Fang Shia actually wanted to admit it, but her mother said, "He's a good kid, but diet. Chu Ran's family should be well off, right? Our family." With just this one sentence, Fang Shia already understood what her mother meant. For Fang Shia, her family was already in a difficult situation, and she never expected to have a good future. But since meeting Chu Ran, all this seems to be slowly changing. "Mom, I know, but he won't mind." After Fang Shia said this, he walked outside to do farm work with great determination. At this moment, in the room, the mother sighed helplessly. It was also around 7 o'clock in the evening when Chu Ran returned to his hometown. Chongqing is a small city near Tianhai City. According to Chu Ran's mother, it won't take long to get back even if you ride a bike during the occasional vacation. But Chu Ran rarely goes back. During this holiday, he even went to Sichuan and stayed there for 5 days. As soon as I got home, my mother started scolding Chu Ran. But as she spoke, she ran to the kitchen and started cooking the meal her son liked. My dad was watching the news in the living room. It reported that there was chaos abroad recently. Many places, especially Huadong, Ilong, Bijizitan, and Belesitan, all showed a tendency to purchase large quantities of arms. Chu Ran glanced at the news and looked calm while drinking his drink. There's no peace anywhere, day after day. Dad put down the remote control and looked at Chu Ran. How is the viewing at my father-in-law's house? There is no father-in-law, only mother-in-law. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Dad said oh, and lit a cigarette as usual. It seems like he's a poor kid. You have to treat him well. Chu Ran hummed and said, Of course, don't worry, Dad, I understand. After saying this, Chu Ran reached out to his father and pinched the cigarette. Hey, what are you doing? Smoke less, and take care of your health from now on. Because of his past life, Chu Ran's reaction now was almost subconscious. Dad laughed and said, Haha, I didn't know before that you could care about others so much. It seems that you have really grown up. Dad, what do you think of Tianhai? How about you open a shop there? What for? My son has made money, so he wants to upgrade your father's weapons? That's right. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Whether you are willing to leave or not. Alas, I've been staying in this old place for so many years, I must be reluctant to leave. While the two were talking, the mother came in with dishes and chopsticks. I don't know why you're back so late. I've heated up the food a second time. Eat it if you can. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. Mom, I like everything you cook. You little bastard, if you could just keep talking sweetly to your mother-in-law. Chu Ran nodded while eating. Of course. Do you have any photos? I'll show them to you. What kind of girl would make my son not want to come back home? Chu Ran pointed inside the house and said, There's really something in the wallet. In an instant, both father and mother rushed in hurriedly. Oh my goodness, when did you buy this computer? It must have cost thousands of dollars. You're only a sophomore now, what kind of computer do you use? Hearing his mother's words, Chu Ran smiled and did not answer. But after a while, the mother began to exclaim again. You little brat? Is this girl really your girlfriend? Are you kidding me? After saying this, the mother came out with the photo. Mom, do I look like I'm joking? We all took pictures, and I even went to their homes to meet their parents. Hearing this, the mother could no longer suppress the smile on her face. You little brat, you really have some talent. Such a good girl, she looks much prettier than those stars on TV. The father next to him said, Let me see it too. Son, you're not going empty-handed this time, are you? This is your first time, so be careful about what you bring. Don't worry, Mom. I've got a lot of things with me. You don't have to worry about these things. The mother touched her son happily, and suddenly felt that everything about him looked pleasing to the eye. Lying in his own home, Chu Ran felt the comfort he hadn't felt in a long time. Jack sent him a text message on his mobile phone, saying that the situation in Afghan City had calmed down completely, and they were ready to continue expanding. Several carbon fiber technical talents hired from the system have now met with Chichingshuan. In the past 2 days, everyone has been busy preparing for the first few phases of the company. We have also looked at several places for land and finally chose a vacant lot in the east of Tianhai City. Chu Ran remembered that the vacant land was turned into a large shopping mall a few years later, with an incredibly high flow of people. He didn't expect that it would become his own industry again. One more thing. I recently came up with a plan. Please ask Shinziming to contact me later. I plan to innovate our quantum new energy. Chichingshuan was also surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Chu Ran to have a new plan. His boss is young but very smart, which always makes Chichingshuan very satisfied with his decision to return to China. That's right, Chu Ran intends to reveal the core technology of quantum compression energy this time. Now that carbon fiber technology has begun to develop, he plans to make these 2 factories take off completely in the country. Before hanging up the phone, Chu Ran asked Chichingshuan to notify Lao Wu to help him find a nice house in Tianhai so that he could take his parents there. Although he knew that it would be difficult for the 2 elders to go to Tianhai City, their shop would definitely close sooner or later. It was impossible for Chu Ran to have so much money himself, and keep his parents so busy. Chapter 76. The fighter area opens, and then it's another store in the United States? It was already noon the next day when Chu Ran woke up. This sleep at home was the most comfortable one. My parents have already gone to the store. The two of them worked in the store from morning to night every day. After Chu Ran got up, he had a simple breakfast, then packed up and prepared to go to the store to take a look. But just before leaving, Chu Ran took out his mobile phone and immediately saw that there was an unprocessed order in his flagship store. From the French side? After looking at the customer's IP address, Chu Ran was immediately surprised. During this period of time, Chu Ran has done business with several countries. Because other countries seem to have good connections with the United States, they dare not cooperate with him. Now he didn't expect that France has started ahead of time. The other party placed a large order with him in one go. Chu Ran took a quick look and estimated that this order alone would bring in 300 million yuan. It was really extravagant. These people were just taking the arms back to make a living. Chu Ran naturally wanted to do such a good business. According to the process, he asked the other party to deposit the money first, and then he would start placing orders and shipping. Soon, the funds in the account arrived, and at the same time, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations, host, your arms prestige value has increased to 7 points. The system will open up the aviation field for you. Chu Ran, who was already happy after hearing this reminder, immediately became more energetic. Aviation aircraft field? The system hasn't upgraded these areas for a long time, but I didn't expect that it would directly open the aviation field this time. This is great, Chu Ran really found a treasure. Soon, Chu Ran opened the aviation aircraft area and saw a wide variety of aircraft. Of course, the largest sectors are divided into military aircraft and civilian aircraft. Military aircraft include fighter jets, bombers, transport aircraft, attack aircraft, etc. What Chu Ran was most interested in was naturally the types of fighter jets. The first thing that caught his eye was the most representative 5th-generation F-22 Raptor from the United States. Chu Ran was quite familiar with this type of fighter jet, after all, he already had 2 of them. Then there is the 5th-generation F-35 Lightning II, which includes 3 main versions, F-35A, Air Force Conventional Takeoff and Landing, F-35B, Short Takeoff/Vertical Landing, and F-35C, Navy carrier-based. F-15 Eagle, a 4th-generation fighter, a twin-engine heavy air superiority fighter. F-16 Fighting Falcon, a lightweight, multi-role fighter aircraft widely exported to several countries. F-18 Hornet, a twin-engine multi-role fighter, the U.S. Navy's main carrier-based fighter. Then there are the representative fighter jets from China, which also appear on it. J-20, a 5th-generation fighter jet with high stealth capabilities and advanced avionics equipment. J-16, a heavy multi-role fighter with powerful air-to-air and ground attack capabilities. J-10, a light multi-role fighter, a 3rd-generation fighter independently developed by China. J-11, a Chinese version of the Russian J-27 fighter jet. Then come some well-known fighter jets from Western Europe, such as Typhoon, Rafale, Saab Gripen, etc. In addition, there are some fighter jets from the 2 small countries next to China, including the Xinjiang and KFX types. Chu Ran just took a quick glance and almost couldn't get out. After all, if this place is simply a paradise for men, I believe there is no one who would not like these things, right? Next, I will not introduce the bombers, transport planes, etc. one by one, because there are also a wide variety of types, produced by various countries, and they can all be found in the system mall. What Chu Ran mentioned just now are all the most representative fighter jets. Take the price of the Raptor fighter jet for example, one costs $100 million. If this price were in reality, it would definitely be terrifying, because according to the information Chu Ran saw in the military forum, the cost of the Raptor fighter jet in the United States is $250 million, but on his side, it is half that. Therefore, Chu Ran believed that if these fighter jets were put out, it would definitely be a move that would shock the world, and the United States would probably be even more shocked. Thinking of this, Chu Ran smiled slightly and suddenly came up with a good idea. That is, when selling fighter jets next time, only American fighter jets will be put on the shelves, and the price will be half that of the United States. Just imagine, what kind of consequences will this have? Everyone must think that the owner of the Ranha flagship store has a close relationship with the United States, and it is even very likely that he is from the United States. Some time ago, the United States deliberately spread the video they filmed of transporting their own system to the world, making everyone think that Ranha belongs to China. But this time, Chu Ran deliberately pointed the finger at the United States again, which caused the situation to become completely chaotic. Soon, Chu Ran specially put all the fighter jets from the United States, including bombers, and even passenger planes and transport planes of various types, on the shelves of his own store. Dear customers, after communicating with our superiors, we have launched a new product. Please place your order promptly. All products are on a first-come, first-served basis. We are running low on stock. Now in the military forum, Chu Ran's flagship store has millions of fans. Almost as soon as he releases a message, someone will see it on the forum. When everyone clicked on Chu Ran's picture link, they were stunned for a moment, because these were actually various types of aircraft. Wow, Ranha is awesome. He actually has so many different types of aircraft on board. Fighters, bombers, passenger planes, transport planes, such a wide variety? Awesome, so cool. And did you notice that almost all the planes are American? The Raptor and the Lightning are the most powerful fighter jets in the United States. How could they both appear in the Ranha flagship store? What's going on? Isn't it said that China is the country behind Ranhe? How come China has so many American fighter jets? You also believe the US reports. Obviously, those videos were spread by the US themselves. Judging from the products that Ranha put on the shelves today, the real owner of Ranha must be the US. That makes sense. But no matter which country supports them, Ranhe is really amazing. The price of these planes is only half of what they cost in the United States. I feel that the United States is really good to Ranha. It is obvious that they want to support Ranha. Looking at the comments from the military experts below, Chu Ran couldn't stop smiling while holding his phone. Because this is exactly the result he wants now. Only by muddying the waters completely can his Ranha stand more firmly, last longer, and earn more profits. Of course, even if they were given the opportunity, they would not dig out their true backgrounds. Chu Ran did this just to make countries suspicious of each other so that he could make more money from it. Chapter 77, $3 billion in capital, expanding territory in East China. After Chu Ran put these planes on the plane, he sat at home and had breakfast before going out. But as soon as I went downstairs, I met a familiar middle-aged man. Haha, Chu Ran is back? When Chu Ran saw the other person, he smiled politely and nodded, then left. This man is Yang Shia's father. Chu Ran had a good relationship with him when he was pursuing this woman, but now Chu Ran is no longer the same as before. Yang Shunlin looked at Chu Ran going downstairs curiously and couldn't help but frowned. What's wrong with this kid? After returning home, Yang Shunlin looked at his daughter Yang Shia sitting on the sofa watching TV and couldn't help asking. Are you and Chu Ran not on good terms? Yang Shia also looked at her father in surprise. What? I'm asking you a question? I know, it's okay. Yang Shia evaded the question because she didn't know how to tell her father. Yang Shunlin said helplessly. Chu Ran is actually a good kid. I guess after chasing you for so many years, he is tired and wants to give up. Hearing this, Yang Shia felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. The fact was not like that at all. The mother also came out and heard the father and daughter talking about Chu Ran, and couldn't help but interrupt. Shuya, you called me a few days ago and asked about Chu Ran's family situation. What happened? Yang Shuya shook her head and said, I don't know, Mom. Don't ask about Chu Ran's affairs in the future. Because Yang Shuya also knew that she and Chu Ran might really be at odds. Chu Ran now seems to have become a different person, and I will no longer be the girl in his heart. Chu Ran didn't know what Yang Shuya was thinking now, and of course, he didn't want to know. Even if this woman died in front of him now, he wouldn't even look at her. After leaving the house, Chu Ran quickly arrived at his parents' shop. The two elders opened a snack bar, similar to Shaoxin snacks, with a pretty complete variety of food. Chu Ran helped in the kitchen for a while, and then when there were not many people around, he sat at the counter and looked at the forum on his phone. This is usually the most comfortable time for him after the holidays. In fact, Chu Ran can also understand his parents' thoughts. They have run a shop here for nearly 12 years, and it would be boring if they were suddenly left idle. So Chu Ran would not force them, but just told them that when they were tired and didn't want to work anymore, he would take care of them in their old age. Perhaps in the eyes of the two elders, these words were empty, but in fact only Chu Ran knew that if the two elders were willing, then even giving them a small island for their retirement would be no problem. Fang Shia's WeChat is still missing. It is obvious that this girl is too busy to check it after she goes back home. She only chats with me for a while at night. On the contrary, Gua Lily often asked Chu Ran about his well-being. Even Luo Tiantian from the student union added him on WeChat and often greeted him from time to time. Sometimes, people still need to have money. No matter when, as long as you have money, even dogs will wag their tails when they see you. In the evening, Chu Ran accompanied the two elders back home. I had already eaten at the restaurant, so when I got home, I could finally have a good rest. Chu Ran took out his computer and looked at his flagship store. Wow, in just one day, only 3 countries placed orders for various fighter jets: Iran, the Bear Country, and France. However, since we have set an upper limit on orders, each customer can only order a maximum of 10 aircraft. Because the system can only accommodate 10 planes at a time. Therefore, all these countries first buy 3 or 5 aircraft to try out, and if they like them, they can continue to place orders. After all, these aircraft are not ordinary weapons. They are all large-scale equipment. After returning, they must be carefully inspected and tried out. Moreover, the price is indeed a bit expensive. Ordinary small countries certainly cannot afford it. Although Chu Ran specifically stated that it was first come, first served when he posted, in fact, the cargo capacity of these planes is unlimited. As long as you want it, the system can build it for you at any time. Soon, Chu Ran completed the orders from the 3 countries, and finally $1 billion were directly deposited into his account. Please note that due to the large amount of money deposited into the host's account, for safety reasons, the system has freely transferred the money to the system account for the host. The system account can be transferred to the host's personal account at any time. It costs $100 to open a system account. Would you like to open it? Wait. Hearing the system's prompt, Chu Ran could no longer contain his excitement. After deducting the cost of the system, we can get 500 million yuan. Converting 500 million, Chu Ran directly earned more than 3.5 billion. Wow! Seeing this number, Chu Ran stood up excitedly. The parents next to him turned around and looked at him curiously. What's this kid doing? Winning the lottery? Chu Ran laughed and said, Haha, almost there, I'll be a billionaire soon. Because if we continue with this method, we can make billions very quickly. Old Chu, your son's words are becoming increasingly irrelevant. Take some time to teach him a lesson. Hearing his mother's words, Chu Ran's father smiled and said nothing, continuing to watch the news channel. The international situation is getting increasingly serious. I heard there's a guy selling arms online who's even selling airplanes. The mother was curious. Selling arms online? Are you kidding? Selling airplanes? You don't even read the news seriously. You're just as unreliable as your son. Chu Ran, who was looking at the computer next to him, took a sip of water and almost spit it out. A moment later, Chu Ran spent $100 and opened his own private account in the system. Just now, Chu Ran was scolding the system, asking why it didn't give him such a good thing in advance. It is private and convenient, and you can transfer money to your own account at any time without the bank being able to check it. It's such a great thing that I'm going to share it with you now. However, the system told me that this function would only appear when my amount reached $100 billion. Okay, I was wrong. Now looking at the more than $300 billion that suddenly appeared in the system account, Chu Ran didn't know how to feel. He had thought about this day since he got the system, but now that it has finally come, he is still very excited, very excited. What's even more painful is that no one has shared this excitement with you. If you tell others, they will probably think you are crazy. So Chu Ran could only drink water frantically and keep suppressing his inner excitement. At the same time, I was also thinking about how to spend the more than 3 billion yuan to make my capital accumulation deeper. After some thought, Chu Ran decided to hire another 100 mercenaries and then allocate half of the funds to Jack. Let him continue to expand his business in East China. Of course, he must not take too big a step, otherwise it will be bad if his crotch is pulled. Be steady and expand your base, then divide it into several more locations. This was what Chu Ran instructed Jack. After receiving Chu Ran's message, Jack stood up excitedly. Chapter 78. Mercenaries dispersed and occupied East China, and the core energy experiment was successful. Now the number of mercenaries on Jack's side has expanded to 5,000. Although we now have the cities of Ra and Bada on the Afghan side, the resources in the two places are limited. If we want to expand to more people, we will definitely need more money to support them. Jack originally planned to develop steadily between the two cities for a few years, then accumulate strength before starting to expand outward. But he didn't expect that his boss would directly transfer more than 1 billion Chinese yuan to him. This is a sum of money that can really solve his urgent needs. Before, Chu Ran only provided him with arms and had not provided any funds, but now he directly gave him all the money. Obviously, the boss really made money. But Jack didn't care about all that. He only followed the orders Chu Ran gave him. As long as he had money, he could recruit more people and get more money to pay them for their lives. Because this is East China, the most chaotic place in the world, almost everyone here knows how to use a gun. What they lack is money and weapons. Coincidentally, my boss has both of these qualities. As for my own development, it is just like a bulldozer, pushing forward ruthlessly. After the money arrived, Jack immediately led his men to recruit soldiers and continue to expand his private army. Moreover, the boss specifically told us this time that these people are too conspicuous and will be noticed. His next task is to disperse the members of his team and let them all lead a group of people to develop activities in major cities. After being broken up like this, no matter how things develop, they will definitely be safe. Besides, Jack also believes in the people sent to him by his boss. Although they are mercenaries from various countries, they are surprisingly loyal to their boss, which makes Jack very curious. Of course, I am also very loyal to my boss, but this loyalty seems to be engraved in my bones. According to the boss, hundreds of mercenaries like himself will arrive in the next few days. After these people arrive, he will be able to recruit more soldiers, break them up, and distribute them around other cities. If there is any need or help, just make a satellite call and the whole of East China will be shocked. On the other hand, after Chu Ran allocated money to Jack, he also allocated 200 million yuan worth of arms to the other party. In addition, 10 ordinary F-16 Fighting Falcon fighter jets were also approved by the system. These fighters are also common in East China and are not as eye-catching as the Raptor. There's no way around it. People with money are so willful. Whatever others have, they want their own people to have too, or even more. After spending this money, Chu Ran's capital began to accumulate thoroughly in East China. Next, Chu Ran's target is 2 large factories in China. After returning to the room, Chu Ran called Shinwanda, a talent in carbon fiber technology. Shinwanda was the #1 person in carbon fiber technology in China and was very talented. Unfortunately, due to technical limitations, he had not made any breakthroughs. This time, he was recruited by Chu Ran and he turned out to be a very useful talent. Boss Chu, with the help of Boss Chi over the past few days, we have already started the construction of the factory. I have also recruited many workers who are gradually entering the factory, and we have also started purchasing equipment. Chu Ran hummed and said, "Well done. I've read your plan and it's quite good. Initially, we took the route of building very user-friendly lifestyle products because we wanted to create a feeling of accidentally discovering this carbon fiber technology. Do you understand what I mean? I know Mr. Chu is worried about being discovered by the higher-ups, so he's using advanced carbon fiber technology to manufacture some civilian products first. But I'm curious, how will you, Mr. Chu, increase revenue from these civilian products? You know, this technology of ours is very expensive, and if it's only used for civilian businesses, I'm afraid the revenue and profits will be very poor. Old Shin, you're a smart guy. You know I'm not interested in this. Our carbon fiber technology, like quantum compression new energy, will surely be invested in military-civilian cooperative enterprises and appear in various products. And now that I have quantum compression new energy, it will be easy to create a second quantum compression new energy, right? Boss Chu, you mean to say that you plan to use quantum new energy to market our carbon fiber technology, right? That's right. There's no rush for these things right now. You should advance production according to the plan first. I just want to tell you one thing, that is, I'm not short of money. You should continue to expand production and expand the recruitment area. I understand, Mr. Chu. I will definitely make Ranha carbon fiber a success. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran called Shi Qingshuan again. The core technology of quantum new energy has been handed over to Xinziming. So Chu Ran was eager to know the experimental results. Hey, Mr. Chu! The sound on Shi Qingshuan's phone was very chaotic, and Chu Ran had already guessed that this guy was also in the production workshop. How's things going with old Shin? Shi Qingshuan on the phone hurried into an office, and then there was silence for a while. Boss Chu, old Shin went into the lab last night and hasn't come out yet. I just got to the workshop and was about to go over to check on him, but judging from his expression last night, he should be fine. Okay, hold on to the phone book, go directly to the lab and find him. I want to hear the specific results. So, Chu Ran put the phone next to the table and continued to process the next order on the computer. After the plane was put into service, not only some countries placed orders out of curiosity, but even some wealthy people in Europe and the United States were also interested in it. Chu Ran didn't waste time talking to these people. Instead, he directly found some instructions from the system and threw them over to them, letting them read them themselves. At this moment, Xinziming called on the phone. Boss Chu, is Boss Chu here? Chu Ran picked up the phone and said, Old Shin, tell me, are the experimental results okay? Haha, Mr. Chu, there's absolutely no problem with the experimental results. I've been experimenting since I produced the first battery last night. Oh no, we can't call this a battery now, we should call it energy. This is real energy. Compared to the peripheral battery last time, this energy is a real treasure. Mr. Chu, I believe that as long as this thing appears on the market, it will definitely be explosive. Listening to Xinziming's happy voice on the phone, Chu Ran smiled and said, Okay, then increase production for me. This time I'll give you a month to stock up on goods. Don't let it be like last time when orders came in and you guys couldn't catch up. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chi and I have already discussed it. From now on, several of us will take turns to monitor and ensure the progress. Chapter 79. The US collapses. It is better to buy planes than to build them. The successful experiment of quantum core energy also made Chu Ran very happy. Some people may say that the system has already provided the technology, so the success of the experiment is inevitable. But this is not actually the case. Even if the system provides the technology, in actual production experiments, it still requires very high technology and skilled operating experience. This is also the reason why Chu Ran handed this important right to Xinziming. After all, he is a real expert. With him, production will definitely be boosted quickly. In the living room, Mom and Dad were also talking. My son has changed a lot since he came back this time. He's very sensible and seems to be busy on the computer. Hearing this, Dad sipped his tea and asked, Did he tell you that we should move to Tianhai? That we don't need to run the business anymore, and that he'll prepare a big house for us? What? There's this? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Could this idiot be using his computer to do something illegal? I've heard there's some kind of online gambling scheme that's designed to scam young people like them. Don't let your imagination run wild. My son won't be like that. No, I have to go check it out. After saying that, my mother came to Chu Ran's room. What's wrong, Mom? Chu Ran just hung up the phone and looked up curiously while sitting in front of the computer. Mom looked at Chu Ran and said, I heard from your dad that you wanted to take us to Tianhai, but you didn't let us do business. Tell me honestly, you're on the computer all day. Are you doing something shameful? Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled helplessly and said, Mom, what are you thinking? Is your son that stupid? I'm not stupid, I'm just worried that you won't understand these things outside and might get caught up in them. Son, you should study hard in school and stop thinking about making money all the time. You're still young. I know, Mom. Don't worry, your son won't do anything so stupid. Chu Ran pushed his mother out helplessly. He also understood his parents' thoughts. After all, parents all wanted their children to be successful. But his current industry should be considered worthy of them. Chu Ran planned to find a good time to tell them. Chu Ran thought about the consequences of speaking out about this matter. His parents would definitely not be able to accept it all at once, so he needed to influence them slowly. The next day, my father and mother closed the shop. I went back to my hometown in the countryside with Chu Ran to visit my grandparents. Every National Day is also my grandfather's birthday. My old man is actually quite patriotic. His birthday happens to be on this day, so he always likes to have a lively family reunion. Before going back, my father specially called 3 aunts to come along, and the whole family gathered in the yard in the countryside. Chu Ran sat and chatted with a few children of the same age, but they hadn't seen each other for many years and had nothing in common. The son of my aunt is already working, reportedly in a state-owned enterprise. He is very proud and treats Chu Ran and others as his juniors. Chu Ran was not interested in these boring words and slept with his eyes slightly closed the whole time. Of course, he doesn't mean to look down on you, he just thinks having a decent job is indeed worthy of praise. But you don't have to talk about it all the time and give everyone the impression that you are the only one who has seen the world, right? Finally, these people talked about Ranha New Energy Company. After hearing this, Chu Ran clearly saw that the young people present were interested. Several of my cousins even praised Ranha New Energy with pride. It was obvious that their generation had already regarded Ranha New Energy as the pride of a country. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. To be honest, as Ranhe's mother and boss, he didn't think so much. When the money is in your pocket, that is the real thing. So Chu Ran did all this just to make money. In the next few days, Chu Ran was also very relaxed at home. Occasionally I chat with Fang Shia online, and occasionally I also learn about the situation at the new factory. Soon, the National Day holiday was over. Dad sent Chu Ran to the train station and told him to study hard. In fact, Chu Ran had seen this familiar scene many times in his dreams. But when I saw him again this time, he didn't feel as sad as before, but waved goodbye happily. Because Chu Ran knew that in the coming time, he would transform the Chu family from an unknown commoner into a well-known big family, and even have its own territory abroad. While Chu Ran was sitting on the train to school, the United States, far away on the west coast of the ocean, also held an emergency meeting. Old Obama sat in the presidential seat with a sad expression on his face. Because he felt so uncomfortable these days, the Ranha flagship store that he had originally decided on was in China. However, the Ranha flagship store was a complete surprise, as it displayed all the aircraft produced in the country. Fighter planes, bombers, transport planes, and even their domestically produced passenger planes can be bought in the Ranha flagship store. What's even more shameful is that the sales price of Ranha flagship store is even cheaper than the cost of their domestically produced aircraft. What does this mean? It means that if you build the same aircraft locally, it will not be as good as buying it at the Ranha flagship store. How could he choose? Some time ago, I just passed a bill by the members of Congress, strictly prohibiting all people in the United States, including institutional stores, from purchasing arms from the Ranha flagship store. But then the planes from Ranha flagship store were put on sale, and they were sold at such a low price. It would be a lie to say that I am not envious. Just look at the list submitted by the Ministry of National Defense. The annual military and political expenses alone are astronomical figures. If you buy airplanes from the Ranha flagship store in the future, you can indeed save a lot of money. But how can I lose face like this? Now a group of parliamentarians in the audience are also arguing there. It's all about whether or not you can buy arms from the Ranha flagship store. After a moment's silence, Lao Ao stood up angrily, slamming the table. Shut up, everyone. The question now isn't whether or not we can buy Ranha's weapons. The question is, where do all of Ranha's weapons come from? The planes they're using this time are all from our country. Could it be that someone from our country is collaborating with Ranha? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yes, this issue is the most critical. Could it be possible that Ranha could create a bunch of American stuff out of thin air? Now many countries are pooling their money to buy fighter jets from Ranha. All the various models of fighter jets that our country is proud of are sold there. If this continues, even Baji Sitan and Yilik will have our fighter jets. Lao Ao slammed the table in anger, and was extremely furious. From now on, we need to immediately rectify our internal affairs. If such a large-scale aircraft transaction was handled by one of our internal personnel, there would be no way there wouldn't be mistakes. Also, check this Ranha flagship store for me. No matter what method you use, you must find out which country it is in and who is behind it. At this moment, US President Obama began to completely collapse because of Chu Ran's action. Chapter 80. The country's R&D expenditure is $200 million. I will build the car. The United States is busy conducting self-inspections, and China, an eastern country on the other side, is also somewhat puzzled by the fact that Ran Haxin has boarded a US plane. At this time, in the highest conference room in China. The leader also frowned when listening to the recent reports about Ranha flagship store. This Ran, he is quite interesting. He actually threw dirty water on the United States. Another leader nearby also laughed and said, "This approach is indeed very frustrating. The most important thing is that they have evidence that all the aircraft are made in the United States, and even the selling price is terribly cheap. I think the United States is already having a headache. They even think that it is better to buy aircraft from Ranha than to make them themselves. It's obvious that boss Ranha is deliberately muddying the waters to confuse everyone. By doing this, he is proving to a large extent that he might actually be from China." A nearby defense minister nodded in agreement. "That's certainly possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately muddied the waters, causing chaos in the US and making everyone think Ran he is from the US. I asked you to check a few days ago. How's the situation at Ranha New Energy?" The leader from the National Intelligence Bureau also stood up and said, "Reporting to the leader, we have completed the investigation. The boss behind Ran he is indeed that student named Chu Ran, but he only provided some technology. As for the funds, it seems that Chi Ching-Xuan and Wu Shiliang helped. They both returned from a new energy company in the United States, so they have some money on hand. These aren't really important. I'm just curious about why this guy is so talented. Also, it would be great if he has nothing to do with that Ran he from the internet." The top leader smiled and nodded, feeling relieved. "But to be honest, I always feel that this Ranha boss is right next to us, in our country. We can't find him, and other countries can't find him either. So his power makes you feel nervous all the time." All the leaders agreed seriously, because during this period of time, Ranha has indeed brought about a new change both at home and abroad. Then everyone briefly discussed other matters. At this time, Minister Sun from the Ministry of National Defense raised his hand. "Leader, although our domestic electromagnetic cannon was successfully launched last time, it didn't show its true power. So after discussion, we want to approve some funds to invest in Ranha New Energy. Because when I discussed it with Chu Ran last time, I clearly felt that this guy still had some technology, but from his words, it seemed that the funds were not enough. He said that he was a businessman and only cared about profits." Hearing this, the leader smiled and nodded. "I didn't expect that this kid is still a little money grubber at such a young age." Defense Minister Lao Zhao, standing nearby, smiled and said, "I'm really optimistic about him. He's truly pioneered quantum compression technology." "Then approve it. This money cannot be less. After all, it is research and development expenses. Since our own research and development is not enough, let's let someone capable come and see how far Chu Ran's ability goes." Chu Ran received a call from Chi Ching-Xuan only after he arrived at school. "Boss Chu, the Ministry of National Defense has approved a research and development budget of 200 million yuan for us. They want us to speed up the development of new quantum compression technologies because electromagnetic guns require higher energy." Hearing this, Chu Ran couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, he held the quantum compression core energy tightly in his hands, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to get the money. "If it's approved, we'll take it. We can reinvest the money into our production, buy more machines, and start producing core energy. Then, Mr. Chu, when will we hold a press conference for our quantum core energy product?" "Don't worry, we can't rush this. If you do it quickly, Minister Sun will know we're deliberately holding back on this technology and demanding our defunding from him. So we're doing this in secret. Have all the technicians keep the production a secret." After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran's mood became very good. He certainly won't rush to release the quantum core energy because the carbon fiber technology has not yet been officially put into production. Next, Chu Ran will hire another group of people to set up a car brand company. After the carbon fiber factory was established, although it was said that it would only produce civilian products, Chu Ran did not specify what the specific products were, but let Lao Xin choose for himself. But the trip back to his hometown 2 days ago gave Chu Ran some insights. That is, among the younger generation now, many people are proud of Ranha. After all, Ranha has developed many technologies that are not available abroad, which has also made foreign countries rush to report on it, and are extremely envious. He also saw the crazy scene at school when the Ranha New Energy press conference ended and the successful launch of the electromagnetic cannon. This further reflects Ranha's status in everyone's mind. Chu Ran is a businessman, so he wants to use this mentality to attract more people to pay attention to Ranha and make more money. And in the future, what will young people be most dependent on? The first is definitely a mobile phone, and the second is the car, which is the means of transportation for going out. There are not many new energy vehicles on the market now, Tesla is just starting out, and there are not many big brands in China. Of course, Chu Ran doesn't take those small brands seriously, just like his old classmate's dream. Although he may be very powerful in the future, now because he has his own quantum compression, it is impossible for him to have dreams, he can only have Ranha. So Chu Ran planned to start making cars. He had quantum core energy to drive it, and then added super awesome carbon fiber. He only needed to hire a few good talents from the system to design a better-looking car model. It's simply a killer weapon for young people. Wouldn't it be better to use this new car to launch our own carbon fiber technology and our own quantum core energy? So just now on the train, Chu Ran directly hired 3 domestic and foreign talents from the automotive industry from the system talent area. These 3 people will gather within 2 days and come to find him then. Chu Ran plans to increase the strength of this car brand company and build a factory before the quantum core and carbon fiber technology, so as not to affect the release of these 2 new products. After returning to school, the first thing Chu Ran did was to ask if Fang Shia had returned. The girl said that she arrived yesterday in order not to miss the start of school. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. Fang Shia must be an absolutely good girl. She is never late for school and never asks for leave all year round. Let's go downstairs to eat later. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia also nodded happily. She had already discussed something at home, and wanted to tell Chu Ran urgently. Chapter 81 Fang Shia, wouldn't it be better to let happiness come earlier? After Chu Ran returned to the dormitory, several roommates also came. Everyone was sharing their hometown specialties in the dormitory, except Chu Ran, who had nothing. But Chu Ran shamelessly took 2 big red apples and ran away. Downstairs, Fang Shia was standing there wearing the sportswear that Chu Ran bought for her today. Many boys returning to school were carrying their luggage and kept looking back at her. Beauty, this is real beauty, white sportswear, exquisite and beautiful face, plus an exaggerated figure, it is really a must-have for many boys. Many people were secretly cursing Chu Ran in their hearts at this moment. They were so lucky that he was beaten to the punch. Of course, if they knew that Chu Ran had slept in the same bed with Fang Shia for more than 10 years in his previous life, I wonder if they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. These people didn't know, and Fang Shia naturally didn't know either. Fang Shia felt a little uncomfortable standing here at this moment. This was her second time waiting for Chu Ran here. The last time, Guo Lily was with her, so she didn't feel so awkward. But why did she blush while standing alone this time? Fortunately, Chu Ran also ran out at this time, holding 2 apples in his hands. I stole it from the 4th brother. I heard the apples there are delicious, so I'll give you one. Fang Shia followed Chu Ran with a red face, holding a big apple. Chu Ran raised his head and looked around, and at this time he seemed to understand something. Fang Shia, your face now looks a lot like this apple. Fang Shia gently pushed Chu Ran, but still said nothing. Chu Ran smiled happily, ate an apple, and walked out of the school gate with Fang Shia. Where do you want to go? Fang Shia didn't know what she was thinking, and at this moment she raised her head stupidly. I don't care. Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia. Are you hiding something from me? Fang Shia hurriedly shook his head. I didn't. Then let's go to that coffee shop? Chu Ran smiled. If Fang Shia was hiding something from him, he would find out quickly because this girl couldn't hide anything at all. The two came to a coffee shop, which was where Chu Ran asked her out for the first time, and where they took their first photo together. After the two of them ordered their food, they soon saw their photo next to the window, which was placed in the most conspicuous place. Obviously, the store owner also thinks Fang Shia is pretty, so they did this. Wow, are you the girl in there? The waiter seemed to recognize the two people and became curious. Chu Ran and Fang Shia responded with a polite smile, and at this time the store owner also came out. Little brother, this photo of you and your girlfriend has attracted a lot of traffic to our store's photo event. Thank you so much. Your purchase today is free, and you can also apply for a free membership card later. Seeing that the shopkeeper was so polite, Chu Ran smiled and responded briefly. Fang Shia seemed very shy, but after sitting back in her seat with Chu Ran, there seemed to be a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Fang Shia, can you smile a little longer? Look how beautiful you look when you smile. Chu Ran smiled and teased at the side, and Fang Shia quickly shut up. Is there anything you want to tell me today? Chu Ran couldn't help but ask again. Fang Shia then raised her head and frowned. Chu Ran, how come you know me so well? You know everything that's on my mind. I can't help it. Maybe we were together in our last life, so I feel so familiar with you when I see you. Fang Shia's face turned red again. This guy always spoke in a nonsensical way, but it just so happened that this way of speaking did have a very romantic feeling. Chu Ran, I suddenly changed my mind. After a moment of silence, Fang Shia suddenly said this. Chu Ran asked curiously, What did you change your mind about? I want to be your girlfriend, can we be together? Ahem. Chu Ran drank his coffee and almost spit it out. He stared blankly at Fang Shia. No, what did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. No, I heard you, but are you sure? Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran and smiled. On her beautiful face, this brilliant smile looked extremely beautiful. I was very hesitant at first, but when I went back this time, I told my mother about our situation. She told me that it would be great if we could be together after graduation, but it was really selfish of me to make you wait for so many years. Chu Ran grabbed Fang Shia's hand and said, I don't think so. Although I desperately hope you agree, I will still respect all your decisions. Chu Ran, I never thought I would fall in love in college. I thought I would study here and work part-time at the same time. This is my college. But everything has changed since you appeared. I think if I keep making you wait, I will regret it. So since you have decided to do something, why do you have to wait so long? Isn't it better to let happiness come early? This was the most Fang Shia had ever spoken. Nizi usually spoke in a few words, but today she dressed up specially and stood in front of Chu Ran just to speak her mind. Okay, let happiness come early. Chu Ran agreed with a smile. He saw his past life, and it seemed that he had said the same thing to Fang Shia. But this time, it was Fang Shia who said this to him. Fate is so wonderful, but Chu Ran likes this kind of wonder very much. Also, a very important decision that I agreed to was because my mother also said that you are someone worthy of trust. Hearing Fang Shia's words, Chu Ran laughed happily. It turned out that his mother-in-law was very important. His performance this time really played a big role. Then the two of them drank coffee together and started chatting. Compared to their usual strange relationship, Fang Shia now seems more relaxed. In front of Chu Ran, she also had a lot to say, so she gradually became happy and changed from being shy as before. After returning to school, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Chu Ran sent Fang Shia downstairs, and the two were still holding hands. In short, from the time I entered the school until now, no boy who saw this scene felt comfortable. In the past, this guy and Fang Shia were just friends in name only. Could it be that they are really in a relationship now? Go back and have some rest. Chu Ran smiled and waved to Fang Shia. Fang Shia nodded happily, and when she was about to enter the building, she turned back to look at Chu Ran's mouth and smiled happily. When Fang Shia returned to the dormitory, he happened to meet Yang Shuya, who was coming downstairs. The other party was slightly stunned after seeing Fang Shia, then left with his head lowered. For Yang Shuya during this period, she has regretted it more than once, because Chu Ran's matter has had a huge impact on her heart. She really wants to go back to the day when Chu Ran confessed to her, but unfortunately this day will never come again. Chapter 82, Unable to hold back, the United States also placed an order to buy planes. Chu Ran was also very happy when he returned to the dormitory, humming a little tune. When several roommates saw this scene, they all frowned curiously. No, did the third brother capture Fang Shia? Impossible. Almost everyone in the school knows that Fang Shia won't have a relationship before graduation. How about we make a bet? Hearing what the fourth brother said, the eldest and second brothers all shook their heads hurriedly. Let's make a bet. You can fight anyone, but don't fight this guy, the third one. Seeing these three funny guys, Chu Ran smiled and patted their shoulders, then happily took off his smelly socks and threw them in front of the three of them. Student Lao Si still remembers eating but not being punished. As a punishment, you should wash a pair of shoes today to get used to it. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Zhang Hao got so angry that he rushed over and started playing with Chu Ran. Damn it! The third guy has been pinned down. Everyone, take revenge if you have any grudges against him, and complain if you have any. Immediately afterwards, the eldest brother Wang Rui and the second brother Hao Jiangwo also rushed forward. After a few people made a fuss for a while, Chu Ran returned to his bed. That's what college is like. Every day I have fun playing with my roommates in the dormitory, and when I go out, I can bring my girlfriend with me. This is simply the happiest thing. After the commotion, Chu Ran turned on his computer and started processing orders from the flagship store. Most of the aircraft orders recently have been inquiries, and only a few wealthy countries have actually placed orders. But occasionally Chu Ran would meet some wealthy military experts who would generously place an order and offer to take a fighter jet home for their collection. That's right, it's about collecting. The world of rich people. Chu Ran really doesn't understand it very well. He had just finished processing the order when he saw that the next one was a familiar customer. Why is it familiar? Because the other party had placed an order with Chu Ran, and his IP address was from the United States. Chu Ran initially suspected that he was from the US military, and later, when the US began to snipe his system transport plane, this was also confirmed. However, now, this American official has come to Chu Ran again, and wants to place an order for fighter jets from Manhwa flagship store. Seeing the order sent by the other party, Chu Ran smiled. The fighter jets in these orders are all the latest fighter jets, such as the Lightning fighter jets that the United States has always been proud of. The other party directly ordered 10 of them, followed by 10 Raptors, and then some ordinary fighter jet models, totaling more than 50. In addition, there are some basic artillery equipment on the fighter jets. Overall, Chu Ran could earn more than 10 billion yuan by doing this deal in the United States. It truly is worthy of being the world's largest economy, and it is generous in its spending. Chu Ran didn't care about anything else and replied directly to the other party that the order was fine and could be made, but it needed to be shipped in batches. He knew that the United States would not believe him for the time being, and perhaps this transaction was also a conspiracy, but for Chu Ran, he was not really afraid of this conspiracy. Because he has already experienced the power of the system, it is absolutely impossible to block the system with current human technology. So Chu Ran can now do whatever he wants to make money in the United States. At the same time, people in the United States also sent a message to Chu Ran. It's fine to ship in batches, but for a safe transaction, we also plan to release the funds in batches according to your shipment batches. When Chu Ran saw the news, he immediately smiled and said, "No problem." In fact, Chu Ran might have really misunderstood this time. After the meeting in the United States today, although they said that they would conduct a strict investigation into the Ranha flagship store, they found no results after a long investigation. Finally, the Ministry of National Defense stated that they had suffered losses from Ranha arms last time, and they could not afford to suffer losses this time, so they planned to buy a batch of fighter jets first and analyze them to see if these things were sent by their country. And you can't buy too little, you must buy more. Only in this way can you find out whether it is the fighter jets that their country has lost. After all, if they are lost in large quantities, even if the other party's means are more sophisticated, they will be able to find out, right? That's how the Ministry of National Defense decided to purchase fighter jets from Chu Ran. Chu Ran immediately sent a message. The number of planes shipped each time is about 10. Please pay according to the order quantity. After doing all this, Chu Ran lay leisurely on the bed waiting for the money to arrive. Soon, after hearing the prompt from the system, Chu Ran sent out the first batch of goods. Chu Ran then sent another message to the United States. Please transfer the money again, and I will send the second batch of goods according to the order. U.S. Department of Defense Office. Everyone was stunned when they saw the message sent by Chu Ran on the computer. So when they say shipment is in batches, they mean shipment in batches overnight, not shipment in batches after a batch arrives. That is to say, China doesn't just have one flying object like that, they have many. The leaders of the U.S. Department of Defense caught this information instantly. Thinking of this, everyone took a deep breath. Many people may not believe the video from that day anymore. After all, everyone now thinks Ranha is from the United States. But as high-ranking U.S. officials, they naturally knew that the Ranha flagship store must be from China, because the video was taken by their pilots. The terrifying feeling of that flying object still terrifies them now when they think about it, because the highest scientific research institute in the United States studied the material inside for a long time but still couldn't figure out what it was. The final conclusion is that China is very awesome and they have mastered an advanced technology. But they don't know what specific technology it is. But China actually has so much of this technology that they cannot master, and can send so many flying objects to transport aircraft. What kind of handwriting is this? Thinking of this, the Secretary of Defense could no longer sit still and hurriedly called President Obama. Half an hour later, Chu Ran sent out all the fighter jets. At the same time, 15 billion Chinese yuan was deposited into his system account. Chu Ran suppressed his inner excitement and directly called Wu Shiliang from the new Energy Department. Old Wu, please help me find a bigger piece of land recently. That's right, if the location is good, just buy it. Haha, this is the base of our other new factory. That's right, Chu Ran's Ranha new energy vehicle is also about to be launched. 2 days later, once the professional talents hired within the system are in place, Chu Ran will let them devote themselves to research and development. Here, Chu Ran fell asleep comfortably with his computer in his arms, while at this time in the United States. Because of Chu Ran's order, the U.S. Department of Defense became busy again. Contact the Air Force Command immediately and order them to send out all their fighter planes. This time, they must capture the entire scene. Chapter 83. Old Ao was furious. His own plane was not as good as the one he bought. 10 o'clock that night. The U.S. Air Force Command is busy again. Because Chu Ran and them agreed that the goods would arrive within 4 hours. So based on last experience, these Chinese UFOs will soon appear over the United States. This time, U.S. President Obama even issued a strict order, requiring me to do everything possible to capture the full picture of these flying objects. Although the Air Force is under great pressure, and the Raptor and Lightning fighter jets have all flown to the highest altitudes, they are still unable to capture the entire picture. What can we do? But he is the president, and they must obey his orders. Not only all the U.S. Air Force commands, but all the powerful fighter jets were dispatched. Raptor, Lightning, Strike Eagle 4th generation, etc., all the awesome fighter jets flew out from the command center at this moment, just to take a picture of the transport plane of Ranha flagship store. But time passed by minute, and the transaction time was getting closer and closer. However, there was still no movement at the agreed coordinate location. There's still 1 minute left before the transaction. Will Ran he come? Lao Ao sat in the command room and began to frown again. At this time, in the sky above the United States, countless fighter jets were constantly reaching their maximum altitude and rising to the highest point. 1 minute is over soon, and the trading time is up. Everyone in the Air Force Command Center was looking forward to it. But the intercom contained a series of responses from the pilots. The young eagle has not found the target. The eagle has not found its target. The falcon didn't find the target. Hearing these replies, Lao Ao stood up from his chair in anger. What's going on? Aren't the place and time right here? The Minister of Defense also nodded in surprise. Mr. President, we agreed to meet right now, there's no way this could be wrong. Could it be that Ran he found out it was us and really went back on his word? Fuck! Lao Ao kicked over the table next to him. But at this moment, a voice came from the intercom. Falcon report, discovery! The Air Force Command leader hurriedly picked up the intercom. Report the situation immediately and transmit the footage back. Soon, the images sent back by the Falcon appeared on the large display screen at the command center. The picture shows the Lightning model, the most powerful fighter jet of the United States. The pilot has reached the highest altitude at this time. All you can see inside are white boxes falling down continuously. This is... The goods that Ranha flagship store transported for us? The Minister of Defense spoke in surprise. Old Obama also hurriedly took the intercom and asked, "This is President Obama. Why can't I see the enemy aircraft?" "Reporting to Mr. President, we have reached the maximum altitude and have not detected any enemy aircraft," the leader of the Air Force Command said. "Mr. President, it seems that since the last time Ranho was photographed, they have deliberately increased their altitude to prevent us from taking pictures. They have already started to drop the cargo when they were at their highest point." Hearing this, Lao Ao was so angry that his teeth were itching. This Ran, he must be from China. Only Chinese people would be so timid and keep things secret. However, at this time, even if Lao Ao was angry, there was nothing he could do, because their air force was at the limit, and they couldn't take pictures if they couldn't. Soon, all the fighter jets Chu Ran sent arrived. Because fighter jets are huge, the silver-white boxes this time are obviously much larger, each one is as big as a container. When all the boxes landed, the Ministry of Defense and the Air Force Command began to work together to disassemble and reassemble these things. Chu Ran even thoughtfully gave them a set of assembly instructions, but these fighter jets were developed by the United States itself, so they must be very easy to assemble. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lao Ao received a call at the command center. "Mr. President, all fighter jets have been assembled. These fighter jets are all the latest, and the materials and construction inside are exactly the same as our fighter jets. There is no difference at all. In fact, many aspects are even more sophisticated than ours. Based on our judgment, these fighter jets were probably copied from China, but their technology was so advanced that they made many improvements for us when they copied them. Our RD staff said that they could gain a lot of experience and inspiration from assembling these fighter jet parts." Hearing this, Lao Ao was so angry that he showed off 2 bottles of mineral water. "Waste, a bunch of waste, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Since China can sell these things to us, they must know what will happen next and know that we will disassemble and reassemble them to gain experience. So this further proves that China's scientific research and technology have long surpassed ours. Do you understand? Do you understand?" After hanging up the phone, Lao Ao sat in the chair for a long time in anger. The next morning, Chu Ran got out of bed comfortably, stretching himself. "I checked the flagship store and found that all the goods had been delivered." Chu Ran smiled and entered the system with his consciousness, and checked the video provided by the system. That's right, the system can record itself while being transported. He had only recently discovered this function, which meant that if he wanted to know who had bought his things, he could check the videos at any time. The last time Chu Ran transported something to the United States, he was photographed by an American pilot. This time, Chu Ran specially set the system to the longest distance for delivery. In addition, he also turned on the video recording function. Of course, the system's video recorder exceeds the current limits of humans. Even at the farthest distance, the other party cannot see you, but the system can record the other party. Soon, Chu Ran saw through the video recording function that there were densely packed fighter jets circling below the clouds. "Haha, this American guy is always trying to pull these little tricks. Doesn't he really know who his opponent is?" Chu Ran smiled faintly, and he was also very disdainful of the United States' actions. Although this guy can't do anything, it's really annoying to see him keep doing this. Chu Ran plans to take some time to think of a way to deal with it. Of course, that's definitely not possible now, as I'm just an arms seller. If something goes wrong during delivery, other customers will also be affected when they hear about it. We can only wait for a while, seize the opportunity, and save up some big treasures for the United States. After a brief thought, Chu Ran went downstairs to find Fang Shia. They confirmed their relationship yesterday, and now he really wants to spend this sweet love time with Fang Shia on campus. "I didn't cherish this girl well in my previous life, and I can finally make up for it in this life." At this time, in the girls' dormitory, Gua Lily looked at Fang Shia, who suddenly put on beautiful clothes and couldn't help but become curious. "Shia, what's wrong with you today? Why did you volunteer to wear such beautiful clothes?" Fang Shia laughed and said, "Haha, I don't want to embarrass my boyfriend." Chapter 84 Charity Foundation, My Woman Will Be Happier. Hearing Fang Shia's words, Gua Lily was stunned for a moment. "What? Are you and Chu Ran confirmed? Fang Shia smiled and nodded. Now that it was confirmed, he would not hide these things. Guilili was also looking at Fang Shia with envy at this time. That's great, Shia. I thought you really wanted to wait until graduation. Fang Shia looked in the mirror and said, Sometimes, I suddenly figure things out. And Chu Ran's appearance really gave me a different feeling. Guilili stood by and smiled without saying anything. Chu Ran was indeed very good to Fang Shia, so good that it made people envious. And Fang Shia probably didn't know Chu Ran's true identity yet, right? Thinking of this, Guilili envied the girl in front of her even more. After the two of them packed up and went downstairs, Chu Ran took Fang Shia's hand without any hesitation. Guilili smiled and said, Classmate Chu Ran, this time you really got what you wanted. That's right, but thank you for your help during this time. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Can we talk about this now? Guilili was dumbfounded. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. He had asked Guilili to help him understand Fang Shia. On the one hand, it was really to help him, and on the other hand, Chu Ran also knew Fang Shia's character. If she knew that he had put so much effort into pursuing her, she would be very happy, and would not be angry at all, nor would she do anything unreasonable. Guilili was surprised and said, No, Shia, aren't you curious why Chu Ran would thank me? I know. You came to our dormitory just to get close to me and help Chu Ran find a way to get close to me. Guilili was also dumbfounded for a moment. Then you are not angry? She did it to be with me, why would I be mad? Fang Shia's soul-searching questioning left Guilili speechless. Fang Shia, you are so different from other girls. In the end, Guilili came to this conclusion. In fact, for Chu Ran, being with Fang Shia was as if he had expected it a long time ago, and it was only natural for him to hold her hand now. Fang Shia, on her part, seemed a little shy about this sudden feeling, and mostly kept her head down, but a hint of a smile could be seen at the corner of her mouth, a smile of happiness that belonged to her. For a girl who has never been in love, this sweet feeling is completely irresistible, so the girl didn't listen carefully in class, and was paying attention to eye contact with Chu Ran the whole time. Fang Shia, please control yourself. If you keep going like this, you'll lose your scholarship this month. Guilili couldn't stand it anymore, and could only speak up to remind him. But after he finished speaking, he felt another unfriendly gaze coming at him. My goodness, Chu Ran's eyes can kill. Yes, according to Chu Ran's current status, even if Fang Shia had dropped out of school, 3 generations of his ancestors would probably not have to worry about food and clothing. That little scholarship seemed to be just a reminder of his jealousy. Finally, it was time for lunch. Guilili didn't want to be a third wheel anymore, so she had to leave in a hurry. Chu Ran took Fang Shia to the restaurant. Fang Shia, you have a boyfriend now, so don't be so frugal on food in the future, okay? Our family is not short of money. Chu Ran looked at the food Fang Shia brought and felt a bit like feeding a rabbit. Fang Shia also looked very innocent at this time. After all, she was used to eating these often. How about I go and take care of it? Chu Ran shook his head and smiled. Forget it, just eat first and don't bother anymore. After eating for a while, Chu Ran looked up and asked, Are we going to the library this afternoon? Well, I told the administrator that I'll have less time this semester because I need to study. Chu Ran said helplessly. Fang Shia, you may not know what your boyfriend does. No matter what you do, your money is yours, and I want to make it myself. Haha, your personality is the same as before. Chu Ran thought about how Fang Shia's independent character really made things easy for him after he married her in his previous life. Every time he went out to drink with friends, others had to make an appointment with their wives for funds, but he was the only one who was financially independent. Even when his business failed later, it was Fang Shia who helped him pay off his debts. Before? Fang Shia raised her head curiously. Chu Ran hurriedly smiled and said, That was when I first met you. Seeing Fang Shia nodding with a smile, Chu Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I know you work so hard for your family. I have a friend here who might be able to help. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia frowned slightly. Help me? Yes, my friend's company is a charity. The transportation there is not good, and the family conditions are also very poor, with almost no labor force, so these conditions have met the conditions for help. Oh. Fang Shia nodded, and then said that he had actually thought about these things, but had asked many departments and had no results. Chu Ran had actually already thought of a way to help at this time, which was to let Ranha New Energy set up a separate charity foundation to help those in need. Rich people will take this road to increase their fame. Even if he did this not for fame but for Fang Shia, he could still do it. For him now, the money he gets from charity is a drop in the bucket, and he can earn it back in the time it takes to drink a sip of water. But considering Fang Shia's family situation, 1,000 yuan is a very luxurious sum of money. This is also why Fang Shia, who is so introverted, still has to bite the bullet and squeeze into organizations like the student union, just to get some extra credits, become an excellent student, and get a scholarship. After dinner, Chu Ran sent Fang Shia to the library, and sat not far away to call Chi Qingshu in and tell him his thoughts. Mr. Chu, charitable foundations are indeed a path that every company must take. No matter what the reason, every company will use this method to gain social attention. The fact that you can think of it now is really ahead of the times. Chu Ran hummed and said, Let the company come up with 5 million first. The pilot program will start in Dali village in Sichuan. Children who can't go to school, those with inconvenient transportation, families with a lack of labor force, and those with elderly and children are all in need. I've been there, so I know what's going on there. I'll give you a list when the time comes. Remember to pay a special visit to that particular family. I understand, Mr. Chu. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia, who was busy not far away, and a smile appeared on his face. Fang Shia, your happiness has just begun. Chapter 85. I want to be the first car for young people. Chi Qingshuan's efficiency was indeed very fast. At noon the next day, he told Chu Ran that the foundation's affairs had been almost handled, and he estimated that he could send people to the village in Sichuan next week to conduct on-site inspections and provide support. At the same time, the 3 automotive experts hired by Chu Ran in the system also arrived. All 3 of them had jumped ship from the United States, Germany, and Sakura country. Almost as soon as they received Chu Ran's offer of employment, they rushed from all over to meet Chu Ran. Now Chu Ran didn't avoid Guo Lily much, but asked her to book a private room at Hongyun, and they met there after school in the afternoon. In fact, Chu Ran definitely didn't know much about cars, but he stated his requirements. In general, it should be handsome, cool, and technological, because what Chu Ran wants to make is the first car for young people. And now the energy source of the vehicle has been confirmed. It is absolutely the most powerful quantum core energy, and the material uses the latest quantum compressed carbon fiber. So what's left is the styling and design. The 3 of them are big names in the automotive industry and have participated in the design of many popular cars on the market. Now when they heard Chu Ran's requirements, they were all very surprised. They only needed to work on the styling and didn't need to consider anything else. This really gave them a lot of room to play. Boss Chu, if that's the case, then our pressure is indeed much less. Don't worry, we will strive to give you a satisfactory car design within 3 days. The leader was a middle-aged woman named Ran Fang, a top student who had returned from Bigwa and had been working in the automotive industry for nearly 10 years. Chu Ran hadn't considered her at first because she was a girl, but after a closer look, he found that this woman did have a great talent for cars, so he hired her. The people hired by the system are 100% loyal to Chu Ran, so Chu Ran doesn't have to worry that they will leak out their future industries and technologies. During this meal, he explained to them about quantum core energy and quantum compressed carbon fiber materials. After hearing Chu Ran's introduction, the 3 people were extremely shocked. If they had these 2 technologies, the cars Ran he would make in the future would be a historic existence. But Mr. Chu, if a car like this were to go on sale, the price wouldn't be too cheap, right? I'm worried that many people would hesitate because of the price. Ran Fan expressed her concerns again, and Chu Ran smiled and said, The price isn't cheap, but I won't go too far. I'll just match the price of domestic first-tier car brands, and be 30% cheaper than them. The 3 of them were shocked again. 30% off? Isn't that too little? It's indeed cheap, but what I want to say is that quantum core energy and quantum compressed carbon fiber technology are very easy for me to produce. In this world, scarcity makes things valuable, but as long as I have the technology, these things are very simple to produce. So even if our prices are 30% lower than those of first-tier brands, we'll still make a lot of money. Chu Ran's words were like a shot of adrenaline, reassuring everyone. At this moment, they were very glad that they were able to switch jobs from foreign car companies. Otherwise, if they saw such a car brand being listed in China one day, all car companies in the world would probably cry bitterly. In this way, Chu Ran chatted with the three people for 2 hours before the meal ended. After seeing off the three people, the boss of Hongyun also came over with a smile. Boss Chu, you haven't been here for a long time. The boss is a fat man. When Chu Ran asked Wu Shiliang to invest in him, the fat man was a little skeptical because the other party claimed to be the CEO of Ranha. What kind of company is Ranha? Why would the country's leading enterprise, which cooperates with the military, invest in a hotel like this one? But Wu Shiliang did not tell him these. Instead, he told him that the boss who would come here in the future would be Chu Ran. In short, the boss invested in this hotel because he wanted to try something new and hoped that Chu Ran would work hard to develop the catering industry. Maybe in the future, he would also expand its scale in the catering industry. By then, he would be the chief veteran and possibly the helmsman of the catering industry. Fatty Dai was very happy to hear such a big promise. Originally, this restaurant was not that good, but now he had a goal and such a boss supporting him. What reason did he have not to work hard? Yes, I've been a bit busy lately. How's things going with President Dai? When Fatty Dai heard Chu Ran's words, he quickly said, According to your last suggestion, President Chu, we've expanded the hotel. From now on, we'll not only serve high-end beverages, but also ordinary restaurants. We've even offered discounts at the bathhouse. Since we're surrounded by students and their spending isn't high, I've also listened to you, President Chu, and won't charge too much. So business has been really good these past few days. That's right, Mr. Dai, please expand according to this model in the future. If you do well, I can also consider opening a few more stores for you to run. I'm not short of money now, what I lack is talent that can help me make money. Fatty Dai nodded hurriedly. I understand, President Chu. While the two were talking, Gua Lily happened to come down from upstairs after seeing off a guest. Gua Lily is now the lobby manager, and is very mature in her work. I'm leaving first. After Chu Ran said something to Fatty Dai, he smiled at Gua Lily and then left the hotel directly. After a while, Gua Lily also followed out. Boss Chu, why didn't you inform me, your manager, before you left? Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled helplessly and said, Classmate Gua Lily, are you doing a good job as a manager now? Otherwise, I'll ask President Dai to send you to the bathhouse to give people a bath. Chu Ran! Gua Lily is now familiar with Chu Ran, so it's more like a joke between friends. It's working time, go back quickly. Gua Lily smiled and said, I believe that President Dai won't hold me against my will if I come out to talk to you, President Chu. But President Chu, I remember you said that as long as Shia is with you, you will help me achieve my goals. How haven't you achieved your goal yet? Isn't it just manager? Chu Ran frowned. Gua Lily looked around, then leaned over and said with a smile, I don't want to be a manager. Given your abilities, Mr. Chu, it shouldn't be difficult for me to own this restaurant, right? Classmate Gua Lily, you're not even leaving yet, and you're already thinking about flying. Even if I give you a hotel, can you still run it? Gua Lily smiled happily and said, I was just joking, but it seems that Mr. Chu still has feelings for me, so don't worry, I will definitely start from the grassroots level and work hard to establish a big banner for you in the catering industry. Chapter 86. A car ahead of its time. The situation in East China is changed by mercenaries. Chu Ran knew what Gua Lily was thinking, but he also understood that this woman Gua Lily did not have any bad intentions. On the contrary, if she could really make a name for herself in the hotel, it would not be impossible for her to be given a bigger stage in the future. 3 days later, Chu Ran met the 3 automobile experts again at Hongyun restaurant and saw the design drawings provided by Ran Fang. There were 3 design drawings in total. After Chu Ran took a quick look at them, he decided on the second one. In this design drawing, the lines of the car body are smooth and full of tension. At first glance, it looks like it has traveled back from the future. The front part of the car adopts a very sharp front-face design. The narrow headlights on both sides are like the eyes of a cheetah, sharp and deep. They not only provide excellent lighting effects, but also give the vehicle a strong aggressiveness. On the side of the body, The lines are elegant and dynamic, and combined with the floating roof design, the whole car looks more stylish and avant-garde. The wheels are made of large-size alloy wheels and are matched with low-profile tires, which not only improves the vehicle's handling but also increases its visual impact. The rear part of the car is simple and layered. The through-type taillight design not only improves the vehicle's recognition, but also makes the rear look wider and more stable. The rear bumper is equipped with 2 exhaust decorations on both sides, further emphasizing the vehicle's sporty performance. Overall, the design of this picture does satisfy Chu Ran's fantasy of a young person's first car. Let's use this one. This is the first sports version for young people. I'll ask you guys to design other models later. After all, we will definitely have more than one car, right? Hearing Chu Ran's words, the others all smiled and nodded. In their hearts, their loyalty to Chu Ran is extremely high, so they will definitely not have any other selfish motives. After selecting the car model, the 3 of them immediately went back to start making a model. According to Chu Ran's idea, they had to speed up the pace and build the car factory within a month. In this way, they could ensure that the quantum core energy and compressed carbon fiber technology on the other side could keep up, and would not have to be hidden for too long. Chu Ran had just finished dealing with the car issue when Chi Qingshuan soon called him and told him that the Ranhe New Energy Foundation had completed the basic information registration and could then provide assistance to needy families. The first one was naturally Fang Shia's hometown in Sichuan, which Chu Ran had told him about last time. Okay, do as I say. Give the village some normal aids so it appears more normal. Then build up the village's infrastructure, schools, clinics, and most importantly, transportation. Chi Qingshuan replied seriously. Okay, Mr. Chu, I have recorded everything and will personally supervise it when the time comes. Chu Ran was naturally relieved that Chi Qingshuan was going there in person, and this would also make the outside world think that Ranhe New Energy is a truly caring company. When Chu Ran returned to school, 3 people in the dormitory were discussing the latest movie, The Flowers of War, directed by Zhang Yimou. Really, if we go to war with the little Sakura country now, I will definitely be the first one to rush up and fight them, the boss Wang Rui said angrily. The second oldest, Hao Jiangwo, slapped his thigh and sighed. It's a pity we were born at the wrong time. If I were in that era, I would at least be a hero who sacrificed my life for my country. Come on, second brother. There was a mouse in the dormitory a few days ago, and you scared it away. Now you're bragging here. Hearing what the fourth brother Zhang Hao said, Chu Ran and others laughed heartily. Yes, I haven't taken Fang Shia to the movies yet. I've been a bit busy recently and often leave Fang Shia alone for dinner at night. I've indeed been a bit neglectful of this girl's feelings. While washing his feet, Chu Ran sent a message to Fang Shia. Don't go to the library tomorrow night. Let's go out and play. Ah? Will you be back very late? Fang Shia asked curiously. Chu Ran smiled and said, If you want to go later, that's not impossible. Fang Shia. Chu Ran, I'm not ready yet. Seeing this, Chu Ran couldn't help but smile. What are you thinking about? I'm just going out to see a movie and have a meal. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Fang Shia blushed as she held her cell phone. Gua Lily, who was standing next to her, had a facial mask on her face. What's wrong, Shia? Is Chu Ran kidding you again? No. Fang Shia put away his phone and hurriedly began to pretend to read. Gua Lily looked at Fang Shia and said, Shia, let me tell you, Chu Ran is just a perverted person with no guts, so don't worry about it. Besides, you're already a college student, what's there to be afraid of? I know. I'm not afraid. Fang Shia was indeed not afraid, because she had already decided in her heart that she would be with Chu Ran, so she didn't care about those things at all. But sometimes, due to my introverted personality, I still blush and feel shy when I hear something strange. Just at this moment, Chu Ran called again. Fang Shia hurriedly stood up and ran to the balcony to answer it. Gua Lily smiled and said nothing, but she was actually a little envious in her heart. On the balcony, Fang Shia whispered, Why are you calling? Weren't you blushing when you were holding the phone just now? Chu Ran asked with a smile. Fang Shia hummed. It's okay actually, I'm just a little nervous. Haha, silly or not? Go to bed early and relax. I'll wait for you to eat tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Fang Shia's mood did improve a lot. I have to say that Chu Ran really knows Fang Shia too well. Every time when Fang Shia really needs it, he comes to comfort her. He even knows when Fang Shia is feeling uncomfortable or upset. He knows it all clearly. Perhaps this is why Fang Shia stepped step by step into the trap set by Chu Ran for her. While Chu Ran was busy chatting with Fang Shia, Afghan, there was a commotion in a city called Bur near Badar. The scale of this riot was terrifyingly large, with countless residents in the city beginning to protest against the government's taxes. Many people even took up arms and started clashing with government forces. As soon as the conflict began, heavy artillery fire was heard in the streets. The government was stunned. What was wrong with these protesters? Where did they get such powerful weapons? This is wrong. Yes, this is indeed wrong, because behind this conflict was Chu Ran's mercenary organization. Tonight, Jack will once again lead his team and join the protesters here in fighting for power in Bull City. This struggle will directly affect the future direction of East China, and will also make Chu Ran's empire gradually rise. Chapter 87. The United States is behind you, so powerful? Boom, boom, boom. Outside the city of Bull, fierce artillery fire was heard everywhere. The government forces have gathered all their troops and started to resist. But in the city, gunshots began to be heard everywhere, and countless people began to panic. Is this really about to begin? Afghan's leadership immediately received a call from the defenders in the city of Bur. Mr. President, this conflict must have been orchestrated by some organization. Gunfire was heard throughout the city of Bull tonight. Our troops are simply not enough. President Afghan said sternly. No matter what, defend the city. I've sent people for support. Almost as soon as the phone was hung up, a general knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. President, something has happened. All our military equipment has malfunctioned. They've been jammed by drones. We can't communicate with our subordinate units anymore. The troops we send out to support us are also stuck on the road because many of the main roads have been bombed. Bang! The president kicked the table in anger. What on earth is going on? How can we be so inexplicably interfered with in our own country? Immediately send the Air Force to support. As soon as the president gave the order, 5 Raptor fighter jets appeared in the air around Afghan. In the front fighter plane, Viking skillfully commanded his men. All of these people were hired by him at a high price, because in the entire mercenary corps, Viking's Air Force department could be said to be the one that burned money the fastest. Everyone, guard their Air Force headquarters. If any enemy planes come out, open fire! Just at this moment, Afghan Air Force also spotted fighter jets circling overhead. F-22 Raptor? Is this the U.S. military? The U.S. military is invading. What? The U.S. Army? When did they come in? It's really the U.S. military. I saw the military flag under their fighter plane. After hearing this, the Air Force Command also saw this scene using the radar system. The radar system in a country like Afghan is not very developed, and Jack and his men took advantage of this and sent Viking to start threatening. When President Afghan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, but immediately made a very drastic decision. Charge! We must charge out! Although we cannot defeat the United States, our resolve remains. If we don't fire a single shot this time, our people will be completely disappointed in us. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of fighter jets flew out of the Air Force Command Center. But these small fighters are completely useless compared to the Raptor series. Almost as soon as it took off, it was strafed by the birds of prey circling in the air. Haha, you still dare to come out! Come on, continue! Viking shouted happily, and then commanded all the fighter planes again to start carpet bombing the Air Force Command. As soon as the order was given, 5 bombers appeared in the sky again. These bombers were also provided by Chu Ran to Jack, but now they have also become Viking's subordinates. Almost in an instant, countless shells began to fall. All the Afghan planes that had not yet landed on the ground were blown to pieces. Inside the Afghan Air Force, countless people began to flee for their lives and hid in the air raid shelters. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the sound of gunfire in Bull City has gradually subsided. At this time, Jack had already brought all his men and started to meet up with some insiders in the city, and kept rushing towards the soldiers defending the city. In this plan, Jack made use of some of the rebels on Affin's side, and combined them with his own personnel scattered in various places, and instantly assembled a very powerful army. 2 hours later, the city was captured, and the rebel leader and Jack all stood happily inside the city. But at this moment, Jack turned his gun and directly killed the leader of the Afghan rebels. Some local Afghan rebels nearby all raised their guns in surprise, ready to fight with Jack's mercenaries. But Jack smiled at these people and said, "Your leader is dead. Who do you want to follow from now on? The Afghan government? As a traitor to your country, what will be your retribution? Do you know? Stay with me, I can let you become officials in the city and continue to enjoy wealth and glory." As Jack finished speaking, the city of Bur was completely separated from the jurisdiction of the Afghan government. After that, Jack also called the president on Afghan's side. "Mr. President, this war was not started by us, but by your rebels. Now I have executed him on the spot. You should thank me." President Afghan was shaking with anger. "What do you want to do? If you want to occupy Bur like this, you will pay a heavy price. Mr. President, you are a smart man. Our goal is indeed simple, to take Bur. But please believe that under our jurisdiction, Bur will become increasingly powerful, and we will pay you fees every year. Bur will still belong to Afghan, it's just a new owner. Your country has been in dire straits for years. If you still want to start a war with us at this time, it will undoubtedly benefit some foreign powers." Upon hearing this, President Afghan was also stunned. "Who's behind you? It's the United States, right? If you want to do this to Afghan, the Iraqi nation won't agree." Jack sneered when he heard this. "As the world's largest country, we are not afraid of anyone. Since you guessed it, I won't hide it. Our leader said that our goal is to station troops in Afghan." These words made President Afghan extremely angry. Then this guy hung up the phone and asked someone to connect with the president from Elong. "This is an organized and large-scale invasion. The United States must pay the price for this." 8 o'clock in the morning. After Chu Ran got up, he saw the message from Jack. "Mr. Chu, we've already taken a city in Afghan Bur. Next, we'll infiltrate other cities in Afghan. This time, I'm specifically leveraging the reputation of the United States. We want to use Elong and the United States to intervene in this conflict. This way, we can more easily capture more cities." Seeing this, Chu Ran smiled with satisfaction. Jack's approach was indeed his true teaching. The two countries in East China, Bajizitan and Afghan, both started to have civil unrest, all of which were caused by the shadow of the United States. This will make Elong start to get nervous and make deployments, because they understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold. Elong will never allow the United States to be so presumptuous in East China. Chapter 88. Everyone questions the United States, and Obama goes crazy. After reading the message, Chu Ran looked at his current account, which had 2 billion yuan in it. He then transferred half of it to Jack and placed an order for 10 fighter jets and a batch of 200 million yuan worth of arms at the arms store to be airlifted to his mercenaries. Having just finished a battle, what they needed most was money and a sense of security, so Chu Ran would definitely meet all their needs. Chu Ran had just finished all this when he saw the latest news from major bloggers in the military forum. The latest situation in East China. Last night, Afghan city of Bur was attacked by American mercenaries and ultimately completely occupied. This morning, President Afghan called the U.S. to inquire about the situation. It's said that the U.S. simply refused to acknowledge it. Later, Elong also came forward to accuse them of this. After seeing this, everyone in the comments below became curious. The U.S. really has nothing to do. What on earth are they planning to do? As the world's largest country, they naturally want to demonstrate their strength. Not only that, I feel like the US is trying to get involved in East China. Their goal has been very clear over the years. Afghan has already lost 2 cities in a row, and there's something fishy about the Bajizi spies around here. The US is involved here too. The United States has really gone too far. No one can tolerate this. I feel like Elong bought so many arms just for this moment. Hey, this is going to be exciting. Chu Ran smiled faintly. He knew that all these things were caused by Jack. Next, let's see how the United States treats them. I said a few days ago that I would deal with them, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. If they really take the bait, it would be a good thing for me. I can sell more arms then. Without thinking too much about it, Chu Ran washed his face and then went downstairs to find Fang Shia for breakfast. In fact, Chu Ran meant that they could skip classes today and go for a walk outside, but Fang Shia just wanted to study hard and go after class. Of course, for Chu Ran, attending class actually means checking his phone, browsing forums, and processing orders from his own flagship arms store. At this moment, Chu Ran saw a post pop up in the forum, which was about Ilong's military deployment. Although he was not sure whether it was true or not, Chu Ran had already discovered that Ilong's military deployments were very frequent, and the imaginary enemy in several exercises was the United States. It seems that Ilong has always had this idea. In fact, Chu Ran's guess was correct. During this period of time, Ilang had been constantly purchasing arms at the Ranha flagship store in preparation for war. At this time, the United States on the west coast of the ocean had already sensed this crisis. Inside the conference room, Lao Ao has lost a lot of weight recently because of Ranha's matter. In his mind, the United States should not be teased like this. Over the years, no country has dared to bully the United States like this. But since Ranha appeared, this situation has occurred. Ranha is like a ghost, constantly challenging the bottom line of the United States to various degrees, and even copied their country's fighter jets, and the copies are extremely realistic. Mr. President, this is an email sent this morning from Afan, Ilong, and some countries in the East China Alliance. They hope that we immediately stop our aggressive measures against East China, otherwise we will be severely warned and retaliated. Hearing this, Lao Ao was so angry that he threw the tablet away. Ran, he bullied us, and now even these people want to bully us. Do you really think that the United States dares not take action? A nearby congressman hurriedly said, Mr. President, we still need to remain calm. This incident is clearly orchestrated by someone to smear our country. Lao Ao nodded, sat in the chair to calm down for a moment, and then shook his head. Even if they hadn't thrown mud at us this time, Ilong would still have taken action against us. Our intelligence agency has been investigating these days and has revealed that Ilong has stockpiled countless munitions in their country, preparing to provoke our military base in East China. They're simply using this incident to put pressure on us. What Lao Ao said is correct. The United States has always had many military bases in East China to suppress the oil resources there. However, in recent years, Ilong has begun to be unwilling to do so and even began to safeguard their own sovereignty. This time, the mercenaries led by Jack just added some catalysts to the problems between Ilong and the United States. Immediately notify all ground and air force commanders to begin a discussion in the conference room. The United States hasn't flexed its muscles publicly in many years. If that's the case, let's show them a good look. At this point, Lao Ao still said with some concern, I'm not worried about those small countries in Ilong, but what I'm most worried about is what's happening in China. If their technology is really advanced, it's inevitable that they won't secretly start to aid Ilong after this war starts. The head of the Ministry of National Defense said, Don't worry, Mr. President. We are still investigating Ran He's affairs these days. If we and Ilang really want to go to war, it will probably take less than a year, so we still have some time. Investigate as soon as possible. I have a feeling there's something fishy about the mercenaries operating in Afghan's territory this time. Afghan's own city has been occupied, and it's said those mercenaries are using our fighter jets. Lao Ao's words made the head of the Ministry of National Defense smile helplessly. Mr. President, don't forget that now in Ranha's flagship store, as long as you have money, you can get a Raptor fighter jet, so it's not necessarily China who is behind this. Ran He, it's this Ran He again. No matter what, it was all caused by this Ran He. If they weren't copying our planes, we wouldn't be blamed. At this point, Lao Ao's face turned long again, and he was shaking with anger. Regarding the Ranha incident, Lao Ao was really angry as never before. He couldn't catch the criminals, and he couldn't investigate either. This feeling of despair always drove Lao Ao crazy. One day, I'm going to find the boss of Ran He and make this damned rat kneel before me and beg for mercy, and lick my feet. After hearing what Obama said, all the congressmen present couldn't help but scratch the soles of their feet, wondering why the president had such fun. At this time, far away in Tianhai City, China, at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics, Chu Ran couldn't help but sneeze as soon as he and Fang Shia walked out of the school gate. Do you want to go back and put on more clothes before coming out? Fang Shia asked considerately. Chu Ran waved his hands and smiled. It's okay, it must be someone who hates me and is saying bad things about me behind my back. Chapter 89. A silly girl staying in a hotel for the first time. Chu Ran vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he took Fang Shia out to see a movie, probably when he had just started working. Fang Shia and he had just known each other for a short time, but Chu Ran's fierce offensive caught Fang Shia off guard, and she finally reluctantly agreed to go to the cinema. But Fang Shia kept her little hands hidden in her pockets, and Chu Ran had no chance to catch them. However, now, Chu Ran can openly take Fang Shia for a stroll on the street. The two finished watching the movie at 10 o'clock in the evening, and Fang Shia was moved to tears by the touching scenes in the movie. Chu Ran bought her hot milk tea, but Fang Shia couldn't help talking while drinking it. Chu Ran, I don't like war. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. I don't like it either, but I like making money. From your perspective, Chu Ran feels that these two things are not contradictory. Even if you are not there, some things will happen naturally. And I just make a little profit from it to strengthen my country and develop my own country. Is there anything wrong with that? After figuring it out, Chu Ran shamelessly began to curse those who started the war, and in the end he specifically assured Fang Shia that as long as he was there, China would definitely be safe. Even if there was a war, it would be China's strength that would intimidate those people. Chu Ran, why do I believe what you say so much? Fang Shia was also looking at Chu Ran curiously at this time, because for some reason, when Chu Ran said these words again, there was indeed a very strange power given to her. Chu Ran smiled and pinched Fang Shia's delicate little nose. Maybe I didn't lie in the first place? Don't talk nonsense. What I actually want is to live with you in the future if possible. As long as we are together, even Bismarck is fine. As for the money, I think it's enough. There's no need for too much. Chu Ran nodded. I know, you are the easiest girl to satisfy, because you don't have much flexibility, so you live a happy life, but there will be pressure. You say you are so good, how can I bear to let you suffer if you follow me? Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran and smiled happily at this time. After leaving the cinema, I was surprised to find that there were not many taxis tonight. It might be because the two of us talked for too long in the cinema, so we wasted time waiting for a taxi. After all, the driver only comes to pick up people after each movie show. Now, there is no car after waiting for a long time. Chu Ran originally wanted to call Old Wu and ask him to send a driver over, but as soon as he took it out, his eyes turned and he immediately looked at Fang Shia. Shia, why don't we not go back? Tomorrow is the weekend and we don't have classes. Fang Shia groaned when she heard this, and said with some embarrassment. Chu Ran, we agreed to go back. Hearing Fang Shia's soft voice, Chu Ran felt even happier. Waiting for the bus is too tiring, let's find a hotel to stay for one night. If you don't believe me, we can get 2 rooms. Fang Shia looked into the distance, frowned, and said, Well, okay. Chu Ran happily took Fang Shia to find a hotel, which looked like a very high-end one. Fang Shia hesitated a bit and said, This place must be very expensive, right? Well, there's nothing I can do. This one is closer. It's okay. I'll grit my teeth and try to get some money from next month's food allowance. I'll just eat a few less meals next month and consider it a diet. How much is a room? Chu Ran pointed to the price on the sign. No, a regular one costs over 800. Fang Shia touched his pocket and said, I have some money. How about we just book a room? It's too expensive. Chu Ran coughed. That's not good. Fang Shia blushed and shook her head. It's okay, just one room. Chu Ran took out his ID card, but Fang Shia next to him was hesitant to take action. What's wrong? Fang Shia asked stupidly. Chu Ran was also confused. You didn't forget your ID card? What ID do I need to bring to watch a movie? Fang Shia asked curiously. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. But this is what you need to book a hotel room, otherwise it won't work. I don't know, I didn't bring. Fang Shia seemed like a little girl who had done something wrong. Chu Ran laughed helplessly at this moment. There was no other way, so Chu Ran could only go to the hotel entrance and call Wu Shiliang. After telling him the name of the hotel, he immediately asked his secretary to help him book a room. After that, the assistant called the hotel in Ranha's name. After some communication, Chu Ran and Fang Shia successfully checked into the hotel. Did your friend help you open it? After entering the elevator, Fang Shia asked curiously. Chu Ran nodded calmly. Yes, I have a cousin here who is in business, so he can help me open it online. Fang Shia didn't quite understand any of this, so she could only follow Chu Ran. After the two entered the hotel room, Fang Shia was so fascinated by the luxurious decoration. Chu Ran smiled and pointed to the hook. Hang your clothes up. I'll ask the hotel to send some food up. You must be hungry again at this late hour, right? I'm not really hungry. Let's just forget it. It's a waste of money. Fang Shia was still a little embarrassed after taking off his coat. Chu Ran smiled and said, Don't worry, the hotel will give you a gift. A moment later, the two of them were watching TV series at the table next to each other, and eating the candlelight dinner sent by the hotel. It was the first time for Fang Shia to experience such a life. She felt that everything was as unreal as a dream. Especially the night view of the entire Tianhai city from the hotel window is extremely shocking and amazingly beautiful. Go wash up after eating, and then go to bed early. Chu Ran took the clothes and went to the sofa next to him. Fang Shia asked curiously, Are you going to sleep there? Yes, do you still want me to sleep with you? Chu Ran asked with a smile. Fang Shia stopped talking, lowered his head, and his face turned red, probably because of the alcohol he had just drunk. When Fang Shia came out of the shower, Chu Ran had already fallen asleep on the sofa, and was even snoring softly. Fang Shia squatted beside him and poked helplessly with his finger. Chu Ran, Chu Ran? Chu Ran opened his eyes quickly. What's wrong? I'm done washing, you can go too. Chu Ran shook his head. I'm not going. I'm not going to bed. I'll just stay here for one night and talk about it tomorrow morning. If you don't go, I won't let you get into bed. Fang Shia spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Then he walked straight to the hotel bed. When Chu Ran heard this, he woke up from the sofa in shock. What? What did you just say? Shia, am I hallucinating? Fang Shia got on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. Wash it or not? Chu Ran looked at the situation and nodded hurriedly. Okay, I'll wash it. I must wash it. Chapter 90. To be honest, I actually guessed it a long time ago. Early in the morning, Fang Shia woke up from the hotel with a blush on her fair face. Chu Ran stretched out an arm and slowly hugged Fang Shia. You're not regretting it, are you? Fang Shia shook her head. Actually, I've been ready since you asked me out. Chu Ran, you will always be by my side, right? Chu Ran knew that Fang Shia was still a little worried, so she asked this question. Fang Shia, how about next week? I'll take you back to meet my parents next week, okay? Fang Shia nodded. Okay, I do. Actually, there's one more thing I want to tell you, Fang Shia. Do you know about Ranha new energy? Chu Ran sat next to Fang Shia and said in a flat voice. Fang Shia also snuggled in his arms and nodded obediently. Ranha is my company. I named it after you and me. After a moment's silence, Fang Shia remained silent. Chu Ran said helplessly. Actually, I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but you kept saying that you didn't want to listen after graduation, so I didn't have the chance to tell you. However, Fang Shia was still looking at Chu Ran, blinking her big eyes without saying anything. Chu Ran felt helpless for a moment. You won't be angry, will you? Fang Shia shook her head and suddenly smiled. Actually, I guessed it too. Chu Ran looked at her bitterly. No, is it that obvious? You guessed it? Fang Shia nodded at this time. It was a bit strange at the beginning, and I also suspected it, but I wasn't sure until yesterday. Chu Ran frowned. Is it because of the hotel I opened? Fang Shia shook her head and said. My mom called me yesterday and told me that a foundation had come to the village. They were from Ranha Company. The first place they came to was ours. They gave us 10,000 yuan and promised to build a school for the village so Arya could go to school. My mom was very happy, and so was I. But I'm curious. Several nearby villages are also very poor, so why would Ranha come to our village to start the rescue? Speaking of this, Chu Ran smiled helplessly, But he knew that Fang Shia knew about this matter last night and had never said anything, but he also understood his inner feelings. This incident has made me start to doubt the people around me. After Ranha's new energy launch conference, Sister Lily also had doubts, but I don't know why she never mentions it now. I feel like she should have listened to you and not mentioned it to me, right? Seeing Fang Shia's cleverness, Chu Ran smiled and said, That's right, I couldn't hide anything from you. Chu Ran, you've been so kind to me, why shouldn't I trust you? Such a big company, named after both me and you, I really don't know why I'm so happy. Having said that, Fang Shia leaned next to Chu Ran happily. That's why I agreed to let you stay last night, but I really didn't know you had to bring your ID to the hotel. Hearing this, Chu Ran finally couldn't help laughing. Fang Shia shyly buried her head in Chu Ran's arms. At this moment, the two of them truly came together. And Chu Ran also completed his first mission after his rebirth. After leaving the hotel, Chu Ran actually wanted to take Fang Shia to visit Ranha New Energy. But Fang Shia said that she didn't want to get involved too much in these things for now. The girl told Chu Ran that she would learn about this and try to help Chu Ran when the time comes. There was no choice, Chu Ran could only take her back to school. In fact, even if Fang Shia didn't work, Chu Ran would still happily keep her by his side. But unfortunately Fang Shia is not that kind of person. She has her own ideas and she doesn't want Chu Ran to be disappointed in her. Fang Shia's current major is financial management. In fact, this is also Chu Ran's major, but unfortunately Chu Ran never studied it seriously, so he can only leave this task to his future wife. From now on, the financial aspects of his empire will definitely be handed over to the people he trusts most to help manage. After returning to school, Chu Ran sent Fang Shia back to the dormitory. The two agreed to go back to their hometown together next weekend and stay in school this week. As soon as Chu Ran returned to the dormitory, he heard the boss Wang Rui giving a very passionate speech. From what I've observed, there's a real possibility of friction between the US and Iran this time, but I'm not sure how it will play out. What's certain is that it will happen, as these two countries have been at odds for a long time. Hao Jiangwo said, I think the US is too arrogant. Our country's development in the past 2 years can definitely crush it. For example, the last time we launched Ranha New Energy and the successful launch of the electromagnetic cannon, all of these were our assets. That being said, our country certainly won't easily get involved in these wars. The United States, on the other hand, is a different story. They're used to being arrogant internationally, especially coveting the oil resources in East China. They've built countless military bases there over the years, isn't it just waiting for this day? Seeing that the boss Wang Rui was speaking clearly, Hao Jiangwo and Zhang Hao were listening very carefully. Chu Ran walked in with a smile at this time, then sat down next to Zhang Hao without blushing or beating his heart, and started to eat a handful of melon seeds from Zhang Hao. The boss Wang Rui, Hao Jiangwo and Zhang Hao all stared at him blankly. No, why are you looking at me like that? Keep talking. I want to hear when the war between the United States and Iran will start. The eldest brother, Wang Rui, shook his head and said, Shame on you, third brother! You didn't come back all night. Do you know how hard it was for the brothers to wait for you? We almost called the police, but we finally called Gua Lily and found out that Fang Shia hadn't come back either. And you, kid, are so cool! You're back and you're still sitting here, calmly enjoying the show? Chu Ran smiled helplessly and said, Weren't you talking about the war? Why are you suddenly talking about me again? Hao Jiangwo and Zhang Hao hurriedly grabbed Chu Ran and searched him carefully. Soon Zhang Hao pulled out a long hair from Chu Ran's clothes. Oh my God, it really is! Third brother, you really disappoint us. Everyone agreed not to date, but you went straight to dating a campus beauty and did everything you should do so early. Zhang Hao was also unconvinced and said, I've been dating my girlfriend for a year, you know? I haven't been able to succeed in a year, and you've achieved your goal in less than a month. What the hell is going on? Looking at the aggrieved looks of several people, Chu Ran smiled helplessly and lay on the bed. At this moment, he suddenly felt that such a life was so happy. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Gua Lily was also surprised and sat next to Fang Shia. Shia, you really... Gua Lily didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, she still squatted beside him with a thick face. Boss lady, please speak well of me to Mr. Chu from now on. Chapter 91, Sakura Country, Why doesn't Ranha sell its arms to us? The fact that Chu Ran and Fang Shia were together did make Gualili a little jealous, but she was mostly happy. Because no matter what, she is now the second person who has a good relationship with Fang Shia besides Chu Ran. As long as Chu Ran and Fang Shia get married in the future, she can have the support of Ranha. In the evening, Fang Shia and Chu Ran were chatting on WeChat, while Chu Ran was handling business in the ARMS flagship store. During this period of time, the business of the ARMS flagship store has become very mature and has attracted many customers. Almost every time Chu Ran opens it, there are unprocessed orders. In Chu Ran's current system account, even after allocating a large sum of funds to Jack and buying a piece of land for Ranha Automobile to open a factory, there are still more than 1 billion Chinese yuan left. But Chu Ran knew that the more than 1 billion was only temporary. Double 11 was coming soon, and he was starting to warm up for the activities of this ARMS flagship store. By then, the more than 1 billion would probably increase several times. This was just a conservative estimate. Because the tension between Elong and the United States is a bit high, at this time, the price of arms will definitely increase significantly, but his flagship store has always maintained the original price, and even has activities on Double 11. He asked whether Elong can withstand this temptation, and whether the United States can resist this temptation. As long as the United States and Iran go to war, all the nearby Afghans and Bajizitan will definitely rush forward. After all, this war was caused by the obstruction of the United States, haha. In addition, the Russian bear country also sneers at the United States, and there is no ruling out the possibility that it is secretly helping, so Chu Ran is now very interested in the upcoming Double 11 event. At this moment, a new customer appeared at the flagship store. ID name, Sakura Never Falls. Dear boss, we need a large amount of arms. The order is below, please check it. When Chu Ran saw the name, he knew that it was someone from Sakura Country who found him without even looking at his IP address. Sure enough, when Chu Ran opened the other party's IP address, he saw that it was Sakura Country, and specifically Dongjin. It seems that the function of this system is that the closer the country is to you, the clearer it will be displayed. Chu Ran took a quick look at the other party's order and found that Xiao Yinghua wanted quite a lot of weapons, including various basic firearms, bullets, heavy artillery, and drones. He even ordered 5 fighter jets. If this deal is successful, Chu Ran will definitely make a profit of 2 billion. But unfortunately, Chu Ran will not sell arms to Sakura Country. Although I am a businessman, I am also a businessman with a bottom line. The ambitions of the little Sakura Country have always existed, and this country is the kind that Chu Ran hates from the bottom of his heart. He would never allow his weapons to hit his own country one day. Although other countries also have conflicts with China, such as the United States, Chu Ran knows clearly that it is impossible for the United States to go to war with China in a short time. The most the United States can do is to move against the small countries around China. In addition, his own special forces are also constantly developing, so Chu Ran doesn't care about selling weapons to the United States. But there is no way Chu Ran from Little Sakura Kingdom would sell it to them. So Chu Ran replied directly, "Sorry, our store refuses to do business with Sakura Country." At this time in the Defense Ministry of Sakura Country, several Sakura Country defense ministers were closely monitoring the chat records in the information department. After seeing Chu Ran's reply, several ministers' faces instantly turned dark. "Baga, what's going on? Why doesn't this Ranha want to do business with us? Master Tanaka, please calm down. We will ask him what he means." Soon, the first choice sent a series of eagle messages. Why? I forgot to explain here earlier, because the common font in the ARMS forum is Eagle script, Chu Ran has always used Eagle script in transactions. Of course, this is also due to the fact that he had a good foundation in Eagle language in his previous life. After joining the work, he worked overtime for many years before he became proficient in it. Chu Ran replied immediately. "No reason, this is our boss's rule, please understand." After seeing this series of replies, several ministers were so angry that their teeth were itching. What does it mean if you don't make any money even if I give you money? However, when they sent the message again, it showed that it had been rejected. So, this is blocked? Minister Tanaka was so angry that he asked someone to call the United States. Ran, he is from the United States. It must be those American elders who don't allow us to get these weapons. Although the American elders have been helping us over the years, they have never believed in us. All the ministers standing nearby knew that what Minister Tanaka said was correct. Soon, the call from the U.S. Department of Defense was connected. Is that Major Tom? I'm Minister Tanaka from Sakura Country. Oh? My dear Tanaka, what's the matter with you calling? We want to purchase a batch of arms, but the person in charge at Ranha said they won't trade with us. As Ranha is an American online store, we'd like to ask Major Tom to help put in a word. Tanaka said this almost through gritted teeth. There was no other way. If his country wanted to develop and defend itself, it had to have a more complete range of weapons. Now time was short and the task was heavy, otherwise Tanaka would never be so polite to the American. Ha, Tanaka, you might be mistaken. We never said that Ranha is ours, so we can't help you with this for the time being. Hearing Tom's words, Tanaka took a deep breath and said, Major Tom, is it because we haven't done well enough recently that we are being targeted like this? No, my friend Tanaka, you have to believe that every word I say is true. Ranha is really not our store. We also want to know which country Ranha is from. After a moment, Tanaka hung up the phone angrily. Damn it! These Americans are such bullies! All the fighter jets in the Ranha flagship store are made in the United States. Even with this kind of evidence before your eyes, you're still trying to argue. That's outrageous. I'm going to report this to the Prime Minister. I have to report it. The Americans really don't take our Sakura country seriously. Several prime ministers of the Sakura country were so angry that they broke down because of Chu Ran's words. At this time, Chu Ran didn't know that because of his words, the people in Sakura country would start to have conflicts with the United States. This also laid the foundation for the future destiny of the Sakura country. Chapter 92 Bring Fang Shia home to meet his parents. In the following time, Chu Ran and Fang Shia's relationship became closer and closer. After Fang Shia learned about Chu Ran's identity, he also began to recharge himself. Because she said that she must help Chu Ran with his future work, so she absolutely cannot relax. Seeing Fang Shia studying so hard, Chu Ran suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he say all this? Time flies, and it's the second weekend in the blink of an eye. Chu Ran and Fang Shia have agreed to take her back home to visit this week. Chunqing is only an hour's drive from Tianhai City, but Chu Ran didn't plan to take Fang Shia on the bus this time. Instead, he called the driver who drove him there last time, Qixing. This driver was quite easy to use, so Chu Ran left his contact information after the last trip. Soon, the young man in the suit drove to the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. She was very sensible and put the things in Chu Ran's hand on the table. Originally, Chu Ran didn't plan to let Fang Shia buy a gift, but how could he not know Fang Shia's temper? Moreover, this was the first time he went there, and he found that Fang Shia didn't use his money, but used her own money to buy some simple gifts for Chu Ran's parents. You bought a lot last time you came to our house. Is it appropriate for me to buy only this much this time? Fang Shia asked worriedly while sitting in the car. Chu Ran smiled and said, Don't worry, even if you don't bring anything with you, my parents will be very happy as long as you come back with me. Fang Shia smiled and said nothing, but she was very happy in her heart. On the way, Chu Ran learned that the young man in the suit was called Zhou Shuai, and he was the department manager of the company. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. At first he thought it was the driver, but he didn't expect that Qixing was afraid that other drivers were ignorant, so he sent Zhou Shuai, the department manager, over. It's okay, Mr. Chu. If you have any questions, please call me anytime. I'm available 24 hours a day. Hearing Zhou Shuai's words, Chu Ran smiled and said, Not bad, young man, you're quite good at it. The cars soon arrived in Chunqing. Following Chu Ran's instructions, Zhou Shuai drove the car to the side of his parents' shop. After sending Chu Ran and Fang Shia off, Zhou Shuai drove back to the company. After all, the department manager has a lot of work to do every day. After Fang Shia got off the car, her face turned slightly red, obviously because of nervousness. It's okay, come in with me. Chu Ran took Fang Shia and the 2 boxes of things she bought, and walked towards his own small shop. At this time in the store, since it was morning, there were not many customers. When Chu Ran brought Fang Shia to the door, Chu Ran's mother thought that there were guests coming and was about to ask the two of them what they wanted to eat, but she saw that it was her son, and the girl next to him seemed a bit like the photo she saw in her son's wallet that day. "Mom, this is my girlfriend Fang Shia." Seeing his mother stunned, Chu Ran hurriedly started to introduce. Fang Shia's face flushed with nervousness. "Hello, Auntie." "Hey, okay, come inside and sit down." My mother was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. She was usually very fluent in her business, but now she was really excited and happy. Come on, sit down. Do you want some water?" No, do you want some drinks? We have everything in our store. What do you want to drink?" Fang Shia shook her head. "It's okay, Auntie, I'm not thirsty." Chu Ran pulled a chair for Fang Shia, and the two of them sat at the table next to them. My mother stood happily by, then quickly turned back and shouted into the kitchen. "Lao Chu, come out quickly!" "Oh, I'm busy. I have a takeaway to make." Hearing this, my mother turned around angrily and prepared to pull my father, but after taking 2 steps, she hurried back and said with a smile, It's okay, sit down, well, let Chu Ran give you anything you want to drink, and are you hungry? You can eat anything you want." After saying that, he hurried to the kitchen and called Chu Ran, "Dad." Looking at the busy scene here, Chu Ran also smiled happily. "Look how happy my mother is!" Fang Shia's palms were sweaty as she grabbed Chu Ran and asked, "What should I do next?" "Haha, what are you doing? Just stay here. Tell me what you want to eat, or tell my dad. He's a great cook." "How can I do that? I'm here and I'm just sitting here doing nothing. I might as well go and help. My uncle must be very busy over there." Chu Ran grabbed Fang Shia's hand and said with a smile, "Just sit still and don't think about anything else." At this time in the kitchen, Dad was stunned when he heard what Mom said. "What? He's really back? Why didn't he tell me beforehand that he was coming back?" Dad quickly turned off the fire, wiped his face with a towel, then took off his apron and walked out. "Oh, don't worry, there's still dust on your face. It would be embarrassing if the girls saw it." Chu Ran's mother took a rag and started wiping it. "This is a rag, hey?" Dad was so anxious that he felt helpless in the kitchen. Finally, he washed his face with great difficulty and came out with Mom. The two stood beside the table, looking at Fang Shia with great curiosity. Fang Shia also stood up hurriedly. "Hello, Uncle." Dad smiled and said, Okay, sit down quickly. Are you hungry?" Fang Shia shook her head. I'm not hungry. Uncle, if there's anything I can help you with, I can do it." After saying that, he was about to go to work. His mother next to him was stunned, and then hurriedly grabbed Fang Shia. "Kid, why do you want to work right after you get here? Sit down and have a good rest." The father beside him smiled and said, "He's sensible, really sensible, much better than Chu Ran." Chu Ran smiled and said, "Dad, you must be sensible. This is based on the standards of a daughter-in-law." Chu Ran's mother beside her pulled Fang Shia and looked her up and down. "This child is so beautiful, much prettier than in the photos, even those stars on TV can't compare to him." Fang Shia lowered her head at the compliment. "Auntie, I am not as good as you say. Yes, this child is sensible and humble. I really don't know what blessing Chu Ran has accumulated to have you as his girlfriend." Fang Shia raised her head again and spoke up for Chu Ran. "Auntie, Chu Ran is also very good, The mother laughed happily. She could see that this girl was not only sensible but also honest. More importantly, she could stand with her son. "Close the shop, close it. Hurry and close it. We're closed today. Go back and make something delicious for Shia. Lao Chu, go to the market and buy some fresh vegetables. All your signature dishes will be on display today." My mother immediately started giving orders, and Lao Chu nodded obediently. Chu Ran pointed inside and said, "Isn't there takeout? What's for sale? Shia is here, so I won't do it anymore." Dad said this in a very domineering tone, then took the electric car key and went out to buy groceries. Chapter 93. Taking my wife to inspect Ranha, the situation in East China is accelerating. When Fang Shia was sitting in Chu Ran's house and looking at the table full of food, she was instantly shocked by the sudden happiness in front of her. Because Chu Ran said enviously that he didn't have such good treatment at home, and this time he was only able to eat the food cooked by his old father because of Fang Shia's face. However, this was not enough. Almost as soon as Fang Shia sat down, her mother used the serving chopsticks to pick up a small bowl of food for her, and then her father also had another small bowl. Fang Shia was flattered and took the 2 bowls of dishes, her mouth full from eating so much. Chu Ran was watching from the side and was very happy. In fact, this scene seemed to have happened in his previous life. Although it happened a few years later than now, his parents were no less happy than now. If Chu Ran guessed correctly, after dinner, his mother would take Fang Shia to look at her childhood photos. Sure enough, after dinner, this scene began to unfold. Chu Ran smiled and shook his head, sitting on the sofa and looking at the mobile forum. Dad was happily cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. Usually, after old Chu cooked in the kitchen, he really didn't want to go back into the kitchen when he got home. But today, this kitchen seemed to have become his favorite. Just now, when he heard Fang Shia say that the food was delicious at the dinner table, the old man was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. By the time of dinner, Fang Shia was no longer so shy and could tell her mother a lot of her inner thoughts. In short, Chu Ran was very happy to see this scene, but there was more than one thing that made him happy. Chi Qingxuan called to say that the production of quantum core energy has begun to accelerate. Recently, the factory has been divided into 2 shifts, and is also divided into Factory 1 and Factory 2. Factory 1 usually manufactures ordinary peripheral batteries to meet orders from major manufacturers, while Factory 2 has begun a full-scale offensive to prepare stocks. At the same time, Lao Shun from Carbon Fiber Technology also reported good news, saying that the construction of the factory has been completed ahead of schedule. The construction while production mode of the previous 2 days has now been completely changed to full production. By then, the output will definitely be far ahead. Chu Ran had just hung up the phone with Lao Shun when Ran Fang called from the car company and said that they had completed the remaining designs. Last time, Chu Ran only chose the most popular young sports sedan, but this time there were also ordinary models, off-road models, and all kinds of styles. In short, according to what Chu Ran said, Ranha automobile must be all-round. After answering these calls, Chu Ran made a simple estimate. If the car was to be released and went through the final process, it would probably be the end of the year even if it was done as quickly as possible. But Chu Ran was not in a hurry. If you are impatient, you won't get the best deal. If Ranha automobile is to be successful, it will surely sweep the country and even the world. Moreover, Chu Ran made this car just to cover up his intention. His real purpose was to promote core energy and materials. Since these 2 things need to be launched first, how can we maximize the benefits? Of course, no matter what, we should gather together and make a fortune first. In addition, as Ranha has more brands, it will naturally be more integrated into the eyes of the world. Sometimes when a brand is deeply rooted in people's hearts, no matter what you say, they will believe you. Chu Ran wanted to build a Ranha like this, which would have its own profitable brand in China, and use another way to determine its position abroad. The next day, when Chu Ran took Fang Shia away, his parents personally saw them off to the door. Shia, this is the bracelet Auntie gave me when she got married. Although it doesn't look good, it is my most precious gift. I originally wanted to buy you some clothes, but I felt it was not as precious as this. Fang Shia saw the 2 gold bracelets that Chu Ran's mother took out and quickly began to refuse. Auntie, I can't accept them now. I can take them when I get married in the future. Auntie has decided on you, so can I leave you here first? I have to say that Chu Ran's usual method of acting first and asking for permission later, and directly taking you over, was all learned from his mother. This made Fang Shia feel embarrassed, and then she looked up at Chu Ran. Chu Ran beside him smiled and said, "Take it." Only then did Fang Shia obediently take the things. When Zhou Shuai's car came over, both my parents were a little surprised. Chu Ran, whose car is this? Dad asked curiously. Chu Ran smiled and said, Dad, if I say this is mine, do you believe me? Get lost, you little bastard! Even though you brought your girlfriend back, you can't be so wasteful. It would be much better to take a bus back. Hiring this bus must be very expensive. My mother waved her hands and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Shia finally came back, so it's nice to take this car." Chu Ran and Fang Shia both smiled helplessly. They both knew that even if Chu Ran told the truth now, they would not believe it. Chu Ran and Fang Shia were waving from the Mercedes-Benz, and their father and mother happily said goodbye to the two children. For the two elders, nothing could be happier than this day. After returning to Tianhai, there was still half a day off, so Chu Ran took Fang Shia to visit Ranha New Energy for a brief visit. After all, these are all his own businesses, and Fang Shia needs to slowly become familiar with them. When Qi Qingshuan and Wu Shiliang heard that Chu Ran was coming with his girlfriend, they immediately put aside everything they were doing and rushed to the gate to greet him. Finally, even Shen Ziming from the laboratory came over. Everyone welcomed Chu Ran very much. They had also seen Fang Shia once at the school gate last time. Now when I see her again, I am amazed at how amazing my boss is to be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Of course, if you think about it carefully, Chu Ran's current status is second to none in China, so it is very easy for him to find a girlfriend, no matter what kind of girlfriend he is. The factory building of Ranha New Energy is terribly large. Chu Ran took Fang Shia to just take a quick look around, and finally brought Fang Shia to the finance department. This was the place Fang Shia was most curious about and looked forward to the most, so she looked at it very carefully, and finally learned a lot of professional knowledge from the relevant person in charge. Chu Ran knew that this girl wanted to learn related knowledge in a professional field. Qi Qingshuan told Chu Ran that the core energy production at the second factory had been very mature, with a daily output of more than 100,000 pieces. However, Chu Ran was still not satisfied and urged them to increase production and investment again. As for the workers, they should just increase their wages. If not, they should change 3 batches of workers every day to increase the production capacity. Just when Chu Ran and Fang Shia were inspecting their factory. In the East China region, the mercenary team led by Jack launched a very secret operation at the border between Afghan and Iraq. This operation was directly related to the situation between the United States and Iraq, and also accelerated the start of this war. Chapter 94: War breaks out between Ilong and the United States, and the arms business is about to begin. In President Ilong's conference room. At this time, the issue of military deployment on the border is also being urgently addressed. But at this moment, a general hurried in, then leaned over and said something in President Ilong's ear. Upon hearing this, the president's face turned pale instantly, and he stood up angrily. "Old American, you are going too far." The other leaders in the meeting nearby looked at President Ilong curiously. "What happened, Mr. President?" "The latest urgent message from the front. Just 5 minutes ago, our transport troops were attacked by a small group of troops from the U.S. military base while transporting goods to the border. The transport team members and drivers, a total of 30 soldiers, were all killed by the U.S. military, and their bodies were pulled outside our military camp." At this time, the secretary next to him had already transferred all the photos taken in front to each leader's tablet computer. After seeing the bloody and cruel photos above, all the leaders of the Ilong army were shocked at this moment. "This is too much, this is too much. Mr. President, please give the order immediately. We must let these American elders know how powerful we are. Mr. President, over the years, the United States has built so many military bases around us. We've attacked them several times, but they still shamelessly continue to build. They don't take us seriously at all. If you don't make a statement on such a thing, then none of us in the Ilong army will obey this order." Seeing that all the military leaders were extremely angry, the president looked at everyone with a grim face. "Generals, please rest assured that we will not remain silent this time, because it is obvious that the United States is deliberately provoking a fight between us. Next, our military deployment will begin to change significantly. On the front lines, assemble all the troops. First, take down those military bases out there. I'm going to make these American veterans pay for their blood debt with blood." A leader nearby was more rational and spoke curiously at this time. "Did the transport troops transmit any footage back? Or did our mechanical equipment record it? Are the people who attacked our troops truly American? We can't let anyone fool us, Mr. President." However, the president sneered at this time. "Even if I'm being fooled, I'll accept it this time, because I don't want to see those old U.S. military bases being built at our doorstep for so many years." Since they want to fight, then fight with them. Following the order from President Long, all the U.S. military bases in East China began to be destroyed one by Yilang. Moreover, the means of destruction were extremely brutal. None of the people inside could survive. They were all blocked and killed. This news was not transmitted back to the U.S. Department of Defense until the evening. President Obama, surrounded by a group of people, soon arrived at the conference room in the White House. How many military bases do we have left in East China so far? The head of the Ministry of National Defense turned on the projection with a remote control and pointed at it, saying, "There are less than 5 left, and they are all quite far from Yilang. But if we don't take action, I believe that by the end of tonight, these few will be lost." Fuck! Lao Ao was so angry that he cursed again. All the American military leaders around him also looked at him seriously. "Mr. President, we must take some measures this time to let these little bugs know who they are messing with." Old Ao also looked up at everyone at this time. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, "Call all the parliamentarians and military leaders immediately. I want Yilang to hear the sound of artillery bombardment this morning. That's all." A secret attack plunged both Iraq and the United States into a total war mobilization. Chu Ran only saw the news online when he woke up the next day. Last night, the United States sent reinforcements to East China and also dispatched an aircraft carrier to the Qatar Sea, fully equipped with fighter jets and bombers. Yilang's side was even more terrifying. He attacked more than half of the U.S. military bases in East China within one day. The rest was to continuously send troops to the border. The smoke of war had already begun. Countries like Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Iraq have also begun to send troops to reinforce Iraq, and are determined to start a decisive battle with the United States. After all, here in East China, everyone listens to Big Brother Yilang, and the United States is their common enemy. Of course, among these countries, Ishiki is naturally not included, because Ishiki is the country that the United States truly supports. On the contrary, during this military activity, Ishiki may start to explode in these countries at any time. Inside the dormitory of the University of Finance and Economics, the eldest brother Wang Rui was also talking nonstop to everyone about some of the basics of his understanding. After Chu Ran pretended to listen for a while, his cell phone rang. It was Jack calling. He went to the balcony and watched his roommates, chatting happily in the house. Chu Ran said, "Hey Jack, how are you doing?" "Mr. Chu, please rest assured. We are very safe here. After the sneak attack yesterday, we used the tunnels built by local mercenaries to return to Bur City. Inside Bur City, even the Afghan government forces can't do anything to us because this is our territory." Hearing this guy's happy words, Chu Ran was also very satisfied. He knew that Jack played an indispensable role in causing Yilang to go to war with the United States. As long as the two sides went to war, there would be no lack of business in his flagship arms store. "If a war breaks out between Bull City and Lava City right now, it shouldn't affect us, right?" Jack immediately replied, "No, don't worry, Mr. Chu. Our two cities are not far from each other and can look after each other. We have also developed many small towns around the cities. If those ignorant people break in, they won't be able to leave. It can be said that Lava and Bull City are now your world, Mr. Chu." Chu Ran couldn't help but laugh. "Well done, Jack. I'll give you some more money later. If a war breaks out, you'll definitely participate in it secretly and conquer some small cities. But you must be cautious and don't be afraid of running out of money, because I have plenty of money." "I understand, Mr. Chu. We currently have nearly 20,000 people within our organization, half of whom are capable of fighting, and over 5,000 of whom are highly skilled. These people will definitely be extremely effective in this war, and will make Mr. Chu's name known to the entire East China. However, Mr. Chu, we don't have a title yet. Please come up with one for us, so that we can have a name for ourselves in future operations." Chu Ran thought about it for a moment, and decided that calling him Ran he would be too arrogant, so he decided to change his name. "Let's call them the Chu Family Army." On the other end of the phone, when Jack heard the name, he just stood there in a daze. Chapter 95 is a hit again, and the Maritime Combat Equipment area is opened. Chu Family Army, this name is indeed a bit tacky. But Chu Ran is really not good at naming. In this case, he can just call his army the Chu Family Army. There should be nothing wrong with that, right? Of course, Chu Ran also told Jack that the Chu family army used the Chinese language, and used the abbreviation of Eagle language when speaking to the outside world. CJJ Army. Just like that, after Chu Ran casually came up with a name. From then on, the mercenary gang changed its name to the CJJ organization. Jack even gave all his men a nickname starting with the letter C. Well, although it sounds a bit childish, this abbreviation will become a name that these people will be proud of in the future. The CJJ organization has terrifying power and position in East China. Of course, this is all later. After Chu Ran answered the phone, he returned to the dormitory. He had just opened his computer and looked at the Arms flagship store when he saw an order from Elong. After opening it and taking a quick look, I was surprised to see that all the weapons were listed. After doing the final calculation, I was afraid that this one transaction would allow Chu Ran to earn 2 billion Chinese yuan. From the initial few million to the current 2 billion, Chu Ran has become increasingly numb to these financial figures. Because it is really easy to make money in the Arms flagship store. And this is just the beginning of the war. If the United States and Elong start to invest seriously, Ranha flagship store will definitely be the biggest beneficiary. Soon, Chu Ran received the money from Elang. This was the tacit understanding between old customers. Elang was an absolute old customer of Chu Ran and had been upgraded from a gold member to a platinum member. After receiving the money, he immediately supplied Elong with all the weapons according to the order, and then directly contacted the system to start shipping. This time, Elong needed this batch of goods very urgently, so Chu Ran also issued an emergency order to the system, requiring the goods to arrive within 4 hours. After doing all this, Chu Ran went downstairs to find Fang Shia to have breakfast together. For Chu Ran, life now is very leisurely. He eats and drinks at school, enjoys campus life with Fang Shia, and then directs the operation of several factories in the country behind the scenes, and occasionally directs Jack's actions. It is indeed very comfortable. After breakfast, it was time for the morning professional class. For Chu Ran, professional classes were the time when he spent hanging out in the Arms Forum. Fang Shia next to her was studying very seriously. The girl seemed determined to help Chu Ran solve the problems at work, so she worked hard on these professional knowledge during this period. At this moment, Chu Ran heard a message from the system. Congratulations, host. Your munitions prestige has reached 8 points. This will unlock naval combat munitions for you. Maritime combat munitions include artillery, missiles, underwater weapons, carrier-based aircraft, and other areas. Each area corresponds to different weapons and combat equipment. Artillery. These are divided into naval guns and coastal artillery, and are the traditional weapons of surface ships. Modern naval guns are mostly small and medium caliber, characterized by fast response and high firing rates. Combined with missiles, they can perform air defense, anti-surface warfare, interception of sea-skimming missiles, and cross-shore fire support missions. Missiles. These include submarine-based strategic missiles, shore-to-ship missiles, ship-to-ship missiles, ship-to-air missiles, and air-to-ship missiles. These missiles have made significant progress in increasing their range, speed, penetration, and anti-interference capabilities, increasing their strike power, and improving their accuracy. Underwater weapons, including torpedoes, mines, depth charges, rocket-assisted torpedoes, and anti-mine weapons, are an important component of naval weaponry. Torpedoes and rocket-assisted torpedoes, due to their significant increases in speed and range, have become the primary medium and long-range attack weapons for ships. Carrier-based aircraft. A carrier-based aircraft system based on 4 major platforms: carrier-based fighters, helicopters, early warning aircraft, and trainer aircraft. These carrier-based aircraft can undertake maritime surveillance, rescue, offensive operations, and fire support missions. They can also undertake tasks such as transporting troop weapons, equipment, and supplies, as well as battlefield rescue missions. After just a quick look, Chu Ran was dazzled because there were so many types of things. There were countless types of missiles alone, and there were all kinds of models. And what is the situation with the system? Every time these things appear, they are all produced in various countries. The main feature is that they are complete. Whether you need them or not, you can find them here. Chu Ran didn't know much about these things. After taking a quick look, he was actually more curious about whether there were big guys like nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers. But after scanning around for several times, he didn't find anything. At this moment, the system gave a reminder. Aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines are high-level weapons. The system will be activated in the next phase. Please continue to improve your weapon's prestige. Seeing this, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. He was happy for nothing. He thought that these things would be found in the maritime combat area. But raising the prestige of the arms again? This task might not be too difficult for Chu Ran. After Ilong goes to war with the United States, there is hope that his flagship arms store will soon become popular. Therefore, Chu Ran is very confident about the subsequent improvement of the prestige of the arms. But these are things that happen later. What Chu Ran has to do next is naturally to release the newly acquired maritime combat weapons to the arms flagship store. After all, once your own product appears, you can start selling it and making money. Hello everyone who follows Ranha store. We will soon be launching maritime combat equipment, including missiles, naval guns, and various warships. We hope you will pay more attention to us. The Double 11 Shopping Street event is coming soon, and we will be creating exclusive benefits for our members. If you are not a member, please purchase as soon as possible so that you can enjoy the member benefits. Within a few minutes of the message being sent, people began to like and forward Chu Ran's post. Now the Ranha flagship store ranks first in the number of fans in the military forum, and is the focus of all military experts and spies lurking in the military forum. As long as Chu Ran releases the news, someone on the other side will soon notice it. Equipment and weapons for maritime operations? The storage and flagship stores are really becoming more and more comprehensive. This time, the arms even involve the sea. First it was land weapons, then air weapons, and now it's naval weapons. The Ranha flagship store truly deserves to be the world's largest military trading platform. Boss, why don't you have a nuclear submarine? I want a nuclear submarine. There's no aircraft carrier, boss. Your store is too incomplete. To the two netizens above, if the Ranha flagship store really sells these two items, then I can believe that people from all over the world will go crazy for them. Chapter 96, Can't Fight at Sea? We have the Ranha flagship store. Chu Ran looked at the replies from these netizens and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that everyone really doesn't know their own strength. After a while, when the arms prestige value is upgraded, I will really give you some nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers. Just as Chu Ran was posting the news online. On the other side, in the internal meeting room of East China Ilan. After deploying military operations overnight last night, all the generals walked in exhausted. President Ilong looked at everyone and couldn't help but cheer everyone up, saying that we are fighting back and victory will surely belong to the side of justice. But everyone was exhausted at this time, because although they were brave at the beginning of the battle with the United States, the true strength of the United States did make people doubt whether they could win. At this moment, the general of the Ilong Navy hurried back. Mr. President, our defense at sea has discovered that various U.S. warships are constantly approaching us. They have now arrived in the Strait of Hormuz and are currently approaching 500 nautical miles away. However, our warships are positioned and their firepower is not enough to reach them because they are too outdated. After hearing the report from the naval chief, everyone scowled. The president asked in confusion. We've been keeping our eye on the U.S. military base in Qatar. How could they reach the Strait of Hormuz so quickly? Mr. President, it's clear that the U.S. military is using aircraft carriers to send these fleets to Hormuz. The aircraft carriers are just their weapons to intimidate us. The real combat is still with the warships in front. Another military leader also began to express his opinion at this time. President Ilong said helplessly at this time. Our naval power is still far behind that of the United States. If this war really breaks out, our chances of winning at sea are very small. Yes, the number of our warships is far less than that of the United States, and the range of our various naval guns is also very limited. Although we are fighting on our home turf, we are still far behind the United States. Mr. President, I suggest notifying all countries in the nearby waters that we must join forces at this time and absolutely cannot allow the Americans to dominate the sea. President Ilong listened to the advice of these military generals and shook his head helplessly. It's useless. Even if the combined naval power of these countries is not as great as that of the United States, We still have to rely on ourselves if we want to win this war. However, it is completely impossible to rely on yourself at the moment, unless a miracle happens at this time. Just as everyone was silent, the leader of the information department outside hurried in with a computer. Mr. President, good news! Our liaison at the Ranha Arms flagship store discovered that the Ranha flagship store has launched weapons for maritime combat zones today. They have all kinds of missiles and naval guns. If we can spend a lot of money to buy a batch of them, we will definitely be able to withstand the US's naval attack on us this time. After hearing the report from the information department, everyone couldn't help but get excited. No one expected that at the critical moment, Ranha would actually put the weapons and equipment in the maritime combat area online. President Elong said excitedly, "Open it quickly, let me see what kind of naval weapons the Ranha flagship store has." The person from the information department nodded hurriedly, and immediately picked up the computer next to him to project the video. Soon, the interface of Ranha flagship store appeared on the computer. When the classification of maritime combat areas appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. Because here, all the maritime weapons are available. Even many missile ships that cannot be named are available in the flagship store. In an instant, all the military leaders in the Elong conference room stood up excitedly. Especially the naval leader who was the most anxious just now, he was pointing upwards excitedly. This is an Arleigh Burr-class destroyer, equipped with the Mk-45 127mm naval gun. It's truly a powerful weapon for the fleet at sea. And that one, that's a Tomahawk cruise missile? Oh my God, there's actually this kind of missile. It was the fleet missile the US was most proud of during the Gulf War. And that one is actually a Ticonderoga-class cruiser. Although it's specifically designed for aircraft carrier battle groups, it can actually be bought at the Ranha flagship store. In just a few minutes, the Navy leaders and everyone were completely stunned. Complete, so complete. What's even more exaggerated is that these weapons and equipment are not only complete, but also very cheap. Normally, if the United States sells these things abroad, each one would be several times more expensive than Ranha. But now, on Ranha's side, their prices are so terribly cheap that it is completely beyond what Elong and the others can imagine. What's more important is that all of these equipment are made in the United States, and many of the weapons and missiles are products that the United States is proud of. Under normal circumstances, the United States would absolutely not sell it to other countries. But what about now? The Ranha flagship store is full of these military equipment. This scene made President Elong and all the military leaders breathe faster. Place an urgent order from the Ranha flagship store immediately. General Tasman, you will draft this purchase order. I will have the Ministry of Finance allocate $1 billion to you. This naval battle must completely blindside the US. We must fight as quickly as possible and crush them with a single blow. Only in this way can we gain the confidence of those allies who are secretly observing us. Upon hearing the President's order, Navy Officer Tasman immediately stood up and saluted the President in the Elong style. For Elong, money is indeed not the most important thing, because their country's resources have been accumulated for many years, and the rich oil resources are also an important source of wealth for them. But in today's world, Elong is indeed rich. This is why Elong has been a regular customer of Ranha flagship store for so long, and has even been upgraded to a platinum member, because they have been using money as war reserves. Now that he is forced into a desperate situation by the United States, Elong will frantically invest money to maintain his dignity. A direct investment of 1 billion yuan will definitely inflict heavy damage on the US Navy this time. Inside Tianhai University of Finance and Economics, Chu Ran and Fang Shia were having lunch, but Fang Shia was studying so hard that she even read professional books while eating. There was no other way, so Chu Ran had to pick up his phone and prepare to check the military forum. But as soon as he logged on to the military forum, he saw the message from Elong in the flagship store. "Hello, please help us place the order for these goods immediately and send them out as soon as possible. We can add money. Thank you." Chapter 97. Chu Ran was so happy with the order worth $1 billion. When Chu Ran clicked on the order sent to him by Elong, he was stunned for a moment. He bought 2 of each type of destroyer, and placed orders for various artillery equipment and missiles to varying degrees. Of course, the ones that receive the most orders are also some of the most commonly used artillery and fleets in the United States. This time in the maritime combat area, Chu Ran did not deliberately put American things in front. But even so, the United States has the largest number of ships, fleets, artillery, and missiles. There is no way. The United States is indeed too terrible in this regard at sea. Many countries cannot compare with it at all. So in the Ranha flagship store, apart from aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines, the most common things are various military equipment produced in the United States. After making a quick estimate of Lang's order this time, Chu Ran couldn't help but take a breath. A full 10 billion US dollars, excluding the cost, what he can get is more than 5 billion Chinese yuan. Thinking of this, Chu Ran simply fell in love with Lang. Of course, the person I should thank the most is Captain Jack of my own CJJ organization. Without his help, the United States and Iran would not have accelerated the war so quickly, and his billions of orders would not have appeared. Soon, the funds from Lang arrived. Looking at the 5.5 billion Chinese yuan in the system account, Chu Ran was in a good mood. Fang Shia, stop reading. I'll take you to the city to shop. Fang Shia, who was eating and reading beside him, shook his head and said, No, I need to finish reading this content today and study for the CPA exam next week. So soon? Are you sure you can finish the exam this semester? Chu Ran was a little curious, because this certificate is a special certificate for certified public accountants, which is almost a basic certificate in the financial industry, but at their age and academic level, many people are unable to get it. Fang Shia said calmly, Let me tell you this, I'm currently reading SuperArms books. I've already mastered the CPA exam, so it's going to be easy for me. Chu Ran. Well, Chu Ran has no doubt about this. Fang Shia's intelligence and talent are definitely not to be underestimated. If he had not lacked the money to continue his studies after graduation, Fang Shia would definitely have been able to pass the postgraduate entrance examination and get a doctorate, or even reach the highest level. But unfortunately, her family's situation did not allow it, and she did not want to be a burden, so she started working after graduation, and finally got together with Chu Ran. In this life, Chu Ran looked at Fang Shia again. He believed that Fang Shia's life would be completely changed because of him. There was no other way. After dinner, Chu Ran sent Fang Shia back to the dormitory to study, while he found a quiet place and called Jack again. Is the war in East China spreading over a large area now? Jack replied. Mr. Chu, only Lang is at war with the United States right now, but it's only at sea. Other places haven't started fighting yet, so the cities and countries around us are rushing to stockpile food and weapons. Hearing this, Chu Ran nodded and said, Now is also your best opportunity to win over people. I will allocate another 500 million US dollars to you. Make good use of it, and expand the army under your command. That's great, Mr. Chu. Although we have funds and can earn some, it can only sustain the people in the city. If we want to recruit soldiers, it is indeed not enough. Now with your funds, we will be able to implement the plan of expanding the team soon. Chu Ran smiled and said, If you need money in the future, just tell me. The CJJ organization is mine. Although you are the captain and decision maker, I can't put all the pressure on you. I can definitely provide the funds. Jack was very grateful and decided in his heart that he must achieve great results, and never let Chu Ran down. In fact, in the hearts of these systems employees, they are 100% loyal to their master Chu Ran, because this is a mission given to them by the system. But what the system did not tell Chu Ran is that as long as the master is good enough to them, the contribution of these people to Chu Ran will be greater. The mercenary Jack at this time is just like you. Chu Ran has always been very good to him and cares about their safety. Almost every time he tells them to protect themselves first, and then go on the mission. In addition, Chu Ran will give them whatever weapons they want, and various funds are continuously input into them. This has created the current peace in the two cities occupied by the CJJ organization. Even many people from other cities want to move into Rava City and Bull City to live. Of course, these are all things that happened in East China and were done by Jack and his men. Now Jack and his men have another 500 million US dollars in their hands. This money will once again make the mercenaries under Jack and his men larger. If there are more people in a city, there will be more people with greater confidence, more labor force, and more believers. By then, the CJJ organization will unknowingly create an empire in East China. At the same time, next to the sea area of Ilong in another place in East China. Countless warships were on high alert, while at this moment silver-white boxes began to fall from the sky continuously. That's right, the goods that Ilong ordered from Ranha have arrived. Faced with the continuous advance from the US military, Ilong simply paid extra money and used the fastest delivery method. In less than 4 hours, cargo worth $1 billion began to fall from the sky. Because there are too many of them, and many of these weapons and equipment are large. Therefore, the system defaults to delivery, and all goods are disassembled and need to be assembled. As a result, it takes a whole day just to receive the goods. But even so, at around 1 in the morning, the $10 billion worth of offshore equipment was finally gathered. At this time, the US military did not know that Ilong had placed an order at the Ranha flagship store. Usually, after people buy things from Ranha, most of them will give good reviews, so that many countries can see it and everyone will know which country bought these arms. But Ilong is already an old customer. This time they also used a membership function, which is to make secret purchases without leaving any comments. Therefore, the United States had no idea that Ilong had purchased a large amount of arms from Ranha. Because they only knew that Ranha flagship store had launched a lot of weapons and equipment for naval warfare, so Ilong should place an order, but it couldn't be so fast. In this way, in order to make Ilong breathless, the United States directly began to order all the Navy next to cattle to start moving forward. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, the Ilong Navy used the latest radar purchased from Ranha to detect US warships dozens of nautical miles away. Damn Americans, you really think you're invincible, right? This time, I'll show you what your own missiles are like. Following the order from Tasman, the leader of the Ilong Navy, countless shells were aimed directly at the target and fired at the sea surface. The originally dark sky was instantly illuminated by light. At this time, on the other side, the US troops who had just entered the Ilong Strait saw this situation and immediately said, "Oh my God!" and were stunned. Chapter 98. The United States was dumbfounded. Where did Ilong get these equipment? Almost as soon as the battle began, the United States was stunned. Because they never expected that Ilong would have such powerful artillery and ships. According to their estimation, they were supposed to push to the sea surface closest to Ilong, because the range of Ilong's artillery and ships could not reach them at all. But now, before they even reached the nearest sea surface, they were attacked so horribly. An hour later, in the United States, the Navy headquarters received a call from the front line. Report to headquarters, we have been attacked, 2 ships have been sunk, and hundreds of soldiers on board have died. Upon hearing this news, the Navy leader angrily slammed his hands on the table and asked, "What the hell is going on? How could you be beaten like this by Ilong? Headquarters, we're being wronged. The intelligence you gave us before we set off said Ilong's ships and artillery had a maximum range of over 10 nautical miles, yet we were attacked when we were still over 100 nautical miles away. It's clear that Ilong and his men have extremely long-range ships and artillery. And judging by the debris and sounds from the explosion, it seems to be our own ship, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer." Hearing this, the people at the Navy headquarters were completely dumbfounded. Soon, the news spread to the White House conference room in the United States. With a snap, U.S. President Obama was so angry that he threw the tablet at the door. "Ran-he, it's Ran-he again, it's Ran-he who's behind this again." Inside the room, all the council members who were called to the meeting were talking in low voices. His own navy was actually defeated by Ilong, a man he despised the most, and hundreds of people were killed or injured, and 2 ships were sunk. If this news were reported tomorrow, it would be a huge shame. A nearby congressman said helplessly, "According to the news just now from the Navy headquarters, 80% of the naval weapons sold in the Ranha flagship store are produced in our country, and many of them are our Navy's main combat equipment. Have you checked? It's the same as last time. We haven't made any internal mistakes, right?" After Lao Ao finished getting angry, he began to ask the congressman next to him in a deep voice. The congressman said, "We've checked, and none of our naval equipment is missing. Apparently it's the Ranha flagship store that's copying our weapons and equipment. Fuck this damn rat. I must catch Ran-he's boss and make him die. Make him die." Lao Ao was so angry again that his teeth were itching. He then directly ordered the information department to continue to track down the relevant information about the Ranha flagship store online at all costs. In addition, Lao Ao once again ordered the spies from the Chinese department to start making efforts and find out whether Ranha had any connection with China at all costs. But at this moment, everyone present understood that no matter how they searched, there was no way to find this magical store called Ranha. Because Ranha is like a ghost, constantly existing in every corner of the world, otherwise how could their goods be delivered so quickly? The news that the US Navy was defeated by Ilong was reported by Ilong media the next day. Although the United States kept it a secret, Ilong also had its own media and filmed many scenes during the battle as evidence. Shocked, the US Navy suffered heavy damage in the Ilong Sea last night, with 2 warships sunk and hundreds of US Navy soldiers killed or injured. Seeing such news, people from all over the country became curious and excited. The US military has always boasted about how terrifying its power is at sea. However, now, it was directly defeated by Ilong, a very ordinary and common maritime combat country. This news was extremely explosive and was instantly spread domestically in countless countries. The US Navy is not invincible. Of course, there are also people with discerning eyes who can see the effect, that is, the reason why Ilong was able to defeat the US Navy this time was because they used the same naval equipment as the United States. Why does Ilong have the United States naval combat equipment? Obviously, Ilong bought the American military equipment from Ranha flagship store. At this time, in a famous social forum abroad, people from all over the country were posting and discussing. I can only say that Ran he is the real boss. He was able to obtain such advanced American equipment, and also helped Yi Lang win this war. Ranha flagship store has always been the best and most authoritative. I've purchased several guns there, and the construction is much better than what I'd buy outside. Yesterday, Ilong's shipment of American-style naval equipment was worth at least $500 million. The Ranha flagship store must have made a killing. Whether they make a lot of money is a minor issue. The main thing is that they have so much military equipment, so it's obvious that they don't have to worry about running out of money. I still don't know which country Ran he is from. I'm starting to suspect that Ran he's background is definitely not the United States. Because the United States is unlikely to shoot itself in the foot. Knowing that there will be a war, they still sell their weapons to Yi Lang. I dare say that the country that supports Ran he behind the scenes is definitely a long-dormant boss. I'm afraid the United States' dominant position will be affected. Just like that, because of a war, Ranha flagship store became popular again abroad. And the parties involved in this war, the United States and Iran, seem to have all become supporting roles. At this time in China, in the highest leadership meeting room. The discussion also started because of the naval war between Ilong and the United States last night. It seems that Ilong's victory was due to the timely purchase of naval equipment from Ranha. The US was clearly preparing to seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow, but they didn't expect Ranha to become a variable. In the conference room, the leader of the Ministry of National Defense gave a brief summary. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, with helpless smiles and expressions on their faces. The leader also said helplessly, "This Ranha is indeed a big variable, and this just proves that Ranha's power is even greater than we imagined. Now I'm afraid that countries around the world are now looking for traces of this store." The head of the information department said, "I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. The Ranha flagship store's defenses are exceptional. With current global technology, we predict no country will be able to uncover Ranha's true identity." When everyone heard this, they all whispered about it. Ran he's inexplicable terror had made everyone tremble inwardly. The leader nodded and smiled helplessly. "Fortunately, Ran he has always been very friendly to China. This should be good news for us." Chapter 99 Planning the Double 11 event. Flyers appear on the battlefield? Just when countries around the world were discussing and looking for boss Ranha, Chu Ran brought Fang Shia to the city of Tianhai, and the two began a pleasant shopping trip. Fang Shia didn't want to come at first, but under Chu Ran's strong request, she had no choice in the end. "Chu Ran, the Foundation has done enough for our village. Don't invest any more money in it." Sitting in the car, Fang Shia said something to Chu Ran a little embarrassedly. Because she called home yesterday and heard that the Ranha Foundation was ready to help them build a house. In addition, they were also going to build a school in the village, cooperate with nearby villages, and help many people solve their employment difficulties. Fang Shia knew that all of this was done under Chu Ran's instructions. Of course, if it weren't for me, Chu Ran would definitely not have paid so much in such a remote mountain village. However, Chu Ran smiled and said, "Silly boy, the foundation has just been established and must make some achievements. So don't worry, once we have made great progress in helping you, the project will naturally end. Of course, even if your village is not included this time, the Foundation will try to go to other villages as pilot projects. It's better to give my own wife a good deal." "Not yet." Fang Shia said this with a red face. Chu Ran laughed and said, "Haha? Does it make any difference now? Did you bring your ID card tonight? I'm not planning on going back anyway." Fang Shia didn't say anything, but the hand he reached into his trouser pocket was tightly holding a card, which was obviously his ID card. At this point, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. "That's right, I'm so successful now, but I don't seem to have my own house yet." "It's okay. We're not in a rush. Even if we buy it, it won't be occupied. We might as well wait until after graduation." Fang Shia was very good at comforting Chu Ran. For her, she had been used to saving since she was a child. Even if Chu Ran was rich now, Fang Shia would still be frugal. After the two of them arrived at Tianhai in Zhou Shuai's car, they started shopping in various shopping malls. Fang Shia didn't know these brands, so Chu Ran could only teach her attentively. Unfortunately, every time Fang Shia heard the price, she would stop in her tracks. But at the moment of hesitation, Chu Ran had already started swiping the card. If another girl had a boyfriend like this, she would probably jump for joy. However, Fang Shia still felt very guilty, saying that she just wanted to take a closer look, but she didn't expect Chu Ran to be so quick. After the two of them finished shopping, Chu Ran took Fang Shia to the amusement park for a while. Fang Shia initially said that it was for children, but after entering, she immediately became childish and tried out the various small toys inside. For a girl like Fang Shia, she has only been taught to work hard at home since she was a child and then learned to change her destiny. No one can understand the happiness she has lost in the process. But now that Chu Ran appeared, she began to slowly experience that kind of happiness, which made Fang Shia become happier and happier. Naturally, the two did not go back home at night, but stayed in the same hotel as last time. In fact, speaking of hotels, Chu Ran did want to invest some. In this era, hotels are indeed a nascent industry. If he invested in a few good hotels in Tianhai City, the revenue would be considerable. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fang Shia had already fallen asleep in bed. Chu Ran used his computer to simply process the orders in the store. After yesterday's battle between Elong and the United States at sea, the Bear Country and other small countries also began to place orders with Chu Ran. But for them, a ship is too expensive, and some large ships are even more expensive than fighter jets. There is no other way. These small countries can only buy 1 or 2 ships and go back to study them on their own. After all the equipment in the Ranha flagship store are me products, so it is worth taking them home to study. Although the small country did not buy a large number of ships, they still added up to more than 10 ships, plus some artillery and other items. Overall, Chu Ran made a small profit of more than $400 million. The most arrogant one is naturally the Bear Country. They ordered 20 warships and hundreds of artillery pieces at one go. In addition, they also added some missiles and other things. Anyway, if you add it up, the total amount has reached $1 billion. Ahem, that is to say, within the time it takes a man to smoke a cigarette afterward. Chu Ran has simply earned nearly 6 billion Chinese yuan. I looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer, and saw that tomorrow was already November 6th. It seems that it's time to start researching and launching my Double 11 plan. Soon, Chu Ran started planning the content of this event on the computer. 1. Limited time discounts and discounts. Limited time discounts on selected products. All popular weapons and equipment in the Ranha flagship store will enjoy a 20% discount in the first 2 hours of Double 11. Store-wide discount promotion. For purchases over $5 million, we will give you $50,000 off. For purchases over $10 million, we will give you $100,000 off. For purchases over $100 million, we will give you $1 million off. For purchases over $1 billion, we will give you $10 million off. 2. Member-only benefits. Double points for members. During Singles Day, at the Ranha flagship store, all members will earn double the points they earn on purchases. Note, points can be used to deduct cash or redeem gifts. Gifts include free delivery for a single purchase, a Ranha flagship store gift pack, and more. Member-exclusive discounts. During Double 11, members of the Ranha flagship store will enjoy more favorable discounts than non-members. All members can get different levels of discounts according to their levels, and can enjoy cumulative discounts. 3. Interactive games and lucky draw. Shopping lucky draw. During the event, every completed order will give you a chance to win a lucky draw. Prizes include store coupons, small gifts, or cash red envelopes. Interactive mini-games. During the event, there will be various question-answering sessions involving professional knowledge of arms. If you answer correctly, you can get various coupons and small gifts, as well as points rewards. 4. Social media interactive activities. Share your shopping list. Within 3 days of the event, customers who place orders with our store can post their shopping lists or product photos on social media and share their actual shopping experience. Participants can receive store coupons or points as rewards. After simply listing 4 points, Chu Ran smiled with satisfaction. These routines were almost the most common Double 11 activities of online merchants 10 years ago. Finally, Chu Ran even came up with an idea. During this period of time, he asked the system to print some banners on guns, artillery, and weapons. As long as you buy Ranha's weapons, you will find that these weapons are full of Ranha's advertisements when you use them. Ranha flagship store is having a ton of Double 11 promotions, so everyone should log in and shop as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chu Ran almost laughed out loud, because you could imagine that on a battlefield, the two sides were fighting fiercely, but not long after, your most hated enemy actually came out with some strange artillery, and hung a banner of Ranha flagship store's Double 11 event on it. When the other party saw this scene, he must have been eager to know why his leader didn't place an order at the Ranha flagship store to buy more powerful weapons. Chapter 100. Global leaders hold a meeting to raise money to participate in Double 11. That night, Chu Ran uploaded the event he had planned to the flagship store. The work and rest schedules of other countries are definitely different from those of China. At this time in the military forum, people from Omi were almost enjoying a leisurely morning. Many people occasionally take out their mobile phones to check the situation at the Ranha flagship store in their spare time. But when everyone saw the Double 11 event in the Ranha flagship store, they were stunned instantly. Double 11? What does that mean? Hey, it looks good. It seems that this activity is targeted at some old users. There are discounts for purchases above a certain amount, various coupons, and small gifts. Suddenly, I also want to go shopping at the Ranha flagship store. That's great. Elon will definitely start spending lavishly in Ranha again. And those small countries will definitely buy things from Ranha. And in the military expert forum, Chu Ran directly used his highest authority to post the Ranha flagship store's Double 11 event on the forum homepage. Almost as soon as people click into the forum, they can see the Double 11 event advertisements. Almost instantly, many big countries that shopped in the Ranha flagship store also saw the advertisement. First of all, there is Elong, who has made the most profit in recent days. After seeing the Double 11 event of Ranha flagship store, the financial department was asked to allocate another $1 billion to participate. The idea is that this batch of arms must be used to repel the American troops who are eyeing us covetously from outside. Next is Ranha's second major customer, the Bear Country. For a long time, the Bear Country has been making emergency preparations for war and has stockpiled a lot of arms. Now, seeing the activities of the Ranha flagship store, the general of the Ministry of National Defense of the Bear Country directly applied for a fund of nearly $1.5 billion from his own Bear Emperor, preparing to purchase a large number of arms during this Double 11 event. Next is the French side. The French have been secretly preparing for action because their eyes are also on Asia, especially the Bear Country. When the President of France saw the Double 11 promotion of Ranha flagship store, he couldn't help it, and immediately allocated nearly $500 million to prepare for participation in the event. After all, The Bear Country is a senior member of Ranha, and the other party will definitely not give up the opportunity at this time, so the FA country cannot sit idly by. If you buy arms, I will buy them too. Let's stockpile them together and see who can help but start a war first. In addition to these countries, various small countries, including Bajizatan, Bailstan, Yisili, Yailak, and Afghan, etc., have also begun to pay attention to this Double 11 event. If the goal of big countries is to make themselves stronger, then small countries like these really need weapons more to maintain their own security. So unknowingly, these small countries also began to urgently raise money and had to buy more arms during this Double 11 event to improve their strength. In short, it was less than 5 minutes after the Double 11 event of Ranha flagship store was launched. Leaders of countries around the world knew about this crazy promotion at the first time. Everyone is starting to hold meetings to varying degrees to discuss whether to participate in the Double 11 event. At this time, in the conference room of China's top leader. When the top leader heard the news about Ranha, he couldn't help but become curious. This Ranha flagship store actually organized such an event. The secretary next to him said, "Boss, this promotion is also available on some e-commerce platforms in our country, but it's not as comprehensive or as rich as the Ranha flagship store." Haha, no matter what, the person in charge of this Ranha flagship store is indeed very smart. Now, many countries around the world will probably start paying for this event. It's a pity that our country can't participate in the purchase activities of the Ranha flagship store. This is very strange. Hearing the secretary's murmur, the leader smiled and said, "This isn't a pity. On the contrary, it's to protect us. Even the leaders over there know that this is to save our country from the suffering of war." I have to say that the spiritual level of this leader is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this time, Chu Ran in Tianhai City also returned to school with Fang Shia. When checking out in the morning, there was a small incident. The hotel owner seemed to be discussing with his manager, and said that business had been a bit bad recently. Hearing this, Chu Ran frowned slightly. It seemed that this hotel was not doing as well as he had imagined. From the moment he checked in, Chu Ran noticed that the hotel was a bit monotonous. Everything was not very mature. It was just a 5-star high-end hotel, somewhat similar to the original Hongyun. So Chu Ran also had a great interest in this hotel because it had a great location, and most importantly, he and Fang Shia came here often, so it would be more convenient if someone from his own family came here. So on the way back, Chu Ran called Fatty Dai from Hongyun restaurant, and told him that he was interested in buying a hotel in Tianhai City and asked him to come over to discuss the acquisition. If the acquisition is successful, Fatty Dai will be the boss here, and Hongyun will be managed by Guilili. Chu Ran wanted to see whether this woman who was obsessed with power had any talent in this area. After returning to school, Chu Ran asked Fang Shia to tell Guilili about this matter, and he would not talk to her anymore. Fang Shia nodded obediently. This was also Chu Ran's job, so she would naturally support it. Besides, Guilili was also her good friend in school, so she also wanted to make Guilili happy. A moment later, inside the girls' dormitory, Guilili, who was washing her hair, heard Fang Shia talking about this and immediately raised her head excitedly. The wet shampoo was still dripping down her cheeks, but Guilili ignored it and looked at Fang Shia in great surprise. "Shia, are you sure this is true?" Fang Shia smiled and said, "Sister Lily, am I kidding you? But I don't recommend you take this position. You're still a student now, and it won't be too late to take it after you graduate. Oh, my dear Shia, tell me, what's the point of studying? Isn't it just to make money? It's not so bad these days, but I saw online that in a few years, it might be hard to even find a job after we graduate. Now, if my reputation as a hotel manager gets out, I'm afraid some of the teachers in our school will be envious. But if you knew I'd become the boss of Hongyun, do you know what the consequences would be?" Fang Shia shook her head foolishly, but Guilili said happily, "By then, even the principal of our school would have to shake my hand happily. Besides, the money I make in a month is more than 80% of the people in the school can earn in over a decade. Tell me, if I had such an opportunity, would you still be willing to study like this?" Chapter 101, The Dream of Empire Begins. Chang felt the surging power in his body, and a gleam of light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. He knew that he now had enough strength to go deep into the Tianyuan mountains. A few days later, Chu Ran left the valley and headed deep into the Tianyuan Mountains. Along the way, he encountered many powerful monsters, but he killed them one by one. As we go deeper, the monsters become stronger and stronger, and even monsters at the martial emperor level appear. Chu Ran did not dare to be careless and moved forward cautiously. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of Tianyuan Mountains. This is a huge basin with a towering tree growing in the center. The giant tree is full of red fruits, emitting an enticing fragrance. These fruits are Tianyuan fruits. Chu Ran was delighted and was about to go forward to pick them, when suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and blocked his way. "Boy, the Tianyuan fruit is mine!" The black shadow roared and pounced towards Chu Ran. This is a martial emperor-level monster with extremely powerful strength. Chu Ran did not dare to delay and immediately activated the Chaos Sutra to fight fiercely with the monster. The two sides fought back and forth, and the fight was difficult to resolve. Although Chu Ran is powerful, the monster's defense is extremely high, and it is difficult to defeat it in a short time. At this moment, something strange happened. The giant tree in the center of the basin suddenly shook violently, and a huge energy wave came from the tree. Immediately afterwards, the Tianyuan fruits on the giant tree began to fall off automatically and flew in all directions. Chu Ran was shocked when he saw this and quickly reached out to grab the Tianyuan fruit. However, the Tianyuan fruit was too fast, and he couldn't catch it at all. At this moment, the old man in black suddenly appeared beside Chu Ran. "Boy, the Tianyuan fruit is mine!" The old man in black stretched out his hand and grabbed a Tianyuan fruit. Chu Ran was furious when he saw this. This old guy actually dared to steal his Tianyuan fruit. Just as he was about to attack, the old man in black suddenly threw the Tianyuan fruit in his hand to him, and said, "Take it, this is what you deserve." Chu Ran took the Tianyuan fruit, and although he was confused, he still put it away. The old man in black smiled and said, "Now, we can talk about cooperation." "Cooperation?" Chu Ran frowned and asked. "How do you want to cooperate?" A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the old man in black, and he said, "I want you to help me find something." "What is it?" Chu Ran asked. "Heart of Chaos." The old man in black slowly uttered 3 words. Chu Ran's heart was shocked. The Heart of Chaos. That was a legendary treasure, possessing endless power. He looked at the old man in black, his eyes full of doubt and confusion. Who is this old guy? Why do we need to cooperate with him? He had a vague feeling in his heart that he seemed to be involved in a huge conspiracy. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, sizing up the black-clad elder before him. He couldn't fathom the elder's level of cultivation, which spoke volumes. The depths of the Tianyuan Mountains were fraught with danger, yet this elder had appeared so easily, clearly demonstrating his immense strength. The Heart of Chaos, such a valuable object. Why would this elder seek his cooperation? "Senior, I have never heard of the Heart of Chaos, so I'm afraid I can't help you," Chu Ran said calmly, but he was extremely alert in his heart. The old man in black laughed heartily, his voice hoarse. "Boy, don't play dumb. You possess the Chaos art, so how could you not know the Heart of Chaos? I know you're a cunning kid, and you won't do anything that doesn't benefit you. How about this? Help me find the Heart of Chaos, and I'll pass on all I've learned. How about that?" Chapter 102, Ready to Go, aim for 10 billion orders tonight. In the end, Chu Ran skipped class for a day in order to process the order. After all, it was more convenient to work in the dormitory. Although Fang Shia was not used to Chu Ran's company, fortunately she was not an ignorant girl. Because she knew Chu Tian's identity, she understood that he had more things to do. At this time, Chu Ran, who was busy in the dormitory, had already immersed himself in the successful orders. In order to upgrade their membership and enjoy more discounts, many countries place large orders in advance at this time. In just one morning, the transaction volume of Ranha flagship store reached hundreds of orders, and these orders were transactions between major countries, not counting those of individual businesses and retail households. Before lunch, Chu Ran casually checked the accounts in the system and found that the amount had reached $8 billion. It seems that my prediction is still too conservative. It's only been one morning. If it reaches the 2 hours before midnight tonight, I'm afraid the funds will continue to increase. 10 billion is just a bottom line. By then, 50 billion is possible. I asked Fang Shia to pack the lunch and then asked several roommates to bring it back. Everyone was curious about what Chu Ran was doing on the computer. When everyone came over, they found that the computer was displaying a game screen. All the roommates sneered at Chu Ran. "Third brother, you're not even going to school, you're practically on vacation. You go to the dorm, play some computer games, and then have someone bring you food. What? How about we make room for you, and you can just ask Fang Shia to come in and play games with you?" Chu Ran ate his meal on the table and said with a smile, "Sure, you guys can discuss it and move out when the time comes. I'll pay for the rent of the dormitory." "Damn, this kid is serious," the second brother Hao Jianwo said helplessly. The eldest brother, Wang Rui, said helplessly, "But honestly, third brother, you can't keep going like this. If you fail the final exam and can't get your diploma, won't your life be ruined? Do you know how hard it is to find a job outside these days? You say you graduated from a finance university, but you don't have a diploma. Who would believe you? So listen to my advice, study hard, and do your best to pass the exam." "It's okay, I have a girlfriend who supports me," Chu Ran said shamelessly. The three roommates instantly called him a beast. His face is really thicker than the city wall. While Chu Ran was eating lunch and chatting with a few roommates, customers from countries around the world that have purchased Ranha arms have also begun to receive the goods. Even on Yilang's side, the fighting seemed to have stopped because Yilang had purchased a large amount of arms and needed manpower to help. The US military commanders were also a bit confused. They had agreed to fight, so why were they suddenly giving up so much territory? Was this a joke? Was there some conspiracy? In the end, he chose to tell his men not to rush forward rashly, because the heavy damage suffered by the US Navy some time ago was still fresh in everyone's mind. Now Yilang did not dare to underestimate them at all, because their weapons and equipment were indeed too awesome. The same scene also happened in the conference room of the White House in the United States. President Obama also took a brief look at the situation on the front line. The Defense Department official nearby analyzed. "Right now, it seems there's only one possibility. Most of Yilang's people have begun investing in transporting arms. Preliminary estimates suggest they'll invest $1 billion in equipment procurement during the Ranha flagship store's Singles Day event." $1 billion? Has Yilang really been beaten crazy? Lao Ao sneered. He was very confident about the war with Yilang. "Mr. President, according to intelligence from spies in other countries, many countries are participating in the Double 11 event at the Ranha flagship store. Furthermore, some time ago, the person in charge at Yilang even expressed his intention to use the arms purchased from Ranha to repel our attack. So, do you think we should also?" The leaders of the Ministry of Defense are actually very conflicted, because the United States does have a lot of weapons now, but seeing other countries constantly stockpiling guns for them does make them feel inexplicably nervous. Lao Ao sat in a chair and said calmly, "Other countries want to stockpile goods, but that's because they themselves lack confidence. But we in the United States have never been afraid, so why should we stockpile these things?" After saying this, Lao Ao proudly stood up and said, "In the entire Ranha flagship store, they don't have any new goods. Many of the high-end guns and missiles are all made in the United States. Although they are imitations, they are not worth mentioning to us in the United States. Add to that the things we bought some time ago, and we are more than enough." After hearing what Lao Ao said, the others could no longer persuade him. In this way, while other countries were busy preparing for the Double 11 event with Ranha, only the United States began to withdraw. Because of Obama's pride, the US military may also learn some lessons after this Double 11 event. Of course, this is all a story for later. At this time in Hoya, the Sakura country was gritting their teeth in anger because Ranha refused to sell them arms. Especially when seeing other countries purchasing large quantities of arms during the Ranha Double 11 event, the Sakura country was so envious that its mouth was drooling. But there was no other way. I called my father in the United States, but he didn't admit that Ranha was his. I shamelessly changed several accounts and begged Ranha's boss, but I was still found out. There was no way. The Sakura country felt that they had a grudge against Ranhe, but they had no way to verify where the grudge was. In addition, there are the neighboring South Korea and North Korea. Although these two countries are also small, they usually have great ambitions. It's a pity that the State Departments have always been poor and have little money. Finally, they held several meetings and studied before deciding to participate in this Double 11 event, but they only have less than $200 million in funds. So if they want to participate in this Double 11 event, they can only join in the fun. In short, on this day, all countries that want to participate in Ranha Double 11 are ready to go, and everyone has prepared enough funds just to fully stock up their arsenals on this day. That night, Chu Ran felt uncomfortable in the dormitory, so he called Zhou Shuai directly and asked him to take him to the office of Ranha New Energy. Although he was the boss here, this was his first time to come to his office. It was incredibly large, a full 100 square meters, with all kinds of food and drinks available, and the decoration was luxurious and high-end. Chu Ran knew that this was all designed by Qiqingxuan. After all, he was the boss of Ranha. Well, in that case, let's spend this wonderful Double 11 night here tonight, and see how much money can be deposited into our account. Chapter 103. The 600 billion is not over yet. Tonight is going to be completely crazy. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qiqingxuan knew that Chu Ran was working overtime at the company, so he brought Lao Wu and other people from the company to visit him, and also asked someone to prepare food and red wine. After a brief chat, Chu Ran asked these people to leave, because he was the only one who knew about the arms system, and Chu Ran would not tell even Fang Shia. After turning on the computer, Chu Ran sat leisurely in a chair, drinking coffee and watching the replies appear on the computer one by one. I hadn't checked it for just an hour, and hundreds of orders appeared on it. Damn it, even if I had another clone I wouldn't be able to handle it all. Just when Chu Ran was helpless, the system sounded in his mind. The host can hire system robots to handle arms orders for you. System robots are invisible and have no consciousness, but they are very intelligent. As long as the host tells them the task, the system robots will work for you. After hearing this reminder, Chu Ran also woke up instantly. This system is so hidden. If I had this system before, why would I spend time processing these orders every day? Wouldn't I have just handed it over to the system robot? How do I hire a system robot? To hire a system robot, open the talent panel and find the non-human talent area. System robots have varying prices. The higher the level, the faster the processing capabilities, but the higher the price. Please choose a reasonable one based on your own conditions. Chu Ran hurriedly opened the talent area of the system, and sure enough, he found the non-human talent area on the next page. My goodness, it's hidden so deep, how can I find it? Soon, Chu Ran saw the pricing of the system robot. The ordinary type can only handle some simple things mechanically, and each of these robots costs about $100 per month. Then there is the advanced type, which has intelligent consciousness and can help himself handle many simple things, especially some orders within the ARMS system, which he can complete easily, each for $10,000 per month. Finally, there is the advanced type. This type of intelligent consciousness is relatively powerful and can help you successfully process all orders. It can also handle some activities and programs that you have set, each costing $50,000 per month. Although the price is indeed a bit expensive, this highest type is the assistant of my dreams. Moreover, in this situation tonight, the money I can earn is absolutely terrifying. If I were to handle these orders by myself, I would be busy to death, and even lose a lot. I can only ask an advanced robot for help. System, just hire 5 advanced robots. Chu Ran did not hesitate, and directly placed an order for 5 advanced robots. Soon, the advanced robot arrived, and Chu Ran followed the instructions and briefly explained his Double 11 plan to them. Chu Ran then asked his secretary, who was in charge of serving him at the door, to bring 5 computers for his own use. At that time, I will have 5 computers, let the robots log into all the accounts, and then start to frantically process these orders and arrange tonight's Double 11 activities. It will be so cool. In less than 15 minutes, after the 5 computers were installed, Chu Ran closed the door of the office and let the robot start working. Chu Ran sat nearby, quietly watching the 5 computers, where the keyboards were being typed rapidly and the orders on them were disappearing one by one because they had all been processed. Fast, this is really fast. 5 intelligent robots can do these things in a way that humans cannot compare to. Even if it was Chu Ran's own plan, he sometimes had to react, but in the robot's consciousness, they could handle it quickly by themselves and there was no need to react at all. Moreover, these 5 robots have clear division of labor. Those who process orders, those who organize activities, those who help upgrade members, and those who ship goods are responsible for clearing orders and shipping. It is simply a complete assembly line. This scene is a bit strange, because these robots are invisible, so no one can see them, not even Chu Ran himself. Chu Ran was drinking high-end red wine and couldn't help but sigh at this moment. It seems that I will have more time to free up in the future. I can just put 2 robots in this office, lock the door, and let them help process orders. If someone comes, I will just input instructions to them, unless it is me. If it is an outsider coming in, I will immediately turn off the computer. As for my own computer, I am responsible for occasionally going online to check the status of some orders, which seems to be a good idea. But this was just Chu Ran's idea. Because he has run the ARMS flagship store for such a long time and has developed feelings for it, it is definitely impossible for him to let it go so easily. Open the forum every day, watch people bragging, and then look at the orders in your own store. The secret joy you feel is something that most people can't imagine. So even if Chu Li's order was handed over to a robot, Chu Ran would still check it online every day. Without thinking about it anymore, Chu Ran tasted the red wine and quietly watched the orders being processed quickly on his computer. All of them are mainly from Ilong and the Bear country. In addition, the FA country, the Eagle country, and the Ashiki country are also purchasing goods crazily. Funds from these countries account for the majority, and the amount can be increased almost visibly in their accounts. Looking at the time, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. It was only 10 o'clock in the evening, but the amount in his account had increased to $100 million. And this terrifying number is still increasing, with almost no sign of stopping. Next, Bajizitan, Yilik, Jiasha, Afghan, and finally India were successfully involved. Orders from all countries poured into the Ranha flagship store at a rapid pace. Most of the weapons these countries wanted were basic firearms, followed by various artillery pieces, and fighter jets came second. What surprised Chu Ran was that, in addition to basic firearms, the best-selling area was actually the drone. Many countries directly placed orders for drones worth hundreds of millions of US. Obviously, the last time Jack and his men used drones to attack lava, many people woke up and felt that drones were the direction of future battles. Next, the sales of fighter jets and ships in the maritime combat area were average. Except for Iran, the Bear country, the Eagle country, and the French country, no other country was willing to spend money to buy them. But even so, the amount of orders is increasing at a terrifying rate. As for the activities in the store, many countries are also curious to participate. For them, tonight's full discount event is what they want most. Because everyone knows that as long as you buy enough, the more discounts you will get, so at this moment, these countries are like crazy, constantly adding money to buy their own weapons. 12 o'clock at night. Chu Ran looked at the $60 billion in the system account, and fell into deep thought. This amount of money is enough to truly expand his empire in East China. However, tonight's Double 11 event has not ended yet, because although the event has ended, the enthusiasm of these countries is still increasing. Chapter 104. The final transaction amount is 100 billion. Is the United States unethical? At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Double 11 event seemed to have just begun. Orders from Chu Ran's flagship store were being sent out like crazy. On Double 11, what really matters is the early morning of the 11th. However, Chu Ran, who held the Double 11 event for the first time in the arms business, discovered this is not the case, because even after that golden period, the orders will still not decrease, and may even increase. There was no way. No matter how excited Chu Ran was, he couldn't resist the sleepiness. He had to let the 5 robots help him process the orders, while he fell asleep in the small bedroom next to the office. Although it is called a small bedroom, it is actually bigger than my dormitory, and the door inside is very hidden. I don't know who taught Qiqingxuan to design such a secret bedroom in the office. In this way, Chu Ran slept until dawn. But I didn't know that during the few hours I slept, the entire East China has become a mess. The United States took advantage of this opportunity tonight, and launched an attack here. Various fighter jets and bombers began to enter the area and bomb in turns, and even launched several missiles at Afin in one breath. In short, Chu Ran did make a lot of money that night, and many people were killed and injured in East China. The next morning, Chu Ran woke up around 10 o'clock. There was a missed call from Chi Qingxuan on the phone, and then there was a call from Fang Shia asking him how he was doing. Chu Ran took out his cell phone and called Fang Shia. Chu Ran, how are you? Were you busy until now yesterday? Did you remember to eat? Fang Shia also knew that she was outside, but she was still very concerned about Chu Ran's situation. Don't worry, I'm doing fine here. There are a lot of people busy serving me, haha. Chu Ran smiled happily and then chatted with Fang Shia on the phone for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran did not call Chi Qingxuan back first, but happily checked the balance in the system account. After just one glance, Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. More than 100 billion US dollars. Please note that this is US dollars. If converted into RMB, it would be more than 700 billion Chinese yuan. Chu Ran took a deep breath, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he slowly calmed down. It's so cool. This Double 11 event is so cool. It's enough to sell as much weapons as I can in a year. Chu Ran did not hesitate at all for the more than 10 billion US dollars and directly transferred 50 billion to each of the accounts that Jack had used to receive the money. Chu Ran then called Jack and said, "The funds have been credited. Did you see it?" "I just saw Mr. Chu. This time, there's too much money. With so much money, I promise I can build a country for you." "Haha, that's exactly what I want you to say. Go ahead and do it. If the arms are not enough, I will send you another batch later. Just tell me if you need anything." "I understand, Mr. Chu. I will use this money well." After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran sent another batch of arms worth 1 billion yuan to Jack's coordinates. Then he slowly got up and left the bedroom. Next to the conference table, 5 computers are still being operated by robots. But the speed is not as fast as last night, and the peak period has passed, and today's activities are not as strong as last night, so there are a lot fewer orders. Chu Ran smiled happily. These 5 robots were simply treasures. They didn't feel tired at all and could keep working for him. After arriving at the door, a female assistant in a professional suit hurried over. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Mr. Chi's assistant. Mr. Chi has instructed that you can tell me if you need anything." Chu Ran nodded and asked, "What is Mr. Chi doing?" "At this time, President Chi is in a meeting, and it's expected to end in 5 minutes. Okay, arrange for me to have breakfast and send it to my office. After Chi Qingxuan finishes the meeting, have him come to me." "Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go and arrange breakfast for you and notify Mr. Chi." After returning to the office, Chu Ran read last night's news on his computer. Haha, the Americans really know how to find opportunities. They took advantage of my event and deliberately chose this time to start a war with Elong. Looking at the news footage showing the US attack on Elong last night, Chu Ran couldn't help but sneer. He knew that a lot of big stuff had come in from Huadong last night. Elong alone had only spent 1 billion at the beginning, but later on, Elong seemed to be possessed and started to frantically introduce drones and various artillery shells and missiles. Just these big treasures cost a total of 3 billion US dollars. After the madness in the United States last night, Elang's revenge will probably begin immediately. Breakfast was brought in very quickly. It was very rich. One breakfast was probably enough for a poor person's monthly salary. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. As expected, when you have money, you can't help but be extravagant. Chi Qingxuan quickly finished the meeting and came to the door of Chu Ran's office. Because there were robots inside, Chu Ran did not let him in, but gave some instructions at the door. "Don't let outsiders into this office anymore, and you don't need anyone to clean it, understand?" Chi Qingxuan nodded solemnly and took out the card key to the office. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I haven't been in this office many times since it was repaired. Someone must have been cleaning it the whole time. I'll notify everyone right away. There's no need to clean here anymore. Here are all the card keys. Take them with you." Chu Ran accepted the key because his treasure was inside and there was absolutely no way anyone else would know about it. After doing all this, Chu Ran also specifically instructed the robot that if someone accidentally came in, the computer should be shut down immediately. Anyway, This instruction is extremely simple for a highly intelligent robot. Moreover, the system robot is invisible. Even if someone comes in and the computer is turned off, they cannot see anyone. Of course, there is another more important point about these highly intelligent robots, which is that they do not need to be charged, otherwise Chu Ran's plan would be difficult to implement. After leaving the office, Chu Ran met Wu Shiliang. Old Wu is now the CEO of the company. He is responsible for processing many external orders, so he knows a lot of people. Chu Ran stopped him and ordered, "Help me find 2 houses by the end of the year. Bigger and quieter ones." "Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange it for you right away." After leaving the new energy company, Chu Ran asked Zhou Shuai to take him back to school. This Double 11 event was very successful. Chu Ran has decided that if he has time in the future, it would be a good idea to organize some other festivals. Chapter 105. Chu Ran's office and bedroom are missing Fang Shia. Just when Chu Ran returned to school and attended classes with Fang Shia. In East China. Because of the US raid last night, many civilians in Ilong and Afghan were harmed. At this time, in the Iranian president's conference room. Looking at the reports one by one, President Ilong looked coldly at the commanders under him. "Let's start the action. Take out all the weapons we bought from Ranha last night. I want to make those Americans pay with blood." At noon, it is the time for lunch in China. The students sitting in the restaurant saw the latest international news. "Good afternoon, everyone. Last night, the US military launched a large-scale airstrike and missile attack in East China, resulting in the deaths of over 1,000 people in the region, including Ilong and Afghan. Around 10:10 this morning, President Ilong announced that he would make the Americans pay with blood, and immediately issued a counterattack order. According to the latest news reports from the front line, all the weapons Ilong purchased from a well-known online flagship store last night have been used. Various types of missiles and suicide drones have attacked US military bases. According to the military's preliminary estimates, this round of counterattacks has essentially paralyzed all US military bases in East China. US troops stationed outside East China have also been heavily attacked, with approximately tens of thousands of people killed in this raid. After hearing the report in the news, many students in the restaurant looked up and watched the scene curiously. Living in China, people are still unfamiliar with the word war, but abroad, especially in places like East China, war has become the norm. Fang Shia ate while speaking. "This online flagship store is really weird. Why does it sell so many arms? More arms means more wars." Chu Ran smiled and said, "Even without these weapons, is it possible that the conflict between them would still be irreconcilable?" Fang Shia was slightly stunned, and then she revealed a helpless smile, because when she thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Even if there is no legendary online store, these countries will still find ways to find arms elsewhere to maintain their own security. The United States, as a hegemonic country, is truly disgusting. After getting Fang Shia's answer, Chu Ran happily picked up a piece of meat for her. "It's okay. In a few years, the United States won't be that great." Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran and jokingly said, "Chu Ran, why do you always like to brag?" "Ha ha!" Chu Ran smiled happily and did not refute Fang Shia. "By the way, Chu Ran, our homeroom teacher said in class today that you've missed the most classes this semester, so you'll be in real danger at the end of the semester. You know, if you fail a course, it'll be very difficult to make up for it and get your diploma in our school." Hearing Fang Shia's words, Chu Ran smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't care about that thing. I'm at school now and I just want to be with you." "You!" Fang Shia's face turned red with anger, but she was very happy in her heart. Of course, she was just talking casually and she really wasn't worried about Chu Ran, because during this period, Fang Shia was indeed influenced by Guo Lily. Isn't the purpose of going to college to have a good job and make money in the future? Since Chu Ran already has a company as big as Ranha, it seems that he really doesn't care much about the diploma. After dinner, Chu Ran accompanied Fang Shia to the library. Fang Shia no longer works in the library, but studies and looks up information here. Because her learning progress is very scary. According to what I said last time, after passing the CPA exam, the next one will be the Financial Risk Manager, FRM, and then the highest chartered financial analyst, CFA. In short, Fang Shia has planned to complete all these authoritative certificates in the financial industry during his school years. Chu Ran had inquired with Qixingxuan. The CFA is the most authoritative certificate in the industry. There are more than 6,000 people holding it in the country, but many of them have been poached by large foreign companies with high salaries. So if Fang Shia has this certificate, he will definitely be proficient in various things in the company by then. Chu Ran then understood why Fang Shia studied so hard, because she was also trying to help herself. Just when Chu Ran was about to turn on his computer to check the military forum and his flagship store, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar slowly came up to Chu Ran and Fang Shia. "Student Chu Ran!" Chu Ran said, "Oh," and sat on the chair looking at the guy. He looked familiar, but he couldn't quite remember who he was. Fang Shia, who was standing next to him, quickly stood up and said, "Hello, Teacher Guo." It was only then that Chu Ran realized, okay, this turned out to be his homeroom teacher. After being reborn, Chu Ran seemed to have hardly attended classes or lectures, so he had no idea what his homeroom teacher looked like. The head teacher probably saw that Chu Ran didn't respect him very much, and he was so angry that his face looked a little ugly. "Student Chu Ran, I need to inform you that you have skipped several professional courses this semester. If your grades are not satisfactory when you graduate, you should know the consequences yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you now." Chu Ran smiled and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Guo, for reminding me." "Oh, this student now." The head teacher seemed to see that Chu Ran had given up on his own, so he could only shake his head helplessly and leave. Fang Shia sat next to Chu Ran and said helplessly, "You're really screwed now. You didn't treat him well. He holds a grudge. You'll have no hope of getting your diploma. And you didn't even stand up and say hello when you saw him. To be honest, I didn't recognize who he was at first." Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia raised his head and smiled bitterly. "Come to my office tonight. I've found a great spot." Chu Ran whispered in Fang Shia's ear. Because she was so lonely sleeping in the bedroom in Ranha's office last night, she suddenly wished Fang Shia could accompany her. So now Chu Ran shamelessly made such a request. "Read first." Fang Shia pushed Chu Ran with a red face and hurriedly lowered her head to read. But how could Fang Shia concentrate on watching it at this time? Because for her, Chu Ran always made her think about things she shouldn't think about when she was about to go to school. Just when Chu Ran and Fang Shia were talking sweetly and being ambiguous. The war in East China has escalated again. This time, all the suicide drones that Ilong bought from Manhwa flagship store were dispatched, targeting the U.S. military command post in East China. During this period, hundreds of mercenary soldiers had gathered in the cities of Rava and Bur, where Afghan and Bajizitan were in contact. Tonight, they will add fuel to the fire of war again. Chapter 106 City Rights. Chu Ran's smile made the middle-aged man feel a little uneasy, but he quickly suppressed it. He had lived for so many years. What kind of storms had he not seen? How could a brat, still wet behind the ears, really turn the world upside down? "Boy, I don't care how strong you are. You hit my son today, so you must pay the price," the middle-aged man said sternly. Chu Ran still maintained his smile and said slowly, "Sir, I understand your eagerness to protect your son. However, your son was the first to molest my girlfriend, and I was only defending myself. If you insist on pursuing the matter, I will fight to the end." "Flirting?" The yellow-haired man got up from the ground, pointed at Su Yiru, and shouted fiercely, "Dad, this kid is talking nonsense. I just want to make friends with her, she's ungrateful." Su Yiru looked at the yellow-haired man with disgust, hid behind Chu Ran, and tightly grasped the corner of his clothes. Chu Ran patted her hand gently, signaling her to be at ease. "Sir, I think you should educate your son on what it means to respect women." Chu Ran turned to the middle-aged man and said calmly. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He didn't expect Chu Ran to be so sharp-tongued and didn't take him seriously at all. "Good, very good." The middle-aged man laughed in anger. "It seems you are not willing to accept my toast. Today I will let you see how powerful I am." As he spoke, he was about to order the bodyguards to take action. "Wait!" Chu Ran suddenly spoke, interrupting the middle-aged man. "What? Are you scared?" the middle-aged man sneered. Chu Ran shook his head. "Afraid? I, Chu Ran, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. I just think that this kind of fighting and killing is too boring. How about we change the way we play? Change the way of playing? The middle-aged man was stunned, not understanding what Chu Ran was up to. Chu Ran smiled slightly, pointed to a bar not far away, and said, "Let's go there and play a game. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want. If you lose, bring your son and kowtow to my girlfriend to apologize. How about that?" The middle-aged man looked at Chu Ran's confident look and couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. He always felt that Chu Ran seemed to have a plan in mind, which made him a little uneasy. "Dad, don't listen to him!" Huang Mao shouted from the side. "This kid must be playing tricks. Let's arrest him and hand him over to the police." The middle-aged man glared at the yellow-haired man, secretly cursing him as an idiot. If he really handed Chu Ran over to the police, his son's affair would also be exposed, and then it would be his family that would be embarrassed. "Okay, I'll bet with you." The middle-aged man finally agreed to Chu Ran's proposal. He wanted to see what this kid was capable of. Chu Ran smiled and walked towards the bar with Su Yiru. The lights in the bar were dim, the music was blaring, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes, making people feel a little suffocated. Chu Ran found a corner to sit down and ordered 2 glasses of wine. "Are you really sure?" Su Yiru asked worriedly. Chu Ran smiled and said nothing. He just patted her hand gently, indicating that she should be at ease. At this time, the middle-aged man came over with the yellow-haired man and several bodyguards. "Boy, what game do you want to play?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Chu Ran picked up the wine glass, shook it gently, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "How about we play a game of truth or dare?" The middle-aged man frowned, not understanding why Chu Ran chose such a childish game. "What? You don't dare?" Chu Ran asked provocatively. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? I want to see what tricks you can play." "Okay, great." Chu Ran snapped his fingers and said to the bar's DJ, "Let's play some exciting music." The deafening music sounded, and the atmosphere in the bar became even more lively. Chu Ran picked up a dice and placed it on the table. "Let's use this dice to decide who starts first. The one with the higher number asks first, and the one with the lower number answers first. How about that?" Chapter 107, Stabilize the city and take your girlfriend to a meeting. The middle-aged man nodded. "Okay." Chu Ran picked up the dice and tossed it lightly. The dice spun around on the table for a few times before finally coming to rest. "The number is 6. The middle-aged man also picked up the dice and threw it. The dice spun around on the table for a few times before finally coming to rest. "The point is 1. Chu Ran smiled. "It seems I should ask first." He looked at the middle-aged man, a cunning glint in his eyes. "First question, what are you most afraid of?" The middle-aged man's face changed. He didn't expect Chu Ran to ask such a sharp question. Chu Ran smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, but his eyes were as cunning as a fox. "My dear brother, you have a good eye. This jade pendant is indeed worth a lot of money. However, it was not given to Su Yiru by me, but by her." The yellow-haired man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He pointed at Chu Ran and said to Su Yiru, "Baby, did you hear that? This guy actually said that you gave him such a valuable jade pendant. He's making up lies right in front of you. Why don't you say something?" Su Yiru's heart, which had been slightly calmed by Chu Ran's appearance, was once again disturbed by the yellow-haired man's rude behavior. She frowned in disgust, gently pushed away the yellow-haired man's hand on her shoulder, and said coldly, "I have nothing to do with you. Please be respectful." The smile on Huang Mao's face froze. He didn't expect Su Yiru to reject him in front of Chu Ran. He was so angry that he grabbed Su Yiru's wrist and said viciously, "You bitch, you dare to play tricks on me? I've been chasing you for so long, you fucking..." "Pa!" A crisp slap interrupted the yellow-haired man's shouting. Chu Ran withdrew his hand and looked at the yellow-haired man coldly, his eyes full of disgust. "Watch your mouth, or I won't mind slapping you again." Huang Mao covered his face with his hands, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that Chu Ran dared to hit him. He had never been slapped in the face since he was a child. He roared angrily and rushed towards Chu Ran with his fists raised. Chu Ran curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, dodged the yellow-haired man's attack, and then kicked him in the stomach. The yellow-haired man screamed, covered his stomach and fell to the ground, curling up into a ball. "Stop!" a majestic voice sounded. A tall, middle-aged man walked over, followed by several black-clad bodyguards. He glanced at the yellow-haired man lying on the ground, then at Chu Ran, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Dad!" When the yellow-haired man saw him, he immediately cried out as if he had found a savior. "This kid hit me!" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Chu Ran. "Young man, why did you hit someone?" Chu Ran smiled faintly. "He was the first to attack. I was just defending myself." "Self-defense?" The middle-aged man sneered. "You beat him up like this, and you call that self-defense? Do you know who he is?" "I don't care who he is." Chu Ran shrugged. "I will beat anyone who dares to bully my girlfriend." The middle-aged man's face changed. "Girlfriend? You?" He glanced at Su Yiru, then at Chu Ran, and suddenly understood. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Young man, I don't care who you are, you must give me an explanation for what happened today." "Explain?" Chu Ran smiled. "How do you want me to explain?" Chapter 108 Everything is settled before New Year's Day. After the meeting, everyone came over to greet Chu Ran and Fang Shia. This was Fang Shia's first time attending a meeting at such a large company, and she felt a little shy being surrounded by so many people. In the end, everyone simply exchanged greetings and left. On the way back, Fang Shia told Chu Ran that he had indeed learned a lot in this meeting, and many of them were things he had never heard in school. "So, come to the company meetings with me often in the future." Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia whispered, "You just want me to go to bed with you. Don't think I don't know." "Ha!" Chu Ran laughed happily. He didn't expect that although Fang Shia was shy sometimes, she could speak quite directly, but her directness was also a bit cute and interesting. Time flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At school, Gualili has been busy dealing with work matters at Hongyun every day recently. This woman's focus and love for her career far exceeded Chu Ran's imagination. It is said that after she became the boss of Hongyun, she made drastic reforms to many things. Now even the old employees in Hongyun have to admire Gualili's practices. But in fact, no one knows that the reason why Gualili dared to do it so boldly was because she had Chu Ran behind her. In Gualili's eyes, she knows the big boss, so she is not afraid at all. All people and things that are not conducive to the development of the hotel must be reformed. All she wants is performance and results. Therefore, Hongyun has changed from a luxury hotel to the goal pursued by every college student now, because many of its projects are very affordable and convenient for everyone to play. Gualili seemed to have become a celebrity in the University of Finance and Economics. Just as she had said to Fang Shia at the beginning, what everyone saw was the money she could earn now and the fame she had. Even the school principal praised Gualili by name in several speeches, saying that she was both virtuous and academically excellent, and had outstanding abilities, and that she could become the big boss of the Hongyun Hotel. In fact, he had already seen this a long time ago. Inside the dormitory, Chu Ran's roommates took their books every day and began to study hard and mark the key points. It was said that the exam would start in a month, and no one wanted to fail at this time. Only Chu Ran goes out early and comes back late every day, and sometimes he doesn't even come back, which makes the three boys in the dormitory envious and jealous. But in Zhang Hao's words, even though the third brother is happy now, when he fails the exam, he will definitely cry harder than anyone else. In response, Chu Ran just smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously at all. His recent focus has been on Ranha Automotive Energy. Over the past month, the automobile company has developed at a rocket-like speed. The production of quantum core energy has reached its peak, and the production progress of carbon fiber technology is also astonishing. In just 1 month, it has tripled. According to the estimates of Qiqingxuan, Lao Shun and others, these outputs can at least be used by major brand manufacturers in Renha for 1 year. There is no other way. With the support of funds, the workers in the factory are motivated to work because the salary and benefits given by the big boss are so tempting. Finally, it's the automobile factory. After a month of rush work, the automobile factory building has been completed. In the next half-month, emergency production was also put into operation. The current daily production volume is about 8,000 units. This output is already a terrifying number for an ordinary automobile company, because Chu Ran still remembers that 10 years later, YYD Automobile Company only produced more than 7,000 vehicles a day under the pressure of large orders. But even so, YYD Company was very happy and even made a special report. However, now, Chu Ran's Ranha New Energy has achieved a daily output of 8,000 units even though the factory building has just been built and the conditions are not yet complete. I wonder what YYD Company will think after hearing about it. More than 8,000 units, there was still some distance between Chu Ran and his goal. He was not in a hurry, but asked Ran Fang to continue urging the company to increase production. Because on this New Year's Day, Ranha will bring a big explosive news to China and even the world. Over the past month, the international situation has also changed greatly. The United States sent a large number of troops to attack East China, causing many small countries in East China to form a group. And because of the Ranha flagship store, the originally fragile East China became more and more brave and fierce in this war, while the United States, with its advantages in equipment and funds, became completely wiped out at this time. So this month, it gradually turned into a tug-of-war. If you attack me a little, East China will send troops to conquer some of you. In the end, the one with the greatest advantage is Chu Ran's Ranha flagship store. Because what you need most in a tug-of-war is definitely weapons and equipment, right? So these days, both Elong and the United States have started to place orders frantically in the Ranha flagship store. Although the United States has the money and factories to produce these products, when they calculated the cost, they found that it seemed that the cost was not as good as buying them at the Ranha flagship store. The most important thing is that the Ranha flagship store delivers the goods too quickly. It may take you a month or so to produce these things in the factory, but at the Ranha flagship store, as long as you place an order, it will arrive within 1 day if expedited. This kind of advantage is definitely not available in the arsenals in reality. In the military forum, there are many experts posting comments. If they continue to fight like this, the Ranha flagship store will probably become rich enough to rival a country in a few years, while many arsenals in reality will probably begin to decline. In fact, what they don't know is that the funds Chu Ran now has are already beyond many ordinary countries. Chapter 109: A New Era is Coming. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. I want you to kneel down and apologize, and compensate for my son's medical expenses. Kneel down and apologize? Chu Ran laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. Are you dreaming? You! The middle-aged man was furious, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Chu Ran. You kid, don't accept my toast! Come on, arrest him! Several bodyguards in black immediately surrounded them. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! Detecting the host is about to resort to violence, triggering a special mission, resolve the conflict without violence and convince Su Yuru to change her mind. Mission reward, restore 10% of your appearance and gain the special skill, mind reading. Mind reading? That's a good thing. Chu Ran's heart moved and he decided to accept this challenge. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and smiled at the middle-aged man. Sir, are you sure you want to do it? The middle-aged man was stunned, not understanding why Chu Ran suddenly became so calm. He snorted coldly. What? Are you scared? Chu Ran smiled mysteriously. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? I just want to give you a chance. Opportunity? The middle-aged man frowned. What opportunity? Chu Ran pointed to his head and said with a smile. A chance to understand my true strength. He paused deliberately before slowly saying. Also, a chance to avoid lifelong regrets for you. Chu Ran wore a mysterious smile, but it was glaring to the middle-aged man. He felt like he'd been fooled, seething with rage, practically losing his mind. You're playing tricks! Come on! The bodyguards received the order and immediately approached Chu Ran aggressively. Su Yuru was so frightened that her face turned pale. She clutched Chu Ran's sleeve tightly, and her body trembled slightly. At this moment, Chu Ran suddenly did something that no one expected. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, is that Lao Zhang? It's me, Chu Ran. Yes, I'm at XX shopping mall and I'm surrounded by people. Bring a few people over here. Chu Ran's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was just ordering takeout. The middle-aged man and the bodyguards were all stunned. What the hell was this guy up to? Did he have any other tricks up his sleeve? The middle-aged man looked at Chu Ran suspiciously, feeling a sense of unease. His son Huang Mao also stopped crying and looked at Chu Ran blankly. Chu Ran hung up the phone and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. Now, do you still want to do it? The middle-aged man forced himself to remain calm. You're just bluffing. I want to see who you can call. Chu Ran shrugged. Then let's wait and see. He turned and said to Su Yura gently, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Yura looked at Chu Ran's confident eyes and felt a little relieved, but she still held Chu Ran's sleeve tightly, as if that was her only support. As time passed, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Customers watched from a distance, whispering among themselves. About 10 minutes later, a group of strong men in black suits and sunglasses came over. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a stern face. Brother Ran! Old John walked respectfully in front of Chu Ran and bowed slightly. Chapter 110 The two countries disintegrate, and the CJJ country emerges. Su Yura's appearance made Chu Ran's already confused thoughts even more complicated. He didn't know why Su Yura appeared in this world, nor did he know what she meant by knowing everything about you. Who are you? Chu Ran asked warily. Su Yura chuckled, walked up to Chu Ran, stretched out her finger and gently lifted his chin, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. I'm here to help you. Help me? Chu Ran was even more confused. Help me with what? Help you escape from here. Su Yura leaned close to Chu Ran's ear and whispered. Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat. Escape from here? This was what he had always dreamed of. Can you help me escape? Chu Ran asked with a hint of expectation in his tone. Of course. Su Yura smiled confidently. I know the guard changeover time of the temple, and I also know where the secret passage is. Chu Ran looked at Su Yura's confident eyes, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps she could really help him escape from this strange world. Over the next few days, Su Yura explained her plan to Chu Ran in detail. She told him that she wasn't from this world, but like him, came from another world. She had been in this world for some time, and was very familiar with the situation there. Goddess Hai Ming is not a true god, Su Yura said. She is just a powerful magician. She uses oracles and legends of the Chosen One to control the people of Tianyuan City. What? Chu Ran looked at Su Yura in shock. You said Goddess Hai Ming is not a god? That's right. Su Yura nodded. She's just a liar who uses her status as a god to satisfy her own selfish desires. Chu Ran felt that his worldview had been overturned again. He had always believed that the goddess of sea dreams was a true god, but he didn't expect that she was just a liar. Why did she do this? Chu Ran asked. For power, for control, Su Yura said. She wants to control the entire Tianyuan city, and even the entire world. Chu Ran was silent. He didn't know who to trust, nor did he know what to do. Don't worry. Su Yura seemed to see Chu Ran's worry. I will help you expose her true face and let you regain your freedom. Chu Ran looked at Su Yura's determined eyes, and his heart gradually calmed down. He decided to believe Su Yura and escape from this world shrouded in lies with her. According to Su Yura's plan, they would act at midnight 3 days later. By then, the temple's guards would be changing shifts, and Su Yura had already found a secret passage in the temple that would allow them to escape Tianyuan City unnoticed. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Chu Ran pretended to be calm, but secretly he was actively preparing his escape plan. He carefully observed the topography of the temple, memorizing every detail Su Yura had told him. Finally, the time for action arrived. At midnight, Chu Ran quietly slipped out of his room and, following Su Yura's instructions, came to the backyard of the temple. Su Yura had been waiting there for a long time. She was wearing a black nightgown and holding a sharp dagger in her hand. Are you ready? Su Yura asked. I'm ready. Chu Ran took a deep breath and nodded. Su Yura brought Chu Ran to a secluded corner where there was an inconspicuous stone slab. Su Yura pushed the stone slab open with force, revealing a dark hole. This is the secret passage, Su Yura said. Follow me. Chu Ran followed Su Yiru into the secret passage. It was pitch black, impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Su Yiru pulled out a tinder from her bosom and lit an oil lamp. The dim light illuminated the narrow passage and Chu Ran's uneasy face. They walked along the secret passage, the air filled with the smell of dampness and decay. Chu Ran followed Su Yiru closely, not daring to slack off. Suddenly, they heard footsteps coming from the front. "Someone is coming!" Chu Ran said nervously. Su Yiru immediately blew out the oil lamp, pulled Chu Ran aside, and hid in the darkness. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and seemed to be heading towards them. Chu Ran's heartbeat quickened and his palms began to sweat. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the secret passage. "Chu Ran, where are you?" "It's the voice of the goddess of sea dreams." Chu Ran was stunned. He hadn't expected the sea dream goddess to appear here. Had their plan been discovered? Su Yiru held Chu Ran's hand tightly, signaling him not to make a sound. The footsteps of Goddess Haimeng were getting closer and closer, and Chu Ran could even feel her breath. Just as Goddess Haimeng was about to walk in front of them, Su Yiru suddenly took action, covered Chu Ran's mouth, and dragged him into a hidden branch next to the secret passage. The sea dream goddess seemed not to notice them and continued walking along the secret passage. Chu Ran and Su Yiru hid in a side road, not daring to make a sound. After a long time, the footsteps of the sea dream goddess gradually faded away. "Huh!" Chu Ran let out a long sigh, feeling like his heart was about to jump out. Su Yiru released her hand that was covering Chu Ran's mouth and whispered, "It seems she has discovered our plan." "What should we do now?" Chu Ran asked. A cold light flashed in Su Yiru's eyes. "Since she has already found out, don't blame us for being rude." Su Yiru took out a packet of medicine powder from her bosom and handed it to Chu Ran. "Sprinkle this at the entrance of the secret passage." "What is this?" Chu Ran asked. "The drug," Su Yiru said, "can make the pursuer unconscious for a period of time." Chu Ran took the powder and, following Su Yiru's instructions, sprinkled it at the entrance of the secret passage. "Okay, let's go," Su Yiru said. They continued along the secret passage, but before long, they discovered an iron gate in front of them, blocking their way. Chapter 111 Two Lottery Draws, Aircraft Carrier and Nuclear Submarine? Breakthrough! I feel like I have made a breakthrough! Chu Ran opened his eyes and said excitedly. Su Yiru looked at Chu Ran, her eyes full of surprise. "Congratulations, Chu Ran," Su Yiru said. "Roar, thank you." Chu Ran looked at Su Yiru and said affectionately. "Why are you thanking me?" Su Yiru asked in confusion. "Thank you for always being by my side," Chu Ran said. Su Yiru looked at Chu Ran's affectionate eyes, her pretty face blushed slightly, and a sweet feeling surged in her heart. "Chu Ran, I want to thank you too," Su Yiru said. "Thank me? Thank me for what?" Chu Ran asked puzzledly. "Thank you for always protecting me," Su Yiru said. "Silly boy, it's my duty to protect you," Chu Ran said with a smile. Su Yiru looked at Chu Ran's smile and felt even sweeter in her heart. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully flirted with a girl, reward points 100. Chu Ran was secretly delighted when he heard the system notification tone. It seemed that flirting with girls was also a good way to gain points. "Chu Ran, what realm are you in now?" Su Yiru asked. "I am now at the second level of meridian forging," Chu Ran said. "Second level meridian tempering? So fast?" Su Yiru said in surprise. "Of course. Don't you see who I am?" Chu Ran said proudly. Ding! The host has successfully shown off. 100 points awarded. Chu Ran felt even more proud when he heard the system prompt sound. "Chu Ran, you are so amazing," Su Yiru said admiringly. "Average, third in the world," Chu Ran said with a smile. Ding! The host has successfully shown off. 100 points awarded. Chu Ran was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. "Chu Ran, let's go out and celebrate," Su Yiru suggested. "Okay." Chu Ran nodded in agreement. The two walked out of the room and came to the restaurant. "Waiter, bring the best food and wine," Chu Ran said proudly. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." The waiter responded and turned to leave. After a while, the food and wine were served. Chu Ran and Su Yiru began to eat with relish. Chu Ran, what are your plans next? Su Yiru asked. Of course, I will continue to practice and strive to reach the 4th level of the sea as soon as possible, Chu Ran said. The 4 realms become a sea? That's very difficult, Su Yiru said. No matter how difficult it is, I will achieve it. I will become strong and protect you, Chu Ran said firmly. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully flirted with a girl, reward points 100. Chu Ran, I believe you. Su Yiru looked at Chu Ran, her eyes full of trust. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the restaurant. What's going on? Chu Ran asked in confusion. Go out and take a look, Su Yiru said. The two walked out of the restaurant and saw a group of people gathered together, seemingly arguing about something. What happened? Chu Ran asked. It looks like someone is fighting, a passerby replied. Chu Ran and Su Yiru squeezed into the crowd and saw a young man in gorgeous clothes, leading a group of men, beating up a ragged old beggar. The old beggar was beaten black and blue, and kept begging for mercy. Stop! Chu Ran shouted. When the young man heard Chu Ran's shout, he turned around and looked at Chu Ran with disdain. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? The young master said arrogantly. Who am I? Your grandfather. Chu Ran punched the young man in the face. The young man was knocked back and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. You dare to hit me? The young man covered his face and said in disbelief. What's wrong with hitting you? I'm going to kill you today, Chu Ran said as he was about to rush forward. Chu Ran, don't! Su Yiru hurriedly grabbed Chu Ran. Rower, don't stop me. Today I want to teach this ignorant guy a lesson, Chu Ran said. Chu Ran, calm down. This is a restaurant with so many people here. It would be terrible if someone got killed, Su Yiru advised. Chu Ran calmed down after hearing Su Yiru's words. Boy, just wait for me, I won't let you go. The young man said this harshly and fled in a panic with his men. When the people around saw this scene, they cheered. This young man is great, and he taught me a good lesson. That's right, this kind of bully should be taught a lesson. This young man is truly a hero. Chu Ran felt very proud when he heard the praise from people around him. Roar, let's go. Chu Ran took Su Yiru's hand and turned to leave. As soon as the two walked out of the crowd, they saw an old man in black standing in front of them. The old man looked at Chu Ran, a gleam in his eyes. Young man, you are quite skilled, said the old man. Who are you? Chu Ran asked warily. I am the head of the Li family, Li Tianxiong, said the old man. Chapter 112 Two Big Treasures, CJJ completely rises in East China. Chu Ran nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Old Zhang turned to look at the middle-aged man and his bodyguard, his eyes sharp. Who are you? How dare you touch Brother Ran? The middle-aged man's face turned pale when he saw this scene. Although he was rich and powerful, he was just a businessman. How could he have seen such a scene? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, the middle-aged man quickly said with a smile. We were just joking with this young man. Chu Ran looked at him with a half-smile. A joke? Your son's face was swollen from being beaten, and you call this a joke? The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, This is all because my son is ignorant and offended the young man. I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope you will be magnanimous and let us go. Chu Ran smiled faintly. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. Just ask your son to kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend, and then pay for the medical expenses, and then let this matter go. The middle-aged man's face changed. Asking his son to kneel down and apologize? This is too embarrassing. He was hesitating when he heard Chu Ran's voice again. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Lao Zhang is the local boss in this area. If you want to force your way in, I'm afraid. Chu Ran didn't finish his words, but the threat in his words was self-evident. The middle-aged man weighed the pros and cons and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, I promise you. He turned around and glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely. Why don't you kneel down and apologize? Although Huang Mao was unwilling, under the fierce gazes of Lao Zhang and others, he still knelt down in front of Su Yiru and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Su Yiru was a little overwhelmed. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chu Ran patted her hand and signaled her not to worry. Just when the middle-aged man thought that the matter was over, Chu Ran suddenly said, "Wait a minute." He walked up to the yellow-haired man, looked down at him, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I don't like people calling me kid." "Then, what should I call you?" Huang Mao asked timidly. He felt that Chu Ran's eyes were like looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Chu Ran reached out and gently patted Huang Mao's face. "Be good, call me daddy." Huang Mao shuddered, his face pale as paper. He had been spoiled since childhood. How could he have experienced such humiliation? He opened his mouth, but could not utter the word dad. "What? You don't want to?" Chu Ran's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes became colder, as if the cold wind from the Nine Nether Hell made the yellow-haired man shiver. Lao Zhang and others also stepped forward, staring at Huang Mao with murderous eyes, as if they were ready to attack him if they disagreed. Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly kicked the yellow-haired man and said, "Scream! Do you want to die?" Huang Mao finally broke down. He cried out, "Dad! Dad! I was wrong! Please let me go!" Chu Ran then smiled with satisfaction. He patted Huang Mao's head and said, "My dear son, this is right." The customers around were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Chu Ran to be so strong that he forced Huang Mao to call him dad. Su Yiru was also very shocked. She looked at Chu Ran with a complicated look in her eyes. After the incident, the middle-aged man left in disgrace with his bodyguards. Old Zhang also left with his men, leaving only Chu Ran and Su Yiru. Su Yiru looked at Chu Ran, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Chapter 113, Completely Shocked. "Just say whatever you want to say." Chu Ran smiled gently. Why did you do that just now?" Su Yiru hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question in her heart. "I think you are a little. Is it a bit too much?" Chu Ran added for her. Su Yiru nodded. Chu Ran sighed. "Yiru, I know you have a kind heart, but in this world, not all problems can be solved with kindness. Sometimes you have to be tough to protect yourself and those around you." He paused and continued. "Just like what happened today, if I don't act tough, that yellow-haired guy won't learn his lesson and might even continue to harass you. I have to let him know that there are certain bottom lines that can't be crossed." Su Yiru was silent. She understood what Chu Ran meant, but she was still a little uncomfortable with Chu Ran's tough approach. Chu Ran looked at Su Yiru, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew that Su Yiru needed time to accept all this, but he would not change his ways. Because he knew that only in this way could he survive in this world where the strong prey on the weak and protect his beloved. "Let's go, I'll take you home." Chu Ran took Su Yiru's hand and said gently. Su Yiru did not refuse. She let Chu Ran hold her hand, and the two slowly walked out of the mall. On the way back to school, Su Yiru remained silent. Chu Ran didn't say anything either. He stayed quietly beside Su Yiru, giving her enough time to think. Suddenly, Su Yiru stopped and looked up at Chu Ran, her eyes full of doubt. "Chu Ran, are you really an ordinary student?" Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Su Yiru to ask this question suddenly. He looked at Su Yiru's serious eyes, and a hint of amusement suddenly rose in his heart. "What do you think?" Chu Ran did not answer directly, but asked back. Su Yiru shook her head. "I don't know. You give me a very mysterious and powerful feeling, not like an ordinary student." Chu Ran smiled and said, "Really? Maybe I really do have some secrets." He paused and continued. "However, now is not the time to tell you these secrets. When the time is right, I will naturally tell you everything." Su Yiru wanted to ask something else, but Chu Ran's phone suddenly rang. Chu Ran took out his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment, but finally answered the call. "Hello? Chu Ran, this is Li Tianming." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Ran's face changed. He didn't expect Li Tianming to contact him on his own initiative. "What do you want from me?" Chu Ran asked in a cold tone. "I want to talk to you about cooperation," Li Tianming said. Cooperation? Chu Ran sneered. What else can we cooperate on? I know you have something against me, but now we have a common enemy, Li Tianming said. We need to join forces to deal with him. Common enemy? Chu Ran frowned. Who are you talking about? Li Tianming paused and slowly uttered a name. Lin Tian. Lin Tian? Chu Ran repeated the name, a hint of doubt and caution in his tone. The name was unfamiliar to him. He had no impression of it at all. Yes, it's Lin Tian. Li Tianming's voice sounded a little solemn. He is a very dangerous person. We must join forces to stop him. Chu Ran was silent for a moment, pondering the truth of Li Tianming's words. Although he didn't trust Li Tianming, the name Lin Tian made him feel a little uneasy. Chapter 114, National Affairs in the Dormitory. Tell me all the information about Lin Tian. Chu Ran finally decided to understand the situation first. Li Tianming did not hide anything anymore and told Chu Ran everything he knew about Lin Tian. It turns out that Lin Tian is the leader of a mysterious organization whose goal is to overthrow the existing social order and build a new world. And the organization that Li Tianming belongs to is one of their targets. After listening to Li Tianming's story, Chu Ran was filled with shock. He had never thought that such an organization existed in this world. I know it's hard for you to believe me, but this is the truth, Li Tianming said. If you don't believe it, you can investigate it yourself. Chu Ran hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. He didn't know whether he should believe Li Tianming, but he knew that he had to find out about Lin Tian's affairs as soon as possible. Chu Ran, who is calling? Su Yura asked with concern. Chu Ran came back to his senses and looked at Su Yura's worried eyes. He smiled slightly and said, It's okay. A friend called. He didn't want Su Yura to be involved in these dangerous things, so he decided to hide the truth for the time being. Oh. Su Yura nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Chu Ran sent Su Yura back to school, and then returned to his residence alone. He sat in front of the computer and began to search for information about Lin Tian. However, he found nothing. It seems that this Lin Tian is hiding very deeply, Chu Ran murmured to himself. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Ran picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Hello? Chu Ran, we meet again. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Ran's face changed. He recognized the owner of the voice. It was Lin Tian. How do you know my number? Chu Ran asked with a trembling voice. Haha, I know much more than you think, Lin Tian sneered. Chu Ran, I advise you not to interfere in my affairs, otherwise you will regret it. What do you want to do? Chu Ran asked with forced calmness. What do I want to do? Lin Tian said with a hint of joking. I want to change the world and establish a new order. You're crazy! Chu Ran roared. Crazy? Maybe, Lin Tian said calmly. But this world is originally a world of madmen. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Chu Ran held the phone, his face livid. He hadn't expected Lin Tian to contact him and threaten him. Lin Tian, who are you? Chu Ran's heart was filled with confusion and anger. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System activated, binding to host Chu Ran. The host is detected to be in danger, opening the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Time pause. Chu Ran was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. System? Time pause? Chu Ran was full of doubts. Time pause. You can pause the surrounding time for 10 minutes. The system's voice sounded again. Chu Ran widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that he had gained such a powerful ability. He tried to use time pause, but everything around him stopped, and only he could move freely. Chapter 115 International Turmoil. Ranha, here I come. This is true. Chu Ran's heart was filled with excitement. He knew that with this ability, he would be able to survive in this dangerous world and protect his loved ones. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. Chu Ran released the time pause, walked over and opened the door. A tall and beautiful woman stood outside the door. Hello, Chu Ran. The woman smiled slightly, revealing a charming smile. My name is Qin Yu, and I'm here to help you. Qin Yu's appearance surprised Chu Ran, yet it also seemed reasonable. Ever since the system was activated, he had a vague feeling that his life would no longer be ordinary. Qin Yu's appearance took his breath away. She was so beautiful that she seemed unreal, like a fairy from a painting. Help me? You know about me? Chu Ran asked doubtfully, his guard still not completely down. His ability to pause time gave him a bit of confidence, but facing the unknown Qin Yu and Lin Tian, he still felt uneasy. Qin Yu chuckled softly, her voice as clear and sweet as a wind chime. I know you have obtained the system, and I also know what Lin Tian wants to do. I am here to help you control the system and stop Lin Tian's crazy plan. Control system? You know this system? Chu Ran was even more confused. This sudden appearance of the system was already giving him enough headaches, and now someone showed up and said they wanted to help him control the system. This made him feel that things were getting more and more complicated. Qin Yu walked over to Chu Ran. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to beat faster. This system isn't a good thing. It will gradually erode your will and eventually turn you into its puppet. Qin Yu's voice was alluring. Only I can help you control it and truly master its power. Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu's beautiful face so close to him. Her eyes were deep and mysterious, as if she could see through all his thoughts. He was hesitant in his heart, not knowing whether to believe her. Why do you want to help me? Chu Ran asked. He had to find out Qin Yu's purpose. Qin Yu stretched out her delicate fingers and gently lifted a strand of hair from Chu Ran's forehead. Her movements were intimate and ambiguous. Because... She paused and smiled brightly. I like you? Chu Ran was stunned. He had never expected Qin Yu to give such an answer. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and he had never expected her to express her love for him. Don't stop joking, Chu Ran said with a stutter, and he felt his cheeks getting hot. Qin Yu chuckled and retracted her fingers, a sly look flashing in her eyes. Whether this is a joke or not, you'll know later. She walked to Chu Ran's computer, her slender fingers dancing on the keyboard, and lines of code poured down like a waterfall. Lin Tian wants to use the system to change the world and establish what he calls a new order. If his plan succeeds, the world will be plunged into chaos, Qin Yu said as he operated the computer. We must stop him. Chu Ran watched Qin Yu's skillful operation, filled with confusion. Who was she? Why did she know so much about the system? You, who are you? Chu Ran couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Chu Ran, a mysterious smile on his face. I am. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and then went out completely. What's going on? Chu Ran exclaimed, and the room fell into darkness. Chapter 116: The highly anticipated Ranha new car launch. Today is also a very special day for many big names in the e-commerce industry. Because Ranha is going to release his new car. As early as a month ago, Ranha's car manufacturing business had already caused a huge stir in the industry. When Ranha's quantum compressed peripheral battery was first released, it immediately drove countless people crazy and became very famous in the automotive field. Not long after, Ranha began to cooperate with the state and established military-civilian cooperation enterprises. From then on, it has played an important role in the entire business world. There are long queues of companies that want to cooperate with Ranha every day. It is said that Ranha's CEO Chi Qingshuan has to avoid the bosses of the automotive industry every day, as countless people give him gifts. This is Ranha's ability, which makes people in the entire industry crazy. This is simply because they have mastered quantum compressed peripheral batteries, which have improved the lifespan and endurance of countless electric vehicles, and have also ushered in an era of long battery life for many mobile phones. In addition, the electromagnetic gun experiment originally announced by the National Department was also successfully launched, also with the help of Ranha quantum compression peripheral batteries. All of these are thanks to Ranha. It can be said that Ranha has long been a national enterprise in China, loved and liked by countless people. Now Ranha is going to start building his own car. How can people not pay attention? As early as a few days ago, the number of reservations for the launch of Ranha new energy vehicle on major video websites had exceeded hundreds of millions, and countless people wanted to watch this launch conference. More importantly, at this car launch event, two groundbreaking products will appear. These two products will affect people's daily lives and bring convenience and safety to everyone's future lives. This news is undoubtedly the most explosive. Everyone knows that Ranha's quantum compression battery is the most awesome. It has been imitated and learned by countless scientists at home and abroad, but they still cannot learn it. This further proves how powerful Ranha is. Now Ranha has once again unleashed its energy and produced two new products. What exactly are these two products? Why was it released together with the car launch conference? And there was one person who did not show up at this press conference. According to the poster provided by Ranha, this mysterious person who did not show up seems to be the keynote speaker of this press conference. Everyone knows that Ranha's CEO is Qiqing, and some external press conferences are usually led by Wu Shiliang, and the scientist in the production workshop laboratory is Xin Ziming. These three people are the pillars of Ranha. But some insiders know that there is a real boss behind Ranha. It was this boss who provided funding to Ranha. There were even rumors that all of Ranha's products were ideas and plans provided by this person. But this news was too ridiculous. After all, no one could create something as precious as quantum compression except professional scientists like Xin Ziming, so no one believed it. But no matter what, the appearance of this mysterious man at this press conference undoubtedly made everyone more curious about Ranha. At this moment, on a certain social forum, the two words, Ran He, have already been pushed to the top of the hot search list. This day has finally come. I've been waiting for it for so long. I'm really excited. Ranha's last press conference is still fresh in my memory. It attracted countless people's attention. This time, I'm afraid it will be even more amazing than the last time. Of course. I heard that they are going to release two products this time, and both products will appear on Ranha's new energy vehicles at the same time. Damn it! I've been looking at that car design for ages, and now I'm using it as my phone wallpaper. If Ran He's new car looks like that, I'll buy it even if it means I'm broke. Brother, you're too slow. My Porsche is already listed on a second-hand platform. As soon as the money arrives, I'll buy this Ranha car immediately. If nothing else, I'm just patriotic because it's a domestic brand. Netizens are discussing this hotly on the internet. At this time, at the Ranha New Energy Press Conference, countless people have bought tickets and are ready to enter. Many reporters were holding equipment outside the scene, constantly interviewing various passers-by. A new energy YDD car slowly stopped. At this time, the CEO of YDD Automobile Company also slowly got out of the car. Mr. Lee, what are your thoughts on Ranha's new car launch? The last time YDD Automobile Company held a press conference in Ranha, a manager came, but this time the CEO came in person, which is enough to show how important their opinion of Ranha is. Ranha is a company with great ideas. As the leader of China New Energy Automobile, I hope more Ranha companies will come to the market and make progress with us. After hearing this, the reporter asked again. Mr. Lee, people say you came to the press conference in person because you're worried that Ranha's new car will put a lot of pressure on your company. Do you share this thought? Haha, that's pure nonsense. Business people should have a broad mind. Ranha is a very promising and capable company. I wouldn't have such petty thoughts. After saying this, the CEO of YDD generously walked into the fire escape. Media reporters promptly broadcast this segment live online. All netizens couldn't help laughing when they saw this report. Because everyone could see that the YDD CEO was indeed a little anxious, and it was obvious that he was very worried about Ranha's new car. Because Ranha's mysterious black technology is definitely a killer skill. Quantum compressed energy is already a headache. Now Ranha has even launched a new product. It would be fine if it didn't launch it, but it actually launched two products at the same time. This is definitely something that will make the entire automotive industry silent. At the press conference, everyone was coming in one after another. At this time, Chu Ran also took the company car and went directly to the press conference lounge from the underground parking lot with Qiqing and others. Next to Chu Ran, there was a beautiful girl. She was wearing a simple sportswear tonight. Everyone knows that this girl is the boss lady of Ranha, and Ranha Company is named after her and the boss Chu Ran. Will you join me on stage later? In the elevator, Chu Ran turned around and looked at Fang Shia. Fang Shia looked at the people around him, then shook his head and said, Why should I go? Go by yourself, I'll wait for you back there. Chu Ran smiled and said, Have you told your mother, grandmother, and Arya? You want to watch TV tonight? Fang Shia hummed and said, I told you a long time ago. Although they don't know what to watch, our family is well off now and we have a TV installed. We have President Qi to thank for all this. Qi Qingxuan hurriedly said with a smile. Miss Fang, you don't have to be polite. It was all done by President Chu. Chapter 117. The boy in the past is now out of reach. Right now. Perhaps everyone has forgotten that today is not only Ranha's new car launch, but also the annual New Year's Day. Of course, on the internet, everyone calls this day New Year's Eve. That evening, a hot word appeared on the internet, that is, Ranha's new car will accompany you to celebrate the new year. Many people sat down at home and started watching Ranha's new car launch conference. They can wait until after New Year's Eve, but there is only one Ranha's new car launch conference, which is definitely not to be missed. 7 o'clock in the evening. There's still half an hour until the press conference starts. At this time, the scene was already crowded with people. Originally, tickets were agreed for 2,000 people, but in the end, there were still several thousand people outside the exhibition hall. In addition to these people, many reporters and media also came to report. In short, today's launch of Ranha new energy vehicles is definitely attracting everyone's attention. Of course, not only at the on-site press conference, but also many online netizens have high expectations for this press conference. In the official live broadcast room of Ranha New Energy, there are already millions of viewers on major platforms. Although it hasn't started yet, the number of people in the live broadcast room is still increasing. At this time, inside the University of Finance and Economics, countless students gathered in the hall waiting to watch this scene. Tonight was specially arranged by the Student Union President Luo Tiantian. He asked all members of the Student Union to gather here. In addition, other students who are not members of the Student Union can also come here to watch, and free melon seeds and mineral water are provided on site. Originally, today was the day for the school to hold a New Year's Eve event. But in this passionate youth, many people have different feelings towards Ranha. So we specially broadcast the Ranha new car launch here tonight, and didn't hold any New Year events at all. The students were all very happy. In everyone's eyes, Ranha was the future of China and had brought honor to China. Only Luo Tiantian stood at the back with his arms around his shoulders and a smile on his face. Because in the entire school, there are probably less than 5 people who know Chu Ran's identity, and I am one of them. So Luo Tiantian was very happy and proud at this time. He had helped Chu Ran solve a lot of troubles some time ago, which made Luo Tiantian feel that he had already come into contact with Chu Ran. Think about it, he is Ranha's boss. If I graduate by then and can get Chu Ran's support, my career will definitely be smooth sailing in the future. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Luo Tiantian was just about to turn around and ask his men what was going on. But he saw Gualili walking back in a very ostentatious manner wearing high heels and a small suit. Sisterly! Sisterly! The students from the student union greeted Gualili respectfully when they saw her. There is no way around it. Gualili is now the most successful person in the University of Finance and Economics. He owns a hotel at such a young age and can use his own skills to manage the hotel and generate huge revenue. This is his ability. When others were still studying, Gualili had already become a person admired by countless people. Of course, all this was thanks to Chu Ran's words, but now no one knows about this except Fang Shia. Luo Tiantian also roughly guessed it, but he definitely didn't know the details, so he could only guess. Mr. Gua, how come you have time to come to this little shabby temple? Gualili smiled faintly and said, Nowhere else is as lively as here. After all, I'm a student, so I still like to experience this kind of happy time at school. Show Mr. Gua a seat. Following Luo Tiantian's order, the students nearby hurriedly arranged a seat in the front for Gualili. Thanks. Gualili smiled and sat down, saying, Chairman Luo, there might be a surprise tonight. You'd better open your eyes and watch carefully. After hearing what Gualili said, Luo Tiantian also became a little curious. What surprise? Surprise, if you tell me about it, it won't be a surprise anymore. Gualili said this lightly. looking at the people from the student union around her very elegantly. At this moment, what she wanted to see most was how these people would react after they knew that Chu Ran was the boss of Ranha. Guilili remembered very clearly the bet between Chu Ran and Yang Shia. Many people in the student union knew Chu Ran and knew that Chu Ran had pursued Yang Shia. But things have changed over time. This ordinary student who was once looked down upon by all of them has become the man they admire the most and the one they look up to the most. This experience is really something that I have to endure even as a bystander. Guilili felt so happy. He was just like the male protagonist in the online novel. On the other hand, Luo Tiantian, who was not far away, suddenly raised his head and looked at Guilili, then looked at the projection on the TV screen not far away, and he became excited in an instant. Is he really going to show up? And now on the other side. Inside dormitory 321 where Chu Ran is. The eldest brother Wang Rui, the second brother Hao Jiangwo, and the fourth brother Zhang Hao all gathered in front of a small table, watching the advertisements playing on the computer on the table. There was also a reminder above. 25 minutes and 5 seconds until the Ranha New Energy Vehicle Conference begins. It's so exciting. I've been waiting for this day for a whole month. I can finally see Ranha's car launch conference. The boss Wang Rui said with great joy that he was the most excited at the last Ranha press conference, because Wang Rui felt that this was related to the technological development of China, so as a Chinese, he was very happy. This time, China's car launch conference appeared again, and it is said that there will be 2 new technologies appearing at this conference, which may even surpass Ranha's previous quantum peripheral battery. This made Wang Rui even more excited and happy. The second brother, Hao Jiangwo, sighed while drinking beer and smoking. What a shame! We won't be able to see that third brother anymore. He just spends all day with his girlfriend. I really despise him. Second brother, you are envious, jealous and hateful. Haha, don't say that, everyone understands. The fourth brother Zhang Hao laughed. The eldest brother, Wang Rui, shook his head helplessly. That third brother is really too presumptuous. The final exams are almost here, and he doesn't even come back to study. He's obsessed with love every day. Before it was Yang Shia, and now it's Fang Shia. Hey, Yang Shia seems to be very quiet lately. She rarely goes out at school. Ever since Fang Shia and the third brother got together, I feel like Fang Shia and Yang Shia have switched roles. One becomes happy when silent, and the other becomes silent when happy. The fourth guy is very good at noticing changes in people, so he put forward his own views at this time. The second oldest brother, Hao Jiangwo, laughed and said, I think so too. It seems like Yang Shia regrets rejecting the third oldest brother. I don't know what charm the third oldest brother has that makes both Yang Shia and Fang Shia feel this way about him. Alright, let's not talk about third brother tonight. Ranhe's new car product launch is about to begin. Get ready to watch TV. Fourth brother, adjust the resolution on your computer. I have to see what surprises my idol's company has tonight. The eldest brother Wang Rui was extremely excited and happy at this time, just like when the TV series was just bought in the 1960s and the whole hospital gathered together to watch it. Chapter 118 Chu Ran, is he the one we know? This is inside the boys' dormitory. Not only 321, many other dormitories are also excitedly waiting for tonight's live broadcast. Of course, the girls' dormitory is no exception. At this time in the girls' dormitory, a girl was sitting in front of the desk and refused to turn on her computer for a long time. Because she was afraid that she would open her computer and actually see news about that person. After such a long time, Yang Shia still hasn't gotten over it, and is even getting deeper and deeper into trouble. The question of whether Chu Ran is the boss of Ranhe has been bothering her for several months. To be honest, she really didn't want it to be like that, because if Chu Ran was not Ranhe's boss, she wouldn't have to regret it. But at the same time, she also hopes that Chu Ran is Ranhe's boss. In this way, she may have great hope in the future. After all, he liked me so much in the beginning. If he is really the boss of Ranhe, then if I beg him shamelessly, maybe it is not impossible to go back to him, right? Thinking of this, Yang Shia took a deep breath, slowly opened her computer, and found Ranha's live broadcast room. Chu Ran, don't let me down! At the same time, in Chunqing, a small county town not far from Tianhai. Chu Ran's parents also hurried back from outside at this time. "Turn on the TV! Turn on the TV!" Hearing this, my dad asked curiously, "Didn't you say you didn't want to watch it? Why are you so anxious now? What are you talking about? Turn on the TV! I was about to leave, but you insisted on letting those drunks stay until now. I almost forgot what my son told me." Dad changed his slippers helplessly, then turned on the TV and found the financial channel. Because Chu Ran specifically told them that the content they were to watch tonight would be broadcast on the financial channel. At this time, the TV screen has switched to the exhibition hall of Ranha's press conference. In this huge exhibition hall, the various achievements made by Ranha New Energy in just a few months are displayed, including cooperation with various companies, even certificates of military-civilian cooperation, and images of electromagnetic gun launches. These scenes are all Ranha's historical achievements. "So, this brat wants us to watch Ranha's car launch?" My mother didn't even wash her face and sat on the sofa and asked curiously. Dad nodded and said, "That's right. I just heard several people in the store talking about Ranha today. They said there was a new car launch, but what does this have to do with our family?" My mother was so angry that she picked up the phone and said, "Come on, I'll call that kid and ask him if he's deliberately teasing his parents. I thought it was a big deal." After saying that, my mother picked up the phone and called Chu Ran. Unfortunately, the phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Because at this time, Chu Ran was in the lounge backstage of the exhibition hall, preparing his things for the performance. As for his mobile phone, it had been muted and put into Fang Shia's bag. At this moment, it was not only Chu Ran's parents and classmates. There are also hundreds of millions of viewers across China who are paying attention to this press conference tonight. Even in the conference room of the Chinese Ministry of Defense. At this time, dozens of leaders gathered secretly to watch Ranha's car launch conference. Of course, the leaders are definitely not concerned about the cars. They are more concerned about the two new products of Ranha tonight. There are rumors that these two new products can even surpass Ranha's quantum peripheral battery. This alone instantly excited several bigwigs in the Ministry of National Defense. Last time, Ranha's peripheral battery made the electromagnetic gun achieve great success. If Ranha can make another breakthrough in the battery this time, the electromagnetic gun, this secret weapon, will be able to achieve a qualitative leap. In particular, Professor Liu, who developed the electromagnetic gun, was so excited that he put on his glasses and sat happily in the front row. "Ran, please don't let this old man down." Time passes by every second. When the countdown to 8 o'clock reached the last 10 seconds. Tianhai City, the launch conference site of Ranha New Energy. More than 2,000 people at the scene began to shout loudly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the last sound fell, the lights on the scene dimmed slightly. Everyone stood up from their seats excitedly, their eyes fixed on the scene above. At this time, a voice sounded at the scene. "Welcome everyone to our Ranha new product launch event. I'm the chairman of Ranha, Chu Ran." As the words fell, there was warm applause from the audience. Everyone was unfamiliar with the name Chu Ran, but now that he was said to be the chairman of Ranha, he must be the highest-ranking official in Ranha, so everyone began to applaud excitedly. At this time, outside the scene, inside the University of Finance and Economics. In the student union office, everyone was stunned when they heard Chu Ran's name. "What's going on? Chu Ran? Haha, could it be that student from our school? Is he the guy who once pursued Yang Shuya and is now dating Fang Shia? How could it be him? It definitely can't be that Chu Ran. This is Ran he. How could such a large company be opened by a student? Let me put it this way, if the CEO of Ranha was Chu Ran from our school, I would wash my hair standing upside down. I'll just turn on the electric fan at level 10, okay? Damn, is this a joke? How could Mr. Ranha be a student? Fuck, since you guys are so cruel, I'm just going to shit on the playground. Damn, this is simply impossible." Students kept coming out of the crowd and making harsh remarks. Gua Lily sat in the front, crossed her legs very calmly, and looked extremely relaxed. "These people are really crazy. I just don't know how they will respond to the oath when the time comes." On the other side, Luo Tiantian was also standing in the crowd, swallowing hard. Others doubt Chu Ran's authenticity, but he never doubts it. Haha, Brother Luo, these people are so stupid. Isn't the CEO of Renhe the same name as Chu Ran from our school? Some of them actually still doubt it. Damn it, I'm going to swear too. If the Chu Ran from our school is really the CEO of Renhe, I'm going to wash my hair upside down, use a fan with 10 settings, and go to the playground. Next to him, Vice Chairman Su of the Student Union was also preparing to swear an oath, but before he could finish his words, Luo Tiantian beside him hurriedly stopped him. Old Su, don't be so hasty to speak. I think you need to think it through. Vice Chairman Su laughed and said, Lao Luo, don't stop me. I have to post this oath, and I'm going to post it on our school forum. Damn it, everyone come and give me a like. This is definitely a good opportunity to gain followers. Chapter 119. I am Chu Ran, the chairman of Ranha. In the exhibition hall of the Student Union here, everyone is making bets. The other side is inside the boys' dormitory. Everyone saw it, and was a little surprised and curious. Chu Ran's name is also very famous in school. After all, he was the one who pursued Yang Shia in school and then got together with Fang Shia. How could anyone not know about this kind of celebrity in the school? But at this moment, everyone was just curious and surprised, and did not really associate this Chu Ran with the real Chu Ran. In dormitory 321, Chu Ran's 3 roommates were also staring at the computer in shock. Puff. The boss Wang Rui spat out a mouthful of beer, and Hao Jiangwo and Zhang Hao beside him also touched their faces stupidly, still unable to react. The boss behind Ranha is the third brother? This must be fake, right? Zhang Hao asked stupidly. The eldest brother, Wang Rui, laughed loudly and said, What are you thinking, kid? Are you crazy? How could this Chu Ran be the third brother? The eldest brother is right. If it were the third brother, I would just swallow this bottle of wine. The second brother Hao Jiangwo also said something very firmly at this time. Second brother, I think sometimes you shouldn't be so harsh, right? Have you forgotten how third brother treated us to a meal at Hongyun restaurant? The second brother snorted and said, The third brother was heartbroken that day and was in a bad mood, so he spent all his savings. Everyone has confirmed this, so don't worry, the third brother is definitely not some hidden boss. You don't really think this is a plot from a novel, do you? But if you listen carefully to the voice just now, it really sounds a bit like the third brother? Zhang Hao said helplessly at this time. Alright, let's watch the live broadcast. If the third brother is really the boss of Ranha, I'll make him give us a car this time no matter what. The boss Wang Rui laughed and said this, not taking the matter seriously at all. However, just because they didn't take it seriously doesn't mean that someone didn't take it seriously. At this moment in the University of Finance and Economics, apart from Luo Tiantian and Guo Lili, there is probably someone who believes most that Chu Ran is the boss of Ranha, and that is Yang Shia. At that time, Yang Shia saw with her own eyes that Qi Qingxuan, the CEO of Ranha, opened the car door for Chu Ran and served as his driver. At this moment, when she heard Chu Ran's voice, Yang Shia instantly stood up from her chair. Inside the dormitory, the other girls also turned around and looked at Yang Shia. At this time, Yang Shia had a very strange expression on her face. At first she was excited, then angry, and then she slowly sat back in the chair and calmed down. It's him, haha, it's really him. Hee hee. Yang Shia sat on the chair and laughed like a madman. The roommate next to him came over helplessly to comfort him. Shuya, don't be like this. He said his name is Chu Ran, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's the one in our class. This is Ranhe's boss, how could he possibly be like that? That's right, Shuya, you haven't gotten over the shock of last time. How could this person be Chu Ran from our class? I won't believe it even if you kill me. Yang Shuya ignored her roommates, and just sat in the chair, grinning foolishly. At this moment, the matter that had been bothering her in her heart was finally settled, and her heart began to take off completely, because she didn't know what to do next. In a small mountain village in Sichuan area, Fang Shia's family also gathered in front of the TV at this time, quietly watching the content on it. Grandma was holding a cane and hugging Arya, while Fang Shia's mother was standing beside them, watching TV nervously. When she heard the word Chu Ran, Fang Shia's mother covered her mouth in disbelief. Although her daughter had told her about this in advance, Fang Shia's mother was still too excited and found it unbelievable. The boy who had lived in his house for several days, who had helped his family with farm work for several days, and who had even carried firewood for his daughter, turned out to be Ranha's boss. At this moment, Fang Shia's mother could no longer hold back and began to slowly shed tears. Even though that boy is worth a lot, he is still so good to his daughter and his family. Could it be that his family is really going to survive? Fang Shia's mother was also happy and excited because Fang Shia was so well behaved that her mother believed what she said. But it's different with Chu Ran. This guy brags too much, which makes his parents very distrustful of him. At home now. After hearing that Ranha's boss was Chu Ran, both parents were stunned. Then they turned and stared at each other, but then both smiled helplessly. This guy must be joking, right? He knows that Ranha's CEO has the same name as him, so he deliberately tricked us into watching this live broadcast. The mother nodded in agreement. That must be the case. This kid has been fooling us all along. I called him just now, but he didn't answer. He must be trying to put on a good show. Dad nodded, but this time he picked up the water on the table with trembling hands, and at the same time Mom also reached out to get the water. What are you doing? Dad said helplessly. My mother took the water cup domineeringly. What's yours and mine? We are an old married couple. Ahem, well, did you feel that Boss Ranha's voice sounds a bit like our son's? No, it's impossible, you must have heard it wrong. My mother drank the water in the cup in one breath, then picked up the remote control and turned up the volume of the TV. This TV is too small. I need to watch it closer. My dad pulled a chair and came closer to watch. The University of Finance and Economics, as well as the things that Chu Ran and Fang Shia's parents were concerned about, all happened almost at the same time. At this moment, inside the exhibition site of Ranha New Energy, as Chu Ran finished speaking, the lights on the stage lit up. Immediately afterwards, a car was slowly driven onto the exhibition stand. It is a sports sedan that Ranha New Energy has just produced. The moment the car appeared, there was warm applause from the audience. At this time, the driver in the car also slowly walked out. It was Chu Ran wearing a high-end suit. Hello everyone, I am the chairman of Ranha, Chu Ran. Chu Ran closed the car door with a smile and calmly adjusted the earphone in his mouth. There was a brief exclamation from the audience, because no one expected that Ranha's boss would be so young. Countless media cameras were pointed at him and began to record this scene. At this time, Fang Shia was also quietly looking at Chu Ran on the stage. She had waited for this scene for too long. At this moment, Chu Ran was standing on the stage, as if this stage and the car behind him were tailor-made for Chu Ran. Chapter 120. Is it really him? How is this possible? Tianhai City, University of Finance and Economics, inside the student union. With Chu Ran's appearance, the entire student union meeting room fell into silence. Everyone stared at the screen in a daze. Their expressions, which had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago, had already become stiff. Especially those guys who swore, their faces all turned pale. Luo Tiantian stood up from his seat and looked at the big screen with great excitement. It's him, it's really him. He had made the right bet. From the time Ranha's finance department came to sponsor him until now, Luo Tiantian had always been suspicious of Chu Ran's identity. Until today, Chu Ran's identity was finally confirmed. In other words, he did not make a wrong bet. At least he left a good impression on Chu Ran at school. With a plop, Vice Chairman Su next to him lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chairman Luo, this is fake, right? This must be fake, it's impossible. That Chu Ran, the Chu Ran from our school, the Chu Ran we know, how could he be the chairman of Ranha? This is unscientific. This is really unscientific. Luo Tiantian looked at him helplessly and said, Old Su, I just told you not to be impulsive, but you refused to listen. Now are you okay? At this moment, not only Lao Su, but many other students who had sworn were also panicked. Ahem, well, the oath I made just now doesn't count. Fuck you, do you have any shame? Everyone heard you were going to wash your hair upside down. And you said we needed to use an electric fan. We all remember that clearly. Yeah, there's a playground here too. I forgot to record it. Don't worry. They just posted on the school forum. If it doesn't come true, just kill them on the forum. In short, at this moment, all the students who swore an oath felt helpless. Who would have thought that Ranha's boss would actually be Chu Ran? Only Gua Lily was sitting leisurely on the chair. In fact, she had heard about what was going to happen today, because Gua Lily and Fang Shia had a very good relationship now. Looking at Chu Ran's appearance on the screen, Gua Lily's eyes were filled with happiness and satisfaction. In school, I am one of the few people who know about this. Obviously, his relationship with Chu Ran and Fang Shia is the best. Compared to Gua Lily's happiness, the other students were more surprised, amazed, and incredulous. But not long after, under the leadership of Luo Tiantian, all the students stood up excitedly and began to applaud Chu Ran. Classmates, the chairman of Ranha is our classmate Chu Ran. This is the proudest moment for our finance team, as their reputation has spread far and wide. Let's all cheer for Chu Ran and Chairman Chu. Chu Ran, Chu Ran! Luo Tiantian stood on the chair and shouted excitedly, and the students shouted, You must have the meal. Chairman of Ranha. He is a student from the University of Finance and Economics, and a classmate that everyone sees on a daily basis. As a student of a University of Finance and Economics, almost no one would be unhappy or excited about this kind of thing. At this moment, everyone in the entire University of Finance and Economics was in an uproar. In dormitory 321, Chu Ran's three roommates stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They never thought that the roommate they lived with day and night would be the chairman of Ranha. Second brother, hit me quickly, this isn't true, right? The boss Wang Rui asked stupidly. On the table were the cigarette butts and wine bottles they had just thrown away. All these things were overturned because the moment Chu Ran got out of the car, all three of them stood up suddenly. The third brother Zhang Hao ignored the two men and slapped himself in the face. Damn it, I must be dreaming, this is impossible. At this moment, none of the three dared to believe Chu Ran's identity. Although many times, some small details would coincide with the current Chu Ran, but this kind of thing was too unreal and could not possibly be true. Quick, call that guy, I have to see if he's real. The second brother still didn't quite believe it at this time, so he picked up his phone and wanted to call Chu Ran. But the boss next to him held him tightly. Do you think he can answer your call now? When Hao Jiangwo heard this, he looked up at the computer screen again with a mask of pain on his face. The person who appeared inside was none other than the third brother Chu Ran, whom he was most familiar with. At this moment, he really didn't dare to think any further. This guy Lao San, how on earth did he do it? The boss Wang Rui should be the calmest at this time, but his calmness did not affect his shock to Chu Ran at all. At this time, not only the students were shocked. Even many teachers from the University of Finance and Economics were stunned by this scene in the live broadcast. Especially Professor Gua, the head teacher of Chu Ran's class. Lao Gua usually doesn't watch these live broadcasts, but he has a special liking for Ranha. The products created by Ranha and the quantum peripheral battery are definitely what he admires the most. So Lao Gua also sat in front of the TV tonight and watched the live broadcast with his family. However, when he heard Chu Ran's name, Lao Gua was stunned. But reason told him that this Chu Ran was definitely not the one he knew. Because that guy didn't study well in college, how could he possibly become the chairman of Ranha? In addition, Chu Ran's family background is also very simple, and it is impossible for him to help him set up such a company. So Lao Gua kept reminding himself in his heart that this was just a person with the same name and surname. However, the moment Chu Ran got out of the car, Lao Gua could no longer hold back. The tea he had just drunk was sprayed out, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. How is this possible? His wife was still curious and asked, How is that possible? Why are you spitting out your tea when you should just drink it? This Ranha boss is my student. Old Guo was watching TV and muttering foolishly. Stop joking. Although she is not very old, she is not your student, the wife said while wiping the table. She didn't believe what Lao Gua said at all. Old Gua stared blankly at the TV with a wry smile. I finally know why he's not going to class. Turns out he runs such a big company, and I'm still like a clown, telling him to study hard or fail the course at the end of the semester. How can I have the nerve to criticize him? When the wife heard this, she was also stunned. The same scene also happened in Chunqing, Chu Ran's hometown. Chapter 121. Chu Ran, is that really our Chu Ran? How did he do it? With a loud crash, Chu Ran's father, who was sitting on a stool watching the live broadcast, slipped to the ground. On the TV, my son's face was extremely clear. But he was hesitant to call his son's name, because the father felt that his son was a little strange. Clang! The cup in my mother's hand also slipped and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. But she didn't care about all this. Instead, she stared blankly at the screen on TV. Old Chu, this is impossible. This is impossible, right? Mom grabbed Chu Ran's dad's shoulders and kept shaking them. At this time, old Chu squatted on the ground and shook his head stupidly. I don't know. This brat, when did he become so big? Quick, call him and see if this is true? Yes, call. The two of them began to look for their cell phone in the house anxiously. But just as my mother got the phone and was about to make a call, she was grabbed by Lao Chu. Or let's just forget it, the press conference has just begun. Mom swallowed hard and shook her head. No, I have to confirm whether this brat is lying to us. After saying that, she started calling Chu Ran directly. Soon, the call was connected, but this time the voice that came out was not Chu Ran's, but a female voice. Hey, Auntie! Hearing this voice, my mother hurriedly replied. It's Shia, right? Yes, Auntie, Chu Ran is busy now. I have the phone. The father beside him hurriedly urged. Hurry up and ask her about the TV. My mother hurriedly said. Yes, Shia, tell Auntie, is it really Chu Ran in that live broadcast? Auntie, yes, that's Chu Ran. He went to the stage to broadcast live today just to let everyone know his identity. Hearing this, Chu Ran's mother stared, not knowing what to say. Because the phone was on speakerphone, Chu Ran's father could hear Fang Shia's voice clearly. This brat, how could he have kept it a secret from us for so long? My mother finally spoke anxiously, tears streaming down her weathered face. Fang Shia hurriedly explained on the phone. Auntie, Chu Ran blames himself for this. He used his abilities to create a company with some friends, but he kept it a secret from you all so as not to worry you. But he didn't expect the company to grow so big, and eventually it developed to a point he couldn't even imagine. So he felt that even if he told you, you wouldn't believe him. Hearing this, my mother recalled the call Chu Ran made to her yesterday. Chu Ran clearly said on the phone that he wanted to invite her and Dad to live in Tianhai, but yesterday, Mom herself didn't believe it at all. After a moment, he hung up the phone. Chu Ran's mother and father watched the situation on TV again. I don't know what to say. Especially my mother, who was crying and laughing at the same time, and old Chu next to her was so scared that he was ready to call the hospital. But not long after, my mother took out her cell phone again and started answering the call. Because tonight the live broadcast of Ranha's new car launch has reached an incredibly terrifying number of viewership. It can be said that 2/3 of the people in China were paying attention to this live broadcast. Even those who didn't pay attention were attracted by various news headlines after the opening. So many of Chu Ran's relatives saw the live broadcast. When they saw that Chu Ran was the chairman of Ranha, these relatives immediately picked up their phones and started calling Chu Ran's home. Ahaha, his second aunt, that's right, I just found out too, really, this kid is hiding it too well, there's nothing I can do. Third sister, it's Chu Ran. It's really our Chu Ran. Haha, I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. His father and I didn't help much, but he managed to make it this far without making any noise. It's Xiao, haha, it's your brother. Yes, your brother is the chairman of Ranha. Haha, don't worry about this matter. Your brother is still busy right now. I'll ask him to come back in a couple of days. Hello, is this third aunt? You haven't contacted me in years. You saw Chu Ran, right? To be honest, his dad and I just found out and called to confirm. You said he has a girlfriend? That guy has one, so I won't bother you. You must come to the wedding banquet when the time comes. Seeing my mother busy here, she is having a lot of fun. Chu Ran's father shook his head helplessly. Keep your voice down, the live broadcast has just started, wait until the press conference is over before continuing. But just as he finished speaking, his own cell phone rang. "Hey, big brother? Haha, you saw it too? Of course it's our Chu Ran. I just finished talking to his girlfriend on the phone, and now I'm busy at the press conference over there and can't answer." "What? You guys want to come to my house tomorrow? Fine, then we won't go to the stall." This night was destined to be crazy for Chu Ran's family. Because the tip of Chu Ran's iceberg was only torn open a little bit by him at this time. But just this point is enough to make the whole of China cheer for him. At this time, at the launch conference of Ranha new energy vehicle, everyone's shock just now only lasted for a few minutes. At this moment, the press conference had just begun after Chu Ran finished his self-introduction. "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Ran, the chairman of Ranha. Welcome everyone to our new car launch today. I also wish you all a happy new year." "That's right, as everyone expected, I haven't graduated yet. I'm just an ordinary sophomore. After I founded Ranha, no one around me, except my girlfriend and my parents, knew about it. Today I finally have the opportunity to let my parents confirm that their son is capable of making it this far." Chu Ran spoke very modestly and low-key, but every word he said made countless people crazy and envious. Pa pa pa. The applause was deafening. The flash kept capturing every shot of Chu Ran. A sophomore student in college, without telling his parents, has built his career to the point where it is known throughout the country. This kind of inspiring news is simply the best news hotspot. Chunching, Chu Ran's home. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Mom and Dad couldn't help but shed tears. The two of them watched TV and never dreamed that their son would achieve this. How on earth did this brat do it? At this time, my mother was both happy and excited. She held Lao Chu's hand and kept asking him about Ranha. Chapter 122, Excavator Smashes the Car, a Unique Press Conference. Press Conference Site. Chu Ran smiled and said, "Okay, let's not talk about my business anymore. Today everyone's focus is on our new car, so I'll start with this new car." Having said that, Chu Ran smiled and turned around, patting the black car in front of him, which actually made a muffled bouncing sound. "This new car is our Ranha's first car. The materials it uses may be different from other cars." After Chu Ran said this, he continued to pat the roof of the car with a smile, and then waved towards the back of the exhibition hall. In an instant, the curtain was pulled open, and behind the exhibition hall, there was an excavator. Everyone at the scene was stunned by this scene. Weren't they supposed to introduce the new car? Why did a construction excavator appear? Don't get me wrong, this construction excavator is not a new vehicle from Ranha. I hired it to conduct experiments for you. Chu Ran said this with a smile on the stage, then waved his hand. The excavator driver immediately started up and rumbled over from the exhibition hall. Many people at the scene were whispering, wondering what Chu Ran wanted the excavator for. Countless media reporters were shooting from all directions with cameras. When they were in the exhibition hall, these people were the busiest. Soon, the excavator arrived next to the exhibition hall, and then the huge grab arms slowly dropped down and came to the top of the Ranha new energy vehicle next to Chu Ran. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Everyone was shocked, as if they thought of something. Chu Ran's voice was heard at this time. "What I'm going to show you next is the material of our Ranha new energy vehicle. Its material will be groundbreaking. I hope everyone will keep their eyes open and don't miss this." After saying this, Chu Ran waved to the excavator master. As the master slowly pushed the operating lever down, the iron claw of the excavator's arm directly hit the Ranha new energy car. Boom! Snap! Everyone at the scene stepped back again, and many women covered their eyes. However, at this moment, bursts of exclamations broke out at the scene. Countless people began to applaud crazily. Because when everyone looked closely, they saw that the new car that was hit hard by the excavator's arm was actually intact. Soon, several staff members came up and pointed the on-site camera at the roof of the car. An image of the car roof appeared on the big screen in the exhibition hall. That's right, the roof of the car that was hit by the excavator's arm just now didn't even have a scratch on it. At this moment, cheers and exclamations from the audience resounded throughout the entire exhibition hall. If an ordinary vehicle is hit by such an excavator, even if it is not flattened, a concave hole will be left. But looking at Ranha's car, There was no sign of being smashed at all. This material is simply amazing. Awesome, what material is this made of? Handsome, worthy of being ran he. This material is probably as good as the titanium alloy used in spacecraft. You're using this kind of material on an ordinary family car, Mr. Chu, are you trying to save your life? However, at this moment on the scene, Chu Ran smiled when he saw on the big screen that there was no trace of the vehicle roof. Maybe the excavator driver didn't eat well just now. So, let him continue to smash a few more times, and we will wait for a while. Hearing Chu Ran's words, everyone on the scene was stunned. However, before everyone could react, the excavator operator started operating the excavator arm again. Bang, bang, bang. The entire exhibition hall was filled with an extremely harsh sound. But no one found it offensive, and everyone just stared blankly at the car in the exhibition hall. Under the constant heavy blows of the excavator's arm, the car kept bouncing on the exhibition hall. Fortunately, Chu Ran had someone fix the tires in advance, but even so, the bouncing was still very violent. But apart from the bounce, the car still had no damage at this time. The excavator operator seemed to be competing with the car, and kept operating the excavator arm to smash the car. At this moment, the audience at the scene and in front of the TV were stunned. Can I still call a taxi here? If it were to fall like this, it would be like an armored vehicle. Whose car's material is so awesome? The faces of all the other car manufacturers in the audience turned pale. I originally thought that Ranha's car manufacturing was only good in terms of battery life, and it was definitely not as good as mine in other areas. But now it has just begun and such a bombshell news has come out. How can they bear it? A few minutes later, Chu Ran unplugged his ears and waved his hand to signal the excavator operator that it was okay. The shrill sound finally ended from the exhibition hall. The staff quickly pointed the camera at the roof of the car. Swish! There was a burst of stunned exclamation at the scene. No trace, still no trace. The car, which had been smashed by the excavator at full force for 5 minutes, showed no signs of damage at all. Pa. Applause broke out at this moment. Everyone was applauding Ranha's new car. Even many viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but marvel. Especially some of Chu Ran's relatives, friends, classmates, teachers, and parents. The whole family applauded excitedly at home. Ministry of National Defense, inside the leadership's meeting room. The Minister of National Defense and Vice Minister's son, who had met Chu Ran last time, also looked at the live broadcast room and sighed. It seems that this is the first Ranha technology tonight. Minister's son smiled and said, This Ran he is truly extraordinary, able to create this kind of material. After the press conference, make an appointment with this guy for me immediately. I must meet him. The method of making this material must not be leaked, because the consequences it will bring are too terrible. Hearing the minister's words, Vice Minister's son hurriedly nodded and saluted. Meanwhile, in the conference room, old Lu, who was researching electromagnetic guns, was staring at the screen intently. I don't care what materials he develops. My only concern now is whether he can make another breakthrough in energy. If this kid can really solve the energy problem for me, I'd be willing to kneel down and call him Grandpa. Hearing this, the scientists and leaders from the Ministry of National Defense all smiled bitterly with helplessness. Everyone knows Lao Lu's temper, but no one expected that this guy would be serious now. But that's true. Lao Lu has wasted so many years of hard work on the electromagnetic gun. If Rong Yonghe can really do what he wants, Lao Lu will do it no matter what. Let's not talk about Lao Lu's matter for now. At this time, at the Ranha Automobile Press Conference, as Chu Ran finished the excavator master's work, the materials of Ranha cars really make everyone feel the word safety this time. Because with this kind of car, even if you drive it off a cliff, nothing will probably happen, right? What you are seeing now is our latest material developed by Ranha, quantum compressed carbon fiber technology. Chu Ran stood on the stage and announced the name of this material in front of everyone. Chapter 123 Core Energy. This is the real battery revolution. Quantum compressed carbon fiber material? Hearing this name, everyone present couldn't help but talk about it. The peripheral battery that Ranha used last time was quantum compression technology. I didn't expect that they would also use this technology in the car materials this time. Awesome! Ranha has definitely mastered the technology of quantum compression. With this kind of material technology, I'm afraid Ranha's car will really sell out. It's practically invulnerable to swords and guns, and it's even bulletproof. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Ran heard them on the stage. He smiled and said, "You're right, brother. Our car is indeed bulletproof, but we don't do this kind of experiment in our country. Anyway, we've gone through rigorous data testing, and it's absolutely bulletproof." As soon as these words were spoken, the applause from the audience broke out again. But what everyone is more concerned about at this time is the price of this car. Because of such good materials, the price must not be cheap. Chu Ran smiled and did not explain, but summarized it in one sentence. "I can clearly tell you that this car is absolutely affordable, but please allow me to keep the specific price a secret for now, as our press conference isn't over yet. Next, I'll give another high-tech introduction to this car." Hearing this, everyone present suddenly raised their heads. "What? Another high-tech one?" "Oh, that's right." Before the press conference started, Ranha introduced that this car has 2 high-tech features. "Mr. Chu, please tell me, what's the next technological advancement? What we want to know most right now is how much this car will cost." Hearing the enthusiastic audience's loud questions, Chu Ran smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll introduce our second technology of Ranha." After finishing speaking, Chu Ran pressed the remote control in his hand, and a PPT showing the storage and quantum compression peripheral battery appeared on the giant screen behind him. "I believe everyone knows that this is our biggest scientific invention this year, the quantum peripheral battery, and it is also a landmark invention for Ranha to enter the national and even global market." Everyone in the audience began to applaud in response to Chu Ran's words. The Ministry of Defense. Everyone stared at the screen intently, especially old Lu, who was researching the electromagnetic gun. He looked at Chu Ran in the live broadcast room excitedly. He was waiting and looking forward to what Chu Ran would say about technology next. Because he had already anticipated that Ranha's second technology this time might really be related to energy. At this moment, Chu Ran said with a smile, "That's right, our second technology today is still about quantum compressed energy." All of a sudden, everyone started talking in surprise. No one expected that Ranha's second technological invention would be related to energy, which is his old specialty. Quantum compression peripheral battery is definitely the greatest and most awesome invention in China in recent years. Many graduates from prestigious universities regard Ranha Company as their idol and vow to join this company to learn. Because Ranha's reputation is widely recognized internationally, no one abroad can imitate Ranha's peripheral batteries. But this battery that shocked and amazed people both at home and abroad has changed again in just a few months. This rapid development made almost everyone's adrenaline surge. The same scene happened at the Ministry of National Defense. Everyone waved their fists excitedly. Especially old Lu, he sat on the chair and laughed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. On the other side, the press conference. The applause was deafening and continuous, and Chu Ran smiled and spread his hands to calm everyone down. "Don't get too excited yet. I'm afraid everyone's enthusiasm will wear off soon, and when my technology improves, everyone will lose their enthusiasm." Hearing Chu Ran's words, everyone burst into laughter. Chu Ran smiled and waved his hand, asking the on-site staff to start preparing. "Just like last time, our energy source is still quantum compression, but this time the name has changed. It's called Quantum Compression Core Energy." After saying this, Chu Ran smiled and pointed at the staff behind him. "I saw a hostess walking up to the stage slowly and easily with a fist-sized amount of energy. Looks like a giant glass ball, doesn't it?" Chu Ran smiled and weighed the energy source in his hand. Everyone present was watching this scene with great curiosity. No one quite understood. Could this shiny thing in Chu Ran's hand be the new technology? "This large glass ball is our core energy source. Let me give you a brief introduction. The energy core, like our previous peripheral batteries, uses quantum fields to store and release energy. Therefore, the charging stations you built some time ago can still be used. We will continue to invest heavily in the construction of these charging stations. Back to the point. This energy core, with the same volume and weight, can provide dozens of times the power of the surrounding batteries. Having said that, Chu Ran asked the on-site staff to prepare, and then connected the energy core in his hand to hundreds of extremely power-consuming electrical appliances on the scene. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Because there are hundreds of electrical appliances in front of him, and Chu Ran is still not satisfied, he directly asked someone to connect the power of the car and the big bulldozer. This scene alone is much more awesome than the external battery from last time. In an instant, applause rang out again, and everyone watched this scene excitedly. There was no jealousy in everyone's eyes, only envy and shock. To save time, I specifically selected the most power-hungry devices for testing this time. But it's clear that our energy core hasn't used up all its power, because it still has half of its charge left. After saying this, Chu Ran touched a glass ball with his hand, and a series of battery-level indicators appeared on it. The audience at the scene and in front of the TV were stunned again. Next, Chu Ran introduced instant charging to these people. Using the quantum tunneling effect, the quantum energy core can be fully charged in a very short time, greatly shortening the charging waiting time and improving the usage efficiency. After saying this, Chu Ran placed the half-powered energy core into the charging field. The battery level actually began to increase at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. This scene made everyone stunned. Chu Ran smiled and said, "Of course, in addition to these functions, our energy core also has an extremely long lifespan. Since the energy storage mechanism of the quantum energy core is completely different from that of traditional batteries, it is almost unaffected by the number of charge and discharge cycles, and therefore has an infinite cycle life." Chapter 124, Affordable Price. Ranhe's main goal is to be affordable to the people. Not only does it charge quickly, but it can also be used indefinitely. This kind of precious battery really stunned all the audience present. Everyone stared blankly at the data Chu Ran showed on the PPT. This is the experimental data our technicians conducted after the energy core was produced. For 3 full months, this battery has been cycled 500 trillion times, yet its interior remains intact. I'll even tell you a secret, the energy core I'm testing today is the same one I tested in the lab. Hearing Chu Ran's words, the audience burst into warm applause again. The CEO of CATL also came to attend the exhibition. He stood up in admiration and began to applaud Ranhe's new invention. Because everyone knows that Ranhe's energy core battery is definitely the latest benchmark in the industry and a groundbreaking innovation. No one could have imagined that in this ordinary era, Ranhe would create such a battery. However, even at this point, the advantages of quantum core energy have not been fully introduced. Chu Ran spread his hands, letting everyone calm down, and then continued to introduce himself to everyone. In addition, in terms of safety, its use environment is also very friendly. The quantum energy core does not produce any harmful substances during production and use, and is harmless to the environment. At the same time, its efficient energy conversion reduces energy waste and contributes to sustainable development. After saying this, Chu Ran pulled up another experimental photo. This photo shows the quantum core energy being cut open. We placed half of the quantum core energy into water, but we still didn't detect any harmful substances in the water. It's even drinkable. The applause from the audience became more intense, and the audience all looked at this scene with great excitement. Chu Ran continued to introduce it to everyone with a smile. Because the structural design of the quantum energy core makes it extremely stable, it will not explode or burn even under extreme conditions. In addition, its built-in intelligent management system can monitor the battery status in real time to ensure safe use. After saying this, Chu Ran directly picked up the energy core of the glass ball in his hand. He stroked it gently, and saw the power level and numbers displayed on it. There was also a 100% safety indicator next to it. Inside the exhibition hall, countless people cheered. This is the battery of the future, pollution-free, safe, fast charging, and infinitely recyclable. Buy such an energy core, and you won't have to worry about your electronic devices at home running out of power anymore. At this moment, the people who were happiest were naturally the people from the Ministry of National Defense. When the leaders of the Ministry of National Defense saw Chu Ran introduce the energy core, everyone's breathing slowed down for a beat. They stared at the screen intently, afraid of missing a single word. Because of the emergence of the energy core, many weapons and equipment on the Chinese side will also have to be updated. Especially future laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons will all be greatly improved. This is hope, this is China's hope, this is the hope of us Chinese people. Lao Lu looked at the screen and finally excitedly said the words he had suppressed for a long time. Hurry, prepare the car. I need to go to Ranha Company. I need to get this energy core back for experiments. Our electromagnetic cannon will definitely be successfully launched tonight. After saying this, Lao Lu was so excited that he wanted to run out. Minister's son hurriedly stopped him and said, Old Lu, don't get excited. The quantum core energy has already been successful. We don't need to rush. Besides, it's Ranha's new car launch right now. We have a partnership with them. Don't worry. Tomorrow when I go to work, I'll go to Ranha and get you an energy core for the experiment. Old Lu looked at Minister's son excitedly. Tomorrow morning you said that if I can't find the energy core, I will go to Ranha in person. Even if I have to make a big fuss, I will get an energy core. Old son, the launch of the electromagnetic cannon is a major matter concerning our country, so you can't be so impulsive. Wait until we have discussed it before you conduct the experiment. Minister's son's comfort finally played a role and calmed Lao Lu's excited mood a little. In fact, Minister's son and other leaders of the Ministry of National Defense are also extremely anxious. Everyone wants to see the electromagnetic cannon successfully launched as soon as possible, but although Ranha is now a military-civilian cooperative enterprise, they have their own rights. If Ranha agrees, they can get an experimental energy core to prepare for the electromagnetic cannon launch. But if Ranha disagrees, there is nothing they can do. They can only discuss it slowly and never force it. Because the factories of military-industrial cooperation enterprises have long been noticed by the higher-ups, they also have their own rights to distribute products. The Ministry of Defense here is anxious. At the same time, netizens watching the live broadcast in front of the TV were also very anxious, because everyone had witnessed too many miracles tonight. At this moment, many people don't even care about the performance and interior of the car, but directly ask about the price. Because this car's quantum core energy alone, coupled with quantum compressed carbon fiber technology, has surpassed 99% of the vehicles in the world. Ordinary people can drive a bulletproof car, and the power consumption is also terrifyingly low. These are the best deals and the safest choices. Inside the exhibition hall, countless audiences have begun shouting, hoping that Chu Ran will start quoting. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. He had already anticipated what would happen tonight. Since everyone is so anxious, I'll give you a price. After saying this, Chu Ran slowly pressed the remote control, and the price of the sports version of Ranha's sedan appeared on it. 150,000. Chu Ran said with a smile, and then continued to introduce. That's right, it's 150,000. This price is the price of our Ranha sports car. Below the exhibition hall, as soon as this price appeared, there was a burst of warm applause. 150,000. This is already the most common price among domestic cars. But it is such a car that has bulletproof material made of quantum compressed carbon fiber technology, and a quantum compressed energy core as a power source. Looking at the entire automotive industry, apart from Ranha, almost no car dares to be so presumptuous. Aren't those luxury sports cars cool? But they're also expensive. Even if ordinary people don't eat or drink for their entire lives, they can afford them. However, Ranha's car, with its affordable price of 150,000 yuan, directly caused turmoil in the entire automotive industry. In short, when Chu Ran finished his quotation, the chairman of YDD in the audience was dumbfounded. Chapter 125, The University of Finance and Economics is in an uproar, and Dormitory 321 becomes a tourist attraction. The price of 150,000 was definitely something no one had expected. At the beginning of the press conference, after seeing the quantum carbon fiber technology, everyone guessed that the price of this car would start at least 800,000 yuan. After all, a bulletproof car with such good safety performance cannot be measured by price. But Ranha's pricing is actually 150,000, which is really not giving face to other car companies at all. More importantly, Ranha's car has a greater technology, which is quantum core energy. After Chu Ran's introduction just now, everyone has been deeply looking forward to and liking the treasure of quantum core energy. If you just buy this quantum core energy, it will be priceless. But now, for 150,000, you not only own an extremely safe bulletproof car, but also a car that can be charged unlimited times, is extremely safe, and has plenty of power. Moreover, this car is very handsome and beautiful, which makes it popular among countless young people. At this moment at the exhibition, not only the chairman of YDD company, but also people from many automobile companies were dumbfounded. The most serious case is that of the CEO of Dream Auto, who is also the father of Chu Ran's classmate Bai Yang. When Director Bai heard that Ranha's new car only cost 150,000, his mouth twitched and he almost fainted. The scene was extremely lively, and no one could believe their ears. Boss Chu, are you sure this car only costs 150,000? Mr. Chu, you must have missed a zero, right? My dear Mr. Chu, please don't be like this. You're making us feel embarrassed to buy 150,000 for such a fantastic car. I'd bet anyone with a brain would choose this car. Inside the exhibition hall, countless people began to discuss excitedly, and many people were shouting loudly, hoping that Chu Ran would change the price. But Chu Ran smiled and explained on the stage. I have considered this price for a long time. To be honest, we at Ranha have mastered carbon fiber technology and quantum core energy. The production cost is not very high. As a businessman, I naturally want to make money, but I don't want to make money against my conscience. 150,000 yuan, I only earn the wages of workers and my management staff. I just hope everyone will support domestic products. As soon as Chu Ran said this, everyone at the scene began to applaud excitedly. Support domestic products, support domestic products. Everyone in the audience cheered along. If you don't support the price of 150,000, you are really crazy. But in fact, no one knew that at the price of 150,000, Chu Ran, the businessman, still made a little profit by going against his conscience. Because Ran Fang and others had already calculated the cost of this car, it actually came to only 100,000 yuan. This is because, although the materials of quantum core energy and carbon fiber technology are two huge technologies, their materials are terrifyingly simple and very common. I have to say, this is the horror of technology and science in your own hands. At this moment, all the new energy vehicle companies in China were dumbfounded. In recent years, the reputation of domestic cars has been mediocre, but now it seems that the problem is not the domestic cars at all, but a problem of strength. If you are as capable as Ranha, you don't have to worry about no one supporting domestic products. The cheers from the scene reached a peak, and the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the TV also stood up crazily and shouted in support of domestic products. The most enthusiastic ones are undoubtedly the students from the University of Finance and Economics. Ever since they saw that Chu Ran was from their school, all the students from the University of Finance and Economics have gone completely crazy. Imagine that a classmate you spend every day with turns out to be the person you have always admired the most. This feeling is absolutely the most explosive. Although no one received Chu Ran's help, the sense of pride that naturally arose from being in the same school instantly exploded. Chu Ran is awesome! Ran, he is awesome! Support domestic products, support students from the University of Finance and Economics! Countless boys rushed out of the dormitory and started shouting loudly in the school. As students shouted one by one, many people joined these teams. Later, people from the student union also joined in, especially Luo Tiantian, who directly led the student union to build momentum for Chu Ran on campus. Gua Lily stood in front of the office window, watching this scene, and murmured softly, "Chiha, this man is so attractive." The other sighed. In dormitory 321. Chu Ran's 3 roommates still haven't recovered from the shock. The 3 of them stared blankly at the computer screen, where Chu Ran was standing on the stage, looking calm and relaxed, chatting and laughing. This guy looks completely different from the one in the dormitory. How could this be the third brother? This is impossible. This doesn't make sense. The second son, Hao Jiangwo, could not accept this fact at all and kept muttering and complaining. The eldest brother Wang Rui stared blankly at the computer screen. For so long, he had admired Ranha, which was opened by his best roommate. This feeling really made him feel mixed emotions, and through the 2 products tonight, and what Chu Ran said on the stage. Wang Rui's love for Ran he reached a new level. At this moment, when he looked at Chu Ran, he almost knelt on the ground with excitement. "Third brother, you really hit it too deeply." The fourth brother, Zhang Hao, sighed helplessly at this moment. "For so long, we all thought that the third brother was an unlearned man who only cared about women. But who would have thought that he had already done well in his career, and now the third brother has achieved success in both career and love. Damn, I'm so jealous." Speaking of this, Zhang Hao couldn't help wiping his eyes, not knowing whether he was really sad or because he was deeply moved. At this time, fierce shouts were heard outside the window, and then Chu Ran's name was shouted in the corridor of the boys' dormitory. "The three people here haven't reacted yet." There was a knock on the door of dormitory 321, and the sound became louder and louder. It was obvious that the students had already come outside dormitory 321. The fourth brother Zhang Hao hurried to the door, and saw a dark crowd in the corridor outside, all of whom were boys shouting Chu Ran's name loudly. Obviously, everyone now knows that Chu Ran is from the University of Finance and Economics, and lives in dormitory 321. "Fuck, big brother and second brother, there are people everywhere outside." Zhang Hao said this in a trembling voice. Wang Rui and Hao Jiangwo looked at each other stupidly, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Luo Tiantian's voice came from outside. "Chu's good friends, don't be nervous. We're all here to have fun tonight, so we came to visit your dorm." As soon as he finished speaking, many students outside began to cheer excitedly. The door of dormitory 321 was also opened at this time. Wang Rui and the other two looked at the boys stupidly. "Brother, are you Mr. Chu's roommates? Can you tell me what hobbies Mr. Chu has? Brothers, tell me, what kind of books does Mr. Chu like to read? We will also study this in the future. Brother, let me go in and take a photo together. Really, just take a photo with Mr. Chu's bed. Brother, are you being unreasonable? I was here first, and I was the first to take pictures." In an instant, room 321 became the busiest dormitory. Even at the end, many girls stood under the windows opposite dormitory 321 and shouted Chu Ran's name. That is, starting from tonight. The name Chu Ran will become completely popular in China. Chapter 126. Ranha's target is the whole world. The situation in dormitory 321 reflects the love of all the students of the University of Finance and Economics for Chu Ran. After all, when you meet someone of this level, anyone can't help but come over to admire him. At this time, Chu Ran was still at the press conference. After the car quotation was finished, Chu Ran briefly explained the interior and styling of the car. In fact, at this point, no one cared about these at all. Because Ranha's car costs 150,000 yuan, it is definitely a great value for money. After watching the live broadcast, many people started contacting second-hand stores to sell their cars overnight. Who wouldn't like a vehicle with great battery life and excellent safety performance? 10 o'clock in the evening. Ranha Automobile's press conference ended. As soon as Chu Ran stepped down from the stage, he was surrounded by countless reporters and started asking questions. The security guard in charge was about to come over to help with the evacuation, but Chu Ran smiled and said to the camera that he could answer a few questions. The senior reporter who was at the forefront hurriedly asked, "Mr. Chu, you've been able to develop so many high-tech products at such a young age. Do you have any secrets or extraordinary talents?" "I'm just an ordinary person. Maybe sometimes my ideas are different from others, so I just want to do some simple things and keep working hard for my ideas. As for talent? Again, I'm an ordinary person, I don't have any extraordinary talents. Thank you." Chu Ran answered with a smile, and all of a sudden the female reporters next to him looked at Chu Ran with shining eyes. "Mr. Chu, may I ask what the future development of Ranha is? Now that we have made cars, will we continue on this path?" Hearing this question, Chu Ran smiled and replied, "This is a secret, because our Ranha's future development will be very broad and may involve various industries. In short, everyone will wait and see." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all the onlookers in the hall became excited. Because every press conference and new invention of Ranha is something that people envy and admire. If Ranha gets involved in various industries in the future, it will further prove that this company has an incredibly strong foundation. Mr. Chu, ever since the advent of quantum peripheral batteries, quantum compression technology has been something that seems out of reach. Now your company has introduced quantum compression core energy and quantum compression carbon fiber technology. We're all very curious. Are these technologies your inventions alone, or are they developed collaboratively by your company's researchers? Chu Ran had already thought of a way to answer this kind of question. He looked at the camera and smiled. I appreciate everyone's curiosity and trust, but unfortunately, I can't complete all this research and development by myself. These R&D and invention innovations are the joint achievements of our company. After saying this, Chu Ran returned to the backstage lounge surrounded by security guards. At this moment, many chairmen and managers of large companies were still immersed in shock. Because Ranha's press conference will definitely make history, and it will even spread abroad and cause a huge stir. Especially in the automotive industry, the 150,000 yuan Ranha new energy vehicle has directly killed countless cars on the beach. I'm afraid that starting from tonight many car manufacturers will scold Ranha. But Chu Ran didn't care about these things. As a military-civilian cooperation enterprise, Ranha was not afraid of competition from its peers at all. As for our reputation in the industry? Haha, Ranha is truly affordable, our cars are truly good value for money, and our customers are happy to buy them. What does it have to do with you other manufacturers? If you have the ability, why don't you invent technology that's even better than Ranha's? But of course, these words were just a subtle thought in Chu Ran's mind. After returning to the backstage, Chu Ran asked Qi Qingshuan and Wu Shiliang to prepare for competition from their peers and seek protection from the military. Chu Ran wants to teach all car manufacturers a lesson by pricing the Ranha car at 150,000 renminbi this time, especially those foreign-funded car manufacturers that have dominated the domestic market for many years. When this Ranha car is launched on the market, they will be the ones crying the most. Boss Chu, before the press conference was over, Minister Sun from the Ministry of National Defense called me and said he wants to meet with you tomorrow. Hearing Qi Qingshuan's words, Chu Ran smiled and said, Okay, let's meet in your office tomorrow morning to talk. After saying this, Chu Ran briefly explained some things before taking Fang Shia back to Ranha New Energy Company. He definitely couldn't go back to school tonight, because when he picked up the phone, he saw a text message from his boss Wang Rui, saying that the school had gone completely crazy, so he should stay out tonight. The boss Wang Rui did not question Chu Ran why he did not tell them about this. Instead, he kindly told Chu Ran to stay outside tonight for safety. This made Chu Ran very relieved, because these three roommates were indeed not in vain. Fang Shia sat next to Chu Ran and said, Your uncle and aunt called you. Do you want to call back? Hearing this, Chu Ran took the phone, looked at it, and said with a smile. Then reply. I guess Mom and Dad are not expecting it now. But Chu Ran called several times, but the line was always busy. At this time, I was at Chunqing's house. Chu Ran's parents were still receiving calls from relatives and friends. How could I have the time to answer Chu Ran's call? As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, everyone around him will prosper. Now Chu Ran has become a household name overnight, and he has endless calls from relatives and friends. There was no other way. Chu Ran could only wait until tomorrow to fight again. After returning to the company office, Fang Shiha's mother called. Hello, Mom? Shia, have you and Chu Ran reached a safe place? I just saw so many people surrounding Chu Ran on TV. Don't worry, Mom, we're back and we're safe. Shia, Chu Ran has become like this now, you. Mom, I know what you want to say. I understand everything, don't worry. Good boy, that's not what I meant. I meant that Chu Ran should be very busy now, so you should work hard too. Mom, I've been trying my best. Your daughter will not embarrass you. The two chatted briefly for a few more minutes, and then hung up the phone. Chu Ran came out of the shower and saw Fang Shia in a daze. He smiled and asked, What's wrong? It's okay, Chu Ran, what are your plans for the future? Chu Ran stroked Fang Shia's hair and said with a smile, Let our names become more and more famous, even to the whole world. Fang Shia looked back at Chu Ran and suddenly revealed a charming smile. Although it sounds a bit unrealistic, I don't know why, I just believe you. Chapter 127 Domestic Security Department. Chu Ran received a call from his parents the next morning. What do you mean, little brat? Even if you become the chairman, your parents won't recognize you, right? Hearing his mother's words, Chu Ran smiled bitterly and sat up from the quilt, with Fang Shia beside him leaning against his chest. Mom, I swear to God I told you a long time ago, but you just didn't believe it. Okay, I won't talk about the past. Now tell me, why didn't you call us after the press conference last night? Now that you're famous, you think your parents are a burden, right? Mom, open your phone call log and see for yourself how many calls you made last night. Did I have a chance to call you? My mother coughed on the phone and said, I don't care. When will you be back? No, when will we go to your place? Do you want to come over? That's fine, I'll have someone pick you up and then you can come directly to the company to have a look. You little brat, you really make me worry. When did you do all this? My mother was very domineering at first on the phone, but she choked up when she said this. Dad comforted him from the side. Hey, why are you crying on such a happy day? Chu Ran, your mom is happy, don't worry. Okay, Dad, I get it. I just happened to meet a few friends who came to help me. We'll talk about the details when we meet. You and my dad should pack up. Don't leave when you come to Tianhai. I bought a new house for you. His mother and grandmother will also come over. You can get to know each other in advance. Hearing Chu Ran's words, my mother immediately perked up. Really? Then we must go. You must ask them all to come to Tianhai. We will discuss this marriage with you as soon as possible. It's best to decide it as soon as possible. Chu Ran smiled helplessly, and then continued chatting with his mother before hanging up the phone. Fang Shia asked from the side. Chu Ran, are my mom and grandma coming over too? They haven't come down the mountain for years. Come over here. Grandma is old, so it will definitely be more convenient for her here. Your mother has been living in the mountains and rarely comes down. She definitely needs to be exposed to the outside world. An area is still young, so she must be well nurtured from a young age. I don't want to see a timid and self-deprecating Fang Shia again. Arya must receive the best education and become sunny and cheerful, right? Fang Shia nodded in agreement. I have been working hard just to give them a good life, and now I didn't expect you to achieve it for me. Chu Ran smiled and hugged Fang Shia. There's no need to separate you and me so finely. We're a family now. Not yet. Fang Shia whispered beside him. Chu Ran laughed. Really? Then I will fight for sovereignty first. After saying this, Chu Ran turned over and started fighting again. Half an hour later, Chu Ran came out of the office. Assistant Chi Qingxuan came over hurriedly. Mr. Chu, Minister Sun is here and waiting for you in Mr. Chi's office. Chu Ran nodded. Okay, I'll go first. Remember to bring some food to my girlfriend. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I'll make the arrangements. Chu Ran quickly came to Chi Qingxuan's office and just opened the door. I saw Minister Sun and another imposing middle-aged man standing inside. Chi Qingxuan hurriedly stood up and introduced. Boss Chu, this is Director Zhuang Dekai, and this is Minister Sun, who was also the one who came to our company last time. Hello, Minister Zhuang. Hello, Minister Sun. Chu Ran shook hands with the two men, and they both smiled and nodded. The last time I heard Lao Sun say that Mr. Chu was young, I didn't realize it. It wasn't until I saw Mr. Chu's real age on the live broadcast last night that I was shocked. He was able to build such a large company at such a young age and invent so many amazing technologies. It's really admirable. Chu Ran smiled and said, Minister Zhuang, thank you for the compliment. It was just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Zhuang Dekai smiled and nodded. He had already seen that Chu Ran was a smart little boy. Director Chu, we came here this time to discuss cooperation with you. At this time, Minister Sun next to him quickly changed the topic to work. We've already put Ranha New Energy's quantum peripheral batteries into full use, and they're working very well on a lot of military equipment. What we want to know most now is whether we can also cooperate with the military on this energy core. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. Of course, no problem. Zhuang Dekai and Minister Sun looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Chu Ran is indeed a patriotic young man, as he can agree so quickly to such an issue. However, Chu Ran smiled again the next second and said, Cooperation is fine, but we need to re-sign the previous contract. The R&D expenses and cooperation funds will have to be increased. Although I am patriotic, I am also a businessman. I have to consider the workers and scientists in my factory. I hope Minister Zhuang and Minister Sun can understand. Chu Ran's words made both ministers smile helplessly, but they both nodded. I understand. After all, the research and development of the energy core is indeed very successful and will bring us great changes. We will apply for more research and development funds. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu. After discussing the energy core, Minister Sun then said, Mr. Chu, regarding the quantum compressed carbon fiber technology, our Ministry of National Defense also wants to cooperate with Ranha. What do you think? No problem. When I was researching and designing this material, I anticipated your department's military use, so I specifically asked the RD department to process and add some extra processing. Of course, I believe that Minister Zhuang would not let our RD department work so hard in vain, right? Zhuang Dekai laughed heartily. The price of carbon fiber materials will only go up. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu. Our contract has been drafted. Please take a look at it when you have time. Chu Ran smiled and nodded, putting the contract beside him without looking at it. Instead, he continued, Besides that, I also want to set up a security department for the military-civilian cooperation enterprise. Because these three inventions of our company are the most critical right now, I don't want to see any foreign spies lurking in. Although this security department is declared to be a military-civilian cooperation, I want to choose it myself. I just hope that Minister Zhuang can give me this authority, okay? Hearing Chu Ran's words, Zhuang Dekai frowned slightly. Director Chu, I understand that you're doing this for the company's RD safety, but why don't you want us to send someone over? Don't you trust our people? Chu Ran smiled and looked at Zhuang Dekai. Minister Zhuang, to be honest, all of this research and development was painstakingly done by me and our technicians. I won't trust any outsiders. I will slowly select them myself. Although it may take a long time, I still trust myself more. Chapter 128, Concept of Future War, The Dream of Empire is Near. It seems that Lin Tian has discovered us. Qin Yu's voice seemed particularly calm in the darkness. Chu Ran, are you ready to face the challenge? A dark figure flashed past the window at astonishing speed. Chu Ran's heart trembled, knowing that the real battle had just begun. He activated the time pause function, and everything in the room froze. Only he and Qin Yu were able to move freely. 10, 9, 8. Chu Ran silently counted down the timer in his mind. He had to come up with a plan before the timer ended. Qin Yu walked to Chu Ran and gently held his hand. Her hand was soft and warm, as if it could dispel the fear in his heart. Don't be afraid, I will protect you, Qin Yu said softly. Her voice was like the sound of nature in the darkness. Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu, feeling an inexplicable sense of touch in his heart. At this dangerous moment, he actually felt an unprecedented sense of security from this mysterious woman. The time pause was about to end. Chu Ran took a deep breath and prepared to face the upcoming challenge. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from Qin Yu's hand. This force quickly flowed into his body, making him feel full of strength. This is... Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Qin Yu smiled slightly, a sly glint in her eyes. This is a gift from me to you. The time pause ended, and the lights in the room came on again. A man in black stood by the window, holding a dagger that gleamed coldly. Sent by Lin Tian? Chu Ran asked, his tone full of murderous intent. Qin Yu nodded. It seems that he doesn't intend to give us any chance. The man in black sneered, and in a flash, he pounced on Chu Ran like a ghost. Chu Ran's eyes focused, and a powerful force burst out from his body. He swung a punch and hit the man in black hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the man in black was knocked away by Chu Ran's fist, hit the wall heavily, and then slid to the ground, his life or death unknown. Chu Ran looked at his fist, his heart filled with shock. He had never expected that he would possess such a powerful force. What's going on? Qin Yu walked to Chu Ran and gently stroked his cheek, his eyes full of tenderness. Now you are already a Superman. Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu, his heart beating wildly. Superman? That sounded too incredible. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through him. This power was so strong that it felt unfamiliar to him, even a little frightening. What did you do to me? Chu Ran's voice trembled slightly. He felt as if he had become a time bomb that could explode at any time. Qin Yu chuckled, his eyes full of amusement. I just helped you unlock your potential. Now you have the power to change the world. Change the world? Chu Ran repeated Qin Yu's words, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. You know. Qin Yu interrupted Chu Ran, his tone suddenly becoming cold. You have always longed for power and longed to change your destiny. Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. Chu Ran fell silent. He had to admit that Qin Yu was right. He had always longed for power and wanted to escape his ordinary life. However, he had never thought about changing the world, let alone becoming a so-called Superman. Chapter 129 Continuous Development. I need time to think about it. Chu Ran took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Qin Yu shrugged, looking nonchalant. Of course, you can take your time to think about it. However, Lin Tian won't give you too much time. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Oh no, they're coming! Qin Yu's face changed. He grabbed Chu Ran's hand and ran towards the depths of the room. Chu Ran was pulled by Qin Yu and ran all the way. He felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He didn't know what would happen next, but he knew that he could no longer turn back. They hid in a small secret room. Qin Yu closed the door and activated the hidden device. The wall slowly moved, completely sealing the entrance to the secret room. Is it safe here? Chu Ran asked nervously. Qin Yu nodded. Lin Tian's people can't find this place. The secret room was pitch black, and Chu Ran could not see his hand in front of his face. He felt Qin Yu's body pressed tightly against him. He could feel her rapid breathing and slightly trembling body. Are you cold? Chu Ran asked softly. A little. Qin Yu's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Chu Ran hesitated for a moment, then took off his coat and put it on Qin Yu. Thank you? There was a hint of gratitude in Qin Yu's voice. Chu Ran didn't say anything. He felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster, as if it was about to burst through his chest. In the darkness, he couldn't see Qin Yu's expression, but he could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her body, which made him feel distracted. Suddenly, Qin Yu's body trembled slightly, and then she let out a slight moan. What's wrong with you? Chu Ran asked nervously. I'm fine. Qin Yu's voice trembled a little. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Ran reached out his hand, wanting to touch Qin Yu, but then stopped. He didn't know what to do, as he was afraid that his actions would cause Qin Yu to misunderstand him. Chu Ran. Qin Yu's voice suddenly became hoarse. I feel so uncomfortable. Chu Ran couldn't bear it any longer. He hugged Qin Yu into his arms and held her tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Chu Ran said softly, his voice full of tenderness. Qin Yu buried her head in Chu Ran's chest, her body trembling constantly, as if she was in great pain. Chu Ran felt a hot and humid breath coming from Qin Yu's body. He looked down and found that Qin Yu's face was covered with sweat. Qin Yu, what's wrong with you? Chu Ran's voice was full of worry. Qin Yu didn't answer, she just hugged Chu Ran tightly, her body getting hotter and hotter, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Chu Ran felt that Qin Yu's body had changed, and he realized that Qin Yu was undergoing some kind of painful transformation. Qin Yu! Chu Ran called Qin Yu's name softly, his heart filled with worry and uneasiness. Suddenly, Qin Yu's body stiffened, and then she let out a shrill scream. Qin Yu's screams echoed in the small, piercing room, as if they were about to pierce Chu Ran's eardrums. He widened his eyes in horror, holding Qin Yu tightly in his arms, not knowing what to do. Qin Yu's body trembled violently, and waves of heat emanated from her, burning Chu Ran's skin. Chapter 130 Take your family to visit the company, and see the new house. A moment later, the family sat down in Chu Ran's office. Qi Qingshuan's assistant had fruit and tea brought over. Chu Ran's mother took Fang Shia's hand and happily toured the office. Fang Shia is already very familiar with the company, so he can introduce a little bit about it. Old Chu and his son stood in front of the window, watching the Ranha employees busy downstairs. You kid, you managed to hold back from telling your family about such a big incident. Chu Ran smiled and said, Dad, I actually started out wanting to stop you from worrying, but I didn't expect it to get bigger and bigger. By the time I wanted to tell my mom, she didn't believe it anymore. In your situation, can you believe it? Who would dare to believe it? Old Chu sighed. He had worked diligently in that small shop for half his life, but he never expected his son to be so successful. At this time, the mother beside him also stood up. Chu Ran, you little bastard, you are so big now, don't be half-hearted to me. After saying this, my mother even took Fang Shia's hand. Chu Ran smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. No matter how big your son becomes, I will always be your son and will never change. The parents were very happy to hear this, and even Fang Shia showed a happy smile. Oh, Mom, I told you that Shia's mother, her grandmother, and her sister are all coming over. I've prepared 2 houses in Tianhai. Why don't we go over and take a look and see which one is more suitable? Hearing Chu Ran's words, my mother nodded immediately and said, Finally, I've done something good. Son, how about we take a look inside the company first, and then go look at houses later? I feel like Shia's family won't be here until tomorrow, right? That's right. What men value most is career, while what mothers value most is family harmony. But there was still time today, so Chu Ran took his parents to visit the company. Qi Qingshuan and Wu Shiliang accompanied the explanation and walked around the company, including all the workshops and offices. It can be said that Ranha New Energy is now a very complete large-scale enterprise company. If they finished walking, they would be exhausted, but for Chu Ran's parents, they didn't feel tired at all today. After visiting one place, they couldn't wait to see another. Chu Ran couldn't walk anymore, so he had to ask the company to drive a sightseeing bus for him to watch the show. At noon, the whole family gathered in the factory cafeteria for lunch. When Chu Ran and Fang Shia brought their parents to the factory gate. Hello, Mr. Chu! Thousands of workers inside shouted in unison. This momentum instantly made Chu Ran's parents extremely excited. As a parent, seeing our son reach this point makes us happier than anything else. Chu Ran looked at Qi Qingshuan helplessly, and the latter said hurriedly, Boss Chu, this is not my instruction. Everyone knows your current identity, so I couldn't help but say hello. Okay. Old Chu was standing next to his son at this time, and the smile on his face never stopped. Chu Ran's mother said with some concern, Son, running such a large factory must have been very difficult, right? Tell me, why didn't you tell us? Although we can't help much, it's better than you facing it alone, right? Mom, you're all here. Don't worry. I hid it just to prevent you from worrying. Chu Ran grabbed his mother's hand and smiled, while Fang Shia beside him was also comforting her. Old Chu smiled and said, Okay, let's be happy today. Let's not talk about these things. Our son is getting better now, so let's just enjoy ourselves and not embarrass him in front of so many people. Everyone soon arrived at the small cafeteria in the restaurant, which was arranged by the company for the leaders. Soon, the chef inside prepared delicious dishes and served them up. Looking at these dishes that they couldn't name, the 2 elders burst into tears of joy again. After dinner, Chu Ran asked the company driver to drive an extended sedan to take the whole family to see the house. According to Chu Ran's instructions, Wu Shiliang selected 2 houses that were not far away from each other. Rather than calling them houses, it would be more accurate to call them villas, because when you enter the community, these villas are small Western-style buildings with their own independent courtyards. Son, do we want to live in such a nice place? Looking at the elegant environment and high-end facilities of the community, my mother was already a little worried. The father next to him sighed and said, Just listen to your son's arrangements. You said that with his current status, we should live in a more ordinary place. People will think that our son is not filial to us. You finally said something right. Mom still agreed with Dad's idea very much. Hearing the 2 elders talking like this, Chu Ran and Fang Shia both smiled happily. Inside the luxurious villa, Wu Shiliang had already contacted the manager there and asked him to personally introduce the place. The house has already been paid for, so this introduction is like a compliment after buying the product. But I have to say that the villas in this kind of high-end community are really good. The elegant environment in the courtyard outside was enough to make Chu's parents linger. Entering the villa, it is a small villa with 4 floors. The living room adopts a high-ceiling design, with luxurious crystal chandeliers and comfortable sofas, creating a luxurious and warm atmosphere. The living room is connected to the spacious dining room, which is equipped with a large solid wood dining table that can accommodate more than 10 people for dinner. The villa also has multiple bedrooms and living rooms. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate bathroom and dressing room. Among them, the master bedroom is extremely luxurious. It not only has a spacious and bright bedroom space, but also has a separate study and gym to meet the owner's various needs. In addition, the villa is equipped with a modern kitchen and a multifunctional entertainment room. The kitchen is equipped with a full set of high-end kitchenware and tableware, and the entertainment room is equipped with KTV, billiards and other entertainment facilities. Walking out from the back door, there is a small garden, which also contains a swimming pool that is 25 meters long, 11 meters wide, 1.6 meters deep, and has a capacity of 440 cubic meters. Seeing this, the two elders of the Chu family were already extremely happy. It is really everyone's dream to be able to live in such a house in their lifetime. Chu Ran, Shia, this house is too big for the two of us. How about when Shiha's mother and grandmother come over and live here together? Chu Ran had no objection to hearing what his mother said. Fang Shia also said that she had no objection at this time, and was very happy instead. Because my parents have always lived in a mountain village, the conditions at home are far inferior to those here. Now that they have a house like this, they will definitely be very happy. Chu Ran originally prepared 2 houses, and since your parents requested to live together in the afternoon, it would be a good idea. At this time, Chu Ran also received a call, and someone from the foundation told Chu Ran. Fang Shiha's mother and grandmother will arrive in Tianhai City in the evening. Chapter 131 Family Reunion, A Happy Night. In the evening, Chu Ran's family picked up Fang Shiha's mother, grandmother, and sister Arya at the gate of the community. All 3 of them are very reserved because of their personalities and environment. But Chu Ran's mother and father were very enthusiastic. Chu Ran's father supported his grandmother, while his mother held hands with Fang Shiha's mother and greeted each other. Chu Ran held Arya in his arms and gave the little one the small toys he had prepared in advance. "Brother, I saw you on TV yesterday." Hearing Arya's words, Chu Ran smiled and touched the little guy's head. "See? But little one, you can't call me brother." What's my name then?" Chu Ran looked at his parents who were happily chatting in front of him, then looked at Fang Shia who was staring at him, and then whispered something in Arya's ear. Hearing this, Arya nodded happily. "Okay, I understand. I'll call you brother-in-law from now on." When Fang Shia heard this, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Chu Ran happily ran back to the villa with Arya in his arms. When Fang Shiha's mother and grandmother saw how big their new home was, they were both stunned. Arya also stood obediently beside Chu Ran and Fang Shia. "Sister, are we going to live here from now on?" Fang Shia was about to answer when Chu Ran squatted down and said with a smile, "Yes, Arya, do you like it here?" "As long as Grandma, Mom and Sister are around, Arya likes it everywhere." Hearing the child's answer, Chu Ran laughed happily. "Mom and Dad, take Aunt and Grandma with you to pick out a room. I'll have dinner prepared when you're done." Chu Ran gave an instruction, and his parents were just about to take Fang Shiha's mother on a tour. Fang Shiha's mother said a little nervously, "Chu Ran, it's not suitable for us to live here, right? Why don't we just rent a house outside? This place is so nice." Chu Ran smiled and said, "Aunt, you can live here without worrying about anything, because this place is prepared for you." Chu Ran's mother also came over to comfort her. "Shiha's mother, although the children are not married yet, as long as we don't object, there will be no problem for the 2 children, so you and Shiha's grandmother can live here with peace of mind. We can still chat together every day." Chu Ran's father also said, "The child is promising now. We have worked hard all our lives. It's time to enjoy it too. So don't be restrained. We are a family. Live a good life in the future, take care of the elderly, and then watch the children grow up. It's better than anything else." With the comfort from Chu Ran's parents, Fang Shiha's mother also felt relieved. As for Grandma, she naturally said that it was no problem. As long as she could see Shiha and Arya, she would be very happy no matter where she was. In the evening, Chu Ran asked someone to prepare a big meal. These delicacies were all new to Fang Shia, and Fang Shiha's mother and grandmother were especially stunned when they saw them. Chu Ran specially asked the hotel chef to introduce each dish, and even explain how to eat it to everyone. After dinner, everyone chatted and played at home. Fang Shia's mother and grandmother were reserved at first, but later they gradually started to talk about various things. Because of Chu Ran's mother's encouragement, everyone was chatting happily. Arya has a very good relationship with Chu Ran. An entire room in her house is filled with toys that children like, which Chu Ran specially asked someone to prepare. For Arya, this place is really a source of happiness. Seeing that Chu Ran had arranged everything for her family so well, Fang Shia was very happy. "Thank you, Chu Ran." Fang Shia stood next to Chu Ran and whispered. Chu Ran turned around and smiled. "You are still so polite to me. What are your plans next? Are you going back to study?" Fang Shia nodded. "I want to finish my studies so that I can have a good foundation. Then I can help you even if I work in the company." "Actually, you've helped me a lot now." Chu Ran smiled and touched Fang Shia's hair. This heartwarming scene between the two of them made their parents downstairs very happy. "What about you? Are you going back to school?" Fang Shia asked Chu Ran curiously. Chu Ran is now a household name in China, so when he goes to school, he is bound to be harassed. Chu Ran hesitated for a moment and said, "To be honest, there are professionals here in the company, so there is no point for me to stay, so I still like to go to school and enjoy that kind of life. I think this place is more suitable for you," Fang Shia said with a smile. "I'm worried that our feelings will fade after we separate." Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia smiled helplessly. "Chu Ran, Fang Shia, will only have one man in this life." Seeing the sudden change in this girl, Chu Ran understood that his marriage with Fang Shia was rekindled in this life. And this time, he wants Fang Shia to live the happiest life. At night, Chu Ran and Fang Shia slept in the same room as expected. Although they were not married, Chu Ran's parents and Fang Shia's mother all knew about what was going on between their children. But Chu Ran's mother was a little confused in the room. They haven't gotten married yet and they're both still in school, so they don't want them to get pregnant. Chu Ran's father told her to stay in her room. Even if she got pregnant, it didn't matter if his son didn't study given his current financial resources and abilities. After hearing this, Chu Ran's mother was relieved. "Minister Sun is calling over there. Boss Chu, the conditions you proposed the other day have been approved by the higher-ups, but we do have a problem. The security personnel you select will have to undergo our assessment." Chu Ran himself had thought about this requirement. After all, it was a military-civilian cooperation factory, so it must also be subject to national assessment. "No problem. I'll find someone within 3 days and let you know then." "Okay, Mr. Chu, there's one more thing. When would it be convenient to sign our cooperation contract?" "Don't worry, Minister Sun, everything you promised has been resolved. I will notify the people to sign the contract right away. Don't worry, it will be tomorrow at the latest." Chapter 132, Back to School. The principal lined up to welcome us. The people hired by Chu Ran will arrive within a day, and then Chu Ran will directly ask Wu Shiliang to make arrangements in the company. Chu Ran's idea was to leave for near his home first, and then let the rest stay in the company. Then he would let them form a general security team with good strength to improve the security measures of the entire company. Then, he used these people to protect the people around him. In addition, these 100% loyal people made Chu Ran feel most at ease. After dealing with these things, Chu Ran hugged Fang Shia and continued to sleep for a while. Fang Shia then sat up nervously. "Chu Ran, I seem to be late?" Hearing this, Chu Ran closed his eyes and smiled. "If you're late, then so be it. If you're tired, just sleep a little longer." Fang Shia said helplessly. "I have a professional class today, I need to listen carefully." Hearing Fang Shia's anxiety, Chu Ran smiled and sat up. "Let's go, let's have breakfast together first, don't worry, we won't be late." When the two went downstairs, their parents had already finished eating and had prepared breakfast for them. "Chu Ran, go to bed early next night." My mother was still whispering something beside me at this time. Chu Ran smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Fang Shia didn't hear it, but sat down at the dining table with Yudian and started eating unnaturally. After all, this was the first time that my family knew that I was living with Chu Ran. But fortunately, Fang Shia's mother was very easy to talk to. She just served the porridge to the two of them. Grandma sat next to the two of them, stroking Fang Shia's head. Seeing this warm moment of a family, Chu Ran suddenly felt that everything he had done was worth it. After breakfast, Chu Ran called the company car to take them directly to school. On the way, Gua Lily had already contacted Fang Shia. Shia, are you coming to school today? Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran with her phone, only to see the latter smile and nod at her. Fang Shia then told Gua Lily, "We are on the way." "Haha, Chu Ran is coming too?" Gua Lily seemed very happy. "Well, he's with me." Hearing this, Gua Lily smiled happily and said, "That's great. Everyone in our school is very happy now. Many students have been calling your names all night. If you two come back, everyone will definitely be even happier." The two chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran and said, "How about you not get off the bus for now? I'm worried that there will be too many people and it will be inconvenient for you to stay at school." Chu Ran reached out and grabbed Fang Shia. "It's okay, we'll meet sooner or later." Soon, the car arrived at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. Before they got out of the car, they saw countless students crowding at the school gate. It seemed that the president of the University of Finance and Economics was standing in the front. "The principal and professors are here?" Fang Shia opened her mouth in surprise. Chu Ran smiled and said, "Classmate Fang Shia, you don't have to worry about being late now, right?" Fang Shia smiled bitterly. She didn't expect so many people to come. Chu Ran actually had a feeling about this a long time ago. Because of his current status, even if he went to the city, the mayor would have to come to meet him. This is definitely not an ordinary entrepreneur, but someone who can lead the development of a city. So when Gua Lily called just now, Chu Ran knew that today would not be a dull day. Zhou Shuai, the driver and part-time manager, opened the car door for Chu Ran and Fang Shia. In an instant, countless students at the school gate shouted excitedly, "Welcome classmate Chu Ran! Welcome classmate Chu Ran!" The shouts were transmitted directly to the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. It is enough to see how terrifying the enthusiasm of these students is. Chu Ran smiled helplessly. He immediately saw the roommates standing in the front row. I also saw Luo Tiantian from the student union and Gua Lily who had just called Fang Shia. At this time, several professors surrounded the principal and slowly walked over. "Classmate Chu Ran, welcome back!" In fact, since entering school, Chu Ran has met the principal no more than 3 times in total, but now he saw the principal chatting with him so politely. Chu Ran smiled and extended his hand. "You're welcome, principal. I just came back to continue accompanying my girlfriend to complete her studies." "Okay, I know. The principal nodded and said with a very happy smile, "For many years, our school has not had a talent like you. Student Chu Ran, you really made our University of Finance and Economics proud this time." After saying this, the principal probably felt that something was wrong, so he hurriedly explained, "Well, that's not what I meant. I just think that our University of Finance and Economics is lucky to have talents like you." Chu Ran smiled faintly and did not explain too much. Instead, he simply shook hands with the other professors. When he came in front of his head teacher, Professor Gua, they were both stunned at the same time. "Hello, Professor Gua." Chu Ran shook hands with him politely. Professor Gua looked at Chu Ran and nodded vigorously. Okay. Professor Gua, what about my final exam?" "It's okay. You're busy. I'll help you contact other teachers. I'm sure everyone will understand. After all, you must be very busy with your work. It's a rare honor for you to be able to return to school." "Thank you, Professor Gua." The conversation between Chu Ran and Professor Gua was just a brief moment, but it was very enviable in the eyes of other teachers. Being able to talk to Ranha's big boss means that he will remember you and know you in the future, and if you need help in the future, it will definitely be easy to solve. After shaking hands with several professors, Chu Ran brought Fang Shia to the students. "Shia!" Gua Lily immediately ran over happily and held Fang Shia's hand. Chu Ran stood together with several roommates. Mr. Chu." Boss Wang Rui looked at Chu Ran with a smile. Chu Ran said with an unhappy expression, "Brother, you are being too polite. Does this mean that I am no longer the third in the dormitory?" No, I just feel it's a bit inconvenient to call you the third brother." Wang Rui scratched his head with a smile. Hao Jiangwo and Zhang Hao behind him were also smiling happily. I'll still be in dormitory 321. Even though I might not live there often, the bed has to be kept for me. We can still have a drink, eat, and chat together when we're free. Our relationship won't change. Hearing Chu Ran's words, the three of them all laughed happily. Yes, if Chu Ran didn't want to make friends with them, he would have definitely shown it a long time ago, because Ranha Company has been established for a long time. But now that they had Chu Ran's personal answer, the roommates finally understood that the third brother in front of them was still the same third brother as before. The relationship between them might not change much, but the distance between them would change. Chapter 133, Queuing Up for a Photo. This is the charm of President Chu. After Chu Ran met with several roommates, Luo Tiantian also came over excitedly. Chu, Mr. Chu. Chu Ran smiled and said, Chairman Luo, I still like to hear you call me Chu Ran. Calling you by your name isn't very nice, so I'll just call you Brother Chu. Even though I'm older than you, this shows that I respect you. Okay, whatever you want. But if you have any questions about the student union in the future, you can continue to contact the person who contacted you last time. After getting Chu Ran's response, Luo Tiantian nodded very vigorously. This undoubtedly shows himself that the student union will be able to get the protection of Ranha Company in the future. You know, when many people in the school didn't know Chu Ran's identity, I was the first one to think of him. The reason why Chu Ran said this to Luo Tiantian was because this guy had helped him drive away the ignorant Bai Yang in the restaurant before. Student Chu Ran, I've discussed this with the professors and feel that your return this time is extremely meaningful. How about taking some time to give a lecture at school? And then, how about inviting teachers and students from various universities to come and learn from you? The principal came over again at this time and made a small request to Chu Ran. Chu Ran smiled and said, Principal, I've said before, I'm just an ordinary student. If I were to go on stage, I really wouldn't have anything nutritious to say to everyone. It's okay, classmate Chu Ran, just go up on stage and say a few words, everyone will be very happy. What the principal said was true. Chu Ran's influence was so great that everyone would worship him crazily whenever he stood on the stage. Okay then, you guys pick a suitable time and then have Teacher Gwen notify me. After getting Chu Ran's permission, the principal immediately nodded excitedly. The boss of Ranha is a student of my school. If I use this name to promote my school online, the reputation of my school will soar. So what about those Tsinghua and Peking University? You don't have such superior student resources as I do. Just like that, amid the cheers of the crowd, Chu Ran and several roommates entered the school together. Fang Shia went to school as usual, and Chu Ran also sat in the classroom. But for some reason, this boring professional course became very lively today. Usually many people skip classes, but now when I look up, the whole classroom is full of people. Each of these people looked at Chu Ran very seriously, and the enthusiasm in their eyes was unstoppable. Especially those girls, their eyes were shining when they looked at Chu Ran. If Fang Shia was not around, they would have come over long ago. Even the teacher on the podium smiled politely at Chu Ran several times. Obviously, with the big boss of Ranha around, the teacher would feel a little unnatural. Chu Ran now understands that if you are worried when you have no money, you will still be worried when you have money. And today in the classroom, Chu Ran also saw a familiar face, Yang Shuya. The woman was also staring at him the whole time. After noticing Chu Ran's eyes, Yang Shuya hurriedly smiled at Chu Ran. However, Chu Ran gave her a cold glance and didn't even look at her. For Chu Ran, Yang Shuya might just be a dream from his childhood. Now that he has woken up from the dream, he naturally has to return to reality. Soon, a professional class ended, and Chu Ran took Fang Shia and 3 roommates home from class. Fang Shia went to the library to study, while Chu Ran went back to the dormitory with several roommates to chat. As the few people here walked out of the classroom, they heard a familiar voice behind them. Chu Ran! Yang Shuya hurriedly caught up. Chu Ran looked at her coldly. Is there something wrong? I just want to say, let's have a meal together when we have time. I still remember the day when you first came to Tianhai, you took me to the small restaurant near the school gate to eat. Yang Shuya said this deliberately to attract Fang Shiha's attention, because in her opinion, as long as she pushed Fang Shiha away, Chu Ran would be hers. However, Fang Shia did not have any expression at this time, but stood quietly beside Chu Ran. On the other hand, Chu Ran looked at Yang Shia as if she was a clown and sneered. "Haha, Yang Shia, stop living in the past." After saying this, Chu Ran took Fang Shia's hand and walked out of the classroom together. Only Yang Shia was left standing there stupidly. The past, he actually said that was the past? Is it because of my rejection that day? But now that I have changed my mind, won't he even look back? At this moment, all of Yang Shia's fantasies about Chu Ran began to disappear. After leaving the teaching building, Chu Ran asked a few roommates to go first, and he accompanied Fang Shia to the library. "What happened just now?" Chu Ran was just about to explain when Fang Shia unexpectedly spoke in a low voice. "Don't live in the past. That's what you just said. Chu Ran, we just want to fight for the future. I don't want to know about the past." Looking at Fang Shia's serious expression, Chu Ran suddenly smiled happily. What he liked most was Fang Shia's understanding and thoughtfulness. For a woman like this, all the hard work is worth it. After accompanying Fang Shia to the library, Chu Ran returned to the dormitory. Along the way, the three words Chu Ran heard the most were, "Hello, President Chu." Chu Ran is very helpless now. He has suddenly changed from a student to President Chu. This feeling is indeed a bit difficult to adapt to. There were even many students who wanted to take photos with him. It would have been better if he hadn't taken photos. As soon as he took the photo, Chu Ran was immediately surrounded by a group of people, all of whom came over to take photos with him. Finally, seeing that more and more people were coming, Chu Ran had no choice but to say that he wanted to go to the bathroom and asked everyone to wait. After that, he slipped away. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Ran's three roommates all watched this scene from the window with smiles on their faces. "How dare you three laugh like that? Why don't you go down and help?" Chu Ran complained to the three people helplessly. The eldest brother, Wang Rui, laughed and said, "Third brother, just accept your fate. You will definitely be an idol that everyone in school admires. I even want to take a picture with you. Don't you know that when my high school classmate heard that you and I were in the same dormitory, he was so happy that he almost came to Tianhai to find me overnight." Hao Jiangwo also sighed. "I still can't believe it. You are actually the boss of Ranha, the real third brother. This is too unreal. Third brother, let me tell you something. The boss said that if you were the boss of Ranha, he would buy a Ranha car to show his loyalty." Zhang Hao's words instantly made the boss Wang Rui awkward. Chu Ran lay on the bed and smiled helplessly. "As my roommates, and as the only good brothers I have in college, do you think I can let you spend money?" Hearing Chu Ran's words, everyone stared and hurried to Chu Ran's side. Chapter 134 The electromagnetic cannon can fire twice at the same time. The energy core is so powerful. With Chu Ran's current financial ability, it would be very easy to give 3 cars to his 3 roommates. But for the 3 roommates, this unexpected wealth was completely unexpected. So at noon today, the 3 of them directly invited Chu Ran and Fang Shia to have lunch at a restaurant outside the school. Finally, Gua Lily also came. According to Gua Lily, Mr. Chu has already given you a car, and you still have the nerve to treat him to a meal in this small restaurant. There was no choice. Under the temptation of Gua Lily's mouth, everyone had to go to Hongyun Restaurant. Although Hongyun Restaurant has become more affordable now, the price of meals there is still out of reach for many students. However, as a hotel owner, Gua Lily is naturally very good at giving discounts. Moreover, the roommates didn't know that Chu Ran was the behind-the-scenes boss of the hotel, and just thought it was a favor from Gua Lily. In short, everyone had a great time drinking that night. Although Chu Ran had become the boss of Ranha, the friendship between everyone had not changed at all. Meanwhile, Chu Ran was happily drinking with several roommates, and his beloved woman. In a secret base in China, experiments on electromagnetic guns were once again carried out. This time, Professor Lao Lu had Ranha's core energy, and his confidence also increased. Several leaders from the Ministry of National Defense were present because tonight's experiment would affect the development of China's future high-tech weapons. The electromagnetic gun has been invented and developed for decades, but there has been no breakthrough during this time because its battery energy is insufficient. But since the emergence of Ranha's quantum compression peripheral battery, everyone seems to have seen hope. However, after the last experiment, the energy of the external battery still seems to be insufficient to power the electromagnetic gun. Professor Lu originally thought that such a peripheral battery was already powerful enough, but when he heard that the electromagnetic gun had not exerted all its energy, he instantly felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, because his hope in this life was the electromagnetic gun. We clearly saw hope, but it was shattered in the end. This feeling is really painful. However, just when Lao Lu was feeling uncomfortable, he got hope again, that is, Ranha still had the ability to improve the periphery of quantum compression. This gave Lao Lu hope again. I waited for this day for more than 2 months. Yesterday, Lao Lu finally saw the emergence of quantum core energy. At that moment, Lao Lu almost knelt on the ground in front of Chu Ran. Now Ranha's quantum compression core energy has fundamentally solved this problem, so whether the experiment is successful or not is just a matter of waiting for the result. Professor Lu, all equipment is ready and we can conduct the launch test at any time. After hearing the assistant's feedback, Professor Lu raised his trembling hand and placed his finger on the launch button. We've been waiting for so long, it's time to get started. After saying this, Lao Lu picked up the headset and asked, Lao Zhuang, I'm starting! Minister Zhuang Dekai of the Ministry of National Defense looked at Lao Lu in the glass laboratory and said in a strong voice, Lao Lu, let's get started! As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Lu placed his finger on the launch button. The 3500th experiment of the 26th generation electromagnetic gun has officially begun. Emission! Following Lao Lu's order, the launch button also slowly fell. Then, inside the electromagnetic gun, a huge amount of energy continued to fill the interior. Everyone even felt a violent shaking in the laboratory at this moment. Report all the data! Old Lu was wearing a white coat and looking ahead with great determination. The staff around me were busy in the laboratory. Electromagnetic gun energy is charging. Energy is 30% full. Energy is 50% full. Energy is 80% full. When Professor Lu heard the data reports, his heart jumped into his throat with excitement. 80%. The energy can reach 80% for the first time. This is definitely a data worth recording, but Lao Lu still feels it is not enough. He hopes that this time the core energy can give him absolute confidence. Energy is 100%! An exciting shout rang out in the laboratory. Almost as soon as the words fell, a flash of white light passed before everyone's eyes. The white light was extremely dazzling and fast. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Everyone only felt a brief buzzing in their ears. Immediately afterwards, a mountain in the distance was directly blown down by the electromagnetic cannon. That's right, a mountain was blown down. Success? Professor, we did it! Inside the laboratory, countless people began to shout excitedly. Professor Lu was unable to speak for a long time, but just looked into the distance with tears in his eyes and great excitement. Check the data immediately! At this moment, Professor Lu has not forgotten his duties, but asked all staff to check all the data of the electromagnetic gun of the launch device. Because only data will not lie. The power of the electromagnetic cannon that you just saw is just what your eyes see. Just like last time, although the electromagnetic gun was successfully launched, the data shows that the power of the electromagnetic gun has not yet been fully demonstrated. Professor, all the data has reached its peak. The assistant next to him pointed excitedly at the data on the monitor. Everyone looked at the monitor with tears in their eyes. That's right, all the launch data of the electromagnetic gun turned red at this time. This shows that this launch has reached the maximum power of the electromagnetic gun. Professor, look! Just then a voice sounded in the laboratory. Everyone turned their eyes to the screen next to them. Is that the power level indicator for the core energy source inside the electromagnetic cannon? Oh my God, how is this possible? The battery shows that the electromagnetic cannon fired just now only used 52% of the core energy. That's incredible! Could such a large core energy source be enough to power 2 electromagnetic cannons at the same time? Everyone watched this scene excitedly. No one had expected that after the electromagnetic cannon was fired once, the energy source inside still had more than half of its power left. This was absolutely unheard of in the past, because the energy was simply not enough for a single launch. Lao Zhuang, I request to test launch an electromagnetic cannonball again. Professor Lu could no longer hold back and hurriedly began to apply to Zhuang Dekai. At this time, Zhuang Dekai from the Ministry of National Defense also noticed this scene. What's going on, Lao Lu? Is there a second electromagnetic cannon source inside the energy source? Lao Zhuang, this is the current situation, but all the data is unreliable. I request another launch to ensure the authenticity of the experiment. Alright, permission to launch, but switch to the second strike point. The mountain we were targeting is gone, so the experiment's effectiveness is unclear. Chapter 135, Chu Ran will definitely become a historical celebrity. Boom! A loud noise sounded again in the laboratory. In everyone's eyes, another strike point in the distance, which was a hill, was directly flattened by the electromagnetic cannon. Everyone in the laboratory was stunned, and everyone was stunned by the scene of flooding forward. Because this is the second shot of the electromagnetic cannon. Normally, it is difficult to launch the first shot, but now it can be launched twice in a row with the same power. I can only say that Ranha's core energy is awesome. Really awesome. Professor Lu ordered everyone to start checking the data. Professor, all the data is normal, which means our electromagnetic cannon can fire 2 rounds in a row. And Ranhe's core energy source is so small this time that 5 of them can be placed in one electromagnetic gun device. By then, one electromagnetic cannon will be able to fire 10 shells. Professor Lu nodded continuously, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. And in the observation room outside the laboratory, Zhuang Dekai from the Ministry of National Defense, Minister Sun and others all nodded happily. Great, great, it finally worked. This Ranha really surprised us that he could make such a good thing. An electromagnetic device can fire 2 shells in quick succession. If this kind of electromagnetic cannon is used on the battlefield, the enemy won't be able to react at all. Besides, our electromagnetic device is incredibly simple. If we add 2 more core energy sources, one soldier will be able to fire 10 electromagnetic cannons. 10 electromagnetic artillery shells, what does that even mean? It's like raising 10 mountains to the ground. In the conference room, several leaders from the Ministry of National Defense were discussing excitedly. Zhuang Dekai walked out happily and called the top leader. Hey, leader, we succeeded! We succeeded! The leader who received the call also raised his voice at this time. Great, the full effect has been achieved, right? Zhuang Dekai said excitedly. That's right, all the data has reached its peak, and there's an unexpected surprise. After using Ranha's core energy, we were able to fire 2 shells in succession. In addition, Ranha's core energy is small in size, so in the future, the launch device can accommodate at least 10 core energy sources. So an electromagnetic cannon can fire a maximum of 10 rounds in a row, right? The leader couldn't wait to ask. That's right, because we only have 1 core energy source. We have to sign a contract with Ranhe before we can get more core energy sources. Then we can complete the real experiment. After listening to Zhuang Dekai's report, the leaders were extremely happy. This Ranhe is truly incredible. Such a small core energy source can actually produce such a huge amount of energy. Zhuang Dekai smiled and said, Leader, that's why I'm being very gentle in my cooperation with Ranhe now. I don't dare to be forceful with them, because we can't let such a company down. You're right. Ranhe is the hope of China. Their core energy source and quantum compressed carbon fiber technology are both groundbreaking. We must treat such a company well and never let them down. After saying this, the leader laughed again and said, That young man Chu Ran is quite interesting. After the company started to develop, the first condition he asked of you was to protect the company's patents and assets from being infringed and stolen. It's rare for someone so young to have such profound thoughts. Please help him when necessary. Okay, boss. I've already agreed to his terms. Every company has a security company, and there's nothing wrong with that. I guess this guy wants to hire some capable people from abroad. Haha, it would be great if he really had this ability. After hanging up the phone, the leader sat in the conference room and looked at Ranhe Company's annual report. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. From a college student to where he is now, this kid is really strange. The secretary assistant next to him laughed and said, Boss, you're probably overthinking it. Although he's certainly strange, sometimes a person's luck and talent can be really good. That's right. This kid is doing things that benefit our country. I don't need to doubt him. After saying this, the leader slowly closed the computer next to him. The next morning. Big news from China, the electromagnetic gun was successfully launched. According to the news, after the Ranha quantum peripheral battery came out last time, the electromagnetic cannon was indeed launched successfully, but the effect was not obvious, and it did not exert its full power. But this time, after Ranha's quantum core energy appeared, the electromagnetic cannon was able to exert its full power, and even fired 2 shells in succession. This kind of news is no less exciting than the success of the atomic bomb. In short, the internet was already in an uproar early in the morning. In reality, countless people are playing the national anthem on the streets, and there are even some young and passionate people waving the national flag and shouting, "Long live the national anthem!" on the streets. On all major online platforms, the news that the electromagnetic gun had successfully test-fired 2 shells directly dominated the entire network. My country is so awesome! It actually succeeded. Last time, I thought it was a success, but the government didn't release any concrete information. Now, the news is definitely true, right? It's absolutely true. The national network has sent a congratulatory message. And I heard from friends in Xinjiang last night that they really heard 2 loud bangs, like an earthquake. Damn, is this so awesome? The experimental base should be far away from residential areas. How could you hear all this? Brother, the power of the electromagnetic cannon is extraordinary. Let's put it this way. In today's war, nuclear bombs may cause area of effect radiation damage, but the electromagnetic cannon uses direct electromagnetic light to sweep through, leaving you painless and leaving without any irritation. This is fucking awesome! There's no time to react. Isn't it awesome? Just ask those ruthless foreign nations what they think of weapons like this. The discussion among netizens has just begun. At this time, everyone on major online platforms was already discussing Ranha. I'm very excited about the electromagnetic cannon launch, but I want to say that everyone should not forget that the success of this launch was all due to Ranha's core energy. That's right, this launch really cannot be separated from Ranha's energy core. This thing is really a treasure. Boss Chu is truly a talent. I can't believe he's only a sophomore. Mr. Chu is studying quantum compression in his sophomore year, while our sophomores are playing League of Legends. A friend of mine said that his high school classmate is Mr. Chu's roommate, and Mr. Chu is planning to give his roommate a new Ranha car. Mom, I want to apply to the University of Finance and Economics, and I also want to be Mr. Chu's roommate. Chapter 136 Organizing Mercenaries, Chu Ran's Bodyguards. At this moment, Chu Ran still didn't know how popular he was on the internet. After getting up with Fang Shia, they went downstairs to have breakfast. We both drank quite a lot at Hongyun yesterday, so we came back quite late. When Chu Ran woke up this morning, he was still a little dazed. He was trying to persuade Fang Shia not to go to school, as he could still study the professional courses well anyway. When Chu Ran's mother heard this, she couldn't help but scold him. You little brat, you don't study hard yourself, and you don't let Shihi study hard either. Come over here and drink some porridge to sober up, and hurry to school. Although Chu Ran is the boss of Ranha and is admired by countless people, he really listens to his mother at home. At this time, I could only smile and apologize to my mother. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Fang Shia and her mother also smiled happily. At this time, Chu Ran's father also came over with his phone. Chu Ran, is your core energy really that powerful? Chu Ran looked at the news on his phone, which was the news about the successful launch of the electromagnetic gun. Dad, core energy is the future development direction of our country. Just wait and see. Before long, many of our country's equipment and daily life will be dominated by our core energy, because it is harmless, pollution-free, and the most convenient and fastest energy. Hearing Chu Ran's introduction, my father was extremely excited and happy. Who do you think this brat looks like? Why is he so smart? How did he come up with these things? His mother looked at him speechlessly. Who do you say he looks like? Can you pass on such a good brain to your son? Hey, I'm unhappy when you say that. Dad was not to be outdone. Just as the two were about to start arguing, Fang Shia's mother hurriedly stepped forward. Well, big brother and big sister, don't quarrel, it's all a small matter. I think Chu Ran has become so good because of the combination of your two genes. In short, both of you have contributed. Hearing this, both of them calmed down. Fang Shia and Chu Ran couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. After breakfast, Chu Ran was about to go to school with Fang Shia, but he received a call from Qixing saying that 30 mercenaries had arrived at the company. Chu Ran didn't plan to go over and visit specifically, but asked Qixing to make arrangements to have 4 people on duty near his home, and the rest would be responsible for security in Ranha's 3 companies, and during this period, a large number of qualified security guards would be recruited. In a word, these 30 mercenaries will be used to build Ranha into an iron barrel. After all, Chu Ran will not let his technology flow abroad. Among these mercenaries, there are those with excellent combat skills, those with excellent network skills, as well as various disguise and intelligence personnel. They will all conduct regular investigations and inspections in the company in the future, and they will only report to Chu Ran regularly. With these people around, Chu Ran was indeed relieved about the company's future safety. After the car arrived at the school, Chu Ran saw a group of students waiting from a distance. Chu Ran sighed helplessly. It seems that I will have to change the car in the future. They all recognize my car. Fang Shia blamed herself a little and said, It's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to come to school. Silly boy, if I don't come with you, how boring would it be at home or in the company? No matter how good Fang Shia is to Chu Ran, she always blames herself for everything that happens. Maybe Chu Ran didn't accept this kindness in his previous life, but in this life, Chu Ran truly understood that being kind to him by Fang Shia was the luckiest thing that could happen to a person. After taking Fang Shia out of the car, Chu Ran saw several roommates running out from a distance, and then 3 of them helped to clear the way for Chu Ran. Boss Chu, take a photo with us? Brother Chu, you're awesome, can you give me an autograph? Boss Chu, we want to give birth to a baby for you. Shouts were heard at the school gate. There are even many people who are not students of this school, but they just come to join in the fun or to see Chu Ran. Chu Ran was already very popular, but after the news about the electromagnetic cannon launch on the national network this morning, Chu Ran's fame skyrocketed again. In addition, Chu Ran is only a sophomore, and now countless people admire him. Finally, after a lot of effort, Chu Ran walked out of the crowd. Fortunately, Chu Ran's 3 roommates were helping him. Otherwise it would have been quite difficult. Third brother, you'll need a bodyguard in the future. This kind of work is too much for us ordinary people to handle. The 3 roommates all stood beside Chu Ran, panting. Chu Ran also laughed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that I would be so popular. I'm even more popular than those celebrities. My third brother, you really don't know your own abilities. With your current appeal, you're 100 blocks ahead of those celebrities. The eldest brother Wang Rui also expressed his own views at this time. Since this guy knew Chu Ran's identity, he was even embarrassed to call Chu Ran the third brother, and just started to call him the third brother. Chapter 137 Half a Year of Investigation. System prompt. The host is detected to be in danger. Do you want to activate the emergency avoidance procedure? A cold mechanical voice sounded in Chu Ran's mind. Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that he had another system. Start! Start immediately! Chu Ran shouted in his heart. Emergency evacuation procedures initiated, data analysis in progress. Analysis completed. It is recommended that the host flee this place immediately. Nonsense! I know I have to escape, but I can't move! Chu Ran roared in his heart. Searching for the best escape plan. Option 1. Use brute force to break through. Option 2. Use hallucinogens to incapacitate the target. Option 3. Use mind control to control the target. Option 4. The system listed dozens of escape plans, but Chu Ran couldn't use any of them. He was now tightly held by Qin Yu, unable to move at all, let alone use any violent means. Is there any more practical plan? Chu Ran asked helplessly. Re-evaluating the host's current situation. Evaluation complete. Host is advised to use the beauty trap. Beauty trap? Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. What kind of a plan is this? According to system analysis, the target is currently in an extremely agitated state, and has developed a strong possessive desire for the host. The host can use their own advantages to divert the target's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for escape. Chu Ran nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This system was too unreliable. They actually let him use the beauty trap in this situation? Chu Ran was about to refute, but suddenly felt Qin Yu's body began to tremble again, and her breathing became more and more rapid. It's so hot. Qin Yu's voice was filled with pain. I want. Chu Ran realized that Qin Yu's condition was becoming increasingly unstable, and if no action was taken, the consequences would be disastrous. Damn it! Let's fight! Chu Ran gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He took a deep breath, then slowly reached out his hand and gently stroked Qin Yu's cheek. Qin Yu, you are so beautiful! Chu Ran's voice was gentle and magnetic, as if it carried some kind of magic. Qin Yu's body trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed in her blood-red eyes. Who are you? Qin Yu's voice was hoarse and low. Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat as he realized that his plan seemed to have worked. I am your lover. Chu Ran's voice became even gentler. He gently held Qin Yu in his arms and whispered softly in her ear. Do you remember the agreement we made? Qin Yu's blurred eyes gave Chu Ran hope. He continued to caress Qin Yu's cheek and said softly, We agreed to be together forever. Do you remember? Qin Yu's eyes flickered, as if she was trying to recall something. A low gurgling sound came from her throat, like a wild animal suppressing its hunger. Chu Ran felt his heart was about to burst out. This beauty trap was too much of a gamble. I remember. Qin Yu spoke intermittently, her hot breath spraying on Chu Ran's neck, giving him goosebumps. This was no gentle lover, but a ferocious beast that would devour anyone it chose. Chapter 138. Formulate an attack plan and start a school lecture. When I woke up at noon, I was woken up by a phone call. It was not Fang Shia, but a strange number. After Chu Ran answered the call, a familiar voice came from inside. Is this Mr. Chu? I'm your homeroom teacher, Ms. Gua. Haha, I finally got your phone number. Chu Ran smiled helplessly and said, Professor Gua, if you have something to say, don't be so polite. I am still your student in school now. It's about the speech the principal mentioned yesterday. I've contacted the school and it's this week. You can pick any day you're free. Professor Gua, please make the arrangements. I'll follow your instructions. Chu Ran still respected Lao Gua very much. After all, it was his job. Although his attitude changed a lot after knowing his identity, he actually had no ill will towards Chu Ran. The only dissatisfaction was that he asked him to study hard when he didn't know Chu Ran's identity. But can you say that this matter is directed at Chu Ran? Of course not. You can even say that he is a very qualified teacher. When Professor Gua heard Chu Ran's answer, he felt as if he were basking in spring breeze. He never thought that Ranha's boss would be so polite to him. Even after hanging up the phone, Professor Gua still didn't react. Professor Gua? Professor Gua? A female teacher next to him greeted Lao Gua curiously. Old Gua finally realized. Teacher Li, I've already discussed this with Chu Ran. He said we can set any date. I think tomorrow is a good date. It just so happens that our domestic electromagnetic cannon has been successful these past few days using Ran He's energy core. We can take advantage of this wave of popularity and invite students and teachers from the industry to attend this lecture. Tomorrow, okay, tomorrow is good. I'll post it on the school website forum and official blog right away. Teacher Li nodded quickly and couldn't help but admire Professor Gua. It is really enviable to have a student like Mr. Chu, and to make Mr. Chu so obedient. But at this time, Lao Gua did not think so much. He hurried to the auditorium where the school lecture was held. I have to reserve a few more seats. My wife admires Chu Ran very much, and my daughter also wants to see Chu Ran. It's so hard to get such an opportunity. I can't let them miss it. Soon, after learning that Chu Ran was going to give a lecture at the University of Finance and Economics, many students and teachers began to cheer. Everyone's first thought was to get up early tomorrow to grab a spot. Even the outside world was making a big fuss about this matter at this time. After everyone saw the official Weibo of the University of Finance and Economics, the entire internet was instantly in an uproar. What? Chu Ran is going to hold a lecture at the University of Finance and Economics and invite lecturers and students from all the famous universities to attend? Damn, I'm so envious. Being able to listen to Chu Ran's lecture is something I've always dreamed of. Please tell me, if I applied to the University of Finance and Economics now, do I still have a chance? I've decided. Tomorrow I'll pretend to be a student from the University of Finance and Economics and sneak in. Damn it, even if I can't see Chu Ran, I can still listen from outside. Honestly, Chu Ran has truly been the pride of us young people over the years. I strongly suggest that this lecture be limited to people of our age. It will only be more inspiring to us. Don't be shameless, the one above. I think Chu Ran's lecture this time is very meaningful. If it doesn't work, why not broadcast it live nationwide? Wouldn't that be good for everyone to see it online? Chapter 139 Ranha Gathering, Prototype. The demands of these people online were quickly passed back to the University of Finance and Economics. Before the school leaders could respond, CCTV actually took the initiative to contact the president of the University of Finance and Economics. We request that CCTV broadcast and report live during Chu Ran's lecture. After hearing the news, the principal was so happy. For so many years, the University of Finance and Economics has been unknown. Unexpectedly, it now has such a precious student who can even appear on CCTV. This really makes him very happy. At this time, Chu Ran still didn't know how big a reaction his lecture tomorrow would cause. After resting for 2 hours on this bed in the dormitory that is full of memories and emotions, Chu Ran got up and went to the library to find Fang Shia for dinner. On the way, Fang Shia told Chu Ran that tomorrow's lecture might be overcrowded. Hearing this, Chu Ran opened the news on his phone and found that his name was the first one on the headline. The above report said that he would attend a lecture at the University of Finance and Economics tomorrow, and that major industry teachers, well-known students, and professors would all be present. What's even more exciting is that CCTV will be broadcasting live tomorrow. Seeing this, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel a headache. He didn't expect that a lecture he casually agreed to would become so big. Come on! Fang Shia waved his fist happily beside him, feeling somewhat gloating. Chu Ran smiled helplessly, then hugged her in his arms. Will you go with me tomorrow? Huh! What am I going to do? I'll just be cheering you on from the audience. No, you have to be my assistant and help me prepare the materials for my speech. But who brings an assistant to a speech? I've never seen that, Mr. Chu. Because I'm President Chu, I have to make an exception. Just like that, under Chu Ran's domineering confrontation, Fang Shia could only reluctantly agree. In fact, for Fang Shia, she would not be timid as long as Chu Ran was there. Sometimes the power of liking someone is so magical that it can make a timid girl like Fang Shia accompany Chu Ran to give a speech in such a big event tomorrow. This kind of courage is something that not everyone can muster. After lunch, there are not many classes in school in the afternoon. Chu Ran directly asked Zhou Shuai to send the two of them to run her company. Fang Shia went to the office to study, while he took a quick look at the dozens of mercenaries who had arrived today. In China, you are not allowed to carry guns privately, but each of these people has his own cold weapon. Their skills are terrifying. Even without guns, they are probably better than those with guns. This means that in the face of absolute strength, guns actually become simple toys. Now these people are selecting their subordinates in the hall. In the following period, they will be responsible for the safety and protection within the company, and will also have to train the company's newly recruited security guards. Because Ranha's security guards are not ordinary security guards. Under Chu Ran's requirements, these security guards must have very good physical fitness, and everyone must be smart. Of course, their salaries are also terrifyingly high, comparable to the manager level of many large companies outside. Chu Ran himself is in the arms business, so he attaches great importance to safety. Qi Qingxuan told Chu Ran that the 4 mercenaries arranged for the family had arrived. All 4 of them were very skilled and were divided into 2 families living on the left and right sides of Chu Ran's villa. Their hiding skills were also very sophisticated. Normally they might be just ordinary residents of the community, but their daily task was to pay close attention to the situation at Chu Ran's home. In case of emergency, they would immediately take measures to eliminate the danger. Even when Chu Ran's family members went out, these people would follow them. After hearing these words, Chu Ran felt relieved. With such a bodyguard, he at least didn't have to worry about the safety of his family. After all, his identity was now public, and the safety of his family was very important. If those foreign spies showed up, kidnapped his family, and demanded technology from him, that would be the last thing he wanted to see. Tomorrow, his personal bodyguards, Somkasin and Avril, will also be in place. With their protection, the safety of himself and Fang Shia can be guaranteed. Boss Chu, let's get together with everyone in the company tonight. The company has been established for so long, and you haven't had dinner with everyone yet. Hearing Chi Qingxuan's suggestion, Chu Ran nodded in agreement. Okay, call Fatty Dai and ask him to vacate the hotel tonight. All the people from our 3 companies will go. Remember, it must be the entire hotel. If everyone goes, there really might not be enough space. After getting Chu Ran's confirmation, Chi Qingxuan immediately began to make arrangements. There was no way. The company's employees also admired Chu Ran very much. During every meeting, many people encouraged Chi Qingxuan and Chu Ran to make this suggestion. Now that Chi Qingxuan had the courage to propose it, he didn't expect Chu Ran to agree to it immediately. In fact, what he didn't know was that Chu Ran himself was also planning this. After all, in a company, it is the employees who work the hardest for you. Chu Ran had worked in sales in his previous life and had also run his own business, so he deeply understood the connotations of this. In the evening, Chu Ran brought Fang Shia to the Ranha Hotel newly opened by Fatty Dai. Gua Lily also brought several managers from Hongyun to attend the event, followed by employees from Ranha New Energy, Ran Fang and others from Ranha Automobile, as well as the person in charge and employees of Quantum Compressed Carbon Fiber Technology. Anyway, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the whole hotel was full. Fortunately, after Fatty Dai took over the hotel, he expanded the scale of the entire hotel. Now it can be said to be one of the largest hotels in Tianhai City. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. For Ranha, for tomorrow, let's drink! Chu Ran held up his glass in the hall and began to toast all the responsible persons. Everyone gathered together and responded happily. Chu Ran was very happy that night because he saw the prototype of his dream of an empire. These domestic businesses are his foundation, and he will definitely maintain them. However, the CJJ organization abroad is his weapon, and he must also maintain it well. Only when these 2 things develop at the same time will your pockets become fatter and your back become stronger. The lofty ambition of the imperial dream is even closer. And just when Chu Ran was having a party with people from the company, the United States, far across the Atlantic Ocean, was in melancholy at this time. Because Ranha Company's core energy and carbon fiber technology inventions have spread abroad. Ordinary people may only see that these 2 technologies will bring great convenience to ordinary residents and life. But US President Obama knows very well that allowing China to master these 2 technologies will be a further disaster for the United States. Chapter 140. The United States is in a panic and must obtain these 2 technologies. Lao Ao's mentality is exploding here. And on the Chinese side, the sky brightened. A new day is about to begin. At this time, many netizens were already arguing about it online. Because from last night until now, many people have gathered at the gate of Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. Although CCTV has already reported that there will be a live broadcast and everyone will be able to watch it on TV, Chu Ran's position in the minds of this generation is indeed irreplaceable, so everyone has come from all directions to watch Chu Ran's speech. The person who has the most headache at this time is naturally the president of the University of Finance and Economics. From yesterday to now, his phone has almost never stopped ringing. There have been many people contacting him hoping to arrange seats through the back door. There was no way around it. Chu Ran was so famous that these people wanted to come and watch it live. Just after I dealt with my friend, I received news from the school's security department that there was a blockade at the school gate, and the traffic police were coming to investigate. There was no other way, the principal had to let all these people in. Anyway, the auditorium would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people, so he could only let them listen outside. At this time, Chu Ran didn't know that the school had become like this. After breakfast, Chu Ran and Fang Shia had just left the community when they received a call from Song Kusin. It turned out that he and his sister Avril had already arrived in Tianhai. Chu Ran immediately told them the address and asked them to come to the gate of the community. "Zhou Shuai, leave the car here. You don't have to be a driver anymore. Go back and be a good manager." Hearing Chu Ran's words, Zhou Shuai said a little frustratedly, "Boss Chu, is there something I didn't do well enough? Tell me and I will definitely correct it." Chu Ran smiled helplessly. "No, you did very well. When we return to the company this time, I will ask Mr. Wu to promote you. I won't let you drive because driving would waste a talent like you. We at Ran he never do such things." "Boss Chu, Zhou Shuai looked at Chu Ran and almost couldn't help crying. Okay, hurry up and take a taxi back so as not to delay your work." Chu Ran waved his hand, and Zhou Shuai left. Fang Shia, who was standing next to him, smiled helplessly and said, "Manager Zhou is still a sentimental person." After a while, Song Kusin and Avril arrived at the gate of the community. The two quickly found Chu Ran. For a reason, all the talents Chu Ran hired in the system seemed to have a natural affinity towards Chu Ran. So when they saw Chu Ran, they were able to find him quickly. "Mr. Chu." Song Kusin shook hands with Chu Ran, an Asian youth who was nearly 1.85 meters tall. Even though he was wearing clothes, his muscles were bulging, and it was obvious that his strength was absolutely terrifying. "Mr. Chu." Avril also shook hands with Chu Ran. She was an extremely beautiful mixed-race girl, 1.75 meters tall, with long legs, a high nose bridge and deep eyes. In short, she would attract a lot of attention when she walked on the street. She and Song Kusin are brother and sister. Chu Ran has seen in the system that the two families work together in perfect harmony and have carried out tasks together hundreds of times without a single mistake. From this point, it can be seen that their abilities are absolutely terrifying. "This is my girlfriend Fang Shia. Avril, you follow him from now on, and Song Kusin follows me." Hearing Chu Ran's instructions, the two nodded hurriedly and stood obediently by the side. Let's go to school today. I'll ask the principal to get you a school ID so that it will be convenient for you to enter and exit the classroom and school." Chapter 141. I didn't realize it before, but the third brother is really handsome today. Song Kusin drove the car, Avril sat in the passenger seat, Chu Ran and Fang Shia sat in the back seat, and they went to the University of Finance and Economics together. As soon as the car arrived at the school gate, Chu Ran saw a crowd of people outside. Chu Ran specially asked Zhou Shuai to drive a new car today, and put an anti-peat film on the glass, so no one recognized him when he entered the school. As early as when he was in the car, Chu Ran had already informed the principal, so Song Kusin and Avril's school documents were immediately processed. As soon as the car stopped, Professor Gui came running over. "Chu Ran, this is the certificate you want." Chu Ran took it and handed it to Song Kusin and Avril, then said with a smile, "Professor Gui, I asked you to make a personal trip." "Haha, your matter is the most important now. How about it? Are you ready for the speech?" "Well, to be honest, no, because I don't know how to give a speech. I can only speak casually when I go up there. If I don't speak well, don't blame me, Professor Gui." Hearing Chu Ran's words, Professor Gui laughed and said, "It's best to be unprepared. Just like the principal said, now if you just go on stage and say a few words, everyone will be happy and agree." After the two chatted briefly, Professor Gui led Chu Ran and others through the internal passage to the backstage of the school's auditorium. At this time, many student union members were helping to maintain order backstage. Among them were Chu Ran's 3 roommates, as well as Gui Lily and others. Ever since Chu Ran became famous in school, the people around him have also become very famous. So for this speech, Professor Gui cleverly arranged these people to be staff members in the back, so that when the speech starts, they can sit in the front row. "Hello, Mr. Chu." The 3 roommates and Gui Lily all stood in front and said something. Chu Ran smiled helplessly and said, "Stop making trouble for me, you guys." Gui Lily smiled and said, "Boss Chu, you must give your best performance today. I've already mobilized all the hotel employees to watch your speech, and everyone will have to write a review." Chu Ran smiled helplessly, saying that Boss Gui was indeed a qualified hotel owner. The other three roommates all came over with a smile and chatted with Chu Ran. Seeing Song Kusin next to Chu Ran, Wang Rei immediately whispered, "Chu Ran, this brother, could he be the bodyguard you're looking for?" Chu Ran smiled and said, "Yes, he came back from Ashiki Rei's training. He has carried out hundreds of missions without failure." "Fuck, that's awesome!" Wang Rei exclaimed. "Israel's special forces are truly amazing. I can't say enough about that. It's so great to be rich, haha. Third brother, can I learn a few tricks from him, and then I can work as a security guard in your company?" Hearing what the fourth brother Zhang Hao said, Chu Ran said helplessly, "Don't be so useless, okay? While you are in school now, study hard for me. As long as your grades are not bad, I can arrange a good position for you to practice. Third brother, I will be yours for the rest of my life." Zhang Hao looked at Chu Ran and almost hugged him with excitement. "Don't get excited, kid. If your grades can't catch up, everything you said just now will be invalid. Don't worry, third brother. From now on, I will move my bed to the classroom to study. I will definitely not let you down." At this time, the second brother Hao Jiangwo beside him also coughed and said, "Third brother, how about I practice with this brother? I think I am definitely better at security than the fourth brother." Chu Ran patted the shoulders of his three brothers and said with a smile, "You three, just like I said just now, study hard and don't worry about having to work in the future. But I have one thing in mind, that is, whoever has the stronger ability will be promoted faster in the company, so it all depends on you." All three of them looked at Chu Ran and nodded excitedly. Now, who in the whole of China doesn't know Ranhe? Many graduates dream of joining Ranha, just to devote their youth to it, because looking at the whole country, Ranha is the benchmark of the new era. On the other side, Gua Lily was pulling Fang Shia. "Shia, is this the bodyguard Chu Ran hired for you?" Avril was looking around next to her. As a bodyguard, this was her professional quality. "Well, Chu Ran called us over this morning and said he would follow us from now on, but what danger could we be in at school every day?" Hearing Fang Shia's words, Gua Lily laughed and said, "Shia, you haven't started working yet, so you don't know. For rich people, it's normal to hire bodyguards. Even if there's no danger, they still have to hire them. Besides, Chu Ran is different from you now. The two technologies he researched are both very important to the country. It's like the whole world will look to him. Tell me, if something happened to you, how distressed would Chu Ran be?" After hearing this, Fang Shia nodded in agreement. She really didn't think enough. Now that she was comforted by Gua Lily, she felt much better instantly. "Sister Weyer, this is my good friend Sister Lily." Fang Shia introduced her to Avril. Soon the three girls were chatting happily. On the boys' side, Chu Ran's three roommates were also very interested in Song Kusin. After all, every boy has an unstoppable interest in war and guns since childhood. Several people listened to Song Kusin's introduction, and they all admired him very much. Only Chu Ran was actually just watching the fun, because he knew that although he would not be able to use these things, countless people under him would come into contact with them. At this time, Luo Tiantian also hurried back from outside. "Brother Chu Ran!" Every time Luo Tiantian called Chu Ran brother, Chu Ran felt a little awkward, but there was nothing he could do because this guy just wanted to call him that. "There are already a lot of people outside. Professor Gua said that you will be able to go on stage in about 5 minutes. Hearing this, Chu Ran smiled and said, "I'm a little nervous all of a sudden. After all, I'm going to face the teachers and students who have been in the same school for so many years." Several roommates nearby, as well as Gua Lily and others, couldn't help but laugh. Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran and said, "I'll go with you." Hearing this, everyone around was surprised. "Shia, are you sure?" Gua Lily also pulled Fang Shia's arm in surprise. Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran with a smile, but Chu Ran held her tightly at this time. "Shia is my assistant today. She prepared all this information for me, so naturally she has to accompany me." Fang Shia smiled and shook the handbag in her hand, then followed Chu Ran to the front desk. Song Kusin and Avril hurried to the front desk, one ran to the stage, and the other observed the audience outside in the backstage. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the entire auditorium was filled with warm applause. "I didn't notice it before, but now I think the third one is so handsome." The second brother Hao Jiangwo said something very shamelessly at this time. Chapter 142A Speech. Chu Ran and Fang Shia actually didn't expect that there would be so many people coming to watch the speech today. All the seats in the auditorium were full, and the corridors and windows were filled with people. At the front of the podium was a CCTV camera. When it saw Chu Ran coming out, it immediately pointed the camera at Chu Ran. Chu Ran walked in front. His steps were very confident, without any fear at all, because this is the basic quality of a confident person. Chu Ran now has the capital to be confident. He invented the most admired energy technology and carbon fiber technology in the whole country. Unbeknownst to countless people, he has a CJJ army of more than 1 million supporting him. So Chu Ran has no reason not to be confident. Fang Shia followed Chu Ran and was also affected by Chu Ran's aura. This girl seemed to be born to belong to Chu Ran, because she would be deeply infected by Chu Ran. The applause in the auditorium grew louder and louder, and everyone was clapping desperately. After seeing Chu Ran's idol, these students instantly became extremely excited. Even the professors in the front row stood up and applauded with a smile. Although their qualifications are higher than Chu Ran's, they dare not call themselves teachers in front of Chu Ran, because such a young man can create those magical energy sources and magical carbon fiber technology. Who here can do it? Thank you all for coming! Chu Ran smiled and walked to the small table in the middle of the podium. Then he pulled out a chair next to him and asked Fang Shia to sit down. This simple scene made many boys in the audience clap their hands happily. Mr. Chu is a good man. Everyone had already realized by now that Chu Ran was giving a speech with his girlfriend. Chu Ran shamelessly explained. Ahem, this is my assistant. She helped me with the information today. After all, I do forget some things. Many people in the audience laughed happily, because it would have been fine if he hadn't explained, but once he did, it seemed like he was trying to cover up something. Actually, I was quite nervous about holding this lecture, because I still say that it's really ordinary. We are all normal people. As long as you have a dream and are brave enough to pursue it, the chances of it coming true will be very high. Chu Ran's opening remarks were actually quite awkward, but the audience was buying into them. After hearing Chu Ran's words, many people started wiping their eyes excitedly. What Mr. Chu said is so good. I must fight for my dream. Even the professors in front of them were whispering to each other. Student Chu Ran's words are so philosophical. We are all ordinary people. As long as we have dreams and are brave enough to pursue them, we will definitely have a chance of success. That's right, I made the right decision to come to this lecture today. What successful people like Mr. Chu say must have their own reasons, and we should accept them with an open mind. At this time, Chu Ran didn't know that just a casual word from him could make these people admire him so much. When I founded Ranha, I just wanted to create a new energy source for our future lives, but I didn't expect to end up in the direction of quantum compression. Later, it was proven that my quantum compression technology is very suitable for future development. It is not only safe and effective, but it can also make a lot of energy become highly dense in the smallest space. However, this technology requires very high operation skills. We may release this technology in the future, but unfortunately not now. Hearing Chu Ran's words, many people in the audience couldn't help but get excited. Ranha has always regarded this technology as a treasure, and now he says he will announce it in the future. This is really big news. Even Defense Minister Zhuang Dekai, who was watching the live speech on TV, couldn't help but frown. What exactly does he mean? Logically, he wouldn't make promises lightly, and this kind of technology has always been very important to him. At this time, Vice Minister Sun nodded slightly and said, unless he can find a more powerful alternative in the future, he can throw quantum compression out as a gimmick for everyone to debate, while he has already reached a higher level of technology. You're right, this kid really has this possibility. Zhuang Dekai looked at the screen and nodded very seriously. The hope may not be seen in others, but when it comes to Chu Ran, Zhuang Dekai really dare not make any rash conclusions. But in fact, no one expected that Chu Ran didn't mean that at all. Of course, it is possible that in the future his technological contribution value will be higher, and there may indeed be better alternatives, but the system is too random, and Chu Ran dare not gamble. The reason why he said that just now was because Chu Ran did not announce the quantum compression technology because he was afraid that it would be learned by those abroad. But Chu Ran understood that China would definitely rise in the future, and its own empire would be formed. By that time, other countries might no longer exist, so the quantum compression technology would naturally be announced. Just like that, Chu Ran spoke on the stage for a long time in his own boring language. But for all the students in the audience, Chu Ran's words had a great impact on them. For example, at the best age, you should do what you want to do most and like the person you like most. I started with a failed confession, and you can also try it. After all, college is not only about studying and games, but also about the most important love. After hearing Chu Ran's remarks, many college students present nodded vigorously. Sure enough, the people who understand college students best are college students. For example, as Chu Ran said, everyone should have their own time and rights. For example, if you want to skip classes, then do it occasionally, but you must do what you like. When you are in a good mood, you can calm down and study. Each of Chu Ran's remarks attracted the applause of many students. They seemed to have found a soulmate, and kept applauding and cheering for Chu Ran. Even many professors, principals and others looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Although everyone remains cautious about Chu Ran's remarks, what he said is very real and is also the problem everyone is facing now. So when Chu Ran said this, many people understood the most true truth, which is to enjoy life while you can, study when you should study, and be happy when you should be happy. On the internet, Chu Ran's speech has already awakened countless college students and young people. Everyone kept increasing the popularity of this live broadcast and giving likes. In official terms, Mr. Ran Hachu's remarks have truly awakened this generation of young people. Chapter 143, a benchmark for contemporary youth. The situation in East China continues to develop. 2 hours later, the speech ended. Chu Ran didn't expect that he would speak for a full 2 hours in this speech. The most terrifying thing is that the original plan was to briefly introduce the future development of Ranha Company so that more people would yearn for Ranha Company. But in the end, Chu Ran actually talked about his own opinions and experiences for a long time, and even said a lot about the future direction for everyone. In short, this speech is more like helping contemporary college students find their place clearly. Pa pa pa. The applause at the scene was extremely intense. All the students were deeply touched by Chu Ran's baptism. In everyone's heart, Chu Ran's status has risen even higher. For Chu Ran, the speech was a success. For the University of Finance and Economics, this speech was actually a success. However, invisibly, everyone's admiration for Chu Ran has reached its peak. On the internet, Chu Ran's speech has been edited into a video and circulated on major websites. I suddenly found the reason why I went to college. Mr. Chu's speech was really profound. I strongly recommend that all college students read this. You don't go to college to find a job, but to improve yourself. Once your abilities improve, jobs will easily appear. This philosophical statement will truly impact a person's life. Damn it! Why didn't I meet Mr. Chu earlier? Now, after so many years of graduating from college, I still haven't found the right direction for myself. If I had heard this speech earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time playing games in college. If I had heard Mr. Chu's speech earlier, I wouldn't have been so afraid to confess my feelings to the girl I liked in college. That night, all major social forums were filled with people admiring Chu Ran. Chu Ran may not know that he just gave a casual speech, and these young people started to admire him. Because everyone may not know that this is a speech by a successful person. As long as he succeeds, whatever he says is right. After the speech, countless people wanted to take photos with Chu Ran. But there was no other way. Chu Ran could only randomly pick a few people to come up. Finally, the president of the University of Finance and Economics led all the professors to the stage and took a photo with Chu Ran. This is a great opportunity to show off, and there is also a live broadcast from CCTV, so the principal will naturally not miss it. After that, well-known presidents and professors from other prestigious universities all came over to take photos with Chu Ran. In this way, Chu Ran did not return to the dormitory until lunchtime. Everyone had lunch in the cafeteria, but Chu Ran, Fang Shia and others must have eaten in the small cafeteria with the principal and others. After dinner, Song Kusin followed Chu Ran closely, while Avril went to the classroom with Fang Shia to study. The three roommates were also very impressed with Chu Ran's speech today, and they couldn't help but surround Chu Ran and praise him. Haha, I really didn't expect that I would have dinner with the principal today. The admiration of Chu Ran by several roommates reached its peak today. Not only could they show up with Chu Ran, but they could also drink and have dinner with the principal. For example, the second brother Hao Jiangwo, who loves to show off, made a very shameless introduction when he was interviewed by reporters just now. Yes, that's right. We are Mr. Chu's roommates and good brothers. Mr. Chu has studied very hard in school over the years. None of us thought he would be so talented. What interesting things happened to Mr. Chu at school? There are so many. Do you know who washes Mr. Chu's underwear? Ahem, that's not bullying, that's our hobby. You don't understand. We feel very happy washing Mr. Chu's underwear. In the end, Hao Jiangwo wanted to be interviewed, but was directly pulled away by Song Kusin. In Chu Ran's words, if he let this guy continue talking, all his secrets would be lost. Third brother, you are so handsome today. This is the first time I realize you can be so handsome. Hearing the fourth brother Zhang Hao's corny compliments, Chu Ran smiled helplessly, then told these guys to do what they were supposed to do. He took out his computer, lay leisurely on the bed, and began to check the orders on the arms forum. Song Kusin, if you're bored, just go hang out in school. You won't have anything to do there for now. After hearing Chu Ran's instructions, Song Kusin nodded, but did not leave. Several roommates gathered around him and began to discuss some military and combat knowledge. Brother Song Kusin, can you tell us about your most exciting action? Yes, Song Kusin, just tell us about your most amazing operation. We are all eager to hear about it. Song Kusin could only sit helplessly on the chair, eating snacks given to him by several people, and explaining an assassination operation he and his sister had participated in. Chapter 144 Open the aircraft carrier and nuclear submarine area. Jack, the leader, is very loyal. He usually doesn't cause trouble for Chu Ran and tries to solve the problems himself. This is also why every time Chu Ran provided funds for CJJ organization, he always came up with them himself. That's why the spies developed by Lena and others are very weak, but fortunately they are capable and can train stronger spies. Although the spies are very weak, each one plays a role just right. At this moment, after getting Chu Ran's affirmation, Lena was naturally very happy. After ending the call with Lena, Chu Ran directly transferred $10 billion of operating funds to Jack's account, and then transferred $1 billion to Lena as startup funds for espionage activities. Now Chu Ran's system account has accumulated another $100 billion. Although the business at the Ranha flagship store has been average in recent days, the profits are very considerable. In addition to this, Chu Ran also received a share of the income from Ranhe. The total capital is as high as 50 billion Chinese yuan. This is the revenue of Ranha New Energy in just 6 months, of course, after deducting employees and some costs. For many people, this income figure is already terrifying, but for Chu Ran, this income still needs to be improved. Therefore, Ranha Automobile will definitely start to occupy the Chinese market, and even sell its products overseas. Only in this way can Chu Ran accumulate more capital and funds. In fact, Chu Ran also hesitated about selling cars abroad. But he knew that even if he did not expand into foreign markets, he could not avoid some smuggling transactions in the country. By then, Ranha's cars will still be spread abroad. So instead of being passive, it is better to directly open up foreign markets and occupy greater funds and profits. As for whether foreign countries would buy the car and then disassemble it to study quantum energy, Chu Ran was not worried at all. Because the quantum energy core and quantum compressed carbon fiber technology are all the highest level of confidentiality measures. Even if they get the energy, it would be extremely difficult to figure out the structure inside. Here, Chu Ran was handling his own arms trading for him. Outside on the internet, Chu Ran's speech swept across the country and attracted the attention of many young people and college students. Even in the evening, a video of Chu Ran's speech appeared on the news broadcast. Obviously, CCTV and the country also agree with Chu Ran's statement. Looking at my son's high-spirited face on the TV news. Chu Ran's parents, Fang Shia's grandmother, and mother were all smiling happily. Even Arya pointed at the TV and shouted, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law!" This time the whole family laughed happily. Fang Shia sat next to Chu Ran, her face a little blushing, But at this time, she had slowly gotten used to it. After all, they both sleep in the same room every day, and their parents also live together. It can be said that the only thing missing from the two people's lives now is getting married. But occasionally her mother would discuss with Fang Shia, saying that they could live together, but they must take safety measures. After all, they were still studying. Chu Ran's mother also discussed this issue with her son, but Chu Ran didn't care at all. On the contrary, I really want to have a child. At worst, I can let Fang Shia study at home. Since I have money, why not hire a teacher to help me? Song Kasin and Avril also lived in Chu Ran's house. But the two of them were silent most of the time, or were outside. This may be their basic quality as bodyguards. After Chu Ran said it a few times, he didn't care anymore. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During this period, the Spring Festival has passed. During the Spring Festival, Chu Ran was indeed very busy. Because several companies need me to host their annual meetings? Finally, Chu Ran helplessly told Shi Qingshuan that a head office must be established next year no matter what, and Ranha's leadership should gather together to attend the annual meeting instead of running around like dogs. The school was on winter vacation, so Chu Ran and Fang Shia spent most of their time at home with their family. For Chu Ran's parents, Fang Shia's mother and grandmother, this may be the happiest spring festival they have ever experienced. Chapter 145 I'm just selling an aircraft carrier, don't panic. Chu Ran quickly took the opportunity to create some distance, then turned around and ran. System, tell me how to leave here! Chu Ran shouted in his heart while running. The host has been detected fleeing from the dangerous area and is planning the best escape route. The system's cold voice sounded. Don't plan anymore, just tell me where the nearest exit is. Chu Ran didn't have time to listen to the system's nonsense. Turn left ahead, go straight for 50 meters, turn right into the stairwell, and you will reach the emergency exit. Chu Ran ran all the way according to the system's instructions. He didn't dare look back, for fear that Qin Yu would catch up. However, just as he was about to reach the stairwell, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Oh no, she's caught up with me! Chu Ran thought to himself and quickly increased his speed. He rushed into the stairwell and ran down desperately. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer, and Qin Yu's breathing was becoming clearer and clearer. Don't run! Qin Yu's voice was hoarse and low, as if it came from the depths of hell. You are mine! Chu Ran felt like his heart was about to jump out. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Qin Yu caught up with him. He ran down more than 10 floors in one breath and finally saw the sign for the emergency exit. He flung open the emergency exit door and rushed out. However, the moment he rushed out, he suddenly felt his feet were empty. Ah! Chu Ran screamed and fell down. Only then did he realize that outside the emergency exit was a bottomless canyon. System, you are fucking cheating me! Chu Ran roared in his heart. Warning, the host is detected falling, please take timely measures. The system's cold voice sounded. Take your sister! Chu Ran cursed. I'm going to fall to my death! Just when Chu Ran thought he was going to die, he suddenly felt something entangled in his body. He looked down and saw that a long vine was wrapped around his waist. The other end of the vine is connected to a huge tree trunk. Chu Ran was hanging in the air, swaying. He looked up and saw a huge figure standing on the tree trunk, looking down at him condescendingly. That figure was none other than Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu at this time had completely changed into a different person. Her figure became taller, her skin turned blue-gray, a pair of pointed horns grew on her head, and a long tail followed her. Her blood-red eyes stared at Chu Ran, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You can't escape! Qin Yu's voice was hoarse and low, full of teasing. You are mine! Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu, who was like a devil in front of him, and his heart was filled with despair. Chu Ran closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. However, the expected severe pain did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion and found that Qin Yu did not attack him, but looked at him with a complicated look. Why? Chu Ran asked weakly. Why don't you kill me? Qin Yu didn't answer, but slowly reached out her hand and stroked Chu Ran's cheek. Her touch was cold and rough, making Chu Ran feel a chill. You are so beautiful. Qin Yu's voice was hoarse and low, with a hint of infatuation. I want you. Chu Ran felt nauseous and struggled desperately to get rid of Qin Yu's touch. 146 car sales break records, and a mobile phone that doesn't need to be charged for a year appears? According to the report from Ran Fang, manager of the automobile company, Ranha Automobile has sold 5 million units in the past month. In this era where gasoline vehicles are rampant, Ranha new energy vehicles have emerged and have begun to shake the entire automotive industry with an overwhelming attitude. Chu Ran was slightly satisfied with the sales volume, because he knew that this was just the beginning. In the days to come, Ranha's offline flagship stores would continue to increase, and car sales would only increase. Because only a few cities are open at present, and there are only a few stores in each city, many customers who want to buy a car have to queue up to make an appointment, which also wastes a lot of time. Therefore, Chu Ran asked Ran Fang to lead people to develop all domestic markets during this period, while the foreign markets will not be developed for the time being. The foreign markets can only be launched when the domestic market is almost developed. This was Chu Ran's own idea. There was no other way but to put pressure on those foreigners and make them also chase after this kind of Chinese car brand. After all, Chu Ran Jing understood that sometimes things are valuable because they are rare. But at present, the development of the domestic market alone has caused many foreign car brands to feel a huge sense of crisis. In particular, automobile manufacturers in the Sakura country and the Korean country have always regarded China as a major sales market. However, Ranha Automobile has put them under great pressure after only 1 month of going online. In the following period, Ranha Automobile will continue to invade the market, and what awaits them will eventually be elimination. Many of these foreign automobile manufacturers have begun to put pressure on Ranha, but for Ranha, this is of no use at all. Because Ranha is a military-civilian cooperation enterprise, it has the country behind it and the people in front of it. As a domestic enterprise supported by the country and the people, I would like to ask you whether you should be popular or not. Are you afraid of foreign-funded enterprises? So during this period of time, Chu Ran has been giving orders to the automobile company to take drastic measures and move forward in big strides without having to worry about anything else. In this way, in the following month, Ranha Company frantically opened sales stores in other cities and even acquired many new energy vehicle manufacturers that were going bankrupt. Among them, the once popular Dream car is the biggest representative. Because on the day of the Ranha car launch, Bai Yang's father already knew that their dream was over. 1 month after Ranha Auto went online, Dream Auto's sales almost reached less than 100 units per month. After the second month, Dream Car began to look for new ways out. Finally, Ranha proposed to acquire the company. Although the price was terribly low, it was already the best outcome. If the Bai family persists and continues to run Dream Car on their own, what awaits them may be pouring more money into this bottomless pit. At this point, Dream Car disappeared from the market, and Bai Yang's father also retreated behind the scenes. His son, who was once the rich second generation of Dream Car, returned to being an ordinary person and continued to study in his own school. For Bai Yang, this ending was indeed very good, because since the last time he met Chu Ran, Bai Yang knew that he had completely distanced himself from Chu Ran. He had long anticipated that Dream Car would have such an ending. However, this guy wanted to visit Chu Ran and Ranha several times, but was stopped by the guard. The guard said that no one from Dream Car was allowed to come in. Hearing this, Bai Yang left feeling aggrieved. If he had known that he had such a powerful classmate, why would he have bothered to provoke him? In fact, what he didn't know was that Chu Ran never took him seriously. Because in Chu Ran's opinion, no matter who owns the Dream Car, its final outcome will be like this. As for Bai Yang? Haha, this clown never cares about him. In addition to the automobile company, Chu Ran's most proud Ranha Energy Core is also showing a booming trend in the market. Various domestic electronic product companies, including mobile phones, televisions, air conditioners, computers, etc., have all begun to seek opportunities to cooperate with Ranha. Companies like those that were the first to get on the Ranha Express have already occupied a large share of the market. Companies like Dami Mobile Phones, Xiaowei Mobile Phones, and Ligay Air Conditioners have all integrated Ranha's energy core into their products. Have you ever imagined the joy of not having to charge your phone for a whole year? That's right, with Ranha's Quantum Core, this wish was successfully realized. The core energy used by the electromagnetic gun is the largest, so it can exert the greatest power. The quantum core energy installed in the mobile phone only requires 1/10,000th of its capacity to provide the user with the joy of not having to charge the phone for a year. This technology is truly revolutionary. And the most amazing thing is that this 1/10th of the energy core is made very simple, like a tiny nano chip. After the battery is simple, mobile phone manufacturers can add more functions and more creative designs to the mobile phone. In short, in the past 2 months, the two mobile phone manufacturers, Dami and Xiaowei, have really increased their research and development of mobile phones to the extreme, and various beautiful and smart mobile phones have emerged in the market. Chu Ran probably didn't expect that his appearance would directly advance technology by several decades or even hundreds of years. The mobile phone he is holding now may not be seen in 10 years or even 100 years. Because it is as thin as a piece of paper, it has all kinds of functions and even has many innovative small details. The emergence of this type of mobile phone has completely brought about greater reforms in China's mobile phone era. In addition to Dami and Xiaowei, many other domestic mobile phone brands are also looking for cooperation with Ranha, but unfortunately the capital required to cooperate with Ranha is a bit large now. At least Ranha wants you to have 30 to 40% of the shares, and asks you if you will give it to it. The rise of mobile phone manufacturers has also put huge pressure on Apple phones in the United States. After all, a mobile phone that doesn't need to be charged for a year is so attractive, and now the various fancy operations of domestic mobile phones have made users dazzled, and Apple phones are really out of date. In addition to mobile phones, televisions, computers, and air conditioners are all constantly being upgraded. In short, in the past 2 months, since the emergence of Ranha Energy Core, China has felt like it has entered the technological age. And this is only a change on the private enterprise side. The changes in the country are really amazing. Ranha energy cores are used in major factories and military equipment. Ranha's quantum compressed carbon fiber technology has been applied in the military and has produced very significant results. The most amazing thing is naturally in aviation. The previous titanium alloy technology may be awesome, but after some experiments, scientists found that titanium alloy technology seems to be far behind quantum compressed carbon fiber. So the titanium alloy was directly replaced with Ranha's quantum carbon fiber material. Unexpectedly, this change directly led to huge improvements in many aerospace materials. Chapter 147. The situation is getting worse and I can't bear it anymore. Let me go! You monster! Chu Ran roared. Qin Yu's hands suddenly tightened, tightly gripping Chu Ran's neck. You are mine! Qin Yu's voice was filled with possessiveness. No one can take you away from me. Chu Ran felt that breathing was becoming increasingly difficult, and his vision began to go dark. System, help! Chu Ran shouted desperately in his heart. It has been detected that the host's vital signs are declining, and the emergency rescue plan is being activated. The system's cold voice sounded. Suddenly, a dazzling white light descended from the sky, enveloping Chu Ran and Qin Yu. After the white light dissipated, Chu Ran found himself back in the school dormitory. He lay on the bed, gasping for breath, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. System, what happened just now? Chu Ran asked with lingering fear. The host has triggered the emergency teleportation function and has safely returned to the real world, the system replied. Chu Ran then remembered that the system once said that when faced with life-threatening situations, one can activate the emergency teleportation function and return to the real world. Fortunately, there is this function, otherwise I would be really dead. Chu Ran patted his chest with lingering fear. He sat up from his bed and looked around. The dormitory was empty. His roommates must have gone to class. Chu Ran picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. He missed today's class, but now he is not in the mood to go to class. His mind was full of what had just happened. Qin Yu's appearance as a monster, and the words she said made him feel creepy. What on earth is she? Chu Ran muttered to himself. According to the system analysis, Qin Yu may have been affected by some unknown force, causing genetic mutation and turning him into a monster, the system replied. Unknown power? Chu Ran frowned. What power is it? It's unclear at this time, the system replied. Further investigation is needed. Chu Ran sighed. It seemed that it would take some effort to find out the truth of the matter. He got up from the bed, walked to the window and looked at the bustling crowd outside. How many secrets are hidden in this world? Chu Ran was full of doubts. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure downstairs. That's Jin Yu. She was wearing a school uniform, carrying a school bag, and walking towards the teaching building. She looked the same as always, showing no signs of turning into a monster. Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? Chu Ran thought doubtfully. He rubbed his eyes and looked downstairs again. Jin Yu's figure was still there and did not disappear. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in Chu Ran's heart. He rushed out of the dormitory and ran downstairs. He must find out what is going on with Jin Yu. He ran downstairs and blocked Jin Yu's way. Jin Yu. Chu Ran was about to ask, but suddenly froze. Because he saw a strange smile on Jin Yu's face. You're finally here. Jin Yu's voice was hoarse and low, full of teasing. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Ran's heart sank. He knew that he might be in some danger again. At this moment, Jin Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Chu Ran's wrist. She was incredibly strong, and Chu Ran couldn't break free at all. Come with me. Jin Yu pulled Chu Ran and walked towards the back mountain of the school. Chapter 148 Fang Shia, Financial Director? Chu Ran's heart was filled with fear. He didn't know where Jin Yu was going to take him, nor did he know what would happen next. He only knew that he had to find a way to escape. Chu Ran felt as if time had stood still. A strong wind whipped his hair around, and mist from the canyon's bottom surged up like ghostly hands, trying to drag him into the abyss. He closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. TSK, what a mess, my little school beauty. Jin Yu's voice came from above, with a hint of mockery. Her huge figure blocked out the sunlight, like a demon from hell. Chu Ran opened his eyes and saw Jin Yu slowly descending along the vines. His bluish-gray skin looked particularly terrifying in the dim light. He couldn't help swallowing and asked in a trembling voice. What do you want to do? Jin Yu stopped in front of him, stretched out a sharp claw, and gently stroked his cheek. What do you think? My little school beauty, don't you want to find a place where it's just the two of us? Here, it's just the two of us. Her voice was hoarse and low, with a creepy tenderness. Chu Ran felt his stomach churning. He suppressed his nausea and tried to remain calm. Jin Yu, you calm down. We can talk it over. Let's talk. Jin Yu suddenly burst into laughter, his shrill, ear-piercing laughter echoing through the canyon. Do you think I'll believe your lies? You're just trying to trick me and get away. I didn't. I just... Chu Ran was incoherent, and didn't know how to explain. Jin Yu grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Stop pretending! I know what you're thinking. You want to run away from me like the plague. No. Chu Ran felt difficulty breathing. Jin Yu's claws dug deeply into his shoulders, and the severe pain almost made him faint. Jin Yu threw him to the ground, then squatted down, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Where do you think you can escape to? There's no place for you in this world. System, help! Chu Ran cried out desperately in his heart. It is detected that the host's health value is below the warning line, and the emergency protection program is being activated. The system's cold voice sounded. A dazzling white light suddenly burst out from Chu Ran, knocking Jin Yu back a few steps. When the white light dissipated, Chu Ran found that he was wearing a set of silver-white armor. The surface of the armor was shining and emitting powerful energy fluctuations. What is this? Jin Yu looked at the armor on Chu Ran in surprise, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Chu Ran looked down at his armor, his heart filled with doubts. He tried to move his body and found that the armor did not restrict his movements, but instead made him feel full of strength. System, what is this? Chu Ran asked in his heart. This is the Holy Guardian armor, which can resist all physical and magical attacks. The system explained. Wow, so awesome! Chu Ran was delighted. It seemed that the system was finally reliable this time. He stood up, clenched his fists, and felt the power surge through his body. Jin Yu, do you think you can scare me by looking like this? Today, I'm going to show you who the real campus beauty is. Qin Yu let out an angry roar and pounced on Chu Ran again. Chu Ran didn't dodge or evade, but rushed forward with a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the two fists collided with each other, causing a powerful shock wave. Chapter 149, Xinyuan Instant Connection, Advanced Communication Technology. The aircraft carrier and nuclear submarine areas have been open for some time, but the technology side has not allowed me to draw the lottery. This system is too disrespectful. That day, Chu Ran accompanied Fang Shia to school, and on the way back, he prepared to accompany Fang Shia shopping. In the car, Chu Ran closed his eyes slightly, entered the system and took a quick look, only to find that the prestige value of the arms had reached 12 points, which meant that he could manually upgrade twice and participate in the lottery twice. Wow, hard work really pays off. I've waited for so long and finally got it. Chu Ran hurriedly raised the system's arms prestige value by 2 levels to level 12, and started the next 2 lotteries. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for winning the Xinyuan Instantaneous Communication Technology. Xinyuan Telelink technology surpasses ordinary signal transmission technologies because its core lies in its unique signal transmission method. It no longer relies on traditional electromagnetic waves or optical fibers, but instead utilizes an advanced physical phenomenon called quantum entanglement. By precisely manipulating the entangled state between quantum bits, Xinyuan Telelink can achieve instantaneous information transmission. No matter how far or how poor the signal source, all information can reach its destination at near instantaneous speeds. Another feature of this technology is its powerful data processing and encryption capabilities. Xinyuan Tiaoyan uses advanced quantum encryption algorithms to ensure the security and privacy of information transmission. At the same time, it can also efficiently process massive amounts of data during transmission, making the transmission of data such as high-definition video and large files a breeze. Furthermore, Xiaolian is highly intelligent and adaptive. It automatically adjusts transmission parameters based on environmental changes and user needs, ensuring stable and reliable communication. It also seamlessly connects with other communication systems, enabling seamless communication worldwide. In addition, Starlink is arguably the most suitable communication technology for modern warfare, as it doesn't require satellites as relay stations, but instead uses quantum entanglement for transmission. Even if the enemy uses electromagnetic interference, it won't damage Starlink. Seeing the high-tech equipment extracted this time, Chu Ran was stunned while sitting in the car. Because he had never seen such amazing technology. No matter how far the distance is or how poor the signal source is, it can transmit information in an instant. This is totally out of the normal signal receiving mode. And the best part is that the security and privacy are very strong, which is the result Chu Ran wants to see most. Nowadays, no matter what transmission method is used in the world, there are loopholes. For example, the satellite phones that Chu Ran and Jack have been using may be monitored. Therefore, it takes a lot of effort for Chu Ran and Jack to contact each other. Of course, Chu Ran also understands that not many people will notice his current identity, so no one will have the time to monitor his phone calls. But for the sake of future safety and confidentiality, Chu Ran is usually very worried about this. Now that he has obtained this communication technology, Chu Ran is very happy. At least in the next period of time, he will set up this technology for himself and CJJ, so as to ensure the security of his conversations with Jack and others. After watching the brief introduction, Chu Ran looked at the usage instructions. It can be said that among the many technologies Chu Ran drew, the Xinyuan Instant Connection is the easiest to build. Because it only requires a computer to build a simple network-based station. This base station can be designed in a miniaturized form and integrated into a mobile phone or computer or as an accessory. It uses Xinyuan Instant Connection technology for communication, without the need for traditional cables or antennas, but instead realizes instantaneous transmission of information through quantum entanglement. After figuring this out, Chu Ran immediately bought an intelligent robot from the system mall and assigned the task to it. Soon the intelligent robot told Chu Ran that building the base station was very quick and would take about an hour to complete. However, this simple base station can only provide communication for up to 100 people. Come on, good brother system, start the second lottery, don't let me down! After the first lottery, Chu Ran's mentality had improved, so he didn't have much hope for the second lottery. Lottery in progress. Sorry host, you didn't win any prizes this time. However, the system will compensate you with an air defense system based on this regret. Ahem, my good brother, you are really generous. Are you using this thing to make up for your regrets? Chu Ran smiled bitterly in his heart at this moment. He had discovered that every time the system draws a lottery, as long as it is 2 times in a row, there will definitely be military equipment that can make up for the regret. Last time it was aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines, and this time it was air defense systems. This system really gives something. Chapter 150: A strategy that can paralyze Western countries. Dear, let's go and spend some money tonight. In the car, Chu Ran said this in a very generous manner. Fang Shia, who was reading a book, looked up, a little confused. Ah? Another big order? During this period, whenever there was a large order, Chu Ran would take Fang Shia out for a shopping spree. From the initial rejection, Fang Shia has gradually gotten used to it. Yes, we have another big order, and if this order is successful, our company will be able to grow to a greater level. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia also smiled happily for Chu Ran. This silly girl, if her man is happy, she will be very happy too. In the evening, Song Kasin and Avril helped Chu Ran carry a lot of newly bought things back home. Hey, my 2 little ancestors, what did you buy again? Chu Ran's mother was drinking tea and chatting with Fang Shia's mother. When she saw the 2 of them coming back with so many things, she immediately ran over to watch. Chu Ran walked in holding Fang Shia's hand and said with a smile, Mom, these are all bought for you. I was planning to buy a few for Shia, but she said you were reluctant to buy them, so we had to pay for them for you this time. Chu Ran's mother smiled helplessly. Our Shia is still sensible. Did you buy it for this mother? Chu Ran smiled and said, We have both. We have both. Mothers, please take a look. Now that they live in the same house, Chu Ran's mother specifically asked Chu Ran to call Fang Shia Mom, which is also Mom. This forced Fang Shia to change her words, so every time Fang Shia called Chu Ran's parents Mom and Dad, the 2 elders were very happy. Sister, brother-in-law, is there anyone with area? Fang Shia's younger sister, the little girl, also ran down from upstairs, with a nanny helping to take care of her from behind. After arriving home, Chu Ran specially paid a high price to hire a tutor and nanny for Arya to take care of everything for her at home. Although Fang Shia's mother tried her best to stop her, she had no choice but to use it since Chu Ran had invited him. Unexpectedly, Fang Shia's mother had to sigh at the professionalism of the staff. From daily life and diet, to learning and doing homework, as well as teaching various musical instruments, chess, calligraphy and painting, it was all a one-stop service. Sometimes I have to sigh that the children of rich people can get better and better, that's because they really spend money. In short, Arya should have changed the most in this family now, because Chu Ran also wants the little girl to change from a young age. Arya, your brother-in-law bought you your favorite Barbie doll. After Chu Ran finished speaking, he took it out directly from the pile of toys. Arya ran over happily when she saw the doll. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hearing what Arya said, everyone laughed happily. Looking at the happy family, Fang Shia's mother couldn't help but feel excited again. Because she knew clearly that all of this was given by Chu Ran. After sitting together and chatting happily with his family, Chu Ran said that Xing Yixing had something to do, and then went directly to the study to turn on his computer. The Xingyuan instant link was already built when Chu Ran and Fang Shia were shopping. Now Chu Ran just wants to check the basic situation of this base station. After logging into the website provided by the intelligent robot, Chu Ran quickly saw a base station belonging to him. Now the base station is a virtual signal tower, so the intelligent robot can only use ordinary websites to build a base station. But you can rest assured that no matter which website you use to build a base station or enter a base station, no one will be able to find out. Because this is the power of Xingyuan Instant Link. From the moment you set it up, it has already maximized your security and privacy. Chu Ran's base station now uses this model. The number of communication users can be increased at will in this base station, and various signals can be transmitted. The most amazing thing is that this base station has covered the entire world. In other words, you can use it to contact people at other base stations at will. As long as Chu Ran changes the ports of his mobile phone and computer, he can use his own base station to contact other people. Even if the other party is using a normal network, he can still talk to him without any difference. Even if the other party is from the National Intelligence Agency, they will not monitor your phone calls. Because of my Xingyuan instant connection, only I can control it. Chu Ran quickly put his mobile phone. Chapter 151. Build a base station and put the air defense system in place. Xinyu was shocked and took a few steps back, a look of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Your power! Chu Ran sneered and attacked again with his fist. This time, Xinyu did not take it head-on, but dodged flexibly. The two men engaged in a fierce battle at the bottom of the canyon, with fists and feet clashing and figures intertwining, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. At this moment, Chu Ran suddenly felt something empty under his feet. He looked down and found that the ground under his feet had collapsed. Ah! Chu Ran screamed and fell down. Only then did he discover that there was an even deeper abyss at the bottom of the canyon. Ha 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 ha! Xinyu stood at the edge of the abyss, watching Chu Ran fall, and laughed triumphantly. Do you think you've won? You're wrong! You'll never escape from my grasp! While falling, Chu Ran struggled desperately, trying to grab something. Suddenly, he saw a bright light at the bottom of the abyss. Chu Ran felt like he was falling, forever. The wind howled, and the abyss was pitch black, lit only by a faint light below, flickering like a firefly. He closed his eyes in despair. Was this how he was going to die? A victim of this broken system? Warning! Warning! The host is detected falling rapidly, activating the emergency plan. The system's cold voice echoed in Chu Ran's mind, but this voice did not make him feel at ease at all, but made him even more irritated. This rotten system always waited until he was about to die before activating the so-called emergency plan. What was it doing before? Suddenly, Chu Ran felt that his falling speed slowed down. He opened his eyes and found that he was wrapped in a light blue energy shield and slowly descending. Starting the anti-gravity engine, searching for a safe landing point. The system's voice sounded again. Chu Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his life was saved for the time being. He looked down at the bottom of the abyss. The faint light was getting closer and closer, gradually revealing its true appearance. It was actually an island floating in the air. The island wasn't big, and surrounded by clouds and mist, it looked like a fairyland. Chu Ran was slowly transported to the island by the energy shield. Only when his feet touched the ground did he feel truly alive. What is this place? Chu Ran looked around. The island was covered with green trees, birds singing, flowers blooming, and the air was fresh, which formed a sharp contrast with the gloomy canyon just now. Scanning. This area is an independent space, no signs of life were found. The system's voice sounded. Independent space? Chu Ran's heart moved. Could this be a copy similar to the one in the game? As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a pleasant singing voice. The singing was ethereal, as if it came from the sky. Chu Ran followed the singing, passed through a dense forest, and came to an open space. In the center of the open space, there is a crystal-clear lake with a huge lotus floating on the surface. In the center of the lotus sits a woman in white. She has waist-length hair and a beautiful face, like a fairy from heaven. The woman played the piano and sang at the same time. Her voice was so melodious and beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Chu Ran stood there blankly, looking at the scene in front of him, as if he was in a dream. When the song ended, the woman stopped playing, raised her head, looked at Chu Ran, and smiled slightly. You're here. Chu Ran finally came back to his senses and quickly said, You are. My name is Luotian. The woman opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was like pearls falling on a plate. Shen Luo? Chu Ran's heart moved. Why did this name sound so familiar? Chapter 152 Ranha Group's Influence in Tianhai City. The next morning, Chu Ran took Fang Shia to the company for a meeting as usual. On the way, he received a call from Fatty Dai. Fatty Dai has been doing very well in the catering industry recently. He has gradually taken over more than half of the hotels in Tianhai City. Of course, this is also due to Chu Ran's help. According to Chu Ran, I will invest as much money as you can. With Chu Ran's words, Fatty Dai really started to take drastic measures against the catering industry. Therefore, Currently all 10 5-star hotels and 5 4-star hotels in Tianhai City are named after Ranha. Mr. Chu, my mother's 80th birthday is the day after tomorrow. You must come over if you have time then. Chu Ran thought this guy was going to report on his work, but when he heard this, he hummed slightly. Okay, I'll go when I have time. Are all the hotels available recently? There's nothing wrong with the hotel, but it seems that Ms. Gua isn't very happy about it. Her company, Hongyun, has recently been looking to expand into the city. She competed with me for the acquisition of several hotels, but in the end, it seems like there was no discussion and I won the deal. The Mr. Gua mentioned by Fatty Dai is Gua Lily. Ever since this girl became the owner of Hongyun restaurant, she has devoted herself to it, and rarely goes back to school. However, she still often asks Fang Shia to play and have dinner with her, and she also often reports on her work to herself. Chu Ran knew what Gua Lily was thinking. She just wanted to use her abilities to prove that she was no worse than others. And since Chu Ran gave her a chance, this woman would think of proving herself in many ways. It's okay, you do your thing, and I'll tell her the rest. You two won't have any business conflicts in the future. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chu. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran called Gua Lily. Mr. Chu? You actually called me? Tell me, is it because Shia is not here and you want to ask me out for dinner? Chu Ran has become accustomed to Gua Lily's teasing. Since this woman became the boss, she has not restrained herself but has become more and more serious. Student Gua Lily, your business seems to be getting a bit over the top, right? Hearing Chu Ran's words, Gua Lily said helplessly. Dai Fatty is complaining to you again, right? Don't worry about it. I originally told you to go into the entertainment industry. Why do you still want to develop these catering businesses? You two are in different industries, so there shouldn't be any intersection. Okay, Mr. Chu, I understand. I just thought those hotels had great locations, so I wanted to buy them and renovate them. Now that Mr. Chu has spoken, I have no choice but to find another way. But Mr. Chu, let me tell you, if we find another way, it will require a lot more money. Please take some time to report to Ranha head office. As I said before, if you are capable, I will provide you with plenty of funds. Haha, it's great to have President Chu say that. I will definitely give you a large entertainment base when the time comes. You can be big, but don't break the law. We are all university students. Gua Lily, don't forget your identity. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Chu. After hanging up the phone, Fang Shia asked curiously. Does Sister Lily take her work too seriously? I always feel that she is very hardworking and serious. Chu Ran smiled and said, Everyone has different ideals and ambitions. She doesn't have a husband like you, but I have helped her a lot, so she can only work hard on her own. Fang Shia blushed slightly when she heard this. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, it was usually okay for them to talk alone. But now that Song Kasan and Avra were in the car, Fang Shia was still a little shy. The car soon arrived at Ranha headquarters. It can be said that today's Ranha headquarters is definitely the largest building in Tianhai City. Because its floor is the tallest, there are a few big words on the top floor, Ranha Group. This entire building is filled with office staff from Ranha headquarters. There are new energy ones, carbon fiber ones, and ones for automobile companies. In short, this is the landmark building of Ranha that Chu Ran asked Chi Qingshuan to supervise and build. Chu Ran is now very famous throughout China, so it would be inappropriate if the Ranha group built it in a low-key manner. So Chi Qingshuan contacted famous designers from home and abroad to design such a magnificent building. Almost everyone who comes to Tianhai City can see the four big words, Ranha Group, at first sight. These days, Chu Ran accompanied Fang Shia to meetings every day, so every time he got off the car, he would take the elevator in the underground garage directly to the meeting room. This is to avoid encountering that group of leaders who will come and bother me. But I didn't expect that as soon as I got out of the car, I saw a familiar business car opening its door. Chapter 153 The top leader of Tianhai City will also be Ranha's man. Are you the legendary goddess of Luo River? Chu Ran asked tentatively. Luo Shen smiled slightly and said nothing, which was considered as her agreement. Chu Ran suddenly became excited. He didn't expect that he would meet the legendary goddess. Hello, my name is Chu Ran. Chu Ran was a little incoherent. He didn't know how to talk to a goddess. Luo Shen looked at Chu Ran, a smile flashing in her eyes. I know. Chu Ran became even more nervous. The goddess actually knew his name? Could it be that she had been keeping an eye on him? Excuse me, where is this place? Chu Ran wanted to ask clearly where this place was, but didn't know how to start. This is the Peach Blossom Spring, Luo Shen said. Peach Blossom Spring? Chu Ran was stunned. Could this be the paradise described by Tao Yuanning? Yes. Luo Shen nodded. This is a space independent of the real world, free from external interference. Chu Ran was secretly delighted. Doesn't this mean that he can hide from Qin Yu's pursuit here? Then why are you here? Chu Ran asked. Luo Shen sighed softly. It's hard to put it into words. She paused and continued. I was originally a fairy in heaven. Because I broke the heavenly rules, I was banished to the mortal world and ended up here. Chu Ran's heart was filled with sympathy. He didn't expect that the goddess would have such an experience. Then, can you help me? Chu Ran asked with courage. Help you with what? Luo Shen looked at him puzzledly. Help me avoid being chased, Chu Ran said. Luo Shen smiled slightly. I can help you, but... She suddenly approached Chu Ran and whispered in his ear. You need to pay a price. Chu Ran felt the tingling sensation in his ears, and Luo Shen's breath sprayed on his face, making his heart beat faster. What price? Chu Ran asked nervously. Luo Shen stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently stroked Chu Ran's cheek. Become my husband. Chu Ran widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Let him become Luo Shen's husband. This is too exciting. Just as Chu Ran was stunned, Luo Shen suddenly hugged his neck and kissed him. Chu Ran felt like he'd been thrown into a washing machine, his head spinning. The bottom of the abyss wasn't the solid rock he'd imagined, but a strangely soft surface. He fell onto it, like he was stuck on a giant trampoline, bouncing high up and then dropping back down again, over and over again. System, what the hell is this place? Chu Ran finally managed to steady himself, feeling like his internal organs were about to be shaken out. Scanning. Scanning completed. The host is currently located in the extra-dimensional buffer zone. The spatial properties of this area are abnormal, and the gravity is disordered. The system's cold voice sounded in his mind. An extra-dimensional buffer zone? What is that? Chu Ran looked confused. Before the system could explain, he suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from below, pulling him down. Fuck! Chu Ran screamed and struggled desperately, but to no avail. He felt like a speck of dust being sucked into a black hole, falling rapidly downwards. Host is about to enter an unknown area, please be prepared. The system's voice was emotionless. What the hell am I preparing for? I'm going to die! Chu Ran cursed in his heart. He knew that this time he was probably really doomed. However, just when he thought he was doomed, the falling trend suddenly stopped. Chapter 154. Funds accumulate and increase. He opened his eyes and found himself suspended in a strange space. This space is colorful and bizarre, with all kinds of strange-shaped objects floating in the air, as if you are in a huge kaleidoscope. What is this place? Chu Ran looked at everything around him in surprise. According to preliminary analysis, this area may be a hub connecting different dimensions. The system's voice sounded. Dimension hub? Doesn't that mean I can go to other worlds? Chu Ran's heart moved and he suddenly became excited. It's theoretically possible, but we need to find the right channel. Where is the passage? Chu Ran asked impatiently. Searching. At this moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of Chu Ran. A dazzling white light emanated from the center of the vortex, like a portal to another world. Shit, this can't be such a coincidence? Chu Ran widened his eyes. A stable space channel has been detected. Do you want to enter? The system's voice sounded. Go in. Of course. Chu Ran answered without hesitation. He jumped into the whirlpool. After a dizzying moment, Chu Ran found himself standing on an unfamiliar land. He looked up and saw the clear blue sky, white clouds, fresh air, and the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Where is this place? Chu Ran muttered to himself. Suddenly he heard a silver bell-like laughter. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl in a white dress walking towards him not far away. The girl has a beautiful face and an extraordinary temperament, like a fairy descending to earth. Welcome to the Tianyuan continent. The girl walked up to Chu Ran and smiled sweetly. I'm your guide. You can call me Linger. Chu Ran looked at the girl in front of him and was a little dazed for a moment. Linger, what a beautiful name, he said subconsciously. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Linger winked playfully. Next, let me take you to familiarize yourself with this world. Okay. Chu Ran nodded quickly. He looked at Linger, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling seems familiar, yet so strange. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Just as Chu Ran was lost in thought, Linger suddenly took his hand and walked forward. Let's go, we'll go to Tianyuan City first. Linger's voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains. Chu Ran let Linger hold his hand, feeling the soft touch on his hand, and his heart was filled with warmth. He looked at Linger's graceful back, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in his mind. If I could continue walking like this with her, it would be great. The warm touch, the soft lips, Luotian's kiss was as gentle as a dragonfly touching the water, yet with a hint of dominance that could not be refused. Chu Ran's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning, his whole body stiffened. He had never imagined that he would be kissed by a goddess. Luotian's kiss became deeper and deeper. Chu Ran gradually lost his resistance and began to respond. His hands unconsciously wrapped around Luotian's slender waist, feeling her soft body. After the kiss, Luotian looked at Chu Ran, her eyes blurred and her cheeks flushed. How about it? Are you willing to be my husband? Chu Ran's heart was beating like a drum. He looked at the beautiful face so close to him, his heart full of desire, but his reason told him that this was too unreal. Chapter 155, Friends gather together, and the catering industry develops. Soon, Chu Ran and his group were the only ones left in the box. Several roommates were very happy because they were able to have dinner in such a high-end place today thanks to Chu Ran's face. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Ran urged his brothers to find girlfriends as soon as possible, otherwise he would have to take Fang Shia out to dinner every time, and Fang Shia would feel a little lonely. Fortunately, she had a bodyguard, Avril, who could sit with her and talk to her. The eldest brother Wang Rui and the second brother Hao Jiangwo are both smooth talkers in their daily conversations, but when it comes to actually finding a partner, it is a bit difficult for them. The fourth brother Zhang Hao does have a girlfriend, but for some reason, this guy is always embarrassed to bring his girlfriend out with him. I can understand them. After all, they've been single for so many years, so it's really hard to find a partner. But don't you have a partner? Why are you embarrassed to bring them out? Hearing Chu Ran's words, the fourth brother Zhang Hao smiled awkwardly and said, Third brother, it's not that I don't want to bring her, but she feels a little embarrassed. I told her to come with me in the evening, but she said she wouldn't come. What's going on? Does she not like you? Zhang Hao hurriedly shook his head and said, Impossible, we are very loving. She might be a little timid. Haha, timid? Can you be as timid as your sister-in-law? Chu Ran said this while holding Fang Shiha's hand and laughing. Fang Shia blushed and smiled. The eldest brother Wang Rui said helplessly, Come on, third brother, stop showing off your affection here. I've also met fourth brother's girlfriend. She may be a little timid and has a little low self-esteem, but she is indeed a good girl. Hearing this, Chu Ran frowned slightly. He didn't remember whether the fourth brother had a partner in his previous life. Okay, stop talking about me, everyone, let's drink and continue eating. The fourth brother Zhang Hao felt a little embarrassed at this time, so everyone could only start to change the subject. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, after finishing the dinner, Chu Ran took everyone to contact Gua Lily and go to her newly opened club in Tianhai. Gua Lily brought the Hongyun restaurant model to Tianhai, because Hongyun restaurant was indeed just a base in Gua Lily's mind. Seeing Chu Ran growing bigger and bigger, Gua Lily also wanted to show herself to Chu Ran. So last month, I applied for Chu Ran, used the profits from Hongyun, entered Tianhai City, and started building a club belonging to Ranha. Although Chu Ran believed in Gua Lily, he believed in himself more, so he also selected 2 people from the entertainment venue from the system to provide guidance and help. In this way, Guilili opened 3 super large hotel clubs in Tianhai City, which are multifunctional clubs integrating dining, singing, bathing, fitness, etc. Hello, Mr. Chu. In the underground parking lot, Guilili and her employees shouted loudly. Chu Ran's 3 roommates couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Wow, this scene is really grand, and it really feels like being in a club. Boss Chu, you're really disrespectful to me, an old classmate. We agreed to spend money with my place tonight, so how did you quietly take me to Fatty Dai's place? Guilili had known that Chu Ran and others were coming, so she specially brought the company's executives and managers to the underground parking lot to greet them. As soon as Fang Shia got off the car, he immediately went over and began to blame Chu Ran. I have to say that this woman's emotional intelligence is indeed very high, because she is the first person to become friends with Fang Shia and travel around Chu Ran. Guilili knew clearly that Fang Shia was the person Chu Ran liked and loved the most. As long as she could get along well with Fang Shia, she would definitely have more opportunities with Chu Ran than others. Chu Ran looked at Guilili and smiled faintly. We're all from the company. I certainly can't favor one over the other, right? If I really didn't give you face, I wouldn't even bring anyone here tonight. Oh, just kidding, come on, let's go up together, I've already made arrangements. A few old classmates and old friends, just hang out tonight, let you experience the services of our Ranha Entertainment Club. The second in command, Hao Jiangwo, laughed slyly and said, Boss Gui, you said so. You can have fun with everything here. Don't be so smooth-talking. You're an honest man, but you still pretend to be like that. We're all classmates, so how could I not know what you're thinking? Don't worry, our entertainment club is the simplest and most unpretentious. There's no such thing as anything else. It's just fun, pure fun. What Guilili said was true, because Chu Ran had told her more than once that it was okay to make money, but not illegal money. Although Guilili knew that making money was important, if she lost her credit with Chu Ran, what would be waiting for her would be an increasingly uncomfortable demise. Let's go upstairs. Chu Ran said something in front, and then everyone got on the elevator together. A few minutes later, Chu Ran saw the luxurious decoration of Guilili's entertainment club. It really feels great, and spending money here is more comfortable than in ordinary hotels. It can be seen that Guilili is a woman with unique talent in this area. Everyone sat down together to sing and drink. Guilili had already been getting along with Fang Shia. Although she was the boss, she couldn't leave since Chu Ran came tonight. Come, let's toast to President Chu. We're all gathered here tonight because of President Chu. Guilili shouted loudly, and then the 3 roommates, Fang Shia, Song Kusin and Avril all stood up and toasted Chu Ran. Perhaps no one would have thought that they could go from being an ordinary student to being where they are now, but everyone knows that as long as Chu Ran is there, they will have more and more opportunities in the future. This was also a very happy night for Chu Ran. Because he understood that he had done it, at least he had achieved happiness for the time being. Next, he will work harder to make those around him live a better life and speed up the realization of his dream of an empire. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when Chu Ran and Fang Shia returned home. The parents had already fallen asleep because Fang Shia called home in advance. Song Kasin and Avril separated from each other, one upstairs and the other outside the villa to conduct routine inspections, and then they each went into their own rooms. There is no need to question the professionalism of the two. Since having them around, Chu Ran and Fang Shia have indeed felt a full sense of security. Honey, go back and rest first. I'm going to have a video conference over there. After Chu Ran settled Fang Shia, he walked into his study. Then he skillfully turned on the computer and started contacting Jack. Although tonight's video conference is delayed, Chu Ran will definitely hold it. Because this concerns the future development direction of CJJ. Chapter 156, Rise. Chu Ran hesitated, not knowing what to say. Luo Shen chuckled. I know you still have concerns in your heart. I can give you time to think about it. She let go of Chu Ran and took a step back. But you can only stay here and can't go anywhere. Only then did Chu Ran realize that he had been under house arrest by Luo Shen. Why? Chu Ran asked in confusion. Because I was afraid you'd run away. Luo Shen smiled cunningly. You're the one I chose. Chu Ran smiled bitterly and helplessly. It seemed that he had been kidnapped by this paradise. Over the next few days, Chu Ran spent every day with Luotian, and gradually learned her story. It turned out that Luotian wasn't a true goddess, but a powerful cultivator from ancient times who was punished by the heavens and imprisoned here for practicing forbidden techniques. The Peach Blossom Spring is not a real paradise, but a huge formation used to imprison the goddess of Luo River. Chu Ran also confessed his experiences to Luotian, including being hunted by Qin Yu and obtaining the school beauty system. After hearing this, Luotian's eyes flashed with surprise. School beauty system? What is this? Chu Ran told Luotian about the system in detail, including its functions, the rewards for completing tasks, etc. After listening to this, Luotian pondered for a moment. It seems that this system is not simple. Then can you help me? Chu Ran asked. Luotian nodded. I can help you, but you need to agree to one condition of mine. What are the conditions? Chu Ran asked hurriedly. Help me break the formation, Luotian said. As long as you help me break the formation, I can leave here and regain my freedom. Then I can help you deal with Qin Yu. Chu Ran's heart moved. This was a good deal. Okay, I promise you. Chu Ran agreed without hesitation. However, I need to understand this formation first, Chu Ran said. Luotian brought Chu Ran to the lake, pointed at the lake and said, This lake is the core of the formation. Chu Ran observed the lake carefully and found that the water was crystal clear, but he could not see the bottom of the lake. What's at the bottom of this lake? Chu Ran asked. Luotian shook her head. I don't know. I once tried to dive to the bottom of the lake, but was blocked by an invisible force and couldn't get close. Chu Ran thought to himself, it seems that this formation is not simple. Then do you have any clues? Chu Ran asked. Luotian pondered for a moment. I once read in an ancient book that the key to breaking the formation is finding the center of the formation. The center of the formation? Chu Ran asked doubtfully. What is the center of the formation? Luotian explained. The array's eye is the core of the array, and also its weakness. As long as you find the array's eye, you can break it. Then, how can we find the center of the formation? Chu Ran asked. Luotian shook her head. I don't know, there's no record of it in ancient books. Chu Ran suddenly felt a headache. It seemed that breaking the formation was not an easy task. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Triggering the mission, find the center of the formation. Chu Ran was delighted. It seemed that the system was about to start, making trouble, again. Linger's hand was soft and warm, like a soft cloud enveloping Chu Ran's palm. He felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate, and an inexplicable electric current spread from his fingertips throughout his body. Chapter 157 Strategic Deployment. Intelligence agencies are spread across hundreds of countries. The iron door was rusted, clearly very old. There was no lock on it, only a complex pattern, like some kind of ancient seal. It seems that we need to break the seal before we can open this door. Su Yura carefully observed the pattern on the door with a frown. Chu Ran also came forward and carefully examined the pattern. The pattern was composed of many strange symbols, none of which he recognized. What on earth is this? Chu Ran scratched his head, looking confused. Su Yura did not answer. She took out an ancient book from her bosom and began to read it. Found it, Su Yura said suddenly. This is an ancient rune called Dragon Seal. Dragon Seal? Chu Ran asked doubtfully. How do we unlock it? Su Yura pointed to several key symbols on the pattern and explained. We need to touch these symbols in a specific order to unlock the seal. A specific order? Chu Ran looked at the complex pattern and couldn't help but feel a headache. This is too difficult. It's not difficult. Su Yura's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Just follow the instructions in the book, and you can solve it. Su Yura pointed at the pattern in the book and began to guide Chu Ran to touch the symbols. Chu Ran carefully followed Su Yura's instructions and touched the symbols one by one. The moment the last symbol was touched, the iron door made a dull sound and slowly opened. A cold breath surged out from the door, and Chu Ran couldn't help but shiver. Let's go. Su Yura was the first to walk into the iron gate. Chu Ran took a deep breath and followed him in. The space behind the iron gate was vast, like a gigantic underground palace. In the center of the palace stood a massive altar. On the altar sat a glittering gem. "This is the heart of God we are looking for." Su Yura looked at the gem, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the palace. "You are finally here!" Chu Ran and Su Yura were startled and turned around to look. A mysterious man in a black robe and a hood appeared at the entrance of the palace at some point. "Who are you?" Su Yura asked warily. The mysterious man slowly took off his hood, revealing a pale and handsome face. "Long time no see, Su Yura," said the mysterious man. "It's you!" Su Yura's expression suddenly turned ugly. "Hai Yi!" Hai Yi, the brother of goddess Haimeng, is also the biggest villain in this country. "You didn't expect that we would meet again." Hai Ye's mouth curled up into an evil smile. "This time, I won't let you escape again." "Why are you stopping us?" Su Yura asked. "Stop you?" Hai Yi sneered. "I just want to take back what belongs to me." "The heart of God belongs to this country, not to you," Su Yura said angrily. "Really?" Hai Ye's eyes turned cold. "Then let me see if you have what it takes to stop me." As soon as Hai Yi finished speaking, he suddenly attacked Su Yura. Su Yura quickly drew out her dagger and rushed forward. Seeing this, Chu Ran immediately drew his sword and joined the battle. However, Hai Ye's strength far exceeded their imagination. He was ghostly and his moves were fierce. Chu Ran and Su Yura were no match for him. After just a few rounds, Chu Ran and Su Yura were beaten back step by step. "You guys think you can stop me?" Hai Ye's eyes were filled with disdain. "That's just wishful thinking." Hai Yi suddenly increased his offensive and knocked Su Yura away with a palm. "Su Yura!" Chu Ran exclaimed and rushed over to help Su Yura up. Cough cough. Su Yura covered her chest with her hands, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Are you okay?" Chu Ran asked anxiously. Su Yura shook her head and said weakly, "I'm fine, cough cough. Go away, you are no match for him." "Let's go together," Chu Ran said firmly. At this moment, Hai Yi approached again and slapped Chu Ran with his palm. Chu Ran quickly raised his sword to block, however, Hai Yi's palm force was too strong. Chu Ran's sword broke instantly, and the palm force hit his chest directly. Puff! Chu Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. "Chu Ran!" Su Yura exclaimed and tried to crawl over, but was grabbed by Hai Yi. "Now, no one can stop me!" A gleam of fanaticism flashed in Hai Ye's eyes, and he grabbed the heart of God on the altar. Chapter 158 Base Station construction is completed. The sunshine of Tianyuan continent was warm and gentle, and it felt warm on his body, but Chu Ran felt that this warmth was far less than the temperature coming from Linger's hand. The two walked side by side along a country road, where unknown wildflowers bloomed along the roadside, emitting bursts of fragrance. In the distance, rolling hills loomed in the clouds and mist, like an ink painting. "Tianyuan continent is a world of cultivation," Linger introduced to Chu Ran as they walked. "People here can gain powerful strength and even immortality by cultivating vital energy." "Vitality? Immortality?" Chu Ran was stunned. He had only seen these things in novels and never thought they actually existed. "That's right," Linger nodded. "However, the path of cultivation is full of hardships and challenges, and not everyone can succeed." "Then, have you practiced?" Chu Ran asked curiously. Linger smiled sweetly, stretched out her slender jade finger, and tapped lightly. "I saw a wild flower on the roadside bloom in an instant, then quickly wither and turn into dust." Chu Ran was stunned. This is too amazing." "I only know the basics," Linger said modestly. "A true master can move mountains and seas, and even shift the stars." Chu Ran's blood boiled after hearing this, and he wished he could start practicing immediately to become as powerful as Linger. "Oh right." Linger suddenly seemed to remember something. "Do you have any wishes when you come to Tianyuan continent?" "Wish?" Chu Ran thought for a moment. "I hope to become strong and protect the people I want to protect." The figures of his parents, and those who had bullied him appeared in his mind. "Very good." Linger nodded approvingly. Having a goal will give you more motivation. I will help you realize your wish as soon as possible. Thank you, Linger, Chu Ran said gratefully. You're welcome. Linger smiled sweetly. This is my duty. The two continued walking forward, and before they knew it, they arrived in front of a majestic city. The city walls are towering into the clouds, and the city gates are carved with intricate patterns. They are magnificent and breathtaking. This is Tianyuan City, Linger said, pointing at the city gate. The most prosperous city in Tianyuan continent. Chu Ran looked up and saw that the city was bustling with people coming and going, with all kinds of shops standing side by side and the sounds of hawking being heard incessantly. Let's go in and take a look. Linger took Chu Ran's hand and walked into the city gate. The scene inside the city opened Chu Ran's eyes. All kinds of rare and exotic animals were walking around in the streets, people in strange costumes were coming and going, and there was a dazzling array of goods that he had never seen before. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the front. Chu Ran looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people gathered together, seemingly arguing about something. Let's go and take a look. Linger pulled Chu Ran into the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, a ragged young man was kneeling on the ground, begging desperately to a man in gorgeous clothes in front of him. Please, master, give me some more time, I will definitely pay off the debt, the young man said with a sad face. Humph, pay me back? What are you going to give me? The man said with disdain. You already owe me 1,000 taels of silver. If you don't pay me back, I'll sell you to the mines. 1,000 taels? The crowd around exclaimed. This was not a small amount of money. I will definitely pay it back. The boy cried even harder. Please give me some more time. Chapter 159. The content of the meeting is actually about CJJ. Patriarchally? Chu Ran frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name. The system didn't even register anything, so it seemed this guy wasn't a significant figure. Wait, the system? Chu Ran suddenly realized that the system had been silent since arriving in this world. Could it be broken? Boy, do you know that the person you heard is my son? Li Tianxiong's tone was cold, and a powerful pressure emanated from him, making Chu Ran breathless. Chu Ran was shocked. This old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to resist, but found that the opponent's pressure was like a continuous tide, and he could not resist it at all. Su Yura also felt this powerful pressure, her face pale, her body trembling slightly. She tightly grasped Chu Ran's arm, as if this was the only way to find a sense of security. Old man, your son is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? Chu Ran said stubbornly, suppressing his discomfort. Lesson? How dare you hurt someone from my Li family? You're simply courting death. Li Tianxiong shouted angrily, raising his hand and slapping Chu Ran. Chu Ran was horrified. This old man actually attacked without saying a word. He quickly pulled Su Yura to dodge, barely avoiding the palm strike. Boom! Li Tianxiong's palm strike missed, and the wind from his palm blasted a big hole in the ground, raising dust. Chu Ran, let's go! Su Yura said anxiously. Leave? None of you can leave today! Li Tianxiong snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he attacked Chu Ran again. Chu Ran knew that he was no match for Li Tianxiong, so he could only fight and retreat, looking for an opportunity to escape. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger. Emergency mission initiated. Escape from the Li family's pursuit. Mission reward, draw a random skill once. The system prompt sound finally rang, and Chu Ran was delighted. It seemed that this broken system was not completely scrapped. Rower, follow me, let's rush out, Chu Ran said to Su Yura. Yes. Su Yura nodded firmly. The two took advantage of the gap in Li Tianxiong's attack and rushed out of the crowd. Seeing this, Li Tianxiong roared. Stop them! The Li family's men around came over and surrounded Chu Ran and Su Yura. Chu Ran took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Rower, hold on to me, Chu Ran said. Su Yura hugged Chu Ran's waist tightly and buried her face in his chest. Chu Ran circulated his spiritual energy, and a powerful force burst out from his body. Get out of my way! Chu Ran roared, and his fists rained down on the surrounding Li family men. Bang, bang, bang! There were bursts of muffled sounds, and Li's men flew backwards one after another, wailing. Chu Ran seized the opportunity and pulled Su Yiru out of the encirclement. Chase! Don't let them run away! Li Tianxiong shouted angrily. Chu Ran and Su Yiru ran all the way, and behind them came the shouts of Li's men chasing them. Chu Ran, where are we going now? Su Yiru asked breathlessly. Let's find a place to hide first, Chu Ran said. The two ran to a remote alley and hid. Hoo! Su Yiru gasped heavily, her face pale. Roar, are you okay? Chu Ran asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Yiru shook her head. Just a little scared. Chu Ran gently hugged Su Yiru and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Suddenly, Su Yiru raised her head and looked at Chu Ran, with a cunning glint in her eyes. Chu Ran, you looked so handsome just now, Su Yiru said with a smile. Chu Ran was stunned, then laughed. Really? I think so too. Su Yiru suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave Chu Ran a light kiss on the face. This is a reward for you, Su Yiru said with a blushing face. Chu Ran's heart was moved, and an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. At this moment, a tall woman with a charming face appeared at the entrance of the alley. The woman was wearing a black tight-fitting outfit that highlighted her perfect figure. She looked at Chu Ran and Su Yiru, with a charming smile on her lips. You two, you seem to be having a lot of fun, said the woman. Chu Ran was shocked. Who was this woman? When did she appear? Who are you? Chu Ran asked warily. Hee hee. The woman giggled. Who am I? I'm here to help you. Help us? Chu Ran looked at the woman in confusion. That's right. The woman nodded. I know you're hiding from the Li family. I can help you. Chu Ran was even more confused. Why did this woman help them? What was her purpose? Why do you want to help us? Chu Ran asked. Because I like you? The woman looked at Chu Ran, her eyes full of teasing. Chapter 160, Purchasing Self-Repairing Materials? No time! The man waved his hand impatiently. Come here, arrest him! Two strong men responded and were about to arrest the boy. Stop! Just then, a crisp voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Linger standing in front of the young man. Sir, please be merciful and give him a chance, Linger said calmly. Who are you? The man looked Linger up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I'm his friend, Linger said calmly. I can pay the money back for him. You? The man sneered. Do you know how much 1,000 taels of silver is? You think you can pay it back for him? Linger didn't say anything, but took out a jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to the man. Is this jade pendant enough to compensate for 1,000 taels of silver? The man took the jade pendant, looked at it carefully, and his expression suddenly changed. This is actually the legendary Xianling jade pendant. This jade pendant is priceless. Not to mention 1,000 taels, even 10,000 taels cannot buy it. The man was overjoyed and quickly put the jade pendant away, then put on a flattering smile. Miss, you are right. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I offended you. Please forgive me. After saying that, he glared at the boy fiercely, then left in disgrace. The crowd around them gradually dispersed, leaving only Linger and the boy. Thank you, girl, the boy said with tears of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would be finished today. It's just a small favor. Linger smiled slightly. You should be more careful in the future, and don't borrow money easily. I understand, young lady. The young man nodded. May I ask your name? If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness. My name is Linger, Linger said calmly. You don't have to repay me, just live a good life from now on. After saying that, Linger turned and looked at Chu Ran, a cunning gleam in her eyes. Let's go. Before Chu Ran could react, Linger pulled him away from the crowd. He felt his palms getting sweaty, and his heart was filled with doubts. Linger, who is she? Why does she have such a precious jade pendant? Also, why did she help that boy? All of this is like a mystery, troubling Chu Ran's heart. He looked at Linger's graceful back, and suddenly a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. He felt as if he was involved in a huge conspiracy. Ding! Triggered mission, find the center of the formation. Mission description, find the center of the Peach Blossom Spring Formation. Mission reward unknown. The system's voice echoed in Chu Ran's mind, and he sighed helplessly. This system really loves to stir things up. It always issues tasks at critical moments, making it difficult for people to refuse. It seems that we have to cooperate. Chu Ran looked at Luotian with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Luotian chuckled. I've been waiting for you to say this. She extended her delicate hand. Happy cooperation. Chu Ran reached out and took Luotian's hand. It felt icy cold, like the finest mud-and-fat jade. His heart fluttered, and he quickly let go, coughing lightly to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, let's start now, Chu Ran said. Okay. Luotian nodded. Let's start by the lake. So, the two of them walked along the lakeside, carefully searching for clues to the center of the formation. Chapter 161 China hopes that Chu Ran can inspire young people. The scenery by the lake was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. The breeze brought bursts of fragrance. If Chu Ran hadn't been in danger, he would really like to enjoy it here. However, reality is cruel. They searched for a long time but found nothing. Where is the center of this formation? Chu Ran said a little irritably. Luotian frowned slightly, thinking hard. At this moment, Chu Ran suddenly felt his feet go empty and he fell down. Ah! Chu Ran screamed and fell into the lake uncontrollably. Chu Ran! Seeing this, Luotian's face changed drastically. He quickly reached out to grab Chu Ran, but missed. After Chu Ran fell into the lake, he felt dizzy and then lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Ran slowly opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar space, surrounded by pitch blackness, unable to see his hand in front of him. Where is this? Chu Ran was confused and quickly stood up, trying to find an exit. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Welcome to my world. Chu Ran was startled and turned around quickly, but saw nothing. Who is talking? Chu Ran asked loudly. Hee hee. The voice sounded again, with a hint of teasing. Yes. Chu Ran felt a chill in his heart. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Are you, Qin Yu? Chu Ran asked tentatively. Haha, you guessed it right, but unfortunately, there is no reward, said the voice. Chu Ran's heart sank. It was indeed Qin Yu. What do you want to do? Chu Ran asked warily. What? Haha. Qin Yu's voice was filled with a hint of coldness. Of course, kill you! As soon as he finished speaking, countless red lights suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness and shot towards Chu Ran. Chu Ran dodged quickly, but was still hit by several red lights. Ah! Chu Ran screamed in pain. His body was hit by the red light, and he felt a sharp pain. Haha, this is the consequence of offending me! Qin Yu's voice sounded again, full of pride. Chu Ran clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and his heart was filled with anger. He never thought that he would fall into Qin Yu's trap. System! Is there any way to deal with her? Chu Ran called out to the system in his heart. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger, and emergency mode is activated. Searching for a solution. The system's voice sounded. Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer, Chu Ran said anxiously. Ding! Solution found. Host recommended to use school beauty summoning technique. The system said. Campus beauty summoning technique? What is that? Chu Ran asked in confusion. Ding! School bell summoning technique is a special skill that comes with the system. It can summon a school bell to help the host. However, each use consumes a lot of energy, and the strength of the summoned school bell is related to the host's charm value. The system explained. Charm value? Chu Ran was stunned. What's my charm value? Ding! The host's current charm value is 0, said the system. 0? Chu Ran was stunned. How do I summon this? 0? Chu Ran felt his head buzzing, as if 10,000 bees were partying. 0 charm? That was even more outrageous than saying he was an undercover agent from Mars. He was, after all, a handsome, passionate young man with all his limbs intact. How could his charm be 0? Did the system's criterion for determining charm depend on possessing a harem of 3,000 stunning beauties? Chapter 162 Overbearing Acquisition. System, are you sure you're not mistaken? 0? This is too insulting. Chu Ran felt like he had suffered a huge blow. This was more painful than Qin Yu wanting to kill him. Ding! The system's detection results are absolutely accurate. The host's current charm value is 0, and the school beauty cannot be summoned. The system's cold and ruthless voice sounded again, as if mocking Chu Ran's incompetence. Then, is there any way to increase my charm? Chu Ran is now like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. He doesn't want to die here in such an unclear way. Ding! Charm value can be increased by completing system tasks, obtaining achievements, improving one's own strength, etc. The system finally gave some useful information. Mission? Achievement? Strength? Who has time for these now? Qin Yu is going to kill me! Chu Ran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The red light around him was getting denser and denser, and he felt that he could not hold on any longer. Ding! Given the host's critical condition, the system will activate the backup plan, the Diaosi counterattack system. The loser's counterattack system? What the hell is this? Chu Ran was confused. How could this system also have transformation capabilities? Ding! The Diaosi counterattack system will grant the host a powerful ability to complain. By complaining, one can stimulate potential, increase strength, and cause mental damage to the enemy. Complaints? Chu Ran nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this system serious? It wanted him to defeat Qin Yu by complaining? This was even more outrageous than asking him to fight a tiger with his bare hands. But now there is no time to worry about so much. Let's try our best. Chu Ran took a deep breath, looked at the red light that came again, and cursed. Qin Yu! You vicious woman! You actually plotted against me! I once... He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly got stuck. What? He'd had a crush on her? He'd thought about having sex with her, he? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he said that out loud? Just as he hesitated, a red light hit his chest. Ah! Chu Ran screamed, feeling as if his chest was burning with fire. The pain was unbearable. Haha, it seems that your talking skills are not that good. Qin Yu's voice sounded again, full of sarcasm. Fuck you! Chu Ran roared, no longer caring about his face. You scheming bitch! Green tea! White lotus! Do you think I will be fooled by your pitiful appearance? Bah! I have seen through your true face a long time ago. You are just a... A string of obscene words gushed out of Chu Ran's mouth, like the Yangtze River bursting its banks, and it was out of control. As he complained, the surrounding red light began to twist and deform, and finally turned into pink peach blossoms? What's going on? Chu Ran was stunned. What happened to the sudden change in style? At the same time, Qin Yu's voice also became a little strange. Don't say it anymore. It's so embarrassing. Chu Ran's eyes widened as he watched everything unfold before his eyes, feeling as if his worldview was about to collapse. What the hell kind of skill was this? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Oh, I'm so shy. Chu Ran turned around suddenly and saw a sweet and cute girl in a pink dress with a hot and sexy body standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. You are? Chu Ran looked at the girl in front of him and felt his heart skip a beat. I am the school belle you summoned, the girl blinked and said playfully. School belle? But my charm value is 0. Chu Ran looked confused. Chapter 163 Be My Boyfriend. I'm not just an ordinary school beauty. The girl smiled mysteriously. My name is... Peach Blossom Fairy. Peach Blossom Fairy? Chu Ran felt his brain wasn't enough. This system was too unreliable. Where was the promised counterattack? How did it become a summoning of a beautiful girl? And a beautiful girl who called herself Peach Blossom Fairy. I'm not an ordinary school belle, I'm the Peach Blossom Fairy, who is responsible for helping you increase your charm. Peach Blossom Fairy said, stretching out her slender jade fingers and gently tapping Chu Ran's forehead. A warm current instantly surged into Chu Ran's body, and he felt his body was full of strength, as if he had been reborn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his charm value to 100. Obtaining the title Charmer! The system's voice sounded at the right time. Before Chu Ran could be happy, he felt the surrounding scenery begin to distort and deform, and finally turned into his room? What's going on? I'm back? Chu Ran looked at the familiar room, confused. I've sent you back. You must practice well in the future. The voice of Peach Blossom Fairy sounded in his ears, and then gradually disappeared. Chu Ran was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked at the mirror. In the mirror, a handsome man was looking at him with a wicked smile on his face. Holy crap! Is this really me? Chu Ran touched his face in disbelief. This is too handsome. It's like a completely different person. Just then, his cell phone rang. Chu Ran, are you okay? I was wrong, I shouldn't have treated you like that. Qin Yu's voice was tearful on the other end of the phone. Chu Ran sneered. It seemed that the effect of increasing the charm value was really not to be underestimated. Oh? You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Chu Ran hung up the phone without mercy. Over the next few days, Chu Ran's life changed dramatically. The girls who used to ignore him were now throwing themselves at him. The boys who used to laugh at him were now treating him with respect. He became a celebrity in the school and was the center of attention wherever he went. Chu Ran, are you free tonight? Let's go to the movies together. Chu Ran, let's go to the amusement park together this weekend. Chu Ran, I like you. Be my boyfriend. Various invitations came in one after another, and Chu Ran was overwhelmed. He began to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, and gradually began to lose himself. He began to squander money and frequent various high-end places. He began to play with girls' feelings, calling them to come and dismissing them at will. He became the kind of person he once hated the most, a scumbag. Until one day, he met a girl. The girl's name is Fang Shia. She is an inconspicuous girl in the school. She has ordinary looks, an introverted personality, and poor academic performance. But she had a unique temperament that deeply attracted Chu Ran. Chu Ran began to pursue Fang Shia, but Fang Shia was extremely cold towards him. Chu Ran, I've seen a lot of people like you. You're just playing around and don't really like me. Fang Shia's words were like a basin of cold water, waking Chu Ran up. Only then did he realize what a pathetic person he had become. He began to reflect on his behavior and re-examine his life. He decided to change himself and start a new life. He began to stay away from those vain girls, concentrate on studying, and work hard to improve himself. He began to help those in need and use his power to change the world. Chapter 164. The couple is deeply in love and is ready to go to CJJ. He gradually found his true self and gradually won Fang Shia's heart. However, just when he thought he could start over, an unexpected crisis struck. Peach Blossom Fairy? What the hell is that? Chu Ran was completely bewildered. This development was too outrageous, wasn't it? He subconsciously reached out and pinched the Peach Blossom Fairy's cheek. It felt soft and smooth, with a faint scent of peach blossoms. Oh my god, it really isn't an illusion! Peach Blossom Fairy slapped Chu Ran's hand away coquettishly, pouting and saying, You're so annoying! I'm a fairy after all, how can you just pinch my face? Fairy? Are you sure you didn't escape from some mental hospital? Chu Ran still couldn't believe it. He actually summoned a girl who called herself the Peach Blossom Fairy, and she did it by complaining? This system was too unreliable. Humph, you're the psychopath! Peach Blossom Fairy said angrily, hands on her hips. I'm the genuine Peach Blossom Fairy, honest and trustworthy. If you don't believe me, try my magic! As she spoke, the Peach Blossom Fairy waved her jade hand, and peach petals fluttered down from the sky, dyeing the entire space pink. Chu Ran was immersed in this rain of peach blossoms, feeling as if he had arrived in a fairyland, and even the pain in his body was relieved a lot. How is it? Awesome, right? Peach Blossom Fairy asked proudly. Chu Ran had to admit that the scene was indeed shocking, but he still couldn't help but complain. It's impressive, but it's a little too feminine, isn't it? The smile on Taowaxian's face froze instantly. She glared at Chu Ran fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "What did you say? How dare you say that about my mother? I think you are tired of living." Before he finished speaking, the pink light on Peach Blossom Fairy suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire space. Chu Ran suddenly felt difficulty breathing, as if a mountain had pressed down on him, making him unable to move. I was wrong." Chu Ran begged for mercy quickly. The Peach Blossom Fairy changed her expression faster than turning the pages of a book. He didn't want to be killed by this so-called fairy before escaping Qin Yu's clutches. "Humph, you're smart." Peach Blossom Fairy retracted the golden light, and the pink light on her body returned to normal. She snorted and said, "Remember, don't say that about my mother again. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it." Yes. Chu Ran nodded repeatedly, but secretly complained in his heart, "Isn't this Peach Blossom Fairy's temper a bit too bad? Even harder to please than Qin Yu." "Okay, now it's time to deal with that woman." Taowaxian turned her gaze to Qin Yu, a cold light flashing in her eyes. "How dare she bully my master? She must be tired of living." "Wait, what did you call me?" Chu Ran was stunned. "Master? What was going on?" Peach Blossom Fairy said as a matter of course. "Of course it is my master. You summoned me, so I am your servant and will obey your orders from now on." Chu Ran felt his brain was running out of ideas. What the hell was this system? Why did it make him complain one moment, and then send him a fairy as a servant the next? The plot was too jumpy. "Don't just stand there, tell me quickly, how do you want to deal with that woman?" Taowaxian urged impatiently. Chu Ran looked at the murderous Peach Blossom Fairy, then at the bewildered Qin Yu in the distance, and suddenly had a bold idea. "Since you are the Peach Blossom Fairy, can you—" Chu Ran leaned close to Peach Blossom Fairy's ear and whispered his plan. Peach Blossom Fairy was stunned at first. Chapter 165, The Latest Situation. Then he showed a meaningful smile. Interesting. I like it." What happened next completely changed Chu Ran's worldview. The Peach Blossom Fairy waved her jade hand, and peach petals began to fall again. This time, they were no longer pink, but a riot of color. These colorful peach petals seemed to have life, flying towards Qin Yu and surrounding her. Before Qin Yu could react, she was wrapped in a huge cocoon by these peach petals. What is this? Let me out!" Qin Yu struggled in the flower cocoon and screamed in fear. Chu Ran was secretly delighted as he watched the scene unfold. He hadn't expected the Peach Blossom Fairy's magic to be so miraculous that it could actually transform Qin Yu into a human-shaped flower cocoon. At this moment, the flower cocoon suddenly began to tremble violently, and then cracked. It wasn't Qin Yu who emerged from the cracked cocoon, but a. Chu Ran looked at Su Xia's clear eyes, feeling a mixture of emotions. He had once been obsessed with vanity and extravagance, but now he felt an unprecedented peace in front of this ordinary girl. "Xiaoya, believe me, I have changed." Chu Ran grabbed Su Xiaoya's hand with a sincere look in his eyes. Su Xia gently pulled her hand back and said with her head down, "I don't know, Chu Ran, you have hurt too many people before." Chu Ran smiled bitterly. He knew how ridiculous his past actions were. How easy would it be to make amends now? Ding! Triggering a special mission. Win Su Xiaoya's heart. Mission reward, mysterious skills. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Chu Ran was stunned. This system is really timely. "Xiaoya, give me a chance and I will prove it to you." Chu Ran's eyes were firm and his tone was full of strength. In the following days, Chu Ran began to pursue Su Xiaoya crazily. He was no longer as cynical as before, but became serious and considerate. He would bring breakfast to Su Xiaoya every day, rain or shine. He would patiently explain to Su Xiaoya when she encountered difficulties in her studies, even if he didn't quite understand. He would tell jokes to make Su Xiaoya happy when she was in a bad mood, even if those jokes were unhelpful. Su Xiaoya was surprised by Chu Ran's change and was gradually moved by him. However, just as their relationship was heating up, an accident happened. One night, Chu Ran and Su Xiaoya were walking on their way home when suddenly a group of men in black rushed out and surrounded them. "Who are you?" Chu Ran protected Su Xiaoya behind him and asked vigilantly. Humph! Someone is paying for your life. The leading man in black sneered and rushed towards Chu Ran, waving his weapon. Although Chu Ran's charm value has increased, his combat effectiveness has not improved at all. Facing these well-trained men in black, he is no match at all. Ah! Fang Shia screamed and was caught by a man in black, with a sharp dagger pressed against her neck. Chu Ran, if you dare to move, I will kill her, said the man in black viciously. Chu Ran was extremely anxious. He knew that he could not act rashly, otherwise Fang Shia would be in danger. What do you want? Money? I can give it to you. Chu Ran tried hard to stay calm. Money? We don't want it. We just want your life, said the man in black with a grin. Chapter 166, Reluctance Before Parting, Heading to CJJ Country. At this critical moment. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger, and the emergency defense mechanism is activated. The system's voice suddenly sounded. A golden light flashed across Chu Ran's body, and a huge energy shield enveloped him. The black-clad man's attack landed on the energy shield, but had no effect at all. What is this? The man in black looked at the energy shield in front of him in horror, at a loss. Chu Ran was delighted. It seemed that this system was quite reliable at critical moments. Shia, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you, Chu Ran said to Fang Shia gently, his eyes full of confidence. Yeah. Fang Shia looked at Chu Ran's determined eyes and felt a sense of security in her heart. However, just when Chu Ran thought the crisis was over, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Haha, I didn't expect you to have such a method. But do you think you can escape like this? A mysterious man in a black robe slowly walked out of the darkness. He had a strange mask on his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Who are you? Chu Ran asked warily. Who am I? Haha, you will know soon. The mysterious man sneered, and a black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A powerful aura emanated from the mysterious man, making Chu Ran almost unable to breathe. Seventh realm, heavenly man? Chu Ran was shocked. This person turned out to be a martial arts master. Ding! High-level energy fluctuations detected, defense mechanism failed. The system's voice exploded in Chu Ran's ears like a bolt from the blue. Chu Ran's face changed drastically. What should I do? It wasn't Qin Yu who walked out of the cracked flower cocoon, but a sexily dressed, hot bunny girl. What the hell is this? Chu Ran was stunned, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The bunny girl twisted her sexy body, walked up to Chu Ran with a cat-like gait, and said in a coquettish voice, Master, hello? Chu Ran felt his blood pressure soar instantly, and his nose was about to bleed. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he was not dreaming. You are Qin Yu? Chu Ran asked stutteringly. The bunny girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Master is so smart. I am Qin Yu. Chu Ran felt his worldview completely shattered. Wasn't this peach blossom fairy's magic too bizarre? Could it actually transform Qin Yu into a sexy bunny girl? What was the principle behind this? How about it? My master, are you satisfied? Peach Blossom Fairy asked with a proud look on her face. Chu Ran swallowed his saliva and nodded with difficulty. Although he didn't know what was going on, this result seemed pretty good. I'm glad you're satisfied. Teowaxian snapped her fingers, and the bunny girl Qin Yu immediately walked to Chu Ran and hugged his arm affectionately. Master, I will be your exclusive bunny girl from now on, Qin Yu said in a delicate voice. While she was speaking, her breasts rubbed against Chu Ran's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Ran felt a surge of electricity running from his arm to his head, his entire body numb. He subconsciously wanted to push Qin Yu away, but he felt reluctant. Master, are you shy? Qin Yu leaned close to Chu Ran's ear, breathing sweetly. I really like you. Chu Ran felt his sanity was rapidly collapsing. This sudden gentle attack made him completely unable to resist. Chu Ran spoke incoherently, his mind going blank. Chapter 167 Come and see my kingdom. Okay, stop teasing him. Teowaxian couldn't bear it anymore. She waved her hand, and Qin Yu immediately returned to normal, except that she was still wearing the sexy bunny girl outfit. What happened? Qinyu looked at her clothes in confusion, then looked at Chu Ran and screamed. Chu Ran! What did you do to me? Before Chu Ran could explain, Qinyu rushed over and punched and kicked him. You pervert! Hooligan! Scum! I'll beat you to death! Hey, hey, hey! It wasn't me! Chu Ran dodged and explained. It was Peach Blossom Fairy. Peach Blossom Fairy? What Peach Blossom Fairy? Qinyu stopped attacking and looked at Chu Ran with confusion. Chu Ran pointed at the Peach Blossom Fairy beside him and said, That's her. Qinyu then noticed the Peach Blossom Fairy standing beside her. She looked the Peach Blossom Fairy up and down, and then burst out laughing. Ha! Chu Ran, are you kidding me? You actually said this cosplay little girl is the Peach Blossom Fairy? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Chu Ran was stunned. Qinyu actually mistook Peach Blossom Fairy for a cosplay girl? How could this be possible? Teowaxian's expression turned ugly. She snorted coldly and said, How dare you say I'm cosplaying? I think you're tired of living. Before he finished speaking, golden light emanated from Teowaxian's body again, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped Qinyu. Qinyu suddenly found it difficult to breathe, as if a huge mountain had fallen on her, making her unable to move. She looked at Teowaxian in horror, her eyes filled with disbelief. You, what on earth are you? Before Qinyu could finish her words, Peach Blossom Fairy snapped her fingers. Qinyu's body suddenly began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu turned into a little man the size of a palm. Now, do you still think I'm cosplaying? Teowaxian looked down at the miniature version of Qinyu with a sneer on his face. Chu Ran was completely dumbfounded as he watched the scene before him. This is too magical, right? Peach Blossom Fairy grabbed the miniature version of Qinyu in her hand and played with it like a toy. Okay, my master, what should we do with this little thing now? Teowaxian turned to look at Chu Ran and asked with a smile. Chu Ran looked at Qinyu being toyed with by the Peach Blossom Fairy, and suddenly had a bold idea. A crazy idea flashed through Chu Tiany's mind: use the energy of the meteorite to cut off the connection between the galactic beast and dark matter. This was an extremely dangerous plan, and if he wasn't careful, he would be doomed to failure. But now, he had no other choice. Peach Blossom Fairy, can you control meteorites? Chu Tiany asked. Chu Tiany took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with madness. Perhaps this is the only way, he muttered to himself. This crazy plan gradually took shape in his mind, which was to absorb the energy of the galactic beast and use it for his own benefit. He knew it was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he'd be swallowed up by the massive energy and reduced to ashes. But right now, the Earth's survival was at stake, and he had to give it a try. He told Chu Ran about this plan, and Chu Ran was horrified. Tiany, this is too dangerous. You can't do this. Father, I have no choice. Chu Tiany's eyes were firm. If I don't do this, the Earth will be destroyed. I must take this responsibility. Chapter 168, So Grand. The helicopter took off, the air kicked up by the propeller making the clothes of Barrow and the others rustle. They stood still, watching the helicopter fly away until it became a small black dot and disappeared into the sky. Barrow wiped his eyes, which were dry from the wind and sand, and spat, cursing. Damn, this weather is so fucking bad! From the helicopter, Chu Ran looked down at the rolling desert below, a surge of pride welling up in his heart. Jack sat beside him and asked respectfully, Commander, where are we going now? Go to the gold mine. Chu Ran uttered these 3 words lightly. Jack was startled. A gold mine? Could it be that the river and mountain the commander was talking about was? He didn't dare to think any further and quickly adjusted his flight path, heading towards CJJ's largest gold mine. Song Kusin sat across from Chu Ran, bewildered. A gold mine? He'd been with Chu Ran for so long, yet he'd never heard him mention it. He secretly observed Chu Ran and saw nothing unusual on his face, as if the gold mine had always been his. Song Kusin grew even more confused, but he didn't dare ask. He could only sit there in silence, letting his thoughts churn. After about 2 hours of flying, the helicopter finally arrived at its destination. From the air, the gold mine resembled a massive scar, deeply carved into the earth. The surrounding vegetation was sparse, with only bare rock and sand, reflecting a glaring light in the sunlight. The helicopter slowly landed on an open space in the center of the mining area. Chu Ran was the first to get off the plane, followed closely by Jack and Song Kusin. As soon as he stepped off the plane, a wave of heat washed over him, mingled with the stifling smell of dust. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The mining area was bustling with activity, workers sweating profusely as they mined and transported gold ore. "Commander, this is the largest gold mine in CJJ, with an annual output of more than..." Jack began to introduce it in a torrent of words, but was interrupted by Chu Ran raising his hand. "No need for introduction, I know you." Chu Ran's tone was calm, but with an unquestionable majesty. Jack was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly shut up. He was secretly surprised that the commander knew so much about the gold mine. It seemed that he had been prepared. Chu Ran walked up to a miner and asked, "Who is in charge here?" The miner looked up and saw Chu Ran and his group. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He pointed to a simple house not far away and said, "The mine manager is over there." Chu Ran nodded and walked straight towards the shack. Jack and Song Kusin hurriedly followed. In the makeshift house, the mine manager was sitting in front of his computer, checking today's production data. Hearing a knock on the door, he called out impatiently, "Come in." Chu Ran pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Jack and Song Kusin. The mine manager looked up and was stunned when he saw Chu Ran and the other two. He looked Chu Ran up and down and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Chu Ran ignored his question and walked up to him, snatched the mouse from his hand, pointed at the data on the computer screen, and asked, "Is this data true?" The mine manager was startled by Chu Ran's sudden action. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. "Let me ask you again, are these data true?" Chu Ran's tone was cold, and his eyes were sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts. The mine manager felt the powerful aura emanating from Chu Ran and felt a surge of panic in his heart. He stammered, This data is all true." "Really?" Chu Ran sneered through the mouse on the table and said, "Then why is what I see different from what you said?" The mine manager's face turned pale instantly, and he asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean?" Chu Ran didn't say anything, but took out a document from his pocket and threw it in front of the mine manager. The mine manager picked up the document, took a look, and his expression instantly turned even uglier. The document clearly listed the actual gold production figures, which were far different from what he had just reported. What's going on?" the mine manager asked in horror. "What's going on?" Chu Ran sneered. "You know it in your heart." The mine manager slumped in his chair, feeling powerless. He couldn't figure out how Chu Ran knew all this. Chu Ran walked to the window, overlooking the busy mining area, and said lightly, "From today on, this gold mine belongs to me." The mine manager suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Ran in horror. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to speak. "What? Do you have any objections?" Chu Ran turned around and looked at the mine manager with a smile. The mine manager quickly shook his head and said in a trembling voice, No. Chu Ran nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. That's it." After saying that, Chu Ran turned and left the shack, followed closely by Jack and Song Kusin. The three of them walked out of the shack, and Jack couldn't help but ask, "Commander, how do you know the actual output of the gold mine?" Chu Ran smiled mysteriously and said, "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed." Song Kusin looked at Chu Ran, his heart full of doubts. He was increasingly unable to see through this person. Next, Chu Ran will continue to explore other places with everyone. Chapter 169 The Situation Changes. Chu Ran looked at his son's determined eyes and finally nodded. "Okay, I support you. But you must be careful." Chu Tianyi immediately began to prepare. He used a special device he had developed to connect himself to the Earth's energy network, allowing him to absorb the energy of the galaxy behemoth more effectively. When the next wave of meteor showers hit, Chu Tianyi activated the device. A huge amount of energy instantly surged into his body, and he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. The severe pain almost made him faint, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, constantly guiding the energy and transforming it into his own strength. As time went on, the energy within him grew stronger and stronger, and his body underwent amazing changes. His skin became as hard as steel, his eyes shone with a dazzling light, and his hair turned a dazzling silver white. He felt that he possessed the power to destroy the world, as if he could shatter the stars with one punch. Is this the power of the galaxy beast? Chu Tianyi felt the surging power in his body, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the sky and saw the massive body of the galaxy beast already appeared above the earth. It opened its huge mouth, ready to devour the earth. Come on! Chu Tianyi roared, soaring into the sky and heading towards the giant beast in the galaxy. A world-shaking battle began. Chu Tianyi relied on the energy he absorbed from the giant galaxy beast to engage in a fierce battle with it. Each of his punches and kicks contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, forcing the giant beasts in the galaxy to retreat step by step. The galaxy behemoth roared angrily. It had never encountered such a powerful opponent before. It released an even more powerful energy attack, trying to devour Chu Tianyi. But Chu Tianyi was not afraid at all. He released all the energy in his body, forming a huge energy shield to block the attack of the galaxy beast. Then, he seized the opportunity and punched the galaxy beast on the head. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body of the galaxy beast trembled violently, and a huge crack appeared on its head. Chu Tianyi took advantage of the victory and launched another punch. Crack! The head of the galactic beast was completely shattered, and its body began to collapse. Finally, the galactic giant let out an unwilling roar and exploded into countless fragments, scattering throughout the universe. The Earth is saved! People cheered and celebrated this hard-earned victory, but Chu Tianyi, the hero who saved the Earth, quietly left the crowd and disappeared into the night. He came to a deserted mountaintop, sat cross-legged, and began to digest and absorb the remaining energy in his body. As the energy was absorbed, his body changed again. His skin became translucent and his features became more handsome, as if he were a banished immortal. Suddenly, he felt a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was extremely weak, but it made him feel extremely familiar. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance, only to see a meteor streaking across the night sky and falling towards the earth. That is... Chu Tianyi's heart moved. He felt that there was a huge secret hidden in this meteor. He stood up and flew in the direction where the meteor fell. Little did he know that the arrival of this meteor would completely change his fate and reveal a shocking secret. Teowaxian nodded. Yes, but controlling the meteorite requires a lot of immortal power. I'm afraid. I know. Chu Tianyi interrupted Teowaxian. But now, we have no way out. Chu Tianyi took a deep breath and said to Teowaxian, Please! Chapter 170 Chu Ran deserves it. Chu Ran took Jack and Song Kasan out of the gold mine, and did not immediately explore other places. Instead, they drove to a nearby bar. Commander, aren't we going to explore other places? Jack asked doubtfully. Chu Ran poured himself a glass of whiskey and swirled it gently. The amber liquid swirled in the glass, reflecting the dim lights of the bar. What's the rush? Relax first. He took a sip of the wine, a playful smile curling his lips. The best is yet to come. Song Kasan remained silent, just sitting quietly by the side, observing Chu Ran's every move. He felt more and more that Chu Ran was unfathomable, as if everything was under his control. Commander, what kind of show are you talking about? Jack's curiosity was piqued. Chu Ran didn't answer. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and pointed at a scantily clad woman in the corner of the bar and said, Do you see that woman? Jack followed Chu Ran's gaze and saw the woman with a hot body, wearing a tight skirt, flirting with a man. I saw it, what's wrong? Jack asked in confusion. She is the mine manager's mistress, Chu Ran said lightly. Jack was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what Chu Ran meant. He understood Chu Ran's intention. He wanted to start with the mine manager's mistress to get more information about him. Commander, you are so smart! Jack praised sincerely. Chu Ran just smiled and said nothing. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all again. At this time, the woman also noticed Chu Ran's gaze. She cast a coquettish glance at Chu Ran and walked over with a twist of her waist. Handsome guy, it's so boring to drink alone. Do you want to have a drink together? The woman said in a coquettish voice, rubbing her body against Chu Ran intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Ran raised a devilish smile and put his arm around the woman's waist, pulling her to his side. "Okay, beautiful, have a drink with me." Jack watched from the side, secretly admiring Chu Ran's courage and means. Chu Ran flirted with the woman and quietly inquired about the mine manager. The woman knew everything about the mine manager and quickly revealed all his secrets. It turned out that the mine manager not only embezzled the gold mine's output, but also secretly sold the gold, making huge profits. Moreover, he colluded with some local evil forces to commit all kinds of crimes. Chu Ran memorized all this information and already had a plan in mind. "Commander, what should we do next?" Jack asked. "Wait," Chu Ran said calmly. "Wait for the right time." The next day, Chu Ran brought Jack and Song Kusin to the mine manager's office. What do you want to do?" When the mine manager saw Chu Ran and the other two, his face suddenly turned pale. He knew that what he had done had been exposed. Chu Ran sneered and threw the evidence provided by the mine manager's mistress in front of the mine manager. "Take a look for yourself." The mine manager picked up the evidence, took a look at it, and his expression instantly turned even uglier. The evidence was irrefutable, and he couldn't deny it at all. What do you want?" asked the mine manager in a trembling voice. "It's simple," Chu Ran said calmly. "Pay back all the money you embezzled and get out of this gold mine." The mine manager's face turned pale and blue. He knew he had no choice. "Okay. I promise you," the mine manager said, gritting his teeth. Chu Ran nodded with satisfaction and said, "He who knows the current affairs is a hero." The mine manager left the gold mine in disgrace, and Chu Ran took over the management of the gold mine. In the next few days, Chu Ran reorganized the gold mine, removed all corrupt officials and replaced them with his own people. The output of the gold mine gradually returned to normal, and Chu Ran's prestige grew. One night, Chu Ran was resting in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Chu Ran said. The door opened and Jack walked in. "Commander, there is something I want to report to you," Jack said solemnly. "What's the matter?" Chu Ran asked. "We found that there seemed to be a bigger secret hidden in the gold mine," said Jack. "Oh?" Chu Ran became interested. "What secret?" Jack leaned close to Chu Ran's ear and whispered, "We discovered that deep in the gold mine, there seems to be a passage leading to the underground world." Chapter 171. Invest heavily to accelerate the dream. Peach Blossom Fairy did not hesitate any longer. She flew into the air and began to control the meteorite. Under the control of Peach Blossom Fairy, the meteorite changed its direction and flew towards the giant beast in the galaxy. The galactic beast seemed to sense the danger. It let out a deafening roar, and a huge beam of energy shot out from its mouth, bombarding the meteorite. The meteorite shook violently under the bombardment of the energy beam, but it finally held on and continued to fly towards the galactic beast. Getting closer, getting closer. Finally, the meteorite hit the galactic monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the heaven and earth shook. The meteorite exploded, and a huge energy shock wave swept across, swallowing the giant beast in the galaxy. The galaxy monster let out a shrill scream. Its body began to tremble violently, then slowly shrank and finally disappeared. Chu Tianyi looked at the scene in front of him and breathed a long sigh of relief. They won! The Earth Alliance cheered and celebrated this hard-earned victory. Chu Tianyi and his son Chu Ran stood side by side, looking at the cheering crowd with gratified smiles on their faces. "Tianyi, you did a great job!" Chu Ran patted Chu Tianyi's shoulder, his eyes full of pride. "Father, this is the result of our joint efforts," Chu Tianyi said modestly. "No," Chu Ran shook his head. "Without you, we would not be able to defeat the galaxy beast." Chu Tianyi smiled and said nothing more. He knew that behind this victory were the sacrifices and contributions of countless people. After the war, Earth began to rebuild. Under the leadership of Chu Tianyi and Chu Ran, the Earth's scientific and technological level has developed rapidly, and people's living standards have also been greatly improved. The Earth has regained its vitality. However, Chu Tianyi did not forget that there are countless unknown threats in the depths of the universe. He knew that peace on Earth was hard-won, and they needed to work harder to protect this hard-won peace. One night, Chu Tianyi was working in the laboratory when he suddenly felt a familiar breath. Who is it? Chu Tianyi was shocked and immediately became alert. A figure appeared in front of him. Long time no see, Chu Tianyi. Chu Tianyi looked at the figure in front of him and his expression suddenly became solemn. You are Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and said, Yes, it's me. You were not. Chu Tianyi was interrupted by Qin Yu before he could finish his words. Being turned into a toy by the Peach Blossom Fairy? Qin Yu said with a smile. That was just part of my plan. Plan? Chu Tianyi frowned. What plan? Qin Yu did not answer but asked, Do you know the origin of the galaxy beast? Chu Tianyi shook his head. The galaxy behemoth is actually my pet, Qin Yu said lightly. Chu Tianyi was stunned. What did you say? Qin Yu smiled and said, Are you surprised? Actually, I'm not from Earth. Who are you then? I come from a place called Tianyuan Continent. Qin Yu said, I am from Tianyuan Continent. Qin Yu paused, then said word by word, Empress. Chu Tianyi was completely dumbfounded. Chu Tianyi felt his brain freeze for a few seconds. Empress? Pet? What on earth was this? He struggled to process all this information, feeling the worldview he'd built up over the years crumble. Qin Yu seemed to notice his shock, a playful smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 172 Inspection of the Major Military Camps. I know it's hard for you to accept it for the time being, but this is the fact. Qin Yu shrugged. As for why I did this... She paused deliberately, and Chu Tianyi's heart began to lift. It's a long story, why don't we drink and talk at the same time? Qin Yu said, and produced a set of exquisite tea sets from nowhere and began to make tea. The fragrance of the tea was refreshing, but it made Chu Tianyi even more uneasy. Chu Tianyi took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. What do you want to do? Qin Yu poured 2 cups of tea, one for Chu Tianyi and one for herself, taking a sip. My goal is simple, to return to the Tianyuan continent and reclaim the throne that belongs to me. Chu Tianyi was even more confused. Tianyuan continent? What kind of place is that? What does it have to do with you becoming a toy of the Peach Blossom Fairy and the Galaxy Behemoth? Qin Yu put down her teacup, her eyes sharp. Tianyuan continent is my homeland, a world countless times more powerful than Earth. A palace incident led to my death, and I was forced to flee to Earth. To hide my identity, I disguised myself as an ordinary girl and used the power of the Peach Blossom Fairy to transform myself into a toy. As for the Galaxy Behemoth... She paused, a cold glint in her eyes. That's the pet I captured in Tianyuan continent. I sent it to Earth to test the world's strength and prepare for my future conquest of Earth. Conquer the Earth? Chu Tianyi stood up suddenly and looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. Are you crazy? Do you know how many casualties this will cause? Qin Yu chuckled, unconcerned. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. It has been like this since ancient times. The weak have no right to survive. Only the strong can dominate everything. Chu Tianyi was furious. He clenched his fists and tried hard to restrain his urge to attack. I won't let you succeed. Oh? Really? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of disdain. Just you? You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes right now. That's not necessarily true. Before Chu Tianyi finished speaking, he suddenly attacked and punched Qin Yu in the face. Qin Yu seemed to have anticipated this, and dodged sideways lightly, then slapped Chu Tianyi in the chest with his backhand. Chu Tianyi only felt a powerful force coming at him, and the whole person flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know your own limitations. Qin Yu snorted coldly and walked towards Chu Tianyi step by step. Since you want to die so much, then I will grant your wish. Qin Yu raised her right hand, and a black energy condensed in her hand, about to hit Chu Tianyi's head. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Tianyi and blocked Qin Yu's attack. Stop! The person who came was Chu Ran. Father! Chu Tianyi struggled to get up, but was stopped by Chu Ran. Tianyi, you have done your best. Leave the rest to me. Chu Ran's tone was calm, but his eyes were full of determination. He turned his head, looked at Qin Yu, and said in a deep voice, If you want to conquer the Earth, you must get past me first. Qin Yu looked at Chu Ran, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that there is a master like you on Earth. Humph, you underestimate the Earth. Chu Ran snorted coldly, and a powerful aura burst out from him. Qin Yu's face changed slightly. She felt that Chu Ran's strength was not inferior to hers. Chapter 173, $2 quadrillion, The Cornerstone. It seems that I have to take this seriously, Qin Yu said. The black energy in his hand became more intense, and a dangerous aura spread. A war is about to break out. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly opened, and a charming voice came. Brother Tianyi, what are you doing? A girl in a pink dress walked in. It was Chu Linger, the sister who was turned into a toy by the Peach Blossom Fairy. She saw Chu Tianyi lying on the ground and Chu Ran and Qin Yu who were on the verge of a fight, and was stunned. What's going on? Chu Linger looked at everything in front of her with a confused look on her face, completely unaware of what was happening. Chu Tianyi felt his head buzzing, as if thousands of bees were building a nest inside. Empress? Pet? Tianyuan continent? This was too much information for him to digest. Qin Yu elegantly lifted the teacup and blew gently on the floating tea leaves, a hint of amusement in her eyes. What? Are you frightened? This is the Tianyuan Xianlu I worked so hard to brew. You can't drink it on Earth. Chu Tianyi forced a smile and took the teacup, but didn't drink. What you said is too unbelievable. Even if you are the Empress of Tianyuan continent, how could that galactic beast be your pet? Qin Yu chuckled, as if she just heard something funny. How could that be? I've raised Shushing since he was little, and he always listens to me. She snapped her fingers, and outside the laboratory window, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared in the clear night sky, completely obscuring the moonlight. The shadow slowly descended, revealing its hideous face. It was none other than the galaxy behemoth. The galactic beast roared, its massive sound waves causing the laboratory glass to vibrate. Chu Tianyi was so frightened that he nearly threw his teacup. He stared out the window in horror, then at Qin Yu, who remained calm, and felt his worldview completely shattered. Do you believe it now? Qin Yu smiled and took a sip of tea. I came here this time because I want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Chu Tianyi was stunned. Cooperation on what? Of course, to help me regain the throne, Qin Yu said as a matter of course. I need your help, and I also need the technological power of Earth. In return, I can make Earth a satellite planet of Tianyuan continent, and enjoy the advanced technology and resources of Tianyuan continent. Chu Tianyi frowned, feeling that things weren't that simple. Why were you turned into a toy? He still struggled to bring himself to say the word. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, a glint of darkness flashing in her eyes. This is all the work of my damned sister and her lover. They usurped my throne, turned me into that form, and exiled me to Earth, she said through gritted teeth. I'm going to make them pay. So, using the galactic beasts to attack the Earth is also part of your plan? Chu Tianyi asked. That's right, Qin Yu said without any concealment. Only in this way can I attract your attention and find you. Chu Tianyi was silent. He didn't know whether he should believe Qin Yu. If what she said was true, then the Earth was facing a huge crisis. But if she was a liar, wouldn't he be an accomplice? At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly pushed open, and Chu Ran ran in anxiously. Brother! It's bad! Outside! Before she could finish her words, she saw Qin Yu standing opposite Chu Tianyi. Qin Yu? Chu Ran exclaimed. You are not. Is he dead? Qin Yu took over her words. Unfortunately, I'm still alive. Her eyes were cold, with a hint of murderous intent. Chu Ran immediately stood in front of Chu Tianyi and looked at Qin Yu warily. What do you want to do? Chapter 174. Lena is nervous. Have you thought about it? Do you want to cooperate with me? Chu Tianyi took a deep breath and was about to speak when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Brother! Chu Ran exclaimed and supported the fallen Chu Tianyi. Qin Yu showed a strange smile on his face. It seems that someone can't wait any longer. Outside the laboratory window, the galaxy behemoth let out a deafening roar and slammed down with its massive claws. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chu Tianyi's mind. System activated, binding to host, data synchronization in progress. Pain shot through Chu Ran's body like an electric current. She felt as if her internal organs were being shattered. Looking down at her son, Chu Tianyi, spewing blood, she felt a surge of fear and anger. Qin Yu, her former playmate, now resembled a demon from hell, carrying with him the aura of destruction and death. What did you do?" Chu Ran asked tremblingly, his voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Qin Yu smiled contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. "Nothing, just a small warning. Now are you willing to cooperate with me?" Chu Ran hugged Chu Tianyi tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. "I will never cooperate with a demon like you." Qin Yu shrugged. "That's such a pity." She snapped her fingers, and the giant claws of the galaxy beast swung down again, this time aiming at the roof of the laboratory. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was smashed in the laboratory roof, and rubble and dust fell like raindrops. Chu Ran quickly protected Chu Tianyi and dodged the falling rubble. At this critical moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in Chu Ran's mind. "System activated, binding to host, data synchronization in progress." A powerful force surged into Chu Ran's body. She felt that her injuries were recovering rapidly, and her strength was increasing. "What is this?" Chu Ran was full of doubts. "Hello, host, I am the Counterattack Queen system, and I am happy to serve you." The mechanical voice sounded again. "The Queen of Counterattack?" Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. "What is this?" "This system is designed to help the host reach the pinnacle of life and become a true queen," the system explained. "The host can earn rewards and improve their own strength by completing tasks issued by the system." Chu Ran's heart moved. Could this be the opportunity given to her by God? "The first mission, protect your son and repel Qin Yu." The system's voice sounded again. Chu Ran took a deep breath, his eyes becoming firm. "Okay, I accept the mission." She gently put Chu Tianyi on the ground, then stood up and looked directly at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, I won't let you hurt my son!" Qin Yu sneered. "Just you? A powerless woman?" Chu Ran didn't say anything, but silently clenched her fists. The power of the system surged within her, filling her with confidence. "System, I need weapons," Chu Ran muttered in his heart. "Generating exclusive weapons for the host," the system's voice sounded. The next moment, a long sword emitting a cold light appeared in Chu Ran's hand. The sword was completely black, engraved with mysterious runes, and exuded a heart-pounding power. "What kind of sword is this?" Chu Ran asked. "This sword is called God's Slayer. It is a weapon specially made for the host," the system explained. "It can cut through everything, even gods." Chu Ran gripped the god-slaying sword tightly, feeling the powerful force coming from the sword, and his heart was filled with confidence. "Qin Yu, prepare to die." Chapter 175. Is this kind of punishment really okay? Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I just came to reminisce about the past," she said, then looked at Chu Tianyi. "How is it?" Chu Ran roared angrily and rushed towards Qin Yu waving the god-slaying sword. Qin Yu obviously didn't expect Chu Ran to suddenly burst out with such powerful strength, and was forced to retreat repeatedly for a while. "How is this possible? How could you?" Qin Yu looked at the god-killing sword in Chu Ran's hand in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. Chu Ran ignored Qin Yu's surprise. The god-slaying sword in her hand turned into black lightning and continued to attack Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu possessed great strength, she seemed somewhat powerless in the face of Chu Ran's god-slaying sword. She could only constantly dodge Chu Ran's attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. Boom! The giant claws of the galaxy beast fell again, and this time the target was Chu Ran. Chu Ran's eyes narrowed, and he swung the god-killing sword, slashing at the giant claw. Clang! With a loud bang, the god-slaying sword and the giant claw collided with each other, bursting into a dazzling light. The giant claw was actually cut off by the god-killing sword. Roar! The galaxy beast let out a painful roar, and its huge body began to tremble. Qin Yu's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that Chu Ran could actually cut off the giant claws of the galaxy beast. "This is impossible!" Qin Yu exclaimed. Chu Ran ignored Qin Yu's fear. She swung the god-slaying sword again and slashed at the head of the galaxy beast. "Stop!" Qin Yu shouted in panic. However, it was too late. Puff! The god-slaying sword pierced the head of the galactic beast, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The galaxy beast let out a shrill scream, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jinyu stared blankly at the fallen galaxy beast, her eyes filled with despair. Her most powerful support had been killed by Chu Ran with a single sword strike. Chu Ran slowly turned around and stared at Jinyu with cold eyes. Now it's your turn. Jinyu was so scared that she was shaking all over. She wanted to run away, but found that her legs were no longer under her control. Chu Ran walked towards Jinyu step by step, the god-killing sword in his hand exuding a terrifying murderous aura. No! Don't kill me! Jinyu said tremblingly. Chu Ran sneered. You killed my son, and you want me to let you go? I can help you regain the throne, Jinyu said hurriedly. Chu Ran stopped and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Chu Ran remained silent, merely looking at Jinyu with a look that bordered on pity. At that moment, she seemed to be standing atop a cloud, looking down upon an ant high and mighty, insolent. The tip of the god-slaying sword pointed at Jinyu's throat. A single thrust would end her sinful life. The throne? Chu Ran sneered, his voice as cold as ice. Do you think I want it? Jinyu was stunned. She had thought Chu Ran would compromise for the throne, but she didn't expect Chu Ran to react like this. What I want is for you to pay for your blood debt with blood! A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and the god-killing sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if he couldn't wait to drink blood. Jinyu was so frightened that her soul was about to be shattered. She shook her head desperately and cried out, Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Too late! Chu Ran no longer hesitated and thrust out the god-killing sword in his hand. At this critical moment, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky and blocked Chu Ran's attack. Stop! A majestic voice sounded. The golden light dissipated, and a man wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? Chu Ran looked at the person warily. Chapter 176 Ranha Flagship Store, New Guaranteed Profit Event starts. I am a general under the Emperor of Heaven, and I have been ordered to stop you from killing innocent people, the man said proudly. Killing innocent people? Chu Ran sneered. She killed my son, doesn't she deserve to die? When will the cycle of revenge end? The general said calmly. Jinyu's crimes are grave, and the Heavenly Court will deal with her. You have no right to take her life. Heavenly Court punishing her? Chu Ran's eyes were filled with mockery. When did Heavenly Court punish her? If I hadn't been reborn, wouldn't my grievances have never been redressed? How dare you? The divine general roared. How dare you question the Heavenly Court? So what if I question you? Chu Ran looked at the general fearlessly. I'm going to kill her today. I wonder what you can do to me. You. The general was shocked by Chu Ran's aura and didn't know how to refute for a moment. System, increase my strength. Chu Ran muttered in his heart. Increasing the host's strength. The system's voice sounded. A powerful force surged into Chu Ran's body, making her feel full of strength. Kill! Chu Ran roared, waving the god-slaying sword and rushing towards Jinyu again. Seeing this, the general quickly waved his golden spear to block Chu Ran's attack. Boom! The two powerful forces collided with each other, causing a deafening roar that shook the earth. The general was shocked back several steps, his face slightly pale. But Chu Ran was unharmed, and the god-killing sword in her hand emitted an even brighter light. You actually... The general looked at Chu Ran in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. Chu Ran ignored the general's surprise. She swung the god-killing sword again and attacked the general. Clang, clang, clang. A series of weapon collisions were heard, and the general was defeated step by step, with many wounds appearing on his body. Stop! You can't kill me! The general shouted in terror. I am a general serving under the Emperor of Heaven. If you kill me, the Emperor of Heaven will not let you go! Chu Ran sneered. Emperor of Heaven? I've even killed gods before, so why would I be afraid of a heavenly emperor like him? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ran stabbed out with the god-killing sword in his hand, hitting the chest of the god general. Puff! The general spat out a mouthful of blood, and his golden armor instantly became dull. You! The general pointed at Chu Ran, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. Chu Ran ignored the general's last words. She drew out the god-killing sword, and the general's body fell to the ground with a bang, turning into golden light and dissipating in the air. Now, no one can stop me! Chu Ran turned around slowly and looked at Qin Yu with cold eyes. Qin Yu collapsed to the ground in fear. She knew she was dead. Just as Chu Ran was about to take action, the system's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The host's emotions are fluctuating greatly. It is recommended that the host calm down. Chu Ran was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. System, do you have any suggestions? Chu Ran asked. I suggest the host not to kill Qin Yu. She is still useful, said the system. Chu Ran frowned slightly. She didn't understand what the system meant. Qin Yu is the daughter of destiny. Killing her will cause a backlash from the heavens, the system explained. Also, she has many secrets. Keeping her may bring more benefits. Chu Ran pondered for a moment, and felt that what the system said made sense. Chapter 177. The event is online, and the number of orders is exploding. Alright, I'll spare her life for now. Chu Ran put away the god-killing sword and gave Qin Yu a cold look. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Chu Ran looked down at the limp Qin Yu, her lips curled up in a cold arc. Once upon a time, she had been an ant trampled under Qin Yu's feet, subjected to his humiliation. Now, the situation had changed, and the roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed. Qin Yu, how does it taste? Chu Ran's voice was as cold as ice, and every word pierced Qin Yu's eardrum like a sharp knife. Qin Yu trembled, her once proud eyes now filled with fear. She begged incoherently. Chu Ran, I was wrong, please let me go, I will never dare to do it again. Don't dare any more? Chu Ran laughed contemptuously. You've said this kind of thing many times before, but what happened? She squatted down, pinched Qin Yu's chin, and forced her to look up. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Qin Yu's face was filled with despair, tears rolling down like pearls from a broken string. She knew that she was doomed this time. System, you said that keeping her is still useful, what is the point? Chu Ran asked in his heart. Qin Yu is the daughter of destiny, carrying great fortune that can be used to enhance the host's cultivation. The system's mechanical voice sounded in Chu Ran's mind. In addition, she also holds many secrets, including the whereabouts of some ancient artifacts. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. Ancient artifact? This actually piqued her interest. Tell me, do you know the whereabouts of which ancient artifacts? Chu Ran pressed. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. She knew that if she didn't tell him, Chu Ran would never let her go. I know the whereabouts of the heavenly mirror, Qin Yu said tremblingly. Heavenly mirror? Chu Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. This is the legendary artifact that can predict the future. If he can get it, wouldn't he be able to control everything? Tell me, where is it? Chu Ran's voice became even colder. Qin Yu did not dare to hide anything and told everyone the whereabouts of the Tianji mirror. It turns out that the heavenly secret mirror is hidden in the Qin family's forbidden area, and only the head of the Qin family knows how to enter. Very good. Chu Ran nodded with satisfaction. It seems you are still useful. She stood up and kicked Qin Yu in the abdomen. Qin Yu screamed and curled up on the ground in pain. Take me to the Qin family's forbidden area, Chu Ran said coldly. Qin Yu didn't dare to resist, so he could only struggle to stand up and walk towards the Qin family with Chu Ran. Along the way, Qin Yu prayed silently, hoping that a miracle would happen and allow her to escape from Chu Ran's clutches. However, she was destined to be disappointed. After arriving at the Qin family's forbidden area, Chu Ran forced Qin Yu to open the entrance to the forbidden area. The forbidden area was eerie and terrifying, with a chill blowing in one's face. Chu Ran walked in fearlessly, while Qin Yu followed closely behind her, trembling. Deep in the forbidden area, on an ancient altar, there is an ancient bronze mirror, emitting a faint golden light. Is this the Tianji mirror? Chu Ran walked to the altar and looked at the bronze mirror carefully. Yes, Qin Yu said in a trembling voice. Chu Ran stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the Tianji mirror, but at this moment, something strange happened. The altar suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light, enveloping Chu Ran and Qin Yu. Action in Chapter 178, Ranha Flagship Store Exposed? Two screams rang out simultaneously, and then the white light disappeared. The altar was empty, and Chu Ran and Qin Yu also disappeared. What exactly happened? Where did Chu Ran and Qin Yu go? What secrets does the heavenly secret mirror hide? A white light engulfed Chu Ran and Qin Yu. After a dizzying moment, Chu Ran found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was no longer the eerie altar in the Qin family's forbidden grounds, but a valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. A rich spiritual energy filled the air, refreshing the soul. System, what's going on? Chu Ran was confused and quickly called the system. However, there was no response from the system. System? Chu Ran called out again, but still received no response. An ominous premonition came to my mind. Is there something wrong with the system? At this moment, a charming voice came from behind. Hey, isn't this our school beauty Chu Ran? How did you end up in a place like this? Chu Ran looked back and saw Qin Yu standing not far away with a playful smile on his face. Qin Yu? You're here too? Chu Ran was shocked. Could it be that she had also traveled through time? Yes, thanks to you, I also came to this wonderful place, Qin Yu said sarcastically. But it seems that your system seems to be ineffective. Chu Ran's face darkened. The system failure was not good news for her. What did you do? Chu Ran asked. I didn't do anything. Qin Yu shrugged. Maybe it's because of the heavenly secret mirror. It doesn't seem to like a cruel woman like you. Chu Ran cursed in her heart. This damn Qin Yu was really playing tricks on her. Stop pretending, Qin Yu, Chu Ran sneered. Do you think I don't know your true face? You have been using me all this time to get the heavenly secret mirror. Qin Yu no longer pretended. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. That's right, I'm using you, so what? Qin Yu sneered. You're just a chess piece of mine. Now your value is gone. Really? A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. It's still uncertain who will win. Chu Ran did not panic after losing the system. She still had her own cultivation, and she was not a lamb to be slaughtered. Ha ha ha, Chu Ran, you don't really think you can still be my opponent, do you? Qin Yu laughed wantonly. In this place, I am the master. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Qin Yu, far surpassing Chu Ran. What's going on? Chu Ran was shocked. How could Qin Yu's cultivation suddenly become so powerful? I forgot to tell you, Qin Yu said proudly. The heavenly secret mirror has recognized me as its master. I am now the master of the heavenly secret mirror. The heavenly secret mirror recognized its master? Chu Ran's heart sank. This was not good news. Qin Yu's strength increased dramatically after she possessed the Tianji mirror, and Chu Ran was no match for her at all. Chu Ran, do you have any last words now? Qin Yu approached Chu Ran step by step with a cruel smile on his face. Chu Ran took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Qin Yu, do you think you're sure to win? Chu Ran sneered. Don't forget, I'm a reborn being. I have countless trump cards. Oh? Really? I want to see what other cards you have, Qin Yu said disdainfully. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Chapter 179, Hundreds of Billions in One Night, the system opens 2 new areas. Then let me show you! Chu Ran suddenly stretched out her hand, and a ball of black flame burned fiercely in her palm. What is this? Qin Yu's face changed slightly. She had never seen this kind of fire. Hellfire, Chu Ran said coldly. This is the fire from hell, it can burn everything. Qin Yu was shocked. She could feel the terrifying power of the black flame. You actually. Qin Yu was a little incoherent. Now you are the one who should be afraid. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. Just as Chu Ran was about to launch an attack, a voice suddenly rang out in the valley. Stop! A man in white fell from the sky and landed between Chu Ran and Qin Yu. Who are you? Chu Ran and Qin Yu asked in unison. The man in white smiled slightly and said, I am Elder Tianji. The moment the white light engulfed everything, Chu Ran felt like she'd been thrown into a washing machine. The world spun around, and her internal organs churned together. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a large, carved bed, surrounded by curtains embroidered with golden phoenixes, a truly luxurious sight. Where am I? Chu Ran sat up with the help of the bed and looked around. This quaint room was obviously not anywhere she was familiar with. Host, you have traveled to the Tianyuan continent and become the Hashua princess of the great Chu dynasty. The system's cold voice sounded in her mind, interrupting her thoughts. Chu Ran was stunned. Time travel? A princess? Why did this plotline feel off? She clearly remembered being in the Qing family's forbidden area, trying to seize the heavenly secret mirror. Wait, where was the heavenly secret mirror? System, where is the heavenly secret mirror? Chu Ran asked hurriedly. The heavenly secret mirror has been bound to the host's soul, and the host can summon it at any time, the system replied. Chu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this journey through time was not in vain. Just as I was thinking, there was a sound of soft footsteps outside the door. A woman dressed as a palace maid walked in and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Highness, you are awake. Chu Ran nodded slightly and looked at the palace maid in front of him. The palace maid was pretty, but there was a shrewd look in her eyes, and she didn't look like a simple maid. Who are you? Chu Ran asked. I am your personal maid, my name is Chuer. Chuer answered with her head lowered. Chuer? Chu Ran repeated the name playfully. He felt that it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Princess, are you hungry? I have asked someone to prepare breakfast, Chuer said, and ordered other palace maids to put breakfast on the table. Chu Ran looked at the table full of delicacies, but she had no appetite at all. Her mind was full of the Tianji mirror and Qin Yu. Did that woman also travel with her? Chuer, do you know Qin Yu? Chu Ran asked tentatively. Chuer's face changed slightly, then returned to normal. She replied respectfully, I don't know who the Qin Yu is that your highness is talking about. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes. There was indeed something wrong with Chuer. When she heard Qin Yu's name, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Really? Chu Ran looked at Chuer with a half-smile. It seems you have a lot of secrets hidden from me. Chuer quickly knelt down and said tremblingly, Princess, please spare my life. I dare not do that. Chu Ran stood up, walked in front of Chuer, looked down at her, and said slowly, What I hate most is being lied to. If you don't want to die, you'd better tell me everything you know. Chapter 180 The Horror of Nanorobots. Chuer's face was pale, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She knew that she had no way out. Your Highness, I am actually... Chuer's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally almost inaudible. Chu Ran was getting impatient and was about to ask when suddenly there was a commotion outside the door and a shrill voice shouted, The Queen has arrived! Chu Ran frowned slightly. Queen? What was going on? As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful and elegant woman in a phoenix robe walked in, followed by a group of palace maids and eunuchs. They were very majestic and impressive. Mother! Chu Ran knelt slightly and saluted, but he was secretly alert in his heart. This queen had come with bad intentions. The queen looked Chu Ran up and down, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. She sneered and said, Oh, isn't this our Hashua princess? Why are you still sad about not being able to marry the crown prince? Chu Ran sneered in her heart. The queen gave her a show of power right from the start. It seemed that she had no good intentions. Your Majesty, you are joking. I have never thought of marrying the prince, Chu Ran answered calmly. Oh? Really? The queen raised an eyebrow, walked up to Chu Ran, reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. Then I'm curious, which wild man have you fallen for that dared to reject the crown prince's proposal? The queen's bright red nails dug deep into Chu Ran's skin, causing a stinging pain. Chu Ran endured the pain, looked at the queen coldly, and said word by word, Mother, please respect yourself. The queen was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected Chu Ran to dare to resist her. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she raised her hand to hit him. Elder Tianji? Chu Ran and Qin Yu were stunned. Who was this old man who suddenly appeared? How dare he meddle in their affairs? Old man Tianji had white hair and a youthful face, dressed in spotless white robes. He had the air of an immortal, a demeanor of a sage. He held a whisk in his hand and waved it gently, and an invisible force separated Chu Ran and Qin Yu. Young ladies, why are you so angry? Elder Tianji said with a smile. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. How about we just call it a day? Who do you think you are? Qin Yu said angrily. How dare you meddle in my business? Chu Ran was also displeased with the sudden appearance of the old man Tianji, but she also knew that the current situation was not favorable for her. Qin Yu had been recognized by the Tianji mirror, and his strength had skyrocketed. She was no match for Qin Yu at all. Haha, I have been in the Tianji mirror for tens of thousands of years, so I can be considered half the owner of this Tianji mirror. Old man Tianji stroked his beard and said with a smile. Tens of thousands of years? Chu Ran and Qin Yu were both surprised. This old man actually stayed in the Tianji mirror for so long? That's right. Elder Tianji nodded. This Tianji mirror is an ancient artifact, possessing incredible power. Unfortunately, it has never found a suitable owner, so it has remained dormant for tens of thousands of years. Now, it has finally found its owner, Qin Yu said proudly. And that's me. Elder Tianji shook his head and said, Girl, you are wrong. The Tianji mirror chose you only because your bloodline is compatible with it, but this does not mean that you are its true master. What do you mean? Qin Yu's face changed. The true owner of the Tianji mirror must possess sufficiently powerful strength and a pure heart, said Elder Tianji, and you clearly do not possess these qualities. Chapter 181 Terrifying Power. Bullshit, Qin Yu said angrily. I am the owner of the heavenly secret mirror now. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you question me? Old man Tianji was not angry, and continued to smile and said, Girl, if you don't believe me, you can try to see if you can fully control the power of the Tianji mirror. Qin Yu snorted coldly and urged the power of the heavenly secret mirror, wanting to prove herself. However, no matter how hard she tried, the heavenly secret mirror did not respond. What's going on? Qin Yu was shocked. Could it be that what the old man said was true? Haha, girl, do you understand now? Old man Tianji said with a smile. You are only the temporary host of the Tianji mirror, not the real owner. Qin Yu's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the Tianji mirror she had worked so hard to obtain was just an empty shell. Old man, what on earth do you want to do? Qin Yu said angrily. I just want to stop a pointless fight, said the old man Tianji. Ladies, how about we just stop here? Chu Ran's heart moved. This old man Tianji didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Perhaps he could use him to deal with Qin Yu. Okay, Chu Ran said. I promise you. You. Qin Yu glared at Chu Ran. You actually cooperated with this old guy? Haha, Qin Yu, do you think you can still be my opponent? Chu Ran sneered. Now, what trump card do you have? Qin Yu gritted her teeth, feeling unwilling. But she knew that the current situation was not favorable for her, and if she continued to pester him, she would probably suffer. Okay, I promise you, Qin Yu said. But I have one condition. What are the conditions? Chu Ran asked. I want you to hand over the hellfire, Qin Yu said. As long as you hand over the hellfire, I will let you go. Hellfire? Chu Ran sneered in his heart. Qin Yu was really greedy. Hellfire was her biggest trump card. How could she give it away so easily? Impossible, Chu Ran said. The hellfire is mine, no one can take it away. Then don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yu roared and once again activated the power of the Tianji mirror. However, at this moment, the Tianji mirror suddenly made a buzzing sound, and a dazzling light shot out from the mirror, enveloping Qin Yu. Ah! Qin Yu let out a scream and his body began to tremble violently. What's going on? Chu Ran was shocked. What on earth happened to this Tianji mirror? Elder Tianji shook his head and said, The Tianji mirror is purifying her mind and removing the impurities from her body. Purify the mind? Chu Ran was stunned. This Tianji mirror has such a function? Qin Yu's screams grew fainter and fainter, until they vanished completely. The dazzling light gradually faded, revealing Qin Yu's figure. Qin Yu was completely different at this moment. Her hostility and viciousness had completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. What's wrong with me? Qinyu asked in confusion. Your mind has been purified by the Tianji mirror, said Elder Tianji. From now on, you will become a brand new person. Qinyu was stunned for a moment, then looked down at his hands, his eyes full of disbelief. I feel like I'm reborn, Qinyu murmured to himself. Qinyu's eyes were filled with confusion, as pure as a newborn baby, and all the cruelty and calculations she had before were gone. Chapter 182. In 3 days, $500 billion were raked in. He slowly looked around, and finally stopped his gaze on Chu Ran, with a hint of curiosity, a hint of doubt, and a hint of shyness. Chu Ran felt uncomfortable under this look. Was this still the ruthless Qinyu? The transformation was too great, it was like a completely different person. Old man Tianji stroked his beard and said with a smile, Miss Qinyu, you have been reborn. The past is like a cloud of smoke. There is no need to cling to it. Qinyu tilted his head, like a curious baby. Grandpa, who are you? Who am I? Where is this place? Chu Ran almost vomited blood. The purification effect of this Tianji mirror was too strong. It could directly turn people into idiots? Old man Tianji was not annoyed and patiently explained. I am Old man Tianji, your name is Qinyu, and this is... Before Elder Tianji could finish, Qinyu suddenly pointed at Chu Ran and said, I know who he is! He is Chu Ran! My! Qinyu's face turned red, and she couldn't explain it for a long time. Chu Ran's heart stirred, and a bold idea came to his mind. He stepped forward, held Qinyu's hand affectionately, and said softly, You finally remembered me! I'm your fiancé! Qinyu looked at him blankly, her eyes full of confusion, but she did not reject his touch. Fiancé? Qinyu muttered to herself, as if trying hard to recall something. Old man Tianji was stunned watching from the side. This kid was so shameless to take advantage of others in distress. Chu Ran ignored the gaze of the old man Tianji and continued to speak affectionately. Do you still remember? We were childhood sweethearts, two innocent people, and we once promised to grow old together. As Chu Ran spoke, he secretly observed Qinyu's reaction. Seeing that she did not refute him, he became bolder and more adept at making up stories. We once ran together in the sea of flowers, made wishes together under the starry sky, and together. Chu Ran vividly described their beautiful past, occasionally adding some intimate actions, such as touching Qinyu's cheek, hugging her shoulders, etc. Qinyu's eyes gradually became blurred, as if she had really returned to those imaginary scenes. She snuggled in Chu Ran's arms, feeling the warmth from his body, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in her heart. Old man Tianji was staring blankly at the side. This kid is simply a monster. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly raised her head, looked into Chu Ran's eyes, and asked seriously, Did we really do those things? Chu Ran's heart tightened, knowing that this was a critical moment, so he nodded without hesitation. Of course. How could I lie to you? Qinyu's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, but she finally chose to believe Chu Ran. She nodded gently and said softly, I believe you. Chu Ran was secretly happy it worked. He was about to take it a step further when suddenly, Qinyu's stomach made a gurgling sound. Qinyu's face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head shyly. Seeing this, Chu Ran laughed in his heart. This contrast is so cute. Are you hungry? Chu Ran asked gently. Qinyu nodded gently. What do you want to eat? I'll find it for you. Qinyu thought for a moment and said, I want to eat candied haws. Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. Candied haws? Is there such a thing in this world? Chapter 183, Extracting 2 Super Advanced Technologies at the Same Time? Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intelligent quantum computing and communication network. Intelligent quantum computing and communication networks exploit the properties of quantum mechanics to enable efficient and secure computing and communication. Through quantum entanglement and quantum state transmission, these networks enable instantaneous, globally distributed information transmission and are virtually unhackable. Daily life applications. Quantum computers will greatly increase computing speed, making complex data analysis and simulations a breeze. People can process large amounts of information more quickly, improving work efficiency. In terms of secure communications, quantum encryption technology makes communications impossible to decipher, protecting personal privacy and business secrets. Whether it's online payments, social media interactions, or internal government communications, they can all be made more secure and reliable. Military application, strategic decision-making. Quantum computers can process massive amounts of military data, provide commanders with accurate analysis and predictions, and help formulate more effective strategies. Information warfare. Intelligent quantum communication networks can ensure the absolute security of military communications, preventing the enemy from stealing or interfering with important information. At the same time, utilizing the properties of quantum entanglement can enable instant global command and coordinated operations. After hearing the system's introduction, Chu Ran's excitement rose again. Damn, I am now having a headache about the huge amount of complicated work in the future informationized army. I didn't expect that such a big golden finger would appear. If combined with Xingyuan instantaneous communication, CJJ's army will be able to seize the initiative in future wars. Cool, so cool. Chu Ran is already very happy that you have such a system. Come on, system brother, continue to draw the second technology. If I had drawn the lottery twice before, one of them would definitely fail, resulting in a weapon. Well, since I got such awesome network technology the first time, I wouldn't mind if you gave me 2 pieces of super time and space weapons next time. In fact, Chu Ran is not a guy who doesn't mind, but he is just thick-skinned. Because he knows that the arms system has been upgraded. It has been upgraded to a terrifying level, and all the weapons that appear in it are future tech weapons. Any one of them would drive the armies of this world crazy. So Chu Ran shamelessly said that it would be okay if he was given 2 future weapons as compensation this time. As Chu Ran finished speaking, the system continued to draw the lottery in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-efficiency biosynthesis technology. When Chu Ran heard the word congratulations, he was a little disappointed. But when Chu Ran heard the words, high-efficiency biosynthesis technology, his eyes widened instantly. Wait, biosynthetic technology, does this allow me to contribute to the field of medicine? Chu Ran was not in a hurry, but watched the system's introduction to high-efficiency biosynthesis technology. High-efficiency biosynthesis technology can rapidly synthesize a variety of complex biomaterials and products using gene editing, cell culture, and bioengineering techniques. This technology has applications not only in medicine, agriculture, and environmental protection, but also in the military. Daily life applications. Customized medicine. Biosynthesis technology can be used to produce personalized medicines and medical implants, improving treatment outcomes and patients' quality of life. Environmentally friendly materials. Biosynthesis technology can be used to create biodegradable, environmentally friendly materials that replace traditional plastics and chemicals, reducing environmental pollution. Military applications. Biological weapon defense. High-efficiency biosynthesis technology can rapidly produce specific antibodies and drugs to defend against biological weapons attacks. Bioengineered soldiers. Through gene editing and bioengineering, soldiers with special abilities, such as increased physical strength, faster reaction times, or improved adaptability, can be trained. Bioreconnaissance. Biodetectors manufactured using biosynthesis technology can efficiently detect harmful substances or enemy biological weapons in the environment, improving battlefield safety. Damn it, Chu Ran got so excited that he started swearing in the conference room. Jack, who was speaking, looked at Chu Ran stupidly, thinking that his plan was too bad and that Chu Ran started swearing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Poor Jack hastily bowed his head and apologized. Chu Ran coughed and said, No, it's okay. I just thought of something. It has nothing to do with you. Please continue with your plan. Hearing this, Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, as long as you didn't say anything about me. Jack continued to talk about his plan, while Chu Ran was looking at this efficient biosynthesis technology with great excitement. Not only can he make great contributions in the medical field, but he can also create super soldiers in the military? This is fucking awesome, really awesome. I just thought that quantum computing and communication networks were awesome, but now it seems like nothing. Soon, Chu Ran made a decision. Quantum computing communication network, this technology must be handed over to CJJ to strengthen their information forces. Chapter 184 Laser weapons appear and are about to be tested. Just as he was wondering, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Triggering mission, by Candide Hawes for Qin Yu. Mission reward unknown. Chu Ran immediately became excited. It seemed that this Candide Hawes was really promising. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Chu Ran rubbed Qin Yu's hair, turned around and walked down the mountain. Old man Tianji looked at Chu Ran's departing back and shook his head helplessly. This kid is really a worrying guy. As Chu Ran walked, he wondered where to get Candide Hawes. In this imaginary world, he was completely unfamiliar with the place, and there wasn't even a small shop. Where could he find Candide Hawes? Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly saw a small stall in front of him, which was filled with all kinds of Candide Hawes. Chu Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. What a coincidence! He quickly walked to the stall and was about to ask, but suddenly found that the stall owner was actually. Chu Ran walked to the stall and took a closer look. The stall owner was none other than the old man Tianji who had been kicked away by him before. At this moment, how could the old man Tianji still look like an immortal? He was dressed in a coarse linen shirt, a dirty turban on his head, and a layer of soot on his face, looking like a beggar fleeing from disaster. When he saw Chu Ran, old man Tianji was stunned at first, then his face changed drastically, and he turned around and wanted to run away. Old man, why are you running? I won't eat you. Chu Ran grabbed old man Tianji by the collar and said with a smile. Old man Tianji said with a sad face, Little ancestor, please let me go. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. My whole family depends on me selling Candide Hawes to support them. Chu Ran curled his lips and said, Don't try to play tricks on me. You're an old monster who's lived for hundreds of years. Why are you pretending to be pitiful to me? Elder Tianji smiled awkwardly and said, My dear little ancestor, you have a keen eye and saw through my disguise at a glance. In fact, I am a reclusive master. The reason I sell Candide Hawes here is to experience the sufferings of the world and hone my character. All right, stop talking nonsense. Chu Ran interrupted him impatiently. How much are the Candide Hawes? Old man Tianji held up 5 fingers and said, 5 taels of silver for a string. 5 taels? Chu Ran's eyes widened. Why don't you just go and rob it? Elder Tianji said with a look of grievance. My dear little ancestor, this is a Candide Hawes made from 1,000-year-old rock sugar and 10,000-year-old hawthorn. Eating it can prolong your life, beautify your complexion, and even enhance your power. I don't trust you. Chu Ran rolled his eyes. I'll give you 5 cents at most. When old man Tianji heard this, he immediately jumped up and pointed at Chu Ran and cursed. You are too cruel. You want to buy my Candide Hawes for 5 cents? You are insulting my personality. Insulting my work. Insulting my 3 cents. Chu Ran bargained mercilessly. Deal. Old man Tianji's expression changed immediately, and he handed Chu Ran a string of Candide Hawes with a smile. Little ancestor, enjoy. Chu Ran took the Candide Hawes and turned away. Hey, little ancestor, you haven't paid yet. Old man Tianji shouted hurriedly. Chu Ran said without turning his head. Next time for sure. Old man Tianji was so angry that he was fuming, but he could do nothing. Chu Ran returned to Qin Yu with the Candide Hawes and handed it to her like a treasure. This is the Candide Hawes you asked for. Chapter 185 How Terrifying. Qin Yu took the Candide Hawes, smiled sweetly, and revealed 2 cute dimples. She took a light bite, and the sour and sweet taste of the Candide Hawes spread in her mouth, making her feel extremely satisfied. Is it delicious? Chu Ran asked gently. Qin Yu nodded, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Delicious. Chu Ran looked at her satisfied expression and felt a warmth in his heart. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, by Candide Hawes for Qin Yu. Mission reward, Elder Tianji's lifelong cultivation. Chu Ran was stunned. Elder Tianji's lifelong cultivation? This was a great gift. He hurriedly looked towards old man Tianji, but found that he had disappeared. Chu Ran was secretly delighted. It seemed that this old man was quite sensible. He was about to absorb Elder Tianji's cultivation when suddenly, Qin Yu's body began to emit a dazzling light, The light faded and Yu disappeared. Chu Ran stood there in a daze, and the candied halls fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. "You're!" Chu Ran screamed, his voice full of fear and despair. "Ha!" A sharp and piercing laugh suddenly rang out, making Chu Ran's eardrums hurt. Chu Ran looked in the direction of the voice and saw a mysterious man in a black robe and a black hat appear out of thin air. The mysterious man slowly took off his hat, revealing a face as pale as paper with a sinister smile on his face. "Who are you?" Chu Ran asked warily. "It doesn't matter who I am," the mysterious man said sinisterly. "What matters is that I have taken the woman you love away from me." "What did you do to her?" Chu Ran roared, clenching his fists and digging his nails deep into the flesh. "Don't worry, she's fine now," the mysterious man said lightly. "I just took her to a place where you will never find her." "What do you want to do?" Chu Ran asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. "What do I want to do?" The mysterious man suddenly burst into laughter. "I want you to experience the pain of losing your beloved. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death." "You!" Chu Ran was furious and was about to rush forward to fight, but was knocked away by the mysterious man with a palm and fell heavily to the ground. "You're overestimating yourself," the mysterious man snorted coldly. "You think you can fight me?" Chu Ran struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of indomitable fighting spirit. "I don't care who you are, I will find you and tear you into pieces." The mysterious man laughed heartily and said, "Then it depends on whether you have the ability." After saying that, the mysterious man disappeared without a trace. Chu Ran sat dejectedly on the ground, his heart filled with grief and despair. Where are you? I will definitely find you." Chu Ran swore silently in his heart. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. "Ding! Triggering hidden mission, rescue Yu. Mission reward unknown." Chu Ran suddenly raised his head, and the fire of hope rekindled in his eyes. "Wait for me, I will definitely rescue you." Following the system prompts, Chu Ran came to a place called Lost Forest. The Lost Forest, as the name suggests, is a forest where it is easy to get lost. The forest is full of all kinds of rare and exotic animals, as well as many powerful demons and monsters. Chu Ran carefully shuttled through the forest, cutting through thorns and thorns along the way, killing countless monsters. Chapter 186. My goal is. A few days later, Chu Ran finally arrived deep in the forest. Deep in the forest, there is an ancient altar. There are many mysterious runes carved on the altar. Chu Ran walked to the altar and carefully observed the runes on it. Suddenly, the runes on the altar began to flicker, emitting a dazzling light. The light faded, and a woman in a white dress and a white veil appeared on the altar. The woman slowly took off her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. "You're!" Chu Ran shouted in surprise. "Chu Ran!" Yu also saw Chu Ran, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they were going to melt each other. I'm so glad that you're okay," Chu Ran said excitedly. "Chu Ran, I miss you so much," Yu said with a sob. "I miss you too." Chu Ran gently stroked Yu's hair. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Your good days are over." Chu Ran and Yu turned around at the same time, only to see the mysterious man appear again. The mysterious man had a gloomy face and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "I didn't expect you to actually find this place," the mysterious man said coldly. "What did you do to Yu?" Chu Ran roared. "What did I do to her?" The mysterious man smiled strangely. "I turned her into my puppet." After saying that, the mysterious man snapped his fingers. Yu's eyes suddenly became empty and his body began to move uncontrollably. She slowly raised the dagger in her hand and pointed it at her heart. As the dazzling light gradually faded, Yu's figure underwent a dramatic transformation. Her once petite frame became taller and more slender, her delicate features more sharply defined, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded down to her waist. Most shockingly, her original feminine features vanished, replaced by a masculine aura. Chu Ran stared at the changes before his eyes in amazement, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. What was going on? Chinyu turned into a man? You or you? Chu Ran pointed at Chinyu, but didn't know what to say. Chinyu looked down at his body, a complicated expression on his face. He coughed lightly and said, Chu Ran, I should be called Chinyu now. Her voice was deep and rich, completely lacking the sweetness she had before. Chu Ran was stunned for a long moment before reacting. Chinyu, are you really Chinyu? Chinyu nodded and said, I am Chinyu, also Chinyu. My true identity is the young master of the ancient divine clan, the Tianfeng clan. For some reason, my soul was sealed in a woman's body. Now, the seal is lifted, and I have restored my male body. Chu Ran felt his brain was running out of ideas. Ancient gods? The celestial phoenix? What on earth was this all about? He felt like he'd fallen into a giant maze, unable to find his way out. Then you will. Chu Ran was a little at a loss. Chinyu walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, Don't worry, I'm still me. No matter whether I'm a man or a woman, my feelings for you won't change. Hearing this, Chu Ran felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that Chinyu's feelings hadn't changed, but sad that there seemed to be an extra layer of distance between them. The system's voice rang out in Chu Ran's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Help Chinyu revive the Tianfeng clan. Mission reward: the Tianfeng clan's most precious treasure, the Nirvana Divine Fire. Chapter 187. The situation at home. Mom and Dad are so happy. Chu Ran was delighted. Nirvana Fire? This is a legendary divine object. He was about to ask the system how to complete the task when suddenly, a noisy sound of footsteps came from the distance. A group of men in black clothes walked towards them aggressively. The leading man was tall, with a stern face and a murderous look in his eyes. He walked up to Chu Ran and Chinyu and said coldly, Chinyu, you finally showed up. We have been ordered to capture you and bring you back to the tribe for trial. Chinyu's face darkened and he said, Are you shadow guards? The man in black nodded and said, That's right. Young master, surrender, or we won't have to take action. Chinyu sneered and said, You think you can capture me with just a bunch of you little idiots? You're just dreaming. How dare you? The man in black shouted angrily. How dare you disrespect the shadow guards? So what if I'm a shadow guard? I'm the young master of the Tianfeng clan. How dare you commit treason? Chinyu fought back without showing any weakness. A cold glint flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes, and he said, If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the shadow guards behind him immediately surrounded Chu Ran and Chinyu. A war is about to break out. Chu Ran looked at the shadow guards around him who were watching with eager eyes, and thought to himself, This is getting serious. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly leaned close to Chu Ran's ear and whispered, Chu Ran, I'll hold them back for a while, and you find a chance to escape. Chu Ran was stunned and said, What about you? Chinyu smiled slightly and said, I have my own way to get out of this. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chu Ran wanted to say something, but was pushed away by Chinyu. Go! Chinyu shouted, then turned around and faced the shadow guard. Chu Ran looked at Chinyu's back, his heart filled with worry. He didn't know how Chinyu could escape, but he knew that he couldn't stay here and hold him back. He gritted his teeth, turned around and ran into the depths of the forest. Just after Chu Ran left, Chinyu showed a strange smile on his face. He slowly raised his right hand, and a blazing golden flame appeared in his palm. Nirvana Divine Fire! Chinyu muttered to himself. Let me show you its power! The golden flame swirled in Chinyu's hands, like a dormant fire dragon, emitting a suffocating pressure. The shadow guards retreated one after another, their eyes filled with fear. Nirvana Divine Fire? How is this possible? The man in black exclaimed. He never thought that the legendary divine object would appear in Chinyu's hands. Chinyu sneered. Are you scared now? It's too late. Before he could finish his words, the golden flames transformed into a roaring dragon, charging towards the shadow guards. Wherever the dragon passed, trees were reduced to ash, and the ground was charred black. The shadow guards scrambled to avoid the flames, but many were still engulfed by the flames, letting out shrill screams. Chu Ran hid in the depths of the dense forest, listening to the screams in the distance, his heart filled with uneasiness. He didn't know what Qin Yu had done, but he knew that Qin Yu must be in danger. He gritted his teeth and decided to go back and take a look. When he returned to his previous location, the battle was over. The scene was in shambles, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. Shadow guards were dead or wounded, and the man in black lay on the ground, dying. Qin Yu stood in the ruins. His clothes were burned to tatters and his hair was a little messy, but his eyes were unusually bright, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Chapter 188 Xing Yuan instant link is released. Eyes spread all over the world. Seeing Chu Ran coming back, Qin Yu showed a smile on his face. You are back. Chu Ran ran over and asked anxiously. Are you okay? Qin Yu shook his head. It's okay, I just consumed some spiritual energy. Chu Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief, then asked. Those shadow guards? It's all resolved, Qin Yu said lightly, as if what happened just now was just a trivial matter. Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu, his heart filled with shock. He had never expected that Qin Yu would be so powerful. System prompt: Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Help Qin Yu take the first step in reviving the Tianfeng clan. Reward: Tianfeng clan secret technique Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Chu Ran was delighted. Phoenix dancing in the sky? This was one of the most powerful attacking secrets of the Sky Phoenix clan. He was just about to study this secret technique carefully when suddenly, Qin Yu's body shook and then he fell to the ground. Qin Yu! Chu Ran hurriedly supported him and found that he was pale and his breath was weak. What's wrong with you? Chu Ran asked anxiously. Qin Yu said weakly. The backlash of the Nirvana Divine Fire. I can't hold on any longer. Chu Ran then remembered that although the Nirvana Divine Fire was powerful, using it would also come at a huge price. Don't be afraid, I will save you, Chu Ran said, and then began to check Qin Yu's injuries. He discovered that there was a violent energy raging in Qin Yu's body, destroying his body. Damn it! What should I do? Chu Ran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. It has been detected that the host has the blood of the Tianfeng clan. He can practice dual cultivation with Qin Yu and help him suppress the backlash of the Nirvana Divine Fire. Dual cultivation? Chu Ran was stunned for a moment, and then his expression turned strange. He looked at the unconscious Qin Yu, then looked at himself, and couldn't help feeling a little hesitant. Although he and Qin Yu are good brothers, isn't dual cultivation a bit too much? System prompt: Dual cultivation is a practice of the Tianfeng clan, and there is no distinction between men and women. Host, don't worry too much. After hearing the system's explanation, Chu Ran felt a little relieved. Okay, let's fight to save Qin Yu. Chu Ran gritted his teeth and began to practice dual cultivation according to the steps prompted by the system. He sat cross-legged behind Qin Yu, placed his hands on his back, and slowly circulated the spiritual power in his body. As the spiritual power circulated, a warm current flowed from Chu Ran's palm into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's body trembled slightly, and then his face gradually returned to its rosy color. Chu Ran was delighted. It seemed that dual cultivation was really effective. He continued to increase the output of spiritual power, and streams of warm currents continued to flow into Qin Yu's body. Gradually, the violent energy in Qin Yu's body began to calm down, and his breathing became steady. At this moment, something strange happened. A powerful suction force came from Qin Yu's body, sucking away Chu Ran's spiritual power frantically. Chu Ran suddenly felt weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. Qin Yu! What are you doing? Chu Ran asked in horror. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a red light flashed in his eyes, and then he showed an evil smile. Hee. Thank you for helping me suppress the Nirvana Divine Fire. Backlash, now your power is mine. Chu Ran felt that his spiritual power was pouring into Qin Yu's body like a flood, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without any response. Instead, he was sucked in by a more powerful force and could not stop. Chapter 189, Ran He's prestige. Will his alma mater, the University of Finance and Economics, become a prestigious school? It was the third day after Chu Ran returned to China when he received video calls from several bosses who were in a meeting in Yanjing that day. Several people curiously asked Chu Ran about the cooperation on self-healing material technology, because the other bosses are now all showing off their skills. However, after all their efforts, they only managed to obtain a small amount of materials, and it might be difficult to report to their superiors when the time comes. Chu Ran pretended to be helpless and told them that he had asked many people for help and even went to the border of CJJ 2 days ago to inquire about the news. But in the end, we only got a small amount of goods, and we definitely wouldn't be able to deliver the goods on time. Hearing that Chu Ran had not finished, everyone else felt relieved. For them, as long as Chu Ran couldn't complete it, it would be even more impossible for ordinary people like them to complete it. Looking across the whole of China, which company can make as much money as Ranha? If money can't build a road, what else can we do? During this call, Chu Ran learned that Chen Liang from Guangwei and Lao Zhen from the Ninth Era were getting worse and worse. Their other industries can use money to purchase these self-healing materials, but the performance of these two companies has plummeted, so it is impossible to use money to support them. The two companies brought together their strongest scientific teams to research new self-healing materials. Unfortunately, almost a week has passed and there has still been no progress with the last two companies. Moreover, the industries of these two companies have been increasingly squeezed by Ranha. Now the factory is about to close. Several bosses were lamenting that the two did not listen to Chu Ran carefully at the beginning. If they had agreed to the acquisition a week ago, perhaps their company would not have reached this point. But now, a week later, a shocking reversal has occurred. These companies are getting worse day by day. If they had been acquired earlier, the current situation would definitely not have happened. Chu Ran didn't say much about this, because he had given them a chance, and now these people didn't cherish it, so he couldn't blame himself. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ran took Fang Shia to Ranha headquarters. Fang Shia told him that Ranha's international influence has been growing recently. Many foreign manufacturers want to cooperate with Ranha, but unfortunately, Ranha has never paid any attention to them. Since Ranha began to rise, countless foreign companies have set their sights on this piece of fat meat. But for Chu Ran, it is impossible to give Ranha's current technology to foreign countries, and even the exported products are very limited. This has led to a very trendy trend in society. In the past, people looked to foreign countries for cars, but now they look to China for cars. The core energy battery of Ranha car has become what countless manufacturers dream of. Rumor has it that many foreign companies have spent huge sums of money to imitate it. It's a pity that Ranha's core energy battery is completely beyond their ability to imitate. Many companies have been researching for half a year, but in the end all their efforts have come to nothing. Later, many technical personnel were sent from abroad to study in China. Finally, after spending money to buy a place in Ranha, they found that Ranha's core energy battery was still beyond their reach. Due to the lack of technical personnel, many countries began to send large numbers of international students to China, hoping to learn Ranha's technology. Therefore, over the past year, the number of international students in major Chinese universities has been increasing. In particular, Tianhai University of Finance and Economics, where Chu Ran studied, is a school that countless people dream of attending. It can be said that the current Tianhai University of Finance and Economics is probably more famous than Tsinghua University and Peking University in China. Ranha's rise not only gave the Chinese people a strong sense of pride, but also unknowingly increased Chu Ran's fame. After hearing these little news about Fang Shia, Chu Ran smiled helplessly. I just want to be a secretly rising arms dealer, but I don't want to be a role model for the whole country. But it seems that the situation is becoming increasingly out of control. Since that was the case, Chu Ran didn't think too much about it. He just had to do his current job well. Ranha is now developing very rapidly. In just 1 year, it has covered more than 80% of the national automobile market. Nowadays, if you don't have a Ranha car at home, you would be embarrassed to chat with others. After Chu Ran and Fang Shia arrived at the company, they held a brief meeting. In fact, it's just about listening to the company's recent situation. But what made Chu Ran a little happy was that he saw Fang Shia's excellent performance. Not only does this girl hold a high position in the company, but she can also smoothly explain the situation of each branch. It can be seen that after this period of understanding and training, Fang Shia has become more and more like a boss lady. After the meeting, Fang Shia and Chu Ran also came to the lounge. I recently discovered an encrypted network called Xingyuan Instantaneous Connection. I think our company might need something like this. If we could integrate it into the vehicle's navigation system, it would be a real highlight for our car. Hearing Fang Shia's idea, Chu Ran nodded in agreement. He had not expected this. Talk to the finance darling, and then buy a few sets to try out first. If there's no problem, you can buy a large batch. There is no other way. I have to use my own money to buy my own things, and I can't tell my wife. This feeling is so awkward. After staying at Ranha Company for a while, Chu Ran and Fang Shia went to school again. When several roommates heard that Chu Ran had returned, they all waited in the dormitory for a long time. Everyone sat around the small table drinking beer and chatting, and at this moment Chu Ran's nerves finally relaxed after a long time. While Chu Ran was drinking with a few roommates, Jack also sent Chu Ran a text message. Chapter 190: The World's Most Watched Xingyuan Instant Connection. He was horrified to find that Qin Yu's originally pale face was now abnormally flushed, and even had a strange black color. Qin Yu! What's wrong with you? Chu Ran's voice became weak due to the loss of spiritual power. He wanted to withdraw his hands, but found that his hands seemed to be stuck on Qin Yu's back and he couldn't move at all. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His originally clear and bright pupils were now filled with a bloodthirsty crimson. A devilish smile curved his lips. Hee hee. The blood of the Tiafeng clan is indeed delicious. Chu Ran's heart sank, and a chill ran from his feet to his head. He then realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Qin Yu suddenly flipped over and pressed Chu Ran under him, staring at him with his scarlet eyes, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Stop struggling! Your strength and your bloodline will all be mine! Chu Ran struggled hard, but found himself unable to move, and his spiritual energy was still being sucked away by Qin Yu. He felt like a flying insect caught in a spider web, and could only watch helplessly as he was slowly devoured. System! What on earth is going on? Chu Ran shouted anxiously in his heart. Host, the backlash of the Nirvana divine fire has eroded Qin Yu's mind, and he has now lost his sanity. The system's cold voice sounded, but did not provide any solution at all. Then what should I do? Am I going to be sucked dry by him? Chu Ran asked in despair. Host, you can try to use the secret technique of the Sky Phoenix clan. Phoenix dances in the sky. The system's voice remained calm. Phoenix dances in the sky? Chu Ran gave a bitter laugh. His spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and even moving a finger was difficult. How could he possibly perform such a powerful secret technique as Phoenix dances in the sky? Looks like I have no choice but to fight. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, mobilized the last bit of spiritual power in his body, and began to practice the Fengwujiotian mental method. A faint golden flame surged out of Chu Ran's body and slowly flowed around him. Qin Yu seemed to have noticed something. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he revealed an even more greedy look. Oh? The secret technique of the Tianfeng clan? It seems that you still have many secrets. He increased the speed of absorbing Chu Ran's spiritual power, wanting to take this power for himself. Chu Ran's body was shaking violently, and his meridians felt as if they were torn apart, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered, constantly urging the Fengwujiotian mental method. The golden flames grew stronger and stronger, gradually converging into a huge phoenix shadow, wrapping Chu Ran in it. Qin Yu was startled by this sudden change and quickly let go of Chu Ran and stepped back. The phoenix shadow let out a crisp cry, spread its wings, and countless golden flames turned into sharp arrows, shooting towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face changed drastically and he dodged quickly, but the golden flame was too fast and he couldn't avoid it completely. Ah! With a scream, Qin Yu was hit by the golden flame and immediately a raging fire broke out. Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu, who was engulfed by flames, but there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he was full of worry and doubt. Is this really Qin Yu? Or has the backlash of the Nirvana divine fire completely controlled him, turning him into someone else? At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the burning flames. The figure was shrouded in black flames and his face could not be seen clearly, but Chu Ran could feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Chapter 191: The Last Chance to Acquire. Haha! I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. The figure laughed coldly. But this is far from enough. The black flame suddenly surged, completely engulfing the golden phoenix shadow, and then swept towards Chu Ran. Chu Ran's face was pale, and he no longer had any strength to withstand this terrifying flame. Am I going to die here? At this critical moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Stop! A white light flashed, and the black flames were instantly defeated. A woman in white appeared in front of Chu Ran, blocking the black figure. Who are you? The figure asked in a cold tone. The woman in white did not answer, but just looked at him coldly, her eyes full of hostility. Haha! Interesting. The figure suddenly laughed. Looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch today. Chu Ran felt like a fallen leaf, mercilessly swept up by a storm of black flames, flung into the air, and then slammed heavily to the ground. As his consciousness blurred, he heard the cold voice of the woman in white, as icy as ice. You are so arrogant! How dare you touch the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix? The black figure sneered disdainfully. Heavenly Phoenix bloodline? It's nothing but a lamb to be slaughtered. Once I absorb his power, I'll be able to break through this damned seal and return to my peak. Chu Ran's heart sank. Was he really going to become the nourishment of this mysterious shadow? He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, the system's cold voice rang in his mind. Detected that the host's life is in danger, activate the emergency plan soul tracing. A severe feeling of dizziness came over Chu Ran, and he felt that his soul was being pulled by a powerful force, rapidly traveling through time and space and returning to the past. Chu Ran! Wake up! A familiar voice woke him from his coma. Chu Ran opened his eyes and found himself lying on a soft grass. Qin Yu's anxious face came into view. Qin Yu? I'm still alive. Chu Ran couldn't believe it. Of course he's alive! You suddenly fainted just now and scared me to death. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and helped him sit up. Chu Ran looked around and found that this was where they had practiced before. System, what's going on? I clearly remember. Host, your mind has been corroded by the backlash of the Nirvana Divine Fire, resulting in a brief loss of control. I have activated soul retracing and sent your soul back to a previous point in time, the system explained. That is to say, I was reborn. Chu Ran felt ecstatic. You can say that. The system's voice remained calm. Haha! That's great! I must change my destiny this time. Chu Ran clenched his fists excitedly. Qin Yu looked at him doubtfully. Chu Ran, are you okay? What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Ran then realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly covered it up. Nothing, just a nightmare. Oh. Qin Yu didn't think much about it. Since you are fine, let's continue practicing. Chu Ran nodded, but was secretly thinking about his next plan in his mind. Since the Nirvana Divine Fire is so dangerous, Qin Yu must never be allowed to come into contact with it again. Qin Yu, I suddenly remembered something, Chu Ran said casually. My master once said that although the Nirvana Divine Fire is powerful, it also has great hidden dangers. If it is not controlled well, it is easy to go crazy. Qin Yu frowned. Really? Why didn't my master tell me? Maybe your master forgot to tell you, Chu Ran said nonsense seriously. In any case, it's better for us to be careful. Chapter 192, Start Attacking Biosynthesis Technology. At night, inside the Chu family villa, several doctors with various instruments performed first aid and simple examinations on the old lady. Everyone was very worried because the old lady was old and had always been ill. It is really worrying that he suddenly fell into a coma. After the attending physician came out, he briefly talked to everyone about the situation. The condition has basically stabilized. Let the elderly man recuperate at home. However, based on my observation, surgery is not recommended for the time being. Because he is too old, if surgery is performed, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to get off the operating table. Hearing this, Fang Shia and her mother both felt like crying. Chu Ran's parents were also very sad. Chu Ran asked, Is there no good technology abroad? Unfortunately, at the moment there isn't. The doctor's answer made Chu Ran nod slightly. But Chu Ran was not sad at this time, because the fact that there was no solution in the world did not mean that he did not have it in his hands. Isn't the biosynthesis technology that I extracted from the system a few days ago the best example? After seeing the doctor off, everyone returned home. Chu Ran, you have to think of a solution. The old lady's life is too hard. She finally has such a chance to enjoy happiness, but now it has become like this. Chu Ran's mother also said something to Chu Ran very sadly at this time. These days, living together as a family has become a habit. My mom and her family also got along well with Fang Shia's family and learned a lot about them. Now that I suddenly see this situation, I feel really sad. Fang Shia was also looking at Chu Ran at this time. Although he knew that Chu Ran had no other options, because the doctor who came tonight was already the best in the industry, and since the other party said there was no other way, then there really was nothing he could do. But Fang Shia was still a little unwilling. Just like Chu Ran's mother said, Grandma had just started a happy life, and no one wanted to see her leave like this. Sister, don't put too much pressure on Chu Ran. He has tried his best. The old lady's health is just like that. It's good that she can make it this far. At this moment, Fang Shia's mother spoke. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel uncomfortable again. Because Fang Shia's mother is indeed a very rational woman. At this time, she was able to stand up and say this because she really didn't want to cause trouble for Chu Ran. However, Chu Ran smiled and said, "Don't worry, there is still hope. There will definitely be hope." After saying this, Chu Ran turned to Fang Shia and said, "The acquisition of Guangwei and Nai Times is almost complete, right?" Fang Shia didn't know why Chu Ran asked this at this time, but could only nod. "The company's new factory is ready to open, and the construction team will enter the factory to start construction tomorrow. Don't worry, I have a new project to prepare. Please put their new factory on hold for a while." After hearing Chu Ran's words, Fang Shia didn't know what he was going to do, and a confused expression appeared on her little face. "I'll call a meeting tomorrow morning. I'm going to establish a new project. Shia, you'll follow me from the beginning. I'll make you the spokesperson for this project." Chu Ran knew clearly that if this biosynthesis technology was launched in the country, it would definitely be explosive news. And this situation is different from the automotive industry. It is really easy to make money in the medical industry. High-efficiency biosynthesis technology really needs to be researched as quickly as possible. After comforting the family, Chu Ran went to the study and called Jack. Jack told Chu Ran that they had made very rapid progress in biosynthesis technology. But Jack and his team are not interested in medicine, but in studying human genes. But even so, Chu Ran knew clearly that the technology coming out of the system was absolutely fine. Since human genes can be developed, the development of this technology in medicine will definitely be better. After talking to Jack, Chu Ran directly hired a group of medical research talents in the system. This time, the biosynthesis technology must be developed comprehensively and rapidly. Because Fang Shia's grandmother couldn't wait too long, Chu Ran spent a lot of money to hire a group of people in the system. Of course, for Chu Ran now, this amount of money is nothing. If biosynthesis technology can be used to develop good medicinal materials and medicine, it will be an extremely terrifying wealth. Now Chu Ran is not sure whether this kind of technology and medicine can cure the old lady, but he is sure that the probability is very high. The next morning, Chu Ran asked the company's people to pick up the group of talents he had hired for the system. There were a total of 15 senior scientists, and they all went to the conference room of Ranha Group together. At the meeting, Chu Ran distributed the printed biosynthesis technology to everyone. "I came up with this plan a long time ago, but now there are some circumstances at home, so I have to start implementing it early. The scientists present here are all industry elites. I hope you can conduct clinical trials of this technology as quickly as possible, because time waits for no one. I want to save my family, and that's the most important thing." Chu Ran was giving orders to everyone, and at this time in the conference room, everyone who received the plan could only read it very carefully. No one would have thought that Chu Ran would come up with such a plan again. Everything in this plan can be said to be as unreal as a fairy tale. But the closer they watched to the end, the more frightened they became, especially the 15 scientists present. Each of them held the plan, and their hands began to tremble. They have been working in the industry for so long and have never seen such a magical and bold plan. If they say that this is an illusion without any actual basis or operation, they will definitely sneer at it. But now it is obvious that this is no longer an illusion. There are detailed records and experimental data in it, all of which are very real and formal. If they can't even keep such detailed records, they are really a bunch of idiots. Mr. Chu, don't worry, we will make drugs with this technology available in the shortest possible time. That's right, Mr. Chu. We've never seen such a detailed plan, nor such bold technology. The plan already includes all the experimental data, so if we can't do it, we don't deserve to stay in this industry. After hearing the opinions of several scientists, Chu Ran nodded with satisfaction. The person in charge of this project is Mr. Fang. From now on, all your plans and goals can be reported to Mr. Fang. When Fang Shia heard this, he quickly stood up and greeted everyone. To be honest, when Fang Shia saw this plan just now, he was also very excited. Because she seemed to see hope that her grandmother would be healthy again. Chapter 193 Ranha will once again become the focus of the world. Yes, you are right. Qin nodded, and felt a little afraid of the Nirvana divine fire in his heart. By the way, Qin, Chu Ran suddenly thought of something. Have you felt a little unwell recently? Qin was stunned. No, what's wrong? Chu Ran pretended to be mysterious and said, My master once said that cultivating the Nirvana divine fire requires a special physique. If the physique is not suitable, it is easy to be backfired. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. You mean, my physique is not suitable for cultivating Nirvana divine fire? I'm just guessing. The specific situation needs further confirmation, Chu Ran said. How about this? Let's go find my master and ask him to help you check it out. Okay. Qin Yu agreed without hesitation. Chu Ran smiled secretly in his heart. As long as Qin Yu no longer came into contact with the Nirvana fire, the tragedy that followed would not have happened. The two stood up and walked towards the direction where Chu Ran remembered his master. However, what they didn't know was that behind them, a pair of eyes full of resentment were staring at them. Chu Ran and Qin Yu walked all the way to the depths of the mountain, looking for the residence of Chu Ran's master. Along the way, Chu Ran kept asking Qin Yu about his cultivation and his understanding of the Nirvana divine fire. Qin Yu, how long have you been practicing the Nirvana divine fire? Chu Ran asked casually. About 3 months, Qin Yu replied. My master said that I have good aptitude and my cultivation speed is faster than he expected. 3 months. Chu Ran calculated secretly in his heart. According to the trajectory of his previous life, Qin Yu would go crazy in another month because he could not control the power of Nirvana divine fire. Then did you feel anything unusual? Like fever or mood swings? Chu Ran continued to test. Qin Yu shook his head. No, I feel everything is normal. Chu Ran frowned slightly. Could it be that because his rebirth changed the timeline, the development of things also changed? By the way, Chu Ran, Qin Yu suddenly asked, what kind of person is your master? I haven't met him yet. My master. Chu Ran paused, his master's stern face emerging in his mind. He is a very strict person and has very strict requirements for his disciples. Oh, so that's it. Qin Yu nodded, and felt a little awe for Chu Ran's master in his heart. After walking for a long time, the two came to a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. My master lives here, Chu Ran said, pointing to a thatched house deep in the valley. The two walked into the valley and came to a thatched hut. Master, I'm back, Chu Ran shouted respectfully. However, there was no response from inside the thatched hut. Strange, master usually doesn't go out. Chu Ran pushed open the door of the thatched hut in confusion, but found that the house was empty. What's going on? Where did master go? Chu Ran felt an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly exclaimed, Chu Ran, look! Chu Ran looked in the direction Qin Yu pointed, and saw a corpse lying on the ground not far away. The corpse was wearing a Taoist robe and was Chu Ran's master. Master! Chu Ran was shocked and ran over to check on his master's condition. However, the master was no longer breathing, his body was cold and stiff, and it was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. What is going on? Chu Ran shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with sadness and anger. Chapter 194 Nanorobots combined with new drugs? Maybe for Chu Ran, these 3 days passed very quickly. But for Chen Liang and Lao Xing, 3 days felt like 3 years. During this period of time, the two of them would call Fang Shia every day to inquire. Later, Fang Shia didn't want to bother with these two guys anymore. It was too troublesome. She was busy building Ranha's pharmaceutical factory and then going through a series of formal procedures. In addition, she was also busy checking the progress of pharmaceutical research and development at the Research Institute. That's why Fang Shia won't be busy dealing with these people. Before this, Chu Ran had told him that he didn't need to pay any attention to what these two people thought. When new drugs using biosynthetic technology appear, they will be so happy that their mouths will burst with laughter. While Fang Shia was busy developing new drugs, Chu Ran was also not idle. He would often wait for Fang Shia to get off work at the Research Institute, and would wait for the entire day. It was agreed that Fang Shia would be the supervisor of the new drug, but in fact Chu Ran was more like a follower. I follow my girlfriend every day, and watch her busy with various tasks. But in fact, many smart people would think that Chu Ran was trying to give his wife courage. Chu Ran didn't explain, but just followed Fang Shia. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, Chu Ran and Fang Shia had just arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute. Then they saw Professor Ding, who was in the lead, running out in a hurry. After seeing Chu Ran and Fang Shia, Professor Ding immediately excitedly held a small medicine bottle in his hand. Boss Chu, Boss Fang, we succeeded! We succeeded! When Chu Ran and Fang Shia heard this, they looked at each other happily. Let's go to the lab! Soon, everyone arrived at the laboratory of the institute. Professor Ding followed as he walked beside them, saying, Mr. Chu, Mr. Fang, our experiment this time was just a simple simulation. After all, there are so many diseases in the world, and we just picked one. Just tell me, can this drug cure the disease you're currently experimenting with? Chu Ran didn't want to waste time talking at this time, so he asked Professor Ding directly. Professor Ding nodded and said, No problem. Using biosynthesis technology, we first observe the condition of the patient, then analyze the disease, and then customize this drug. After testing, this drug can perfectly eliminate 99% of the cancer cells in the patient's body, allowing the patient to recover health. Hearing this, Chu Ran and Fang Shia nodded happily. But Mr. Chu, we found some problems during the development. Chu Ran asked hurriedly. Do you have any other questions, Professor Ding? Please explain them all at once. Mr. Chu, your biosynthesis technology is truly impressive. It allows us to accurately detect the various causes of a patient's illness, treat the condition accurately, and create targeted medications. However, we've discovered that the way this medication is taken is somewhat unusual. If it's simply taken orally or injected, the effect will likely be minimal. Even if you drink a lot of the medicine, it will only have a minimal effect. Professor Ding continued. This is just like taking medicine. Most of the medicine we take is very small. After drinking it, the medicine will disintegrate in the stomach or intestines. It is then absorbed by the gastric mucosa or intestinal mucosa and enters the blood circulation system. The medicine is transported to various parts of the body, including the source of the disease, through blood circulation. This process is not the medicine actively seeking the source of the disease, but a natural result of blood circulation. Once the drug reaches the source of the disease, it interacts with the body's cells and tissues through its specific chemical composition and mechanism of action. The drug may act on the cells of pathogenic bacteria, affecting their cell membrane permeability and reducing cell membrane tension, leading to metabolic disorders in the bacteria, thus killing the pathogens and achieving an anti-inflammatory effect. But during this process, if it's an ordinary patient, it's fine. But for some patients in the advanced stages, they may not be able to hold out until that time. Or, in other words, the dosage of some drugs may not be able to kill the bacteria. If that can't be achieved, then the patient can only. After hearing what Professor Ding said, Chu Ran and Fang Shia looked at each other, both of them showing worry in their eyes. What are your thoughts? Is there any good solution? Professor Ding shook his head and said, I haven't thought of it yet. To be honest, Mr. Chu, many scientists have been searching for a way to deliver drugs for years, but unfortunately, they haven't found one. What if there were a tiny device that could deliver drugs into the body, and after the drug took effect, it could be excreted through the body's normal metabolism without causing any harm? Unfortunately, there's no such magical thing in the world right now. At this moment, after hearing what Professor Ding said, Chu Ran's eyes immediately lit up and he raised his head excitedly. It's not completely impossible, Professor Ding. Have you heard of nanorobots? Upon hearing this, Professor Ding looked at Chu Ran in shock. Nanorobots? Mr. Chu, are you talking about using nanorobots to deliver drugs and treat diseases? Chu Ran nodded and said, I've heard some reports about this technology. I've heard that many research institutes have also participated in research, but unfortunately they have never been successful. If a more intelligent nanorobot appears, Professor Ding, would you dare to try it? Professor Ding looked at Chu Ran excitedly. We dare, Mr. Chu. To be honest, our team has been following all the research on nanorobots in China. Unfortunately, medical follow-up is only a secondary role. Since the concept of nanorobots was proposed in the 20th century, nanorobots have not been successfully improved. After all, they are too small, and our technology is simply not capable of achieving that level. Therefore, our follow-up on pharmaceuticals is of little use. If Mr. Chu knew about the existence of more intelligent nanorobots, we are sure that this problem would not be a problem at all. Instead, it would become a world-famous innovation for us. Seeing Professor Ding so excited, Chu Ran was also very happy. This is the saying that when you think there is no way out, you will find a new village when you turn around. I originally thought there was no way out, but I didn't expect that the technology one had drawn in the arms area I had opened up last time could actually be used. At this moment, only Fang Shia was standing by, somewhat helplessly. Chu Ran, are you sure the nanorobots can be developed? We don't have much time left. Don't worry, I have a channel for this thing, and I'll be back soon. How about this? I'm going out now, wait for me, I'll be back soon. After saying this, Chu Ran hurriedly took Song Kusin downstairs. Chapter 195 Lao Ao is angry. Qin Yu was also shocked. He never expected to see such a scene here. Who is it? Who killed Master? Chu Ran gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the valley. Haha, I killed him, so what? Chu Ran and Qin Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in black clothes with a sinister face slowly walking out of the woods. Who are you? Chu Ran asked coldly. The man in black sneered. Who am I? You will find out soon. Before he finished speaking, the man in black suddenly attacked, and a sharp sword energy came straight towards Chu Ran. Chu Ran quickly dodged, and the sword energy brushed past his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. What a fast sword! Chu Ran was shocked and quickly drew out his sword, taking a defensive stance. Boy, prepare to die! The man in black swung his sword again, and sword energy attacked Chu Ran like a storm. Chu Ran fought back with all his might, but gradually he felt his strength was wearing thin. The black-clad man's strength far exceeded his imagination, and every move was filled with murderous intent. Qin Yu, run away! Chu Ran shouted to Qin Yu while resisting the attack of the man in black. However, Qin Yu did not leave, but stood there with a complex light flashing in his eyes. Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Chu Ran shouted anxiously. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly laughed, and his laughter was full of weirdness and madness. Leave? Why leave? Qin Yu looked at Chu Ran, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you think I don't know your plan? Chu Ran and Qin Yu made their way to the mountaintop, searching for the residence Chu Ran remembered his master living. Reliving his life again, Chu Ran felt a surge of emotion. In his previous life, he had been overshadowed by Qin Yu's brilliance, ultimately ending up dead and obliterated. Now, he had the chance to start over again, and naturally, he had to seize it. Chu Ran, does your master have a strange temper? Qin Yu asked as he walked, with a hint of worry in his tone. Chu Ran pretended to be silent and said, As for his temper, he is indeed a little weird and likes to play tricks on people, but he is kind-hearted and has excellent medical skills. He thought of his master's immortal appearance in his previous life and couldn't help feeling sad. That's good, that's good. Qin Yu was obviously relieved. The two walked for about half an hour before finally reaching the top of the mountain. A simple thatched hut appeared before them. If Chu Ran hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have hardly believed that a great doctor of his time could actually live in such a simple place. "We're here. This is my master's residence," Chu Ran said, pointing to the thatched hut. Qin Yu was a little surprised. "Your master lives here?" Chu Ran nodded. "That's right, don't look at the simplicity here, there is a different world inside." He walked up and knocked gently on the door. After a while, an old voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Master, it's me, Chu Ran." "Oh, it's Chu Ran, come in." Chu Ran opened the door and walked in with Qin Yu. Inside the thatched cottage, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an ancient book in his hand, reading it with great interest. "Master, I brought a friend here and would like to ask you for help," Chu Ran said respectfully. The old man raised his head and looked at Qin Yu, a gleam in his eyes. "Oh? This young man is Junior Qin Yu, nice to meet you, Senior." Qin Yu bowed quickly. Chapter 196 Can't sit still. "Well, not bad. He's very imposing and has amazing bones. He's a good candidate for martial arts training." The old man nodded approvingly. "Xiao Ran said you wanted me to help you see where you're feeling unwell." Qin Yu repeated what Chu Ran had said before. The old man frowned slightly after hearing it. "Nirvana Divine Fire? This is not a joke. If you are not careful, you will go crazy." He walked up to Qin Yu, put 2 fingers on his wrist, closed his eyes and felt it for a while. His expression gradually became solemn. "How is it, Master?" Chu Ran felt a tightness in his heart when he saw this. The old man slowly opened his eyes and sighed. "Alas, just as I expected, this young man's physique is indeed not suitable for cultivating the Nirvana Divine Fire." Qin Yu's expression changed. "Senior, what should I do?" "The only solution now is to give up cultivating the Nirvana Divine Fire and seek another method," the old man said. "Otherwise, if you go astray, the consequences will be disastrous." Qin Yu was struck by lightning upon hearing this. He had trained diligently for years, hoping to one day cultivate the Nirvana Divine Fire and become a powerful warrior. Now, being told that his physique was unsuitable for cultivating the Nirvana Divine Fire was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. He slumped on the ground in despair, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Chu Ran was secretly delighted when he saw this. The plan was a success. The old man walked up to Qin Yu, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged, my friend. There is always a way out. Although you cannot cultivate the Nirvana Divine Fire, there are other techniques to choose from." "Really?" A glimmer of hope ignited in Qin Yu's eyes. The old man nodded and said, "Of course it's true. I have a copy of the Taishian Sutra here. Although it's not as powerful as the Nirvana Divine Fire, it's still a top-notch technique. If you can practice it with concentration, you might be able to achieve something." Qin Yu was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you very much, Senior. Thank you very much, Senior." Get up, get up." The old man helped him up. "This copy of the Taishian Sutra is a gift to you. I hope you will cherish it." Qin Yu took the Taishian Sutra, as if he had found a treasure. Chu Ran watched from the side, sneering in his heart. In his previous life, Qin Yu's meridians were severed because of practicing this Taishian Jing, and he eventually became a disabled person. In this life, he will never let such a tragedy happen again. He walked up to Qin Yu, snatched the Taishian Sutra from him, and said, "Qin Yu, this technique is not suitable for you." Qin Yu and the old man were stunned, not understanding why Chu Ran did this. "Chu Ran, what are you doing?" Qin Yu asked in confusion. Chu Ran raised his lips to a devilish smile. "Of course, I will help you choose a more suitable technique." Chu Ran stared at Qin Yu with eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Qin Yu had a strange smile on his face, as if a demon hidden in the darkness had finally revealed his true face. What did you say?" Chu Ran's voice trembled, and he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief, who had once been his brother. "I said I know your plan?" Qin Yu repeated, his tone full of sarcasm. "You pretended to be an apprentice, but in fact you wanted to get close to your master and steal his unique skills, right?" Chu Ran's heart sank suddenly. He didn't expect that his plan, which he had hidden so deeply, was actually seen through by Qin Yu. You, how do you know? Chu Ran's voice was low and hoarse. Qin Yu laughed heartily. Do you think you can do this without anyone noticing? I've seen through your disguise. Do you think I don't know that you sneaked into your master's study and peeked at his collection of secret manuals? Chapter 197 Conflict. Chu Ran's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Qin Yu had been secretly monitoring him. Why are you doing this? Chu Ran asked, gritting his teeth. Why? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with greed. Of course it's for your master's unique skills. Do you think I'm willing to be friends with a loser like you? I'm just using you. You. Chu Ran was furious and wished he could tear Qin Yu into pieces. Stop pretending, Chu Ran. Qin Yu sneered. You must hate your master in your heart, right? He's so strict and punishes you at every turn. You must have wanted to kill him a long time ago. Chu Ran was silent. Qin Yu's words hit a sore spot. His master was indeed very strict with him, even harsh. However, Chu Ran had never thought of killing his master. You're wrong. Chu Ran took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I never thought of killing master. Really? Qin Yu curled his lips in disdain. Then why did you secretly learn his unique skills? Isn't it so that you can surpass him one day, or even replace him? Chu Ran clenched his fists. He knew that no matter what he said now, it was useless. Qin Yu had already determined that he was the murderer of his master. Since you think so, then it's up to you, Chu Ran said coldly. Haha, it seems you've accepted your fate. Qin Yu smiled triumphantly. In that case, then give up your life. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly attacked, and a sharp sword energy rushed straight towards Chu Ran. Chu Ran was prepared and quickly dodged. Qin Yu, I don't want to be your enemy because we were once friends, Chu Ran said in a deep voice. Go away. I don't want to kill you. Haha, you don't want to kill me? Qin Yu seemed to have heard something funny. Just you? You think too highly of yourself. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. He drew out his sword and met Qin Yu's attack. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the valley. Although Chu Ran was not as strong as Qin Yu, he managed to fight Qin Yu with his flexible body and exquisite swordsmanship. However, Qin Yu's attacks became more and more fierce, and Chu Ran gradually felt powerless. At this moment, something strange happened. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Chu Ran's mind. The host is detected to be in danger. The system is activated. System binding. Bind successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the school beauty system. Chu Ran was stunned for a moment. Before he could react to what was happening, he felt a powerful force surging into his body. System? What is this? Chu Ran was confused. The system will help the host become the strongest school beauty. The mechanical voice sounded again. School beauty. Chu Ran was even more confused. Am I not a man? Just when Chu Ran was puzzled, Qin Yu attacked again. This time, Chu Ran did not dodge, but rushed towards Qin Yu's sword energy. Looking for death. Qin Yu sneered and increased the strength in his hands. However, just as Qin Yu's sword energy was about to hit Chu Ran, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Chu Ran's body. The light dissipated and Chu Ran's figure disappeared. Where is he? Qin Yu was stunned and looked around, but couldn't find Chu Ran. At this moment, a sweet voice suddenly sounded behind Qin Yu. Hello, I'm Chu Ran. Chapter 198 Blast and Destroy. Qin Yu turned around suddenly and saw a girl with a graceful figure and beautiful face standing behind him, looking at him with a sweet smile. You are Chu Ran? Qin Yu widened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Yes, I am Chu Ran. The girl smiled slightly. From now on, I am the school beauty. Qin Yu looked at the girl in front of him as if she were a monster. Chu Ran, the brother he had grown up with, practiced with, and even peeped at his senior sister bathing on the next hill, was now a woman? And a stunningly beautiful woman at that? Are you really Chu Ran? Qin Yu asked stutteringly, but his eyes glanced uncontrollably at the girl's chest. The girl smiled faintly, her eyes full of charm. It's genuine. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched the hair that fell on her chest, her posture charming and attractive. Why, are you stunned by my beauty? Qin Yu swallowed and nodded subconsciously. Since we've known each other before, I can give you a chance. The girl smiled sweetly. Submit to me, and I can spare your life. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Submit to you? You are a... He wanted to say woman, but seeing the girl's half-smile, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. You are a school beauty, why should I submit to you? The girl's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. Why? Just because of this. Before she could finish her words, the girl suddenly attacked, her speed too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Qin Yu felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then a sharp pain came from his chest. He looked down and saw a deep wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen. You! Qin Yu covered his chest and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that Chu Ran's strength would increase so much after becoming a woman. Now, do you still think I am not qualified to make you surrender? The girl asked coldly. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. He knew he was no match for the girl. However, he simply couldn't surrender to a woman who was once his brother. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated! Qin Yu roared and rushed forward again. However, the girl just waved her hand lightly, and an invisible force knocked Qin Yu away. Qin Yu fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and could no longer get up. You don't know your own limitations. The girl curled her lips in disdain and turned away. Wait! Qin Yu struggled and shouted. What the hell are you? The girl stopped and looked back at Qin Yu. Who am I? Haha, I'm the school beauty. The girl's figure gradually disappeared into the night, leaving Qin Yu lying alone on the cold ground, his heart full of confusion and fear. Chu Ran, or rather, the current school beauty, Chu Ran, after obtaining the system, not only did her appearance undergo a drastic change, but her strength also received a huge boost. The system gave her powerful strength and various magical abilities. The mission of the school beauty system is to make her the strongest school beauty on this continent. As for how to become the most powerful campus beauty, the system did not give clear instructions. It only told her that she needed to continuously complete various tasks to improve her strength and charm. Chu Ran strolled through the mountains, her mind racing. Becoming a woman was a huge shock to her. However, she wasn't frustrated by it. Instead, she was filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 199, Are you convinced? School bell system? Interesting. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a devilish smile. Since God has given me this opportunity, then I will become the strongest school bell and dominate this continent. She looked up into the distance, her eyes gleaming with ambition. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Strong energy fluctuations have been detected near the host. Do you want to go check it out? Powerful energy fluctuations? Chu Ran's mind moved. Could it be some kind of heavenly treasure? Yes, the system replied. Okay, let's go and take a look. Chu Ran walked towards the direction where the energy fluctuations came from without hesitation. She passed through dense jungles, climbed over steep mountains, and finally came to a hidden valley. A rich spiritual energy permeated the valley. In the center of the valley stood an ancient altar. A dazzling light emanated from the altar, and powerful energy waves emanated from it. What is this? Chu Ran was shocked. At this moment, the light on the altar suddenly became stronger, and a powerful suction force sucked Chu Ran in. Qin Yu stood there stunned, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Chu Ran, who had just been battling him to death, had transformed into a stunning young woman in the blink of an eye. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyes were piercing, and her every frown and smile held a captivating charm. Especially the inappropriate coarse linen dress that accentuated her exquisitely curvaceous figure, truly making one's blood boil. Are you really Chu Ran? Qin Yu asked stutteringly, but his eyes were fixed on the girl and he couldn't move away. It's absolutely genuine. The girl, Chu Ran, covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled softly, her voice as clear as a silver bell. Why, are you stunned by my beauty? Qin Yu's face flushed, and he subconsciously touched his nose, secretly cursing himself for being useless. He was a disciple of an upright sect. How could he be seduced by beauty? However, the beauty of this girl was so shocking that he couldn't resist it at all. System, what is going on? Chu Ran muttered to himself. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the school beauty system. This system will help the host become the strongest school beauty and conquer all men. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Conquer all men? But I'm a man. Chu Ran complained in his heart. Did this system do something wrong? Gender is not an issue, beauty is king. The system's voice was full of confidence. Okay, you win. Chu Ran reluctantly accepted this decision. Since she had become the school beauty, she should enjoy this identity. Qin Yu, do you still want to fight? Chu Ran looked at Qin Yu with a smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Qin Yu finally came to his senses and remembered the purpose of his trip. However, looking at the delicate girl in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Qin Yu hesitated. What? You can't bear to hit me? Chu Ran raised his eyebrows, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Qin Yu was so angry that he raised his sword again, but found that his hands were shaking. Do you really want to hit me? Chu Ran blinked her big eyes and looked at Qin Yu innocently. Qin Yu was even more torn. If he hit him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. If he didn't, he would feel sorry for his deceased master. Qin Yu was speechless again. Forget it, since you can't do it, let me do it. Chu Ran suddenly made a move, and with a flick of her slender jade fingers, an invisible force hit Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu groaned, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. You! Qin Yu covered his chest and looked at Chu Ran in disbelief. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl actually possessed such powerful strength. Chapter 200 Collapse. I said, from now on, I am the school belle. Chu Ran smiled sweetly and walked towards Qin Yu with light steps. Qin Yu struggled to stand up, but found himself completely powerless. He could only watch Chu Ran walk up to him and look down at him. What do you want to do? Qin Yu asked in horror. Chu Ran bent down, leaned close to Qin Yu's ear, and whispered softly. Of course, to conquer you. After saying that, Chu Ran stuck out his tongue and licked Qin Yu's face gently. Qin Yu trembled all over, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. You! Qin Yu widened his eyes and was speechless. Ha, next, let me teach you a lesson. Chu Ran chuckled, with an evil light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, there was a noisy sound of footsteps in the distance, accompanied by several shouts. There! Catch him! Chu Ran looked up and saw a group of people in uniform rushing towards him. Judging from their attire, they must be disciples from a certain sect. It seems like trouble is coming, Chu Ran said to himself. The light from the altar engulfed Chu Ran. After a moment of dizziness, she found herself in a strange space. In the center of the space, a bead emitting a soft light floated. Welcome to the campus beauty system space. A mechanical voice sounded in Chu Ran's ears. I am the system elf, you can call me Xiao AI. Chu Ran looked around and asked curiously. What is this place? This is the system space. You can perform various operations here, such as checking tasks, redeeming rewards, improving abilities, etc. Xiao AI explained. Oh? That sounds impressive. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow. Then what is my first mission? It has been detected that the host's current strength is relatively weak. It is recommended that you improve your own strength first. Xiao AI said. There is a training ground in the system space that can help the host quickly improve his strength. Training ground? Okay, I'll give it a try. Chu Ran became interested. She was worrying about how to improve her strength quickly. After entering the training ground, Chu Ran discovered that this was a virtual world that could simulate various combat scenarios. System, help me set up an opponent with similar strength to mine, Chu Ran said. The settings have been completed. The opponent is a first-level warrior. Xiao AI's voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual person holding a long sword appeared in front of Chu Ran. Chu Ran also drew his sword and went forward to meet him. After a fierce battle, Chu Ran narrowly won. Luckily I won. Chu Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead. The strength of this virtual person was really not weak. The host has performed well and is rewarded with 100 experience points. Xiao AI's voice sounded. Experience points? What's the use? Chu Ran asked. Experience points can be used to increase the host's level. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. Xiao AI explained. I see. Chu Ran nodded. So what level am I now? The host is currently at level 1. Xiao AI replied. Only level 1. Chu Ran was a little disappointed. It seems that I still have a long way to go to become the most powerful school beauty. Host, don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard to complete the tasks and improve your strength, you will become the strongest school beauty one day. Xiao AI encouraged. Well, I will try my best. Chu Ran clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. In the next few days, Chu Ran trained in the system space and his strength improved significantly.